A deserted reservoir unused for 10 years suddenly attracted millions of fishermen. A young man who hadn't caught anything for years hooked a 100-pound grass carp on his first try. Even a woman who'd never held a fishing rod pulled out a carp with scales as big as manhole covers. All this happened because I got a fishing spot upgrade system. Any pond I connect to it grows fish much faster. Right now, I'm bringing my first customer to the reservoir. Huluxian stared at the muddy pond in disbelief. This is where you said there are giant fish. And you charge 200 per day? Are you scamming me, buddy? I shook my head. Don't say it like that. No deal is fine, but let's stay friendly. If it's too expensive, you don't have to fish. But you'll need to walk back those miles of mountain roads alone. Then I walked toward the small wooden house by the reservoir. Huluxian panicked. This was deep in the mountains, an hour and a half by car. Walking would break his legs. He quickly ran after me. Boss, I'll fish. Definitely. Will you drive me back after? I shrugged. Of course. Who do you think I am? The customer is always right. Huluxian gritted his teeth, took out his phone and scanned 100 yuan over. I'll fish for a while. Then he turned and left with his fishing gear. Watching him walk away, I smiled happily while thinking to myself, open system panel. A holographic screen appeared before my eyes. Name, Muge. Water area, Shirquan Reservoir. Size of water area, 2,200 square meters. Water depth, 10 meters. Current fish growth rate, 2 to 10 times faster. Current sessions, 200 per day. Current anglers, 1 person. I was originally a villager from Shirquan village. While relaxing at Shirquan Reservoir, I accidentally activated the fishing spot system. The system's function is simple. It lets me upgrade the fishing spot I'm connected to. Plus, whenever someone fishes there, I get a cashback based on their catch. But it's hard to find customers in this remote area. In the end, I had to go to the county town to persuade one angler to come. Half an hour has passed, and Huluxian keeps casting and reeling without catching anything. I'm speechless. Is this guy really that bad at fishing? I was counting on him to make some money. After all the effort to get him here, this can't go on. Thinking this, I gritted my teeth and opened the system store. Instantly, 3 items appeared. Small fish food, 200 yuan per bag 500 g, limit 1 bag per day. Medium fish food, 500 yuan per bag 500 g, limit 1 bag per day. Large fish food, 1000 yuan per bag 500 g, limit 1 bag per day. These are the only 3 items in the store right now. Not only are the prices crazy high, but you can only buy 1 bag per day. I reluctantly used my last bit of money to buy a small fish food bag. I walked over to Huluxian. Hey man, you're not doing well. Not a single fish in half an hour. Huluxian glanced at me. Who knows if there are even fish in this wild pond? And I'm preparing the fishing spot, you know? This is how the experts do it. Then he pulled up his rod to add more bait. Try mine. Guaranteed to catch lots. I handed him my bait. Huluxian looked very doubtful. Bro, I'm using Master Wu's special bait. Can yours even compare? I smiled lightly. You'll know if it's better than what you've used before. You'll thank me later. After saying this, I put down the bait and left. Huluxian hesitated before opening the bait package. A strange but tempting smell instantly filled the air, making him want to eat it himself. Without thinking, he quickly switched to the new bait and cast his line. This time, he felt a tug almost immediately. Got one. When he knew the fish was hooked, Huluxian pulled hard. But instead of seeing the fish come out of the water, he felt a strong pull that nearly dragged him in. Being an experienced fisherman, he steadied himself and held the rod tight. The fish swam away, making the fishing line buzz against the water. Huluxian got excited from the strength of the pull. This fish had to weigh at least 20 pounds. The owner hadn't lied, there really were big fish here. After half an hour of struggle, he finally brought the fish close to shore. Boss, come help me net it. Hearing this, I didn't move. The system rule said I couldn't help customers fish, and netting counted. So I pretended not to hear and kept watching videos on my phone. After calling a few times with no response, Huluxian gave up. Taking a deep breath, he held the rod with one hand and the net with the other, slowly guiding the fish's head into the net. But the fish was too big, only half would fit. Anxious not to lose this once-in-a-lifetime catch, he suddenly threw down his gear and jumped into the water. Moments later, he walked out holding the huge fish, grinning like a fool. I also got a system message. Huluxian caught a 3-caddy grass carp with a 7x multiplier, 21 caddies total. Congratulations, you earned 1,470 yuan. Congrats on catching your first fish, you got a beginner's gift pack. Seeing my bank balance, I felt so happy. Before, I worked like a dog for just 3,000 yuan a month. Now someone catches one fish, and I earn half a month's old salary. But this was because Huluxian got lucky with a high multiplier fish. The system calculates, 3 fish weight 10 market price 7 multiplier equals 210, then 7 is equal to 1,470 yuan. When more people fish later, the money will be huge. Smiling at this thought, I opened the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations! You opened the beginner's gift pack and got 100,000 yuan. I was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Huluxian was already taking selfies with his fish to post online. After posting, he admired his catch before putting it in the keeper net. Then he kept fishing while reading comments on his post. Busy idler, bro Xian, I was kidnapped as a kid near where you are. Can you tell me the location? I'd be grateful forever. Lu Jian, Dad, I'm your long-lost son. Where are you? Send me your location, I want to meet you right now. Huluxian felt pleased reading the comments on his social media post. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Jerk. As soon as Huluxian answered, he heard, Hey Xian, where are you? Let's grab drinks tonight, my treat. Huluxian smiled slightly. What? I didn't catch that. Where's brother Xian? Huluxian couldn't stop smiling now. But jokes aside, when you find a good spot, you share it with your buddies. So he sent the location and went back to fishing. With the special bait I gave him, Huluxian fished like a master. In just over an hour, he caught more than 10 fish. They weren't as big as the first one, only about 4-5 pounds each, but he was still amazed. When he ran out of the bait I gave him, he didn't think much of it. He figured the fish were just biting well here, so he switched back to his regular bait. But in the next hour, he only caught one small fish. The big difference made him realize something. Just when he wanted to go to Shenlang to ask if there was still any bait left, a voice rang out above the dam. Brother Xian, you're really here. Lu Xian looked upwards, only to see a man waving at him. It was none other than his good brother, Lu Jian. This good brother of his had no other hobbies, and usually liked to go fishing just like him. Having a common hobby, they were also the best friends in terms of relationship. After a few minutes, Lu Jian walked down from the dam. As soon as he arrived at the place, he went straight to Lu Xian's fish guard. When he saw so many goodies inside his fish guard, he was also envious. Putting down his equipment, he was ready to start fishing. Huluxian hurriedly reminded him. This reservoir is owned by the owner, I'll take you to pay. What? There's a boss in this deep forest? It's not expensive, only $200 a day. And I think he said he can also return the fish. Wait. Lu Xian suddenly realized something. At first, the boss said he could return the fish. And he was talking about the market price. Huluxian counted the fish he caught, and he suddenly felt that he seemed to have cheated the boss. The fish he caught almost more than 80 pounds, according to the market price of $10 a catty, he earned the boss more than $700. Thinking of this, he felt deeply remorseful for his misunderstanding of the boss in the beginning. The boss is really a good person. And at this moment, as a good person, Shenlang rubbed his eyes that were a little sore, looking at the young lady to see too much or not. Looked at the time, already almost 5 o'clock, have to go back to eat. So he got up and stretched and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, he saw Lu Xian walking over with a person. Boss, this is my friend, he also wants to fish for half a day. Lu Jian also greeted Shenlang. Boss, good afternoon. He started to have heard Huluxian say that he had already plated $700 in just 2 or 3 hours. This where he could still sit still. It wasn't that he wanted those hundreds of dollars, it was mainly that he had always been dished by the boss. If he could dish out the boss once, wouldn't life be perfect? So he couldn't wait to pull Lu Xian toward the cabin. But what he got was bad news. It's already late, I have to go back for dinner. Tomorrow in time for the morning, I'll return the fish for you first, and then I'll catch it later and transfer you. No boss, it's only 5 o'clock, it's still early. Right, boss, it's okay for us to fish at night, we brought all the equipment. But Shenlang still refused. There are wild beasts here at night, there are snakes and stuff, it's better to rush early tomorrow. If you have an accident here in my place, then I shall not take the responsibility. The two heard here at night there are wild beasts, the heart is also a little hairy, and Shenlang put words to this point, they cannot say anything more. Shenlang put Huluxian's fish back in accordance with the market price, put the fish back, and left the place. Huluxian continued to put the rod fishing, and Lu Jian accompanied by the side. After all, Shenlang did not agree with him to fish, he was embarrassed to put down the rod. Just as he and Huluxian were chatting without a word. Only to see the float in front sink. It's coming, it's coming. Lu Jian hurriedly warned. Huluxian pulled smoothly and the rod was immediately pulled into a bow. It's a big one. Huluxian shouted, his expression filled with excitement again. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, this place really came to the right place. But in the next second, he felt an incomparable force pulling the fishing rod downwards. He was pulled forward towards the surface of the water. Lu Jian reacted quickly, also rushing over to hold him. The two people finally stabilized themselves with their added support. Just at this time, only to hear pop sound, the fishing rod cannot withstand the force, directly broken into 2 sections. In front of a section of the rod a moment into the water disappeared without a trace. 2 people also fell to the ground due to inertia. Both of them looked at each other. Jianer. This must be 40 to 50 pounds. Chapter 3, Reservoir Upgrade, Multiplier Increase. Lu Xian's rod is not an ordinary rod. Rather, he spent a huge amount of money to buy a fishing rod. How the limit must be 40 pounds up. And from the time he caught the fish to the pole broke, the total time is less than 10 seconds. And if Jian Lu didn't hold him, he would have definitely been pulled into the reservoir already. It's hard to say. Anyway, it's more than twice as big as the one you started catching. After all, they have been mixed up in the fishing circle for many years now. Their skills may not be too impressive, but they have definitely seen a lot. This place doesn't look too big. I didn't expect it to harbor something like this. Lu Xian was filled with sighs. Lu Jian looked at the surroundings. In the past, this must have been a big reservoir. I don't know what the reason dried up, and the big goods are gathered here. Maybe there are even bigger ones. Lu Jian analyzed the reason. Lu Xian was really emotional. If it wasn't for his intuition from years of fishing. How could I hear that boss say huge things and ran over? This is the legendary sixth sense. How's it going? Do you want to do it? I'll stay up all night to get it out. Go back to get the equipment, your small pole, or do not take it out to shame people. Lu Xian pole broke, also can only go back to get again, and Lu Jian brought the pole also cannot withstand such a weight, so they can only go back to the city to get equipment. So the two of them drove the car towards the county town. And the two are also very excited, all the way to talk about how to dry up that huge thing. And at this moment Shen Lang had already driven the car to the door of his house. Xiao Lang, back, just ready to call you for dinner. Just parked the car, heard a woman's voice. Shen Lang got out of the car and walked over. Second aunt, where is my second uncle? Went to the city to sell mountain goods, won't be back until later. Shen Lang's second aunt is a standard rural woman, dressed plainly, ordinary looking, because often do farm work. The skin is a little rough, especially the hands, you can see the obvious calluses. His father's family consisted of 4 siblings. His father is the oldest in line, below are 2 younger brothers, the youngest is a daughter. Shen Lang's second uncle has always stayed in the countryside, farming, feeding pigs, and occasionally get some mountain goods to the city to sell. It can only be said to make ends meet. Shen Lang's third uncle good grades in school, and now in the next county as a teacher, also counted as one of the few intellectuals in this village. And her little aunt married to the next village, life is also bitter. As for his parents, in order to earn more money, they were now working on some assembly line for more than 10 hours a day. Xiao Lang, I heard that you went to the county yesterday to contract out the reservoir behind you? Yeah. I'm going to raise some fish. What kind of fish can be raised in that reservoir? If it was for farming, it would still be in your hands. The second aunt looked a little anxious. Have you paid the money yet? If you haven't, I'll send him back. Auntie, don't worry, I know the weight. Shen Lang also has no way, the system itself has done all the things, told him to go directly to the relevant departments. Shen Lang also did not know how to system for these things, he only knew that as soon as he went through the process, and the contract was already in his hands. The area of the former reservoir, plus a few nearby hills, all included in the contract. Planting, building, animal husbandry, and a host of other things were allowed. There is a dark river under that reservoir, otherwise you think why that reservoir is only so little water at all times. You dare to raise fish, he dared to run clean. When the second aunt said this, Shen Lang obviously froze for a moment. He was not clear about the history of that reservoir. Just heard that several surrounding counties used to use the water from this reservoir, and then somehow it just dried up. Even if it rained heavily, the reservoir just couldn't retain the water and couldn't rise. It's okay. I am ready to get a fishing ground. Through the underground river is not better? Fishing ground? What is that? Obviously, Auntie Tu had not heard of this kind of term that only existed inside the city. Shen Lang explained as he ate. You mean they come here to fish and give you $200 a day? My goodness, such good money. Shen Lang didn't bother to explain. After all, it was fine to let them know that they could make money in the countryside, or else a young man who didn't do things in the countryside would be gossiped about. Shen Lang is not afraid of gossip, but it is annoying to hear it, isn't it? After an hour passed, Shen Lang did not hear the system prompt Lu Xian to catch fish, and did not go to the reservoir. After all, his friend came, and there is no need to send him back to the county by himself. After eating, Shen Lang lay on the rocking chair in the yard leisurely looking at the numbers inside the bank card. 110,870.5 yuan. A fishing man, half a day let him earn more than 10,000 yuan. This is not where the fish fishing this is simply fishing gold But he wasn't going to use this money on his life. He needed to upgrade the system. So that he could earn more money. This reasoning he still understood. When Shen Lang opened the system he looked at the options that could be upgraded and fell into deep thought. There were only a few that could be upgraded. They are the growth rate of the fish, and there are still 2 upgrade options, as well as the area of the water. The growth multiplier of the fish was still 2 upgrades, the upper and lower limits. Now it's 210x. If the upper limit is upgraded and the lower limit is not upgraded, then 2 100 times should be possible in the future. Specifically, Shen Lang would have to try it out before he could do so. So Shen Lang tapped at the upper limit of the multiplier, only to see the data directly become 210.1. And his own money was directly deducted by $1,000. Shenlang was a little bit of meat pain, this $1,000, only 0.1 times. That doubling must not be $10,000. Shenlang thought for a moment, this earned money is not so much. But Shenlang still ruthlessly raised the multiplier to 215, enough to cost him 50,000 yuan. The next thing is the problem of the underground river of the reservoir. If it is not solved, in the future, he puts fish into it, shall not all run away. System. There is a way to solve the problem of the reservoir's underground river a little? Hello host, after the system's calculation there are two ways to solve it. The first, directly cut off the underground river downstream, so that the water directly from the ground out, but the underground river water is very large, here may have to be more a small river. The second, cut off the whole of the underground river, so that the underground river no longer affects the reservoir will become an ordinary reservoir. Shenlang thought about it and said, can we combine the two methods? Shenlang felt that if he directly drew the underground river up, it would definitely not work, but he was also attracted by the rich fish resources in the underground river that the system said. Planning for a combination of options is underway. Option 3, block off the place leading to the underground river, so that it can only go in and not out. This way, we can retain the water resources and also get the fish resources in the underground river. We'll use this option, the system is really omnipotent, this kind of metaphysical way can also be implemented. After solving the leakage problem of the reservoir, then the next step was to upgrade the watershed. After all, that bit of watershed area is really too small. The multiplier Shenlang felt that it could be put back a little bit, and the current multiplier Shenlang felt was barely enough. There is more water area to accommodate more people and fish. Although he had only opened today, it was important to look forward, wasn't it? So Shenlang ordered all the money on top of the waters. Spending another $50,000, he ordered 50 times, leaving $10,000 for a rainy day. And the waters went straight up from 2,201 square meters to 7,210 square meters. For this ratio of money and area, Shenlang felt it was quite reasonable. Reservoir watershed area adjustment is complete, will start at 12 o'clock midnight. Chapter 4, Stealing fishing in the middle of the night, encountering a violent storm. In the countryside, entertainment at night was relatively scarce. Shenlang could only lie in bed early as well. What he didn't know was that a car appeared on the dam of the reservoir again at 9 p.m. And this time from the car came down 3 people. It was none other than Jin Lu, Hu Lucian, and a young man of the same age. This is where you're talking about? That young man felt the loneliness of the wilderness and inexplicably had a fear spreading through him. Rat, don't worry, it's definitely a big one, you saw the one in my friend's circle. You are not in, I and Xian brother 2 people cannot pull, that rod did not hold 2 seconds directly broken. The 2 of them started talking excitedly. But, didn't you guys say there's a boss here? It's not good for us to come fishing without paying for it. Rat was still a bit apprehensive. It's not like we won't pay him, we'll just make up for it when he comes tomorrow. That's right, at most, we don't want to pay him for the fish he caught. The 2 were obviously getting more and more excited. Rat also had no choice but to walk down with them. Because today's moonlight was very good, the 3 of them easily went down to the water's edge. Rat looked at the not-so-large pool of water and fell into deep thought. He wondered if these 2 were messing with themselves. Are you 2 mistaken? This little pool of water can have that kind of giant thing? Hu Luxian and Lu Jian both looked at each other and smiled. We don't tell ordinary people, Rat, if it wasn't a good brother, I wouldn't have brought you here. Hu Luxian said as he began to organize his equipment. Rat, just relax, tonight will definitely surprise and delight you. Lu Jian also patted Rat's shoulder. Rat had no choice but to play along with the 2 of them. So the 3 of them started fishing at the edge of the reservoir. But it seems that the luck of the 3 people are particularly bad, fishing for almost 3 hours, the 3 people have not caught a. Not to mention catching one, not even a single bite. Brother Jian, this is the surprise you were talking about. Rat flirted with Lu Jian. Lu Jian was also a bit discouraged, the plot shouldn't be like this. You wait a little longer, the surprise will be here soon. Lu Jian took out his cell phone, it was now 11:59, and it would be 12 o'clock soon. A new day, it will definitely turn around. Lu Jian thought in his mind. And just then, the time on the cell phone jumped to 12 o'clock sharp. At this time, the sky seemed to have been shut down, and in a matter of seconds, dark clouds were gathering. What started out as a bright moon shining high, all of a sudden became out of reach. What's going on? Is it going to rain? The 3 of them looked to the sky in unison. But they couldn't see anything in this middle of the night. Wow! A bolt of lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the somewhat frightened faces of the 3. Suddenly the wind was fierce, the wind whistled loudly against the trees in the mountains and forests, and the 3 of them were chilled by the wind. Holy, didn't the weather forecast say that it's going to be a big sun for more than a week in the back? Don't talk about it, let's go up first. But before they could act, a bean-sized raindrop hit them. Then it was a downpour that directly drenched the 3 of them. The 3 of them hurriedly ran towards the nearby wooden house with their flashlights. Brother Jian, is this the surprise you were talking about? Inside the wooden house, Rat said flirtatiously. How about it, is this surprise big enough? Lu Jian was also in a good frame of mind, wringing out the water from his own clothes as he said. But Hu Luxian looked at the pouring rain as if in thought. Go into the dam. Suddenly Hu Luxian said with some anxiety. What's wrong, brother Xian? Lu Jian was a bit puzzled. If it keeps raining this hard, this place will definitely be flooded. Hu Luxian said. Lu Jian also walked to the door and looked at it. This cabin was not much higher than the water, but it was more than 10 meters away. If it rains like this, even if it doesn't get flooded, it's still dangerous to be in such a low place. So the three conferred and decided to brave the rain and head for their car on the hill. The rain was so heavy that the three of them fell for I don't know how many times before they climbed up to the dam. They hurriedly got into their car. Even though it was summer, they were chilled to the bone. The next morning, Xinlang came to the reservoir early in the morning. That heavy rain in the middle of the night yesterday, Xinlang was also shocked. It went straight down for a few hours, and when he got up in the morning the cracked rice fields outside were filled with water. But when he came to the dam is a stare. All these fishing guys came so early? There was a car parked on the dam. Xinlang naturally recognized it. It was the one driven by the person who came behind him yesterday. However, he did not bother and directly looked at the reservoir. The area of the reservoir directly more than tripled. Looking at it also has a little bit of a small scale. But what made Xinlang a little heartbroken was that the cabin was half flooded. After enjoying the scenery of the reservoir for a while, Xinlang didn't see any silhouettes on the way down, so he walked towards the parked car. Walking to the side of the car, Xinlang looked inside. An unbearable scene came into his eyes. Only to see three big men lying naked and asleep in the car. Xinlang took a step back. He wanted to wash his eyes. I didn't realize that young people nowadays still played with such flowers. It's better not to disturb. Xinlang was still self-aware, so he took out a boom and ordinary bait in his own car and headed down below. After all, he was actually a fishing man himself, and with the waters expanded, he wanted to try how the fish were doing. It wasn't long before the sun shone down over the mountains. Hu Luxian squinted his eyes and woke up. It rained so much last night that they didn't dare to drive back, so they had to spend the night in the car. And all three were soaked, and there was no change of wash, so they could only take it off. After all, the three big men didn't have that much to talk about. Wake up, the sun is on your ass. Hu Luxian woke up the two men, and put on the still somewhat wet clothes himself and walked out. He looked towards the reservoir. Sure enough, that cabin was flooded yesterday. He was still very resourceful. The size of the reservoir had also increased by at least 3 times. At that moment a figure by the reservoir caught his attention. Boss, so early. He shouted, returned to the car and grabbed his gear and rushed down. Since he had slept well, it was only natural to get up and get back to work. And Rat and Lu Jian were also energized by his words, getting dressed and rushing down after him. Boss, is it loaded yet? Hu Luxian came to Xinlang's side and said. Xinlang looked at the three people who came and looked at them with some strange eyes. But still answered. No, I also just arrived. Xinlang looked at their somewhat wet clothes and said. You guys went down for a swim this morning? The clothes are not even dry yet. Lu Jian walked over at this time and said. Don't mention it, boss. Last night we night fishing. I didn't expect that heavy rain in the middle of the night almost drowned us in it. Xinlang froze. Only then did he realize that it seemed he had misunderstood them. But this also gave Xinlang a wake-up call. He also didn't expect the system to actually make the watershed area skyrocket by raining. If the next time he wanted to upgrade the watershed area either little by little or clear the field again. Boss, the three of us will fish for a day and sweep $600 for you. Hu Luxian took out his cell phone and prepared to sweep the code to start. Xinlang was happy, business is not coming. But when he opened the system and was ready to collect the money, he froze. The original price of $200 a day directly dropped to $80. What's going on here? $200 is already a very low price, now actually dropped to $80. However, he seemed to understand something when he looked at the area of water that had become larger. Boss, sweep the code. Hu Luxian began to urge. Oh. Today's rising water is not good for fishing, charge you 80 a person, back to the fish or that market. Chapter 5 Dad, the child finally found you, can you report a place to reunite together? Boss, it's fine, $200 a day, our buddies think it's cheap. That's boss, Siener, but yesterday earned more than $700 at your place, you this 80 a day that must not lose money. But Xinlang must charge according to the system set, otherwise there is no reward for fishing. 80 for one person, if you want to fish then fish, if not then forget it. The three looked at each other in disbelief. It was the first time they had encountered such a boss who didn't want to pay more money. Since the boss wants to be charitable, then we'll take it. After Hu Luxian finished scanning the code, the three of them each found their own spot and started fishing. But it seems like all their luck has been used up today. The whole morning, just Lu Jian caught a carp of more than 5 kilograms. Even so they were excited, more than 5 pounds of crushing carp. Ah, this is crushing carp, and look at this look or wild crushing carp. Usually 1 or 2 kilograms are relatively rare, and now they actually caught more than 5 kilograms. This is enough to prove that there is something bigger in there. Lu Jian even took a picture and sent a friend circle. Brother Xian helped me picture, simply can't see the traces of picture, how can a crushing carp that's half bigger than my palm be real? Then accompanied by a few comparison pictures of the carp. In a few minutes there were several comments below. A. Interior. Jenner, did you really defect to your dad? Deep, where did Xian learn his picture skills? I want to learn too. Idleman is busy. Dads, my child has finally found you. Can I report a place for a reunion together? A. Interior decoration. Deep. But Shen Lang couldn't get excited. Because he hadn't caught a single fish either. Shen Lang thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. There were too few fish inside this reservoir. In the past, this place was originally wild and led to the underground river. Even though there were fish from the underground river that swam in, there couldn't be too many. So it started at 200 a day, and after the waters got wider, it went straight to 80 a day. The waters were wider, but there were still so many fish, so the difficulty of catching them was higher, and the price was naturally cheaper. It seems that we have to buy some fish to come. It's impossible to expect the fish inside the underground river to run in on their own, and the fish in the underground river generally aren't big enough either. He was also hungry after fishing all morning. He packed up his things and prepared to go back to find something to eat. Walking next to the 3 people, it suddenly occurred to him, these 3 people all came last night, right? Aren't they all hungry? Are you guys hungry? Do you want to go to my house to eat something together? No need, boss. Once our longest period of fierce battle was 2 days without food. It's impossible for us to leave the battle line. Hulu Xian immediately refused when he heard that he had to leave the area in order to eat. But Xian, I'm hungry. Rat, however, cried out from the side. Boss, can you bring some food? We'll pay double the price. Lu Jian also licked his lips and said, obviously he also could not hold out a bit. Shen Lang thought about it, but still agreed, told Auntie Tu to cook a pot for the 3 of them anyway, Auntie Tu has nothing to do today, and can also earn some extra money. Shen Lang negotiated the price with them and was ready to go back. Hulu Xian suddenly called out to Shen Lang. Boss, do you still have that bait you gave me yesterday? Shen Lang stopped and looked back. Yes, 200 a pack. Shen Lang was not prepared to raise the price. He would sell as much as the system sold. After all, with the value of the fish in them, earning this amount of money was simply a hair's breadth. Holy, boss, what bait you encrusted with gold 200 a pack. Rat said in surprise. Rat, maybe a pack of 10 or 20 pounds, don't be shocked. Shen Lang replied. 1 catty a pack, childish. Holy, boss, are you extorting? Lu Jian was also not calm when he heard that a packet was only 1 catty. He hadn't seen such an expensive bait. Boss, scan the code, I'll take a pack. Hulu Xian takes out his cell phone and prepares to scan the code. Lu Jian turned to look at his wronged brother. No, Xianer, you're buying even if it's so expensive. I still have several packs of bait in my car. They're all Master Wu's secret weapons. Hulu Xian ignored him and opened the package directly after scanning the code to pay. Wow! It smells so good. Jian Lu couldn't help but sigh when he smelled the flavor. Just after opening the package, a strange fragrance came out. Shen Lang felt even hungrier when he smelled this fragrance and accelerated a few steps to leave the place. Brother Xian, this bait is something so fragrant. Rat also walked straight over, looking at the bait and gulping straight. Hulu Xian saw Rat like that and directly whisked him back. He wanted to verify if his crazy catch yesterday was the reason for this bait or not. However, he was soon told the answer. The first fish of the day came 10 seconds after he cast down the rod. And that's not all. As long as he casts down the rod, short 10 seconds, long a few minutes, basically a streak. It's just that these fish are not small. The smallest are 5 or 6 pounds. Slipping fish took a lot of time. Rats and Lu Jian see this Hulu Xian so brave, immediately know that this is the boss bait credit. They directly grabbed a little bit of bait from Hulu Xian's bait box. Hulu Xian saw that he had less than 1/3 of the bait left and was heartbroken. After getting the bait, the 2 of them were immediately possessed by the master. One after another, they started catching fish. And the size of each fish is not small, which makes them excited again and again, calling out that they are addicted. Shen Lang on the road heard the sound of the system collecting money one after another but was not happy. This is like being incapable and taking a small pill to be able to that. How can you let Shen Lang be happy? Back home, Shen Lang found the second aunt who was chopping pig vegetables, and she explained the situation. The second aunt was also happy after hearing this. Xiao Lang, are you saying $30 per person? Just help them deliver a meal? Yes, second aunt, go do it, they're still waiting. Oi! I'm on my way. Second aunt happily ran off to pick vegetables inside the vegetable garden. Farmers have their own land, basically a yard full of vegetables. In fact, they can't eat it all, like the second aunt in the pig raising, basically feed it to the pig to eat. Auntie's family has no meat to eat, are to kill a big fat pig, and then nearby villagers a family to buy some, the rest are frozen to the inside of the refrigerator. So the cost of a meal is very low, these 3 people $90, the cost is negligible for the second ant. Xinlang helped to burn firewood and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Second ant, if my fish pond is on fire, you can help me cook there." Xinlang felt that when there were more people in the future, he would definitely have to cook a meal for lunch. After all, it was an hour and a half's drive from here to the county town, and it was impossible for them to go back to eat. That's a good feeling, just that my handiwork might be a bit out of hand. It's okay, those people in the city, they still like to eat our farmhouse food. Xinlang and the second ant had a word. And Xinlang was also a little strange, the system hadn't prompted him to collect money for a while. It's only been fishing for a few and they ran out of bait? This should not be And 20 minutes ago, at the edge of the reservoir, Brother Xian, Brother Jin, hit the big one. Rat suddenly exclaimed. His pole had been pulled into a bow, and his person couldn't stop moving forward. Obviously the power of this huge thing made him unable to hold back. Hulu Xian and Lu Jian saw this situation and directly threw down their poles and ran over. It took the 3 of them together to stabilize themselves. Holy, Rat, also have a day to hit a giant thing. Rat was clearly in a state of exuberance. Stop yakking and hold on tight, it's firing. Chapter 6 Xinlang, is it there? Do me a favor. Lianxin, no money. Xinlang and his second ant packed their meals and came to the dam of the reservoir when they saw a scene of passion. The 3 of them were hugging each other, like Zhengluohan, and swaying from side to side from time to time. Ouch! What are young people doing nowadays? The second ant obviously expressed her strong condemnation of this worldly trend. Xinlang also did not explain anything and led Xinlang below. Dinner! The boss is here, wait a minute, can't you see we are fighting? Xinlang put the meal aside and walked over to look up. It's been slipping for a while. Look at this situation is not small. Boss, your bait is awesome, instant results. Lu Jian praised as he shook it. Rat also praised. And the fish you have here are all big, we have not seen a small one since we caught so many, and now this one is even bigger. Xinlang gently smiled. You guys go back and help me publicize it, I'll get some bigger fish when there are more people. Boss, isn't it easy for you to publicize? Quickly take your cell phone and record our heroics, you'll be on fire all over the country. Hulu Xian also turned back and said. Xinlang slandered in his heart, just this passionate look of yours can indeed set the whole country on fire. However, he immediately reacted to Hulu Xian's intention. Although Xinlang fishing but not a lot of short videos, but also occasionally heard of those famous masters. That can be sitting on several million, even tens of millions of bloggers. You can imagine how big the market is in the field of fishing. Even if an ordinary person didn't fish, he loved to watch. If the video of them catching this giant thing was posted online, he thought that it could also attract a wave of traffic. Thinking of this, Xinlang took out his cell phone and started to record the passionate appearance of the 3 people. This recording is more than an hour. And during this time, the second ant left on the grounds that the pig vegetables at home had not yet been chopped. An hour later finally in the 3 people's concerted efforts to drag this huge thing to the shore. When dragged ashore a moment, the system's voice rang in Xinlang's mind. Hulu Xian caught 5.4 caddies 9 times equals 48.6 caddies of mackerel A. Congratulations on obtaining 8,748 yuan of Huaxia coins. No wonder it was so big, so it reached 9 times. And the original weight wasn't low either. The bigger the fish, the higher the price. Wow! Brother Xian, take a picture of me and my big baby. Rat was so excited that his mouth was a bit scooped up. Even for the first time in his life, he wasn't this excited. The 3 of them were busy there for a while before they were done. Boss, can I not return this fish? I'll take it to the county town for a spin. Lu Jian suddenly said. The 2 people who were busy taking pictures were stunned and immediately snapped out of it, looking at Xinlang with some expectation. Xinlang froze for a moment, but immediately smiled and replied. Just this once, it will not happen again. As Xinlang's words fell. Wow! Boss, atmosphere. Boss, I love you. Boss, my 8 generations of ancestors will thank you. Xinlang's face darkened. My 8 generations of ancestors will thank you. Xinlang was also thinking of borrowing their hands to publicize a wave. After all, these 3 goods will definitely run around the county a few times. At that time, the entire county of fishing guys do not know their place, then not to attract a large number of fishing guys over. This is all money. However, there are still too few fish. If you don't use the bait produced by the system, then the average fisherman might not catch a single fish in a day. These 3 should be the kind that have a little something, but not much. But they only caught 1 fish in half a day. If more people come in the Air Force every day, then their popularity will slowly dissipate over time. Not even with the addition of a giant fish. Looks like we need to find a little fish to put in. The size doesn't need to be big, the system will grow exponentially anyway. The 3 of them got Xinlang's consent and were not in the mood to fish anymore. Carrying the big fish, they climbed towards the dam. After messing around for a while, they tied the fish to the back of the car. The fish was about 1.5 meters long, perhaps not too nutritious, with a lean body shape, so it was longer than the average fish. Tied to the back of the car, the tail was dragging to the ground. Looking at it could indeed attract countless eyeballs. The three people greeted Shenlang and couldn't wait to drive away. After the three left, Shenlang went down to the edge of the reservoir. See, that did not move the meal. Shenlang some emotion. Fishing man's passion, really endless awe. He also did not want to take it back, mixed with the rest of the bait and threw it together inside the reservoir to feed the fish. There shouldn't be any more people coming today. Shenlang was also ready to go home and edit the footage from the shoot. However, Shenlang just turned his head. He heard the water clatter, a loud noise. He hurriedly looked back. He hurriedly turned around to look. He only saw that the water splashed up a long way from where he had just thrown the food. There was a huge figure under the water. Shenlang couldn't really see it, but from that little outline, it was at least a few meters long. How many times has this been doubled? But now the upper limit is also only 10 times, then it must be the original volume is very large, and the doubled times are also almost to the upper limit kind. Shenlang some remorse. If you start to shoot, spread to the internet, that shall not attract countless giant thing lovers too. But think of the many opportunities in the future. This is just the beginning. Back home, Shenlang took $100 to the second aunt, said it was meal money. The second aunt's eyebrows were all bent with smiles. Although this money is not much for her, but this is what he earned from the hands of Shenlang. Just come back that time. Shenlang can be next to the auntie said a lot of words behind the scenes. What young do not know to go out to work to make money? What do not make money later how to get married? Now see, Shenlang can make money, and he also followed the extra money. She is naturally happy. Shenlang, tomorrow those people come or not, still want to eat. Auntie received the money into her pants pocket and asked. Will come, and there are definitely more people. Shenlang said with certainty. Because there was no computer, Shenlang could only download a software for editing on his cell phone. But he did not learn this kind of software, and after half a day did not get it right, making him a little annoyed. Originally, he wanted to cut it casually, but he felt that it would be better not to do it. Suddenly he thought of someone. So he looked up in WeChat. Not long after, Shenlang found the target person. It was his female classmate from college, who was now working as a small anchor in the field of face value. In fact, Shenlang felt that she was a little bit pretty when she was in college, but she just didn't usually like to dress up. Now with a little makeup and a beauty filter, she has directly become a network goddess level. However, she also does not take the rubbing route, so it is only a lukewarm state, 1 or 2 million small fans kind of thing. She often posted videos, so she should be able to do stuff in this area. It's been a long time since we've been in touch, but asking her for a favor shouldn't be refused. Wavy, is she there? Do me a favor. It didn't take long for the other party to reply back with a message. An xin boo xin, no money. Shenlang's face darkened. Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't contact for a few years and borrows money as soon as he does? Wave, do not borrow money, really looking for you something. An xin boo xin, not earlier, what is it? Wave, do you know how to cut videos? An xin boo xin, yes, why? Wave, how about cutting a video for me? An xin boo xin, for $50. Wave. An xin boo xin, for the sake of old classmates, this is the price of friendship and friendship. Shenlang did not know why the little beauty who used to look affable, how did she turn into this now? As soon as she opened her mouth, she talked about money. Wave, okay, 50 on 50. I'll send you the material. An xin boo xin, transfer or red envelope. Wavy wave. Chapter 7 Passerby, why doesn't he load up the fish? Big brother, it's already loaded up. In the end, Shenlang sent a red envelope of 50, and the other party went to cut the video. His heart was a little bad taste, what a good friendship in the past. But think about it, also relieved. Indeed, other people's offer is not expensive, and it is impossible to let others work for free because she is a former classmate. What kind of person would he be then? The white whoring monster? Just Shenlang heart inevitably some diaphragm. Shenlang just wanted to take another afternoon nap to see her send a message over, so open the WeChat. An xin boo xin, you were there when those 3 goods on the internet were fishing? Wave? Lianshin sent a video link over. Shenlang opened it and took a look. The title was, the driver of the car in front caught a big fish and hung the fish on the back of the car for 2 hours to show off. Only to see the video of an SUV driving down the street while a huge long fish was hanging from the back of the car. And the viewpoint from which the video was taken is obviously a different view of the car. And then the weirdness came. You can just see 2 heads poking out from inside the car window, waving and greeting pedestrians. Fearing that others did not know that they existed as if. Shenlang knew what was going on the first time he saw the car, it was obviously those 3 goods going to patrol the streets. And the owner of the car behind him was also patient and kept following him around for an hour or 2. But the video behind is fast-forwarded. And Shenlang opened the comments section, and one by one, even more bizarre comments appeared in front of Shenlang. Shenlang couldn't help but sigh a sigh of relief, netizens really know how to make a whole living. The driver went home and got lost, wandered around a dozen times and hard not to find the way home. Passerby, why he did not load up the fish? Brother, already loaded up. A fish only. Well, I remember that was the summer of the 2008 Olympic Games, July 15, for 24 p.m., a roughly 16 or 17 pounds of mackerel on the shore when the net ran on the run. Can only blame it, and I do not have a destiny. 5,729 days and years past, I have not cared about it. Traffic police, you this illegal car owner, to be criticized by the national notification? Colorful expression. But there were still many people behind who begged for the address or wanted the phone number of the car in front of them. And one comment directly exploded. Don't you guys know you can check the owner's phone number based on the license plate number? I've asked for you guys, the address is put below. And there were more comments below. Big brother, good people live in peace. Big brother, was trafficked. I remember walking this road when I was a child. Please tell me the details of the address. Good people live in peace. And the likes behind this video went from a few thousand when Shin Lang came in at the beginning to 20,000 now. Enough to prove that the video had caught fire. Wavy wave, I opened a fishing farm and they fished at my place. An xin boo xin, your old place? There's this resource? Wave, not bad, there are bigger ones. An xin boo xin, wave brother, where is your home? It's been a few years since I graduated, how about going to your place for a bit? Wave, you like fishing too? An xin boo xin, no, but I can learn. Shin Lang sent the location to Lianshin. After all, if one more person comes, one more person can help himself make money, why not? It didn't take long for Lianshin to send the video over. An xin boo xin, the video is ready, I made 2 copies, of course the content is different, can I release one? No? Wave Lee, yes. Shin Lang downloaded the video and looked at it. Indeed did a good job, the title dubbing, the atmosphere, and the temperament of that 3 are reflected well. Shin Lang changed his jitterbug name. Shirkwan Reservoir Giant Thing Paradise. Then posted the video. Shin Lang was afraid that there was no traffic, also invested a few $100s, this investment. Shin Lang is still not heartbroken. After doing this, Shin Lang is really sleepy, fell asleep. After all, in the morning for coming to see the reservoir rise, get up a little too early. When he woke up again, he was woken up by the second ant. It was already dinner time. Shin Lang lived on the 2nd floor, and their building was a 3-story building. When it was repaired in the past, it was built by the 3 brothers who paid for it together. Second uncle asked for the 1st floor because he was always at home. Shin Lang's family took the 2nd floor, and the 3rd uncle rarely came back and took the 3rd floor. Shin Lang went downstairs and saw that the 2nd uncle had also returned. There was also a young girl, 13 or 14 years old. This is the daughter of the 2nd uncle's family. Her name is Shin Wonwon, and she is in her 1st year of school this year. Shin Lang looked at the date. Today is already Friday. Brother Long, it's time to eat. Shin Wonwon was serving food, and when she saw Shin Lang come down, she also smiled sweetly. Wonwon, ah, how's life in middle school? Wonwon put the rice into Shin Lang's hands and said, it's okay, it's just that some of what the teacher says is incomprehensible. Obviously, Shin Wonwon is not the reading material. At this time, the 2nd uncle and the 2nd aunt came in. Shin Lang said hello, the family sat down to eat the meal. Sha Lang, ah, heard your aunt say, you contracted the fish pond, someone to come fishing? Well, 3 came today, and dozens may come in a few days. Dozens? The 2nd aunt was shocked when she heard this. He knew that there was a charge for fishing at Shin Lang's place. Dozens a day, that day must not be thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Of course she did not understand that it was to return the fish. 2nd aunt, when there are more people you can go there to cook, I'll give you $6,000 a month. Too much, too much, your auntie Wang from the next village works in a restaurant in the city, and it's only about $3,000 a month. You can just give me $1,000 or $2,000. The 2nd aunt was obviously frightened by the salary offered by Shin Lang. It's fine, with more people you're definitely too busy alone, you still need to find someone. If Auntie Wang is willing to come, I'll give her $4,000. At this time Uncle Air interjected. Sha Lang, ah, your fish pond are not even done yet, wait to do it again. Shin Lang sniffed and said nothing more. However, Shin Lang is very confident, has the system he cannot do up, then he still live what, might as well crash. Sure enough, things are as Shin Lang thought. After eating, Shin Lang opened Shake. Just see a few 99 plus incomparable eye-catching. This video of him has exploded. Now there are also more than 10,000 likes. The comments are even more diverse. There are photos of beautiful women begging for fishing, there are those who ask for the address, and there are those who are shady. However, there were a few comments that made him a bit puzzled. From an xin. And there were quite a few such comments. Shin Lang directly jumped to Li Anshin's Jitterbug homepage. Good guy, it directly made Shin Lang look silly. Shin Lang remembered that Li Anshin used to be full of her own live slices and life videos. Now the front piece all turned into Shin Lang sent her fishing video. There was also a collection of car hanging fish plus fishing videos. And every video had at least a few thousand likes. The one with the most likes had reached over 100,000. And her fans had risen directly from the previous 10,000 or 20,000 to nearly 100,000. It had to be said that she knew about traffic. But what pleased Xin Lang was that each of her videos would top her own comments in the comments section, and it sure Quan Reservoir Giant Things Paradise. No wonder there were so many people at his place, so it wasn't that he was on fire, but that she had brought him on fire. But this made Xin Lang a little anxious. He had to contact the fish resources. But when he opened the system, once again dumbfounded. Name, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Quan Reservoir. Water area, 7,201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 215 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current field, 280 a day. Current number of anglers, none. Why has it become 280 a day? Chapter 8, Lianxin's arrival, live streaming change of career. Xin Lang thought for half a day without being allowed to do so. He could only guess that a school of fish had swum in from the underground dark river. The matter of casting fish was obviously not so urgent, but Xin Lang was still prepared to contact the fishmonger, just in case. And he also knew about the angler's obsession with big fish, so he decided to raise the multiplier first in the future. The more big fish in it, then the stronger the attraction to the fishing guy. So Xin Lang put all his money inside the multiplier. And the multiplier changed from 215 to 217. But the probability of 17 times is pitifully low, only 0.1%. Xin Lang hadn't upgraded the minimum multiplier, he actually had his own thoughts. If the lower limit of the multiplier was upgraded too high, then all of them would be big fish. The average fisherman might not be able to catch any of them, which was not favorable in Xin Lang's understanding. After getting the system multiplier, Xin Lang finally contacted the merchant selling the fish. However, he realized that the carload of fish would cost anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 to $100,000. If you want a big shipment, such as more than 10 caddies, it's even more than $100,000 a carload. For the current Xin Lang, he definitely did not have that much money to get a car. But he was interested in the 100,000 plus fish. If each one is more than 10 pounds, if there is a high multiplier, it must not be hundreds of pounds. Thinking about it made Xin Lang's blood boil. One could only hope that those fishing guys would make more money for themselves. The next morning, Xin Lang came to the reservoir early. He thought he was early enough. He didn't realize that there were already 3 cars parked at the edge of the reservoir. There were a few people there pointing and saying something. A few people saw Xin Lang's arrival and hurriedly walked over, and the leader was the very best 3 swordsmen. "Boss, good morning." "Boss. Good morning. Boss. Have you eaten yet?" At this time, a few people came down from the next car when they heard the sound. There were a total of 8 people in this line. When they saw Xin Lang come, they all gathered around. Xin Lang was also startled by the situation. He hurriedly said, "Good morning, everyone." After exchanging pleasantries with them, Xin Lang said, "Today's market 280 day, fish catch free, back to the fish according to the market price." Xin Lang thought about it last night, yesterday's publicity that was immediate. Since he is not short of big goods here, let them take it is. And according to the system's calculation standard, each fish will only multiply once when it enters the reservoir, and that time will depend on their lives. After all, the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability is. If he upgrades the multiplier higher in the future, he will definitely have to cast new fish in to brush the multiplier. So now these multiplier fish, Xin Lang felt it was best they all take away. Wow, boss atmosphere. "Boss, are you doing charity?" Obviously they were all confident in their skills. Xin Lang also did not nag with them. One by one, after collecting the money, he let them go find their own position to fish. Only after everyone had left, did the 3 musketeers come over to pay the money. "Boss, give us a pack of that bait from yesterday." Obviously they didn't want others to know that the boss had this kind of good stuff. Only 1 pack a day, 200 per pack. Not boss, not bad. Don't want it, forget it. Want. After paying the money, Xin Lang took out the bait from the system and gave it to them. The 3 of them were also glad that they didn't talk to those people about the fish bait at the beginning, otherwise they wouldn't necessarily have their own in the future. And they discussed it. In the future, they didn't talk to others, and looked for the boss to secretly buy it every day. After a short while, another car came. The man was surprised as soon as he got down. "Wow! It's really here, how did someone find it in such a remote place?" "Boss, where is the boss?" Xin Lang was also pulling the rod at this time, was preparing to fish. To put it mildly, he had not caught a single fish since he contracted this place himself. This record is really a bit humiliating to say. He was thinking that with the 280 entrance fee today, he would definitely be able to make a clean break, but he didn't expect that someone else would come just as he was getting ready to fish. "Here, come down." Xin Lang waved his hand to the top. The man saw Xin Lang also picked up his equipment and walked down. After understanding that this person is from the next county, drove over early in the morning. Originally he was holding the mindset of trying, but he did not expect the online address to be true, which surprised him. Shinlang also talked to him about the rules and let him pay to go fishing. Shinlang just cast a rod to fish. Above the car came again. Hey, it looks like the fish can't be caught. Shinlang can only go to the side of the dam, sat up and waited for people to come fishing. Sure enough, within a few minutes, another car came. This time down was a beautiful woman. Who was it if not Shinlang's old classmate, Lianxin? Shinlang, surprise. Lianxin walked towards Shinlang as soon as she got out of the car. The current Lianxin had changed a lot from what Shinlang remembered. The previous Lianxin basically had a plain face, probably because her family's condition was not very good, and her dress was also rather plain. And now Lianxin was dressed in a fashionable outfit and wore light makeup. It looks a lot prettier and very eye-catching, but less of that natural beauty from before. Yo! Big beauty ah! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Lianxin looked at the reservoir and said. Wow, already so many people, I thought I came early enough. Shinlang also laughed and said. Thanks to your blessing, my place is about to become a Netflix attraction too. Then, how are you going to thank me? Lianxin brought her head over and said somewhat playfully. A fragrant breeze drifted in, subconsciously shrinking back. How would Big Netflixly want me to thank you? Look at you like that. Lianxin glanced at Shinlang, and that look seemed to be seducing. How about I go live here and help you publicize, we'll split the proceeds 55%. Shinlang stared blankly. You're dancing live here in my fish pond? What are you thinking? I do face anchor all rely on those Big Brother reward, there is this opportunity one want to transform into a fishing anchor. Shinlang felt that she had an idea, but fishing anchor is so good? Without technology, it is also difficult to mix in this line, but Shinlang is not good to say it. Right, you said the earnings are? Naturally the live broadcast earnings, later bring goods those earnings and so on. Shinlang looked at the old classmate in front of him, thought for a moment and said. I do not want your earnings, you live here is. Shinlang naturally knows what Lianxin means. But he had the system in place, naturally he didn't need her little reward for live broadcasting. Moreover, Lianxin gave Shinlang the feeling that she valued money a little too much, and from the point of view of her current style of doing things, she was thunderous and ruthless. Yesterday was still a face anchor who shouted brother in front of the video. Now it wants to seize this wave of traffic to be a fishing anchor. For Lianxin, Shinlang admired, but he also knew that such a woman was not something he could handle. If it is not handled well, there may be disputes behind, which Shinlang does not want to see. Lianxin was obviously a little disappointed. However, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately adjusted. Then we have a deal. You can't kick me out, oh? That's natural, Big Beautiful Li is a beautiful sight here. Shinlang chatted with her for a while longer. It also knew some of her thoughts. She had been a face anchor for the past 2 years, all relying on her big brother's reward, not to mention that she also had to run her big brother's relationship behind her back. And some big brothers would also make some unreasonable demands. Lianxin's exact words were. On their reward that 3 million two juju also want to go down the line, what do you think? The words all reflect the contempt for that big brother. Shinlang occasionally struck up a conversation and mostly just listened to Lianxin. Until the next car came here. Chapter 9 Shinlang, I finally know why you don't have a girlfriend yet. The one that came this time was actually a BMW. Shinlang didn't know much about cars, but looking at the style of the car it should be relatively expensive. BMW M8, Tycoon ah. Lianxin suddenly said in surprise, obviously recognizing the car at a glance. Is it expensive? Shinlang came over and asked in a low voice. Not expensive, landed at 3 million or so. Lianxin obviously joked. Shinlang immediately understood the gold content of this car. But such an expensive car to run this kind of countryside road is not afraid of scratching? Although the village is now revitalized, the village roads are hardened, but this road to the reservoir is not hardened. It rained just the day before yesterday, and the road condition is even worse. At this time, a person came down from the car. Shinlang immediately brightened up. Tall figure, decent casual dress, long hair cape, elegant temperament, melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, absolute beauty in the beauty. Eyes wearing as sunglasses, looks even more valiant to the extreme. The beauty saw the two sitting on the curb as soon as she got out of the car, so she walked straight over. Where's the boss? The beauty looked good looking, but her tone was a bit cold. I am. Fishing? 280 a day, the fish catch free, back then according to the market price to go. Just then a clamor interrupted their conversation. Oh, no. Oh, my god, it's a blowout. Dude, you didn't watch the video and come here? With that little Karami's pole. Shinlang looked down, only to see a fishing guy burst the rod, naturally caused everyone to rise. The old man's rod is a corrugated dragon, this Nima is how big the fish are. Obviously that old man was very unconvinced and shouted up there. You bought a fake. I don't know who started to coax again. The old man wasn't discouraged either, and took out his spare rod and was ready to start fighting again. 280 a day is really different. In fact, Shenlang has already received a few messages that the money has arrived. It's just that they are all small fish of 5, 6, 7 or 8 pounds. Of course it was a bit difficult for him to have smaller fish here. Boss, do you have any rods for sale? I'll go down and fish. The pretty girl suddenly said. Ha! What are you doing here without a rod? But this beauty doesn't look like a fisherman. I'm traveling here, so I don't have time to bring a rod, so I'll give you double the price. How about it? Shenlang was speechless. Do I look like someone who lacks that much money? Well, you read people really accurately. Shenlang took out his own collection and said. The original price. I also do not want to greedy you that cheap. Swordwu carp, not bad. Boss, either sell the other stuff too? The beauty looked at Shenlang's other equipment and said. Shenlang had no choice but to send the backpack directly. The beautiful woman scanned the code to pay, walked 2 steps and came back. Is there anything else for the beautiful woman? Where's the bait? The beauty stretched out her hand with a somewhat speechless look. Shenlang's bait used in the morning, thinking that today's fishing cannot, directly thrown into the water to feed the fish, he really does not have a ready-made. But the system is not still 2 packs. 500 a pack. Want it? You extortion? The beauty gasped and laughed, looking at Shenlang's eyes full of ill will. Love it or not, or you find other fishing friends to buy it, I think they are happy to sell it to you. Shenlang said is also the big truth. With this beautiful woman's looks, not to mention selling, Sen will also be the first to compete. 500 on 500. The beautiful woman was perhaps too troublesome, a little impatient to scan the code. Shenlang bought the bait out of the system and walked inside the wooling car pretending to rummage inside the car a few times before taking it out. After the beautiful woman got the bait and looked deeply at Shenlang, she walked towards the reservoir. Shenlang, I finally know why you haven't had a girlfriend for so long. At this time, Lianxin snorted out a laugh. Why? Shenlang is a bit puzzled. Lianxin gave him a blank look, but seeing Shenlang's somewhat confused eyes was also somewhat amusing. You're so straight, do your parents know? Shenlang was speechless. Did he want himself to give it to that beauty? Why? Just because she is a beautiful woman? And the system is to sell yourself 500, no price increase has been very conscientious, okay? Lianxin finished getting up and walked to her car ready to get on. Where are you going? Shenlang was puzzled. Back to the county to buy equipment. Wait, you send me a list, I'm fishing but know nothing about it, remember to teach me tomorrow. Said back to the car to start the car and left. And at this time below again rose a clamor. Shenlang looked down. It turned out to be that the 3 musketeers' successive winning fish made the people next to them envious. Worthy of being an Edison, you guys are too fierce, this has even hit a few shots. Do you have any tips? Share them. Facing the envy of the people around him, who Lu Xian hurriedly snubbed. Yesterday we 3 hair nest, do not envy. He will not tell the thing that this is the bait taken from the boss, tell it in theirs? Shenlang couldn't help but sigh, the system produced was indeed powerful. But it wasn't to an unbelievable degree. Probably 2 to 3 times the attractiveness of ordinary bait. At this moment it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the sun began to be poisonous. Shenlang got some sweat from the sun, but there wasn't anything to shade him from the sun. It seems that we have to get a hut, or else we won't become a dried fish if we sunbathe like this every day. Shenlang took out his cell phone and called his second uncle. He explained the situation, and asked her to talk to the second aunt about the approximate number of people today, and asked her to prepare the noon meal. Hanging up the phone, Shenlang heard the roar of cars again. This time 3 cars came directly. All are off-road vehicles. From the car came out 7 or 8 people. There were both men and women, and the one at the head was lanky and unusual, over 1 meter 9 in height, full of muscles, giving a very brawny feeling. Boss? The big man walked over to Shenlang and asked. His voice was rough, very much in line with this ferocious temperament. Shenlang felt a sense of oppression even standing beside him. Yes. Fishing? Lao Lu, don't scare the boss. At this time, a youth behind him walked over, holding fishing equipment in his hands. My friend looks rough, but he's actually kind-hearted, look at his smile, he's quite cute. That big man even smiled purposely, that smile was even worse than crying. Damn, if you don't say he has a good heart, I can treat him as a murderer. However, Shenlang said on his lips. Well, it can be seen. Boss, that huge thing in yesterday's video was caught by you here, right? Is there any more big stuff inside? At this time, a beautiful woman walked over. Her face was pretty, but she had multiple tattoos on her body, and her expression was a bit frivolous. Of course there are hundreds of pounds, as long as you guys can catch them. Shenlang couldn't help but think of the huge thing from yesterday, it was definitely hundreds. How is it charged? Today's price 280 a day, the fish is free, return the fish at the market price. The crowd was stunned. It wasn't that they felt it was expensive, but it was too cheap. And just then, suddenly someone below shouted out. Someone has been pulled down, save them. Shenlang was startled and looked down. Only to see a person in the water moving quickly. That's right, is moving quickly, like there is something dragging in front. Lang was a little far away to see not very clearly. But it could be seen that he was holding the fishing rod in his hand and not letting go of it, and a giant figure could be vaguely seen weaving in the water in front of him. Holy! What's that? And beside him, the group that had just arrived got a good look. Holy! Such a big fish, a couple 100 pounds. There had been exclamations of admiration. Damn, don't let anything happen. Lang couldn't think of anything else and immediately rushed down. If something happened here, even if he had the system, it might be hard to set things right. Chapter 10 Let go of me, you pervert. But the dam was too far from the water. It usually took a few minutes to walk. Lang ran halfway to see that the man was still gripping the pole and couldn't help but curse. Quickly let go, ah! You don't want to die. Lang shouted as he ran. It was only then that the melon-eating crowd next to the reservoir snapped out of their shock and also began to yell let go quickly. Until Lang ran to the water's edge, the man seemed to have no strength left, and only then did he let go. Lang had wanted to swim over to save him. I did not expect that the silhouette of a beautiful freestyle began to swim back. But Lang was anxious in his heart and did not see it, and jumped in one long jump. He grew up here. The water is not said to be very good, but it is also the upper middle level. Lang swam over in a few strokes, grabbed the man's arm, and then put his own hand around the man's neck, trying to drag him towards the shore. Let go of me, you pervert. A clear female voice rang in her ears. At the same time she pulled her arm in a struggle. Lang took a look. Is not the person who was saved by himself the beautiful woman driving a BMW M8? And it seems that he did touch the softness for a moment in the beginning of his panic. At that time he was worried about her safety and did not care. Don't struggle, I will save you up. Lang saw that she was so uncooperative, and also shouted. But it was already in the water. The beautiful woman struggled again, the water wave after wave. Lang this talk, directly choked a little. Lang endured the discomfort, or fought to swim to the shore. Just at this time, Lang only felt a pain coming from his arm. Subconsciously threw away his hand. Lang took a look. A row of teeth marks appeared on his hand, already bleeding. And he was even more shocked. That beauty began to seem to have sunk and disappeared. This, really do not know death, I'm saving him ah. Lang did not care about the pain in his arm, held his breath and sank to the next one, searching in the water. Only he searched for a while did not see the figure of that beautiful woman. His heart became more and more anxious. But at this moment has held his breath to the limit. Lang can only float out of the water. He anxiously looked around, hoping to see the figure of that beautiful woman struggling. But the surface of the water was calm, only the ripples that swirled around himself. Just as Lang was about to go down to look, he heard a familiar voice coming from the shore. Hey, pervert, still not coming up, are you afraid that I will beat you? Lang froze and fixed his eyes to look. Only to see that the beautiful woman had already stood on the shore at this time, and was looking at herself with fierce eyes. And she was soaking wet. It was the summer wearing thin. At this time the body's concave and convex show the most. Lang did not expect her figure to be so good. And that the eyes she looked over made Lang a little frightened. Now where he did not know that he had made a mess. It turned out that this beauty knew how to swim, and it looked like the water was still a very good kind. Hey boss, you always have to admit when you've eaten tofu, come on up. Yes, come up. At this time a group of people around began to rise up. A look of things are not big enough. Lang had no choice but to swim ashore. Do you believe me when I say, I went to save you? So many people don't go down to save, just you to save me? The beautiful woman said aggressively. Because I'm kind-hearted, right? The beauty looked at Lang with anger and ferocity and said, follow me. Lang himself was at a disadvantage and could only follow silently. Boss, to go on a date first collect our money before you go. The group of people coming from behind also followed. At this moment his flirting said. Lang smiled at the beautiful woman and signaled to wait. Then took out the QR code. How many people fishing? 7. 280 people 7 people is? Wait, I'll do the math. Lang was about to open the computer when he heard that beautiful woman's voice from behind him. 1960. Hurry up. Obviously she was a little impatient. Lang also did the math and it was exactly 1960. He could not help but look at the beauty. Arithmetic ability can What are you looking at? Elementary school students can calculate, still use a calculator, hurry up. Said head also did not return upward. Lang was a little embarrassed. Collected the money and followed. To the dam, the beauty said. Is there a place to change clothes, have clean clothes? Lang then reacted and hurriedly said. Below is our village, go to my house to change it. After saying this, he walked towards his wooling. Come here, where to go? Get in the car and lead the way Lang turned back. At this moment the beauty is standing in front of his M8 car angrily looking at Lang. Lang had no choice but to walk over and sit in the passenger seat. The beauty turned the car around and drove toward the bottom of the mountain. On the way, the beautiful woman has been black-faced. Lang also knowingly did not open his mouth to speak. But Lang did figure out why. It seemed that he was still a bit careless. The culprit should be that package of bait. The packet he gave to Huluxian and the others was written for small fish. Then it should be attractive to small fish and a small portion to medium and large fish. It could be seen from the fact that basically what came when they fished was under 10 pounds. And Shen Lang gave this beauty a bait that attracted medium-sized fish. Then the ones that came to bite the bait must be medium-sized fish or above. Judging from the size of that fish in the water, it is likely that it is the giant that Shen Lang saw yesterday, or a bigger fish than the one yesterday. After all, Shen Lang didn't know exactly how many big goods there were inside this reservoir. With this beauty's small body, it would be strange if she could manage it. And she is also stubborn, was dragged into the water, hard not to let go, directly dragged by that fish. Soon under Shen Lang's guidance, the car stopped in front of Shen Lang's house. Shen Lang's second aunt heard the sound of a car rushed out to check. Seeing Shen Lang coming down from the car, this was a relief. Shen Lang, why are you back? Didn't you say that there is a lot of fishing up there? Ouch, why is your body all wet? Shen Lang did not explain but said, Second aunt, find a set of clean clothes to let this beautiful woman change first, I'll go change clothes too. At this time, the second aunt saw the beautiful woman coming out from the main driver. When she saw the beauty, she was also lost in thought for a moment. Where had they seen such a beautiful girl in the countryside? It was almost like she came out of the TV. She hurriedly went forward and said, Sister, how also wet, quickly with me into the house. Said pulling the beauty toward the house. When entering the house, also gave Shen Lang a rather meaningful look. Shen Lang, helpless, went up to the second floor and casually found a dress to change. When he changed and went downstairs, the second aunt and the beautiful woman had not yet come out. Shen Lang came to the kitchen and saw that Shen Wenwen was taking the fire out of the burner, and a smell of rice came from inside the pot. This is the firewood rice that can only be eaten in the countryside. It looks like it should be almost cooked, and the back is to use the remaining fire coals to bake out the potpourri. Shen Lang had loved this bite since he was a child, it was really fragrant. Wen, where's your dad? Just went out not long ago, with the uncle next door, seems to be on the reservoir. Shen Lang realized, at first he called the second uncle to ask people to go up there to repair a hut, it seems they took the path. And from the problems that have arisen now, one has to buy some life preservers. It would be best to arrange another lifeguard with good water skills. Back like today's situation will surely happen again, the safety work must be done. And at that moment, Auntie Tu's voice came from behind her. Shen Lang, you said this morning that there were a dozen people, I don't know if the pot of rice I cooked is enough. Shen Lang turned around to look, only to see Auntie Air walking in. And behind her was standing a pavilion beauty. She was now wearing Auntie Tu's flowery clothes, which looked a bit short because of her figure being a bit taller than Auntie Tu, but she wore a different flavor. How can I say it, it's like the kind of alternative runway on a fashion catwalk. It was true that there were no unattractive clothes, only unattractive people. Chapter 11. This kind of woman is really too fierce, although beautiful, but absolutely cannot marry home. Lu Muqing felt that he had been unlucky to the extreme recently. First, his unreliable father said that he met a young handsome man while fishing and asked himself to go on a blind date. She naturally disagreed, there is no such father. What kind of father is there? A chairman of a conglomerate, all he does is go fishing all day long. He leaves everything to himself and his brother. And now he wants to be involved in his own life's events. She was so angry that she ran away from home. Yesterday when she passed by and saw a fish tied to the back of a car, she thought the world had gone mad. These damn fishing guys. But then again, she's a very tough sort of character. Probably a personality that was developed in the company. So she decided to catch a big fish and hit her unreliable dad hard. Unexpectedly, the fish did not catch their own, actually be fish to drag down. And even more annoying, also ran into a sex maniac. It is really unlucky things are piled up. But in hindsight, it seems that the boss really did not mean it. But it was also something unforgivable. She glared fiercely at the man in front of her again, and then returned to her car to rest her eyes. Shen Lang looked at the beautiful woman who returned to the car and was a bit resentful. This kind of woman is too fierce. In the future to marry a daughter-in-law certainly cannot marry this kind, otherwise the rest of life is not good off. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Although it is indeed quite beautiful. Because there are guests at home, Shen Lang did not rush back to the reservoir. The second aunt has taken her clothes to the wash. This weather, coupled with the washing machine drying, it will not take long to dry out. But it was not to be. Not a moment later the second uncle called. The second uncle has arrived at the reservoir. Need Shen Lang go up to discuss how to build a house, and also some new people noisy. Let Shen Lang quickly go to collect money, they good fishing. Shen Lang and the second aunt said hello and walked outside, originally wanted to say hello to the beautiful woman in the car. But seeing that she was resting with her eyes closed, she did not bother. After all, it is possible that after today, they will not necessarily see each other again for the rest of their lives. The car did not drive, Shen Lang could only walk along the path toward the reservoir. When walking to the reservoirs already out of breath, too long without exercise, walking such a series of uphill roads is indeed a bit tiring. He just reached the dam. There were a few young people gathered around. Shenlang talked to them about the rules, collected money, and then rested there, really did not want to move. Second uncle saw Shenlang also walk over, followed by a middle-aged man. It was the uncle next door. The uncle's name is Shenfucking, is also a relative, seems to be from the old master's generation, is a brother. Anyway, their entire village came down from one ancestor. Young people nowadays, they're exhausted after walking a few steps. Second uncle teased. Shenlang was a little embarrassed and stood up to greet the two men. Xiaolang, you just made it 2 days ago. Today there are so many people, how did you do it? Second uncle learned carpentry when he was young, the old craft kind, and now also often look for work inside the county, so the idea is still open. He naturally knows what Shenlang did this called. Shenlang called the second uncle to repair a cabin, naturally because of the second uncle's craftsmanship. Shenfucking also said. Xiaolang, so many people can make a lot of money in a day. Shenlang could only be vague. Now the network is developed, they are all over through the network. As for making money, it's okay, today a person received 280. My goodness, Xiaolang has made a fortune. Shenfucking looked at those people below and was somewhat staggered. This 280 for one person, how much for so many people in a day? It's not much, they have to return the fish when they catch them. But where do they specifically know so much? They have been living here for decades, they still don't know how many fish are in there. Not to mention a day, even if you let you fish for a week, how much can you catch? And the second uncle looked at Shenlang's eyes full of appreciation. He had watched Shenlang grow up since he was a child, and now that this child has made a fortune, he was naturally very pleased. Second uncle, Uncle Fu, just fix it to that vacant lot by the road. Shenlang pointed to a vacant lot next to the dam and said. He also had a plan. In the future, the water was definitely going to rise, so it would be fine to just fix the dam and level it, how high it rises. Build a lounge, a small living room, a kitchen, a large dining room, and it's best to build a few toilets around it. Shenlang spoke out his thoughts. Second uncle immediately understood after hearing this. After all, he was specialized in doing this. How much is the budget? Is it just a shelter from the wind and rain, or is it at the standard of ABB? Let me tell you, Xiaolang, if you keep having so many people here in the future, you can actually make ABB. It's so far away from the county, many people don't want to go back when it's too late, and you can charge money for fishing and lodging. The second uncle opened the box and began to talk. Shenlang hadn't thought about it that much. But after hearing what second uncle said, he felt that it was really feasible. He had a systematic payback, and actually didn't care about making that little bit of money. But it occurred to him that if he made ABB, then he could call all these folks in his hometown to run it. Otherwise, if he made a fortune on his own and didn't bring along this piece of land that nurtured him, he felt overjoyed. However, this budget would be a bit high. If you want to get it right, the cheapest would be millions. The second uncle was a bit resentful when he finished speaking. Millions of dollars. This was not something that a family like theirs could come up with. He and Shenlang so close, naturally know whether Shenlang has money. Shenlang heard this and thought about it and said. Second uncle, first get this reception of the wooden house by the roadside, and slowly plan for the back, maybe I'll be rich by then. Second uncle laughed. I'm just saying, in case no one comes to live there after it's fixed, that's not a waste. After discussing some more details, the three of them drove down the mountain. Because the second aunt called to say that the meal was ready, and asked them to drive to load it. So the three drove the Hongguang to the house. But Shenlang saw from afar that the BMW M8 was gone. It seemed to have dried its clothes and changed and left. Although he knew that he and that beautiful woman would not have any intercourse, Shenlang's heart was still a little empty. Loaded all the meals on the car, the group came to the reservoir again. This time, they called Wenwen up to help as well. Come up for lunch. Shenlang shouted down below. Countless heads looked upwards. Free, free. Shenlang shouted again. Boss atmosphere. Boss business is booming. So one after another, people began to walk up, but there were still some people who didn't move. But it was also fortunate that some people didn't come, or else the meals they made would really be a bit insufficient. And some of them had really big meals, especially that fierce big man, who ate the same amount as 3 or 4 people. At that moment, there was a clamor from below. The people who were eating ran to the dam and looked down. Auntie Tu's heart snapped at the sight. The dam was more than 10 meters high. Be safe, she shouted with some anxiety. And none of the crowd paid any attention to him. Shenlang also looked downward, only to see that a fishing guy below was struggling to drag his rod, but his body was still sliding forward. A few anglers next to him had already held his waist. At this time, it was caught in a tug of war. Suddenly the water lapped away, drawing another gasp. Wow! This reservoir is simply terrifying, it's like a giant paradise. Chapter 12. Such a big fish, can you really take it away? Because they had just finished eating, everyone was not in a hurry to fish, so they watched the fishing old walk the fish. I have to say, this fishing guy's technique is okay. After the previous period of power, a person can also walk slowly. Fishing is a skillful job, and there are so many things to learn. Some people are in the Air Force every day, and those masters are in the air every day. Of course, the network era, a lot of things are fake fishing, posing for a lot. Xin Lang could not help but think that if those masters came here to fish, would it be interesting? Time slowly passed, some fishing guys watched for a while and went to their own position to fish. Some were still watching with great interest. Finally, after more than 2 hours of fierce battle, the fish finally lost its strength and began to surface. Yo, it's a big-headed fish. Boss, there are all kinds of fish here. The big-head fish, also known as big-head carp, is a very favorite species of fish among anglers. Because this kind of fish is usually bigger, it is very exciting to walk. Theoretically, big-head carp can grow to 100 or so dozens of pounds. Xin Lang is a little curious about whether his system can break through the limits of these fish. If you can't break through the limit, then the top is only 200 pounds. If you can break through the limit, then it's fun. You can think about it, when a fishing man caught a huge thing, thought it was some kind of big fish species, pull up to see. It's actually a few dozen pounds of carp. It didn't take long for the fish to have been caught. When landing, Xin Lang heard the system beep at the same time. Li Kuei caught 5 catties, 9.6 times equals 48 catties, big head carp 1. Congratulations on obtaining 9216 yuan Chinese coins. Xin Lang started filming on the side after eating. Such a good publicity material, it's good to not use it. This big head carp weighed in at 48 pounds. The length is also almost 1 meter 4.5. The big head carp has a big head and looks bloated, that's why it's about the same length as the one caught by the 3 musketeers yesterday. But the big head carp looks bigger than the mackerel. There was some more photo taking and videotaping. Take it away yourself or go back to the fish. Xin Lang saw that his material was almost done, walked over and said, "Such a big fish, really can take away?" The fishing man was a little disbelieving. Some fish pond owners say that the catch is free, but after catching a big fish, they are not allowed to take it away. Because big fish are very rare, taking one away is one less. A fish like this one that was almost 50 pounds was already the town treasure of many fishing grounds. Put it back if you don't want to take it away, I'll calculate how much I'll get back to you. Take it away, take it away. The fishing man said hurriedly. Little cutie. It's not going to be taken away. Remembering the scenery of those 3 people inside the county yesterday, the fishing guy got a little excited. Today it was finally his turn. So he called on his friend who came along to pack up his fishing gear. Not fishing? Xin Lang was puzzled, there was still half a day left. Not fishing, here back to the county have to be an hour and a half, too late to go back to the dark, cannot see. At this time next to a big brother said jokingly, "You are afraid that others cannot see it." Ha 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 ha. The surrounding people all knowingly laughed. But looking at that fish was filled with envy. The fishing man dragged the 48-pound fish away. And the people left behind got even more energized. No one knows whether the next one up is this dozens of pounds of giant things. Xin Lang also opened the system and began to inventory the morning's harvest. The morning actually looked lively, on the fish is not particularly much. In addition to the 3 musketeers used their own small fish bait on a person on the outside of 10 or so. Everyone else combined did not have 20 fish. It seems that Xin Lang still underestimated the role of this bait. By the way, where's the rest of that pretty girl's bait? She was dragged into the water not long after she went down, so I didn't see the rest? Could it have been taken into the water? Xin Lang just thought about it and didn't care much about it, it's just a package of bait. Something that can be refreshed tomorrow morning. So a total of 20 or so people in the morning, on 58 fish. And 1 48-pound big head carp. The others were all small fish under 20 pounds. And Xin Lang's bank card balance had reached 12,878 yuan. Xin Lang was really a little afraid to imagine that he had earned so much in just half a day. But what he didn't expect even more was that giants had such a strong attraction to fishing guys. In this way Xin Lang had an idea of cultivating all the big fish. And Xin Lang also saw that only when big fish were caught, people would be excited. Even if they don't fish it themselves, they will watch it there for half a day. And so many people today were also attracted here because of the video of the big fish yesterday. So going the boutique route seems like a good way to go. Inside the antique line does not say that there is a saying, 3 years do not open, open to eat 3 years. If the back dozens of times, a fish may be more than 100,000 cash back, a day as long as those fishing guys on a up, that also what bicycle. Xin Lang opened his own system panel to look up. Name, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Shirquan Reservoir. Water area, 7,201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 217 times the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current field, 880 a day effective after 12 o'clock. Current number of anglers, Huluxian 339, Lujian 339, Wanghao 339, Yajun 348. Lu Muqing 429. He froze when he saw 880 a day. It went up again. Could it be that he adjusted the multiplier? But the multiplier is not adjusted today. Xin Lang guessed that the field was determined by the density, size, and category of the fish. But he did not throw fish into it, which makes Shen Lang somewhat puzzled. And this 880 a day will not be too expensive? Do you want to upgrade the area of the water to adjust the price? Shen Lang thought about it, or forget it, this entrance fee as a threshold. Shen Lang subconsciously looked again in the list of fishing. When he saw the name Lu Muching, he stopped. That beauty was originally called this name, it was quite nice. In the next second, Shen Lang shook his head. What are you thinking about? When you make money, you are still afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend. The afternoon was very calm, no one was dragged down again, and did not rise another big fish of more than 30 or 40 pounds. 3 musketeers without Shen Lang's bait in the afternoon only caught 1 or 2. In the afternoon, all of them only caught more than 20 fish. Shen Lang income 3,478 yuan, today's system total income of nearly 15,000. Collected entrance fee 7,000, back to the fish more than 5,000, and earned more than 1,000. Shen Lang could not help but sigh, this money is really good And this is just the beginning, after all, this point today is far from the limit of the waters now. Now the area of the reservoir should be able to accommodate hundreds of people fishing at the same time. Small is a little small, but Shen Lang can only make do, after all, inside the pocket is really no money. Wait until you earn more money in a couple days. Chapter 13 The internet is on fire again, and beautiful women are pulled down to feed the fish. Many fishing guys said they could still continue to fight, hoping that Shen Lang could allow them to fish at night as well. Where did Shen Lang dare to agree? The scene of that beautiful woman being dragged into the water during the day was still hovering in Shen Lang's mind. There were no lights here at night, what if anyone was dragged into the water? Now there are no safety facilities. The anglers had no choice but to drive away one by one. When they left, they did not forget to remind Shen Lang. Boss, be early tomorrow, don't sleep in. Of course Shen Lang pretended not to hear. Today he didn't come to the reservoir until 7 o'clock, and by this time there were already 3 cars waiting. God knows what time these fishing guys came. Back home, the meal was already ready. During the meal Shen Lang mentioned that thing again. Second aunt, from now on you'll go up there and cook, like I said yesterday, I'll give you $6,000 a month. Today, second uncle didn't say anything, and encouraged. Go ahead, I think this project can work out for Xiao Lang, but Xiao Lang, the $6,000 is still too much. Shen Lang smiled and said. Second uncle, it's not much, it's the head of the back kitchen. Shen Lang suddenly thought of something and said. Why don't we do it this way, every month the second aunt 3,000, the second aunt you open another small supermarket there, just sell some cigarettes, water, fishing gear, and so on. The second aunt said. Who would want to sell that stuff? But as soon as she said that, her second uncle interrupted her. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Then he looked at Shen Lang and said. Xiao Lang, I'm old and can't keep up with the times, but I think highly of you. I don't want your salary, so how about I just run the kiosk? Shen Lang has always felt that the second uncle is very smart, just by the life is bound. Otherwise, how could he have supported this family just in the countryside? Okay, second uncle, then tomorrow first build that cabin. Don't worry, it's already been arranged, tomorrow we'll call the excavator to come and level it out, and the timber processing plant is already laying down material. Second uncle, is there a watery one with good physical strength who can save people in the water? The second uncle also knows what happened during the day, he knows the seriousness of this matter, so he thought for a moment and said. There is one, your brother Bishing was drifting in the sea for the first 2 years, his water ability is no good, he has not gone out this year, just don't know if he is willing to come. Shen Lang remembered who it was as soon as he heard the name. Shen Bishing is also his cousin, a few years ago in the coastal area to follow the boat to go out to sea to fish, the previous 2 years of the new year also heard him bragging about how powerful is waterborne. And they also had to learn first aid on the water when they went out to sea. Those who have fought in the sea should be child's play in dealing with such small pools of water. And it was the period when fishing was prohibited, so he was still at home. In the future, the reservoir upgraded waters later one person is certainly impossible to look after all the reservoir, after all, if the dam is now according to its height, if the water is full, it is more than 10 square kilometers of water. This is not Shen Lang's nonsense, the reservoir was this wide in the past. Wait, I'll go out and ask. After eating dinner, Shen Lang took a walk to eliminate food while walking towards Shen Bishing's home. The entire village was still relatively concentrated, Shen Bishing's house and his house were only 2 minutes away. When Shen Lang arrived, he saw that his family was still eating. Also did not go in, strolling on the village path. At the same time while walking, he took out his cell phone and played. Inside WeChat, Lianxin sent him 2 messages. An xin bu xin, video link. An xin bu xin, video link. An xin bu xin, another big shipment today? Shen Lang opened the video to take a look, another car hanging behind the fish skidding the street picture. That fish is exactly the big head fish caught today. And this time, the one who sent the video is actually the same blogger from yesterday. I don't know why he is so idle, all day on the street. Because of the diversion of yesterday's video, this video was even hotter. The comments below are all over the place. And the blogger even put the address at the top of the comments. Everyone don't ask me for the address, I'll directly post it here. We are here in Anyuan County, that fish pond is in Shirkwan village, if you want to come, directly navigate. Thousands of comments directly below this comment. Wait for me, the distance is only 50 kilometers, I'll leave right away. More than 1,000 kilometers, brothers see you in the final round. You guys don't want to come, the information is fake, I've experimented for you. Brothers above, are you afraid that you won't have any fishing if everyone comes? Shinlang then remembered that the video he shot had not been edited and sent out, so he sent the original video to Lianshin and asked her to edit it and send a copy to himself. At the same time, under this video commented A. Shirkwan Reservoir welcomes everyone. Unexpectedly, someone commented below in the next second. Capture the rightful owner alive, boss leave a spot tomorrow, I'll be there first thing in the morning. And the second video that Lianshin sent to Shinlang was actually the whole process of Lumuching being pulled down. This video was even hotter. The vaguely visible outline of the big fish made people look and feel incredible. This kind of video in the whole network is also considered a unique one. In the past, there may be people who have been pulled down by the fish. But like she was pulled down and did not let go, the fish continued to drag away really did not appear. Plus the one who posted the video was also a title party. Shocking. Beauty dragged into rapids by man eating giant catfish. Terrifying underwater dragging footage revealed. Experts urgently warn, don't go to these waters. But netizens are still quite rational, and the comments are lively. This fish is absolutely open. Suggested to rigorously investigate whether the fishing rod is using the undead chop from Only Wolf. Is it okay to catch a fish to trigger a boss battle? Fish, extra meal today. Man, lose weight today. Double win. Dog's had to save his life. Fish, after fishing for so long, I finally caught a man. The fishing line in the actual test video withstands a pulling force of over 200 N, at least it is a number 8 PE line. Advise all wild fishing to always wear a safety line. Blood lesson. The 114th day of rebirth, I was caught dead in my previous life, I took over the giant catfish, revenge plan is very successful. Wait, this plot, am I taking the wrong script? Shenlang was speechless. This session of netizens did have something. But there were also some detective-type netizens who found something. Did you guys realize that this place is the same as the waters of that video yesterday? Upstairs, this just realized that I'm already on my way forward. After brushing the comments for a while longer, Shinlang knew that his reservoir might really be on fire, bursting into flames kind of thing. And at this time Lianshin has already sent the edited video over, while sending a thank you. Thank you old classmate, remember to teach me to fish tomorrow. Shinlang sent the video to the top of the account. Looking at the time, walked towards Shin Bishing's home. Shinlang explained his intentions, and Shin Bishing was also happy to agree. After all, if you don't have to leave your hometown and still make money, who wants to go out? And Shinlang gave him a very sizable salary, 6,000 a month, and can also pay social security if he develops well in the future. It's a deal. Tomorrow you first go to the county town to help me purchase life jackets, those, first at 20 sets of it, I'll transfer the money to you later. That's fine, tomorrow I'll go to the county town first. Shin Bishing agreed with alacrity. Shinlang transferred $5,000 to Shin Bishing and told him to talk to himself again if it wasn't enough. After chatting with Shin Bishing about family matters for a while longer, and waiting until it was dark, Shinlang left. Shinlang realized that he was now very short of money, especially short. Upgrading the system is a bottomless pit, and now the infrastructure of the fish pond are still tens of thousands of dollars. However, Shinlang did not worry too much. He believed that with the help of the system, he would soon get out of this predicament. Chapter 14: Upgrading the reservoir is imperative now. Back home, Shinlang had nothing to do and started playing King. This was also an entertainment program that he did not have much of. But in these 2 years there have been many friends who have retired from the pit. The once envied King segment of himself was also a rotten existence. This game has actually lost the meaning of entertainment, but Shinlang really can't find something to replace it. Logged into the game and knelt a few times in a row on top of the peak match. Shinlang uninstalled the game in a fit of rage and vowed never to play again. But after an hour, he clicked into the application mall again and clicked to download the game. During the wait, Shinlang just fell asleep in a daze. Shinlang had a dream in which he caught a 10,000-pound fish in his reservoir. The whole world was shocked, and all the news media came to interview him. He became a world celebrity. His fishing grounds also became a tourist attraction. When he was about to say some testimonials, he heard a phone ringing. Who is calling to disturb my speech at this time? Only at this time did Shinlang awaken with a start, so it was a dream. The lights were still on, and it seemed that he had forgotten to turn them off yesterday. Outside the house, the sky has already dawned. Pick up the cell phone, is a strange number. Shinlang heart some angry, this early in the morning to call to disturb their dreams. Answering the phone, it was a male voice. Hey boss, get up, toll fishing. Nervous. Shinlang hung up the phone and looked at the time, only 6:30. These fishing guys don't need to sleep? So early to come. But how did they get their phone number? At this time the phone rang again. Shinlang picked up and yelled. Big brother, don't you need to sleep? What time is it? But a familiar voice came from the phone. Xiaolang, it's me, second uncle, quickly come up, here already many people. Shenlang immediately lost his temper. Second uncle went up to work so early, what else could he say? But in the future, we have to put up a sign stating the business hours, it is impossible to serve these masters 24 hours a day. Shenlang got up and dressed, dragging his somewhat sleepy body to the reservoir. Sure enough, there are already a dozen people here. However, no one went down to fish, and then realized that there were a few fishing guys went down, and was scolded back by the second uncle. There are still a few old acquaintances in there. Half of them had been here yesterday, and the three musketeers were clearly inside. Good morning, boss. Boss didn't disturb your rest. Shenlang didn't want to bother with him, listening to the voice was the kid who called. Today 881 person, the same fish catch free, back to the fish market price. As soon as Shenlang's words fell, someone yelled out. No way, boss, yesterday it was 280, today it's 880, you won't just sit on your ass when you see you're on fire. Yeah, 880 is a bit expensive. Shenlang was too lazy to care about them, originally woken up early in the morning with a belly full of anger. Those who want a fish pay up, those who don't can go back. 880 catch free, or this kind of giant, you guys still think it's too expensive? What are you thinking? Really think the boss is doing charity? At this time, Lu Jian walked up and said. Boss, 3 people. Lu Jian said as he picked up his cell phone. Shenlang looked at him appreciatively, it's not in vain that I sold all the bait to you guys, kudos. Lu Jian's 3 people paid the money and did not leave, so they watched from the side. Shenlang naturally knew what they were waiting for. Seeing someone pay, the people behind one after another also paid. After all, who came to fish so early, which is not a fishing man in the ashes of the player? Those few people were just complaining. Only after the people had all gone down did Lu Jian's 3 walk over. Boss, today's bait. Shenlang was not ambiguous and directly took it out and handed it to him. Lu Jian paid and said. Boss, is it really only 1 packet a day? Why don't you sell us a few more packets? Double the price is fine. Shenlang also wanted to buy a few more packs, but the system it did not give up. Moreover, after Shenlang knew the attraction of this bait to the fish, he didn't dare to sell the ones for medium-sized and large fish randomly. This thing is not something that ordinary people can't hold up. If you don't want it, you can give it back to me. Shenlang said jokingly. Only to see the 3 windy away, fearing that Shenlang took the bait back. Only after the 3 left did the second uncle come over and said. The digger will be here soon, level the ground today, the day after tomorrow I'll call someone to make a foundation, when it's dry, we can start building the house. Second uncle hard work, how much money I want to give you a little bit of the night first. Shenlang doesn't have much money now, it's definitely not enough, but looking at today's situation people will definitely not be less, should be able to get on quite a lot of fish. It's fine, pay together when it's finished, second uncle still has this face. Shenlang also did not say anything, can drag a few days that is naturally the best. At this time a big car towing a large excavator slowly came. Second uncle went to negotiate some, the excavator began to work. Things are also very simple, just leveling the site, digging 2 large septic tanks. Then Shenlang obviously thought things were simple. After 7 o'clock the cars came to the dam one after another. Shenlang completely underestimated the degree of heat in his place. Almost 8 o'clock has come to 20 or 30 cars, and is still coming one after another. The car is already on the dam full of parking, many can only park on the way to the road. Shenlang look at this situation, if more people come later, the road must not be blocked. So Shenlang and uncle discussed, the dam next to a small hill flat, later used to do parking lot. This time the project began to be big. The excavator may have to dig for a day or 2, but it can first level out this side of the house without affecting the construction. Old classmate, busy? Shenlang was collecting money when a female voice sounded. Shenlang looked up, who was it if not Lianqin? And beside her was a youth carrying something, it looked like it was her assistant or something. Maybe I can't teach you to fish today, look at me here. Shenlang had promised others to teach fishing yesterday, but with this situation today, he had to collect money and watch the construction, so he was really busy. It's okay, you're busy, I'll just go find a place by myself. After saying that, Lianqin greeted the young man and prepared to go down. However, she had just taken 2 steps when she heard Shenlang's voice. Hey, pay the fishing fee, today is 880. Lianqin turned her head and looked at Shenlang with some surprise. No way, my fishing fee is also to be charged? Shenlang does not want to charge, but the system does not allow confiscate the fishing fee has no money to earn, Shenlang cannot help. Open door business, understand. Lianqin's face changed. Shenlang, I think you can't find a girlfriend in this life. Lianqin saw the gazes thrown by the people around her, and could only leave this sentence, paid the fishing fee and walked downwards. Shenlang had thought that he would be busy all morning. But after he collected the fishing fees from the 2 middle-aged uncles, the system's voice sounded. The current number of anglers in the waters has reached the upper limit, please host upgrade the waters area. Shen Lang froze and looked down to the reservoir, only to see the shore is densely packed with people. Originally the water's area is not very large, now densely packed with fishing rods. And Shen Lang opened the system panel and counted, there were already 110 people fishing. It seems that upgrading the area of the reservoir is imperative. Chapter 15 Brother, how about selling this fish to me? I'll pay double the price. The time now is already 10 o'clock in the morning. One after another, people are still coming. Vehicles have almost blocked the concrete road below. Shen Lang could only apologize and explain the situation. But most of those fishing guys actually did not choose to leave, but came to the reservoir below to choose to spectate. The largest number of onlookers is naturally the Three Musketeers. Perhaps it is because of the 880 fishing fee today, plus they used the system-produced bait. So today they are simply masters possessed, continuous rod constantly. Seeing the people next to them was a continuous applause. Shen Lang also walked over because he didn't receive the fishing guys anymore. Taking a look at their fish guards, good lord, each person must have at least 20 fish. Boss, you're still undercharging this $880, this is directly being dished a few thousand off. Next to a fishing man watching the battle said, Boss, the fishing conditions here are too good, I'll definitely come early tomorrow. It's true that the first one to catch a big fish here is simply too good. Have you noticed that their bait is particularly fragrant? Shen Lang certainly didn't care. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. Could the system's algorithm still be wrong? These three people fished a lot because they used the system's bait, but more than half of the ordinary fishing guys couldn't catch 880. As far as the fishing fee was concerned, Shen Lang could also earn a little bit, not to mention the reward from the system. Not bad, you guys keep up the good work. Shen Lang gave them encouragement. Boss, wait, we'll just return half of the fish. Hu Lucian was a bit vain, he used the boss's bait to dish out the boss, this is a bit unethical to do things. Next to him, Lu Jian and Rat are also in a state of understanding. That's right boss, when you return the fish back a little less. Or our threes only return one's fish is fine. Shen Lang hurriedly said. How can this be done? The rules cannot be broken, you can dish me as your ability, no matter with what things to fish, as long as you can fish up or counted. Shen Lang hurriedly said, am I still afraid of you disk me? If everyone can have your speed of catching fish, then I will soon realize wealth freedom. Boss, you're a great boss, you'll definitely get bigger and bigger. Boss, you're the most credible boss I've ever seen. Boss, I want to plate you so badly. The fishing guys watching the battle beside them also praised them. Shen Lang left the Three Musketeers and walked along the shore. From time to time, he looked at the catches inside the fish guards of those anglers. Sure enough, the price went up, the probability of catching fish went up. But some regret is that all morning there has not been a big fish on the hook. Not long after Shen Lang walked to Lianxin's fishing position, only to see that she is rubbing the bait, but also kept saying something to the cell phone set up in front of her. Shen Lang walked over to her, also oblivious. Shen Lang walked behind her and looked at the cell phone screen, which was open live. The number of people in the live broadcast room is not bad, there are more than 1,000 people. Above is scrolling pop-ups. The girl's wrist should press the rod. The highest hit rate is when the float sinks for 3 seconds. Just entered the live broadcast room, is this a fishing channel or a face value division? Fish, this bait is poisonous. It's the heartbeat. Applying for a drone view. Want to see the whole water terrain. Is this the same reservoir where the big fish were caught? No, this is the same reservoir where the beauty was caught by the fish. The wind direction of the pop-up screen changed just after Shen Lang appeared. Anchor, who's that creepy guy behind you? It can't be the anchor's boyfriend, tired of feeling unloved. Wake up, how could the anchor look at this kind of person? Shen Lang had 2 black eyes, was he that bad? At this moment, Lianxin also saw the pop-up screen and turned back. When she saw that it was Shen Lang, she said to the audience in the live broadcast room, this handsome guy is the boss here, you guys don't talk nonsense, or when you come, he won't let you fish. At this moment, the message in the live broadcast room instantly changed. I knew it, this guy is so handsome, so he is the boss. Wow, the boss looks so handsome. Boss, are you? I'm bent. Shen Lang is also 2 black eyes, what kind of people are in this live broadcast of hers? Suddenly the live cell phone screen appeared as shiny special effects, the virtual stage instantly floating neon grid, giant LED screen lit up the word carnival. Lianxin immediately stood up excitedly and bowed in the direction of the cell phone. Thank you Fishing Ground 1 Wazi, thank you so much. And all that was seen on the screen was a pop-up from Fishing Ground 1's brother. Say hi to the boss for me, I'll be there in a few days. Lianxin saw the pop-up screen and turned her head to Shen Lang again and said, Boss, the big brother in the live broadcast said that I will come here to play in 2 days, are you welcome? Welcome, of course welcome all bosses to come and play at the fishing ground, we are known as the giant paradise here, as long as the boss dares to challenge, there are definitely unexpected surprises. Shen Lang also advertised at the right time. Just as Shen Lang finished his words, he only heard a clamor not far away. Wow! Shen Lang raised his eyes and saw that a youth not far away was struggling to pull the fishing rod. A big fish on the water surface had already surfaced. Obviously it had been slipping for a long time, just that there were too many people Shenlang did not notice. Lianxin saw this scene and hurriedly brought her cell phone up and pointed it over there and started live commentary. Big brothers, look, a big fish, and has surfaced. Said also slowly approaching that side. Shenlang looked at her fishing position. The fish guards have not opened, obviously not on a fish. However, she was originally a novice, it is normal that she could not catch. Shenlang also went that way. That fish just came up and turned over, struggled a few times and stuck down again. The fishing guy and that fish started another tug of war. Bro, how long has it been pulling? Shenlang patted the person watching the show next to him. The man didn't turn around and said directly. More than half an hour, this kid is awesome, a master. Shenlang didn't say much and watched from the side. I have to say, this person does have two skills, from the posture of pulling the rod can be seen. This fish is no accident if it comes up, just a matter of time. Sure enough, 10 minutes later the fish was pulled to shore. Wang Ping caught 3.2 pounds and 15.2 times equals 48.6 pounds of grass carp. Congratulations on getting $14,786 in Chinese currency. It's true that the money gained from high multiples is much more. It is that the base 3.2 pounds is too low, otherwise this multiplier, another behemoth. Shenlang walked up and said, Yo! Strength can brother, back to the fish or take away Wang Peng smiled somewhat coyly. Back to the fish. I take away also sell the place. This makes Shenlang a little surprised, is not usually to the county town to go around? Just at this time, a person next to him came over. Brother, how about you sell this fish to me, I'll pay double the price. Shenlang looked in the direction of the voice. Only to see a middle-aged man wearing a gold chain walk out from the crowd. Chapter 16, Fantastic Gains, Shenlang draws big cakes. Wang Peng looked at Shenlang, seemingly asking for Shenlang's opinion. Shenlang didn't care, it was free to deal with it however he could catch it. You look after yourself, catching it here is your own. Shenlang said to Wang Peng. Boss atmosphere, no wonder the fishing ground can be so hot. The middle-aged man revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, took out a pack of china from his pocket and handed Shenlang one. No smoking, thanks. Shenlang waved his hand and said. It's good not to smoke, like me, I can't quit even if I want to. The middle-aged man finished and then looked at Wang Peng. Brother, what do you think? Wang Peng got Shenlang's permission and naturally agreed. This fish Wang Peng sold to the middle-aged man at a price of 2,000 yuan. Of course this price was very low if put on the market. After all, such a large fish would have been a scarce resource. Shenlang, because it does not matter, he owns the system, this kind of fish he does not see. Wang Peng is actually a pure fishing enthusiast, only like the fun of fishing. So it was cheap for the middle-aged man. In a burst of discussion, the middle-aged man called for someone to carry the fish toward the dam. Today, the county has another person with a fish hanging on the back of the car to pretend to be a man. Shenlang returned to the dam after another stroll. The digger is still going on with its work. The ground of the cabin planned for tolls and rest has been leveled and is now leveling the hillock. And Auntie 2 is busy with a couple of ants working on the cooking. Auntie 2 was dumbfounded by the number of people when she arrived in the morning. This is 100 or 200 people, even if you eat the banquet must sit a dozen tables. Shenlang also felt that there are too many people, if you eat for free, you cannot get over. So told the second ant to greet the next few ants to help. Use the model of the buffet in the city to cook. $20 is enough. At first, the second ant and a few other ants were shocked to hear 20 yuan. In the city, it's only 10 yuan, and it's only for a dozen dishes. They can do a few dishes in this panic, charging 20 is not too black. Shenlang told them to rest assured, can afford to fish the Lord, not many are poor, a day for the fish do not know how much to eat. Auntie 2 and the girls could only start to prepare the meal in a hurry. Perhaps out of conscience, Shenlang saw that the dishes they were frying were full of meat. There were not even a few green peppers to be seen inside the green pepper stir fry. And Uncle Air parked the Wuling Hongguang on the side of the road, and the trunk was full of mineral water. And it looks like he's already sold a lot of bottles. It looks like he went to the county town on purpose to buy the goods. I don't know if he sold these bottles of water enough to run this trip for gas money. The entire reservoir is a thriving scene. Shenlang really did not expect so many people to come today. He burst into popularity here too quickly, completely unprepared to receive so many people. At this time Xin Bishing also bought back the life-saving supplies. Shenlang had totaled it up and had to upgrade the area of the reservoir waters one more time tonight, or else it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Nearly a small half of the people today did not manage to catch a fish. Now one after another are still coming people, just most of them turned around and left. Red is red, this flow has to be picked up to make it work. 12 o'clock noon, right on time for dinner. There are still a lot of fishing guys who didn't show up for dinner. The people who came to hear $20 a person first stunned, the first feeling is expensive. But when they see that the dish is full of meat, they all feel that the boss is really conscientious. 5 dishes, except for one vegetarian dish, the other dishes are full of conscience. When a few ants looked at these people somewhat sheepishly, fearing that they would find it too expensive. I didn't expect them to eat with a sense of happiness. From time to time, they even gave them a thumbs up, making them embarrassed. In the afternoon, when Auntie 2 did the inventory, she found that 96 lunches had been sold today. That's 1,920 yuan. But the pork they used was nearly 100 pounds. In the end, the profit was only a few $100s. Xinlang was really crying and laughing. However, the second aunt said that they would do it again in the future. After all, they couldn't make that black money. In the afternoon, Xinlang also asked Xin Bixing to do a few billboards, such as "The water depth is dangerous, please do not swim." There is also 8 a.m. to start business, 5 p.m. to stop business, etc. In the afternoon, another big fish of 46 pounds was caught. The others were 20 or so pounds at most. But the total number of fish caught today is nearly 500. Xinlang collected 96,800 fishing fees, the system cashback 205,380, back to the fish back 62,510, today's earnings 239,670. Xinlang felt like a dream. More than 200,000 a day. This is placed in the past, that is not even dare to think of things. Think about the previous month 3,000 salary, simply a heaven, a ground off. Xinlang counted, today's anglers only 20% back to capital, or disc to him. The others are losing money, and some even caught only 1 or 2. There are several in the Air Force. For example, Li Anxin, who is an anchor. Of course her main business wasn't fishing, that gift Big Brother swiped for her paid back her money. Not to mention the fact that she had been broadcasting for a day, there must have been quite a few gifts, big and small. Obviously this first day of her career change was a great start. Mainly her current persona was that of a fishing novice, and there was no chance of it collapsing. Beauty, novice, fishing, giant. The combination of these few terms, although it was very out of character, it was indeed also a traffic code. When everyone had left, Xinlang explained another task to Shen Bixing. Because Xinlang was sure that he wanted to upgrade the area of the reservoir today, so according to the experience of that day, there would be a rainstorm after 12 o'clock. Then the reservoir definitely can't be occupied. In order to avoid someone returning to fish again, there was only hard work for him to stand guard here for a bit. The staff is too small now, so we can only make him work hard. At dinner, the second aunt was very excited. After all, she had made over $200 today by paying out a few ants' wages. If she did this every day, she would be able to earn several $1,000s a month. This was indeed a not so small income for her who was used to being poor in the countryside. What Xinlang didn't expect was that the second uncle actually earned more than $100 from selling water. The 2 old men praised Xinlang and came back with smiles that didn't stop. After eating, it did not take long for the old and young who stayed in the village to gather over. Previously, they may only know that Xinlang contracted the back of the reservoir, today Xinlang reservoir fire that is for all to enjoy. Especially know that today those fishing a person paid $880. Well, do the math, all know that this business is how lucrative. In the past, no matter what was said behind the scenes, that Xinlang came back and did not do his job, said that Xinlang was so big and still did not find a girlfriend. Now see Xinlang are all happy, as if they have seen the god of wealth. You are not seeing, today there are hundreds of people up there, we charged $2,000 for cooking. An aunt who helped with the cooking was whispering with them in a circle. That's right, more than 100 people are fishing, and one person, Xiaolang, is a handful of 880. Another aunt chimed in. Wow, isn't that nearly $100,000 a day? An uncle said. Not really, you have to pay for the fish you catch, but it should be tens of thousands. The crowd was shocked by the figure. Xinlang naturally knew the purpose of these people coming. At the same time, he was also hoping to bring these relatives to get rich together. Of course, Xinlang can't bring it up first, he has to let them bring it up, so that the initiative is in his own hands. They will only be grateful later, if they say, you all come to help me. Then later they may say, Xiaolang told us to come and help, so I came. This is not catty, Xinlang knows these people in his village too well. Nor is it bad-mouthing them, in fact, human nature is like this, it just depends on how you use it. Xiaolang ah. Everyone is watching you grow up, this back of the reservoir thing, you see what can help, you and uncle say a word. Everyone had arrived, and after chatting for a while the village chief started to ask Xinlang. At this time, the sound of everyone gossiping next to him was reduced, and they all looked at Xinlang. Chapter 17. The system is stuck in the level, and it is necessary to catch a big fish of more than 100 pounds. Xinlang had a plan in his mind. In fact, as long as you let everyone make money, everyone will be grateful to you. And in this acre of land, as long as this everyone supports him, this force is also very considerable. What's more, this village a few generations up, that is all an ancestor down. In everyone's expectant eyes, Xinlang said. I'm very grateful that this place has cultivated me. Naturally I can't be a white-eyed wolf, I'm going to get a bed and breakfast next to the reservoir, and everyone will run it together. Work inside ranging from 3000 to 6000 per month. I take out 10% of the shares to the village collective, everyone together to take dividends. Speaking here, the following began to talk. They obviously do not have much of a concept of this BB, and do not know how much of the dividends. Hearing the following discussion, he continued. The BB will be built in several stages. The total investment is expected to be in the tens of millions of dollars. Shinlang's words just felt everyone boiled up again. Wow! Tens of millions. So much? Not just a few houses? Seeing the clamor below, the village chief yelled out. Everyone be quiet and listen to Xiaolang. Instantly everyone was quiet again. Shinlang was thinking about the back planning after earning more than $200,000 today. He wanted to make the entire hill next to the reservoir into a BB cluster. In fact, they are just a little bit remote here. In fact, the scenery that is not to say. If it was built out later, with the addition of the fishing mecca, then profit was not a nail in the coffin. Give everyone a small calculation of an account, the back of the hundreds of rooms, an average of a room a few hundred to thousands of dollars, a day can earn hundreds of thousands of more than 10,000, a month is tens of millions of dollars, a year is one or two small goals. In addition to the operating costs, a variety of management fees, 10% divided into your hands each family a year at least a few hundred thousand. When everyone heard this, there was another outcry. This income is already their income for a few years, and it is still lying down to share the money. Shinlang naturally first give them a big cake before, as for whether they can reach this income in the future, that's a matter for later. However, Shinlang is still quite confident, he is still saying less, those upscale a little bit of thousands of a night a lot of people live. For example, the waterfront room, the terrace in the room can be directly fishing. This is for those tycoons specially prepared, not to engage in special, how to show their dignity. But, this all needs everyone's support, and working together, for that goal, let's cheer together. Those aunts, uncles and uncles' passion was simply burned up. Xiaolang, we all support you. Little wave, good job. This little party didn't disperse until around 10 o'clock. Only after people left did Shinlang have time to upgrade the system. Shinlang profoundly knew that his dependence on making money was the system, and that reservoir that he was bound to. So only by making the system stronger, then the more money he would make. Today is 200,000, after a while it might be 2 million. Shinlang tapped on the system. Name, Shinlang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Shirquan Reservoir. Water area, 7,201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 215 times the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current field, 960 a day effective after 12 o'clock. Current number of anglers, none. Ha! How did it go up again? Shinlang was very puzzled, but he didn't do anything today. Previously, he thought that it was the multiplier of his upgrades that caused the daily cost of the fishing grounds to go up, but now it seems that it is not like that. Shinlang suddenly had a flash of light in his head, and he seemed to understand why it went up. He remembered that originally at the very beginning he wanted to buy fish outside, and the next day it went up, and he gave up buying fish. And that day Shinlang was using the system's bait for Hu Lucian. Yesterday's surge, he himself sold the bait for medium-sized fish to Lu Muqing. Today was also selling the bait to those three swordsmen. So, it seemed that this bait produced by the system wasn't just for fishing. It seemed to attract the fish in the underground river to swim inside the reservoir. And now that the reservoir can only go in and out, so there will be more and more fish in the reservoir and the price will go up. Just don't know how many more fish in the underground river there are still. Shinlang thought clearly about the reason and stopped dwelling on it. Started to add up. Now he had more than 200,000 in his hand. It could be a good splurge. Raise the fish multiplier cap up first. Only to see the 17 times cap become 18, then 19, 20. Shinlang had intended to add to 20, but he was surprised to find that the plus sign behind the 20 times multiplier turned gray. Shinlang was puzzled and continued to click. Please ask the host to complete the preconditions and increase the minimum multiplier to 5 times. Shinlang understood, so he raised the minimum multiplier to 5 times. So the plus sign behind 5x also grayed out. And the plus sign behind 20 times was also still gray. Shinlang tapped again, and the system tone came out again. Please ask the host to complete the preconditions and catch a fish of 100 pounds or more in the reservoir, regardless of the species. It really wasn't as simple as imagined. Catching a 100-pound giant is not as simple as imagined. Not to mention whether the fish will eat the bait, even if it does, you have to be able to pull it through. That's at least a fierce battle of at least 2 hours or more. As for whether or not there was one inside the reservoir, there was definitely no doubt about it. The fish that dragged Lu Muqing down was at least 100 pounds or more. The boat will naturally straighten out. Shinlang believes that someone will eventually catch it. Shinlang looked at the system panel again. He spent another 100,000 to upgrade the water area directly to 17,201 square meters. Now the system panel data is: name, Shinlang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Shirquan Reservoir. Watershed area, 17,201 square meters increased after 12 points. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 520 times the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current number of sessions, 400 a day effective after 12 o'clock. Current number of anglers, none. Xin Lang kept a few tens of thousands of dollars for emergencies. After all, there were too many places to use money now. This upgrade is so large that there will definitely be a big rainstorm. Xin Lang felt that it was better to personally go to the reservoir to see it to be assured. So he went out and opened second uncle's Wuling Hongguang. Just as he started the car, he saw second uncle walk out from the house. Xiao Lang, where are you going so late? To check the reservoir, see the weather forecast for heavy rain tonight, maybe the water will rise again tomorrow, and pick up brother Bishing on the way. Wait, I'll go with you. After saying that, the second uncle went back into the house and walked over with a flashlight. Xin Lang did not refuse and drove second uncle towards the reservoir. Arriving at the reservoir, Xin Lang saw a man on the dam playing with his cell phone. I don't know who Xin Bishing is. Xin Bishing saw the car and knew that it was Xin Lang who had come, and came up to greet the two. Brother Bishing, how's it going? Has anyone sneaked in to fish yet? Xin Lang said with a smile. A few waves of people came, but they were all whisked back by me. Xin Bishing said. Xin Lang guessed that those fishing guys would definitely come back. Never underestimate the fishing guys' determination to fish. It seems like we'll have to find someone to specialize in the night shift in the future. Chapter 18. The water becomes bigger, heavy rain overnight, and the road collapses. Xin Lang had some headaches. Fishing was definitely not allowed at night. What if something happened? The probability of catching a big fish is still very high. The thing that was pulled down appeared twice yesterday. Don't worry, in a few days there will be someone's hands. Several of the young people who went out are willing to come back. Second uncle said from the side. Oh? Those who want to come back? Xin Bishing said doubtfully. He had been guarding the reservoir here, so he didn't know what was going on down there. So the second uncle told the matter again. Xin Bishing looked at Xin Lang with some excitement. If that was really the case, then it was only natural for everyone to come back. But Xiao Lang, it's good that you split the money, but how to split it is a difficult problem. Is it split by household, or is it split by head? Xin Lang froze. He did not think so deeply. If it is divided according to the household, it definitely won't work. Some households only have a few people, some have a dozen or so. If they all participate in the labor situation, it will definitely create unfairness. If it was divided according to population, wouldn't the ones with fewer people have a problem with it? Uncle, I don't care about this, leave it to everyone to discuss. Xin Lang was too lazy to care about this. Distributing this kind of thing was the most troublesome. It had to be arranged by a respected person. I think it's also like this, have a meeting in the future, let's discuss it. Second uncle nodded. This matter Xin Lang as the initiator really can't directly make the decision. Everyone discusses is the best. The three of them chatted while waiting for the time. It may be too late, and no one comes here again. Almost at 12 o'clock when Xin Lang said, no one should come today, and it's going to rain soon, let's go back. Second uncle and Xin Bishing looked at the big moon overhead and were a bit confused. It's raining? This weather can rain? But they didn't say anything. After all, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Going back early to rest is the best. When they returned to the village, just after 12 o'clock, they saw that the sky had directly darkened, the moon was covered by dark clouds, and bean-sized raindrops were falling down between the lightning and thunder. Just like last time, it said that it would rain at 12 o'clock, and it would not be a second longer. Xin Lang sent Xin Bishing home before driving home. The few meters from the car to the eaves of the house had drenched Xin Lang. This rain was like pouring water down there. The second aunt waited at the door for them to return before she breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Lang returned upstairs, took a shower and fell asleep. He was also very tired today, waking up so early and busy all day, and only now did he sleep. The next morning, Xin Lang was woken up by a knock on the door. Second uncle's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Lang, get up, the road up to the reservoir was washed away by yesterday's rain. Coming. Xin Lang fumbled to pick up the cell phone by his head and looked at the time, 5:48, 6 o'clock is not even here yet. You old man no sleepy wanna let me sleep a little more. It's not a big deal if it's collapsed, right? What road collapsed? Xin Lang woke up. Looks like we'll be busy again today. Xin Lang dragged his sleepless body out of bed. He didn't even bother to wash up and went straight downstairs. Second uncle is already waiting for him in the car. Getting into the car, a foot on the gas and drove toward the road of the dam. Driving out of the village entrance, from a distance, he saw that the roadside had already parked a few cars. Xin Lang cannot help but sigh, these fishing guys do not need to sleep? The car drove into a look. Most of these cars are foreign license plates. Should be from out of town. Not long after Xin Lang and second uncle arrived at the place of the collapse. The water had directly washed the road surface into a large groove, while there was a 10-meter section that fell directly from the middle of the road. Previously, when the road was being repaired, this place was originally filled with excavated earth and stones, and there was never such heavy rain before, so there has never been anything. Last night's downpour was just too big. Shenlang did not know how long it had been raining, but from the fact that water was still clattering and rushing everywhere, he knew how heavy the rain had been. If the area had been larger, it could have been a terrible flood. Boss is here? A person next to him recognized Shenlang. Shenlang looked over. Perhaps there were too many people yesterday. This person he did not have any impression. But the person next to him, Shenlang, was still impressed. It was really Wang Peng who was the only one who caught the big fish yesterday. Good morning, you guys. Shenlang also greeted. How much rain did it rain here yesterday? Not a single drop fell inside the county. This is really strange. The man said with some doubt. Shenlang froze. It didn't even rain inside the county? It seemed that the system just made it rain to cover this area of the reservoir. Maybe this is the so-called localized rain. Shenlang made a timely joke. Boss, do you still let fishing today? Wang Peng next to him asked. Obviously he only cared about this. Shenlang wasn't sure about the situation up there either, so he said. Go, let's go up and see. So several people walked towards the top on foot. The part of the road that collapsed was not far from the road that went into the village, so they still had to walk almost 2 kilometers. But the good thing was that there wasn't much of an impact on any of the places behind them. At most, some of the dirt had been washed away from the road and it looked a little bumpy. It looks like the road is in a condition that needs to be hardened. But more than 2 kilometers of road surface to get it is not a small amount. Shenlang couldn't help but have a headache. There was money everywhere, although he knew that he would soon be able to earn this money, but remembering that he owed so much when he hadn't earned it was still a bit depressing. I also don't know how those bosses who owe several hundred million, a billion or so, live a day. Arriving at the reservoir, Shenlang saw at a glance the waters that were more than twice as big. It now looked more sizable. It was more than enough to accommodate more than 200 fishing guys. But Shenlang believed that with the passage of time, it was definitely not enough. Boss, yesterday's rain was heavy enough, this reservoir has gotten so much bigger. Wang Peng said with some surprise. Shenlang looked at it. Other than the water level becoming higher, nothing else had changed. Today should be able to operate normally. It is those fishing guys need to walk up. But they could park their cars inside the village. Coming from the path would be much faster. Yeah, the weather here is weird. Every now and then there's a rainstorm. Maybe in a few days it'll come again. Shenlang said. Then boss, can we fish today? Obviously Wang Peng didn't care about those, he only cared about whether he could fish or not. Yes, but after 8 o'clock. Shenlang finished, pointing to the sign he just got yesterday. It was clearly written, business hours, 8 to 5 p.m. No way, boss, you can't start fishing this late. You can't fish at 5 o'clock? It's summer now, it gets light early and dark late. It is now, we are short of manpower, we are too busy, let's talk about it later. Shenlang no longer paid attention to him, and said to the second uncle. Second uncle, tell the digger master to come over early and rebuild the road below. Fortunately, the digger just arrived here yesterday, just in time to be used to repair the road. But looking at the collapse there, it should not be able to pass through today. So Shenlang made another call to Shin Bisheng. Brother Bisheng, up yet, today you help direct traffic at the village entrance, the road up has collapsed, let them enter the village and then come from the small road. Shin Bisheng also agreed after marveling. What Shenlang said to Shin Bisheng in the beginning was for him to be a lifeguard. Now it had gotten to the point where he was the one who did everything. The main reason was that there was too much of a shortage of manpower. Yesterday, those aunts and uncles said that their juniors were coming back, so he had to wait 2 days. It is really not enough to recruit people outside. Shenlang is not afraid of relatives, not good management. 1 or 2 relatives are certainly not good management, but all relatives, and all have a share of the situation is different. The village elders will be educated on behalf of the village, do not have to Shenlang out. Chapter 1900 Pounds of Big Fish Challenge, Fishing Guy Straight to the Plate Boss. Shenlang arranged matters. And the second uncle called the digger master's phone to tell Shenlang, the master is already on the road to come, probably still half an hour away to arrive. The following cars have also been parked one after another to the village. Such a big commotion, the village people all woke up. Those uncles and aunts also came up to the dam to ask Shenlang what favor they needed. It seems that yesterday's mobilization made them also want to quickly integrate into this cause. Shenlang did not make any pretense and began to distribute the work, calling a few to help Shin Bisheng and arranging for 2 people to do a bit of signposting. A few ants came up to get breakfast. So the whole village began to get busy. In fact, there is not much to do, but Shenlang felt that he could not dampen everyone's enthusiasm and forcefully arranged some things to do. Let them have a sense of participation to have a sense of belonging. Not long after, the digger master arrived and drove the digger to repair the road. And one after another, some fishermen arrived at the dam. When I heard that the fishing could not start until 8 o'clock, I complained and chatted. Because of the explosion on the internet, a lot of people came from out of town today. Some are asking about the area. And the local fishermen started bragging about it. Saying that yesterday an expert caught another giant of nearly 50 pounds. But he sold it to someone else. Those out-of-towners were lamenting that they weren't there, or they would have competed to buy it. What they didn't know was that Wang Pang, who caught the big one yesterday, was sitting right behind them. But Wang Pang looks a bit unsociable. If the Three Musketeers kind, he would have been bragging about it by now. Time passes. By 8 o'clock, the dam was already crowded. The number of people should be on another level today compared to yesterday. It's 8 o'clock, where's the boss? Just before 8 o'clock, someone yelled out. This one sentence was like igniting a dynamite barrel, and everyone started buzzing. The boss was just here, everyone looked for him. And the fishing guys who were guarding themselves had already gathered around, taking out their cell phones for Shun Lang to charge. The boss is over there. With one person pointing at Shun Lang, everyone started to flock this way. Shun Lang realized that this 8 o'clock start of fishing that he had set was not a bit too rigid. Because just in these few seconds, he was already surrounded. Come one by one, today's fishing fee is 400 a day. Same rules, free fish catch. Shun Lang had to shout loudly. Tomorrow, he had to find a fee, otherwise what kind of thing was he so busy? Shun Lang took out the QR code and just let them start scanning it up one by one right there. Boss, you're updating this fishing fee in real time, huh? So cheap, boss is looking down on us? Let's all work hard and make the boss dish out tears. Ha 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 ha. Although many people waited for more than an hour. But it seemed that everyone was not in a mood because of the wait. Shun Lang also laughed and said, you guys have the ability to spite the plate, there are big fish over 100 pounds in it, I'll pour your money if you can plate it up. Speaking here, Shun Lang had a flash of inspiration. Why didn't he himself engage in an activity to motivate them to fish 100 pounds of big fish? Not only can they fulfill their own predecessor task, but also attract more people to come and fish. So Shun Lang stood up on the rock next to him and said, everyone be quiet. The fishing guys all looked at Shun Lang. I've decided to do an event, it's called the 100 Catty Big Fish Challenge. No matter what method you use, as long as you catch a big fish of 100 catty or more, then you'll be rewarded with $50,000, and we'll also issue a certificate of honor. Of course I know that you bosses are looking down on that reward, but you must really want this honor, right? This time the whole dam boiled up again. There's a big load over 100 pounds in here? Dude, didn't you see that video of the pretty girl being dragged down and then dragged around? That video of the place is here? Boss, I'll take that $50,000, that certificate, you'd better take it back and burn it. Ha 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 ha. What are you still nagging for? Collect the money, open fishing ah. The atmosphere was directly baked up by this news from Shun Lang. The fishing guys were all passionate. One by one, they paid the money and went down to find a location to start nesting. When the people had almost left, the Three Musketeers stayed back. Shun Lang is not nonsense, directly took out the bait, the three swordsmen directly scan code, this seems to have become an unspoken thing. Shun Lang already knew that the rise in fishing fees and the use of the system's bait cannot be unrelated. The probability is that the bait attracted the fish in the underground river. But this also saved the money of going to buy fish. I don't know how many more fish there are in the underground river, but in this early stage of lack of money, one can save themselves a lot of money on buying fish. After the Three Musketeers left, Lianxin then walked over. Shun Lang, it seems that I underestimated you and will still do activities. In Lianxin's eyes, Shun Lang's flop of this fishing farm was like those internet celebrities who became popular overnight. They didn't have much talent, but they had traffic that others could only dream of. Shun Lang smiled and said, I'm just a temporary idea, by the way, you also helped me publicize it, just in your live room. Can today free fishing fee, as publicity fee how? Lianxin squeezed her eyebrows at Shun Lang. That won't do, the fishing fee definitely can't be waived. Unexpectedly, Shun Lang refused without even thinking about it. Lianxin was extremely angry, this was really the first time she had seen such a stingy person. Shun Lang, I think you're going to fight to be single for the rest of your life. After Lianxin swept the code, she turned around and left after saying to Shun Lang. Shun Lang was a bit puzzled. So is the matter of helping me publicize a yes or no? Shun Lang looked at Lianxin's back and shouted. I did not expect Lianxin to hear his words footsteps a few minutes faster, her little assistant are a little unable to keep up. Still old classmates at curse me cannot find a girlfriend, ask her to promise not to promise publicity also do not say. Shun Lang shook his head, women are really very troublesome things. And at this moment the second aunt's voice came. Sha Lang come and eat noodles. Coming. In the morning, everyone just dealt with it. Cooking was too time consuming, so they simply cooked noodles. These noodles were still put together family by family. Of course there was someone specializing in these things in the back. Shun Lang finally understood why they say everything is difficult at the beginning. He owns the system, other complicated things make him feel a little headache. He used to be a wage earner, a lot of things are encountered before starting to think of solutions. But Shun Lang didn't have any solutions, no one here had any experience. Hit some more walls, step on some more pits, push the walls and fill the pits, then wouldn't it be flat? Shun Lang has the system, which is his biggest card, the trump card that pushes down all potholes. Chapter 20, Not Enough Manpower, Cousin Roland. After eating breakfast, Shun Lang started charging up again. He had wanted to hand over this task, and he also wanted to go to see how the road below was dug. At first, the ants didn't know much about cell phone payments. So Shenlang began to think about whether there was anyone around him who could handle this task. This thought he immediately thought of someone. Auntie's daughter, that is, her own cousin, seems to have graduated from university. And the study seems to be accounting. The profession is also the right are dealing with money. Although it is not a famous university, but do this more than enough right. To put it bluntly, it is a waste of talent. Shenlang thought about it, found his cousin's WeChat, and sent a message. Ruolin, in or out, where are you working now? The cousin's name is Yang Ruolin, and she used to have a more cheerful personality. Every time we met, she would happily call out to Brother Wave. As a child, she even followed his ass everywhere. It only took a few seconds for the message to come back. Stop it. Bitter beatniks. Interns have no human rights. For crying out loud. Then come work for me, you'll be well fed and well drinking. Brother Long, you're rich, won the lottery? Shenlang was speechless, but still returned. Almost. Are you coming or not? Forget it, I still want to accumulate more experience. After all, doing this line of work in the future, income is still very considerable. $10,000 a month, and increase the money later depending on the situation. I'll find someone else if you don't come. Brother Wave, have you been dragged into a pyramid scheme? Obviously Yang Ruolin was adamant in her disbelief. Shenlang had no choice but to call a video over. It took a while for the video to connect, and a somewhat delicate little beauty appeared in the video. But the video seemed to be in a small space. Looking like a public restroom cubicle. Brother Long, it's not too late to turn back. Shenlang turned around everywhere. See where this is? Yang Ruolin stared blankly. The reservoir behind you? How come it's changed drastically and there are so many people? You contracted this reservoir as a fishing ground, now a big fire, want to come back to help me? Yang Ruolin was obviously still a bit incredulous. Brother Wave, are you serious? A month first give you 10,000, later depending on the situation to increase, the back can also give you dividends. Only to see the video, Yang Ruolin seemed to rush out. Then said somewhat sharply. Brother Long, wait for me, I'll buy a ticket now, I'll be there in the evening, remember to come to the train station to pick me up. After saying that, she directly hung up the phone. This windy and fiery character, I don't know who I inherited it from. Shenlang gave this 10,000 salary is not so easy. In the future, in addition to the system other than the finances, Shenlang are ready to hand over to this cousin to manage and distribute. Of course, for now, this includes collecting money here. Shenlang thought about the positions he still needed. Fishing ground management still need a few, responsible for security, return fish, and other matters. Yesterday, the light back to the fish have exhausted him, if not the system has a record of how many pounds each person, he did not know how long he had to be busy yesterday. In the future, the water area is larger, more people fishing, one person is responsible for an area. Also need cleaning staff, these fishing guys are not everyone so love clean, long time garbage will be heaps, must ask someone to clean at any time. Shenlang thought about the positions that might be needed. Just then, a clamor appeared below the reservoir. Shenlang got up and looked. It was a fishing guy who blew his rod. Usually this kind of situation everyone would get up a bit of a ruckus, this was one of the fun things about fishing guys. Now it's almost 9 o'clock, there are already more than 100 people. And one after another, people are still coming, it looks like it's easy to surpass yesterday's number. Boss, how did the fish catch? Shenlang subconsciously replied. 400 a day, fish catch free, catch 100 pounds of big fish, reward 50,000. Ouch, there is such a good thing, boss, you are doing charity? Shenlang raised his head, only to see a short-haired young man in front of him, looking very spirited. And what made him puzzled was that there was another person next to him holding a cell phone and filming. What are you filming? Shenlang pointed at the person filming next to him. Oh, we're documenting life, it's not much of an impact. Shenlang took another close look at the young man in front of him, there seemed to be some familiarity. Looking at this stance, it should be a fishing blogger. Otherwise nothing who still has an assistant to follow the camera. Shenlang also does not rub broken, fishing blogger, certainly want to send a video, at that time is another wave of traffic. That does not affect. Hey, boss, you catch up 100 pounds of fish reward 50,000 yuan, is it true? Shenlang gave him a blank look. Of course it's true, as long as you catch it, transfer it to you on the spot. Then I'm not picking up a great bargain today. The young man looked very confident. Confidence is a good thing, I'm afraid that you will be pulled down later next to the life ring and life jacket, remember to wear. Shenlang said. The young man took a step back and said with some excitement. Boss, who are you looking down on? Shenlang did not say anything, just took out the QR code. Well, I have to dish you out a bit today. After saying this, he took out his cell phone and swept the money. Didn't go far before he saw him say into his cell phone. This boss is too arrogant today, we must get that $50,000. Shen Lang shook his head. It seems that this is a fishing blogger undoubtedly, but he usually sees less, and does not know whether it is a big netroots or a small netroots. Shen Lang also did not bother to ask, regardless of his size. Net red can bring him traffic on the line. Almost to 11 o'clock at noon, the road is finally open to traffic. The excavator dug a lot of big stones piled up underneath, hoping to prevent the collapse behind. This is only temporary, and if this road is going to be hardened in the future, it will definitely still need to be reinforced. But the road was still open, and all the cars coming from behind parked directly onto the dam. And the master excavator went on to dig his parking lot. And the cement sand was pulled to the site, ready to make the ground a good foundation and harden it, and then build the wooden house directly like building blocks. It's not a big place, so I should be able to get it done today, and wait 2 days for it to dry out for construction. And actually caught 2 big fish in the morning. 159 pounds and 151 pounds, both breaking 50 pounds. It is still far from the goal of 100 pounds. And to Shen Lang's surprise, the blogger who came in the morning was actually a big netizen. Also from Sea City, called Master Wu. It's the one mentioned. And one of them, 51 pounds, was caught by this Master Wu. And these 2 fish directly made the system return more than $40,000. After the multiplier is raised, the money is getting bigger and bigger. Not bad, you guys keep up the good work. The more you catch, the more I earn. I didn't have enough for all the meals yesterday, so I got a lot more today. Because of the good reputation of yesterday's meal, the number of people eating today is indeed significantly higher. But the conditions are really limited, the dishes are relatively small, and the cutlery is all of the disposable kind. These can only come slowly. In the afternoon, Shen Lang came to the place where Master Wu was fishing. He also wanted to see how skilled this Master Wu was. Because he only targeted giants, his bait was said to specialize in catching giants. There were quite a few people gathered next to Master Wu now as well. It's similar to the Three Musketeers side. In fact, the Three Musketeers were also a minor celebrity here. After all, the speed at which they catch fish is a bit scary, sometimes 10 strokes in a row. But lately, they've been tightening up a bit. They don't seem to be doing as much as they used to. But it's a lot more consistent. In the past, they used to catch fish for an hour or 2 in the morning, and the back was about the same as normal. And now, although it is not as high as the previous frequency of fish, but the whole day has been on the fish. Shen Lang was aware of the reason. That 1 pack of bait were enough for the 3 of them to squander. So now they came up with a way to mix the bait produced by the system with ordinary bait, although the effect was a little bit worse, but the good thing was that it was stabilized throughout the day. Particularly cool for 3 seconds, or generally cool for an hour. I think a lot of people have a clear answer in their minds. Chapter 21 attracted netizens. Masters also want to challenge. Shen Lang was a bit puzzled. These 3 don't even have to go to work now? Every day. After watching Master Wu catch 2 fish, Shen Lang had to admit that this person fishing does have 2 brushes, slipping up the fish cleanly, without dragging. Master Wu saw Shen Lang came also said with a smile. Boss, you hear fish please can you see I caught so much. Shen Lang also smiled and said. Started to look away, so it's Master Wu. Master Wu quickly said. Hey, the master is not counted, the boss will not come to drive me away. After all, Master Wu has been a lot of fishing grounds pulled black, fishing too much, the boss or blood loss You have not even caught up 100 pounds, how can you go, if you go, but sorry for the name of this master. Boss joking, this 100 pounds of which is so good to catch, but the boss said so, then I will continue to disc the boss. Shen Lang chatted a couple sentences and left. Come here is afraid that you can't plate me, the more you plate me, the more I earn. Shen Lang turned around again. Today, the entrance fee is a little lower, so the overall fish please is still lower than yesterday. But the one that should burst nursing will still burst nursing, and the one that should be in the Air Force will still be in the Air Force. Shen Lang puzzled, you said to spend $400 to fish, how can you Air Force? No, in the future, I have to specifically find 2 fishing skills are still okay to teach everyone to fish, I do not allow the existence of Air Force here. Lianshin surprisingly caught 2 fish today. It may be that the big brothers in the live broadcast room are teaching well, or it may be that there are benefits for newbies. Shen Lang saw the title of her live broadcast but smiled. Come help me plate boss, 100 pounds of big fish reward 50,000 yuan. And the number of people in her live room actually managed to stay at more than 2,000 people. This was already considered a Tian Hu opening here in a fishing newbie anchor. But how many came to see fishing was unknown. 3 more big fish over 50 pounds were caught throughout the afternoon. Master Wu got another one, Wang Peng also got one, and another one was the ferocious big man who came last time. This made Shen Lang impressed with Wang Peng again. I did not expect this somewhat shy boy to be so brave. You have to know that when the fish is big and the skills are not well controlled, either the rod will explode or the hook will come off. Unsteady bottom will go down. Today, the rod has burst several, and there are also 2 underwater. Luckily, there are a lot of swimmers placed next to them, and the people next to them pulled them up in time. But the angler's enthusiasm has not been quenched at all, not caring about his wet body, continue to fish. As if to avenge this dragging down the water. At the end of the night, a total of more than 400 fish, the system cashback of nearly 300,000 yuan. The fishing admission fee minus the return of the fish also earned more than 20,000 yuan. Another day full of harvest. Shenlang found that today the fish multiplier seems to be generally much higher. According to the previous, Shenlang guessed that each fish into the time to adjust the multiplier wants to see, this obviously does not match. Shenlang couldn't help but have another conjecture appear. Could it be that the fish in this reservoir are adjusting the multiplier once a day in the early hours of the morning? Or is it that the fish caught and put in again will refresh the multiplier once? Both of these are possible. But Shenlang was not sure which one it was, or there were other possibilities. After dinner, Shenlang drove to the county's train station to pick up his cousin. The cargo train is to arrive at 9 p.m. or so, there is still plenty of time. Shenlang just didn't leave the small village into the county town for just a few short days, and it felt like a long time had passed. Activating the system brought him a shock. Busy so many days, it really makes him feel that time has slowed down. And scoring $300,000 a day also made him feel as if he was in a dream. At 9 p.m., the train arrived at the station on time. Shenlang also received his cousin whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The genes in Shenlang's family were originally not bad, and Shenlang was actually quite handsome, just a little thin. His cousin was naturally watery looking as well. "Brother Long, here." Shenlang searched for the sound and looked. A tall beauty shouted at him from the opposite side of the train station square. Shenlang smiled and waved at him. "Hungry, brother, take you to eat a big meal." "Yeah, what to eat?" "Barbecue." "Ah, what kind of meal is barbecue?" "Then go back and eat, there are still some leftovers at home." At the roadside barbecue stall, Shenlang was talking to Yang Rulan about his fish pond and the things to arrange for her. "In the future, you are my chief financial officer, all money must pass through your hands, including me, how about giving you enough power?" Yang Rulan's eyes were full of little stars, she didn't expect her cousin to trust her so much. "Don't worry brother, I'll definitely manage your small treasury in good order." Shenlang revealed a meaningful smile. "Brother Long, why did you post 2 videos on this jitterbug and then stop posting? Didn't you catch fire through the internet? Why don't you run it properly?" After chatting for a while, Yang Rulan looked at Shenlang's jitterbug account and said. Shenlang smiled awkwardly. "Did I tell you because I can't edit?" But he immediately had a twinkle in his eye. "You can edit videos? Do video promotion?" Yang Rulan completely did not realize that her burden was going to be increased by a few more points. "Well, I usually post a little video for fun with my roommate, just not very hot. I can teach you how to get it. It's a pity that you have so many fans not to promote it." Shenlang's jitterbug number did not send much video, but under the heat, the fans also have 50,000 or 60,000 fans. Shenlang did not expect his cousin to be so up to it. "People are old, don't understand your young people stuff. The video on this is still someone else helping me get it." "Brother Long, you are only 2 years older than me, we're old. Either you help me manage the account, post 2 videos when you're not doing anything, and then you'll get a share of the money the account earns." Yang Rulan's eyes lit up. Hearing about money, she was naturally energized. Then began to plan up. When it was known that Shenlang was doing the activity of catching up 100 pounds rewarded 50,000, but also said that tomorrow he would help him shoot a video to promote it. Tang Yu naturally agreed. After the two finished their snack, it was already 10:30 p.m. Because tomorrow morning still have to go to the reservoir to start work, also can only rush back home overnight. Shenlang can only drive the broken second-hand Wuling left the county town, toward the mountain road. To be honest, the smell inside the van was very bad, which gave Shenlang the urge to buy a car for the first time. When things come to an end, he must buy a luxury car. On the way, Shenlang and Yang Rulan talked a lot more interesting things in the past. By the time they reached home, it was nearly 12 o'clock. And the second uncle and the second aunt were not yet asleep. Seeing Shenlang come back, they all welcomed him. "My Rulan has become beautiful again, are you hungry? Auntie will cook food for you." The second aunt directly ignored Shenlang, pulled Yang Rulan's hand and walked towards the house. "Auntie, I've already eaten." "Eat less even after you've eaten, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles." "No need, Auntie, start the barbecue with Brother Long." Sometimes the elder's concern is always overwhelming. It's a good thing that second uncle hurriedly stopped it. "Alright, it's this time of the day, what else to eat? Go to bed early." So the second aunt brought Yang Rulan to the room that had just been organized. Shenlang also went back to his own room to sleep. Chapter 22. Everyone look, the boss is being dragged down. "Xiaolang, get up, the construction is getting ready to start up there." Early in the morning, Shenlang was woken up by his second uncle. Because the wooden house will start to be built today. Although the foundation leveling was not yet dry, but in this hot summer, it was also able to walk and construct. Shenlang, as the proprietor, naturally had to go and participate in putting in the lines. Shenlang, this period of time is not a good sleep. In the morning are more than 6 o'clock to get up, at night are 11 or 12 o'clock to go to sleep. He really wants to sleep well until he wakes up naturally. Shenlang got up and rushed to the reservoir with his second uncle. When arriving at the dam of the reservoir, a landscape left Shenlang stumped in place. only to see the dam of the reservoir is still parked many cars, and the side of the densely supported a dozen tents. Second uncle saw Shenlang look over there and said, "These people are from far away, back to the county town and too far, so camped here, we cannot drive them away, but at night you must Sheng brother patrol, no one stealing fishing." Shenlang could not help but marvel at the adaptability of the fishing guys. I heard that some anglers directly lived by the river in order to catch a big fish. It seemed that the attraction of big fish to anglers was endless. Looks like we'll have to start our BB early, all this is money. Everyone has been waiting for it, it's just that with so much money, where are you going to get it? Second uncle did not know where Shenlang got his confidence. Last time he said that he would invest tens of millions of dollars, almost all bluffed him. "Don't worry, I have my own way." Shenlang did not say anything more. Does it mean that the system will give me that money? Shenlang and his duo didn't bother those who were sleeping rough. Started and the workers who came long ago began to put the line, planning up the room. After all, just a small hospitality place, it is not possible to come up with a design, construction plans, and so on. When the BB is really done in the future, this place may also be demolished. Because they were in a hurry, they called out more than 20 masters for just this tiny wooden room. It could probably be erected in a day's time. At 7 o'clock, the sun slowly rose. Those camping anglers also woke up, and a few of them went to the construction site and started to watch. One after another, there are also cars came to the dam. Shenlang woke up Yang Roland, who was still asleep, with a phone call. When Yang Roland arrived, she was still sleepy. "Roland, haven't you slept enough? Your brother Long, I get up at 6 o'clock every day." Yang Roland glared at Shenlang. "I was helping you think of something for the video last night and then lost sleep." Yang Roland was a bit tearful. She didn't go to sleep until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, got up at 7 in the morning, and only slept for 3 or 4 hours at night. But Yang Roland quickly adjusted her state. After all, it was the norm for young people to stay up all night. Thought of how to make a video? Shenlang was also a bit curious. After all, he really didn't know anything about that at all. Of course. After saying that, Yang Roland pounded her cell phone. "I'll send you the script I thought of yesterday, take a look." Shenlang picked up his cell phone and sure enough an unread message popped up. Shenlang opened it and felt his scalp go numb. Dense words he pulled for a few seconds before he saw the bottom. "This is you, right you? How is it? Not bad." Yang Roland said with some complacency. "Well, not bad, brother looks after you." Shenlang patted Yang Roland's shoulder, showing a look of appreciation. Naturally, he would not tell her that he could not read it at all. "But, there are already a lot of people, so you charge first." Shenlang looked at the time. Yang Roland got up to climb up. It took a full 40 to 50 minutes, now it was almost 8 o'clock. "Oh, good, how to charge?" Yang Roland was instantly energized when she heard about charging. Shenlang looked at today's entrance fee in the system. 480 yuan. It went up a little, but not much. 480 apiece, the fish is free, just tell them so, or you can write a sign. "No problem, leave it to me." After saying that, Yang Roland yelled at the crowd. "Those who want a fish have come to pay their fees." In an instant, the dam came alive. Shenlang took advantage of this time to slip away and found a spot to start fishing. After all, he hadn't caught a single fish on his own from the time the system appeared until now, which was unbelievable. He decided that he must have a clean slate. And just as he cast his rod out, he saw 3 running this way. Who was it if not those 3 swordsmen? "Boss, fishing," Jian Lu said a little coyly. They were starting to see that instead of the boss collecting the money today, it had been replaced with a beautiful woman, and there had been some disappointment. It looked like they wouldn't be able to buy the bait today. But when they had just gotten down to the reservoir, they saw a familiar figure fishing not far away. This made them overjoyed. But they were a little embarrassed that they were using their boss's baitplate boss every day. Originally, when they returned to the fish every day, they said that there was no need to return, they fished just to have fun. But the boss insisted on returning the fish, so they had no choice. But every day so disc boss, and is with the boss of the things disc boss, they face also a little upset. Just every day that is like a master-possessed feeling, let them very fascinated. So cannot resist the temptation to shun Lang over. Shenlang naturally know why they came. No nonsense, took out the bait and said, 200. Lu Jian immediately paid, and the 3 left again with a smile. Not long after, another acquaintance came next to Shenlang. It was that Master Wu from yesterday. Next to him was his team of followers. "Boss, you can fish too?" Master Wu put down his equipment and said flirtatiously. "That's for sure, fishing is also my hobby." "Boss is awesome." Master Wu complimented and immediately came to Shenlang's side and said, "Boss, what kind of person is that beautiful woman who collects money from you?" Shenlang glanced at Master Wu with wary eyes and said, "My cousin, what do you want?" Master Wu's eyes lit up. "Does cousin have a boyfriend? I think I'm quite suitable." "No, but you don't have a chance." Shenlang did not turn around and continued to fish his own fish. "Cousin, you're out of line to say this, I'm not bad looking either, how can I be a natural pair with my cousin?" Shen Lang said disdainfully. You call yourself a master, yesterday you fished for a day and didn't catch that 100 pounds of fish, how do you ask me to believe you? Hey boss, you say this, it seems that I can't do it without showing my strength. After saying that, Master Wu said to the cell phone that was filming him. Brothers, we're going to spend our time here, I won't leave until I catch that 100 pounds of big fish and win my cousin's heart. The conversation that started them was naturally recorded. Shen Lang also said this on purpose. This is also a publicity, isn't it? Shen Lang thought like this and suddenly felt a sinking in his hand. He hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod. But the strand seemed to be much larger than he had imagined. Shen Lang was directly pulled forward. Master Wu on the side also saw Shen Lang's situation. Hurriedly walked over and hugged Shen Lang. Shen Lang had a problem since he was a child, that is, he was particularly ticklish. It was especially hard when others touched his waist. Although Master Wu's addition allowed Shen Lang to stabilize his body. But it made him uncomfortable. Quick, let go of me. Shen Lang twisted his body and shouted to Master Wu. Can you handle it alone? Master Wu shouted back, thinking that Shen Lang didn't need anyone else's help. Just let go of me. Shen Lang could not stand it some more. Seeing this, Master Wu also let go of Shen Lang. Shen Lang only felt a loosening of his waist and the discomfort immediately receded. But another strong force came from the fishing rod. Shen Lang was unable to react and was directly pulled forward. Plop! A whole splash of water sounded. Shen Lang was just pulled into the water. Someone's been pulled into the water. At this time the fishing old beside them all looked over, and the good ones even walked over to watch the fun. It's the boss who went underwater. Shen Lang had just emerged from the water when he heard a man yell. Yo! Boss, coming to feed the fish so early? No wonder the fish are raised so big. Boss, swimming ring catch. Boss, you don't want us to take $50,000 in fish with our lives. The shore was instantly buzzing. Chapter 23. The boss will continue to come and dish you out tomorrow. If other people go into the water they look at most 2 eyes, but the boss goes into the water, this can be different. Shen Lang climbed up, his body was wet looking a bit lousy. This is what you said to let go, cannot blame me Master Wu said as he handed over a handkerchief. Shen Lang took over and wiped his head and said. It's okay, luck is too good, just wanted to fish and ran into a big guy. I did not expect the onlookers to flirt. Boss, the technology is not good if I certainly pull up. Right, boss, still need to practice. Shen Lang naturally would not say anything more to them. After packing up a bit, he walked towards the dam. But there was also a bit of displeasure in his heart. It wasn't that he was upset about those people's messy BB either, but he was upset about being dragged down. This fish is not 100 pounds, he Shen Lang upside down to wash his head. But this underwater revenge must be avenged, no one to come is not good. He went home and changed his clothes, and began to pan the equipment up on the internet. After all, their own main pole that day by the beautiful woman got lost, today their own spare pole is also gone. How also have to buy some powerful equipment to revenge. This look is a morning. Until Yang Rulin called. Brother Lon, come up and finish eating, my video is also cut, you come up and take a look. Shen Lang was shocked in his heart. So fast? He had carefully read the copy behind him, it was not something that could be made in a moment. In a short while he came to the dam. There were already many people eating. But there were still many who did not eat and chose to fish. What made Shen Lang unhappy was that next to Yang Roland there was a follower at the moment. Who was it if it wasn't Master Wu? As soon as Shen Lang appeared, Yang Roland walked over. Brother Lon, take a look at how the video I made is. Saying this, she handed over her cell phone while anticipation was written all over her expression. It was as if a child had gotten a perfect score on a test and hoped to receive praise from their parents. Shen Lang took the phone and clicked play. Only to see the screen begin to rotate. The first screen was the image of that beautiful woman being dragged down last time. Plus an intensely shocking sound effect. After a few seconds, the screen went black and a few words appeared in the video. This fish made the whole internet know me. Then the screen turned, a giant fish stirred up water splashes on the surface of the water, and countless cries of shock came from the side. Then there was another image of Shen Lang going into the water. Today, he came to make waves again. Shen Lang's eyes went black when he saw this, damn this is going to become black history. Somewhat unkindly, he looked at Yang Rulin. How is it, it's shocking, it's not over yet, look down. Obviously Yang Rulin did not see the ill will in Shen Lang's eyes. Even if she saw it, she should have treated it as if she didn't see it. Shen Lang had no choice but to continue reading. A close-up of the trembling fishing line plus the angler's sinewy arm. The 100-pound monster has bitten the hook 37 times, no one has subdued it so far. Then a special effect of roaming banknotes popped up. Now! Catch it equals $50,000 instantly plus number 1 on the trolling giant list. Another transition. A group of anglers with rods hissed. Come on! Let the giant teach you how to be a man. Then another flashback of previously caught giants. And finally, it's just a freeze frame. Giant land, waiting for you to fight. The video is short, but it's really quite shocking. Under these limited conditions, making this kind of video in such a short period of time did make Shenlang somewhat surprised. However, this didn't seem to be the piece of copy that Yang Roland had sent to himself. How about it? How was this video shot? Very good, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Right. But I have to thank Master Wu for this, he was the one who gave the inspiration, and also gave me so much material. When Shenlang heard this, his eyes looked even more unfavorably at Master Wu. No wonder the video of himself going into the water was also in there, so it was this kid who messed up. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will have to fix you. However, Shenlang still said with a smile on his face. So it was Master Wu who helped, then no wonder, really thank you Master Wu. As Master Wu listened to Shenlang's words, he suddenly felt a bit of a chill behind his back. It was as if he was missed by something terrible. Small matter, small matter. As long as cousin likes it. Master Wu still said smilingly. Don't call me names, I don't have a cousin like you. Yes. Cousin remembered. But Shenlang still raised a question. What is the giant thing list mentioned above? Do we have this thing? Yang Roland said. I'm going to set up a big sign next to the reservoir, it's best to make it a video screen one, on it is our giant thing list, as long as you catch a big fish, you can go on the giant thing list, so that as soon as people come they can see it, it must have a huge attraction for them. Shenlang nodded, he himself had thought about it before, but there were too many things to implement. And now, all of this did not need to think about it himself, someone had started to do it. This kind of feeling was so good. The video was quickly released online. Master Wu's video from yesterday was not posted, and now it was posted up as well. Meanwhile, at Shichuan Reservoir Giant Paradise, it was equivalent to helping to do a wave of publicity. After all, Master Wu is also a few million fans of the big blogger, the flow that is not small. Sure enough, when Shenlang looked again in the afternoon, the video had already caught fire. Likes have reached 40,000, and there are several thousand comments. The comments below are even more colorful. The video was sent without the address, is not afraid of me to make money. Remember those cars around the city, it's just too funny. 1,200 kilometers, not far, arrive tomorrow. 100 pounds of fish exploded over 100 kilograms, are you guys sure you can catch it? Upstairs, you're out of your depth, there's more than enough to catch, look at my homepage. It seems that this place will be even more lively in a few days. Shenlang couldn't help but think. Just when Shenlang was looking at his cell phone, there was a sudden clamor from below the reservoir. Bingo, bingo. Holy, this fish is huge. Shenlang was startled. It couldn't be that he had just sent the video in the front foot and someone had caught the 100-pound fish in the back foot. It would be a bit embarrassing if that happened. But soon he put his heart down. Because the system's beep came through. Li Ming caught 6 catties 14 times equals 84 catties of mackerel. Congratulations, you've earned $35,280. 84 pounds only, not even close. But who is this Li Ming? Shenlang looked downward and saw a fierce man pulling a fish to shore. This person was very memorable to Shenlang. Wasn't it that ferocious big man who was said to have a great personality by the people next to him? With his size, pulling up big fish was indeed easy. It's a pity that it's only 84 pounds. It's just a little bit close, or else $50,000 would have been there. Bro, that's not a little bit, that's 16 pounds. Apparently it had been weighed, and the people who knew the weight were sorry. It didn't take long for a few people to carry the fish to the dam. Although it was not 100 pounds, Shenlang still saw the big man's fierce face smile into a chrysanthemum. Boss here, sorry, disked a big fish. Li Ming said smilingly when he saw Shenlang. Shenlang said with some disdain. You call this a disc? You can catch 100 pounds and get $50,000 before you call it a plate. Li Ming did not retort, and a few people hung the fish to the back of the car. Don't worry, boss, I'll definitely keep coming to pan you tomorrow. After saying this, he got into the car and left. Shenlang shook his head, how come all these fishing guys love to show off so much when they catch fish? The county's road today is going to be another beautiful scenery line. Chapter 24 The wooden house is built and the people are all back. I don't know if it's the overall multiplier of the fish that's a little bigger, or if it's just a very lucky day for the anglers. A few more big fish over 50 pounds were hit in the back. But there was that 80-pound one that went on street patrol and they didn't have a good time. In this one, Wang Pang got another 59 catty and Master Wu got 2 more. To say how others have millions of followers, there's still some strength there. There are also people who are suspected to be 100 pounds of big fish also pulled down. Shenlang's heart is a little more comfortable. After all, there are people who have the same experience as themselves, and they will always be a little more balanced mentally. Today, Shenlang's income again broke through 300,000, reaching more than 350,000 yuan. Shenlang's account has a huge amount of nearly $800,000. Shenlang once thought that this world is a little unreal, if according to this money-making speed, he will not be long before he can become a multi-millionaire, billionaire. With the continuous upgrading of the system, the speed of earning money would multiply geometrically. He calculated an account. Right now the high multiplication rate is only 10 or so times, at most tens of thousands of dollars. If dozens of times in the future, then catching one is at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thinking about it, Shen Lang couldn't help but have his heart beat faster. But he looked at the system's multiplier upgrade gray panel. This 100 pounds of fish must be caught. At the same time the surrounding facilities must be built up together. Shen Lang had a new idea. If there was enough money, one could just create all the mountains around this reservoir and make this place a semi-tourist attraction. At that time, the more people attracted, their own money is not the same as robbing? Shen Lang laughed out loud at the thought. Brother Long, what are you laughing at? At this time, Yang Rulin walked over. After everyone's busy work, the fish have been back to finish. Those who wanted to go back to the county town also went back to the county town one after another, and those who wanted to spend the night here also began to set up their tents. There is no desire to upgrade the area of the waters, and Shen Lang is not thinking of driving them away. But they wanted to fish the night, also rejected by Shen Lang. Or that safety issue, after all, at night cannot see, went into the water is very easy to accident. If they can get a few big lights next to the reservoir, and make the water daytime, plus find some more lifeguards in the future, then open the night course. Everyone looked at Shen Lang's resolute attitude and couldn't say anything more. I made a lot of money today, right? Of course I'm happy. Yang Roland said excitedly. We made a total of 12,578 yuan today. Brother Long is rich. Shen Lang hemmed and hawed. In his heart, he thought, you think you're getting rich with more than 10,000 yuan, in actuality, I'm more than 300,000 yuan a day. But this secret was impossible for him to tell. Alright, there's a lot of expenses. Shen Lang again looked at the wooden house that was already being tiled. Tomorrow he would buy some furniture and it would be ready for temporary use. But it's best to water for a few days to let the concrete underneath dry out completely. But who asked for the urgent need for this thing? Maintain it while using it. Rule I'll earn some money on your account later. When the house is done, settle all the money. We don't owe more than a day's labor. Understood. Don't worry, Brother Wave, I'm your little treasury butler. And just at this time, a black Accord drove up. The license plate was a foreign number. Shen Lang guessed if it was a fishing guy from abroad when the car stopped next to them. Wow, the reservoir has changed a lot. Several young people walked out of the car. The leader of a young man looked at the reservoir much larger than before and said with emotion, Wave. Xiao Lang. The few people behind also greeted Shen Lang. Everyone is back. Shen Lang also greeted. These people were all young people who worked outside. Most of the rural people were not very good at studying, so going out into the factories was the best means of earning money. But most of them work overtime every day, working more than 10 hours a day, and many of them still work 2 shifts. Don't look at 7 or 8,000 a month, basically with time in exchange. At this time the folks who were watching the repair of the house from the side also came over. You guys got here so fast, your Uncle Feng said you guys won't arrive until tomorrow. Drove Feng's car, arrived in 10 hours, just arrived and came up when I heard you were all here. Where's Jiabing and the others? Where are they? They shouldn't leave until tomorrow, they'll be here the day after tomorrow. Everyone started chatting familiarly, asking about this and that, and everything. And the young man who started to get off the car and exclaimed took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and passed it over to Shen Lang, saying, Xiao Lang, come and smoke. Brother Feng, you know I don't smoke. It's good that you don't smoke, like me I can't even quit. Shen Feng said and started to hand out cigarettes to the crowd. A circle down, a pack of cigarettes are almost to the bottom. Returning to Shen Lang, he asked, Xiao Lang, your uncle said a little on the phone, we are not very clear, how in the world do you divide this, when will this project start off? The people next to him heard Shen Feng ask this, all stopped talking and looked over. Shen Lang said with a deep thought, I'm going to build a tourism, vacation, fishing, leisure mecca here. In the future, our entire village may be planned in it. Specific design, I will ask the professional design team. As for your concern about splitting the money, just wait for everyone to come back, open a collective general meeting, you guys discuss to get it, I'm not involved. But I'll say it ugly in front, since you want to share the money, you have to contribute, treat this place as if it's your own home. We can only do a good job if we all work together. At this point the village chief hurriedly stepped forward. Don't worry, Xiao Lang, if any family dares to sing against us, we'll tell them to get lost. Yes, tell them to get lost and not stay in our village. Right. We have to work together. Those uncles and aunts, too, stepped forward to take a stand, positively looking like they were going to war. The fishing men who were preparing to camp next to them couldn't help but look over when they heard this side so loudly. Shen Lang saw that he had achieved his goal and said, That's it for now, you guys came back just in time, the rice is almost cooked right, everyone get ready to eat? In the past 2 days, the village's meal was basically like eating a banquet together. And every day, there were several large dishes. After eating and drinking, the people didn't leave, they all farted and chatted, longing for a bright future. And Shen Lang also began to arrange for tomorrow's work. There are still many things that need to be busy at the moment, such as what the giant things ranking needs to be presented with. For example, who to find to complete the design of the entire plan, a large design company or a local design company. For example, the specific implementation of security measures. And so on and so forth. Big and small things can get into the head is big. So these things must be implemented to everyone. It used to be that the older generation was at home and their implementation was there, but very often the ideas have been out of touch. Now these young people have returned and can help with some things. Although their ability to do things had yet to be verified, it was better than nothing. Through discussion, also arranged the personnel. Just waiting for tomorrow to slowly implement it. Chapter 25 Fishing can be done any way you want, that's what you said. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that everyone went home together. The wooden house was also done overtime, just waiting for tomorrow to buy some furniture and other supplies. The wooden house was still the same plan as before. A small lounge, an office hall, a larger room for the commissary, a large kitchen, and 2 toilets. Now everyone solves problems by running inside those haystacks. Every once in a while a gust of wind can smell that faint odor of. The more people there are, the more they, and the smell unconsciously wafts out. Shen Lang is prepared to get him a few small toilets on the mountain first, and then get a few public toilets later when the plan comes out. Of course this is all a later thing. Back at home, Shen Lang fell asleep. These days he is really sleep deprived, must have a good rest. Early the next morning, everyone started to get busy according to yesterday's arrangement. When Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir, the side of the reservoir was already filled with rows of fishing guys. Roland, so early today. Yang Roland gave him a blank look. Brother Long, it's almost 8 o'clock now. If I hadn't heard second uncle say that you haven't slept well for a few days, I would have pulled you out of bed long ago. Shen Lang dryly coughed twice and said, "This, your brother Long I am old, must ensure sufficient sleep." Before he finished, he heard Yang Roland exclaimed, "Wow, luxury car brother wave look, BMW M8 yeah." Shen Lang froze. BMW M8. He could not help but think of the beauty from last time. It seems to be called Lu Muqing. Shen Lang turned back to look, could not help but eyes shrink. Wasn't this car the same car that Lu Muqing drove last time? When the car stopped and a beautiful woman came down from the car, who was it if not Lu Muqing? Wow, what a beautiful beauty, and so rich. Yang Roland exclaimed from the sidelines. And after Lu Muqing got off the car, the first time she glanced at Shen Lang and Yang Roland who were standing outside the wooden house. Without saying anything, she directly walked over. Shen Lang saw a hint of killing intent in her eyes, as if she wanted to put Shen Lang on the spot. Shen Lang seemed to sense the implication that the visitor was not good. "Beautiful sister, are you going fishing?" Yang Roland saw Lu Muqing walking over and greeted her warmly. However, her hot face seemed to stick to her cold butt. Lu Muqing didn't pay any attention to her, just looked at Shen Lang and said, "Did you send that video with my consent?" Shen Lang was startled, then immediately thought of what was going on. "That, just took a little bit of it, and couldn't see your face, it should be fine." "Humph. To put it badly, you are committing a crime." Lu Muqing's eyes grew colder and colder. Shen Lang couldn't say anything. After all, he did send a video with the other party's footage in it, and it didn't go through the other party's consent. "Then, I deleted the video?" Shen Lang asked tentatively. "That's not necessary, I'm not that petty." Lu Muqing's tone changed, causing Shen Lang to almost flash his back. "I've come for revenge this time, I must make that fish's life worse than death." Lu Muqing's last 4 words were almost said through clenched teeth, and Shen Lang could feel the hatred. "Then, good luck." Shen Lang could only say dryly. "Did you say that no matter what method you use, as long as you can catch that fish?" Lu Muqing asked in a pictorial turn. Shen Lang didn't know what this beauty was going to do, but still answered. "Yes, no matter what method you use, as long as you can catch that fish. Of course you can't poison, electrocute, cast a net, it has to be fishing. This is what you said, pay the fee." Lu Muqing revealed a mysterious smile, took out her cell phone and paid the money and walked to the side. Shen Lang was confused, turned to Yang Roland and said, "Roland, do you think this beauty is talking in her sleep? With that small body of hers, she can also catch that fish." Yang Roland looked at the back of the beauty and said, "Brother Long, I think she's for real, look." After saying that, she pointed in the direction of the beautiful woman. At the same time, the cell phone in her hand had already turned on the video mode. Shen Lang looked over again, only to see Lu Muqing and the digger master who was digging the parking lot said something. Then the digger master drove the digger over this way. No. Shen Lang looked at the scene with some incredulity. Could she be trying to fish with this? Lu Muqing walked to her car again, opened the trunk, and took out a bundle of relatively thin steel wire, and there was a large fishing hook in front of the wire. Holy, still prepared. Shen Lang couldn't help but lament. Absolutely can't offend women especially this kind of absolute beauty. "Boss, it's okay to help you fix the road." That. You're right Master, didn't you help me dig the parking lot? Why are you helping her now?" Master Digger poked his head out and said with some embarrassment. Boss, sorry, she gave too much. Shenlang was speechless. How much to give you? You betrayed me like this. The digger master was even more embarrassed. 20,000 a day, if you hang that fish, reward 50,000. Shenlang's eyes went black. Damn, trenchless which normal person can refuse this? Finished? Finished master, then drive the road down. The digger master sniffed and also drove the digger towards the bottom of the reservoir. Because the road was steep and not very flat. So the digger could only repair the road while driving down, so the traveling speed was not very fast. The fishermen below also saw the commotion. They all wondered why the excavator would drive down. But we looked for a while, are not very concerned, perhaps the boss wants to repair something down there, as long as it does not disturb their fishing is good. But slowly they are a little unsettled. Only to see the digger to the edge of the reservoir stopped, and then a beautiful woman on top of the digger began to set a wire. At the very front of the wire was a fishhook, and in the center of the wire was a big foam float. They then reacted to the fact that the man was trying to fish with the digger. No, is there such a fishing method? Even if there is this kind of fishing ethical? Does it make sense? Don't they enjoy the feeling of pulling with the fish when they are fishing? Now that someone is fishing with a digger, they are first shocked, and then they don't understand. Not understanding that the owner actually agreed to something so outrageous, and then just not understanding that someone would fish like that. But some of them seemed to understand when they saw that beautiful woman. Wasn't that beauty the one who was dragged down by the giant fish last time? It seems that this beauty is back for revenge. Yesterday's video of the boss made the video of the beauty being dragged by the fish a big hit again. Maybe that's why this beauty just couldn't take it anymore. At this time, the bait has been thrown down to the water. The beauty also began to use corn to fight nest. Chapter 26 Dredger plus steel wire, this can also be fishing? Lu Muqing's behavior had attracted everyone's attention, and many people had put down their own fishing rods to come over here to watch the fun. After all, using a digger to aid in fishing, this kind of thing was still rare. Why do you need to use a fishing rod to fish? Because the rod has a strong toughness, the fish has a certain cushion when struggling, so that it is not easy to get off the hook. Otherwise the fish will just tear its own mouth off when it struggles hard and then take off the hook and run away. Normal fishing grounds are unlikely to let you do that. As for being in the wild, that shall not convict you of an illegal fishing offense. And how much does a dredge cost per day? It's not a good deal for one day. This kind of novelty is hard to come across. Most people took out their cell phones and started recording this rare thing. At the same time, they were curious about whether or not a digger with a wire could catch a fish. You even agreed to this way? You are not afraid of catching your fish? Master Wu's voice sounded from Shenlang's side. Shenlang said indifferently. After all, you can't go back on what you said anyway is fine, even if she drives a boat to catch fish, there's no way I can stop it. Master Wu gave a thumbs up and, boss is really atmospheric, but this method is very difficult to hang up. Shenlang naturally knew the difficulty of this method. But it seemed that this was a good opportunity for publicity. If she really caught it, then won't everyone work hard to publicize it? Beautiful woman for revenge, direct digger fishing. Digger fishing, setting a historical precedent, is this the fall of humanity or the progress of history? Shenlang felt that he had to help, after all, last time it was also his mistake to give her the bait, which caused that tragedy. So Shenlang walked to Lu Muqing's side and said, Ms. Lu, do you want to buy bait? Lu Muqing looked back at Shenlang with a puzzled look, but her reply made Shenlang choke. Why do you know my surname Lu? I didn't tell you that, did I? Shenlang said vaguely. You said it, maybe you forgot. Then hurriedly took the bait out of the maul and said, $500, do you want a pack? Lu Muqing looked at the bait in Shenlang's hand, and then looked at the water that hadn't moved, and seemed to think of something. Sure, $500 is cheap. After saying this, she took out her cell phone and prepared to scan the code. Cheap? You said I robbed it last time. The transaction was completed. Shenlang retreated back into the crowd and began to watch the good show. He was aware of the magical effects of the system-produced bait, and it wouldn't be long before he could see the digger battle the giant fish. Sure enough, after Lu Muqing put the new bait to use, within a few minutes he saw the float on the surface of the water begin to shake. Fish on, fish on. Look. Master Digger, pull. Quickly, Master pull. It seemed that the spectators next to him were even more anxious and shouted at the digger master. The digger master then reacted and started to lift the digger's arm upwards. Only to see the wire popping straight quickly and the float being pulled downwards. The digger master saw this and lifted the machine arm upwards even higher, and the digger started to back up. Obviously he was trying to pull the fish straight to shore. It's just that fishing people understand the truth that when a fish is powering up, you have to let go of the power or it's easy to get unhooked. Fish have a lot of power in the water. Just then, a huge tail was revealed on the surface of the water. The tail was dozens of centimeters wide, and it looked like it was at least a huge 100 pounds or more. Splat! The water splashed in all directions. The water column went straight to the sky. Wow! Holy! Amidst countless people's exclamations, the fish sank to the bottom of the water once again. While everyone was expecting the fish to struggle even more fiercely, the water slowly calmed down. The wire that popped up straight also dropped down. Off the hook, what a pity! This fish is 100 dozens of pounds, it's too big. What's wrong with seeing my blood boil? Driver brother, fishing is not such a pull. In everyone's discussion, there are a few people directly climbed on the digger, began to talk to the master about how to make the fish do not take off the hook. And in front of the digger, without Lumuching's hands, a few fishing guys already started to pull the wire back. Obviously everyone's enthusiasm was completely ignited. When the fish pushes hard, you have to pull the digger back a little, you can't keep pulling. Right, slip it a little more, don't be too hasty. The digger master had already been called down by a couple of fishing guys and began to teach fishing techniques. Maybe, how can I feel if it's pushing hard? The digger master suddenly asked such a question. The scene instantly stalled. Yeah, although the fish was big, in front of such a large digger, that little bit of force was still too small. The master definitely couldn't feel the pull of the fish. Then master, try it like this, look. But this obviously couldn't diminish everyone's enthusiasm, and started talking again. Alright, master, let's get to work. Lumuching got the bait done again and shouted in the direction of the digger master. This was what stopped the master from getting a dumbfounded look on his face at what was being said. Alright, big brothers, now it's time to start fishing again soon. Whether or not the digger can catch the giant fish in the water, we'll see. Not far away, Lianshin was opening a live broadcast. These days Xinlang did not see much of her, or maybe Xinlang was too busy to care about this old classmate of his. But now there were more than 10,000 people in her live broadcast room. This is already a very scary number. I don't know if it's because of the traffic attracted by the digger fishing, or if it's usually this many. However, Xinlang saw that the gifts on his cell phone were constantly floating. Thank you big brother for the sunglasses, thank you big brother for the shake one. Wow, thank you for the fishing field one brother of Huazi, one brother is here, everyone warmly welcome. It looked like Lianshin's anchor career was on the right track. Maybe she is now earning dozens of times as much as she used to earn in a day's live broadcast. Xinlang was also happy for her, being an anchor was not as easy as imagined. She earned money with her own efforts and deserved encouragement. The fish hook had already been thrown into the water once again with the bait given by the system. I don't know if the first bait had already lured the fish inside the nest. Just less than a minute after casting it down, I saw the float begin to shake violently downwards. Quick, pull the rod. Pull the rod. The few people who had started teaching the digger master how to fish saw the fish biting the bait and immediately shouted at the digger master. The digger master saw it long ago, and the mechanical arm quickly rose upwards. It seems that the digger master has received their true passages. When the wire popped straight, the digger master pressed the mechanical arm downward again, to ease the strength of the fish's struggle. Just whether it worked or not, only God knows. Don't move, let it run for a while. Return slowly, tease the fish. But at this point the people commanding below began to disagree. Can't return, let it run by itself. What do you know? It has to return. Run. To return. Before the fish even got up, two people started arguing. Don't quarrel. Master fish to the left, drive over to slip the fish. At this time the steel wire obviously began to turn to the left, the fish swam to the left. Lumuching hurriedly shouted towards the master and said, "Those fishing tackle at the water's edge, please clean up." At one time, the reservoir side was in full swing. Those who were fishing next to each other didn't complain, they hurriedly picked up their own fishing gear and put it behind them. And the crowd began to make way for the digger to travel. Chapter 27, the digger catches 200 pounds of bighead carp, and the system lifts the restriction. The excavator also started up and drove in the direction where the fish was swimming. The steel wire was moving fast on the surface of the water, and there was a whimpering sound. Everyone could feel the force of the fish under the water. A short while later, the fish turned back, changed direction, and the dredge followed. This is not like a fish slipping. Rather, the fish was slipping the dredge. But the good thing is that the fish didn't take off the hook. The fishing man next to him directed the digger master from time to time. Quick, it's turning, go that way. Master, drive faster, the fish is coming off the hook. With the passage of time, the digger master's fish skimming skills have grown. Slipping up with no joy. Suddenly, a splash was seen on the surface of the water, and a section of the fish's body surfaced. Wow! It's huge! It's a bighead carp, isn't it? Only a section of the fish's body was exposed. Experienced fishing guys could tell at a glance the species of the fish, it was none other than bighead carp. How many pounds? It's even bigger than the one at the beginning. I've never seen such a big fish, I can't guess. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, the bighead carp flipped over and dug into the water again. With a flip of its tail, a huge splash of water slapped at the crowd on the shore. A few people who were too close to dodge were given a direct wet package. Luckily, the fish didn't come off the hook, still pulling the steel line straight. Wow! Come on! The crowd couldn't help but gasp again. But it seemed that the outing had taken a lot of strength out of the giant fish, and the return to the water was starting to be gentle. It just kept wandering around in a small place. Not wandering around as much as it did in the beginning. Finally saw the light. It seemed only a matter of time before this fish was landed. And now, almost an hour has passed since the fish ate the hook. Summer was already hot. Shenlang could see that the digger master was already sweating, not knowing if he was nervous or tired. Master, try to slowly pull towards the shore. After another 10 minutes, Lumuching seemed to be unable to wait and shouted towards the digger master. The digger master made an okay gesture and drove the digger slowly backwards. He slipped this 1 hour of fish, and also know to deal with this thing, cannot be too fast, slowly in order to feel that kind of pleasure. And the fish in the water didn't struggle much, it seemed to be exhausted. More and more steel wire exposed to the surface of the water, the fish is getting closer and closer to the shore. The crowd held their breath, afraid that they would breathe too heavily and scare the fish away. It's coming out. Wow, it's so big. By this time the outline of the fish had appeared on the surface of the water. The bighead carp's mouth was opening and closing, and the diameter of the mouth was all around 1 meter, making the crowd's scalps numb as they watched. If this fish were to eat a person, one bite would be able to stuff half of their body into it. And the visual length was at least about 2 meters. You should know that bighead carp are called bigheads, and their heads are all at least a third or more of their length. So this huge thing is really shocking to look at. The hook seems to be deep in its mouth, leaving only the wire exposed from his mouth. Difficult to pass, so pulled and did not come off the hook. This eating is too deep. And just when everyone thought that this fish was already going to land, it struggled violently on the shore. Countless splashes of water slapped towards the crowd on the shore. Seeing this, someone shouted, "Master, let go a little, let go a little." But an opposing voice rang out, "Can't put it, the hook is going to fall." Shenlang raised his eyes to look, and sure enough, the hook had pulled out a long wound in the fish's mouth. The wound was flowing with blood. Obviously, it was the struggle that was too violent this time and pulled the hook out. Everyone keep pressure on it. Help! At this time a clear female voice rang out, and it was none other than Lumuching's voice. She was currently soaking wet, outlining a perfect figure, but she seemed to be prepared this time, and there should be another outfit inside. She was obviously a little anxious when she saw that the fish was about to come off the hook. Charge! Straight away, I saw a fishing guy. Hearing this, his eyes were red as he rushed towards that huge fish. The next few people who were close by saw that someone had gone forward and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen anglers pounced on the giant fish as if they had seen the most beautiful woman. The first angler came to the side of the giant fish and pounced on it. The others followed suit. But there was one angler who didn't seem to have much luck. His position was exactly the tail of the fish. Only to see a tail coming at him. Splat! There was a loud bang. The fishing guy was directly slapped and fell down. And after he fell down, he didn't get up again, seeming to have been badly hit by this blow. Shenlang had been watching this situation there and was shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. Quick, that person has been knocked out, save him first. Save someone, that person is fainted. Someone on the side also saw this scene and shouted loudly as well. The fish originally couldn't hold more than a dozen people. The few people who arrived at the back heard everyone's cries and walked over to pull up that old fishing guy who had been slapped unconscious. The fishing old man seemed to have only fainted briefly and woke up even after being pulled up. A few people dragged him to the shore again, continuing towards the giant fish. Finally, with everyone working together, the giant fish stopped struggling and lay still in the shallows. A few big men next to it used their hands to keep stroking on it, as if they were stroking a rare treasure. Shenlang saw that the system's beep was delayed. Also know that the system determines the rule that the fish must be landed. So shouted loudly, "Lift the fish to shore, don't let it run away again." "Boss, such a big fish, it's too bad to get it up." At this time a voice rang out. "Yeah. It looks like this fish is almost 200 pounds, 200 pounds of bighead carp. I've never heard of it, I've never seen it. You guys are unheard of, but in my place there will be more in the future." Shenlang looked at Lumuching and said, "How do you want to deal with it?" Lumuching's ice-cold expression showed a rare hint of excitement at this moment. "Pull it up, I want to take it back." Everyone heard the boss, and the beautiful woman who caught this fish said so. It was hopeless. So a few people together lifted the fish up and came towards the shore. At the moment the fish landed on the shore, the system's beep in Shenlang's head finally sounded. Lumuching caught 16 catties 12 times equals 192 catties. Bighead carp. A bighead carp. Congratulations on obtaining 184,320 yuan Wasia coins. Congratulations on catching a fish over 100 pounds for the first time, unlocking more functions. 192 catties, it's really a big one. No wonder it took so much effort to get it up. However, Shenlang's gaze was placed on unlocking more functions at the back. This system is really something. Unlocking functions is not directly stated, and playing this kind of game. System, what functions are unlocked? Generally Shenlang is rarely asked the system questions. After all, the system's functions are simple, and Shen Lang has no need to ask. Unlocked function: catching a fish of more than 100 pounds, there is a probability of obtaining a reward. The reward thing please explore on your own. Obtain a reward? Above 100 pounds? Then why didn't this one get a reward? There is a probability of getting it, not a certainty of getting it. The bigger the fish caught, the higher the probability, the better the quality. Please continue to work hard, host. Well, generally things that appear probable are quite metaphysical. It's possible to get it in one shot, and it's also possible to draw it 100 times without hitting it. It's equivalent to catching a fish over 100 pounds to get one chance, but how much that chance is, only God knows. Chapter 28 Boss. Do me a favor and sell your bait to a guy. Boss, do you have a big scale? Let's see how many pounds this fish is. Shen Lang was fuming when a voice interrupted him. Everyone was pointing at the big fish, and an enthusiastic fishing guy shouted at Shen Lang. That thing doesn't have it, but I blindly guess 192 pounds, no need to weigh it. I feel how it's 200 pounds, such a big guy. Well, 200 pounds should be there, a few of us can't lift it. Everyone started talking again. This kind of big fish can't be weighed without a big scale. The kind of hand scale that the average fisherman has is definitely not this big, and even if it is, no one can lift such a heavy fish. No need to weigh it if there isn't one. Please help me carry it to the digger bucket, I want to take it away. Lu Muqing came forward and said. The people together lifted the fish into the digger's bucket. The digger carried the fish towards the dam. Many people who loved to join in the fun also followed and climbed up. Shen Lang naturally could only go up. After all, catching this fish he had said that he would reward 50,000 yuan. It is impossible not to honor himself. When Shen Lang climbed to the dam, he saw a few people lifting the fish to the top of the M8 sedan. Shen Lang sweat face, so expensive car used to transport fish, this is also to not cherish the car. Shen Lang walked over and said, Ms. Lu, your car used to transport fish is also too wasteful. Do you want me to call a car to help you transport away? Lu Muqing said lightly. No, I want this effect. Go back and humiliate him. Humiliate him? Humiliate who? Shen Lang couldn't be bothered to ask more. There is a 50,000 bonus for catching this fish, I will send it to you. Good, it's just enough to pay the digger master's reward. Lu Muqing received Shen Lang's money, turned around and walked towards the digger master. Shen Lang saw that the digger master was a little frightened and waved his hand in a hurry. Beauty, you just give that 20,000, this 50,000 I really can't accept it. Only to see a coldness radiating from Lu Muqing. Tell you to take it and you'll take it, this is what you deserve. You think I'll care about these tens of thousands of dollars? The digger master looked at the multi-million-dollar car being loaded with fish, opened his mouth and had to take out his cell phone to collect the money. He was also subdued by Lu Muqing's aura. Lu Muqing looked at the giant fish that was already fixed on the roof of the car and smiled with satisfaction. She walked towards the car and was about to drive away. Suddenly she paused in her footsteps and turned towards Shen Lang. Boss, do me a favor. Shen Lang looked at this beauty who had regained her coolness a little confused. What favor can I do? But he still said. You say, see if I can help. It's too hard to help. Yang Rolin next to him also held her forehead when she heard Shen Lang's answer. This cousin is really hopeless. A beautiful woman asks you to help and you answer like this? Lu Muqing also had a stagnant expression, but immediately revealed a rare smile and said. I'll add you a WeChat, before long there will be a middle-aged man to fish, I will send you a photo, you also sell him a package of that kind of bait, can it? Shen Lang suddenly saw the smile of Lu Muqing couldn't help but sigh, it's so nice to smile, why don't you smile more? But the next second he had a cold behind. This woman, so powerful, actually directly found out that packet of bait was extraordinary. And wanting to let herself sell to a middle-aged man, that middle-aged man must have a grudge against her, or else she wouldn't have let herself sell him this kind of bait that is bound to hit a medium to large-sized fish. But what does this have to do with herself? She helped herself to get the reward and break through the limit, she helped her as an exchange. No problem, when the time comes, you just send me pictures in advance. Shen Lang took out his cell phone. You sweep me, or I sweep you. Both. The two of them added friends, and Lu Muqing drove the car away. The crowd of fishing guys looked at the departing car and still kept sighing. It's the first time I've seen such a big head car, at least 200 pounds, it's really an eye-opener. Fishing with a digger is an eye-opener for me. How can you fish like this? I've only heard of fishing with rebar and aircraft carrier blocking ropes, but I didn't expect to see digging machine and steel wire fishing this time. How did this beautiful woman come up with this idea? What I didn't expect is that the beauty directly gave the prize money to the digger master. Today the digger master is the biggest winner. I would think that the biggest winner is the boss. After today, this place is really going to explode. The crowd nodded as they heard this. Because most of the fishing guys have taken videos today, and they must have all posted them. Adding to the power of this topic, the shock of that fish. This wasn't the traffic of those tens of thousands of likes in front of them. They could think that Shen Lang could naturally think of it, so he greeted Yang Rolin and quickly went to edit the video and sent it out immediately. In fact, while fishing, those fishing guys had already posted the video online off and on. It also caused a lot of attention and discussion. It's just that those videos they took were one or two small clips that only aroused the curiosity of the netizens even more. Especially when they saw the excavator fishing, and really caught such a big giant. All of them were in awe. Cousin, rubbing off on me, I'll post a video too? Master Wu did not know when he appeared beside Shenlang. Who is your cousin? Don't shout. Shenlang immediately warned with his eyes. Okay, cousin, take it as your promise to rub it in. After saying this, Master Wu disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shenlang turned around to look, only to see Master Wu running to the side of Yang Roland. The two were discussing something. Shenlang helplessly shook his head. Let him go. Looking at Master Wu also seems to be not bad. If the two of them really can become, he has not really helped to beat the lovebirds. This kind of thing mainly depends on themselves. After this fiasco, it was almost noon before everyone completely subsided and returned to the fishing business. And Yang Roland has already edited the video. At the same time, Joint Master Wu released this video through a cooperative mode. I have to say, my cousin's editing skills are really okay, and this video was also edited to be thrilling and suspenseful. The grudge between Lu Muqing and the big fish in this reservoir is told in a colorful manner, while at the same time at the end it also leaves the suspense of how many pounds of this fish in the end. It starts with a video of an excavator pulling the fish out of the water, and then a dozen people pouncing on that fish. Then the image of that fishing guy being knocked out and Shenlang yelling. It directly drew Shenlang, the participant, in. The back tells of a video that burst into flames a few days ago, a giant fish, pulling a woman floating inside the water. Directly introduced the theme. Because Yang Roland is the whole follow the film, so the whole storyline is very clear. Tell things clearly and plainly. Luxury cars plus beautiful women. Digger plus fishing. Giant fish on top of a luxury car. Many famous scenes appear in the video. And the video is not dragging, the plot is compact. See, Shenlang are a bit mesmerized. After watching it, Shenlang couldn't help but look at Yang Roland. Roland, I think you go to study that. What accounting is really talented, you should go to study the movie. Yang Roland spat out her tongue and said with some embarrassment. Where, so much of this is Master Wu's advice. Shenlang glanced at Master Wu. Fart, look at his previous videos, dry and not at all passionate. You and I say this is his advice? Master Wu was a little embarrassed. A little suggestion, just a little suggestion. Chapter 29 Giant Object Ranking. As long as you have the ability to take up all of the list, it's fine. It was almost noon when the person who went out to run errands came back. The advertisements are all done, and the purchases have been made. Also contacted a few local decoration and design companies to come and see the venue this afternoon. However, Shenlang is very skeptical that there is anyone in this small county who can design such a large project. But it's fine to let them come and take a look, it's free to start coming to see it anyway. And that giant thing list or something like that, Shenlang thought of directly using a huge screen to play. A little bit of other things could be played on it sometimes. In the future, you can also place advertisements. Isn't this a multi-purpose thing? But this thing is also a huge amount of money, casually several $100,000. Shenlang found that the money in his hand does not seem to be money. He wants to do something casually the same can spend all his savings. Hey, first make a huge billboard. Shenlang could only settle for the second best. This must be made first, the internet has said it all, this giant thing list has to get it out right away. But Shenlang also stole a lazy, 100 pounds or more only on the giant thing list. So it's only necessary to write one person's name. First place, Lu Muqing, 192 caddies big head carp. Second place, none. Third place, none. Thinking of this, Shenlang asked Shenfeng to follow this template and send it to the advertising agency to work overtime to make it. Tomorrow must be installed up. Because this is only an hour or so, he found that his reservoir has begun to burst into flames. Is really bursting into flames kind. In just 1 hour, his account had millions of views. Tens of thousands of likes. This data was the data of his previous videos for several days. If this doesn't mean anything, then Master Wu's site had already gotten tens of millions of plays. It was true that vertical accounts just attracted more traffic, and with his large fan base, the momentum of the video catching fire was unstoppable. There's a saying that really isn't wrong. Fishing is the top stream of jitterbug. Just as Shenlang and they were discussing things, the clamor rose in alarm below the reservoir. Shenlang froze. What's going on here? Roland, go take a look. Shenlang ordered and started discussing with them again. Not more than a few seconds later, Yang Roland ran in. Brother Long, it seems that there is another 100 pounds of big goods down there. Shenlang was shocked. This Nima, 100 pounds so good fishing? So everyone walked out to look down. Only to see many people gathered together, and that position is exactly the location where the fish just started. Could it be that someone is fishing in the beginning of the nest? Shenlang felt that there was this possibility. Shenfeng and other people went to do things in the morning. After coming back to hear everyone's discussion or sorry not to the scene to see. Now I heard that another 100 kilograms of fish was caught below. They were all excited. Can't wait to go down and see what this 100 catty fish really looks like. So Shan Lang and Yang Ruolan were left behind by several people. Several people often walk the mountain road. Walking this steep road is naturally easy. And started diggers have dug this road into a big road. Shan Lang walked to the crowd to look inside. Only to see a familiar figure is struggling to pull the pole. The pole is also pulled to the limit, looking as if it is about to break. The person bowed and struggled to keep his shape. This person was no other than Wang Pang, who had landed a big fish every day. Pang is really the first person under Master Wu in this reservoir, awesome. But I feel that this one is not as big as the one that came up in the morning, but it should be hundreds of pounds. That's a pity. If Pang had caught it earlier, the $50,000 would have been Pang's. Yeah, if only the boss had gotten another event, I would have had the motivation to fish up this 100-pound giant. Shan Lang fell into deep thought as he listened to the surrounding discussion. This activity bonus was given out, and it seemed that there was still some weakening of everyone's passion for fishing. Since he had set up the giant thing list, why don't we set a bonus for the giant thing list as well? For example, the first place will get $2,000 a week, the second place $1,800 a week, and so on. This should be feasible. Just when Shan Lang was thinking about this, the giant fish flipped out of the water once again. Wow! With a cry of surprise, the giant fish did a tumble. Wang Pang was also pulled by the force and moved forward a few steps. However, he thrust his pole towards the ground and stabilized himself with all his strength. Shan Lang couldn't help but help him sweat. The people beside him did not go to help him either, not knowing if he had said to others that he did not need help. Wang Pang, this person is very pure, seems to be only obsessed with fishing. And it seems that his family is not particularly rich. Otherwise that fish wouldn't have been sold double last time. This time the outbreak, the fish was much quieter. Wang Pang slipped another hour or so before slowly dragging the fish to the shore. By this time, he was almost deflated. It was already summer, but also has been so nervous to do pulling with the fish. If it were Shan Lang, he felt that he would have been unable to hold on. Quickly! Help! Shan Lang hurriedly shouted. Only then did a few people run to the shore to pull the fish up. At the same time, Shan Lang's mind sounded the system's voice again. Wang Ping caught 8 catties 16 times equals 128 catties of grass carp a fish. Congratulations on getting 102,400 Chinese dollars. Congratulations on catching 128 pounds of grass carp and obtaining a one-day profit doubling card. Ha! Shan Lang was surprised at the rewards at the back. One-day revenue doubling card. This is what the system said, that the probability of catching a fish of more than 100 pounds to get something? Shan Lang opened the system panel, and sure enough, a card was lying inside the system's backpack. One-day revenue doubling card. Using this card, you can double the day's revenue, limited to the amount of cash back from the fishing system. Obviously, from the name one can know the usefulness of this card. However, Shan Lang was torn between using it now or using it later. Using it later would definitely maximize the earnings. But if you use it now, it will definitely accelerate your growth. It's just that the acceleration is not big. After all, doubling the gains in one day is just equivalent to one more day. But two high doubling fish came out today, not every day. And now that the system had just unlocked the restrictions, it needed money to upgrade the system. Because Shan Lang started to look at it, now upgrading 0.1 times requires $10,000. That is to say, doubling it would require $100,000, 10 times would require $1 million, and Shan Lang's entire fortune would only be enough to upgrade a few times. This price increase had gone up a little too much. Brother Pang, is this fish for sale? I'll buy it at 2 times the market price. At this time, a young man came to Wang Peng's side and said. Obviously he knew that Wang Peng had sold the 50 kilograms fish at twice the price last time. You have the nerve to ask for 2 times the market price. I'll offer 3 times. You're richer than me, aren't you? I'll offer 5 times. The youth who started the bidding directly raised the price to 5 times. The person who spoke afterward thought for a moment and seemed to be counting. Then he said resentfully. Alright, 5 times yours. According to 5 times the market price, this fish was at least nearly $10,000. Shan Lang really did not understand the world of these tycoons. Shan Lang still walked up and said. Although you bought the fish away, but I'm out of the giant thing on the gang's name is still Wang Peng's. After all, I'm here, who caught it is whose name? The youth heard Shan Lang said so stunned. Obviously he did not understand what Shan Lang said on the list of giant things. So Shan Lang said loudly again. I'm going to engage in a giant thing list, as long as the fishing on 100 pounds can be on the list. Of course the list is rewarded, the first place a week 2,000 yuan, the second place 1,800, and so on in descending order. Shan Lang's words just fell, everyone discussed it. Wow! If the first place, a month is not more than 8,000, this is not better than working, but also can fish every day, it is heaven off. You want a fart? Now the first place is that beautiful girls in the morning, that fish is at least 200 pounds, you can catch it. Now you only need to catch 100 pounds a week to get 1,600. At this time a voice said loudly. Boss, what if I catch a few over 100 pounds? Shan Lang looked at the fishing man and said with a smile. As long as you have the ability, it's fine to take up all the leaderboards. As soon as Shenlang's words fell, everyone clamored again. And no one noticed that Wang Peng's hand suddenly squeezed tightly and his expression changed slightly. Chapter 30, Luxury Car Tied to Giant Fish, Turnaround Rate Pulled Full Circle. If I take all the lists all by myself, then a week is not. How much to come? I'll do the math. 1 and 3 makes 3, March 8th Women's Day. And someone had already taken out a computer to figure out the amount. 11,000 a week, over 40,000 a month, a huge sum of money. Wake up guys, there's a digger with a wire at the top. The young man reacted and said, that list has nothing to do with me, I just want to buy this fish to play be, huh? Shenlang naturally will not care about this kind of transaction, after all, said the fish is free. The fish came up, what they want is their own thing. The deal is complete, Shenlang is also ready to go back to the cabin above. At this time Wang Ping called Shenlang. Boss, let me talk to you. Shenlang looked at him doubtfully. But still and Wang Peng walked to the side where no one was. Wang Peng saw no one around and sneakily took out some bait from inside his own pocket and said, Boss, this bait is the one you sold to that pretty girl at the beginning. That pretty girl didn't take it away after she caught the fish, I picked it up. Wang Peng looked at Shenlang with a somewhat astonished gaze, seemingly wanting to get his answer from Shenlang's mouth. Shenlang looked at Wang Peng's expression somewhat wanting to laugh. However, Shenlang realized that he didn't seem to see the three musketeers today, they didn't seem to come today. No wonder he always felt that he had forgotten a little something. It is so effective, my ancestral secret recipe, I hope you do not tell others, have time to sell you a little, but a pack of 500, never two prices. Shenlang thought or said. He thought about the small fish of the three swordsmen, the medium fish of the Wang Penget, but also let their own reservoir to get 2 waves of endorsements. The same back to the fish, as long as you can catch it, or sell it to someone else is fine, I only charge you 500, but not every day, occasionally give you a packet, do you agree? Thanks boss, but wouldn't that be? Alright, if you're any more pretentious, I won't give it to you, I think you can just use this to catch 1 or 2 up every day, you'll get suspicious if you have more. Okay, boss, I know. Shenlang naturally valued his fishing ability as well. Where does an ordinary person have the ability to single out 100 pounds of big fish? 1 per day, 100,000 or so directly, 200,000 or so. Shenlang feels beautiful even thinking about it. Shenlang returned to the dam, the noon meal was almost ready. Now the kitchen already belongs to the big kitchen. There are 40 to 50 square meters, but the stove is still a wood stove. After all, in this deep forest inside the mountains, the least is firewood. Everyone burned firewood during the older generation, and at that time, I heard that these mountains were almost all cut down. Now these trees have also grown up in the last few decades. But now the young people have gone out, and the old people can't chop anymore, and they use liquefied petroleum gas, so the hills are filled with firewood. The mountains and forests are also sealed off by vines and weeds. People say that the mountains are sealed off and there is no way to get up there. But now with the planning of the BB, and the development of the entire reservoir's dozen or so hills, a lot of trees must have to be cut down, and those larger ones used for construction, while the smaller ones will definitely be used for fire. After lunch, the ordered furniture arrived. There were also a lot of manpower, and the furniture was moved into the house in a few moves. Roland, I'm going to try to see if the bed I bought is sturdy, don't call me if it's okay. Young Roland laughed. Brother Long, if you want to be lazy, just say so, you have to find such a grand excuse. Shenlang pretended not to hear, walked to the inner room and closed the door and lay on the bed. Really comfortable Shenlang could not help but sigh. However, it is now summer, it is still a little hot, it seems to have to install an air conditioner. In the future, arrange for people to work the night shift or can rest a little. Shenlang opened the system panel to study how to upgrade. Name, Shenlang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Shirquan Reservoir. Water area, 17,201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 520 times the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current field, 560 a day effective after 12 o'clock. Current number of anglers, 216. The multiplier can now be upgraded and the waters are completely inadequate and in desperate need of an upgrade as well. Now that he didn't have a lot of available funds and had used some more today, he was going to use up his doubling card at night before he upgraded. Now this wave of heat online was surely going to explode in foot traffic again. How was he going to be able to catch this wave of traffic? If there are too many people coming, this little reservoir of his must not explode Thinking about it, Shenlang fell asleep in a daze. Lu Muqing was in a very happy mood today. Originally yesterday he was very angry. Because that hateful boss actually cut the video of himself falling out of the water into the video he released. This made the old man of his own family use it to make fun of him again. Xiaoqing, it's okay if you don't know how to fish, just go fishing with me a few more times, I have a lot of friends there who know how to fish, how about a blind date by the way? Lu Muqing was so angry that she spat out blood. The old man still can't forget to give her a blind date, and he only knows how to fish all day long, what's so good about fishing? Dad, there's no way I'm going to go on a blind date with you, people who only know how to fish all day long, what's good about it? After saying that, Lu Muqing left home again. But this time her purpose was clear, that is, to make a clean break, to get up wherever she fell. So she came back to Shenlang's fish pond to catch the big fish that pulled her down. But when it was known that the rules of this boss, with any method, she had a plan in mind. So after buying her stuff inside the city, she started her plan. Originally, fishing also depended on some luck, especially with this kind of big fish. But the boss took out the bait that she had brought to him last time, and he caught fish right away. And it was one fish after another. What's even more incredible is that all the fish caught were big fish. This made her keenly feel that there was something wrong with the bait. On the way back, she thought carefully and realized that there was also a problem with the reservoir. The last time she fished the watershed area was only so small, how could a rainstorm directly skyrocket so much? And now the fish on the roof of the car hadn't weighed itself, but it was almost 200 pounds. 200 pounds of bighead carp. It's not impossible, but it's not the one that pulled itself down last time. That proves that there's still 200 pounds of grass carp, bluegill, in there? How is this possible? The more Lu Muqing thought about it, the more he felt that place was full of unbelievable. Lu Muqing thought that he should first let his father go to be educated by the giant fish first. Later, she would slowly explore the secrets of the place herself. Thinking of this, she accelerated her speed. Her heart to go home was already urgent. After walking through the mountains, she entered the county town. Lu Muqing felt countless gazes cast around her. Whether it was passers-by or passing cars, all cast their gazes, and most of them even took out their cell phones to shoot up. There were also cars side by side with him, honking their horns constantly. It looks like they want to make themselves stop for a while. Lu Muqing also finally understands why those fishing guys like to hang their fish on the car and parade. This effect is indeed very attention-grabbing. The turnover rate has been directly pulled full. Chapter 31. Brother Long, I think we're losing money, why don't we raise the fishing fee a little bit? But Lu Muqing wasn't in the mood to engage with these people, and accelerated away with a kick of the gas. A few hours later, Lu Muqing returned to his home, a luxurious villa in front of him. He had not yet arrived when he called his father, who loved fishing, to come home and said he had a big surprise for him. So just as she entered the small courtyard, she started honking her horn loudly. Dee. It didn't take long for a handsome middle-aged man to walk out from inside the door of the villa. The middle-aged man was stunned when he just went out. He saw a familiar car with a huge bighead carp tied to it. Thinking of the surprise his daughter had said, he instantly came back to his senses. At this time, Lu Muqing walked out from inside the car. In somewhat flirtatious words, she said, "Dad, how's this surprise?" Lu Zhonghua walked over with some surprise. "Did you catch this?" said the man as he circled around the car. "What else?" Lu Muqing's expression at this moment was incomparably arrogant. Lu Zhonghua looked at the giant fish, and then looked at his petite daughter. With words of certainty. "Impossible, absolutely impossible for you to have caught it." Lu Muqing wasn't angry either. Taking out her cell phone, she opened Jitterbug and flipped through a video. "Take it and watch it slowly." Lu Zhonghua took the phone, still looking at Lu Muqing with a skeptical gaze. But after watching for a while, he laughed. You, which has you fishing like this? Fishing enjoys the process of fishing, what do you have to show off here? I enjoy the process, and the envious eyes of others along the way, isn't that what you're all about? Lu Muqing retorted. It's simply an insult to our fishing industry. Lu Zhonghua returned the cell phone to her and said, "Che, I'm now the #1 on the giant list there, everyone recognizes it." Giant list? A trace of doubt rose in Lu Zhonghua's eyes. That reservoir's list, more than 100 pounds can only be on the list, and I'm #1. Lu Muqing stretched out a finger and gestured. "Che, don't know what to say, wait for me to pull a few experts to butcher your list." The corner of Lu Muqing's mouth hooked into a smile, his purpose was achieved. "Good, welcome to butcher the list." After saying that, she walked indoors in a lofty manner. She was exhausted today and needed a good night's sleep. Lu Zhonghua's voice came from behind. "You don't treat this fish, if you don't, it's going to stink." Lu Muqing turned back and said, "Leave it to you to take a few pictures, take it to show off." After saying this, she went into the house without looking back. Lu Zhonghua shook his head helplessly. But he looked back at the fish, was also a little shocked, how this fish must be 200 pounds. He did not know how many places to go fishing, freshwater fish so big, he was the first time to see. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and took a few pictures and sent them to a group. "My daughter caught a big fish, how about awesome?" There were only a dozen people in the group. It was a small team that he often fished with, and it was full of people who liked to fish. But they were all big bosses, or people with similar status to them. Ordinary people couldn't get into this group. "Yo, the main man online is here? Is that digger fishing girl your daughter?" Lu Zhonghua was choked by the reply. "Originally I wanted to show off, but I didn't realize that this is so well known to the whole world. Impressive, Mr. Lu, like father, like daughter." Indeed, I like your daughter's character. If not for my incompetent son's incompetence, I would like to be your in-laws. Apparently this matter had already spread in the fishing circle. Everyone was a bit scornful of Lu Muqing's method of fishing, but they were still very positive about this behavior of hers. I heard that there's a giant thing list there, over 100 pounds to be on the list. I want to go and butcher it. Are you guys interested? Lu Zhonghua said. I guess you are stimulated by your daughter, huh? Go I've long wanted to go there to see, it's just that the company has been busy lately and I don't have time. Just leave the company matters to the people below, let's make an appointment. Yes, make an appointment, it's been a long time since we fished together. After chatting for a while more, Lu Zhonghua retrieved his cell phone and revealed a smile. But then he saw the fish on the BMW frowning. So he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Xiaomoa, come to my house for a while, here's a fish, take it to add a meal for the hotel staff. What? One fish is not enough? This one of mine is 200 pounds. Shenlang slept comfortably this time, and when he woke up, it was already more than 4 p.m. It feels so good to be lazy. Shenlang got up and came outside. The smell of rice in the kitchen was already wafting out. Now that this was the big cafeteria of the entire village, very few people cooked at home. Those old people in their 70s and 80s didn't want their families to call for rice to go back and insisted on walking up to eat on their own. So there were a few old men sitting on the porch of this hut chatting about something. Third gone, second gone, you're here. Xiaolang haven't seen you, where have you been? Shenlang was embarrassed, did I tell you I was slacking off? Busy over there, you guys take a break, I'll go over and take a look. After saying this, Shenlang slipped away. Coming to the bottom of the reservoir, everyone was already slowly returning fish. After all, if they don't start returning fish now, there is definitely not enough time. Now first back, wait for the next still catch, then back is. Shenlang looked around to see the situation of the fish, maybe stimulated by today's fishing big fish. A lot of fishing guys have used giant bait. So a few kilograms, dozen kilograms compared to yesterday to some less. But there are more fish over 20 to 30 pounds. This may also be due to the multiplier increase, which has something to do with the refresh multiplier. Shenlang came down, it is not good to keep hanging around, so he helped to return the fish up. Has been busy until 5:30, before the fish back to finish. In the afternoon it seems like Wang Peng didn't use the rest of the bait, so it just came up with a fish of about 60 pounds. Fish over 50 pounds came up a total of 6 fish today, and 2 fish over 100 pounds. Just this piece, Shenlang gained more than $400,000, plus the smaller fish system back more than $200,000. Today's total income of nearly $700,000 can be said to be the most rewarding day. Shenlang immediately took out that doubling card out and used it. So today's amount directly soared to 1.5 million. The balance inside Shenlang's bank card had exceeded the 2 million mark. Looking at the balance in the card, Shenlang was a little heartbroken because he was about to use this money out. But heartache to heartache, want to earn more money, upgrade the system is the only way. And the higher the multiplier, the more you earn. It didn't matter even though there would be no little fish in the future. In terms of the money earned today, just those 2 big fish were worth all the cash back from the small fish. Brother Long, did we lose money today? Yang Runan asked Shenlang during dinner. Although there was more money on the books today than yesterday, those 200 pounds of big fish were taken away. No, if you count it like this, the traffic that those 2 fish today brought us is immeasurable. Shenlang could only say this. Did I tell you that I made millions of dollars? This little gain is a piece of cake law. Brother Long, I think we can raise the entrance fee a little bit, over $400 is too cheap. Yang Roland said. Well, we should indeed raise it a bit. Shenlang pondered. Let's do it tomorrow for 560 days. Shenlang said with certainty. It's only been boosted this much. Chapter 32. The system is upgrading again, please complete the preconditions. Shenlang spat, didn't he want to upgrade himself? Can I make the call? But Shenlang just finished, it feels wrong, today he wants to upgrade the system. This price does not have to change again. Then, when I go back to think about it, I'll tell you in the morning. Shenlang added. Well, I think that big fish, charging a couple $1,000s a day is not too much. Yang Roland said. If it's so high, who would still come to fish? Shenlang was speechless, the system's judgment could still be wrong. Master Wu said with the giant fish this fame out there, many people will rush to come, when the time comes there are not enough places, raising the price is also raising the threshold. Shenlang gave him a blank look. Less contact with that Master Wu in the future, he is not a good person. Why is he quite nice? A big netizen doesn't have a frame at all. Because others want to pick you up. Is this cousin of his so white? Can't you feel it? That Master Wu is obvious, right? No, you're a big netizen and you've been at my place all this time, haven't you? No, I have to find him tomorrow and communicate with him. After dinner, Shenlang arranged matters for tonight. Reservoir here cannot set up tents if these people want to spend the night, either back to the county town or to the village below to stay overnight. This is something that is enforced and cannot be refuted. But people still don't understand. The first few days were okay, why not today? Could it be that it's going to rain heavily tonight, like the day it washed out the road? Everyone execute it. In case it rains heavily at night, what if they get washed away? Xin Lang could only say this euphemistically. Brother Long, your reason is far-fetched. The weather forecast says that the following days are still sunny. Yang Ruolin spat from the side. Even more far-fetched is still a reason, isn't it? Now Xin Lang's words were still quite useful here, although everyone did not know the exact reason why Xin Lang did this, but they still did as they were told. Xin Lang suddenly called out to Xin Feng. Hey, Brother Feng, didn't you say that there are decoration companies coming to see the venue today? Where are the people? Xin Feng stopped and said. Came, but they said that such a large place they do not design, looked at it and left. I did not bother you. Xin Lang was speechless, well, or have self-awareness, directly do not pick up. But he has no resources in this area, not familiar with, really dare not use. Those online well-known big designers, that design fee is not Xin Lang can afford. Premium is too serious, not cost-effective. There are no resources in this area. Xin Lang was a little bitter. If the design does not come out, the subsequent things cannot be unfolded. Although Xin Lang has always felt that he is poor, but according to his daily income now, in fact, as long as the startup capital is taken out first, the money behind is a small problem. Just according to 500,000 a day, 15 million a month, a year is almost close to two small goals. And the system is still growing, the speed of making money in the future that is immeasurable. These projects must be implemented immediately. The villagers are already communicating with the fishing guys who are camping. Obviously the effect is not very ideal. After all, Xin Lang, that reason really cannot let a normal person agree. Xin Lang saw that it was getting late, so he walked over and shouted. Do not let you camp here, also for the sake of everyone's safety, I hope you cooperate. If you do not cooperate is fine. Bishing brother, the uncooperative note, in the future directly pulled into the blacklist, here is not welcome him. Xin Bishing immediately agreed. Good, those who don't cooperate will be blacklisted. The people who came here to camp, which is not the fishing ashes players. Although very unhappy with Xin Lang and their toughness, and that nonsensical reason. But again, they were really afraid of being pulled into the blacklist. After all, that fish today gave them a really somewhat big shock, and they also hoped to catch up hundreds of pounds of giants and have a good time. So some people started to pack up and go back to the county town, and some went inside the village to find someone to stay with. After an hour's time, only a few young men from the village were left here. Brother Bishing, please keep watch, no one can be allowed to come here before 12 o'clock, and when it's 12 o'clock you guys hurry home too. Don't worry, leave it to us. Xin Bishing patted his chest and said. Don't worry, Brother Long. The others also assured. After Xin Lang explained things, he returned home. Lying on the bed, Xin Lang opened the system and began to add points. The current money looks a lot, but in front of the system, the gold-swallowing beast, it's really not enough. Xin Lang first clicked to increase the area of the reservoir. Xin Lang felt that the watershed area to a certain area will certainly also increase in price. Sure enough, when Xin Lang clicked on the watershed area to 50,000 square feet, the price became 20 a square foot. The price went up 1 times. Xin Lang is not ready to point again, after all, 50,000 square meters, or barely enough. The rest is to upgrade the multiplier. However, Xin Lang is considering whether it is better to upgrade the upper limit a little more or upgrade the lower limit a little more. If the upper limit is high, if you are lucky enough to come out with a top multiplier fish, then the price will go straight to the sky. If the lower limit is high, then the overall weight of the fish will be raised by a step. Xin Lang thought for a moment. From the perspective of making money, upgrading the lower limit is undoubtedly more suitable. After all, even if the upper limit is upgraded too high, but it's still a waste of time if you can't catch the fish. But if the lower limit is high, and all the fish are of this magnification, then the overall earnings will be raised by a large margin. Xin Lang finally decided to put 1 million points on the lower limit and 700,000 points on the upper limit. What Xin Lang did not expect was that 1 million points to the lower limit turned gray again. The system still prompts. Please complete the preconditions. Needless to say, it must be to point to the upper limit and then catch up how many pounds of fish. The rest of the money Xin Lang is going to ask them to contact a few cars of fish to come tomorrow. Because Xin Lang realized that if he didn't buy fish to come, he was embarrassed to collect money. Name Xin Lang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Shirquan Reservoir. Water area, 50,000 square meters after 12 o'clock. Water depth, 31 meters after 12 o'clock. Current fish growth multiplier, 1527 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current number of sessions, 160 a day effective after 12 o'clock. Current number of fishers, none. 160 a day, according to the average weight of the current fish. As long as one is caught, the angler will be able to make money. But the system's judgment is still very accurate, so the system concludes that many anglers won't be able to catch a single fish tomorrow. That is to say, a small half of them will have to go into the Air Force. Not to mention catching that kind of giant thing. This was obviously not what Shenlang wanted to see. And using the system's lures was obviously a bit insufficient for such a large area. Yesterday's medium-sized fish bait had only added a few $dozen, although it hadn't been used up. Even if lures were used every day in the future to attract fish from the underground river, it would take many days to rise back up. Then these days will surely kill the passion of the fishing guys. Although there was the premise of the reservoir water level skyrocketing in place, which everyone could understand, this would slow down Shenlang's money-making plan. If it was 500,000 a day, it'll be 100,000 to 200,000 tomorrow. More likely less than 100,000. Another thing is that the variety of fish in the reservoir is a bit low. Or rather, the fish are all too cheap. Shenlang wants a very expensive, high-unit price fish. After all, the system cashback is also based on the market price of fish. For example, one of China's 4 famous fish, mandarin fish. Chapter 33, Green, why did you send me a picture? Although mandarin fish is not big in size. But his price is high. A catty costs tens or hundreds of dollars. After the system's addition, have you ever seen a mandarin fish of 20 to 30 pounds apiece? It costs tens of thousands of dollars in the market. The system must not return $100,000. And 20 to 30 pounds of fishing guys are still very easy to catch. Shenlang realized that he had found a bright road to riches. In the future, we will look for those expensive fish to throw in. Anyway, the system does not have a theoretical limit of restrictions. Thinking about it, Shenlang became excited. I am really a genius. Because Shenlang had slept during the day, he had not been sleepy. Shenlang turned on the game for 2 games and realized that it was really not interesting anymore. Shenlang found that playing the game was really too much of a waste of time. Perhaps it was the short period of time that allowed him to have so much money that made it difficult for Shenlang's heart to calm down. In fact, Shenlang felt more like he was in reality playing a nurturing game. That money was just a string of numbers. After all, 2 million today, said to spend it all. Shenlang opened WeChat and inadvertently saw an avatar. This is the WeChat of that beautiful woman? Called Lu Muqing, right? Shenlang subconsciously clicked on the avatar and flipped through her circle of friends. Lu Muqing's circle of friends is very simple. There are no beautiful selfies, no scenic photos of traveling. Most of them were work-related photos. Shenlang flipped through it and instantly felt bored. Not a single selfie. Shenlang still wanted to enjoy the selfies of beautiful women. However, he was just about to close it when a friend's circle caught his attention. June 7, 2020. See, City Hotel design project is completed. Thanks to the team of designers, this project is expected to start at the end of the year and be completed next year. Wish the construction goes well. Shenlang took another close look at Lu Muqing's circle of friends. Found that the company she works for is a company called Tianchang Group, is a hotel, real estate group of companies. He thought he could not find someone to design. This is not a ready-made resource? So Shenlang sent a message over. Ms. Lu in? Not a moment later, the message came back. Which one are you? Well, just added today, actually do not know who they are. No, just caught a fish with a digger at my place today, and this is what I forgot. Oh, forgot to note something? Shenlang thought it would be better to ask directly. After all, he was not familiar with her. I want to build my reservoir. Do you have the resources to design that piece? How do you want to build it? Develop all the surrounding hills, and get a BB with a few hundred rooms. Lu Muqing, who was several hundred kilometers away from Shenlang, moved his body on the sofa. The corner of his mouth was a little disdainful. Just that poor countryside, what's there to build on that fish pond? Wait, that fish pond. Lu Muqing was just starting to brush Jitterbug, and he realized that the heat of that reservoir was a bit scary. The heat of the incident with her digger fishing was spiking horribly. Maybe it was really something. I'll call our company's design team to come over and take a look at it. You tell them your requirements. Shenlang's heart was happy. It was true that finding the right path was easy. Thank you so much, but can you tell them to come quickly, tomorrow, okay? I'm in a bit of a hurry here. Lu Muqing was a bit speechless. You think it's a rush? Alright, leave a phone number, I'll send it to them. Shenlang sent the phone number over. He realized that he had no words, not knowing whether to continue chatting or just say bye-bye. Shenlang was originally a person who was not very sociable. The person you said would come here during the day, where is he coming to fish? I'm not sure, let me send you a photo first, keep an eye out. In the next second, a photo was sent over. In the photo was a handsome middle-aged uncle. There was some resemblance between his eyebrows and Lu Muqing. Could this be her relative? What is this person's relationship with you? Shenlang was filled with curiosity. It has nothing to do with you. I have something to do, I'm not chatting anymore. Shenlang froze. Are all excuses for not wanting to chat so blunt? Okay, you're busy. Shenlang also casually sent a sentence. And on the other side, Lu Muqing was startled by a voice behind her. Little Chang'e, what are you doing sending my picture? Lu Muqing hurriedly put away her cell phone and said with some embarrassment. No, Dad, you're looking at it wrong. Your dad is old, but not blind. Lu Zhonghua snorted coldly. Your mom is gone early, I'm living quite well on my own, I don't need to help me find an old partner, I don't have enough time to fish in a day, where do I have time to fall in love? Lu Muqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. At the same time, she rolled her eyes. Dad, you still have the nerve to say that, my old brother and I are busy with the group's affairs all day long, and you fish all day long, making it look like the group is idle. Then what else? I worked hard to build the foundation, now that I'm old, shouldn't I rest? Shouldn't I enjoy my happiness? Lu Zhanghua said, but you're only 48 years old. But you're only 48 years old. Now the retirement age is over 60. Lu Muqing said breathlessly. Look, you're here to piss me off again, it's not easy for me to raise you guys to adulthood, it's not easy for me to take a break, I didn't expect that, my daughter is forcing me to work. Lu Zhanghua pretended to be very hurt. Lu Muqing was truly speechless. Fine, you rest, didn't you say you're going to slaughter that giant thing list of mine? When will you go? We will leave tomorrow, you wait for our good news. So Shen Lang was thinking that this woman was pretty but resolutely not to be married when he received another message. He's coming tomorrow, if you help me accomplish this, I'll waive the design fee for you there. Shen Lang took a look. Phew! There is such a good thing. A handful of things, actually can be free of design fees. He knew that the design fee of that kind of design team was not a small amount. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Shen Lang felt that since he wanted to complete the task, he had to complete it beautifully. So he contacted the company that sold fish and asked them to drag a few large trucks of fish over early tomorrow morning. Dozens and dozens and dozens of 20 pounds of that kind, guaranteed to turn over 15 times, and not much more than 300 pounds, right? Shen Lang can think of the middle-aged man was more than 300 pounds of giant fish pulled down the scene. Species does not matter, the weight to the line. In the future, put more fish, bring up the density of fish in the reservoir, it is best to let each of them converse nursing kind. Brother wave, we're on fire. Shen Lang was in the middle of YY. Yang Roland knocked on his door. Fire what, aren't our videos always hot? Shen Lang was a bit impatient and went to open the door. Opening the door, Yang Roland stood in the doorway with some excitement. Brother Long, look, our video was reported by Sea City Watch. Shen Lang took a look. Sure enough, Sea City reported that today's video was exactly the digger fishing news. Sea City reports fan base that was tens of millions of levels. The number of likes for this video has reached over 100,000 in a short period of time. By the looks of it, this video has not been posted for a long time. Chapter 34. Hundreds of thousands of big fish were put into the reservoir, and the giant fish were swarming. And Shen Lang's video of theirs only had 100,000 or so likes right now. Master Wu's video had a little more likes, but only 200,000 or so. If this matter fermented a bit, it was possible to be on the hot list. However, Shen Lang now feels that too much fire may not be a good thing. After all, his reservoir is so small place, what is the use of coming too many people? Fishing is fine, I'm afraid of those who are watching to come. If you give yourself half a year's time to create a tourist mecca that is not afraid, now come to such a large flow is completely useless. But this is not something that Shen Lang can sway, come as you are. Haven't seen the world, if it's on fire, it's on fire. Shen Lang said indifferently. Worthy of being Brother Long, pretending to be calm expression or so like. Yang Roland spat. Brother was already calm, well it's late, hurry up and go to bed. Shen Lang pushed Yang Roland away and closed the door. Looking at the time, it was already more than 10 o'clock. Called Shen Bishing again and told them to come down immediately when it was almost 12 o'clock. Then he laid down on the bed and went to sleep. At night Shen Lang was awakened by a rumble of thunder. Then there was a clattering and raging storm. There was no telling how long it had been raining. Anyway, he didn't sleep very peacefully the whole night. From time to time, he was woken up by the sound of thunder and raining. Xiao Lang, get up. The road is washed out again. Shen Lang heard someone knocking on the door in a daze. In passing, he answered. Coming. Picked up his cell phone and saw that it was 5:50. Shen Lang got up and opened the door. Second uncle stood at the door with some anxiety. Seeing Shen Lang come out, second uncle said. Yesterday it rained so heavily, I was afraid of the last time, this is not the rain has just stopped, I went to see, the last time the location of the water collapsed and collapsed again. Shen Lang actually thought that this would happen. After all, there is a concave area above there, usually a small rain will wash a little water down, such a heavy rain does not wash out to be a problem. However, Shen Lang did not expect that the rain has not stopped for a long time. This meant that it had been raining for more than 5 whole hours. Doesn't the digger master live inside the village? Tell him to add off work and go dig a little now. Also can only repair first, after all, later the fish to come in. Hey, I'll go call him. Second uncle sniffed and quickly left. Shen Lang got up and was not sleepy anymore, so he followed and walked out. The sky was already a little bright, summer mornings are bright early. Many people may not have gotten up so early, not realizing that 6 o'clock is actually bright. Shen Lang went out and saw that many people had gotten up, including the fishing guys who had borrowed a room here. They were also shocked. Yesterday when they were told not to camp up there they said that it would rain heavily at night. Naturally, people don't believe it. They believe in science more than anything else, and the weather forecast said they could see a sky full of stars all night. But where is this heavy rain? It's God's splashing water. Many people stayed up all night watching it rain in front of their windows. It was like a scene of doom they'll never forget. Now the hills are still rumbling with water rushing down. Boss, you're a god, how did you know it would rain at night? Shen Lang's appearance attracted everyone's attention. A fishing man came over and asked. Shen Lang pretended to be deep. You guys probably don't know the secrets of our family. Our Shen family used to be a great power that could peer into the heavens, and then we came here to live in seclusion because we knew too many secrets. Maybe this rain is our family's retribution. Wow! You guys still have such secrets here. I told you that yesterday's rain wasn't simple. Last night was really horrible. And the other villagers looked at Shen Lang with puzzled eyes. Were we like this before? How come we don't know? Shen Lang dryly coughed twice and said, It's still early, you guys go on and take a rest, I'll go up to the reservoir to have a look. Those fishing guys also said when they heard that they were going to the reservoir. Where can we sleep now? Let's go and have a look. Yesterday's rain was so heavy, I don't know what the reservoir has risen to. The crowd was very excited. So a group of people walked towards the reservoir. Because the rain just stopped not long ago. Many of the gutters were still quite full of water, and not all of the water would flow inside the reservoir. But fortunately, the drainage system here is doing quite well, or else the houses could have been flooded. It wasn't long before the crowd all arrived at the dam of the reservoir. Wow, it's risen this much? Fake it. This is too much. The difference between 17,000 square meters and 50,000 square meters between them was not a little bit. But compared to the entire dam, it was still a bit small. After all, the entire height of the dam was tens of meters. The length was even a few hundred meters. If the face of the flat dam, Shen Lang did not even know how large the area. Because the mountains inside meander, I do not know how much more area will be accommodated. In the past, when the system was contracted, all the surrounding mountains were contracted, probably calculating the area of the reservoir to rise later. By then, it might even be possible to sail a ship to roam in it. Perhaps this was also the reason why the system chose this place. After all, it was really quite large. While the crowd was marveling, the excavator master had already driven the excavator to repair the road. Shen Lang also followed. He was thinking about how to get that section of the road so that it wouldn't collapse. After all, it would definitely come many more times in the future when upgrading the waters. Came to the location of the road span. Shen Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. This time it wasn't as exaggerated as the last collapse. It was just that the water was too big to wash away the mud and sand from the road. Perhaps the road was not repaired for a long time last time, and those sediments were not yet tight. The boulders placed underneath are not moving at all. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to build a sturdy fort later and then harden the road and drain it well. And it shouldn't take long to fix it now. Master, we're going to pass a big car later, you pile it up with stones, don't use dirt on top. Shen Lang went up and communicated with the master. The master gave an okay gesture. The digger master was happy these 2 days. Doing things very energetic, after all, which one day earns $70,000 is not happy. It's like picking it up for nothing. Master humming a little tune began to work. After an hour or so, a new road began to take shape. That's when Yang Ruolin called. Brother Long, how will you collect the fishing fees today? Didn't you say you'd tell me in the morning? Shen Lang almost forgot, but he still had to do an experiment. Wait a minute. Don't collect the money first, tell them to wait. Shen Lang dialed the phone number of the boss who sold the fish. Asked where the fish had arrived. Shen Lang had an appointment with them to arrive at 7 o'clock or so, and now it was already 7:10. That boss said. Immediately arrive. You said that fork in the road upward right, we are almost to the fork in the road. Shen Lang looked down, and sure enough a few cars turned over from there. Boss is quite punctual. That's for sure, I didn't even sleep at night, stayed up all night to send it over. Shen Lang smiled and hung up the phone waiting for them at the same place. Chapter 35, Exploding Rod? Sorry I forgot to tell you, the fish was upgraded. When the fleet arrived Shen Lang hitched a ride to the reservoir. Shen Lang asked for a total of 4 truckloads of fish, 2 truckloads of large fish, a 10 to 20 pounds. 2 trucks of medium fish, 5 to 10 pounds. As for small fish, Shen Lang did not buy, that thing inside the reservoir is abundant. But how to put it down again became a problem. Here is a little too high from below. Finally came up with a way. Fortunately, it rained yesterday, and the water was still flowing heavily next to it. The excavator made a direct path to assist the trucks to drive through, allowing the fish to flow into the reservoir with the water. When the fish flowed into the reservoir, Shen Lang opened the system panel. Watching the number of 160 per day slowly changing. From 160 per day, it has risen to 240. Holy, more than 200,000 fish. You just gave me such a rise. But thinking about such a large reservoir, Shen Lang also sighed helplessly. Maybe it went up so much, or because it was all big fish. And this also confirms another of Shin Lang's guesses. Before the start of the charge, the release of fish is directly up. If the charges had started, then it would have to wait for the next day to take effect. By the time the fish were released, almost another hour had passed. It's already 8 o'clock. And without realizing it, this place is already densely packed with people. According to incomplete statistics, it's only 8 o'clock and there are already at least 200 to 300 people here. Luckily, the parking place dug out a big chunk in the past 2 days, or else so many people would come, the cars would have to be blocked. Today's price, 240 a day. Roland, start working. Yang Roland thought she heard wrong. 240? Didn't you say yesterday that it would go up to 560? Didn't you say you'd consider going up a bit more? How come it's still down? What are you looking at? Get to work. Shen Lang walked to the side of the wooden house and picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. I'm really sorry, let everyone wait for a long time, due to yesterday's water rise, afraid that everyone can't catch fish. Today the price is lowered by 240 for one day, everyone just scan the code directly, later we will check one by one, please be conscious of yourself. As there are too many people every day. Especially in the morning. So Yang Roland had this proposal, let them pay first, find the fishing spot, and then just go down and check one by one, so that they don't have to crowd here. Shen Lang thought this was a good idea and adopted it. After all, there were so many people, if they collected money one by one to confirm, I don't know how long it would take. This would indeed solve the problem. At least for the time being this solution was feasible. As for how to improve it in the future, that was something for later. This straw man of theirs, they came up with whatever was convenient. Boss, who are you looking down on? Afraid we won't catch any fish? That's right, we won't catch any fish? You'll be fine in a minute. Boss, go back up. Shen Lang was speechless, this was the first time he heard of asking for a price increase. If you have the ability, you can dish me, I'll take it, don't cry when the Air Force later. Shen Lang directly used the 36 stratagems of the method of agitation. So many anglers were excited and ready to start working hard. After the anglers went down, everyone started to eat breakfast. In fact, the cafeteria also wanted to sell breakfast, but no one could make buns and steamed bread, plus it was already very busy, and no one could get up so early, so it was given up. But while everyone was eating breakfast, people were still coming up fast today. A car was parked on the temporary parking lot. Then one by one, individuals came this way. Just as Shen Lang thought, many of the people who came today did not come from fishing. They should have seen the video on the internet and came to watch the fun nearby. By 10 o'clock in the morning there were already people everywhere, although there was not a sea of people in that situation, looking at the people was also quite a lot. Xiao Lang, the billboard came, you see where to install? At this time Shen Feng found Shen Lang and said, what billboard? We took the advertisement? Shen Lang was puzzled. Shen Feng slapped his head and said, look at me, it's that giant thing list that I asked the advertising company to make, go see where it's installed. Shen Lang immediately got up and followed Shen Feng over. That list should have been brought a long time ago, but realized that there was no tree here to hang it. So again called the advertising company to make the steel frame. It was already in a hurry, and the advertising company was also forceful, and directly went to find those frames for the stage and drag them over. Soon, the list of giant things was hung up. The whole list is still very simple, directly with a green background, the bottom picture to do a little embellishment, there is nothing else. Directly put the giant object list a few big words written on it. Then wrote the description, and reward system. And now there were just two names on the list, a Lumuching and a Wangpang. But this was all pasted on later. After all, the list must be changing all the time, it couldn't be changed once. When the list was posted, a large circle of people gathered beside it. Everyone was pointing at the list and talking about it. Wow! The first place on the giant thing list is $2,000 per week, and you can repeat the rankings, so the powerful ones don't have to go to work. You think it's easy, don't you see there are only two names on the list? The first place is not that digger fishing, I just watched that as the video to come over to play. Yeah, me too, 192 pounds, if a few more pounds will be 200 pounds, awesome. Obviously everyone was still quite interested in this list. Many people also took pictures and sent them to their friends. At this time another minivan drove up. Uncle Air jumped down from the passenger side. Xiao Lang, come and help. Shen Lang walked over and looked inside the cargo box, good guy. A car full of goods. There were also many shelves tied on top. Obviously Uncle Air had emptied someone else's wholesale department. All kinds of snacks, water, cigarettes, and alcohol, everything. Shen Lang is not ambiguous, greeted everyone to help move goods. Now this flow of people, a kiosk can really sell a lot of things a day. Shen Lang is not to see, but for the second uncle's family, this is a lot of income. Things are quite a lot, but the good thing is that there are also a lot of people. In less than half an hour, the stuff had been moved indoors. The shelves were already set up, so it was just a matter of starting to set up the goods. And while they were carrying it, some people had already come to buy things. According to the current situation, the best seller should be water. After all, although this is a reservoir, but there is no directly drinkable water source. Shinlang, their village drinking water is connected to the water inside the bend above. The distance is quite far. But this kind of mountain spring water is not acceptable for anyone to drink directly. Just after finishing their work, they heard a lot of noise below. Everyone above the reservoir looked down. Then many people went downwards. Obviously something had happened. Shinlang stood to the side and understood. Wang Peng should have used the rest of the bait and a big fish took the bait. Shinlang forgot to tell him one thing, is that today these fish inside a small half are the kind of extraordinary big guy. Sure enough, it did not take long to hear. Oh, wow! The rod burst. What a pity! This fish is too big. Yes, several people did not pull. Shinlang can only silently mourn, really sorry, forgot to tell you. Chapter 36, 240 a day? So cheap, isn't it 240 an hour? Actually, Wang Peng is not the only one who blew a shot this morning. Today, there was a lot of bursting. It's just that Wang Peng held out for a long time, and this time a few people came together to help him. But his rod wasn't strong. It exploded straight away. Shinlang felt the need to play another billboard. Giant paradise, small rods do not come. Rebar recommended. Uncle Air's kiosk could also sell some fishing rods. After all, the fishing guy who popped his rod must have continued to find his face. But with all the rods gone, should we just fish by hand? The use of rebar is actually a kind of flirtation. Rebar really good fishing? The answer is no. A fishing rod that are several meters, rebar not to mention several meters, 2 meters you try to pick up. And there is no toughness, and it is not good to slip the fish. This is actually all fishing circle flirting. Shinlang found Shinfeng, said his idea, but also told them to say what ideas they have, everyone a reference. Then called the advertising company to get it together. Now that there are so many people, how can we not get a little bit of Netflix elements? For example, I miss you in XXX. Something like that. While Shinlang and the others were chatting, a commotion came from the dam. Shinlang raised his eyes and looked. Good guy. So many luxury cars. Only to see 6 luxury cars on the dam drove over in a row. All of them are a few million of the kind. For example, one in front was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and one behind was a Bentley. These cars Shinlang had only seen in those pretentious scenes in TV dramas. This Nima, who came here to play B? The car slowly stopped. The driver walked down from inside. Walked around to the back door, opened the door, and put his hand on the top of the car frame. These drivers are all in suits and dresses, and they look like they are full of B style. Just when Shinlang felt that what came out of each car should be a cigar-smoking, suit-wearing, domineering big brother. Inside each car came out a middle-aged man wearing casual clothes and a sun hat on his head. A vestigial feeling of an elderly cadre coming on vacation. Brother wave, we've got a lot of bull here. Where did this big shot come from? Shinlang naturally did not know. After all, he in the circle that drove this car that was 100,000 miles away. But he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Why did one of the middle-aged men look so familiar? Shinlang immediately took out his cell phone and opened the picture that Lu Muqing had sent him. That's right. It was him. This does not say that this middle-aged man is so rich. But think about it, Lu Muqing drove the M8, she wanted to harm people driving Rolls-Royce is also quite normal. The rightful owner is here, how can we go and greet him? Shinlang spoke to the few people around him and headed that way. Those few middle-aged tycoons had already gathered together and stood at the edge of the reservoir chatting about something. Shinlang heard the handsome middle-aged man in the photo as he approached and said to the person next to him, Old Mo. You're from here, tell us about this reservoir. The man called Old Mo smiled and said, You're really asking the right person. When I was young, I participated in the construction of this reservoir. The middle-aged men next to him all raised their interest and looked at Old Mo. Old Mo also did not dawdle, began to speak. Shinlang heard this, also aroused interest, did not go up to disturb, also listened to the side. To say that this reservoir that is a major project in the past, before this piece of although precipitation is more, but there is no reservoir of a size, so it will be selected here as the site of the reservoir site, supplying the nearby counties of the water source. You see, this mountain is relatively high, and the peaks are rolling. I remember when the water was full in the past, it was a water surface that stretched for dozens of kilometers, like a big lake. A few people were mesmerized. Then why has it turned into such a little bit of a small pond now? The handsome middle-aged man pointed to the bottom of the reservoir and said, Strange to say, in the later years, the water level of the reservoir dropped year by year, and at the back there was only a little bit left. At that time, the professional technicians dived down to have a look, and guess what? Old Moa, don't sell the story quickly. Next to a few middle-aged people are urging. It turns out, there is an unknown depth of the underground lake below, the water all flowed down, also do not know which underground lake leads to the underground river. Underground lake? You mean, it's empty underneath where we're standing? Well, just listen to it as a story. We came here to slaughter the list, to see where the list is, go over and take a look. Shen Lang was also hearing the full story of this reservoir for the first time, and couldn't help but be novel. He was thinking about whether to go up and entertain him when his cell phone rang. Picked up the phone to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Shen Lang picked up the phone and a male voice rang out. "Hello, it's Shen Lang, Mr. Shen?" Shen Lang was puzzled. Who is this? Could it be another sales pitch? "I'm a designer from the Tianchang Group. We've already arrived at the dam of your reservoir." Shen Lang heard that he had already arrived at the dam and looked up and looked around. Sure enough, next to the parking lot, there was a youth holding a cell phone there making a call, and looking around from time to time. And there were a few people standing next to him. It seemed like they should be his co-workers. "I see you, I'll come right away." Business is important. Shen Lang did not care about greeting these tycoons, and walked towards that side. And Lu Zhanghua, several people came to the side of the giant thing gang that had just been erected and looked at it. How come there are only 2 people on this list? There is no challenge in this slaughter. Indeed, there is no challenge. Lu boss, your daughter's first only 192 pounds. When we were fishing at sea, we had caught hundreds of thousands of pounds of real giants. Hey! Fishing for freshwater fish and sea fishing are 2 different concepts. Is there a boat here for you to borrow? That's not easy to say. Xiao Qingnet tweet can fish with a dredger. Maybe boss Lu directly get a boat to fish here. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zhonghua's face turned red. Obviously, this matter of his daughter fishing with a dredger was often teased by them. Let's go, pay up to see how the fishing is here. Several people came to the wooden house and explained their intention. Yang Roland pointed to the QR code next to it and said, 240 for a day, the fish are free, just scan the code yourself. The crowd froze. Looked at each other for a moment. All of them were feeling a bit unbelievable. They had never caught such cheap fish before. Usually the fish they caught that could be hundreds or thousands an hour. Sea fishing that was even tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands at a time. What are you telling me now? $240 a day? You're kidding. They even thought they came to the wrong place. Little girl? It's 240 an hour, right? Did you say it wrong? Yang Roland's eyes lit up when she heard this. You also think it's too cheap, right? Hey, but our boss here just set it at 240 a day. I really don't know what he thinks. He doesn't make money even if he has money. Yang Roland looked at the luxury car parked there and said, either you drive $240 an hour is fine. Anyway, you do not lack of money. Chapter 37 Sky High Costs. Are you sure you want to fix it? Lu Zhanghua smiled. They were rich, but they weren't ingrates. Since the boss wanted to be charitable, what did they have to say? So the payment was made, and the few people walked towards the bottom of the reservoir. And their driver took out a set of equipment from his car and followed them. Rich people are so nice. Yang Roland couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the situation. As Lu Zhanghua was about to walk down, he suddenly saw someone familiar. Isn't that the company's Yao Gong? Why is he here? Who's the young man beside him? One question surfaced in his mind, and after looking at him a couple more times, he walked down with his doubts. On the other hand, Shen Lang received this group of design team. They also went straight to the point without any polite words. Shen Lang talked to them about what kind of effect he needed to achieve, and communicated with them about some details. In fact, Shen Lang does not know what he wants in the end. But a professional is a professional after all. They directly took out a variety of hotel cases that had been done before, both domestic and foreign. In fact, the BB also belongs to a kind of hotel, just a different name. Shen Lang looked at a few sets of pictures and had a new perception himself. He felt that the ones he had thought of before really couldn't rise to the top. If you look at these things they designed, it's simply heaven. This room design, this decoration, this environmental design. While Shen Lang was communicating with them, the small assistant next to him flew the drone up into the sky as well. This is to take the entire top view, so that they can go back to make a preliminary program. If it was determined to be designed, it would still have to come and explore the field later. If we follow your standards, how much does it cost to build this BB cluster? Shen Lang asked the most concerned question after roughly determining the look he wanted. The designer's name was Yao Yao Hui, and he felt that he came here just to go through the motions. After communicating with Shen Lang for a while, he felt even more that this visit was a wasted trip. This young man should have a certain relationship with Director Lu. Yesterday Lu Muqing called and said he came to casually look at it. He hadn't understood, but now he did. This Thai place, according to their standards, who would want to come and invest, is the money for water? The cost of the building alone is about $50 to $80 million. The specifics will have to come out of the design drawings. $50 to $80 million? Still acceptable. Shen Lang just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Decoration according to the high end to get counted, 100 million. Shen Lang suddenly breath stagnant. What? You just said $50 to $80 million to repair the house? But that's not all. The supporting facilities will probably cost more than $100 million. There's no bottom to the forest development, but it'll take at least a couple $100 million. Overall, it'll probably cost more than $1 billion. Shenlang heard dizzy. What do you say, 1 billion, or more? He, a person with tens of thousands of dollars in his card, is now talking about a $1 billion project? Oh yes, the design fee of $30 million. Shenlang was dizzy. Nima design fee even dared to ask for 30 million. But that woman seems to be saying that the design fee is free. Then if it came to fruition, wouldn't one have 30 million less to spend? Rounding up, then he did not earn 30 million. Shenlang carefully calculated that many projects are actually late works. The front is just approval and infrastructure. When all of this was done, one didn't even know how much money one had made by virtue of the system. Well, that's fine, just follow this out program you said. Yao Yao Hui's hand shook, almost dropping the notebook in his hand to the ground. What did he say? What did he say? According to this program? Big brother, are you not listening clearly? This is $1 billion. Or your own most conservative estimate. If you get a few visitor centers, a few recreational facilities, that money is rising. Are you sure? Building all those things you said here? I'm sure. Shenlang said decisively. Yao Hui shrugged his shoulders. You guys have money, feel free to play, I'm getting paid anyway. Well then, let's continue. Shenlang and Yao Hui continued to chat for a while and then took Yao Hui around. In no time, he came to the bottom of the reservoir. This place will definitely be flooded in the future. Shenlang also came here to talk to him about the possible water level in the future so that he can have a plan. Yao Hui began to listen to Shenlang, determined to design feel quite magical. The more he listened to him, the more unreliable he felt. Now guess what? This young man said that in the future, the water level here will rise to what position, according to the maximum water level line to design. He looked at the current size of the reservoir and then looked up at where Shenlang said the final water level line would be. You're talking about magic theater here? Where can it go up? To rise there behind those places are not all flooded. How large this watershed area? This young man can't be mentally ill. Is Mr. Lu being fooled by this kid? Shenlang said half a day, suddenly stopped. Because he saw the middle-aged men who started to come were fishing not far away. He instantly remembered the task Lu Muqing had given himself. If he didn't complete the task, how could she give himself a design fee waiver? No, have to complete the task first. So Shenlang and Yao Hui said with some apologies. Worker Yao, I'm really sorry, I still have something to do, please wait for me. Yao Hui listened to half a day of magic drama is trying to clear his head, and quickly agreed to say. It's okay, you go and get busy. But after a few seconds, he was not calm again. Only to see that young man walk toward a group of middle-aged people, and he walked to a middle-aged man squatted down in front of him, and then chatted. And that middle-aged man he couldn't be more familiar with. Isn't that the chairman of the group, the fishing Lu Zhonghua? No way, this kid and his company relationship so iron? The next second, Lu Zhonghua glanced this way, and that glance directly locked his position. He just wanted to go up to say hello. But again, he was stopped by that glance. Yao Hui just had to stand there and think about life. Shenlang walked to Lu Zhonghua's side and said, Uncle, did you catch any fish? Lu Zhonghua looked at Shenlang. No wonder the boss here charges such a low fishing fee, this fish is not good at catching up. Shenlang was a little embarrassed, but did not show it. Is it possible that your bait doesn't work? Lu Zhonghua thought of this young man. Wasn't he the young man who started with his own staff? Glancing towards the back, sure enough, Yao Gong was not far away. Lu Zhonghua felt that there was something unusual about this today. Shenlang continued to speak while taking out a packet of bait. Try this, it only takes 5. Shenlang suddenly thought of the soon-to-be free $30 million design fee. I'll give it to you to use for free, you try the effect. Lu Zhonghua said with a smile in her eyes. Yes, thank you, little brother. Then take your time to use it. I'm leaving first. Shenlang finished speaking and got up to leave. Shenlang felt a little embarrassed by his sales pitch, but the good thing was that he had accomplished his task perfectly. Lu Zhonghua looked at the bait in his hand filled with vigilance. There must be something wrong with it. Looking at Shenlang who left with Yao Gong, his inner alarm bells rose. This was the sixth sense as a man. Suddenly he looked at the several big shots who came along to fish next to him, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 38 Try this bait. Shenlang walked with Yao Hui for a while longer, and what he had to say was almost clear. Just waiting for that side to come up with a simple design first. Yao Hui bid farewell to Shenlang, and then made a call to Lu Muqing. Mr. Lu, this side of the preliminary exploration has been completed, sure you want to design? I feel it's not very reliable. At this moment, Lu Muqing was inside a spacious office, obviously he had returned to work. Well, you get it is, how much design fee and I say, at that time from the public account inside the deduction. Okay Mr. Lu. The design fee is according to the discounted price, 30 million. How much did you say? Lu Muqing found out if he had heard it wrong. ABB next to a reservoir and you charge $30 million for the design? Do you think I'm a cutie? Or treat yourself as a little cutie? Yes Mr. Lu, if we plan according to Mr. Shen's idea, this project will cost at least 10 to 20 billion. Lu Muching at the moment, however, didn't show surprise anymore but fell into deep thought. So, he agreed to put up all this money? Yes, Mr. Lu, may I ask which family's eunuch is this? This is taking money for nothing. Oh, a friend. Lu Muching hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. He had never looked at this denizen squarely before, but she now felt that this person had a veil of mystery. Could he really be the son of some family? But didn't he grow up in that village? Then what kind of backbone did he have to say that he could take out $1 billion to invest in that project? For a moment Lu Muching felt that there was a mysterious veil over Shenlang's body that one could not see through. In this way she wanted to go and find out. At the edge of the reservoir, Lu Zhanghua gave gifts to all his fishing friends. Come try this bait was bought for me by my daughter. Lu Zhanghua distributed the packet of bait that Shenlang had given him to the several tycoons who had come together. Well, it's quite fragrant, this bait's penetration should be fine. It's okay to change the bait after not catching fish for so long. But Mr. Lu, recently the real estate industry seems to have a big movement. How are those projects of your company now? Lu Zhanghua heard this and said with a smile. It's not like you guys don't know, I don't care about the company's business now, it's all about letting those two juniors manage it. Mr. Lu is lucky to have such capable children, unlike us, who have to be on the front line ourselves. Hey! Where, it's all for the sake of training them. Lu Zhanghua also knows that the recent real estate slump, maybe tomorrow will crash, but those projects have been developed, it is impossible to just stop it. Also only hope to last until the house is sold out. A few people talked and laughed and threw out the bait again. Completely unaware that under the water, countless giants were swimming this way. A few minutes later. Hey, I think I got a bite here. I got a bite here too. Me here too, there's something about this bait. Several people pulled the rod at the same time, and the rod was popped straight. But the next second, they felt something was wrong. There was a huge force coming from underneath the rod, a huge force they were incomparably familiar with. After all, they had experienced this feeling countless times in their fishing careers. Without being able to react, they were directly pulled by this force towards the inside of the reservoir. Only heard. Flop, flop. Puff. 3 sounds of falling into the water. Boss. Boss. Yang Dong. The driver of the tycoon on the shore anxiously shouted and rushed down. At this time a few swimming rings were thrown towards the water and landed precisely next to the tycoon. After Shen Bishing and the few youths next to him threw the swimming rings, they saw that the few drivers had already jumped into the water, so they didn't act again. In the past few days that they had been working here, falling into the water was really a common occurrence. At first they were nervous, afraid that something would happen. But they realized that most of the people who came here to fish knew how to swim. So they also look at the situation, if they can swim they just throw a swimming ring. For example, right now, those few middle-aged people actually know how to swim, just that those few drivers still fought to jump in, probably to show themselves. Lu Zhanghua was shocked by the reaction brought about by the bait. He looked at the bait still remaining in his hand, and he was certain that the effect in front of him was caused by this bait. And this bait was given to him by the owner of this fishery. And at first that boss was with the company's Yao Gong. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed like there was some foul play here. Without him thinking too much, those 3 rich men who went into the water had already climbed to the shore. Lu Zhanghua also rushed over to help pull them up. Egu, why are you guys so careless? Are you all alright? Lu Zhanghua said as he looked at the wet men. One of the tycoons looked at the calm water and his eyes began to glare. I think I, Yang Fuqian, have spent half my life on the military, fished for thousands of pounds of golden spears and walked sharks, but I didn't expect to be careless today and planted in this small reservoir. Another tycoon touched the water stains on his face and stepped forward. Yeah, carelessness, I didn't expect to hit such a big fish just by fishing casually. The last tycoon who was pulled down sneezed, looked at the onlookers pointing beside him and said, I really can't swallow this breath. The crowd looked toward him. How old am I? Have ideas? Beginning of that fish in my experience, how also have to be more than 300 pounds, unless you learn the willow family that little girl like, or certainly is not caught. Modi gently laughed. Learning from the juniors, how meaningless that would be. I still have a fishing boat over here, I'll ask someone to pull it over right away. Ha, I just love this violent temper of yours, old Mo. The crowd also started laughing. At their level, a lot of things were just a matter of words. Calling the shots in society, how could they bear to plant a small heel here? But we also have to ask if the other little boss is willing. Xiao Zhou, go and talk to the boss. The driver who was wringing the water next to him heard this and answered and was about to go. Alas, Xiao Zhou is soaked through, it's better for Xiaoping to go, let's also go change our clothes before we say anything. Okay, let's go. The people watching from the side were a little bit dumbfounded by their words. What kind of people are these? You're going to drag a fishing boat over to fish at the drop of a hat? Are you guys listening clearly? That person seems to be saying that he wants to drag a boat over for fishing. Dude, you heard it right, I heard it too. Damn, they're so full of. They're not necessarily bragging. Didn't you see the cars they drove when they came here? All $1 million cars. Rich people come here to fish too? Soon, the news that several tycoons wanted to use fishing boats to fish spread. But everyone was just spreading the word. After all, the dredge fishing also happened 2 days ago. A fishing boat, what could be so rare? Chapter 39. In order to catch a fish, you drag a boat? Shenlang sent off designer Yao, then he heard the following buzzing again. He was happy in his heart. It seemed that the plan was successful and his free design had arrived. Shenlang just wanted to go down to find out what was going on when he heard Yang Rulan calling himself. Brother Long, come over here. Shenlang only saw a man in a suit saying something to Yang Rulan there. Shenlang had to walk over there. What is it? Yang Rulan saw that Shenlang had come and also told the story. This handsome guy said that their boss wants to drag a fishing boat over to fish. I don't understand it either. It's better for him to talk to you. After some communication, Shenlang also understood the original story. When he heard that there were 3 people who fell into the water, he was also delighted in his heart. Are you saying that your boss is going to pull a boat over to fish? The other party said. Yes, I hope you'll agree. Hey, what's there to disagree with? Just pull it over. Shenlang naturally hoped that more big fish would be caught. After all, the bigger the fish, the more he would gain. And there is also a probability of getting a reward for fish over 100 pounds. When the man left, Yang Rulan suddenly asked, Brother Long, what does the fishing boat he said look like? Shenlang stared blankly. Boat, not just like that. What else can it be? You will know if you search online. A turn of the eye, Shenlang saw that a few tycoons came to the top. However, Shenlang saw the clothes clean. Lu Zhonghua froze. How come his own mission target didn't get wet? Did he not go into the water? No way, his own 30 million Just when he regretted, Lu Zhonghua came over and said, Little boss, borrow your room, we change clothes. Shenlang immediately converged his expression. Oops, why so careless? Come on, go in. Shenlang looked at Lu Zhonghua again and said, Uncle what's going on are you okay? Shenlang's eyes are full of inquiry. He did not give you the bait? How come you didn't fall into the water? Lu Zhonghua smiled and said in a meaningful tone, Small boss your bait is really good there is no I buy some more. Shenlang smiled awkwardly and said, What bait? No, boss, inside please. Shenlang is actually quite vain. He wanted him to go into the water, but did not expect the main body did not go into the water, but also saw through his intentions. Shenlang could only change the topic to ease his embarrassment. Soon several people had changed their clothes. But they did not seem to want to go down to fish now, and gossiped by Shenlang's cabin. Shenlang naturally would not come up to it, so as not to be asked to be embarrassed again. Shenlang opened his cell phone, or sent a message to Lu Muqing. Failed the mission, look at that remuneration thing. After thinking about it, Shenlang added, Actually not really a failure, you just asked me to give him the bait, I've already given it to him. Not a moment later, received a message alert tone. Shenlang opened his cell phone to see, the other party then returned a sentence. Got it. What's the situation with knowing? That promised me a free design fee still counts. But Shenlang also did not return, you did not say I acquiesced. When the time comes, I'll stalk you, you didn't say I failed anyway. Suddenly a system beep startled Shenlang. Lu Hao caught 7 catties 21 times equals 147 catties of grass carp of fish. Congratulations on obtaining 154,350 yuan of Chinese currency. How is this suddenly a fish? Lu Hao was a veteran fisherman. His favorite thing is to fish for giants, and he has been to many giants' black pits, but those black pits are too expensive, and he ended up not being able to afford to fish and didn't go. Later, he went to the wild waters infested with giants, and also caught many giants. 2 days ago, when I read on the internet that there were some big fish in this reservoir, I drove nearly 1,000 kilometers without stopping. Those who are on the internet and say they will be there soon may not even have a few departures. He is a practical person, does not post videos, but only enjoys the fun of fishing, especially the feeling of fighting with giant fish. Today he looked for an area with particularly deep water, after all, where the probability of big fish is greater. But this place is relatively remote, already in the innermost part of the reservoir, very few people come. As expected, the probability of big fish is higher in deeper water. After a period of time, the fish was directly hit. And it looks like it should be more than 100 pounds. At this time, it was the time when the tycoons were in the water, so naturally, not many people paid attention to his side. After 2 hours of fierce battle, finally exhausted the strength of the fish, dragged the fish up. And it was only then that it attracted the attention of many people. There's another big fish on that side, everyone go and see. Where, can it make the list? In a short while, a large group of people surrounded the place. Shenlang also came here. Because last time there was a big fish that couldn't be weighed, so this time he specially bought a big scale. This fish was 1.7 meters long, which was as tall as an adult. Because last time, Lu Muqing's fish was directly hauled away, and the one Wang Peng caught was directly bought by someone else. So this one was technically the first one for everyone to take pictures and watch. Lu Hao also came to the rescue, so the place started to buzz with activity. Everyone joined in to help with the weighing, and when they heard 147 pounds they all gasped in awe. Second on the giant thing list, right? $1,800 a week, winning Ma. You think that's $1,800? That's a supreme honor, okay? After weighing, Shin Lang took out his loudspeaker and started shouting. The giant nothing list has been updated. Lu Hao has caught a 147 catty giant nothing to take second place. Welcome to the challenge of surpassing it. The giant list has been updated. Lu Hao caught 147 catties of giant nothing and won second place. Welcome to the challenge of surpassing. After shouting a few times, Shin Lang felt quite tired. This loudspeaker's radiating range in such a large area was really too small. It seemed that in the future, he would have to get a broadcasting system and spread the loudspeaker all over the entire reservoir area. As long as someone catches a big fish, it will be played once. These fishing guys do not die of madness. Shin Lang will not ask about the latter, whether he wants to sell it or pull it away himself, it all depends on him. You say back to the fish? The fish are almost dead by those fishing guys, how can they go back? Time passes, and it's almost noon. People are still coming. The reservoir is at an all-time high. And the explosion of self-publishing has naturally attracted many bloggers. There are a few fishing bloggers here today. But most of them are small bloggers. There's another one who's almost on the same order of magnitude as Master Wu. Seems to be very familiar with Master Wu. As soon as he came, he found Master Wu and climbed up. Shin Lang did not pay too much attention to it. After all, this place was so hot, and it would definitely become more and more of an Edison hit spot in the future. As a boss himself, he had to learn to be reserved, didn't he? Lunchtime. The cafeteria here is simply overcrowded. At the beginning of the design, I really didn't think it would be like this. After all, hundreds of people crowded here at the same time, it is simply watertight. Although people were allowed to queue up, there were simply too many people and it still looked chaotic. Of course there were even more who chose not to eat or called for someone to beat the food down. Looks like the cafeteria still needs a facelift. Just as everyone was eating their meals in groups, a large truck came this way. On top of the truck was a medium-sized fishing boat. It's about 10 meters long. Followed by an oversized crane that should be used to get on and off the fishing boat. Chapter 40. Use the fish finder. You see what exactly you're keeping inside the water? Holy, what is this for? The boss bought the boat. Brothers do not know it. See, they're parked, those luxury cars have not. Their owners in the morning was pulled down by the fish, so in a fit of rage drag this thing to revenge to come. I thought the morning everyone rumors are in the joke it. This Nima also come really ah? At this time a driver greeted him and directed the vehicle towards the middle of the dam. Shin Lang began to hear said to pull a boat to, thought it was just a palm-sized boat it seems to supervise or their own eyesight is too small. Do not understand the world of the tycoon. Not long after, the boat was slowly lowered into the reservoir by the crane fishing. And all the people stopped what they were doing and looked at this scene. Boss, you are really full of bizarre things here, I have another material for the next installment. At this moment, Master Wu's voice came from behind. Master Wu, the hell do you want to be so godlike, scare me? You have fishing net roots, a day squatting in my place for what, should not go around to find a place to fish? Boss, isn't this the place to fish? An unfamiliar voice rang out. Shen Lang looked backward. Only to see a person standing next to Master Wu. It should be the netizen who came in the morning. Shen Lang didn't know the name, but it looked quite familiar. This is my friend, Master Wang. Master Wu introduced. Hello boss. Shen Lang looked at him and said. Can you catch a big fish over 100 pounds? Master Wang froze. What kind of question is this? Is it so direct as soon as it comes up? I have the honor to catch up. I heard that the boss here is a huge thing super. Come here in admiration. Shen Lang a happy walk over to shake his hand and said. Hello, Master Wang is it? Welcome welcome. Master Wang was stunned. This Nima attitude change is also too fast. Shen Lang naturally welcomes this kind of talent. This morning, the big fish is on quite a lot, but 100 pounds or more has not opened. There is no movement on the top of the giant list. That said, you guys cheer ah, the two of them are very lonely up there ah. While we were talking, the fishing boat was already in the water. Dozens of meters high, thanks to this large lifting vehicle, otherwise it's really impossible to fish down. The boat slowly came towards the shore, and a few rich people went below the reservoir. Rich people are good, they should be trying to catch these giants by sea fishing. Master Wang looked at the crowd below and suddenly said. Shen Lang didn't know much about this, so he asked what was the difference? Isn't it just getting on a boat? Master Wang knew that Shen Lang did not understand and said. This boat is a professional fishing boat. Above the sling, trolling frame, fish finder, and so on should be complete. Mainly can use the power of the boat to drag fish. But your reservoir is still too small. This boat is a bit unfeasible. Master Wu said. Hey, what do you care? Let's go see a good show. Cousin wanna come along? Shen Lang glared at Master Wu. Cousin also wanna collect money. You think like you so idle ah. Not long after Shen Lang, several people arrived at the reservoir. And a few rich people had already put on their life jackets and were ready to get on the boat. Shin Lang originally just wanted to watch the show, but did not expect to be directly named. Little boss, are you interested in having some fun together? Lu Zhanghua saw Shin Lang in the crowd and said with a twinkle in his eye. Shin Lang had never been on a boat, especially this kind of boat specialized in fishing. He was actually very curious. But the person invited was Lu Zhanghua, so he kind of didn't want to go. After all, he had just tried to count on him in the morning. In the end, it was curiosity that overcame the embarrassment mentality. As long as I don't say anything, he won't know his true purpose. Shin Lang also followed onto the boat. The boat was still quite large, and there was a small lounge on board, and several people got on board and sat down inside. Soon the boat sailed towards the middle of the reservoir. Boss, how can you grow this reservoir fish so big? I've traveled to so many places in the country, it's still the first time I've seen it. Shin Lang just sat down, Modi asked. I don't know, maybe it came out from inside the underground river. Shin Lang could only answer vaguely, could he tell you guys that I own the system? Ha, the world is really magical. Fantastic or not, we'll know when we fish it up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start. Come, let me use the fish finder to see how many little treasures are down here. Only to see that Modi opened the fish finder and began to operate it. Shin Lang had only heard of this kind of thing, he had not really seen it yet, and out of curiosity he also came up and prepared to take a look. Holy, old Mo, this machine of yours is broken. Next to a rich man suddenly exclaimed. Old Mo said. How can it be? This machine I just bought not long ago, the last time I used it is still good. Then why are there so many big fish on it? The tycoon said with some surprise. Shin Lang just looked over and saw that the screen was densely packed with big fish. Old Mo, who was debugging the machine, also looked at the screen. This look was also taken aback. If it wasn't for the size of the fish shown on the screen, he would have thought that it might just be a small school of fish. Holy, this reservoir is simply stunning. The few remaining tycoons also came up, and they all talked to the fish finder's screen. Other than at sea, I really haven't encountered such a huge school of fish. It's also hard to encounter at sea, alright. We're not complaining about being pulled down in the morning. But why can there be so many big loads here? In the next second, the gazes of the rich and powerful all looked at Shin Lang. Shin Lang smiled sarcastically and said, Don't look at me, I don't know, maybe the fish inside the dark river under the water swam back. The crowd thought about it, it could not have been put in by him. These fish are all dominant existences in whatever waters they are placed in. The most likely thing was that the underground dark river flowed to a water with giant fish, and those fish swam into here through the dark river. Let's do it, what are we waiting for? Lu Zhanghua had long been itching to get started and called for everyone to get to work. Old Mo also turned off his fish finder. Such a huge school of fish, what need is there for a fish finder? Just do it directly and be done with it. Only Shin Lang was left in deep thought. So many big fish, why can't everyone catch them? Shin Lang thought of the problem in combination with the habits of big fish. Big fish generally like to move in the deep water area, and now it is summer, the temperature of the shallow water area is relatively high, so most of the time these fish are in the deep water area. And because of the rising water, the shallow area that used to be there has become water. The 10 or so meters there are all 1 or 2 meters deep, so the probability of big fish appearing is still too low. Of course, not excluding that there are some big fish that go there to feed. In the future, we have to come up with a notice, if you want to catch big fish, please cast to the deep water. While Shin Lang was thinking that these tycoons should start casting their rods to fish, Shin Lang saw them walking towards a device at the stern of the ship. Shin Lang fixed his eyes on it, good lord, this nigga actually used an electric winch wheel. Chapter 41. You guys want to slaughter the list of giants, but I have an even crazier idea. This is the first time that I have seen this, but I don't know what to do with it. Shin Lang is also a little speechless, these rich people can't fish with their bare hands, so they start using magic. Generally freshwater fish are still less to use this kind of thing, after all, freshwater fish and sea fish do not have the same way of power. Most of the sea fish were instantaneous bursts of power, while most of the freshwater fish preferred violent battles. And the freshwater environment is more complex, with electric winch wheel this form of release line is certainly not. After all, water plants, rocks, dry branches and so on will make the line entangled. But it just so happens that the middle of the reservoir where Shin Lang they are suitable for this fishing method. After all, the depth of this reservoir of Shin Lang was nearly 10 or 20 meters. A few people worked there for a while and then threw the hook into the water. Leaving old Mo alone there to watch, the others returned to the restroom. After all, the sun is still poisonous. Back to the boat's lounge, a few people began to brag and fart again. Shin Lang used to think that all these tycoons behaved elegantly and had the aura of a bully. After all, this is how it is played in the TV series. Contact down. Shin Lang felt that this Nima is a group of ordinary old men who love to brag. I think years ago, I drove my own yacht in the open sea fishing a shark. Wow, at least must be more than 1,000 pounds. You do not know that scene, simply too good. What's that to you? When I was young I went out fishing, and almost caught a 2,000-pound giant fish. You're just blowing it. You blew it first. Shen Lang also shook his head helplessly. Who would believe this if he didn't say he was a rich man? Little boss, what's your name? It's not proper to keep calling you little boss like this. At this time, Lu Zhanghua sat next to Shen Lang. My name is Shen Lang, Wasted Wave. The elders in our village call me Little Wave. Lu Zhanghua nodded and said, You run a fish pond, shouldn't you be called the Wave of Waves, huh? Shen Lang also concurred with an awkward laugh. I still don't know what uncle's name is. Lu Zhanghua said with some doubt. Surnamed Lu, named Zhanghua, Zhanghua of the Chinese earth. You do not know my name? Shen Lang thought to himself, where do I know your name? I met you for the first time today, okay. But he instantly reacted. Surname Lu, and Lu Muqing has a slight resemblance. You're not Lu Muqing's father, are you? No, this girl asked me to give the bait to Lu Zhanghua. Doesn't she want his father to fall into the water? Is there a daughter in this world who is such a pitiful father? However, Shen Lang still asked tentatively. I wonder if Lu Muqing is yours. Lu Zhanghua said with an expression of you finally getting the hang of it. Didn't she tell you? I'm his father. How could she tell me? I'm not very familiar with her either, okay. Shen Lang had to change the topic. You all don't fish? Shen Lang said as he looked at the few tycoons who were still farting around. Lu Zhanghua looked at him with caring eyes. Don't you know how many pounds of cargo is under the water? Can we still pull it with these old bones? Shen Lang was momentarily speechless, wanting to change the topic to come, but was again blocked by this old man. Just when they were chatting, old Mo in front of them suddenly shouted, Bite the hook! Shen Lang looked, only to see that the line above the winch wheel was turning rapidly. Obviously the fish was swimming rapidly in one direction. Just for a moment, the winch wheel stopped rotating, and that fish should have stopped. At this moment, old Mo quickly turned on the electric switch. The reel slowly began to reel in the line. But the next second, the winch wheel began to rotate again. Obviously this giant thing swam in a farther direction. Shen Lang didn't know how this thing worked, he just felt that this thing seemed to save a lot of strength. When it exerts itself, release the line and let you run. When you're tired of running, I reel in the line to prevent unhooking. All the while keeping the fish in a constant state of exhaustion, draining it of its energy. And this thing can sense the struggle of the fish, instantly release the line to let it run, and can be reeled in when it's done running. It really opened Shen Lang's eyes. But slipping the fish was obviously a long process. Fish pulling the line whimpering, Shen Lang lay cozy on the boat to watch it all. This feeling is less of that excitement, of course this is because inside the reservoir. If the location was now put into the ocean, the raging waves, the endless waves, plus the giant fish on the bottom of the ocean would feel different. I'll steer the boat. Lu Zhanghua stood up and walked towards the bow of the boat. Not long after the sound of the engine rang out, and the boat slowly advanced. The fishing people on the shore also noticed the movement of the boat and looked over curiously. The boat is moving, is it catching fish? It's not that fast, how long has it been? What do you care about them for? Fish your own fish, although I can't get on the giant thing gang, but the pan boss is still a breeze. Shen Lang walked to the bow of the boat and carefully watched old Mo's operation. He thought that when he had the money to buy a boat, he would also fish up a giant thing himself. The purpose was naturally to avenge that downfall. After catching it, he would post a video to get his name on the giant thing list. Make the fish into a dried fish and hang it above the dam of the reservoir to show off his awesomeness. Wow! Shen Lang almost got excited thinking about it. Just at this time, Shen Lang felt his cell phone ringing. Picked it up and saw that it was Yang Ruolin calling. After pressing answer, he heard Yang Ruolin's voice ringing. Hey, Brother Long, is it about to fish? Shen Lang continued to watch old Mo's operation. Hooked, it's still early to catch the fish. Yang Ruolin's voice was a bit jumpy. Shoot a few videos, I'll use them for publicity. Shen Lang said perfunctorily. Don't you know how to shoot? Then Yang Ruolin increased the volume of her voice, as if roaring out. If I'm on a boat, do I need to call you? Shen Lang took his hand farther away and said. Okay, hang up. Hanging up the phone, Shen Lang also turned on the shooting function. Isn't it better to shoot back and slowly study it? However, he still greeted these tycoons. After all, filming other people has to go through other people's consent. Bosses, it's okay for me to shoot a video record, right? Everyone didn't have any opinions. Old Mo even took the time to say. Little boss, when we butcher your giant list, is it going to be a fire? Shen Lang stared blankly. What did you guys have in mind? Fire, that's for sure, but butchering the list is not that easy. At least 10 giants over 200 pounds are needed. Old Mo smiled gently. Today is just a test, tomorrow we each have a rod, and you have so many giants under this reservoir, it's not easy to slaughter the list. I don't believe you guys have this ability. You guys fish it up and then say. Shen Lang's mouth began to be unconvinced, but his heart was already happy. Everyone over 200 pounds is at least a few $100,000 in rebates. 10 articles, that's not a few million, and there is a probability to get other items. Fast fishing, the more you catch the better. Excitement, understand. As expected, being questioned by Shen Lang, these tycoons all started to be unconvinced. Little boss, I advise you to raise the fee threshold, or you can dish it out until you cry. Ha, he has to be dished out in front of us no matter how high his fees are. It's been a long time since I've been this passionate, small boss, tomorrow you're ready to cry. At this time, Lu Zhonghua, who was driving the boat in front of us, said, "What's the point of you guys bullying a junior? Why don't a few of us compare and see who can get on the list the most?" These words further aroused everyone's interest. This proposal is good. But it has to be based on a point system. The first place has the highest points, the points behind are lower, and in the end, we'll see who has the most points. Old Mo proposed. Not bad, let's do it. In 3 words, the leaderboard had already been internalized. It seemed that in their eyes, it was impossible for anyone else to make it to the list. Xin Lang's heart moved. Why not take advantage of the east wind of these few tycoons to organize a competition and get a little more prize money? The prize money cannot be too small, less unattractive, like the last 50,000, too stingy. The first place will be set to 1 million. If this activity to get up, Xin Lang absolutely take off in place. The name is called Million Giant Challenge. And as long as the fishing, unlimited methods, as long as you can catch, even if you get a tower crane. So Xin Lang said to the tycoons, "Little brother has an idea, I wonder if you are interested." Chapter 42 Giant Object List Challenge, first place 5 million. Several people looked over currently. Xin Lang cleared his throat and said, "What's the point of playing with just a few of you? I want to organize a fishing competition for the whole country. The goal is that giant thing list. My little brother personally funded 1 million. As long as who gets the first will get $1 million in prize money." Several tycoons heard this, instantly interested, but the old Mo said, "Ordinary fishing guys can catch up a few pounds of fish, this is no challenge at all." Xin Lang smiled and said, "What if there is no limit to the rules, for example, like the last time that beautiful woman fishing with a digger, like you guys fishing with sea fishing methods, or with other ways?" Several tycoons' eyes lit up when they heard this. "It seems to be very interesting, ah." Lu Zhonghua walked over from the front and said, "I'm in, but that 1 million you offered is still too petty. How can it create an absolute attraction? I'll also offer 2 million as a bonus," said Lu Zhonghua. Looked at the opposite side of the several tycoons. Old Mo smiled and said, "Mr. Lu are so interested, I also offer 2 million, everyone lively. Since everyone is so interested, I can't spoil everyone's fun." Then it's decided, little boss, you're the initiator, come up with a constitution. Reconsidered. Xin Lang froze for a moment. I didn't expect such a result from my casual mention. This instantly raised 12 million, together with his own 1 million, this was 13 million. 13 million to run a private fishing event. This Nima shall not take off in place ah. Xin Lang also smiled happily. Since all the bosses think so highly of me, then I will start the preparations and make sure to make this match the most sensational one in the entire fishing world. Old Mo smiled and said, "However, young boss, I have one condition." Xin Lang froze and said, "What condition do you say?" Old Mo looked at the other tycoons and said, "How about we advertise in your place?" Xin Lang instantly understood. It is true that these people become big bosses are all old foxes. But Xin Lang naturally had no reason to refuse. This little Thai place of his own, $2 million just to make an advertisement, this advertising fee is also considered heavenly. Then, happy cooperation. The crowd began to brag and fart again. Since they were each competing, naturally they couldn't use this boat of old Mo's. "What method are you guys going to use to participate in this century contest?" One of the tycoons threw out the word. "It's not that simple, bring a crane, a ton of fish can be lifted up for you." The tycoon surnamed Lu laughed and said lightly, "Then I'll get a large unmanned airplane to make the fish take off in place." "Ah, good idea." Xin Lang listened in a cold sweat. "Nima, this tournament feels like ordinary players can't play ah. I don't know how many strange tools will appear on the day of the tournament." Just at this moment, old Mo suddenly shouted, "Here it comes, it's a fish, come to the net." At the sound of the voice, everyone looked towards the stern of the boat, only to see that a huge object had already revealed itself on the surface of the water. After slipping for so long, it had finally exhausted its power. Xin Lang immediately took out his cell phone and started filming. He didn't forget to record this historic moment. This was important material for the promotional video of this competition. After the concerted efforts of the crowd, this fish was finally dragged onto the boat. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Xin Lang's mind. Modi caught 9 pounds 26 times equals 234 pounds of grass carp a fish. Congratulations on obtaining 486,720 yuan of Chinese currency. Congratulations on obtaining the item, upgrade 1 discount card 1 day. Xin Lang was happy, a fish 480,000 rebates, this is simply faster than robbing money. And let him the most happier burst out of the things. Upgrade 10% discount card 1 day, the amount needed to upgrade the system is directly discounted by 10%, limited to 1 day. What this meant was simply self-evident, how much money could be saved. And this fish is about 2 meters or more, lying there gives a shock that can be imagined. After the scale, the caddy was the same as the one given by the system. When the numbers on the scale appeared in front of the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Although they had seen a lot, this was the first time they had seen such a large grass carp. Whoa, this grass carp is a world record, isn't it? It should be. When the tournament is on, please ask the Guinness Records people to come and record it, and give the little boss here a facelift. This can be there, little boss, remember to arrange it. Shen Lang naturally responded. With these bosses, some good ideas could always pop up. If Shen Lang had to think on his own, how could he not think of inviting the staff of the Guinness World Records to participate? The fish was caught, and the boat slowly leaned towards the shore. Shen Lang took out his loudspeaker again and shouted to the shore. The giant thing list has been updated, now ranked first 234 pounds of grass carp a fish. The giant thing list has been updated, now ranked first 234 pounds of grass carp. The fishing guys on the shore instantly clamored when they heard Shen Lang's loudspeaker. Holy, didn't you hear right, 234 pounds of grass carp. I have a sentence in my heart, do not know when to speak or not. This is a huge fish that no ordinary fisherman can get his hands on. This reservoir is amazing. When the boat docked, an even more shocking news made everyone shocked speechless. Shen Lang ripped out his voice and shouted. This reservoir is ready to organize an event called Million Giant Object List Challenge. From the name you can tell that the prize money this time is in millions. Shen Lang deliberately paused for a moment and then continued to say. Of course, this sentence had already whetted everyone's appetite. $1 million prize, that was not a small amount. This competition is mainly to impact the giant object list. At the end of the event, the first place will receive a generous prize of $5 million. You didn't hear right, is $5 million. The moment these words came out, there was a collective outcry. Everyone was shocked beyond belief at such a generous prize. Although it was known that certain competitions abroad had more prize money than this abounded. But this was in China, and the highest known was only $600,000. $5 million, this is equivalent to buying a lottery ticket. Because of the limited transmission distance of Shen Lang's loudspeaker, the fishing man in the distance did not hear Shen Lang's voice. But hearing the immense clamor coming from this side, they all looked over this way. What happened over there? Why so loud? I don't know, maybe it's another big fish. That's no way to catch a big fish, let's go over and take a look. What's there to see? What's there to see? Didn't we talk about the boss? At that moment, a fisherman ran over from there, shouting as he ran. Heavy news, the boss is going to organize a tournament, the highest prize is $5 million. Heavy news, the boss is organizing a tournament, with a top prize of $5 million. Did I hear right, $5 million? As if you didn't hear it wrong, I heard $5 million too. The man froze and said to the companion next to him. Go over and take a look. But when he turned back, he saw that his companion had already run out a long way. Nima, didn't you say goodbye to Pan Boss? Now he's running faster than me. The news spread quickly. Shen Lang's speech continued. Second place, $3 million. Wow. There was another clamor. Everyone thought that the second place started as a consolation prize, but they didn't realize that there was $3 million for the second place. How rich did this nymphet boss have to be? Chapter 43, Wave, do you need a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to one? People who heard the news began to gather this way, and in a short while, there was already a sea of people. Shen Lang see this situation how to do, I have to count on you fishing to give me cash back it. So accelerated the rhythm of the speech. Everyone be quiet, I'll say one last thing. Of course, the form of fishing is a little different. I think you also know that a few days ago the popular digger fishing, yes, this fishing has no restrictions, no matter what method you use, as long as the fishing counts. When these words came out, there was another outcry. This whole thing is too abstract. If a digger can do it, then wouldn't a crane do it too? Brother, use your imagination, airplanes are okay too. You can buy a plane, still care about this $5 million? Shen Lang saw that the effect has been achieved, finally shouted. All dispersed, the specific time I will send an announcement. Obviously everyone has not reacted from the shock, heard Shen Lang's words, and not many people left. All gathered together to discuss. Shen Lang also ignored them and left the place through the crowd. Brother Long, you're not kidding me? $5 million? Yang Roland caught up with Shen Lang and asked somewhat incredulously. Just got on the boat for a bit, how did this come down to become a rich man, and is this how money is spent? The money is the boat those tycoons give, I just out of $1 million only, you do not need to heartache. Shen Lang said. Yang Roland just breathed a sigh of relief, but when she heard Shen Lang say that she just put out $1 million, she was not calm again. Brother Long, isn't $1 million money? That's $1 million. Shen Lang glanced at Yang Roland. It's better to think about how to make a promotional video. Yang Roland deflated, isn't $1 million money? It's heartbreaking, alright. Lianshin had live-streamed Shen Lang's speech the entire time, and his live streaming room had exploded. Lianshin was also a little famous in the fishing circle after this period of live broadcasting. The main thing is that she is the first anchor to live broadcast in this giant reservoir, and her face value is quite high. Now she has a steady 10,000 or so popularity in her live room. She has also changed her live streaming path. From the old newbie learning to fish, now she runs wherever people are catching big fish. Obviously she was on the right live streaming path. Big brothers, did you hear that? The first place is $5 million, the second place also has $3 million. Do you want to come to the competition? Wow. Thank you Fishing First Brothers Wazzy. Leonshine looked at the special effects floating up and thanked them in a hurry. Fishing Brother 1 was also a very powerful big brother. Every time he came he would at least give her a wazzy. She also chatted privately with this big brother. Fishing Brother 1, of course I'm coming to such a fun competition. Air Force 1, as a fishing enthusiast, I have to come and join the fun. Happy baby, I don't know how to fish, but I want to come and watch you guys fish. Puffy Fuzzy, come, must come. Leonshine looked at the screen full of pop-ups and smiled. Wow, Fishing First Brother is also coming, then we can see what First Brother looks like in real life. Everyone can also come to the scene to watch the anchor live. The wind direction of the live pop-up screen began to change. Is this the story of Big Brother List 1 and the female anchor going to play out? If I want to have such a big brother Pungjai, I'm willing to do it too. Anchor, be reserved, Big Brother Pungjai is no good. Anchor, I can't imagine you're such a person. Shen Lang returned to the cabin and began to open a small meeting. Now everyone was completely obedient to Shen Lang. After all, $5 million could be said to be astronomical for the crowd that grew up from a small mountain village. And for Shen Lang to be able to use $5 million as a reward for first place was proof of his vigor and financial strength. These little friends who grew up with Shen Lang, there may have been a little bit of disobedience in the past, thinking that Shen Lang is nothing. It is not just a contracted reservoir. The pie painted on them a little bit of seedling it, and now they are no longer skeptical. After all, this hand is still very shocking to them. Rule and wait to organize the details of the event. Jitterbug above quickly push me. Brother Phone, have the advertisement company make it right away and install it in a prominent location. Brother Bishing, you must do it right in terms of security. After a simple arrangement, everyone started to get busy. After all, the things in the reservoir now were too rudimentary, and there were just too many things lacking. Especially in terms of manpower. But the good thing was that the young men who had gone out in the village should be able to come back today, so it should be better by then. Shen Lang also walked out of the hut. After all, those tycoons were still outside and had not left. Xiaolang, my boat will be put here with you first, help me look at it. Old Mo commanded when he saw Shen Lang, and their name for Shen Lang also changed from Little Boss to Little Wave. Don't worry put Mo, hold it on me, promise I won't let anyone move it. Old Mo threw a key to you Shen Lang said. Don't be so serious, it's just a broken boat, you take it and play with it as you like. Shen Lang took the key and his heart was happy. His own revenge plan could be realized in advance. Then thank you Brother Mo. Lu Zhanghua came over and said. Old Mo, if you're honored to be number 1 on the giant object list today, do you want to treat us to a big meal? Yes, Old Mo, you must treat us. I'm not going if I'm not from the Fairview Mansion. The crowd began to flirt again. Please, must invite, Xiao Zhou will arrange it right away. Old Mo said with a bitter smile, while looking at Shen Lang and said. Does Little Long want to go together? Shen Lang shook his head and said. I'm not like you bosses, I have a lot of things to do, you guys go. Old Mo did not force himself, said hello and walked towards his car. The other tycoons also left together. Only Lu Zhanghua stayed behind. Shen Lang looked at this handsome uncle and said suspiciously. Uncle Lu do not go? Lu Zhanghua smiled and said. I'm looking for you. Shen Lang was even more puzzled, is there anything else between us? Lu Zhanghua pulled Shen Lang into the cabin. Xiaolang, I think you are a very good young man, Uncle Lu very appreciate you. Shen Lang was confused by Lu Zhanghua's words. Do you need a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to one? Shen Lang's face was filled with black lines when he heard this. You, a billionaire who is worth tens of billions of dollars said that you'll be a matchmaker for me, do I have that much charisma? Uncle Lu, I don't think it's a good idea. Lu Zhanghua said with a smile. Nothing bad, look, my daughter is young and beautiful, her body is good, and her ability is quite outstanding, she is a perfect match for you. Shen Lang was a little confused, your daughter? Shen Lang then thought of Lu Muqing, what came to his eyes was that fierce and cold face. No, this kind of woman cannot be married. Could it be that he has other daughters? If so then it's quite too, after all, according to their family's genes, they shouldn't be bad looking. That Uncle Lu, which daughter are you talking about? Lu Zhanghua glared. Which daughter? I only have one daughter, don't you recognize? Shen Lang smiled awkwardly and didn't know how to refuse, so he could only say politely. Either that, we'll talk about it later? No wonder Lu Muqing wanted to let herself fix her old father, look at him, he should not have introduced her to fewer people. Chapter 44 Boys, remember to take the initiative Lu Zhanghua lightly coughed twice and said. Well, there is indeed too hasty, you slowly contact, you will find her good. Lu Zhanghua is also helpless, his own daughter although beautiful, but just do not talk about boyfriend. And with that character of hers, it's probably hard to find one. So Lu Zhanghua wanted to set up an excellent young talent when he saw one. Of course, he himself didn't even know that Shen Lang was the first one he wanted to set up. But he felt that Shen Lang and Lu Muqing already knew each other, it was just a step closer, it should be easier. Well, that Uncle Lu, aren't you leaving? They have already departed. Shen Lang saw that the cars of those few tycoons had already started, and hurriedly changed the topic. Boys, remember to be more proactive. Lu Zhonghua left this sentence and left. Shen Lang belabored. Taking the initiative to put a hot face on a cold ass? Himself and her are completely two worlds of people, okay. Seeing this luxurious fleet of cars leave, Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he waited for these people's money to arrive, he could safely engage in this activity. Shen Lang wouldn't be foolish enough to completely trust a person. However, what he did not expect was that at more than 4 p.m., 12 million began to arrive one after another. This efficiency made Shen Lang flabbergasted. Of course, when they talked later, Shen Lang asked them to pay the money to their account first. 12 million in hand. Shen Lang felt his whole person floating. Steady, this is just a string of numbers inside the bank card. Shen Lang kept comforting himself. Brother Lone, the video is ready, take a look. At this time, Yang Roland's voice sounded from behind. Shen Lang eased his emotions and took the phone to look at it. One was a video of catching a huge thing with a boat, there were distant shots and close-up shots. The distant one should be shot by Yang Roland on the shore. The camera shouldn't be very good, and the video was a bit blurry. But this shows the truth of the matter, the passerby's point of view. If the video is that kind of super HD art level, it doesn't look grounded. The other video was the promotional video for the event. Yang Roland is also very good at finding the focus. The beginning of the video is Shen Lang's speech, the opening King Bomb 5 million. The latter is a variety of passionate words, making Shen Lang feel passionate. It also makes the time and rules of the competition clear. The competition will be held on August 5th. That is, 1 week later. The competition would last for half a month. That is, for this half-month period, as long as you catch a bigger fish, you will go straight to the top of the list. After all, fish of this size, skimming fish can take several hours, or a small half-day is possible, depending on your technique and tools. After watching the video, Shen Lang nodded and said, "Not bad, well done, ask the second ant to give you extra chicken legs at night." Shen Lang thought for a moment and said, "You tell that Master Wu to help forward the publicity, also help him add a chicken leg." Yang Roland rolled her eyes. Long ago when he said yes, that friend of his also promised to help publicize, also contacted other friends in the industry to help publicize. Shen Lang nodded. He believed that this matter would soon be known all over the internet. Especially the fishing circle, that would definitely create a storm. Shen Lang looked towards the reservoir. The current size of the waters could definitely not withstand so many people fishing at the same time. Not to mention that this wasn't ordinary fishing, who knew what oddities would appear at that time. The watershed definitely needed to be upgraded, and it was going to be upgraded greatly. The fish multiplier could also be upgraded to a limit. After all, he had a huge $12 million lying inside his bank card right now. It just so happened that there was still a week left before the event started, and it would probably have to rain every night for a week, maybe even during the day. Shen Lang and Yang Roland were chatting when the phone rang. It was the village chief's phone. After Shen Lang answered it, he heard the village chief's middle heavy voice. "Xiaolang, a few other young people have come back. Didn't you say that a collective meeting will be held once everyone is back?" Shen Lang immediately remembered. It seemed that there was such a thing, these days were too busy, he almost forgot about it. "Then gather at 8 o'clock this evening at my home dam, please help to notify." Shen Lang thought about it and said, "Which is no trouble, when the time comes, surely none will be missing." Hanging up the phone, Shen Lang looked at the time, already almost 4:30 p.m. Already one after another, people with small tickets began to come to take back the money for the fish. Yang Roland also started to get busy. Now the fish are all weighed down below, and then a small ticket is issued to Yang Roland to get the money. But it's still quite tedious. If only an app could be made, if it could be linked to the system, it would be even better. Return the fish anytime, anywhere, and the weight is 100% accurate. After returning the fish, Shen Lang gave the order to throw people out again. Naturally, it is again that set of words. Observe the sky at night, there will be heavy rain tonight. People who just came here of course do not believe, but experienced anglers silently pack up and start to leave. Faced with Shen Lang's tough attitude, these people could only drive back to the county town. Of course, not a few choose to stay in the village. Not long after the reservoir here has been no one left. Time passes slowly. The meeting was originally scheduled to start at 8 o'clock. But after dinner the crowd began to gather in the dam of Shen Lang's house. Those who stayed in the village also gathered here when they saw how lively it was. When they learned that the village was having a meeting today, the curious ones directly looked for a place to sit down, as if they were also part of the place. Shen Lang's house was now as crowded as the usual banquet. And a few young people directly moved their own home stereos over. I don't know if it's because there are too many people crowded together, tonight seems to be surprisingly stuffy, many people used their hands to fan the wind, some old people directly took out antique bushel fans. Who? Who? Oi! Oi! Everyone be quiet. When the stereo was done, the village chief's voice rang out from inside the stereo. In an instant, the noisy crowd directly became silent. Alright, today is our village's first village-wide meeting. We won't wait for those who didn't come, now the meeting begins. As you all know, our village has always been poor. Inside this township Kaka, it would be strange if we weren't poor. The young people have all gone out to work, and we can't do it when we're old, but Xiaolang has brought us hope. The village chief began to mobilize, speaking in a colorful and emotional manner, worthy of being a village cadre. Next, let Xiaolang speak about the specific matters. Xinlang was on the verge of getting sleepy when he finally heard the village chief call to himself. Could it be that those who are leaders are so verbose? Xinlang wanted to spit. Around the side of the people who stayed overnight is also listening to sleepy. If not, there is no other place to go in this village, early all gone. Xinlang took over the microphone and went straight to the point. I also do not say nonsense. Before and everyone said to take out 10% to the village collective. Everyone can share the money, but now the plan has changed. Xinlang said here, paused for a moment. The villagers heard Xinlang say that the plan has changed. All looked at him nervously, fearing that Xinlang would say bad news. Originally I was prepared to tens of millions of dollars of investment, now added to more than $1 billion, and everyone's share in the future may also increase exponentially. I roughly calculated that if things go well, a year each person can probably share millions. Wow! The entire courtyard began to boil again. The villagers were naturally happy because they could get so much money. The people from outside the village who were watching the play next to them were even more incredulous. They had already heard things clearly when they started listening to the village headman's speech. Originally, they thought that this small mountain village could have any projects, probably just fooling around a bit. But what did they hear? An investment of more than $1 billion. Everyone will get $1 million a year? Such good benefits. Is it too late for me to reincarnate? Chapter 45, 10 million spent, big system upgrade. Xinlang waited for them to be quieter before saying. Of course this will take time. Now that everyone is helping out at the reservoir, I'll uniformly offer a salary of $6,000 a month. I hope you don't mind it being less. No. Already. Just when Xinlang was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a coldness on his face. Xinlang froze and touched it with his hand. This was? A raindrop? I haven't upgraded the system yet? Crackle. Just as Xinlang froze, countless water drops fell. A torrential rain swept in. In addition to the rain brought by Xinlang's system, the entire county welcomed the first heavy rain in half a month. Everyone hurriedly hid in Xinlang's house. Fortunately, Xinlang's home is still quite large, otherwise so many people would certainly not be able to hide. Xinlang took out his cell phone and clicked on the weather forecast. The previous forecast of a sunny sky had directly turned into cloudy and rainy days. I hope it won't affect the activities. The meeting was not going to go on. But the rain didn't seem to be stopping either. Some people couldn't wait and directly went home in the rain, and the rest of the people also found ways to leave one after another. When the people left, Xinlang also lay down on the bed and began to upgrade the system. At the same time used up the card that was drawn. First directly upgraded the multiplier to gray. The multiplier was also upgraded from 1527 to 1550 times. Both buttons turned gray, and a prompt popped up when I clicked them again. Please complete the preconditions to upgrade the water area to 5 square kilometers. Xinlang slightly stunned. 5 square kilometers is how many square meters to come? Opened the calculator of the cell phone. This calculation scared him. 5 million square meters? It was a whole 10 times larger than now. But think about it, also relieved. After all, the upper limit of 50 times the giant, that is possible to appear thousands of pounds of monsters. The waters are too small, simply cannot move. But this is how much money to come. Xinlang does not count. Okay, I count shocked. If he didn't have that discount card, he would need to use 100 million to upgrade to 5 million square meters. Even with the discount, it would still require 10 million. Xinlang gritted his teeth and decided to directly upgrade to the preconditioned water area. As for this $10 million hole, can't the 15 days of activity make up for it? The opportunity is unavailable. One discount card, that's $90 million less. So Xinlang began to click up to upgrade the watershed area up. Pointed to his hand only to let the icon turn gray. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Please complete the preconditions in the reservoir to catch a 1,000 pounds of fish. Variety is not limited. Nima, so extreme. 1,000 pounds of fish. First of all, the probability of 1,000 pounds of fish appearing is pitifully low, but also to fish up. After all, the fish has to be more than 20 pounds. The multiplier appears to be the limit of those multiples to be able to do. But this event is a great opportunity. When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of great god-level characters. Contact the fish vendors in the next few days to find a little more big fish to put in. Xinlang opened the system panel and checked the current situation of the reservoir. Name, Xinlang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Shirquan Reservoir. Watershed area, 5 million square meters after 12 o'clock 3 days. Because this watershed upgrade is too huge, the system will activate a backup plan to let the water from the underground river back up. Water depth, 45 meters after 12 o'clock 3 days. Current fish growth multiplier, 20-50 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current field, 20 a day effective after 12 o'clock 3 days. Current number of fishers, none. Each of these numbers now has a 3-day added to the end of it. Look at this, it's going to rain for 3 whole days. And there's an underground river backing up. The waters are just too big for this upgrade. But 5 square kilometers does look like the watershed area of a normal small reservoir. And that $20 a day made Shenlang look incredibly harsh. According to the system's algorithm, this NEMA everyone has to Air Force chant. It seems that the rest of the money cannot be retained, need to purchase a large number of big fish to put in. At least put the daily entrance fee up a little bit, otherwise come to fishing ask how much, you say $20 a day. He will absolutely make him look at you with caring eyes. A reservoir this big is open for fishing and you tell me $20 a day? The rain seems to have picked up a bit after 12 o'clock. But obviously not as fierce as it used to come when the system was upgraded. The fish used to be like pouring water down the river, but now, it was just a large rainstorm. The rain still didn't stop the next morning. Shenlang got up before 7 o'clock. Reservoir fishing is impossible to open, according to this situation has to stop for a few days. But this also allows Shenlang to free up time to go to the county to do things. After all, the construction of the BB and the surrounding scenery must be approved. If not approved, then it is an illegal building. When the time comes above to demolish it, it is too late to cry. Shenlang explained things and drove to the county in the rain. Did not go far, the rain began to fall up. This should be the system of rain range. On the road, Shenlang encountered many convoys coming towards the reservoir, and it seems to be getting more and more. This NEMA today is not open for business. So many people come to drink the northwest wind? So Shenlang immediately called Shenbishing to bring people to drive out in the county road into the village inside that road to intercept and explain the situation. Shenlang does not know is that this time is not compared to the first 2 times. The first 2 times, although the fire, but many people just look at a fun. But this time the $5 million prize directly ignited the hearts of many people. Even if you can't get it yourself, it's still good to witness it. Although the event hasn't started yet, many people in the neighborhood want to see where the competition is taking place. So countless people were rushing towards this place. Shenlang arrived at the check-in unit. But things didn't go as smoothly as Shenlang had imagined. It could be said that it was very uneventful. You need to go to apply for a waterside shoreline utilization permit from the Water Conservancy Department, you need to go to determine if it's basic farmland, or an ecological redline zone, and a forestry permit. Shenlang listened to his head. At this time the big sister who handled it said, I still advise you, do not have to run, your project is definitely not approved. Shenlang was a bit puzzled and asked, why? Sister said with some impatience. Ecological forest area and is on the edge of the reservoir, 2 red lines, don't think about it. Shenlang froze, took out the previous contract for the reservoir. That contract said, this is the contract I signed with the county, look at the content above, allowing me to build things. Big sister said, it's useless for you to show me this, I need documents. Shenlang was somewhat helpless. Even if this big sister didn't say so, those documents she wanted were not something that could be run through in just a few days. Shenlang was thinking about whether or not to make a connection through those rich people's connections. But Shenlang thought about it or forget about it, after all, and they are not familiar to the point of using their own connections. Meanwhile, at the intersection of the national highway to the reservoir, it has been blocked by cars. Waves of people who wanted to go fishing, wanted to go play, were persuaded to go back. After all, the rain in the county had stopped a long time ago, and they naturally didn't know the situation of the reservoir. Because of the bursting fire at the reservoir, countless people from the surrounding area flocked here. But because they couldn't go to the reservoir, they stayed in the county town. As a result, the flow of people in the entire county has risen sharply. All the hotels were booked out at the speed of light, and many unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets. And there were more and more people. If you didn't know, you'd think this was some kind of tourist city. The residents of the city are a bit puzzled. Is there something big happening in the county? Why hadn't everyone gotten the news? They only heard a few words from strangers talking. Seems like you can get $5 million for fishing somewhere. Chapter 46. More than $1 billion of political achievements you gave stuck? This unusual situation was soon discovered while informing the county governor. The governor is also extremely important. So many people flocked to this can drive how much economic benefits. At that time, his resume will certainly appear on a colorful one. After understanding to know, their county appeared inside a fire reservoir and will soon hold a giant list of challenges, the first prize money up to $5 million. So-called people called the village, want to understand the specifics. Phone through, the situation is understood, but the village said the person in charge of the reservoir has gone to your county government to do things. The governor heard such a coincidence, so he asked for the phone number and wanted to talk to the county's young talent. But the phone still didn't get through after a few calls. So the governor thought to go downstairs to find out. This county office and office are all one building, a large office complex. But he turned around in the office hall and didn't even see a ghost. Shenlang is depressed. Asked the system, the answer was, the host's procedures are normal and can be handled directly. Big sister, can you report this to the top or call your leaders to come over? Getting the system answer, Shenlang knew where the problem was. It might just be that the big sister in front of him didn't want to help him with the process at all. Our leader is on vacation today, why don't you come tomorrow? Shenlang was really convinced. Either you give me your leader's phone number and I'll ask, or you tell me who I need to find who can handle it. The impatience on that big sister's face got worse. How about you go run through the information I started talking about first, and then you can come back when our leader comes tomorrow. Our leader is very busy. Shenlang was a little impatient, holding the document in his hand and said, this document of mine was specially approved by the above, how come it doesn't work for you? Big sister glanced at Shenlang then said loudly, special approval? Your document special approval, you find the governor to give you special approval to go I cannot approve here. Shenlang had never felt that it was so troublesome to do something, and he didn't want to argue with this big sister. Maybe others are just performing official duties and really don't have that much power. But Shenlang just felt the feeling that his heart was tired. Fine. I'll give him a special authorization. At this time a middle-aged male voice sounded from behind. Shenlang looked behind him and a middle-aged man was standing behind him. The man's suit pants with a white shirt looked very old school. Prefect? Big sister stood up in some panic and shouted. Where's old Lou? He took a vacation today? The prefect said as she looked at the woman, some mischief in her tone. No, I'll go get him. The elder sister's tone was a little stuttering, and after finishing in a panic, she walked towards the back. Before Shenlang could understand the situation, he heard the governor say, you are Shenlang, right? Really young and promising Shenlang hurriedly stood up and said, no, I'm that. Shenlang looked at the big sister who left and then looked at the governor, still a little confused. Just then, a Mediterranean middle-aged man walked out. Leader, why do you have time to come here for a turn today? Shenlang was a little angry, this leader started to be so close all the time? I heard that you took a vacation today, I specially came to take a look. The governor looked at Director Liu with some playfulness. Director Liu was a little embarrassed, but still said, no, just quite busy today. Busy? Busy drinking tea? It's not like you don't know how many things are going on in the county, you're saying busy to me? Little brother, go to my office and have a good chat. The governor smiled and looked at Shenlang, at the same time took out the phone and dialed out. Notify all departments to meet in an hour. Then he took Shenlang and left, not looking at Director Liu the whole time. Director Liu was a bit bewildered, what's going on? Shenlang came to the governor's office and sat down. Are you building a bed and breakfast? The county governor opened the door and said, more than just ABB, I'm going to build ABB cluster around the reservoir, the size of which could be hundreds or thousands of rooms. Together with the environmental build and other stuff, the investment will be at least $1 billion or so. But it seems to be in some kind of red line area. The governor's hand pouring water lurched. More than $1 billion? That's a huge political achievement and the people down there are still stuck on approving it? And now that the lad's reservoir has nothing yet, it's already attracting countless crowds, what if it's built? This is simply stupid, how can there be such a stupid person? Putting a pig there himself could have handled it better than him. Hey, the following people don't know anything, you don't take it to heart, you this project boldly go ahead, the approval process I asked you to help you go. The governor put the water in front of Shenlang and said, now the countryside revitalization, we all have to build their own homes well, as if you there into the reservoir of the road surface has not been hardened it is just that there is this policy, to help you harden together. If there is anything else you need, just ask, I'm here to help you greenlight everything. You're not going to organize that fishing tournament, I'll let people help you publicize it, there will definitely be a lot of people, then transfer some police force to assist you to manage the security and safety. Shenlang listened in a daze. This seems to be the same as the beginning of treatment at heaven and earth But Shenlang immediately reacted and said, then I'm really grateful to the leader. Half an hour later, Shenlang walked out from inside the office hall. Sure enough, having a relationship to do things is fast. After this matter was completed, Shenlang also decided to go back. When driving to the intersection to the village, he saw a row of cars parked there. And Shen Bisheng was trying his best to say something to some people. It's almost sunny here, and you're saying it's raining in there? Who are you fooling? Right, what are your bad intentions, why are you stopping us here? Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you, in broad daylight, you're breaking the law by stopping us. Shen Bisheng was in tears. It's really raining in the reservoir, and we can't fish for the next 2 days, but we'll let you know when we can, and there are many cars back in front of you, so I don't have to lie to you. But obviously those people still do not believe. You think we are cuties? Do we? Let us in. Shin Bishing had already dissuaded many of the cars, but he just ran into these few who said they wouldn't listen to anything. Let them in. Wait, they'll come out on their own. At this time, Shin Lang's voice rang out. Brother Long, you're here. Shin Bishing and a few others were relieved to see Shin Lang. You guys go back too, I'll call someone here to persuade back. Shin Lang made a call to the governor to explain the situation, and the governor replied that he would immediately arrange for the traffic police to come and set up a barrier. As for these people who didn't listen to persuasion, let them go. What can they do if they go in that heavy rain? Bouncing in the rain? The men drove in after a few sarcastic remarks. Shin Lang and Shin Bishing and the others also left the place and headed for the village. Chapter 47. The first on the list of giant objects. Shin Lang, brother's loneliness you do not understand. Almost to the entrance of the village, the rain clattered down again. The car that started to come and stopped in the rain, and seemed to be thinking about whether or not to continue forward again. Shin Lang ignored them and drove straight through. In the rearview mirror, it was seen that Shin Bishing had parked his car next to them and seemed to be saying something to them. Shin Lang smiled slightly. My villagers are still so simple and honest. Perhaps the intersection had been stopped by the traffic police. The latter 2 days did not see external vehicles coming in again. The fishing guys who stayed overnight in the village were also notified, and most of them chose to go back to the county town and come back when they could fish. The village fell back into the quietness of the past. Shin Lang was finally able to rest for 2 days after getting the system. Although it was raining outside, nothing could be done. The days of relaxation always fly by, and on the morning of the 4th day the rain finally stopped. The bright sun shone throughout the mountain village. It was also the start of a busy day. After all, there were only 3 days left before the competition started. There's just so much to do in these 3 days. All the advertisements, setting up sound that could cover all the areas, replacing that leaderboard display with a big LED screen. There are also those big fish that Shin Lang said will also be pulled in one after another in these 2 days. But the first thing after the rain stopped, Shin Lang chose to come to the reservoir. To the eye is not know how many times larger than before the water area. This is what a reservoir should look like. At this time Shin Lang was attracted by the boat parked on the shore. An idea instantly lingered in Shin Lang's mind. He wanted to wipe out his former shame and catch a giant fish to avenge his death. So he boarded the boat, took out the key and drove the boat to the middle of the reservoir. Shin Lang looked at the incomparably magnificent reservoir and could not help but feel a sense of grandeur, as if the world was in his hands. Shin Lang came to the stern of the boat and threw a historic shot. The day before the race, all the facilities were installed. Every 10 meters on the shore, an advertising flag would be inserted. Of course, these advertisements were arranged by several tycoons. And underneath each advertising flag there are several life rings and life jackets, and the tycoons donate several lifeboats. Safety had to be on point. There are signs all along the shore as well. The most conspicuous place on the dam is a huge LED screen. Even more conspicuous is a grass carp of about 2.5 meters dangling not far from the screen. The ranking on the giant fish list clearly reads: First place, Shin Lang 315 pounds. Second place, Modi 234 caddies. Third place, Lumuching 192 pounds. Brother Bison, how do you think Brother Long dragged this fish up that day? Below the huge screen, a group of youngsters were watching. Who knows, your Brother Long is a legend. Shin Bishing replied. That's true, if the leaderboard has never been broken, then wouldn't Brother Long take that $5 million himself? A young man said. You guys are underestimating those fishing guys, just take the dredger fishing, it's easy to pull up 500 pounds. Shin Bishing said. And at this time, only Shin Lang's voice could be heard spreading throughout the reservoir. Hey hey hey! Everyone pay attention, tomorrow is the day of the start of the competition. These 2 days everyone worked hard, but tomorrow will be even harder. But I will prepare a big red packet for everyone, guaranteed to be very pleasantly surprised. Now I'll go to the cafeteria to open the meal. Not long after the words fell, Shin Lang was seen walking out from inside the cabin. The look was indescribably spirited. Shin Lang also walked over when he saw everyone gathered in front of the big screen. Looking at the leaderboard? No need to look, the first place is here, just look at me directly. The crowd all rolled their eyes and dispersed towards the cafeteria. Shin Lang didn't care. Looking at the name Shin Lang at the top of the list revealed a charming smile. Brother Long, it's time to eat. Aren't you tired of looking at the list a dozen times a day? Shin Lang smiled faintly. You don't understand my brother's loneliness. Cut. Boring. Yang Ruolin skimmed her mouth and left on her own. Shin Lang felt that the high point of his life was coming soon. When he pulled this fish to shore that day, he had thought of this series of operations. Tomorrow countless people would come here and see this leaderboard at the first glance. The first glance would be focused on himself at the top of the list. Would anyone doubt the authenticity of this matter? After all, the boss came out with the list, it is not a simple thing to change it yourself. So, Shin Lang hung that fish next to the list. Questioning? Doesn't exist, this is the truth, this is strength. Thinking of this, he gave a nod to his own wit. At this time, the phone ringing interrupted his complacency. He picked up his cell phone and saw a very unexpected name. Lu Muqing. Shenlang pressed the answer button and heard a short sentence. Look at WeChat. Then hung up the phone. Shenlang froze for a moment while holding the cell phone. Do you really have friends like this? But Shenlang still opened the WeChat interface. Sure enough, Lu Muqing sent her a few messages. I'm going to participate in the competition, keep that kind of bait for me. Question mark. Reply. Shenlang was somewhat speechless. However, thinking about the $30 million design fee, Shenlang still replied back. 1. More than high and mighty. Collecting his cell phone, Shenlang hummed a little tune and went to eat. Shenlang was very much looking forward to tomorrow, not only because his own high time was coming. It was also because there had been no money coming in for a week. That feeling of emptiness also occasionally eroded Shenlang's body and mind. That money had been spent cleanly, the purchases cost money, the equipment cost money. What cost the most was those big fish. And this time Shenlang bought a total of more than $1 million of fish. But don't think it's a lot, it's only 4,000 or so. But all are more than 20 pounds of big goods. According to the lowest multiplier, that can be more than 300 pounds. I just don't know if there's a 0% chance of getting the highest multiplier. And tomorrow's entrance fee has gone up to $300 a day. Not high, but it lowers the entry threshold. Everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow. And the outside world. After a week of fermentation, Shenlang Reservoir's giant list $1 million prize tournament has been clamored to an unprecedented height. At least in the fishing circle, that is known to everyone. So now the small county seems like a tourist mecca. Countless people have gathered here for the tournament. Of course, it was unknown whether these people came for the tournament or just to watch the fun. The county governor had been smiling for the past few days. The economic benefits brought by so many people were incalculable. Most importantly, this is a heavy mark on his resume, and his future promotion may be because of this. He thought that there might be a large flow of people, but he did not expect such a large flow of people. And that big sister who received Shenlang, and that director who did not receive Shenlang, have already cried in the toilet. The county committee had already held several general meetings in the past few days, and was bound to utilize this wave of traffic. At the same time, it is also necessary to properly thank the guy who brought the traffic. There is a policy to put a policy, and no policy to open a policy to continue to put. The governor also informed Shenlang that the county's leadership team would come to attend the opening ceremony. It is night. The city is illuminated and crowded. And underneath the reservoir, countless huge figures shuttled back and forth. This contest is about to kick off. Chapter 48. What did you say? Fishing? Right. My cows are here to fish. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Shenlang was already at the reservoir at 6:30 a.m. I didn't realize that someone was even earlier than them. A dozen cars were already parked on the dam. Dozens of people were pointing at the big screen and the big fish. Shenlang quietly approached a bit closer and heard their conversation. I didn't expect the boss doesn't show his face, but he's actually a real expert. Yes, the three of us just disappeared for a few days, and the world has turned into this. Hey, the former Three Musketeers are gone for good. It's just that the version update is too fast, we can't keep up with the pace of the times. Shenlang's whole body felt soothed when he heard someone say that he was a true master. It was true that being praised was the most pleasing, especially when it was the place he cared about the most. However, as he listened, he felt something strange. When he heard Three Musketeers, Shenlang looked at the crowd. Wasn't the one who was speaking precisely his own openers here, who Lu Xian, Lu Jian, and Rat? Humph. Cough. Shenlang approached a little closer and deliberately coughed twice. However, he only saw those three people quickly dodge a few steps backward. Which brother, recently the flu is serious, don't get too close if you have a cold. Lu Jian dodged a few steps and also uttered a reminder. Ha! Boss? The three people who saw Shenlang were stunned and then ecstatic. Boss, I missed you so much. Boss, do you know how I've been living these past few days? Yes, boss, I realized that my thoughts for you are like that torrential river, unceasing. The three of them said with a handful of snot and tears, and even leaned toward Shenlang. Shenlang hurriedly dodged away. He originally wanted to come over to pretend one and leave. How come he met these three goods? Hey, stop. Just stand there, yes. Right there. Shenlang tried his best to stop, and only then did the three people stop. Come on, what have you guys been doing these days? Shenlang is also speechless, can only use the tone of teaching kindergarten children said. Hey. Family misfortune AI. It's hard to say Hey. Shenlang couldn't help it, it's hard to say you guys don't say it. Turned around and wanted to go, but was pulled by the three people began to talk about it. In fact, there is nothing too big, nothing more than the three did not go to work in those days, every day to fishing, was found by the tigress of the family. And the three people's daughter-in-law and all know, and then was united to restrict the action. The event was a big deal, especially the $5 million jackpot, which was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. The three promised to get the $5 million, and only then were they released. For his open customers, Shun Lang was still concerned, so he asked, "What are you guys going to use to assist in fishing? As you guys can see, I am now the #1 on the giant thing list. It can help you guys refer to it." The three of them looked at each other and said, "We came in a hurry and didn't prepare, but we believe that man can win. Oh well, it's all for nothing." While chatting, people started to arrive one after another. The villagers also began to set up the stage, debugging equipment, preparing for the opening ceremony. At this moment, a large truck came from around the corner. You can see that it is loaded with a large excavator. And so the first player, not relying on manpower, began to enter the arena. But the digger, it lacks a little originality. The next one is much more creative, bringing the winch from the factory. Of course, when the luxury yachts make their debut, all of this pales in comparison. As more and more people arrived, all kinds of tools began to make their appearance. Of course, those like the three musketeers who didn't have any tools with them actually made up the majority. Either they didn't have any resources, or they were simply enjoying the fun of fishing and the atmosphere of the place. Just then, Shun Lang saw a grandpa leading a cow from the path. That cow was still pooping as it walked. Shun Lang frowned. "There are so many people here, if anyone accidentally stepped on it, wouldn't it be disgusting?" So Shun Lang walked over towards that grandpa. "Grandpa, this place does not allow cattle, you pull to the hill over there, okay?" Shun Lang said while pointing to the mountain forest next to him. The grandfather looked up at Shun Lang when he heard the words. "Ah? What did you say? Fishing? Right. My cows are here to fish." "Fishing?" Shun Lang pointed at the cow and said in an uncertain tone. "Pulling with a cow?" The grandpa revealed his only two remaining hey-yo-yo teeth and said, "I heard that fishing here can also give away money. I've loved fishing since I was a kid, and so has my family's rhubarb." Shun Lang was speechless. Well, now the most bizarre tool appeared. Too early in the morning, there is nothing to do. Shun Lang began to wander around. Of course, this everywhere, naturally, is everywhere next to the leaderboard screen. Because everyone who came here, the first thing they would come to see was the leaderboard. All will see the elegance of that first place. At the same time, they would also see that huge thing hanging up next to it. Occasionally, there would be people who knew Shun Lang, and they would all look at Shun Lang with admiration, incredulity, skepticism, and many other kinds of eyes. Shun Lang put on a humble attitude and accepted every single gaze. Occasionally, they would hear some words that were very pleasing to Shun Lang. "Who is Shun Lang, so powerful? Shun Lang is the owner of this place, lol. Isn't there a profile next to it?" "Indeed, oh, but why did he put his profile next to it? Is he afraid that people won't recognize him?" Brothers are superficial. If I were Shun Lang, I would hang myself next to the fish for everyone to recognize better. In a flash, the time came to the prescribed time for the opening ceremony. The leaders of the county and several tycoons had already arrived. The leaders of the county naturally recognized these tycoons. After all, they were also considered celebrities in the circle. Learned that in fact this competition is these tycoons and Shun Lang joint name together. So there was a bit of curiosity about Shun Lang's identity and background, and at the same time, they also paid more attention to Shun Lang. And those tycoons, seeing that the relevant departments attached such importance to the competition organized by Shun Lang, were also impressed with Shun Lang. Both parties had reached a meeting of minds. "Young man, it's not as simple as imagined." Shun Lang naturally did not know what was in their minds. If he knew, he would have disdained it. After all, he himself was the one who owned the system. "Everyone be quiet, the opening ceremony will begin soon." Yang Roland's voice spread throughout the entire reservoir. At the same time, she appeared in the center of the opening ceremony stage. Yang Roland looked at the densely packed heads under the stage and shuddered a little in her heart. After all, the only chance she had to speak in front of many people was when she was studying and reading her small composition on the podium in front of the whole class. That number of people, at most 50, now this number of people, do not know how many times. The crowd quieted down a little bit, and Yang Roland's voice rang out again. "Welcome everyone to this competition. Our competition is organized by Tiancheng Group Mume Industry." This very first wave of advertisements caught everyone off guard. After Yang Roland finished talking about the advertisers, she once again talked about the rules of this fishing tournament. This tournament can be fished in any way except for poisoning, discharging, and other serious violations, and the fish will only be considered valid if it is landed. After saying the rules, then it was time for the county leader to speak. Of course, to be a leader naturally has a common problem, that is, the speech is stinky and long. The summer sun reflects the blue water, the lotus wind sends a cool gathering of joy. Today, we gather here with joy. The governor spoke for half an hour before ending slowly. Finally, I wish all the players fish leaping people happy, good results frequently. I wish this year's fishing tournament a complete success. When the governor finished his speech, there was thunderous applause below. I don't know whether it was to celebrate that he had finished speaking, or to celebrate that he had finally finished speaking. Finally, it was Shen Lang's turn to make an appearance. Everyone, let me say a few words. When the crowd thought that Shen Lang was going to start another long speech, they heard Shen Lang shout out, "Pay attention to safety. Pay attention to safety. Pay attention to safety. Now fishing." Shen Lang ended his speech with a short dozen words. In an instant, the entire reservoir roared with joy. The crowd began to scan the code to enter and receive their number plates. Young people are just refreshing. If he keeps talking at length like that leader, I really want to knife him. Who says it's not? The heart that wants to knife people can barely hide. Shen Lang suddenly heard these two words from passers-by and was incredibly glad that he just thought about how to put on a show and forgot to prepare a speech. Chapter 49. What are you going to use to fish? Nothing, the tower crane inside the project. Everyone began to distribute the number, which is obviously a huge amount of work. To ensure that everyone pays the fee successfully, after all, if there is no successful payment, Shen Lang is not able to get the system rebate, then the results will naturally be nullified. This is clearly stated inside the announcement, but when there are more people, they are still afraid that there will be an oops, and it is always right to be cautious. After more than an hour of busyness, finally fixed the number at 2,478. So many people really made Shen Lang a bit unprepared. It is possible that the final number of people will be more than 3,000, after all, as long as it is paid within 15 days, it can be regarded as a successful entry. Due to the fact that the reservoir was now larger, it was still easy to accommodate so many people. However, the number of 3,000 is not particularly exaggerated. After all, the Guinness Book of Records that is tens of thousands of people to race together. The opening ceremony ended, the county's leaders naturally want to leave. Shen Lang naturally accompanied and sent off for a while. When saying goodbye, the governor said, "Shen you are very good, continue to work hard, there are any difficulties despite," and I said. Shen Lang is also polite 2 sentences. "Thank you for your concern, I will work hard." In fact, Shen Lang quite dislikes dealing with these people, but in order to develop better here in the future, it is inevitable. After all, as long as you experience the feeling of doing things all the way to the green light, you will find that someone above is really good. After sending off the county leaders, Shen Lang found himself idle. The fishing contestants have gone to get ready, but there are still many people on the dam of the reservoir. Most of them came to see the fun. After all, the country is such a habit. After idling, Shen Lang felt his stomach start to protest. Having not eaten a bit of food all morning, it was a bit hungry. At this time, Shen Lang realized that many small stalls had appeared on the side of the reservoir. Shen Lang came to be interested and walked over there. But he remembered that no one had reported to him that there would be people coming to set up stalls. However, Shen Lang was not there to drive people away, he was indeed a little hungry. Every morning those aunts and uncles made breakfast are tired of eating, want to change a little fresh things to eat. In such a short time, there were still many stalls set up. The specialty snacks of this place were all present. Shen Lang stopped in front of a stall selling glutinous rice poi, asked for 2 poi, and in passing asked, "Auntie, how's business here?" "It's just started, there are so many people here, it shouldn't be bad." The lady said with a smile. "Are you here to fish too? I heard that the first place has $5 million. Shen Lang took the aunt's glutinous rice poop and said, "Well, the first place on the leaderboard is me now." Shen Lang had some smugness in his eyes. The older woman looked over to the leaderboard screen and suddenly her face changed. "Egu, little brother, you're the boss here, I didn't know that you can't set up a stall here." Shen Lang froze. Did he mean to drive people away? He himself just reported a name. However, he said that he was the number 1 in the ranking, and this aunt immediately recognized him. His fame is very big now. "Auntie, don't misunderstand, I don't mean to kick you out." The lady seemed relieved. "Then are you here to collect the stall fee?" "Of course not, I'm just having breakfast." Shen Lang naturally knew that these vendors weren't easy either, and definitely wouldn't make things difficult for them. It's just that he had to have someone come and say that he would clean up the trash when he closed the stall. "Auntie, how much?" No, please eat." Where would Shen Lang take advantage of this? Took out his cell phone and was ready to scan the code. The aunt hurriedly stopped it, but Shen Lang's money had already been paid over. The market price of this poop Shen Lang still knew. Just after paying, Shen Lang's phone rang. It was Yang Roland calling. "Where is Brother Long? There is a beautiful woman looking for." Shen Lang froze. Beautiful woman? Just that beauty who digs for fishing. Lu Muqing? She doesn't know she contacted me? Okay, come right away. Shen Lang hung up the phone and suddenly saw 2 missed calls on his cell phone and 2 messages inside WeChat. Where is it? Where is everyone? Well, there were too many people to hear. Shen Lang came to the side of the wooden house, and sure enough, Lu Muqing was there. "Hi, good morning, Ms. Lu." What ushered in was Lu Muqing's somewhat cool gaze, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. "Do you need to look at me with this kind of gaze? Bring it." Shen Lang was dumbfounded and suddenly saw the glutinous rice cake in his hand. LOL. Eat it. Lu Muqing's gaze became even colder. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Something promised? Shen Lang suddenly realized. You said it earlier, it's just bait, $500 a pack. Shen Lang took out the bait from the system and handed it to Lu Muqing. Yang Ruolin beside him froze when he saw this scene. My cousin, hey, you are really straight. I'll turn you later, have you seen that old man in my house? Lu Muqing said as she took the bait. Shen Lang looked inside the reservoir and pointed to the luxury yacht in the center and said, should be with his friend on top of the yacht. Lu Muqing looked over and snorted coldly. Not doing his job. Then she turned to Shen Lang and said, that old man likes to mess around, don't take it to heart, we are impossible. Shen Lang was again stunned. Lu Zhonghua must have gone back and said something to Miss Lu. That's for sure, we are not from the same world. Shen Lang naturally did not have that idea. After all, doesn't messing with money smell good? What kind of machine is Miss Lu going to use to fish this time, or is it a digger? Lu Muqing sniffed and pointed to the side and said, no, pulled a little gadget from the construction site, it is possible to install it. Shen Lang looked over there, only to see that some workers were directing the crane to lower something. What is this? Shen Lang wasn't very sure what this section and section, the iron lump was. Nothing, the tower crane on the construction site. Shen Lang was speechless, you cow. But Shen Lang was just about to turn back when he saw another acquaintance. Li Anxin. Only to see Li Anxin walk out from inside a $1 million luxury car. Not long after, a man from the main driver inside came out. The man's age is about 40 years old, the look is not obscene. Li Anxin walked over to hold the man's arm and walked over this way. Shen Lang was puzzled in his heart, is this her boyfriend? Or is it her big brother of the list one? After all, he was also the one who had heard those stories that had to be told between the female anchor and the list one big brother. Although it was said that Li Anxin had transformed to not be a face anchor. But the back of her live streaming routine still turned into the path of a face value anchor. At this time, Li Anxin also saw Shen Lang. The moment she saw Shen Lang could see a trace of panic in her eyes. But it was quickly adjusted by her. Old classmate, congratulations, this competition is so hot. Almost in contact, Li Anxin said in advance. Thank you, who is this next to you? Shen Lang asked politely. Oh. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Wang, Jitterbug name is fishing your brother. Shen Lang suddenly realized that the list one big brother Hello, Wang Sholi. Pengjiai big brother extended his hand and introduced himself. Shen Lang shook his hand and said. Hello, Shen Lang. I've seen you brush Huazi, that special effect is beautiful. I've also seen the boss in an Xian's livestream, I can participate in this match, right? I want to prove my strength as the first brother of fishing. Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders. Of course, everyone can participate, Ruolin, help him with this. Soon Wang Sholi took the number plate and left. Not long after, Shen Lang received a WeChat. Shen Lang, it's not what you think, he and I really like each other. Shen Lang froze, what is the meaning of sending this to me, you are in free love, does it have anything to do with me? Just then, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Lu Billy caught 15 catties 21 times equals 315 catties big head carp a big head carp. Congratulations, you've earned 529,200 Chinese dollars. No way, so fast, how long did it take, how did he do it, or big head carp this kind of endurance player? It didn't take long for the announcement to come over the intercom. Number 1387, Lu Billy, 315 pounds, announcer room briefing. Over. Soon after, a shocking news came out from above the reservoir. Contestant 1387, Lu Billy, has caught a huge fish of 315 pounds, currently tied with Shen Lang for first place, please keep up the good work. The moment the broadcast came out everyone began to be unsettled, this nymphette has only been a long time, you're coming to this with me. Cheat it. How can it be so fast, I haven't even rolled my bait yet. Is this the strength of a big brother? Lu Billy, as expected, is really powerful. Shen Lang was also very curious as to how on earth this awesome person managed to get the fish up in such a short period of time. This was obviously very unscientific. Chapter 50 Digger, see Digger again. Lu Billy was originally a digger master. He considered himself to be the ceiling of existence among diggers. With a digging machine to light the lighter sea, Lu Billy is such a bull. General construction workers let him dig 50 centimeters deep, he can make the error only 1 or 2 centimeters. This is like micromanipulation in science fiction mecha novels, only masters can do. During this period of time, when he went to this side of the construction site he heard about the organization of the competition. Although he didn't fish, he very much enjoyed watching fishing videos. Naturally, he has also brushed up to the explosive network digger fishing event. In his opinion, the digger master's operation is really not much skill, to do it yourself can certainly do better. So he drove the digger over with the attitude of trying. After all, there was nothing to do during this period of time, so consider it a vacation for himself. After the boring opening ceremony, Lu Billy also drove his own digger towards the bottom of the reservoir. However, due to the fact that there were too many people for his machinery to operate well, he decided to go a little further inside. He didn't drive long before he saw a group of people gathered in front of him blocking the road. Out of curiosity, he jumped off the digger and came up, only to see that beside the water plants on the shore, a huge whirlpool appeared, and underneath the whirlpool was a huge black shadow. Billy just felt numb. What is this thing? But listening to the comments of the people next to him, he finally understood. I feel like this fish is provoking me. I just can't hold back a bit. Brothers, I'm going on. Hey! Do not want to die. This may be the legendary guide fish. Maybe who caught who? Do you believe in this superstition? Even if you don't believe in it, try going down there. This big-head carp's mouth can stuff you down. Billy suddenly realized, this is a fish, scared me to death. Billy had never heard of the guiding fish. He looked at his own digger and said to the crowd, you believe it is the lead fish, I do not believe it is pickled fish, let me. The crowd looked at him, and the man who had begun to speak of the pilot fish said, so reasonable that I am speechless. But brother, you dare to go down? Without saying a word, Billy walked towards his digger. As the digger started, the crowd made way. Whoa, there is this big guy earlier. There's nothing a digger can't handle, if not, then he'll come with dozens of diggers. Billy drove to the bank of the reservoir, maneuvering the digger while slowly moving downward. Especially in the digging bucket into the water for a moment, gentle like caressing a little girl. There was only a little ripple. The crowd of onlookers let out a gasp. This master is a cow. This operation is so smooth and flowing. Shoo! Don't talk. The bucket in front of the excavator moved slowly, and when the bucket was about to wrap around the big head carp, it suddenly exerted force. And that big head carp finally sensed something and started swinging its body. Only its back way had already been cut off, its body swung into the bucket and then bounced into the air. In the next second, the big head carp smashed heavily on the ground, its scales falling everywhere. It seemed to want to return to the water, struggling and bouncing twice, only the end was already settled. When Xin Lang came, it was when he heard this story. At the moment, the main character of the story was holding that fish, kissing it non-stop in the envious eyes of the bystanders. Xin Lang felt that this was too damn outrageous. A person can be lucky to this extent? However, since the system had recognized it, it must be valid. In order to weigh this fish, it took the backs of several fishing guys. Soon the story of the first fish was spreading in the reservoir. The fishermen were envious and jealous. However, everyone is relieved, through the normal way, can never be so fast on the fish, can only sigh that person's luck is too good. Xin Lang also communicated with Billy, hoping to hang this fish above the dam, next to his fish. Billy naturally agreed. How could he miss such an opportunity to show his face? So Billy put the fish into the digger bucket inside, to the way back. When he arrived at the dam, he naturally attracted a crowd of spectators. Now in the dam are basically people to play. Naturally, there are lively to see all came up. Wow, is this the fish that tied for first place in the beginning of the broadcast? The turtle is huge. Cooking hot pot should be divided into 18 hot o. That is, can realize our entire neighborhood pickled fish freedom. In everyone's onlookers, this fish was caught next to the fish that Xin Lang caught up. Rulin, come and take a video, shivering sound. Coming. Yang Rulin ran over with her butt. Billy stood next to that fish and smiled so hard that his mouth tore into his back teeth. This was definitely the highlight of his life. Even the moment before he caved in, he wasn't this excited. You're fine to engage in live broadcasting. You see so many people below, many people are live. We are the official, not live unfortunately. Xin Lang said to Yang Rulin after shooting the video. Okay. But Brother Wave, can you assign me a person? Xin Lang was puzzled. What? Yang Rulin said. Look you called me over in the beginning to say that I would manage the money for you. Now I'm doing cashier girl, video operation, hosting in the morning, and now I have to broadcast live. I really can't split up. Xin Lang froze. Think about it, seems to give Yang Rulin's workload is indeed a little too big. Just because this cousin is really too good to use, the things he arranged can be completed very well. He couldn't help but want to throw things to him. It seemed like it was time to lighten her load a bit. It's indeed cousin's fault. How about this? You scout to see if there's a suitable candidate to help you share the work, and by the way, find a live one. Yang Rulin bristled. So, you are now trying to arrange the personnel work for me as well, right? Xin Lang sweated. In fact, Yang Rulin was only complaining about it. In fact, she was still quite happy in this job. Every day, she could come across many interesting things. This was much better than the previous company of the cow horse. Though the darned cousin is also using himself as a cow and horse. And it was very rewarding for her to watch this reservoir get more and more popular every day. She handed over the cashier's job to a village girl and bumbled off to the live broadcast. Yang Rulin naturally did not open a live broadcast, but have not seen a pig run, has not eaten pork? After tinkering for a while, the live broadcast was opened. The title wrote A. Straight from the Shirkwan Reservoir giant thing list of millions of bonuses, the official live broadcasting room to take you to feel a different kind of excitement. Perhaps this account originally had some fan base. So just after opening the live broadcast, dozens of people flooded in. Isn't it the official live room? Why are you letting us watch the girls? This was the first pop-up in the live broadcast room. Yang Roland was still messing around, so half of the entire screen was Yang Roland's face. You don't say, this girl is quite good looking, and she looks like she's still veiled. Is the giant thing list so hot? I've brushed up to a dozen live streams today. It was only then that Yang Roland saw people coming to the live broadcast room. So she held her cell phone a little farther away to say hello. Hello everyone, this is the official live broadcast of the Mega Object Ranking $1 Million prize match. You guys can interact with me if you want to know anything or see anything. After saying that, Yang Roland flipped the camera over to aim at the giant thing leaderboard on the screen. The first place on the leaderboard was still Shin Lang's name, and the second place had clearly become Lu Billy. Although the weight of the two people was the same, but Shin Lang was caught first and Lu Billy was caught later. Chapter 51, Boss, you really fish with cows. The number of people in the live broadcast room was continuously increasing. Perhaps it was the added heat, in just a few minutes it had already broken through 1,000 people. And looking at this situation, it should still keep on getting more people. At this moment, the pop-up screen began to flutter. These anglers are too good, it's taken them this long to land a fish. If you're good, you're good? I'll do it, just wait for me one day. No, dude, are you really going? No, I heard that the first one is the boss, can the boss participate too? Insider it. Yang Roland selectively answered the pop-up questions. This netizen said that the boss first is an insider. It's not an insider. The boss is really catching himself. But you guys don't worry, even if the boss is on the list in the future, surely he can't get the award, and you guys are so unconfident in the strength of the contestants? Yang Roland again pointed the camera at the two fish and said, these two fish are fished by the boss, one is fished by the contestants. The fish that will be on the list in the future will be hung here in order to display. You see, this is the most conspicuous position in the whole reservoir. Yang Roland swung the camera around a bit, then said, anyone who comes here will see this list at first glance, making you the center of attention in everyone's eyes. Yang Roland kept an eye on the change in the number of people in the live broadcast room, as well as the pop-up messages. The number of people in the live broadcast room had now gone up to 2,000. Yang Roland also extracted a question from a netizen. I heard that there are no restrictions on tools in this competition. Can the anchor show us what tools are available? In fact, when anchors are selective in answering questions, the bad remarks are just directly treated as if they didn't see it. Many industries are the same. Want to see those tools? That's really a lot. You guys look there. Yang Roland lifted her cell phone up, only to see a crane parked by the dam of the reservoir. And the steel cable of the crane was falling vertically into the water. The driver was taking a nap inside the cockpit. This is the big guy here. I've heard that it can lift up hundreds of tons of stuff. Using it here is like killing a chicken with 100 meters of big knife. But Yang Roland paused for a moment and said, do you guys know why this master is sleeping instead of fishing? The pop-up screen directly began to float screen. Killing a chicken with a 100-meter knife. Good analogy, anchor. The construction site next door lacks a crane anxious to cry. If this fish bites, the insurance company will have to change the terms and conditions overnight. Master said, whoever likes to catch this fish should go. Yang Roland looked at the pop-up screen and also laughed a bit. You guys are really funny. In fact, the truth is, the dam of this reservoir is too high. Even if you catch it, you can't lift it. After all, the fish can struggle, and the probability of it coming off the hook is 99%, so the crane master can only lie there and sleep. Yang Roland pointed to a location on the shore of the reservoir and said, but there's a tycoon who's installing a construction site tower crane down there, still getting the base. It should be ready to start putting in applications in a couple days. Yang Roland was enjoying the live broadcast more and more as she realized that these netizens were just too cute. Of course, except for certain black people. Yang Roland looked at the pop-up screen and revealed a giggle. Fish, the one I escaped from wasn't a hook, it was a contemporary infrastructure maniac. Got it, next time use a shield machine to dig earthworms. Contingency plan, call J-10 Air Intercept Leap Dam Escape Fish. Crane master stupid below and then get a boat is not a solution to the problem. Anchor, go down to the reservoir to take a look, watch you live, see I want to fly over immediately. Yang Roland stopped laughing and said, okay, then let's go down to the reservoir and see how the other players are doing. After saying this, Yang Roland walked towards the bottom of the reservoir. Shin Lang saw the live broadcast like a fish out of water. Yang Roland was very pleased and nodded his head. This cousin is really too all-rounded. One has to watch closely and not let any little white boy cheat away. At this time, Shin Lang saw that the few tycoons walked up from below the reservoir. Shin Lang was puzzled, walked up and asked, a few people do not go fishing? Where is this going? Old Mo smiled and said, not busy, the masters are always the last to strike, let them fish for a few days first, otherwise it's too bullying. The other tycoons chimed in. That's a good point, the enemy is too weak to be interested at all. At this time, Lu Zhanghua said smilingly, Hey, I can't help but to fly to Dubai tomorrow to fish for sharks, so that the fish in your reservoir can live for a few more days to gain some insight. The tycoons looked at him with admiration. Rely on. You really know how to pretend. Shenlang sort of heard, meaning that now appear a little shame. Let these fishing guys first play for a while, they will come back later. Shenlang is indifferent, after all, who fishing is not fishing. Some people will eventually pay the price for arrogance. Shenlang sent away a few people completely idle. Looking at the reservoir below the lively scene is really emotional. Things are unpredictable, the large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. Who would have thought that he was such a social 3-bad youth can go this far? Sitting on the whole reservoir of the mountains. He also has more than $12 million in arrears. But Shenlang is not panicked. To borrow the words of a celebrity, I'm not interested in money. Shenlang was looking towards that realm. Yang Ruolin introduced the beauty of the reservoir to the netizens while walking. By the time they got to the bottom of the reservoir, the live broadcast room had broken through 10,000 people. And the small gifts in the live broadcast room were non-stop. Yang Ruolin watched her heart blossom, but she remembered that Shenlang said that this account had half of her earnings. In the past, she had sent so many videos, although there were a lot of broadcasts, but not a dime, and now just this short period of time should be worth a day's salary for herself. Yang Ruolin suddenly understood why so many people wanted to enter the live broadcast industry. When Yang Ruolin was explaining vigorously. Splat! The sound made Yang Ruolin startled. Oh, no! Another one! How many has it been today? I don't remember, it's like a firecracker today. Firecrackers aren't worth as much as this. Yang Ruolin looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a fishing man looking ahead with some heartache. He was also holding a section of rod in his hand. It turned out to be a blown rod. In fact, today was the first day of the tournament, and many anglers didn't have a clear understanding of the situation. They don't know much about the fish underwater. Many of them are still fishing in the traditional way. A normal fishing rod can't hold this kind of weight, so the only way is to explode the rod. Even if you don't explode the rod, then you have to pull it through. A few hundred pounds of instant explosive force, ordinary people simply can't pull it through. Everyone may not see at the beginning, in front of someone burst pull. Here I explain to everyone about the situation of the reservoir now, if there is a want to come to the challenge of the netizens to get ready. Yang Ruolin said as she walked. First of all, if you want to challenge the giant list, at least to 300 pounds or more, then borrow a little external force within the rules. If you just want to come and feel the excitement, upgrade your rod, line set, and hook, like that old man in front of you. He borrowed the power of a bull. Yang Ruolin froze as she finished speaking. Wait a minute. It really was pulling the fish with an ox. And it looked like the fish was already hooked. Yang Ruolin quickly walked a few steps to the side of the old man and the ox. At the moment, the ox was struggling to stabilize itself. But the bank was muddy and slippery, and the cow's 4 calves kept rubbing backward. The old man was beating it with bamboo strips and giving orders in his dialect. Go! Zo go! Zo go! Zo! Generally, oxen are used to plow the land, and their pulling force is usually several hundred pounds. It's completely possible to wrestle with this kind of giant. But this old man's ox clearly saw that something was wrong. Its eyes are almost white. Yang Ruolin saw that the cow's rope was wrapped around its neck, and the cow was about to suffocate. Next to the onlookers do not dare to go up to help. After all, this situation may not be their own right off. At this moment of crisis, crowd rushed out a group of muscle men, led by an arm of the thickness than other people's thighs are thicker. Only to see their hands to the thick rope above a ride, everyone together force, directly to the fish's momentum to pull. The ox took a breath, directly broke free from the shoulder saddle, and ran wildly. When the old man saw the cow running away, he also waved his bamboo strips and chased after it. His mouth also kept chanting, you run, I'll break your legs. And the leading muscular man saw the old man who was gradually moving away and shouted, Old man, don't you want your fish? The old man seems to be a little back of the ear, not a little response. The muscle man had no choice but to take over the cow's work with his buddies. Chapter 52 Fish almost added a meal of boiled beef today. The pop-ups inside the live broadcast room had gone crazy. I can't, I'm dying of laughter. This old man is too funny. Doesn't anyone care about that cow? Cow, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Fish, I almost had an extra meal of boiled beef today. The old man's figure was getting farther and farther away. The cow had long since run out of sight. And the tug of war by the reservoir continued. It wasn't easy for 10 or so muscular men to deal with a single fish. Leo Digwang, go for it, pull it up and it's yours. The side eaters began to coax. That won't do, we'll have to look for that grandpa later. After all, he almost lost his cow, and this was supposed to be a grandpa's fish. Li Baiguang said as he pulled on the rope. Li Peiguang is also a video blogger, or the kind with a large volume. Because he is a simple person and always loses money, so they call him Li Peiguang. The bloggers who came here this time were especially numerous. There were probably hundreds of them, big and small. After all, this wave of traffic is a smart person who knows to come and rub it in. The internet is saying that the easiest thing to accomplish in this $1 million prize race is definitely those mechanical hangers-on. Li Pei Guang and his two best friends, in order to prove the power of their muscle man, decided not to use any supermodeling tools, to use manpower to carry the big fish in the water, to get the $1 million prize. Of course, as soon as this flag was set, it was supported by many anglers. After all, in the eyes of most fishermen, fishing should have a fishing look. You use the dredge fishing, what is the meaning? You also have cranes and helicopters. For these they are scoffed at. After all, some people are pursuing the meaning of fishing, enjoy the process. It's an obsession on a spiritual level. It's like if the streets were filled with trams, there would still be some people who would love oil cars. So even if the heat has gone through the roof, there are still a lot of anglers who don't bother to come. Otherwise there wouldn't have been only 2,000 or 3,000 of them. But there is a lot to be said for fishing. Li Pei Guang, now even pack ponds have not yet understood how to play to understand the more technical fishing. So fishing for half a day, no movement at all. Just then saw not far from the boss's cow has been overwhelmed, greeted. Everyone swarmed up. Only then did they defuse the crisis. Brothers, come on, I'll add a bottle of protein powder for you tonight. Yes, go for it. Next to them, the photographer had already smiled, such a good material, this evening shall not be a good addition to the chicken leg. But after walking for a while, they realized that a dozen or so people were just too many. After all, even if this fish was 300 to 400 pounds, the instantaneous explosive power would be around 1,000 pounds at most. Although many people said that their muscles were dead muscles and had no power, it was also too much stronger than an ordinary person. So the number of people began to decrease one by one, from 10 all the way down to 3, and finally it stopped. This number was easier, and people could still take turns when they got tired. After all, freshwater fish are notoriously durable, and this was destined to be a tug of war. Drawing back, Li Pei Guang said to the camera's lens, "Called them too early to still do not believe, you see this is not going to be on the big goods," when the envy of the two of them said, hands clenched, muscles immediately tensed, showing extremely strong aura. So what if they use a machine? The fish is that much tension, can they still catch a ton of fish? Yang Roland had been broadcasting here for a while and was ready to leave when she saw that it had entered a tug of war. After all, it's not elegant to keep broadcasting a few muscular men stacking up there. Although she is quite like to see. Just so a moment of effort, the number of people in the live room once again soared, directly exceeded 30,000 people. However, it seemed to have entered a bottleneck, stopping at 30,000 for the time being. I think Li Pei Guang is right, even if the fish has 500 pounds, its pull can't possibly shake 10 people, so those who don't have the money to start a hangout can come together in a group to participate. Yang Roland was again in the live broadcast room to anoint up the program of participation up. The pop-up screen began another wave of swipes. Ah. Right. You're right. I think I can do it again. Tomorrow I'll pull in my 3 great aunts and 8 great uncles and ask them to help me find a dozen blind dates and have them come over in a group. That one who wants a blind date, is it okay to count me in? There were always so many joyful people in the pop-ups. If Li Pei Guang could pull that fish up this time, then the pattern of the tournament later on would definitely change a lot. Along the way, Yang Roland introduced the things she saw, such as many that used electric winch wheels, like pulley sets to save energy. Of course the most were the ones that used diggers. After all, the digger can go wherever it wants to go, the flexibility pulls full, the power pulls full, and there is a record of catching fish, the comprehensive utility of 4 stars. As for those boats in the water, those are for the rich to play with. Accompanied by the occasional sound of exploding rods and falling water, Yang Roland's live broadcast rose like a fish out of water. It was hard to imagine that this was a first-time live streamer. One after another during this period, there were people on the list. But they were all above 100 pounds and less than 200 pounds. After all, the higher the weight went up, the harder it would be to pull it up. Getting the fish to bite and catching them up are two different things. It was almost noon when the leaderboard was full. There were rows of fish hanging next to the leaderboard screen. It looked shocking. And on the dam, a huge awning had been set up on the shady side against the hill. Underneath the awning were large round tables. One after another, each table began to serve food. In the past, when that small cafeteria opened for dinner, hundreds of people would start crowding in. Considering the large number of people today, it was impossible to line up for food again. Otherwise that would have to get to win. So Shen Lang proposed to directly use a flowing banquet. With 10 or so people sitting at a table and 50 tables set up, 500 people could be fed at once. It would also allow them to experience the fun of a farmhouse banquet. It's just that the pressure on the kitchen is a bit higher, so a dozen or so chefs were also hired from the neighborhood. The price is also charged at only $30 a head. The dishes are all carefully selected. The price is fair and fair-minded. After all, the hotel this configuration are 700 or 800 a table. Fellow anglers, noontime is here. In the dam to prepare a running water table, 30 yuan a person. There is a need can now come up. The first seat immediately open to eat. The radio resounded above the entire reservoir. A lot of anglers have not eaten breakfast on the way over. This will be long hungry, so the S ran up. But they were dumbfounded when they saw a place. The place has long been occupied. And beside a group of people, each eyeing them in the meal. The fishing guys also drooled when they saw the dishes on the table. The dishes on the table were all hard-cooked, such as big elbow, steamed pork, braised fat lumpia, a whole dozen dishes. This flowing banquet only costs $30, so it's true that the kitchen here is still very conscientious. Chapter 53, the giant things list is updated, and the first place is actually a grandpa. But there's nothing to be done, they're all here, so we can only wait for them to finish eating. But as they waited, they realized that something was even more wrong. There are more and more people, and the seats need to be grabbed. You can't pay until you've grabbed a seat. This makes the anglers who didn't get a seat as anxious as hell. If I had known, I would have skipped the meal. While everyone was eating their lunch, a heavy news came over the radio. Good news, the first place on the giant list has finally been broken, weighing in at 350 pounds. And this fish belongs to a grandpa. But this oldest gentleman is nowhere to be found. He's holding a cow, he's lost a few teeth, and his hearing isn't very good yet, so if anyone sees it, please let him know. Also, to add to the fun, the leaderboard has been upgraded, and the method of catching this fish will be added later, as well as the species of the fish. For example, if the first half of this fish is a cow, and the second half is a dozen or so strong men, then again at the end it will say, strong men and cows. As soon as the news came out, the entire dam was quiet for a split second, then instantly ignited. Holy, 350 pounds, that's awesome. I remember an old man chasing a cow in the morning. I'm mourning for Li Pei Guang, the fish he worked so hard to pull up is not his own. It's all about Li Pei Guang, it's the norm to do things that lose money. Am I the only one amused by that last line about the strong man and the cow? Those who hadn't eaten yet, or had already finished eating, flocked in the direction of the screen. Some with bowls in their hands also ran this way, picking up a few bites as they watched. Sure enough, the leaderboard on the big screen had already changed, and the first place had changed to a person's name. First place. Name, nameless old man. Species, mackerel. Weight, 350 pounds. Main tool, strong man and oxen. Second place. Name Shen Lang. Species, big head fish. Weight, 315 caddies. Main tool, a fishing boat. The information of the first place hit everyone's nerves. They remembered that the first person to catch a big fish in the morning was a digger driver who luckily ran into a shore fish. And now the first place finisher actually started out as an old man with his teeth falling out, pulled by an ox. This dramatic scene this morning made them really cry and laugh a little. And the one who was laughing the hardest today was Shen Lang. Because he received a special tip when he received the system tone. Shen Yangqiu caught 7 caddies 50 times equals 350 caddies of grass carp a fish. Congratulations on obtaining 1,400,000 huaxia dollars. Congratulations to someone who caught a stage top multiplier fish that only appears with 0.0001 probability. Obtained the hidden reward away 18 styles. Shen Lang wanted to ask why this 50 times appeared on a 7-pound fish. It was really too wasteful. He had put in so many fish over 20 caddies himself, so why not them? That would have reached the mission condition of 1,000 pounds. But things had come to this, Shen Lang could not do anything about it. But what exactly is this away 18 styles? There was a sense of vestigial feeling of juvenile misbehavior. Opening the system backpack, Shen Lang found a glowing sphere lying there. The light was glistening white, giving people a warm and psychedelic feeling. Shen Lang took the light sphere out and held it in his hand. Instantly a voice recalled in his mind. The current system level cannot be opened, please upgrade the system. Holy! Shen Lang almost stormed out, can't open, what are you giving me? Listening to this name is not a good thing, don't want it. Shen Lang could only comfort himself in this way. After spitting a few sentences, Shen Lang rushed toward the bottom. From a distance, he saw a group of people gathered there. When Shen Lang approached, Shen Bixing and a few muscular men were already weighing the weight. 350 pounds. Shen Bixing looked at the number on the scale and said, "Wow, I told you, definitely more than the first. Congratulations, Mr. Li, you can get rid of the name of losing light." That's awesome, it was a fierce battle for hours. Shen Lang went in and took a look at the fish. Sure enough, it was a lot more shocking than the one he had caught. Brother Long, you don't have your number 1 anymore, let's see how you can still fool around in the future. Shen Lang knew who it was when he heard this voice. Sure enough, Yang Roland was holding her cell phone and was opening a live broadcast. And the number of people in the live broadcast room had soared to nearly 50,000 people. The pop-ups were all marveling at this fish. Holy, if I can catch this fish, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Eyesight is much taller than a human, Li Odds light is completely inadequate in front of this fish. No, I'm ready to go, is there a team up, buddy? Team +1. Shen Lang treated it as if he didn't hear Yang Roland's words, after all, so it wouldn't be awkward. What's the name, so I can pass it to the top to register the list? Shen Bixing was asking Li Baiguang. Li Peiguan thought about it but said. This fish was caught by an old man, but he drove his cattle to go. Shen Bishing was a bit confused. What is this saying? So this fish is not yours? We all watched you pull it up. Yes, that old man is gone. Write your name directly. You guys worked hard for hours, it should belong to you. The onlookers on the side also persuaded. Shen Lang naturally knew where this fish belonged, but he still walked up and said, Are you sure it belongs to that old man? If you give up, you have nothing. Li Yingguang was much more frank after he said it. No on no right, do people have to be flat consciences not it? Shen Lang couldn't help but look at this muscular man with two eyes. In fact, he could have said his name. After all, the people here can testify that this fish was pulled up by him. Even if that old man came back again, he would be too embarrassed to say that he let him have the fish. After all, strictly speaking, without Li Baiguang and the others, the fish would have taken off the hook and run away. At most, it would have been half for one person. But Li Baiguang gave it up of his own accord, so he had to write the old man's name. But everyone does not know the name of the old man, do not know what to write in the first name column. Shen Lang was aware of it through the system, but he was not in a position to say it directly. So Shen Lang proposed, why don't the name just write the nameless old man? Originally it was just to wait for that old man to come back and then ask. But the old man never reappeared. So the name was never changed. But the name was so masterful that the list was spread online, and the people who didn't know about it and came to see the list stood in awe. This name sounds like a hidden master. No names, no names, no names, no names, no names, chivalrous. I'm starting to fantasize about him in my mind, a head of silver white hair, the breeze blowing through revealing that immortal face. Hey! Is it possible that it's just that people don't know his name? Upstairs, you know too much. And so the nameless old man's name began to ferment silently. Chapter 54 How can you fish without nesting? I'll start with 10 tons of corn today. Yang Roland took a break from broadcasting at noon. Gushingly found Shen Lang and said, Brother Long, guess how much money I made on the live broadcast this morning? Shen Lang knew that her live broadcast data in the morning was not bad, only as the official live broadcast of such a big tournament, the number of people was still slightly less. It might be that there were too many anchors diverted. After all, there are not a few big anchors who live here. Those anchors with millions of fans had horrifying numbers for a live broadcast, especially with the added benefit of such a specific scenario. Moreover, Yang Roland, as a new anchor, didn't have a fixed Big Brother reward, so the money definitely wouldn't be a lot. Shen Lang smiled and said a figure. 100,000? That would cost me $50,000. Yang Roland blanked Shen Lang. You want to fart eat it, a little more than 20,000, but thinking about having to share half of it with you, I'm suddenly so sad. Yang Roland finished pretending to be bitter. Shen Lang also did not joke with her. You have a day to earn a month of my salary to you, but also think what it, later take a little fishing gear promotion, you are ready to get rich, little rich woman. Hearing this, Yang Roland's eyes were filled with little stars, so excited that she couldn't take a break, she directly stood up and said, No, I can't be lazy, I want to make money, I want to get rich, then order 2 young models. Shen Lang's eyes went black, what kind of thinking is this? Still ordering young models? No, why is it a young model? Shen Lang was just about to give a reprimand when Yang Roland had already run out a long way. Shen Lang was still thinking about those 2 words, tender model. Why didn't I think of it? I can also point Shen Lang walked to stand under the leaderboard list again. His own ranking probably wouldn't last more than a few days before he dropped out of the leaderboard. Because he knew exactly how many scary guys were down there. It was just that right now, everyone hadn't adapted to the environment and hadn't mastered the method. Suddenly a breeze blew by, and a strong fishy odor rushed straight to Shen Lang's head. Shen Lang frowned, looking towards the 10 giant fish hanging next to him. The one he caught up was after a special out, but the one he caught up today didn't have that time. It's only been how long this fishy smell is almost becoming a gas bomb. Focusing on making everyone look good and making such a cheap mistake. What's the best way to get a first look at the big stuff without giving them problems? Either that or call for a couple of customized oversized glass tanks right away? It seems that the hardness is not enough, so big guys, in case of a divine dragon swing, that glass jar must not directly fall apart. Just when Shen Lang was thinking of ways, he only saw 2 large trucks parked next to the dam. Truck cargo box wrapped in cloth, do not know what is loaded inside. In front of a truck, a person jumped down from the passenger side of the truck. This person has thick eyebrows, small eyes, dark skin, and is probably in his 40s or 50s. He got off the truck and walked to the side of the dam, crossing his arms and looking at the scenery below. Shen Lang looked at this person with some familiarity. It seems like another online celebrity. At this time the man squinted his eyes and saw Shen Lang, smilingly walked over. Hello boss. I'm here for 2 days to play the nest can it? Shen Lang stared blankly. Yes. If you want to make a nest, just do it, why talk to me? After all, fishing without nesting is equivalent to fishing in vain, how can you catch fish without nesting? And there is a legend circulating in the fishing circle, someone in the upper reaches of the nest, the lower reaches of the water level have risen. Okay, come on, down the goods, today the first 10 tons. Just see the truck above the tarpaulin has been pulled open, leaking out inside full of corn. Looking at the bags of corn, Shenlang this time is really frozen. And look to the middle-aged man, Shenlang finally know who this person is. At this time, someone next to him also recognized him. That person with excitement shouted to the reservoir below. Lu Demao is here, everyone quickly move the fishing position to the top. The anglers below who were close looked upward and saw bags of corn being stacked on the edge of the reservoir. In no time at all, it was yarded into a small city wall. Shenlang came back to his senses and walked over and said, "Previously only heard your legend, originally thought it was too exaggerated, did not expect you to really Lu Demao said with a smile. Hey! Fishing without nesting, how can you catch fish? To land fish you have to take food for Shenlang looked at the corn that was still piled up, and cried and laughed a little. Alright, he had never fed those fish properly, now they had something to eat. Lu Demao walked to the bottom of the leaderboard again, looked at the list above, and then looked at the big fish next to him. Couldn't help but mutter. It looks like these 10 tons dragged today are not enough, tomorrow we have to drag dozens more tons. Shenlang almost stumbled, this Nima, their own reservoir, this year's food expenses have fallen. At this time, Yang Roland ran up from below panting. At the same time the cell phone camera pointed at the pile of corn, some excitedly said. Did you see, so much corn here is used for nesting, I've never seen such a bold way of nesting. At this time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was already densely packed. And the number of live broadcasts was rising crazily. It soared all the way up from 10,000, directly to the peak of her morning live broadcast. Seeing all this corn reminds me of a deceased person. Lu Dabong straight up professional. Is there a possibility that this is Lu Dabon? Fish, if you die eating a buffet, is it considered a work injury? Just came from the other live room, what's happening here? Yang Roland was simply delighted as she watched the trend of the live broadcast going crazy. The experience of live broadcasting today had left her still somewhat unadjusted. She had never thought that making money could be so simple. She slowed down her still panting breath. Everyone wants to know who this tycoon really is. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. There's no need to think, it's definitely Lu Dabon. If it's not Lu Dabon, I'm going to stand on my head and eat a bowl of. I just want to know how many pounds are here. Up there, please change the unit, how many tons should it be? A dozen or so workers moved for a long time, and finally it was about to be finished. Lu Demao called the crane master who was still napping next to the dam and asked him to help him lift the corn down. So much corn, if you carry it down, it must be exhausting. While Lu Demao found a fishing spot below, that was where the worker lifted the corn again next to his fishing spot. You guys put your feet up, I'm ready to hit the nest. After saying this he scratched open a bag of corn and spread it inside the reservoir. The next door angler saw this and immediately moved his fishing spot back. The digger next door jumped down and said, Mr. Demao, you are too slow like this, do you want me to help you? No, I'll try the water level first, I have a boat. After saying this, he pointed in the direction of the dam. Only to see a small fishing boat being lowered by the crane. Chapter 55, Surprise. Giant list $1 million Grand Prix shocked by thousands of pounds of big fish, and the man who nested it almost got eaten. It didn't take long to see the bags of corn being loaded onto the boat and started pouring them down one by one at the designated spot. After pouring and then return to continue to sail to the reservoir inside. Lu Demao has set up the live broadcast equipment and shouted at the camera. Ironman, today see me with this 10 tons of corn will be the reservoir of big fish. Watching the live broadcast of the water friends through the major live broadcast room know the news have flocked to his live broadcast room. Just a few short minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to more than 100,000 people. The major anchors saw the people in their own live room clamor down, but also anxious to curse. However, they didn't have that strength, so they could only look at Lu Demao's direction from afar and sigh. Master Wu live room to come, I heard that Lu Dabong is giving out buffets to the fish again. Brothers, please call in Lu Datsung in the future, I think all the granaries in this county are going to be emptied by him. Newbies don't understand, can you really catch fish this way? In the blink of an eye, the fishing boat had already dropped dozens of bags of corn inside the reservoir. Just as the workers were rowing open the pockets of corn and dumping them towards the water. Suddenly only a huge black shadow appeared under the water. The black shadow grew bigger and bigger, and a 1-meter-sized mouth was directly exposed to the surface of the water, catching the corn kernels that were poured down. The mouth was wide open, like an abyssal maw, and it was hair-raising to see. Especially the worker who poured the corn, directly scared backward. But there was only so much room in the fishing boat, and the boat was filled with corn, so he stumbled on his legs and fell to the side. However, it wasn't over yet, the mouth crossed directly out of the water. A huge fish head appeared in front of the crowd. Looking at the size, looking at the outline, it was more than a little bit bigger than the ones hanging above the dam. From the fish head that appeared out of the water, it could be initially concluded that this was a grass carp. After all, grass carp are most interested in this kind of food, and Shinlang basically seldom feeds them. Maybe hungry and anxious, see such a delicious, really did not hold back. Only to see that grass carp directly leaped onto the boat, biting a packet of corn and not letting go. Then with a few hard struggles, it dragged down the packet of corn. Those workers who were close by were directly shocked by the scene and backed away. The fishing boat began to shake violently under the impact of this force. One of the workers stepped off and fell directly into the water. With two fluttering sounds of falling into the water, the surface of the water temporarily fell into calm. After a short period of silence, the crowd of onlookers on the shore exploded. Holy, that fish can't be the king of fish in this water. This size, at least 500 pounds up. It's more than that, after all, there's still half the volume under the water. I think whoever catches this fish, the first place is assured. The crowd was talking, now they finally had a rough understanding of the fish conditions in this reservoir. Hundreds of pounds of fish were like small fry here, and those fish that were perched in the water were the real giants. The worker who went into the water obviously knew water, only to see his hands draw phantom shadows after revealing the water, and quickly swam towards the fishing boat. He felt that underneath the water, there was always an abyssal mouth that wanted to devour him. That feeling of fear occupied his entire mind. Because it was too much fear, it made him swing his arms at an unprecedented speed as if he had been injected with stimulants. It was only when he was dragged up by the people on board that he felt relieved. However, his mind was still buzzing, as if this sound was the only thing left in the world. He looked at the surface of the water, still in fear. Quickly, go back. A few workers didn't care about anything else and rowed the boat hard towards the shore. Lu Demal was also shocked as he looked at the still rippling water wave. He knew from the internet that the fish here were big, but this big was still out of his expectation. He traveled all over the world, do not know because of how many of the water surface because of his arrival and rise, also do not know to catch up how many big fish. But this time, he was really shocked. But it also made his heart incomparably hot. If this fish was caught, the entire history of fishing would leave his name. It seemed that the tens of tons of corn prepared for tomorrow were still a bit low. A few workers rowed their boats to shore at last. All of them quickly got out of the boat and climbed to the ground, gasping for breath in shock. This nest who wants to fight, who fight to go, more money they do not go to fight. Lu Demao looked at the appearance of these workers, also know that it is impossible for them to go to fight the nest. But this nest he must fight. After all, looking at the situation just now, the fish must have started to gather below. He still adhered to the saying, where will the fish come from if he doesn't hit the nest? Mr. Demao, let's not make any more nests. I think you're about to kill someone with this nesting. At that moment, a muscular man came out from the crowd. It was none other than Li Yiming Huang, who had done another loss-making business in the morning. That's not good enough, I'll ask them to bring the drone later, keep hitting the nest. He looked at Li Baiguang again. Aren't you that Li Baiguang? Why don't you go to charter a fish pond and come here to fish? Do you want to charter this fish pond of the boss? Li Baiguang quickly waved his hands. No, I can't afford to charter this reservoir. I'm looking at Mr. Demao who is single and may not be able to pull that big fish. Our fitness team would like to come and help out. How about a partnership? Speaking, from the crowd stood out a dozen muscular men. Lu Demao think about it makes sense, if he is alone and not be pulled down even if Amit Babuda. And the internet is still trustworthy as it praises Liu Digwang's character. And he has been fishing for decades, and it is unlikely that he would use those machines as an aid. So between the two talking, an agreement was reached. As for how to allocate the fish caught, one person a well. Totally depends on luck, with their joint strength, how can not only on a bar. So a dozen muscle men formed a death squad to take turns to the water inside the nest. The scene was quickly spread by those bloggers who do live slicing, as well as those who broadcast the news. Amazing! 1,000-pound fish was caught in the Mega Fish List $1 Million Grand Prix, and was almost eaten by those who were nesting. Fishing man used 10 tons of corn to build a nest, attracting a giant fish attack, almost overturning the fishing boat. Live broadcast interrupted. Earthquake in the fishing circle. Lu Demao's heavy nesting tactics attracted a storm of giant fish underwater, forcing the tournament to be suspended. These title parties were as appealing as they could be. Within a short period of time, countless versions had already appeared on the internet. The most outrageous said that the police had been mobilized to blockade the venue, and the relevant personnel were taken away for investigation. And far away in a factory in a coastal city, an old man just happened to brush up on this video, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This scene, this place, and the occasional familiar faces in the video. This is not his son to open the reservoir fishing grounds. So he hurriedly called the familiar phone. The phone was not connected for a long time, making him even more anxious. Hello? Lao Han. When the phone was connected, he was slightly relieved by the familiar voice. Wave boy. Are you taken away by the police? I told you not to engage in that fish pond. You have to engage in, but also let the whole village to help you. Things are not serious. We will be right back. Shen Lang was dumbfounded. What is this with what? But he could still feel the worry and concern in those words. He called his parents back many times, they just don't come back and don't believe he can make money by getting this. The back of the village people are calling to say your son has success, they only put down their hearts. Now this is what No, who did you hear that from? Who do you need to listen to? It's all been posted on the internet, so what's in that online video can still be fake. The old man's voice was decisive. Chapter 56. The first day of the tournament ends and the giant thing overtime begins. Xin Lang was also defeated. Older people's acceptance of new things is different. Many old people play with the cell phone that is handy, on the cell phone song, record video, that is all good. More old people also engaged in online dating. But some people just how to teach will not. Xin Lang's dad is this kind. Ideas are also particularly old-fashioned, to put it nicely called traditional, to put it badly called do not know how to adapt. Xin Lang did not have to think about it to know that it must be those online title party rumors of the video. Xin Lang's dad has a very funny name, called Xin Genius. Maybe his grandparents wanted him to be a genius. As it turns out, what one becomes has not a bit to do with what one is named. Dad, those can't all be believed, they're all rumors made by others. Xin Genius's tone was a few points higher. Not true? It's not true that can be put on the internet. Xin Lang knew that his dad was like this. He still did not have much say in his eyes, and felt that he was still that little kid. Xin Lang thought for a moment and said, Dad, then you come back first. Come back and talk. If you don't believe me, come back and see for yourself. It's just right to also let the two of them come back to enjoy their happiness. After all, they had suffered all their lives, and now in their 50s, they were still working in the factory. If it wasn't for Xin Lang getting this system, with Xin Lang's previous income, perhaps the two old men still have to help him for 10 years or so. Then in the 2 years of marriage, all the savings, to buy a house in the city, the bride price. Poor people. A lifetime of hard work can only be exchanged for that one splurge. That's fine, wave boy, wait for me to come back. Xin Lang hung up the phone. To be honest, the heart is still a little bad taste. Next to the reservoir, Lu Demao is still playing the nest. It seems that he won't stop until he finishes the 10 tons of corn. And there are many other places where people have hit the fish. Xin Lang could see a few places where people were slipping fish. Because in the morning, Li Yunguang and the others pulled up a big fish in unison. This also brought a chain effect. As long as there is no machine assisted, as long as the fish, a dozen or so fishing guys next to them would run over to help. Throughout the afternoon, fewer fish fell out of the water. The rods were exploding more. A young man from the village rowed a small boat inside the water to salvage the rods. These rods definitely need to be disposed of. Xin Lang thought of following the example of those fishing grounds to make a rod mound, so that those blown rods have a home. Although I feel that in the future, the anglers who come here to fish will change the rebar, or that kind of special customized rods. There's not much need for this. But the hundreds of rods that exploded today are already a big size. Fish on, referee come away it. Just as Xin Lang froze, in the distance, he heard a person yelling. Xin Lang looked over there, and it seemed to be the same old method of digger with wire. A fish on the bank was flopped on the ground by several people. The fish also fluttered twice from time to time, seemingly making a final struggle. A system prompt also came from Xin Lang's mind. Yao Buochang caught 15 pounds 20 times equals 300 pounds of grass carp a fish. Congratulations on obtaining 480,000 yuan of Chinese currency. Congratulations on getting a revenue doubling card. Revenue doubling card, good stuff. So far today, his cashback is over $5 million. Just that 350-pound limit multiplier gave him nearly 1.5 million. There's also a lot of smaller fish under 50 pounds, and those are $700,000 to $800,000. But many of these small fish were caught and put back directly after the angler caught them. After all, with everyone fishing for 100-pound giants, this kind of fish didn't even deserve to be in the guard. But the system still gave the cash back to Xin Lang's. There is also 100 pounds or more of the leaderboard in the list of fish to give the cash back. If you use the income doubling card again, then just today one day, almost can fill the 12 million hole that he used almost. Xin Lang also revealed a smile when he thought of this. This is only the first day, just a beginning, there are still 10 days behind, so wouldn't it be easy for himself to accomplish a small goal? Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to draw a doubling card every day. Before long, the sound of the radio spread throughout the entire reservoir. Congratulations to number 398 Yao Buochang for catching one 300 pounds grass carp, honoring him with the 4th place on the giant thing list. The fishing tool he used was a digger with a wire. Please keep up the good work. Congratulations to number 398 Yao Buochang for catching a 300-pound grass carp, ranking 4th on the giant fish list. He is using a dredge and wire. Please keep up the good work. The broadcast traveled over the reservoir 3 times before it stopped. But by now everyone was kind of immune to 300 or so pound giants. Not many people marveled at it anymore. After all, after the baptism of that big fish that popped out of Lu Demao's nest, their ultimate goal was no longer at the 300 level. It was already past 4 p.m., only an hour or two before the end of today's tournament. No night fishing was offered for this tournament. After all, safety cannot be guaranteed in the middle of the night, and people definitely need to rest. Of course, if Shen Lang said that night fishing was available, he believed that at least half of the people would stay up all night to fight. If his scenic lodging plan is completed, then all the lights will be installed around the reservoir, and then the entire reservoir will be illuminated as if it were daytime, and they will be able to fish as much as they want. At this point in time, Shen Feng and the others were already starting to return to the fish. They were divided into several squads and started in different directions. There were so many people fishing that if they didn't start early, they didn't know when they would have to return. Shen Lang was actually wondering if he could develop a software that would allow the fishing guys to return the fish on their own when they were open for business in the future. Use a special large display electronic scale so that it can be seen clearly when taking pictures. Then take a picture, upload it, and then have the staff review it in the background. However, Shen Lang thought about it, there are a bit too many uncontrollable factors in the middle, so he gave up. Time came to 6 p.m., and there were already people leaving one after another. But there were still a dozen places that were still surrounded by people. Those places are some people are still slipping fish, the game time is over, many people did not go back to the county to stay and watch the fun. It may seem like there are still a dozen or so people skimming fish seems like a lot, but it's not. To realize that today's competition is more than 2,000 people, only a dozen people sneak fish, this ratio has been ridiculously low. According to the rules, as long as the bite in the specified time, the back of the slip for a long time are counted in the competition results. After all, such a big fish, slip once is at least a few hours, even half a day is not impossible. If it doesn't count toward the tournament score at the end of the tournament time, then you don't have to fish in the afternoon. It couldn't be slipped up anyway. Yang Roland kept weaving in and out of the various onlookers, seemingly reporting everyone's battle status to the live broadcast. Not long after, one of the onlookers let out a sigh. Oops. Pity. It's been a few hours, and it's a lost cause. It's all off the hook, too much luck. Chapter 57, a big change in the giant list, the sky collapsed for the anglers who came to see it the next day. The crowd of onlookers kept lamenting. It was as if the fish had been unhooked. And the angler who actually caught this fish was already there sighing to the heavens. If he doesn't catch such a big fish again later in the tournament, I think it will be remembered in his endless years to come. On that sunset evening, while being watched by countless pairs of eyes, he himself let go a huge fish of at least 300 pounds. At that time, I just felt particularly sorry for it, but I didn't realize that it would be on my mind for the rest of my life. Here the fish ran away, everyone scattered to other places to watch the fun. The anglers who helped him to pull the rod together went up to comfort him for a while and also left. He was left staring at the calm water for a long time. Half an hour later, the first fish of the overtime match was finally caught. With an exclamation, the data of this fish was collected. Congratulations to number 1790 Li Ming for catching one 348-pound mackerel, honoring him with the second place on the giant thing list. The fishing tool he used was a power pulley set. It's getting dark, so go for it. Congratulations to number 1790 Li Ming for catching 348 pounds of mackerel and being ranked number 2 on the giant species list. He is using a power pulley set, and it's getting dark, so let's go for it. It's really too bad, just 2 pounds short. I can only say that this is fate. But this tool of his is quite creative, tomorrow I'll make one too. No need to feel sorry, I feel like 350 pounds at the back won't even make it into the top 10. Since the fish next to the leaderboard were stinking, it was now ready to display in a different way. Shen Lang contacted the glass factory inside the county, and they were sure that they could make tempered glass tanks for the fish. Already told that side to work overtime to do it, tomorrow 10 transparent display tanks will be back online. And now caught this big fish, naturally, it is necessary to save it. So Shen Lang told the excavator to dig a big pit next to it, and then dug a ditch to fill it with water. That fish was just thrown in. Before catching it was already drained of strength, and was placed on the bank for too long, when put into the water looked like it was dying. I don't know if it will survive the night. Perhaps the landing of this fish caused a chain reaction. Other fish were either unhooked or pulled up on the bank. 10 or so fish all ended the fight in just 2 hours. The unhooked ones accounted for 7 of them, and only 5 managed to be pulled up. And the fish that were pulled ashore used methods that basically used the aid of a machine. Except for one that was pulled up only after dozens of onlookers took turns. And the successful landing of this fish made the whole reservoir rejoice. Because it set another record and topped the list. This fish weighed in at 420 pounds, and it's a warbler. This is the only warbler among the big fish caught in the past few days. Warpheads are long fish. A 30-kilogram warbler is 1.5 meters long. This 420 kilograms has reached a length of about 3 meters. This visual shock made everyone excited. Those who took photos, those who took group photos, those who recorded small videos, everyone was busy. And at this point in time, the anchors had basically shut down their live broadcasts and went back to rest. So Jan Roland's live room went straight to an unprecedented height. A height that he didn't even dare to think about. Currently, there are 1 million people online at the same time. After all, this time of the day was when everyone had finished dinner and was idle with nothing to do. The gifts in the live broadcast room haven't stopped, all kinds of little hearts, all kinds of lollipops. Occasionally there would be a full-screen special effects gift. In the beginning Yang Roland would still thank everyone who gave big gifts. But now she couldn't thank them anymore. And the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were already too much to look at. Holy, it's fake. Check the Chinese Fish Journal. The maximum record of the warble-mouthed red bleak is 13 kilograms. It is recommended to send the DNA for examination. There is a fish in the north, its name is bleak. Bleak's big, a pot of stew cannot be. Only 420 kilograms? I dreamed of catching 4,200 pounds yesterday. I didn't take a screenshot. The fish has been reeled in at 420 pounds. What's wrong with me lying flat? Yang Roland looked at this situation, have no idea what to say. Just focusing the camera on that fish, letting everyone be quiet and watch the fish. When the fish was hoisted up, the puddle was already being dug next to it. This fish was released into the puddle not long after it was caught, and the fish should have no problem staying alive. The other fish that were caught were dug a puddle next to them in the same way. To make sure they will survive tomorrow. When those large tanks are brought in and installed tomorrow, they will be ready to be put in. When everyone thought the day was almost over, a fishing boat in the middle of the reservoir docked. And the results of the battle on top of the fishing boat made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. There were 3 huge fish, and they all looked between 300 and 400. One weighed in at 380 pounds, one at 368, and one at 356. The pattern of the giant ranking changed instantly. Except for the first fish on the leaderboard, which is 420 pounds, all the others are on 300 pounds. First place, Luhua Warbler 420 pounds rebar plus carrier blocking cable. Second place, Chuwei Mackerel 380 pounds fishing boat plus electric winch wheel. Third place, Chuwei Grasscarp 368 pounds fishing boat plus electric winch. Fourth place, Chuwei Big Head Fish 356 pounds fishing boat plus electric winch. 10th place, Yaobochang Mackerel 300 pounds digger plus wire. From the first to the 10th place, it can be said that there is a big change of blood. Those fishing guys who have left will come and take a look tomorrow morning. The sky may be falling. What the hell happened last night? Can anyone tell me? It's getting dark. Many anglers still can't leave and are looking up at the leaderboard. The most shocking thing on the leaderboard is not the 420 pounds of the first place, but the second, third, and fourth place. The second, third, and fourth places are all occupied by one person. Those 2 words Chuwei made everyone unable to move their eyes. Who the hell is this person? Why no one knew its name before? Perhaps when everyone sees the list tomorrow, Chuwei's name will be thoroughly familiar to everyone. Boss, these fish of mine are dead, can I take them away? Chuwei walked to Shenlang and said. Shenlang saw the expectation in his eyes. These fish were already dead and would stink tomorrow if no special treatment was done. Looking at this, Chuwei must have wanted to go out and show off. Nowadays, the county town is full of fishing guys. If you go out like this, you can imagine the repercussions. It's like a king bomb. It's like a bomb. It's like a $100,000 to $10,000 hit for the anglers. Can you stand it when a car with a 300-pound fish strapped to it passes you by? What if 3 cars pass you by, each tied to a fish? It's okay, you handle it yourself. Shenlang said. Chuwei's eyes let out light, said thanks, and left in a hurry. At this time a voice rang out from Shenlang's side. Boss, is that fish you caught up for sale? Only to see a fishing man next to him looking at him with an expectant gaze. And the few people who were close by also heard that fishing guy's question and all looked at Shenlang. Shenlang thought about it and said. Drag it away, the other dead fish you want to buy directly contact their owners. As soon as these words came out, the scene began to get out of control. In addition to Shenlang's fish being dragged away by the fishing guy who started asking, the other fish were also dragged away one after another in less than half an hour. There were also fish whose owners had already returned to the city and immediately contacted. Hey man, do you want to sell that fish you hung up? I'll give you 5 times the price. What? What? No? You're going to come here and haul it yourself? That's too much trouble. When you come to drag back to the yellow flowers are cold, so I help you drag back, brother. You can rest assured that the package on time. Of course, we don't know whether this brother will get lost or not. Chapter 58. The fleet of cars humping the huge things cruising the streets, causing envy and jealousy among the people. Inside the county town, the lights were brilliant. If you came to this small county town more than a week ago, and now you're here again, then you might think you might not have come to the same place. In the main street area of the county's center square, and the food street next to it, was already overcrowded. A stark contrast to the bustling crowds of a week ago. The happiest people in the county were going to be the stores that sold food. Especially now, every single restaurant was already full. This crowd is even bigger than it used to be during New Year's Eve. The young people who go out to work at New Year's time come back with money in their hands and are willing to spend it. I didn't realize that these people were even more willing to spend money, and they were all treating a dozen people at a table. For example, in a small private room in a restaurant. Brother Bochan, today you caught that fish is really too big, it should be the fourth place, come and have a drink to celebrate. Yao Bochang said with a smile. This is also thanks to your help, we have to eat quickly, I heard that the boss allowed us to take those fish away. A few people at the same table were shocked. Then what's left to eat, let's go pull it back right away any later and everyone will be going to bed. Yao Bochang said calmly. Don't worry guys, I have a friend still over there, he said to help me drag it back. The crowd was relieved to hear this, and they all sat down to prepare for dinner. After all, it was such a long way, now that they went over and came back, wouldn't it be the middle of the night? They only hoped that Yao Bochang's friend would arrive earlier, and then they would be able to show their faces. And on the county road into the city, there was a convoy of cars coming towards the county town at the moment. At the head of this convoy was an off-road, Mercedes Big G, followed closely by a Toyota Land Cruiser. Behind it were cars of various brands lined up, both cheap and expensive. However, they all had a common feature. On top of the cars were strapped a big fish. The fish was so big that it couldn't fit the length of the car roof. The head and tail of the fish were hanging out. None of the convoys lined up were like this. It's just that the fish on the car in front is bigger, and the fish on the car behind is smaller. When they were about to drive into the county town, the speed of the vehicles suddenly began to slow down. The passers-by were all attracted by this convoy, although it was already a bit dark. But modern civilized cities basically have one streetlight for every 10 meters of roadside. Under the light of the street lamps, there is not much difference from daytime. The turnaround rate of this convoy was already 99%. 1% didn't turn around, either because they were blind, or because they were looking down and swiping the video of a beautiful dancing woman, they really didn't see it. An old aunt by the roadside saw the convoy and stopped in her tracks. "May babe, these fish are too much." A child with a toy pointed this way and shouted, "Mommy, look at the fish monster team. Ultraman, come and fight them." Some of the youngsters even followed, wanting to find out what was going on. And when they tried to get closer to get a better look, they all covered their noses and didn't dare to get closer. Because as soon as they got close, there would be a strong fishy odor wafting in. There was also a faint stench mixed inside that fishy smell. The smell was really a bit on the nose. The driver in one of the cars in the back couldn't take it anymore either, and honked his horn twice to shout to the front. "Brothers in front, either we drive faster, 2 more turns is the same." When the caravan entered the main city of the county, the people on the side of the road directly exploded. After all, the outskirts of the county were filled with residents, and most of them were just watching in amazement. But the people here were a different story. Most of the people here were people who came to participate in the tournament, or hobby fishermen who came here to join in the fun. When they saw the giant thing on top of this car, they didn't know what was going on. Holy, is this the big guys on the leaderboard collectively coming out to show off? Too abominable, really cannot endure awe. I don't know how to say the word envy. Good. It's so neat, isn't it? What's even more annoying is still at the back, this caravan seems to know that it works best here. They circled the area for dozens of times. It finally left after an hour. When everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, it wasn't long before they came back. When I asked, I realized. These people just went to refuel as a group. The gas bill was paid for by a tycoon named Chu Wei. This gives the fishing man is still outside to sneak around to the angry ah. Chu Wei's name has spread among the anglers, and he is definitely the culprit of this parade. The anglers finally couldn't stand it anymore and returned to their own place. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. So in less than an hour's time, the entire county and the street flow of people quickly reduced, all of a sudden on the cold and quiet up. Those late-night stall owners saw this scene on these people that is hateful to the teeth. Of course the most angry one may belong to Yao Bochang. He had a bad feeling when he saw this convoy. Called the man. The phone was answered, but he said his car broke down on the road and was being repaired. Called again a while later. The man said he was on his way and would be there soon, so he asked him to wait. But after half an hour, it still hadn't arrived. He was already envious of the caravan, if only he was part of it. So he called again. This time, the phone was turned off. Yao Bochang finally realized that something was wrong. So he waited for the next convoy to arrive to take a closer look at each of the fish in it. Finally, he found the fish he had caught inside. After all, it was a fish he recognized even if he turned into ashes. So he stopped the car. Sure enough, it was that guy. This fish was also the one he had caught. "Didn't you say the car broke down? Didn't you say it was on its way? I've seen you circling around inside for over an hour." Yao Bochang was very angry and questioned him. The man also knew it was wrong and immediately returned the fish to him. But when Yao Bochang tied the fish to his car and was ready to continue cruising the streets with the caravan he started, there was no one on the street anymore. The people in the caravan seemed to think that there was no point in doing so and dispersed. Yao Buchan looked at the empty street and then looked at the fish he had just tied up. His desire to knife the man almost overcame his reason. Of course, this convoy's move of patrolling the streets today was also spread to the internet. Experienced netizens had already recognized this familiar place. The more experienced netizens already knew where these fish came from. This place is so familiar, I've brushed up against this street many times. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Is it possible that this is the same place? That fishtail has obscured the license plate. Traffic police uncle, quickly pull them out to deduct points. Hard deduction. This is also too fake. Such a big fish is still so much. It's a prop. I was thinking, so dead fish, won't it stink? In the past few days, Shirkwan Reservoir, the giant object list $1 million prize tournament, how big is a 300 pounds big fish, and other words and phrases have become hot searches on the internet. Chapter 59 Shady. Shady. Shu Wei, I heard that? You're questioning me? The heat can be said to be straight up to a star cheating on his mistress. And it was still fermenting. This heat is already considered to have broken the circle. Those who weren't interested in fishing and swiped it would stop and look at it, just for the hell of it. So under the algorithm's push, most of the videos you swiped to the back were fishing related. As you can see from Yang Roland's wave of live broadcasts in the afternoon, the heat was really big. That was 1 million people online for the live broadcast. It was basically almost halfway to the ceiling of the live broadcast. At this moment, Yang Roland was still in a state of excitement and had not slowed down. After all, this day's live broadcast experience was just too magical. In the morning and afternoon it was fine, the number of people was not particularly exaggerated, but in the evening the wave directly confused her. Wait until after the broadcast to look at the background. The light gift reward is more than 200,000. This is not the live room of those who circle money, not to mention not to play live PK. This number is already relatively good. At the same time also let Yang Roland recognize their own shortcomings. After all, live to the back, they already do not know what to say. So, at night, she was constantly collecting this piece of information on the internet so that she could improve her live broadcast. The algorithm of Shake Voice is that as long as you search for which content, then if you brush the video behind you, similar videos will definitely appear. So Yang Roland swiped into a live room that taught others how to do live broadcasting. The anchor that was live streaming could be described as being very eloquent and didn't stop for a moment. Non-stop talking about how newcomers should go live. 90% of newcomers start broadcasting with no one watching at all. Not because you don't try hard, but you simply don't understand the jitterbug's push flow mechanism. Today, I'll teach you 3 tricks. No need to cast flow, no need to buy powder. Tomorrow the number of people online directly 10 times. You must not leave the live room. I only teach once, miss it can never be seen again. After waiting for 2 minutes, the number of people in the live room really went from more than 1,000 to more than 2,000. Yang Roland felt that this anchor really had something. Interested can join my fan group, free to receive information, do not charge you a penny worth 999 information directly to you. Yang Roland assiduously added the fan group. After joining the fan group, a person called the matching teacher said, "Sisters, how many people are online at most in your live room right now, so we can assign classes?" A number floated out inside the group chat. Mine is up to 300. Mine is just over 100. Mine is at most 20. Yang Roland thought about it. Her own live broadcast today was over 1 million, right? So she typed a reply. My highest online is 1 million. The group chat instantly stopped. In the next second, countless skeptical voices came. Bragging about you. 1 million online? You think you're Li Jiechi. Management, this person is definitely here to cause trouble, TM. In the next second, Yang Roland received a prompt. You have been removed from the group chat. Yang Roland froze for a moment. She was a bit confused. Didn't she just report a real number? Is that even wrong? But that didn't stop her from studying. Relaxing, she began to brush up the video again. The night was already late. Shen Lang took out the doubled card and started using it. In the afternoon, the cashback had already reached 5 million, and 8 more big fish came up in the evening. The cashback directly increased by more than 5 million. Adding up a total of more than 10 million, now using the doubling card. In one fell swoop, it soared to more than 20 million. That is to say, Shen Lang's one day of cashback paid off all his debts and made more than 8 million. This money-making speed Tencent came to have to say awesome. Just let Shen Lang some regret is that the burst rate of the card is a little low. And the types of cards seem to be the same as the system's mall, the varieties are somewhat single. Now there are just 2 kinds of cards, one is the doubling card and one is the discount card. In addition to getting a doubling card today, I actually got 2 discount cards as well. It was just that one was 20% off and one was 10% off. Shen Lang seemed to know how rare the one discount card he got that day was. Maybe there are other cards he didn't draw or didn't unlock. That Away 18 Styles is not upgrading the system to the next stage to unlock it. Xinlang felt that this system is like upgrading and fighting monsters. As the system upgrades and evolves, more and more functions will be displayed in front of their eyes. Everything seems to be worth looking forward to, just to catch 1,000 pounds of fish to unlock This threshold of advancement still seemed a bit far away. The competition entered the second day. Xinlang came to the reservoir early, but there were always those who were earlier than him. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and there were already people everywhere by the reservoir. The bottom of the leaderboard was even surrounded by people. They all looked incredulously at the leaderboard that had changed drastically. What did I miss last night? Oh my god, I'll never go again until the people are gone. Look guys, the second, third and fourth places are actually the same person. And this name sounds so familiar. Isn't this the rich kid who led the bombing yesterday? Terrifying as hell, the top 10 are all 300 pounds. This is a playground for the rich, let's disperse. Bro, take a good look at the first place, and there's no money for you to catch a giant. It's no wonder they spit so much. After all, if you play a game, the first day of service is fine. The next day you get up and take a look. The first one's battle power is a few million, and he or she has only passed the newbie mission. This game still play a hammer. However, if you really want them to stop fishing, you might as well kill them. Yao Buchang didn't sleep well yesterday. With a black eye, he arrived at the fishing ground. Just as he parked his car, he saw that the leaderboard was full of people. He thought that he was still at the top of the leaderboard, even though he was only the fourth place, but he could still make people look away. Thinking of this, he was in a much better mood. Walking over to the leaderboard, he looked directly at his ranking name. How come it wasn't himself? He looked at the 5th and 6th place again. There was still no name of his own. He started to panic. It can't be. It can't be. Did he fall off the list? After scanning the entire list, he finally saw his name in the last place. He was slightly relieved. But he also popped up with the same question as the others: what exactly happened last night? Could it have been a blackout? Thinking about what happened yesterday and seeing this ranking today, a sudden wave of hostility arose in Yao Buchang's heart. So he shouted, Shady, how could this leaderboard become so fast? When I left yesterday I was still in 4th place, this is definitely shady. This voice of Yao Buchang attracted everyone's attention. There were doubts, sympathy, and approval. Brother, don't talk nonsense before you figure things out, beware of the boss suing you for slander. A fishing guy next to him kindly reminded. After all, so many people were present yesterday, and after that fleet show last night, many people knew the cause and effect. What, did you collect the money? Look at the top 4, don't you think there's something wrong? One person catching 3 fish, does he own a system or a magic weapon? Xinlang also heard that voice and walked over quickly. After all, he was quite sensitive to the word system. He recognized this person. After all, not many people were on the list during the day yesterday. But looking at him there seemed to be something wrong. Could it be that he went back yesterday and realized that his girlfriend had been slept with by someone else? No, where does a fishing guy have a girlfriend? Xinlang was about to say something when he heard a voice from behind. I heard. You're questioning me? The voice was full of self-importance, also added a little pause after I heard, mocking meaning. At this time, a somewhat small handsome youth walked to the side of Xinlang. It was Chu Wei, who was in the limelight last night. Chapter 60 The Black Curtain is actually true. At this time, Chu Wei had his hands in his pockets and was full of vigor, forming a stark contrast with Yao Buchang on the opposite side. Xinlang slandered. Really good at pretending, I haven't even pretended like this. At this moment, Yao Buchang seemed to have already gone out of his way and said to Chu Wei, Who are you? What's it to you? Chu Wei said with his head raised. You don't understand the words, I said. Are you questioning me? Yao Buchang reacted. It seemed that this person was that Chu Wei. I am questioning you, if you have the ability to compete with me today. Let's see who catches the biggest fish. Chu Wei still had that hangdog look. Just you? Okay. I'll give you the chance to challenge me. After saying this, he walked away with his ass in the air. Xinlang did not stop. Healthy competition, it was normal. However, Xinlang was also curious why this Chu Wei was so powerful. So many people, only he alone caught 3, others caught up 2 not even. Sometimes even Xinlang wondered if it was shady or not. But this was just a small hiccup that didn't affect anything. Not many people cared about Yao Buchang's questioning either. After all, everyone was preparing for today's match. Through yesterday's experience, everyone had mastered some methods. If you still want to use pure artificial fishing, then the rods must be oxen, and ordinary rods should not be taken out. That rod fishing lad is pretty tired too. Don't even think about pulling it up by yourself. Without a dozen or so people taking turns to work together, even if they don't pull you down, they'll wear you out. Don't be stubborn. The rescue guys don't have it easy either. If you're using a machine, you're free to do as you please. However, from yesterday's results, the probability of catching fish with a machine is not very high. After all, a machine is not as flexible as a human being, and the fish will be unhooked if you're not careful. That's basically what happened to all those who fished with machines yesterday. To say which fishing method can be the last laugh, it's really hard to say. After all, each has its own advantages. Boss, let's talk. Just at this time, a voice sounded beside Shenlang. Shenlang took a look. This was not Chu Wei, who had just left. Something? Shenlang was a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why this kid didn't go to prepare for the competition and still looked for himself. Go, let's talk over there. Chu Wei pointed in the direction of the hut and reached out to pull Shenlang. Shenlang had a chill. Wait, if you have something to say it here. Shenlang opened Chu Wei's hand and said sternly. Chu Wei looked around and whispered after seeing that no one seemed to be able to hear them. Boss, is there any more bait? When Shenlang heard this, his heart was shocked and a cold sweat emerged from his back. Not many people knew about the bait. The three musketeers counted as one, but they were not looking for Shenlang to take it now. Wang Peng counts as half. After all, he also only used it once, only guessing and not very sure. Then there are only two people left. And listening to Chu Wei's tone, the fish that came up yesterday, it is also the bait's credit. So there's only one answer left. Lu Muqing. So, Lu Muqing gave this kid the bait he bought yesterday. And he used this bait to catch 3 fish yesterday. Yao Bochang was right, this is really shady. Shenlang was scared. He really didn't know this bait could have such a big impact. No, this bait could not be used again, at least for the competition. No. Shenlang turned around and prepared to leave after saying that. Chu Wei hurriedly pulled Shenlang back. Don't. Cousin husband, just help me, or else if I start acting that won't I get slapped in the face? Shenlang continued to break free. What do you care about me if you love to pretend yourself? And don't climb relatives. Who is your cousin's husband? Shenlang and Chu Wei's tugging also caught the attention of a few people next to them, all looking at the two of them with some confusion. Shenlang is now regretting it. Other people give themselves free design fees. I send free packages of bait, reasonable, right? But you have privately give it to someone else and say nothing about it. From the looks of it, this Chu Wei should be Lu Muqing's cousin. But what does this have to do with me? Are we close? My uncle said to me, he thinks highly of you, already let you 2 matchmaking, don't worry, I will help you. Chu Wei finished, also patted his chest fiercely. Shenlang rolled his eyes a little. I promised? A little sense of boundaries, okay? In the past, he did covet that free design fee, but now the system has returned more than $20 million in one day. There's no need to be greedy for that little bit of cheapness anymore. Greedy for cheapness would really harm oneself. Okay, this thing between me and your cousin, it's your uncle's wishful thinking. To talk, you let him talk to himself. The bait says no means no. At this time, more people noticed the place. Shenlang quickly stepped and prepared to move away. He was indeed a bit weak now. Shady. I can't believe I really created a black curtain. Luckily, more than 300 pounds behind should be able to cover all, otherwise Shenlang really some inwardly. Now it's already the peak time for the fishing guys to gather. Can't see the head of the caravan heading this way. I heard that the road is already jammed up. After all, there were good and bad drivers, and it was still difficult for drivers inside this mountainous city to drive. On the highway there are traffic jams because of turtle speed drivers. Not to mention this kind of rugged mountain road. Even if the county gave traffic police, it wouldn't help much. You can still drive for every turtle speed driver cannot? And in the convoy, Shenlang saw a few trucks. And yesterday Lu Demao drove the two exactly the same. Yesterday, Lu Demao was already very late after the nest, so he left early. Shenlang had thought that today he would come directly to open fishing. I did not expect that really have to come to hit the nest. Shenlang very much likes this kind of player who is true to his word. Look at this situation today, at least 20 or 30 tons. The buffet below the small mountain has not even finished, and now it is coming again. When the truck team stopped, Shenlang took the initiative to walk over. After all, others are free to help you feed the fish. How to go up to say hello? And Chu Wei actually followed up with his but then didn't make a scene. Mr. Demao, you're too polite to come and feed the fish every day. If you want to fish well, then this nest must be made well. Boss, this don't even understand it. Lu Demao saw Shenlang come over and also climbed into conversation with him. Mr. Demao, how many tons of nests are you going to make today? Not much, 20 tons first. The car's tarpaulin had been lifted, revealing golden corn. Everyone around was attracted by the several large truckloads of corn. Lu Demao also commanded the workers to go under the corn. Next to Chu Wei saw the scene thoughtfully next to Shenlang and asked, Cousin husband, this corn nesting will catch fish? Shenlang speechless, this is not over. Warning you for the last time, don't call me cousin husband. Chu Wei shrunk his neck and said, Then brother Long, teach me how to make a nest. Shenlang looked at him doubtfully. You don't know how to fish? Then how did you catch those 3 yesterday? Chapter 61, Chu Wei takes lessons from Lu Demao, enlightened, and violently drags 100 tons of corn to hit the nest. Chu Wei said with some embarrassment. Before his fishing, but basically our Air Force, but brother Wei view yesterday that bait is really good, once the rod not a moment to hit the fish. Well, still a little white. Shen Lang was so busy all day and had to go around to see the scenery, where would he have time to teach him? Yang Rulan said she wanted to teach her how to fish, but she was still not available. It's also annoying for this kid to follow him all the time, so he had a bright idea and said, "See, that one is the country's premier nesting immortal, fishing expert, you go and ask him for advice, you can win the bet today." Shen Lang pointed to Master Lu, who was directing the workers to lay corn not far away. Chu Wei's eyes lit up and said, "Really? Of course it's true, I just don't know if he is willing to teach you." Shen Lang shook his head, indicating that there was something he could not do. Chu Wei said, "That's not simple, watch me." So Chu Wei organized his clothes and walked towards Lu Demao. "Teacher Demao, can you sell me some of this corn?" Lu Demao looked towards Chu Wei. "Sell you? Why? I don't have enough for myself." Chu Wei feigned regret. "Oh, that's really a pity, I heard that you said that you're a big shot in the fishing world, can you teach me the skill of nesting?" Lu Demao was also happy to hear someone praising him. Another look at Chu Wei's attire, and that greasy head in makeup smiled and said, "Since you want to learn so much, then I will teach you." Lu Demao pointed at the several truckloads of corn and said, "This fishing it's like making a deal, you have to give up in order to get something, other people 10 pounds of corn for a pound of fish, I give up a little, 20 pounds of corn for a pound of fish, so I can catch more fish." Chu Wei felt enlightened, his head seemed to be opened by something. He used to throw a little bit of bait to hit the nest when he was fishing, now it seems that he was too ungrateful. No wonder others can become a fishing legend, so simple in the end. How did not think of it? Lu Demao is also getting more and more energized when he talks. "You see, I use so much corn nest that in return will be more, bigger fish, those fishing guys day after day crying Air Force, you do not give it food, why it should bite your hook." In this way, one said, one kept nodding, enough to exchange for most of an hour and a half. Chu Wei nodded and said, "Thanks to Mr. Demao, I get it, I'm going to exchange 50 pounds of corn for a pound of fish." No. 100 pounds. The price of corn was only $1 or so a pound, and a ton was only 2,000 or so, 100 tons were only 200,000 or so. This was simply not even a hair's breadth for the rich second-generation Chu Wei. He usually spends more than that in a night at a bar or nightclub. Lu Demao nodded in relief and patted Chu Wei's shoulder. "You're the most enlightened young man I've ever seen, there must be a place for you in the fishing world in the future." Chu Wei was thrilled and hurriedly said that he would continue to work hard. After saying that, Chu Wei was seen going to make a phone call. "Hey, Secretary Lu, help me contact 100 tons of corn, I need it right away." "Yes, it's corn, do you know anything about bales?" "Not 100 caddies, but 100 tons. Shen Lang was full of black lines. How can you believe this? So easy to fool? At this time Lu Demao came over and said with a smile, "Boss, now you don't have to feed the fish next year, how do you want to thank me?" Shen Lang slandered, "I thank you too, Grandpa. If it was really more than 100 tons of corn put down, the water in this reservoir would be ruined. Can the fish eat it all? That doesn't ferment and rot. But Shen Lang naturally had to be polite. "Still, Mr. Demao is great, I'll treat you to a flowing banquet at noon." Lu Demao sweated, this boss was so stingy. But he didn't care, it was just a joke in the first place. Lu Demao looked at Chu Wei, who was still on the phone, and said, "But this stupid lac, where is it from? It looks rich." Shen Lang shook his head. Not clear. He was indeed not clear, now he only knew that it was Lu Zhonghua's nephew. Nothing else was known. Not long afterward, he saw Chu Wei walking over cheerfully. "This 100 tons of corn, my cousin helped me out, and will haul it over later." "Your cousin? Lu Muqing? Isn't she coming? That tower crane of hers will be finished in 2 days, right?" Shen Lang did remember the feud between Lu Muqing and her old man. Lu Zhonghua was going to participate in this competition, so Lu Muqing directly pulled the tower crane over, just to suppress Lu Zhonghua in terms of momentum. Where is she free these days? Uncle pulled another big project for the company, maybe she will be busy for months again. Shen Lang froze when he heard this news. Could this be the transferring the tiger away from the mountain in the 36 stratagems? This father and daughter played it well. "So, my cousin asked me to take over her position and make sure to win this competition. As long as I win the championship, she will give me 2 years of pocket money." Chu Wei's expression was firm, as if those 2 years of pocket money were already in his pocket. 2 years of pocket money makes you so desperate to go against your uncle? Out of curiosity, Shen Lang asked. "At the risk of asking, how much is your 2 years of pocket money?" Chu Wei said with some embarrassment. "It's actually not much, it's only 40 to 50 million, if only I could be in charge of the family's power like my cousin." Shen Lang suddenly wanted to slap himself. Why did he ask such a cheap question? The life of a rich second generation was really not something that ordinary people could imagine. Tens of millions of dollars a year in living expenses. And by the looks of it, Chu Wei wasn't even the top kind of rich second generation. The gap between man and man is sometimes bigger than the gap between man and pig. No. Pigs can still sleep and eat and sleep all day long. The sun climbed over the tip of the mountain, and the sunlight poured down like a waterfall. Today is destined to be another hot day. The various machines below the reservoir have already started up, and the anglers are finding their fishing spots one after another. Yang Roland was underneath the leaderboards explaining the changes in the leaderboards. She seemed to particularly enjoy this current occupation. After all, seeing so much money enter one's pockets in a day, even the most disliked professions seem to become much more lovable. Of course, only the children of that poor family could understand this. Like this rich kid next to him surely doesn't understand. After Lou Demau yards the corn into a rampart, he doesn't use the machine to quickly hoist it down like yesterday. Instead, he had the laborers carry it one bag at a time, and it was still 2 workers. This trip will take a long time. How long will it take to move it? Suddenly Shun Lang understood something. This old man shrewd, yesterday made such a big noise, traffic is already earned. Today and set up such a pile here, is to let everyone see. Really use dozens of tons of corn nest, that fish are full, but also fishing what? But what Lou Demau doesn't know is that some people really use dozens of tons of corn to make a nest. This is not. It wasn't long before dozens of trucks drove up to the edge of the reservoir. The tarpaulin was opened and it was full of golden corn. Yang Roland walked over with her live broadcast equipment and said, "Brother Long, you're going to switch to corn wholesaling?" Shun Lang laughed. "It's someone who came to give us warmth." Chapter 62 Transportation Drone Nesting Ferry to come have to straighten. The car arrived a few minutes before Chu Wei slowly walked up from below. He had been watching him fish at Lou Demau's place this whole time, and seemed to want to learn a little more about other things. "Here, pile up the corn next to Mr. Demau, master. Has that drone arrived yet?" Chu Wei began to arrange things. "Shu Shao. The drone is at the very back, tell him to drive over right away." A young guy came over and said, make it quick, this young man can have a bet today, losing for you is the question." The young man nodded and said, "Immediately come, Shu Young." After saying that, he ran towards the back. And the people on the dam already didn't know what language to use to describe it. The 20 tons of corn that had been yards up was already a spectacular sight. And now, here came these dozen more carts. If it wasn't for someone telling them that this corn was used to nest and feed the fish, they would have thought this was a grain station, wholesaling corn. Naturally, there are quite a few onlookers. After last night's convoy incident, many local people have also sparked an interest. Many people with free time ran over. Plus the online fermentation. Yesterday, when the race officially started, the people above the dam were only sparse. But today, it's like the old rural market. Even below the reservoir, fishing guys are standing behind many onlookers. Of course, there are also popularity distinctions. For example, behind Lou Demau, that was standing densely packed with people. After all, he was there very attractive. A dozen or so muscular men plus a small pile of corn piled up next to that. From that small pile of corn, other people can also know, above that 20 tons of corn is certainly this person, will also be full of curiosity, in the end he's so much corn will be how to use. Behind the number of people watching the second place, is those diggers. After all, men, there are many speed bumps, fishing is one of them, digging machine is also one of them. Some people look at the digger digging soil can look at a day, this digger fishing, that is not the newest strange. Ranking third, that is naturally those beautiful fishing anchor. Fishing was originally a girl as a scarce resource, and the beauty that is even more scarce in the scarcity of it. However, in this kind of competition most of the beautiful female anchors are just to boat traffic. Really let them catch fish? It's better to go down and feed the fish. The last thing that attracts people is the pits where the big fish were caught yesterday. It's full of people, and you can hear them marveling from time to time. And up at the dam, the trucks are starting to move in a row towards the inside of the dam, leaving room for the last truck to pass. After all, there were just too many trucks, blocking all the roads behind them. When the road behind was open, a small semi-trailer appeared in view. And on the semi-trailer was actually a drone the size of a small helicopter. The appearance of this thing immediately attracted countless onlookers. The murmurs were even more continuous. "Wow, this drone is many times bigger than my DJI. Brothers don't understand it, this is called a transportation drone, I've seen it on the internet, so big at least 1 million. No, are they so rich from fishing? Dozens of truckloads of corn, and now $1 million drone. It's not that the fishing ones have special money, but it's the ones that have special money that came to fish." Yang Roland, as the official live broadcast, naturally ran wherever there was hustle and bustle. And she was also smart. There were wireless radios within the staff. And all the employees were distributed in various places of the reservoir. She then said inside the walkie-talkies to let her know wherever there was a marvel level of hilarity. What's the wow factor? A big fish bites, a giant fish gets hauled ashore, or a person gets dragged under. Let's say it starts with an angler hitting a fish, and it looks like it's not a small one. The moment he hit the fish, he was dragged straight to the ground, and if the others hadn't reacted quickly and swooped in to grab the rebel, maybe there was another collector's item under the reservoir. Naturally, the aunts and uncles who were busy in the cafeteria saw so many cars appearing on the dam and immediately informed Yang Rulin. Due to the fact that the place she was at the beginning was far away and there were too many passers-by, the drones had already appeared on the dam by the time she got here. Wow, you guys look, drone, yeah, this is the first time I've seen such a big drone. Is there a big brother to say how much this drone actually costs? The live broadcast room had more than 200,000 people at this time. Yesterday's 1 million popularity was just a flash in the pan, and it was considered an outbreak after the right time and place. Now that many of the big anchors had divided up the traffic, it was naturally impossible for Yang Rulin's live room to still have that many. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even floating to take off. Holy, is this building a dam with corn? Fish, I've never seen so many gold bumps in my life. Wingspan of 12 meters. Modified from an agricultural sowing drone with a load capacity of 1.2 tons per frame. Don't ask me how I know, I can't make it up. Lu Damao looked at it and called out. By this time several technicians were already drumming up something on the drone. And Chu Wei was saying something to a man with a remote control in his hand. Not long after, the drone lifted off. There was a long hook pulled underneath the drone, and at the bottom was something like a grapple. Placing the grapple next to the pile of corn, the master worker started pouring corn into it. Until it was almost full, the drone flew straight into the sky. Then it quickly flew to the center of the reservoir, only to see the grapple open and the corn pouring down. Hundreds of pounds of corn fell directly into the water, sending a ripple across the surface. The fishing guys at the edge of the reservoir all looked up in unison. They have seen fishing nests, and they have also seen a lot of nests, but they have never seen a drone nest, or a drone that can hit so many at once. The drone went back and forth, repeating the same operation again. And underneath the reservoir, beside a pulley-set device, the corners of Yao Bochang's mouth twitched, wanting to speak. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. He did feel a bit impulsive in the morning. After all, yesterday's events did make him break his defenses a bit. But he really didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Dozens of truckloads of corn for nesting. Who did you learn this from? Brother Bochang, your opponent is indeed a bit strong. Why don't you but admit defeat? At this moment, a person beside him said. Yao Bochang glared at that person. Admit defeat, impossible. Fishing is not compared to who hit the nest more. If compared to hit the nest, everyone can go home. Shen Lang was watching the action when Shen Feng ran over panting. Xiao Lang, tempered glass is almost here, just too many cars, the road is blocked. Shen Lang raised his eyes and looked. It was true that cars had been blocked on the way in. The temporary dugout parking lot was almost full. The main thing is that there are too many people coming today, and it's only less than 10 o'clock now. There are still a lot of people coming one after another. Have to find a way to solve it, otherwise it has been so blocked. Want to come to the car cannot enter, want to go out of the car cannot get out. It becomes a dead cycle. Chapter 63. I just said, I did not expect him to really hit the nest like this. Let the following those cars parked into the village inside. The village of the tanning field can still park some. Tomorrow to implement control, tourists do not come in. Shen Lang also had some headaches. Sometimes too hot is not a good thing. Just like those scenic spots, the hot scenic spots are basically crowded during the long vacation. You say you go to travel, is it to see the scenery, or is it to see the crowds? Some of the scenery may not have seen, just in the highway traffic jam for a day. Not letting tourists in may offend some people, but it can't be helped. It's better to offend people than to be paralyzed. The parking lot must be added, in case a bigger event is held in the future, or the whole reservoir is developed, the flow of people will be many times that of the present. I don't know if Yao Gong's design drawings are out yet, it's been a little more than half a month. But I think it should not be so fast. How to be a month? If Mr. Yao knew what he was thinking, he would have slapped the design in his face. Try it in a month. Things were arranged. An uncle in the village went down to set up a barrier at the fort between the village and the fish pond, letting those vehicles enter the village directly. Let those people walk up from the path. Since they came to play, they should walk more to exercise their body. And the parking lot just takes those cars on the road and slowly digests them. At the same time, and let the county traffic police coordinated management a little, the road into the village from the national highway there directly to the blockade. If you want to come in, show proof that you're a villager or a participant. What if a new fisherman wants to compete? There's nothing we can do about that. Special circumstances, special treatment. Shen Lang sighed, inexperienced, not much planning. But problems arise. In the future, you can have a relative plan, and you will think about things more in the future. People always grow up like this. Not long after, the car pulling the glass finally came out of the pile. Letting the car hauling the corn make a little room, the car pulled up next to the leaderboard. Sorry, boss, you've had too much traffic, we actually left early. A middle-aged man jumped out of the car, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and pulled out one and handed it over. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, I don't smoke, thanks. You install it quickly, or the fish below me are going to hang up. Alas, good Lu, good Lu. That middle-aged man did not dawdle, and immediately commanded those masters to start pounding away. Shen Lang went up and touched the thickness of the glass, which should be thick enough. Just don't know if their connections will be strong. But this does not say that Shen Lang consider things, since they are sure to be able to do it, just rest assured to let them do it. Just at this moment, a huge splashing sound came from the reservoir. The entire reservoir burst into an alarm. Everywhere began to be in an uproar. Shen Lang also looked towards the center of the reservoir, only to see a huge splash of water swirling in the reservoir where the fish were cast, and when Shen Lang looked, the splash had not yet fallen from the air. This is another big fish out of the water to grab food? But Shen Lang turned back late and didn't see how big that fish was. What happened? What happened? Next to Shen Lang, a beautiful girl in Lolita looked around in some confusion. Jing Jing, told you to come out to play, you don't chat with that little brother of yours, can't you get tired of chatting for a day? A beautiful maiden next to Jing Jing who was also wearing Lolita clothes said. I thought you called me to come and play what, make it so mysterious, it turns out it's to come and see fishing. The road is still stuck in traffic for half a day, what's so fun about this place, might as well be at home playing Progenitor God and chatting with my little brother. Just then, the water surface resounded with another splash. Only to see two huge fish heads floating out of the water to grab the corn that fell from above, and after falling into the water, they snapped with their tails again to hit a water splash a few meters high. Because starting there had caught everyone's attention. So this time almost everyone present saw it. Although it was far away, the size of that fish was still shocking to look at. Ah! Fish, fish! What a big fish! Jing Jing suddenly screamed and shouted, and the sound had gone straight through the clouds. Shen Lang felt that his eardrums were going to break. It was a bit of a pity that this talent didn't go to sing. The entire reservoir boomed as if countless bees had appeared, and the murmurs had broken through the sky. Unbelievable, that tail is bigger than a man. I thought it was fake when I saw it on the internet, but I didn't realize there was really such a big fish. See? Did you see it? This is unbelievable. After living for decades, it feels like I've lived in vain. And as the originator of this matter, Chu Wei was already red with excitement now. Yesterday, even though he had made a splash, it wasn't as exciting as it is now. This mountain of people were all cheering for his masterpiece. If he had caught a huge fish in front of so many people, that kind of attention would definitely be even better than now. He looked at the bottom of the reservoir. It seems that there are not too many fish in the slipstream this morning. Chu Wei looked at the pile of corn next to him, and had already made half of the nest. He always remembered Lu Dimao's words. To catch fish, you must be willing to nest. Others use 10 pounds of corn for 1 pound of fish, I use 20 pounds of corn for a pound of fish. Yang Roland had been broadcasting live from the reservoir dam. After all, the view from here is the best. When the drone took off and put those hundreds of pounds of corn into the reservoir, the water friends in the live broadcast room were the most excited. The popularity of the live broadcast room is even more crazy, skyrocketing. It had risen to more than 500,000 at this moment. More than 500,000 were online at the same time, and the gift pop-ups were already too many to see. Of course, the first time the fish jumped out of the water, she had only captured a splash. You guys might not have seen it at first, just like yesterday, when the nest was made, the fish leapt up, you guys see the ripples, that's the fish causing it. And just then, those two fish then appeared in the middle of the screen of the live broadcast at the same time, and then stirred up a wave, and at the same time stirred up the passion of the netizens. Only to see the pop-ups in the live broadcast room floating up non-stop. There were different pop-ups in the front, and at the back the entire screen was left with only 2 words. The 2 words had taken up the entire screen. One could imagine the shock of the netizens in the live broadcast room. Yang Roland knew that there was no need to speak at this moment, when it was best for the pop-ups to float for a while longer. Shen Lang's head was dizzy from the noise and was thinking of taking a rest inside the wooden house. Just as he walked to the side of the wooden house, he saw Lu Dimao, Li Weiguang. Several people walked up. Boss, wait a minute, something to talk to you. Shen Lang looked at the several people suspiciously. Boss, if you keep letting him hit the nest like this reservoir of yours will be ruined. Lu Dimao said. Wasn't it you who taught him to nest like this? Shen Lang was puzzled. I am looking at you, this reservoir is so big, I hit that point is already the limit, don't you see that I didn't even hit it today? Lu Dimao was bitter. And I'm just saying, I didn't expect him to really hit like this. Chapter 64, The Legend of the Reservoir, The Secret of the Shen Family. Yang Roland, how do I not know? Shen Lang was speechless. But Shen Lang is not a little cute. What would be the consequences of putting too much corn into the water, didn't he know? It was just a coincidence that the location he put it in was exactly where the underground river used to be. So Shen Lang let the system temporarily open that channel, let those corn directly into the underground river. Not to mention that he poured 100 tons, even if he poured 1,000 tons would not have any impact on the entire reservoir. But looking at this situation without explaining it to them should cause a bigger impact. So Shen Lang said, it's okay, even if he pours more, nothing will happen. This time it was the others' turn to be puzzled. Boss, this is for your own good, by the time your place turns into a dead pond, you'll lose a lot. Li Weiguang also kindly reminded. Lang knew that it definitely wouldn't work if he didn't make it clear. I don't know if you guys have heard of the legend of this reservoir of mine? Lang suddenly looked at the crowd mysteriously. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, all of them were dumbfounded, they were only 2 days old, how did they know what legends there were about this reservoir? So they all turned their eyes to Lang again. Lang looked at the noisy environment, all around still talking about starting those 2 fish. Lang spoke a little smaller, probably they are not very audible. Go into the house to talk. Lang pushed open the small door of the wooden house and invited a few people in. After thinking about it, he called out to young Roland who was not far away. Roland, come live to us. Yang Roland of course did not hear, this environment where can still hear someone call her, what he said live broadcast water friends are not really heard. Lang was helpless and walked over to pull Yang Roland over. Everyone entered the wooden house and closed the door, this time the whole world seemed to be quiet. Although the noisy sounds were still there, it was more than a star better than just a moment ago. Yang Roland turned the camera of the live broadcast room to Lang's several people. At this time, the live broadcast room had already blown up. We want to see the drones, we want to see the big fish, what's the point of watching these few old dangs? Ouch, isn't this person the boss? There's also Lou Dabin, Leo Digwang, and his muscular boy band. It can't be that Lou Dabin couldn't beat the others in the nest and came here to make small moves. What kind of small action is that? Have some common sense, how can we continue this game with this kind of nesting? Quickly go out to watch the drone nesting, or we all go. The people in the live broadcast room, indeed, also directly began to fall down. After all, people who watch the live broadcast are looking for fun is gone, then still stay here for what? As for what kind of influence would be behind this fun, what did it have to do with them? Hello everyone, I'm the boss here and the organizer of this match. I said before this match that there are no rules for the match. Meaning as long as you don't do anything that directly jeopardizes the fish, like poisoning and using high voltage electricity, we don't care. And now that 100 tons of corn are being used out there to hit the nest, I'd like to clarify with everyone on this matter. Surely everyone knows it common sense, so much cornfish certainly can't eat it all, then tomorrow and the day after that will make the water pollution, fish death. Speaking of this, everyone in the live broadcast room knew the seriousness of the matter. If that was really the case, then how could this game go on? And the people in the room were also looking at Lang, since they didn't know that there would be such a result, why did they still let him do this? Lang said next. Because, we are here in the cursed land. Lang's face was heavy, as if he was talking about a heavenly secret. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was an evil dragon in heaven and earth. He sucked the essence of heaven and earth, the light of the sun and the moon to cultivate himself, killed thousands of living beings, and was finally going to fly through the tribulation. But I didn't expect it. At first, everyone was still listening attentively, but, as they listened, something went wrong. What are you talking about here? What kind of society is this? Everyone receives 9 years of compulsory education. You're talking about myths here. The crowd all used little cute SIs at Lang. Lang ignored it and continued. I did not expect a powerful feng shui family in order to eliminate harm for the people, using the feng shui of this place directly set up a heaven and earth array, the evil dragon to attract the evil dragon to this place, the use of the array sealed the evil dragon. And that feng shui family in order to maintain the operation of the big array, lived next to it, generations of caretakers. At this moment, the live broadcast room was already cursing. This boss is crazy, quickly help call the psychiatric hospital. Who wants to listen to your mythological stories here, anchor get out. Ha, I think it's quite interesting. So it was the evil dragon that swallowed all that corn? Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. And at this time, the foot traffic in the live broadcast room was still dropping. Leo Digwang suddenly woke up and asked. Oh. I see, is that feng shui family's surname Shen? Lang looked at Li Weiguang with a hello awesome look. Wow, how do you know that it is surnamed Shen? Li Weiguang hemmed and hawed. Boss, aren't you surnamed Shen? You're the only village around here. Lang nodded his head. That's right, we are the heirs of that feng shui family, and there is an underground dark river under the water that leads to the ground where the giant dragon is imprisoned, and those corn rush to the underground dark river. The crowd seemed to understand, the original is an underground river. Said so mysterious, and myths involved. Lang said with a turn of phrase. So, you know why the fish here are so big? Lang looked at the crowd, and then looked at the live broadcast that was being broadcast. When these words came out, everyone felt a chill down their spine. So, why are the fish here so big? Lang stood up when he said this and said, well, I've told you all what I should tell you, I'm leaving first. After saying this, he left the house, leaving the others to keep thinking. Lang actually said these words with deep meaning. After all, the fish here completely defied common sense, and it was not known whether the system had the ability to shield the entire world. So Lang thought about creating a mythological story. And he only said half of it, leaving a space for their imagination. As for whether it has any effect, then only God knows. And at this moment the people in the room looked at each other. Mr. Demao, what does the boss mean by this? Lu Peiguan was a bit puzzled. Lu Demao was a little hairy in his heart. He definitely didn't believe Shen Lang's bull, but why was this fish so big? Could it really have emerged from inside the ground? Tainted with the breath of that earth dragon to be so big? This was really hard to accept. Fake, definitely fake. But if it wasn't supernatural, how could so many big fish appear here? I don't know, I'll go back to my fishing spot to be quiet. After saying that, Lu Demao walked out. Yang Roland was still in a state of confusion. What's the situation? Is the Shen family that big? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it because my bloodline is not pure, or this news is only passed on to men and not women? However, she seems to remember that the Shen family came to this ravine. Wasn't it because the old ancestors used to escape from the war? Chapter 65. Chu Wei was originally for their own nest, and now for the whole reservoir fishing man nesting. And at this time the live broadcast another burst of began to brush the screen. Multiplied by 34,565. Yang Roland looked at the pop-up screen, was also helpless, so he said, well, after hearing the story, although it's a bit metaphysical, but the boss's words seem to make sense, let's go out and watch the nesting. So Yang Roland also left the small wooden room. Mainly because the rest were a bunch of muscle men, Yang Roland was a bit scared. Li Yoguang and the muscle men, you look at me, I look at you, feel bored, also walked out. There were also a lot of people watching Yang Roland's official live broadcast in the fishing. When they heard Shen Lang tell this story, everyone's heart tightened. Could there really be a giant dragon underground? But most people only believe that there is a dark river underneath this reservoir. The nests that were being fought now, all washed inside the dark river. In other words, Chu Wei's nests were all for nothing. Of course, Chu Wei was in a state of excitement at the moment and didn't know these things. He just wanted to finish the nest and start fishing. And then shock everyone. But what everyone didn't know was, underneath the underground river, a crazy food grab was going on at the moment. Densely packed fish appeared. These fish are big and small, the small ones are only a few tails. And the big ones are dozens of pounds huge. At the same time, countless fish rushed to the top, rushed through that hole and came to the vast place outside. This sight had been going on since not long after Chu Wei had struck the nest. When these fish rushed out of that hole, suddenly their bodies changed. A fish grew rapidly at countless times the speed. A 1-pound fish directly grew to 20 or 30 pounds. A fish of more than 30 pounds directly rose to 500 or 600 pounds. Of course, the multiplication rate is not fixed. Shen Lang, if you look at your own system, you will find that daily price is soaring upward at an extremely fast rate. And at this time, a shadow deep under the water slowly approached and dispersed the fish at once. It ate towards those corn in one bite and slowly swam towards the top. And the size of this fish was actually no less than the size of the 2 fish that started to jump out of the water in the reservoir. That means it weighs at least 400 or 500 pounds. And it was slowly approaching the hole above, the place where countless delicacies appeared. Just as it was about to cross the opening, the fall of corn suddenly stopped. It also swam in place for a long time, slowly swinging its body downstream. Lu Demao had returned to his fishing position. He was still meditating on what Shen Lang had said. Evil dragon? Myth? Bull. But it seems that the huge things in here are hard to explain. Without thinking too much, he hung up the bait and threw it out. Just under a minute later, he noticed the float sinking downwards. Lu Demao's heart rejoiced. Here it comes. He lifted the fishing rod upwards. He only felt a sinking in his hand and a wave of gravity came over him. He secretly screamed that it was not good. He had forgotten that any one of these was a giant of hundreds of pounds. The force pulled the rod to bend it to its limit, but luckily for him, this rod was a special rod, specialized in catching huge things. Only he himself didn't feel so good, and directly stumbled towards the inside of the reservoir. Eyes were about to be pulled into the water. For the first time, he felt so powerless. No wonder those people had to use a machine to assist them, or a dozen or so people to take turns pulling the lever. It simply wasn't something that 1 or 2 people could handle. Just then, a pair of giant hands pulled him down. He stabilized slightly, then 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Lu Demao looked backward, and it turned out to be Li Weiguang and the others coming down. Mr. Demao, you're lucky, you hit the fish as soon as you came down. Come on, let's pull back a bit. Said a dozen people together, force, hard to move back a few steps. Already pulled up once. Li Yinguang and others are already experienced. As long as the impact of the front is stabilized, the back is to consume time. Lu Demao let out a sigh of relief. Luckily you guys came in time, otherwise I would have been dragged down. For them, it was impossible to loosen the rod. Either you help me pull down, or I help you pull ashore. And not far from them, Yabuo-chan looked at the drones flying overhead from time to time and spat. It's useless to hit so many nests, but not all of them have entered the underground dark river. He didn't look at the live broadcast, but someone next to him was watching. The news had spread fast. Maybe most people knew about it except Chu Wei. Right at this moment, he felt the wire popping straight, and the pulley set also transmitted a considerable amount of power. Yao Bo-chan was delighted in his heart. Here it comes. Ha, Chu Wei, you continue to nest, I'm going to go ahead. The same thing happened in many parts of the reservoir. "Hey, it's coming, pull it for me. I'm coming here too, I can't help you." Those with machines were fine, no pressure at all. But those that group together to assist in helping each other, there are many that bite the bait at the same time. "Now you want me to help you? Can't you see I'm catching fish here too?" So one after another, the entire reservoir heard the sound of flopping and flopping into the water. The whole area around the reservoir hadn't even gotten over the beginning of the clamor, and it went into another climax. At first it was the excitement of the onlookers, this time it was the revelry of the fishing guys. "Come on, help, I can't hold it. Hey, brother watching from the side, help me pull." So many people who had come here to watch the fun were pulled into the orgy. More than 2,000 people participated, and at least 1/3 of the anglers hit fish one after another during this time period. The whistling sound of line and water could be heard everywhere. As a result, there were many people who were close enough to get their lines tangled, but they couldn't afford to cut their lines, not because the lines were too valuable, but because of their obsession with the giants. After Shin Lang started to finish telling that story that he didn't even believe, he walked out and wandered around. At this time he was also seeing the scene below. Everywhere people were slipping fish. The surface of the water, perhaps because there were too many fish being slipped, a layer of small waves began to form. The fishing guys were blushing and the spectators were gasping in shock. This scene was too perverse. So perverse that Shin Lang felt bizarre. The drone's buzzing sound in the sky once again reached Shin Lang's ears. Only to see the drone again to the fixed position began to hit the nest. And then look at the corn on the shore, this should be the last funnel of Chu Wei. Suddenly Shin Lang thought of a possibility. He hurriedly opened his system. Name, Shin Lang. Age, 25. Bound waters, Stone Spring Reservoir. Water area, 5 million square meters. Water depth, 45 meters. Current fish growth rate, 20-50 times. Current field, 1980 a day. Current number of anglers, 2678. That striking number of 1980 days pierced his eyes a little. How could this be? He remembered that it was just over 200 yesterday. Now it had doubled tenfold. Only to see the drone in the sky throwing down the last of the corn. It wasn't long before Shin Lang saw the number slowly start to jump again. 1980. 1980. 1982. Finally stopped at the whole number of 2000. Shin Lang woke up like a dream, so it could still be like this. The corn fell down the underground river and drew the fish there up. So, Chu Wei was originally nesting for himself, but now he's nesting for all the anglers in the reservoir. Chapter 66. You're not a dragon, how do you know he doesn't eat corn? So that's why the three musketeers used to use the bait they gave themselves, and the price went up the next day. The confirmation was that it attracted the fish inside the underground river. It's just that the effect of the system's bait was too powerful, so a little bit of it could make the fish in the underground river go crazy. The corn Chu Wei used might not be as attractive. But it couldn't be helped that he disliked the fish's mouth feed. Shin Lang suddenly had a flash of insight. In that case, why don't you stock up on a pack of bait every day? In the future, when he wanted fish, he would just scatter a few packs down above the underground river. Wouldn't that be the ultimate white whoring? Especially the large fish bait that had never been used. Shin Lang felt that he hadn't thought of this kind of method before if he had been in over his head. In that case, his 1,000 pounds of upgraded giant fish also had a place. Thinking of this, Shin Lang immediately clicked on the mall, bought all 3 packs of bait there and put them into his backpack. Chu Wei was completely unaware of the change of events outside. For his kind of rich second generation, playing nest is too boring. Watch a while ago ran to his car inside, the rest went. Mimi woke up after a while, found that the drone is still constantly back and forth between the center of the reservoir and the dam. Take out the cell phone, Chu Wei brush up jitterbug up. On the screen appeared a wearing a super short skirt, special effects full, revealing a little career line of beauty, where the music followed the twisting body. If placed in the past, Chu Wei would definitely like the collection, and then carefully appreciate it. But now he felt tasteless. These beauties were no longer able to enter his eyes, he was now more concerned about how to fish. After yesterday's passion, he realized that he had become addicted to fishing. The excitement, the sense of accomplishment, the feeling of pleasure. It's not at all what those ladies in the nightclub can give. Downward flipping, or missy. Another downward turn, or miss. Chu Wei felt uninterested, so he typed in the search bar. Tips and tricks of the nesting immortals. The first video put him to interest. Fishing without nesting, catching is not much, 500 tons of corn is already in place. Chu Wei nodded his head deeply, a notion he very much agreed with. Everyone else was using 500 tons, so it seemed he still had to work on himself. So that's how he learned from the experience. But the scene in the next video was incredibly familiar to him. A drone was dumping a huge amount of corn down while 2 immense grass carp jumped out of the water. A nesting immortal has appeared on the scene of the Megathing List $1 Million Prize Challenge, and it's reported that this immortal has prepared 100 tons of corn and is using the drone's high-tech method of nesting. This was brushed to himself. Chu Wei looked at it with relish. But looking at it, he couldn't look at it anymore. Rumor has it that all of the corn from this nesting went into the underground river, and countless giants in the underground river were attracted out, and there are also claims that there is an evil dragon under the ground. Countless fishing guys hit the fish in the picture. The entire reservoir was hot. Chu Wei bounced up from the seat, opened the car door and walked towards the dam of the reservoir. When he saw the scene below, he felt like the sky had collapsed. Many anglers were slipping fish, and one after another, some people also started to hit fish. Especially when he saw that the angler he had bet with in the morning had already started to slip fish with his pulley set, he instantly became even more nonchalant. Looking at the corn he'd hauled in, there wasn't much left. "Don't hit the nest, all for nothing, go and I get on the boat to fish." Chu Wei greeted the crowd over there who were still nesting. After saying this, he wanted to run. Running a few steps he stopped again, returned to the drone control of the young man next to asked, "How much can you pull up with this drone?" The man thought for a moment and said, "Generally 1.5 tons is no problem." Chu Wei did some calculations. Even if 400 pounds of fish, the instantaneous explosive force would be at most 2 or 3 times that, so 1.5 tons would definitely be enough. "You come, bring your drone, go down with me. If I win today, take you guys to the 5th floor of the heavenly world." The crowd heard this. Where can they still be calm, not to mention going to the 5th floor? The 4th floor is also possible. At this time, Yabo Chang pulling feel wrong up. This fish seems in last time that the strength of a lot of difference off. And it didn't take long for the fish to be pulled to the shore. Look at the length and size of this fish, at most 60 or 70 pounds. Yao Chang said, "Bad luck. How come it's so hard to get a fish today, but it's this kind of small fish?" At this moment, many of the same situations are occurring on the shore. At first, many people hit the fish together, making everyone excited. And there was no time to feel just how strong the pull on the hand was. And after slipping for a while, I realized that the fish I caught didn't seem to be as big as I had imagined, and I could barely slip by myself. When one after another people on the fish, many people realized that the bite of their own hooks, only a few dozen or hundreds of pounds of small karimi only. There were even many anglers who caught not even 50 pounds. And that's not a few. Maybe in other places they would have to be excited to catch such a big fish. Send a circle of friends Versailles about it. Take a jitterbug to publicize it. More than likely, they'd walk around the entire Shake Shack comment section with the picture they took, leaving every comment section with a shadow of themselves in this fish. But here it is. No fish under 50 pounds is worthy of me holding a plunge net. Except the crowd watching from the sidelines wouldn't think so. Wow, it's on, this one's huge, it's close to 1 meter in length. Look at that one over there, it's the right fish for today. This big fish should be on the leaderboard. I don't know, it should be, after all, this fish is the biggest fish I've ever seen. The entire reservoir began to buzz again because of this tide of fish. There were exclamations of surprise and admiration everywhere. But the reaction of the anglers was diametrically opposite. What's going on? It's so hard to get a fish, but it's this little karami. A fishing guy threw his rod to the ground and said angrily. The man who pulled his rod next to him was also a bit depressed. Even if the fish wasn't his own belonging, he would have liked it quite a bit if he could experience the fun of slipping a fish. But for that matter, he could have pulled it up all by himself. Look, a lot of people are on small fish. Could there be something wrong with this reservoir? The person next to him seemed to think of something when he sniffed. Could it be that the rich second generation is nesting towards the underground river, drawing the fish up from there? A man shook his head. Even if it was lured up, it's impossible to lure up so many. After a pause he said with some trepidation. I say, is there a possibility that that underground evil dragon hasn't eaten for too long, and now that it's gotten so much food, under the joy, it put in so many fish? When the crowd heard this, they were also somewhat moved. Still, a fishing guy retorted. How can that be? We have to believe in science, and have you ever seen a dragon eat corn? You're not a dragon, how do you know he doesn't eat corn? Chapter 67 Transportation Drone Fishing, the Violent Aesthetics of High Technology. The ancients once said, 3 people make a tiger. It was that there was no tiger in this city, and when he heard 3 people in a row say that there was a tiger here, then he would believe that there was a tiger here. I don't know who is starting a rumor. The reason so many fish appear now is because of the evil dragon's gift. Because the evil dragon hasn't eaten any food for thousands of years, the 100 tons of corn in this nest has fed the evil dragon, so the evil dragon has sent countless big fish out in gratitude for this wave of feeding. A rumor spreads, and a rumor spreads. When everyone was talking about it, those who had heard it countless times wondered, could it be true? Didn't they say that after the founding of the country, animals were not allowed to become sperm? It seemed like this legendary thing was indeed from before the founding of the country. Whether it was the reservoir, or online, it was spreading rapidly. Of course, many people are going to ask for details. For example, the past life of the evil dragon, and how powerful the Shin family really was to be able to crush such a powerful evil dragon underneath. The person who spread the word naturally couldn't answer, he heard just this bit of news, or the boss said live. But I do not know, I can embellish all. So, this person to embellish a little, that person to add a small paragraph. Not long after, a more complete story has appeared on the internet. And someone made it into a sand sculpture animation, and the amount of airplay directly broke 100 million. Of course, this is just an afterthought. Currently it was just in a simple state of dissemination. But this wave of fish put Shinlang happy. Although the fish is not very big, but the rebate is real off. Just this wave directly let Shinlang get a rebate of nearly 8 million. And it also gave him a few cards. There were 4 upgrade discount cards, but the lowest discount was only 30%. There were also 2 rebate doubling cards. A new card also appeared. Power base card double allows you to increase your power by 2x from the original. Lasts for 1 hour. Can be stacked with other cards. It was a very simple introduction, but it made Shinlang a little unsettled. Wasn't this himself a fish pond rebate system? How did this strange card appear? Is this trying to turn himself into Superman? Just twice can't change anything, with their own power, even if twice is still a color. Not to mention those who will run into the martial arts, even if you run into the kind of muscle man Li Yunguang, not necessarily be able to beat. At this time Chu Wei came to the reservoir below, at the same time the drone below the fishing a wire and a string of oversized fish hooks. If this bite goes down and bites into the right mouth, a fish basically has no possibility of being unhooked. Chu Wei from the nest from the inspiration, Nestor playing so much corn, fish hooks do not use it, a dozen not lose. From the time Chu Wei brought the drone to the bottom of the reservoir, it attracted countless onlookers. Everyone was amazed to see his method of getting a dozen fish hooks on one line. Wow, he can't catch a dozen fish on a dozen hooks. You're overthinking it, how can he hang a dozen fish hooks so close to each other? This is the first time I've seen this kind of fishing. But the experienced fishing guy next to him scoffed. I thought it was another nesting immortal, but I didn't expect it to be a tycoon novice. Che, a dozen fish hooks, rookies only pile up the number. Is this kind of life-threatening hook usable? Should we give Uncle a call? Chu Wei naturally also heard their discussion, but he ignored it. Only the poor use a hook. What do you guys know about the money fishing method? Next to him, the unmanned operator had already changed the new battery. The drone officially took off. After flying to the designated spot, it went down vertically to let the hook into the water, and only when that oversized float floated on the surface did the drone hover in mid-air. And the commotion naturally had the attention of the small half of the reservoir. Chu Wei's fishing method of a dozen top-notch fish hooks also became a laughing matter for everyone. In the eyes of the fishing guys, Chu Wei was relabeled from the newly promoted nesting immortal. People are stupid and have a lot of money. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, the float in the water began to move. Chu Wei had been watching everything there with his binoculars. Seeing the float sinking, he knew that a fish was probably biting. He raised his hand to signal the drone controller to prepare for takeoff. The controller received the command and let the drone fly upward a little. Only to see that the wire was immediately taut and straight, and then the wire tilted away in one direction. The drone was pulled downward by the force. But it instantly stabilized itself. Apparently the fish's strength hadn't been able to shake the drone's pull. Unexpectedly, the fish actually doesn't come off the hook. Perhaps the sudden stopping of the drone has caused the fish pain. The fish is seen circling around the drone's range frantically. But the power didn't last long, it seemed to be tired, and the wire began to move at a slower pace. Let the drone fly slowly towards the shore, Chu Wei said to the drone controller next to him. The controller understood and controlled the drone to slowly fly towards the shore. A loud rumbling sound cut across the top of the reservoir as the drone pulled in the huge object of unknown pounds slowly moving towards the shore. And the fish seemed unwilling to be so subjugated as the wire kept changing direction on the surface of the water. Suddenly, only a shadow was seen approaching sharply upwards under the water. In the next instant, a giant fish leapt out of the water, only to see it open its huge mouth, with several deep slits clearly visible inside its mouth. Blood kept flowing out of its gills. And its mouth was full of fish hooks. Obviously it had eaten all the fish hooks into its mouth. And judging from the size of its leaping up, it could undoubtedly already be at the top of the list, and it was firmly in the front. Wow! The fish crashed towards the water, creating a huge wave. In the next second, the drone was pulled down several meters. The drone controller was taken aback and hastily increased his horsepower to pull upwards, which stabilized the aircraft. The surrounding spectators were startled into a clamor. Wow! That's exciting! Don't you think it's so cruel? I think I saw that fish bleeding. This fish, it was preparing for a final comeback, but it seems to have failed. This mouth is too positive, otherwise it would have gotten off the hook long ago. Chu Wei had already started to get excited seeing this scene, especially the clamor and exclamation around him stimulated his adrenaline even more. He knew that this wave had been stabilized. But that wasn't enough. He took the remote control device in the hands of the drone operator next to him and manipulated it himself. As a rich kid, he had already played with this kind of high technology. Naturally, it was no problem to operate it. As soon as the remote control entered his hands, he saw the drone let out a roar. Then it flew towards the shore at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the giant fish had just dug into the water, just enough to have a rush towards the shore, and was dragged towards the shore at an even faster speed under the drone's huge pull. The constant pain caused it to keep wagging its tail, charging toward the shore at an even faster rate. Everyone get out of the way. Be careful of getting hit by the fish. Someone saw this and shouted. In fact, he didn't need to shout, the people next to him had already started to back away, leaving a huge blank area. Chu Wei let the drone accelerate when in fact the fish was already only about 10 meters away from the shore. With this wave of acceleration, the fish reached the shore in just a few seconds. The giant fish seemed to realize the danger and leapt into the air once again. Only this time it leapt, coupled with inertia, it was as if it was lunging directly towards the shore. It was as fearless as a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Only the fish's leap to the dragon gate was, after all, just a human trick. The fish fluttered its tail helplessly in the air, and the drone flew over its head, pulling the hook in the mouth of the giant fish with its tremendous force. It would have been after such a major impact that the hook would have cut through all the flesh and blood of the fish's mouth long ago. Wow! With a sound, the fish hook directly tore through the flesh and blood and flew into the air. The fish also hit the ground heavily, unable to struggle anymore. The crowd was once again stunned. They marveled at the immensity of this fish, and the poignancy of this violent aesthetic. But it had to be said. The words spoken by Immortal Lu had been fulfilled. There will definitely be a place for you in the fishing world in the future. Chapter 68. The big brother who surprised the number one on the giant object list actually thought fish were prettier than women. With that sound of a fish hitting the ground came. Wow! A rumbling clamor like thunder came from the surroundings. That giant thing's jumped out everyone's passion. Holy, that's awesome, is this the way a tycoon fishes? This fish is too big, doesn't it? It feels like it's going to become a spirit. Damn, it's incredible. Bull B. Voice breaking. Ordinary people's praises were always so plain and simple. Li Rulin had already run over to the live broadcast when Chu Wei piloted the drone into the middle of the reservoir and started fishing. The people in the live broadcast room had watched the entire process. And at this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room turned into 2 words again. It seems that the netizens of Li Rulin's livestream are very fond of these 2 words. Whenever they saw something shocking, they would go full screen. Of course at this time, Li Rulin only needed to focus the camera on what was happening and let the pop-ups float for a while. Chu Wei gave the drone control equipment to the somewhat frazzled controller next to him, running straight to this fish. It was a cyprinid, visually estimated to be at least 3 meters long. The height of the body is at least half a meter. It was a daunting sight to see such a huge thing. The shock was especially increased by the fact that its mouth was ripped by the fish hook and blood was flowing all over the place. Too beautiful, why didn't I realize before that this fish's body is more beautiful than a woman's? Chu Wei murmured as he looked at the body of the green fish. Yesterday, when he pulled up those 3 fish, he only felt some excitement. Today he felt incomparably refreshed, and the dopamine was filling up his entire brain. The staff then came out to weigh the fish. Of course it took quite a bit of effort to weigh such a large volume. Finally got a weight of 506 pounds. After determining the data, it was immediately fed back to the broadcasting room, and then a shocking news came from the entire reservoir. Congratulations to number 368, Chu Wei. He caught a 506-pound mackerel in a wonderful way to reach the top of the list. The tool it used was a drone with a steel wire. Congratulations to number 368, Chu Wei. He has caught 506 pounds of mackerel in an amazing way to reach the top of the list. He used a drone and a wire. The anglers who were a bit farther away knew that it seemed like a big fish had been caught over here, but they weren't sure how big it was. The moment they heard the broadcast, they weren't calm either. Ranking 1 had been renamed so quickly. And the name Chu Wei was the big hit of the past 2 days. Ranking 234. Today, 100 tons of corn were used to nest for everyone. And now pulling out a 506-pound giant with a drone. It's safe to say that he's been the biggest star of the tournament so far, and he deserves to be the MVP. And his tool is actually a high-tech drone. This has made many traditional fishing guys very uncomfortable, secretly biting their nails to take a stand for traditional fishing methods. Of course, many people didn't have the leisure to pay attention to Chu Wei catching such a big fish, because they were having a tug-of-war with the giant. After those little caramels were landed, the rest that weren't landed were all big fish. And it looked like there were quite a few big fish. There were at least 30 to 40 others still skimming the fish now. Excluding the probability of taking off the hook, there are still at least 10 or so big fish. There might be one even bigger than the one Chu Wei had caught. The other anglers who had only caught small fish or hadn't caught any fish yet were also trying their best to start casting their rods. After all, the people who come here are not here to play soy sauce, most of them are here for that list. Shen Lang also did not have time to pay attention. He was now filling the large fish tank with water. After these 2 hours of installation, 10 or so glass oversized fish tanks had been installed. Now it was just a matter of filling them with water and transporting the fish up. However, there was no telling how long it would take to fill such a large fish tank with water. Shenlang decided to pull a few more pipes in order to save time. After all, the last thing that is lacking here is water. Because of the rain, the mountain spring water next to it was still clattering inside the reservoir. Just dig a big pit slightly higher up and pull a pipe. This fish brought Shenlang another huge amount of over $1 million. It's a pity that no cards appeared. This system's explosion rate was really a bit mysterious. Isn't it true that the higher the level of the monster, the greater the explosion rate? Shenlang was busy when the time for lunch arrived. Today's flowing banquet began. Fellow anglers, today's lunch banquet begins. You can come to the dam to eat the banquet. The price is still the same as yesterday, 30 a person. Only the anglers didn't move. Perhaps they had experienced the cruelty of yesterday's queue, or perhaps they were stimulated by Chu Wei's fish. Basically, none of the anglers left their positions. It was the tourists who were watching that began to swarm in. All of a sudden, the side of the flowing banquet was packed to the brim. After yesterday's lesson, the kitchen department actually added 20 to 30 more tables today. A few more cooks were hired, but it seemed that they were still caught off guard by the number of people today. Plans can never keep up with changes, and the number of people coming in today is more than double the number of people that came in yesterday. Hot afternoon hours still hasn't dampened the anglers' passion. One after another, people are catching fish. Some are hooked, some are unhooked. Whether it's a fish caught or a fish unhooked, it causes a clamor among the onlookers. To be honest, they probably didn't expect that watching fishing would be so exciting and addictive. Fishing in the imagination is not sitting for half a day, watching the fish drift like a stone. But it's not the same here. Fishing here is just too wonderful. So wonderful that they felt that charging them to come and see it was something they could consider. Chu Wei seems to have fallen in love with this kind of excitement after the drone's wild ride. He started to use the drone to fish on the fly again. But that time it was a full positive mouth that kept that fish from coming off the hook. With a dozen hooks, there's always another one on top if this one goes off. But it's not always easy to get a positive bite. And every time, you have to clean up the tangled hooks and bait each hook. It's also very time consuming. Take Chu Wei's next fish for example. Seeing that the fish was hooked, Chu Wei followed that last method of direct sprinting. But the force of that instant directly caused the hook to tear through the fish's mouth, and the fish escaped from the hook. After a few times, Chu Wei also calmed down. This also made him realize that fishing is a sport that requires patience. It can't be rushed. I don't know how many anglers a day of nesting, a day of squatting, in exchange for the Air Force and return. Yet they remain tireless and passionate every time. Chapter 69, The Giant Cruises the Streets, Targeting T-City. Is this going to the bigger heavenly world? Congratulations to number 947 Lu Ming for catching a bighead carp weighing 460 pounds. He's ranked second on the giant species list. The tools he used were rebar and aircraft carrier stopper. Congratulations to number 2098 Huang Zitao for catching a 389-pound grass carp, which ranked number 3 on the giant species list, and the tool he used was a crane plus steel wire. The leaderboard was constantly refreshed throughout the afternoon. Everyone's enthusiasm was also ignited again and again. And a kind of factional fight emerged in the circle of anglers. Those who fished in the normal way looked down on those who used machine-assisted fishing, believing that they had tarnished the sport of fishing. It's a sport that's meant to be passionate and challenging. By adding machines, the sport loses its challenge. And those who use machines say you don't know how to change. Times are changing and you're just old farts if you don't think ahead and use better methods. People didn't indicate it outright, but it seemed like everything was starting to look different from the afternoon list. This list no longer seemed to be a battle for the giant object list, but rather a proving ground for the old and new genres. Looking at the list, it seemed that the machine-assisted ones had the upper hand. But in something like fishing, luck actually accounts for most of it. Even if you have the most powerful fishing tools, bad luck, the big fish just won't bite, you still don't have any way out. Shenlang didn't care about that. It took him more than 2 hours to fill up these fish tanks. Basically each fish tank got several tubes. Luckily, there are enough pipes, otherwise he might not be able to fill these fish tanks today. The next step was to pull the fish up. Chu Wei caught up that fish although the mouth is a little torn, but raised a while, the state is still relatively good. And in the afternoon a man appeared. As long as the fish were on the fish, he ran to where to go and fishing man climbed to talk. Either the angler made some kind of deal with him, or he bought the fish. As for what it was taken for, it was unknown. After another 2 hours, all the fish on the list were placed inside the transparent fish tank. A 2 to 3 meter giant appeared directly in front of you, still very shocking. Looking at the cold numbers on the giant list. Then look at the giant fish next to it, you can visualize the gold content of this giant thing list. Look, this bighead carp could swallow you in one bite. This bighead carp is terrifying, I feel like I can't even fit it in my room. Tell me, if it's stewed, how many people would have to eat it all? Well, it feels like we'd have to be in the same neighborhood. Time slowly passed. Chu Wei finally did not create a myth again. By the evening, he pulled up another fish. However, this fish is only 300 pounds and did not make the list. And other places were getting fish one after another, reshuffling the list. Chu Wei's second, third, and fourth place in the morning went straight to 1, 3, 8. The last one was squeezed out of the list, so you can imagine the efficiency of today's fish catching. When the sun set, the dam of the reservoir lined up a long convoy. Each car had a giant fish strapped to the top of it. If you're careful, you'll notice that the leader is the one who's been acquiring fish all over the place. It turns out that these people want to replicate the scene from last night. They even want to surpass it. Because today's convoy was not 10 or so, but as many as 20 or 30. He contacted all the fishing guys who were on the fish but not on the list and invited them to join tonight's parade. And if he didn't say yes, then he offered to buy his fish. And so there was this fleet of nearly 30 or so giant things. Lu Xiao. Ready to go? A man next to him said to the youth in front. The youth's surname was Lu, and his name was Lu Soon. It was also a rich second generation. As for why he came here, naturally, it was because that windfall Chu Wei had made had spurred him on. Then why don't you call me? I don't know how to fish, but I have money. I don't know how to fish, but I can buy. So he and Chu Wei agreed to do it again tonight. Have a more explosive parade. Right away, what's that Chu Wei kid doing, grinding away? Lu Sun took out his cell phone and dialed. And in the cabin, Chu Wei was begging Xin Lang. Boss, brother Long, cousin-in-law, I'm begging you, just let me take that fish out. I will definitely catch you a bigger one tomorrow, no two. If those fishing guys heard someone talk about catching a bigger fish so easily, they would have to spray him in the face. What? You said that guy was Chu Wei? That's all right then. Xin Lang was also somewhat speechless. Is this how you rich kids all play now? Especially the one outside, you of fishing don't even know people, have to pretend fishing guy hanging fish out on the street. At this time, Chu Wei's cell phone rang. Chu Wei picked it up and looked at it, directly hung up the phone. He continued to look at Xin Lang, his eyes full of hope. Xin Lang sighed and said, yes, but you have to promise me a condition. Chu Wei was as excited as if the goddess he had been pursuing for a long time had finally agreed to go on a date with him. Don't say one condition, is 10-8 I also agree, you say it. Xin Lang looked at Chu Wei somewhat speechlessly. Is that in the future you do not call me cousin husband? I have said to you many times. Chu Wei immediately agreed once he heard it was such a simple request. Cousin's happiness didn't seem so important compared to that fish of his. No problem, in the future I will definitely not call you cousin's husband, from now on you are my own brother. Xin Lang nodded, that's right. Then, brother I'm leaving, outside is still waiting for me. Xin Lang waved his hand. Go! Have a chance to run the next county, always in our nest is not something right. Chu Wei then an okay gesture, nimbly ran out of the wooden door. Then Xin Lang heard Chu Wei shouting loudly outside. Brothers, drag out the fish that is number 1 on my list and hang it on my car, today's main character is it. Xu Xiao Cao Hai Da. Xu Xiao today's gas expenses also out? Let's not talk about today's gas bill, I'll take you all to the heavenly world tonight. At this instant, everyone completely boiled over. Not long after, this fleet of vehicles left the reservoir under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Of course their departure didn't mean that the reservoir was quiet. There were still a few fierce fishing guys still in tug of war. Chu Wei and the others left at the end of the tournament. After all, it's earlier, so there's more time. Inside the county town, there was a very similar scene. A fleet of cars were circling around the county town, and each car had a giant fish strapped to it. This scene can be described as a 99% turnaround rate. But today was a little different. According to Reason, it should be the peak time for anglers to come back, and there should be a lot of anglers on the road. But the place where the anglers gathered yesterday is deserted today. What they don't know is that the anglers at the reservoir have already seen their intentions. I'm hiding out at my place and ordering takeout today. I'm not going out to eat, out of sight, out of mind. The delivery boy is really running out of legs today. Chu Wei they turned around a few times and felt that they did not achieve the effect they wanted, some boring. Suddenly Chu Wei remembered the words that Xin Lang said. Have the opportunity to run the next county, do not always in the nest. Chu Wei's brain flashed. Run what next county ah? Go directly to the nearest city, wouldn't the effect be more shocking? That flow of people, that rate of return, that attention, that feeling. Wouldn't it multiply? Brothers in the back are following, our target is T-City. Good. Is this going to the bigger heavenly world? So an hour later, a convoy appeared on the streets of T-City. At this moment, it was at the beginning of the lights, and you looked back over your shoulder at the end of the lights. You saw rows and rows of convoys appearing in front of your eyes, with a giant fish strapped to each vehicle. Your eyes widen and you can't help but let out an exclamation. Holy! Chapter 70, Li Pei Guang once again made a losing deal. Holy! Holy! Where have ordinary people seen such a landscape? They were all stunned. Normally, a fish this big is a legend. Now there were actually 30 or so vehicles of giant fish. The vehicles drove by, and they still couldn't get enough. After all, such a landscape might only be seen once in a lifetime. But a few minutes later, they saw the convoy coming from a distance again. Still the same flavor, still the same recipe. Is this convoy lost? The passers-by wondered. I don't know, maybe the traffic lights are wrong. People didn't think much about it and started talking and admiring it again. After all, it's less to see once. But a few minutes later, the caravan came from that direction once again. They finally realized that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be lost, but deliberately circling around yet. But they didn't sulk like the anglers. After the caravan had circled a few times, people knew the route they had taken to circle. The roadside was just surrounded by people waiting there. And the news of the giant fish in Tea City was rapidly fermenting in the circle of friends and jitterbugs. More people flocked this way just to see this caravan. So there were more and more vehicles and people here. Until finally the traffic started to paralyze. And after Chu Wei and the others left, Shen Lang began to arrange for the follow-up. Below the reservoir there were still a few fishing guys slipping fish. Naturally, they had to wait for them to catch the fish, or fish off the hook. And among the remaining fishing guys, there was a place surrounded by the most people. Inside, a dozen or so muscular men were pulling extended fishing rods. Are having a tug of war with a giant thing under the water. This is exactly where Lu Demao and Li Yimguang are. It's a fish that's been slipping around for 7 or 8 hours. But the guy under the water seems to have inexhaustible strength, has been swimming in the water. And it didn't come out of the water once. The onlookers are guessing that this fish is definitely going to be on the giant list. It's just that before the fish came up, no one knew exactly how heavy it was and what position it could climb up the list. Mr. Demao, I feel like we've secured the top 3 on the list this time. Li Yogwang pulled his fishing rod and said to Lu Demao, who was eating next to him. They didn't even have time to eat at noon. Now they were really hungry and called for someone to run to the cafeteria to get a little bit of leftovers. Although it is said to be leftovers, in fact, they are all untouched. Because after these dishes were fried, they were all put inside a large container before they were plated. Don't worry, according to my experience over the years, it's absolutely stable. Lu Demao said vaguely as he picked at his rice. He was also a bit excited, although he had caught many big fish and was relatively famous in the fishing world. But this was the first time he had challenged this kind of fish. The past 2 days had also left him with a bit of a bad taste in his mouth. Not to mention that he was completely robbed of the limelight, but the one who robbed him of the limelight was also a rookie that he had taught. A rookie who didn't know anything had used the assistance of a drone to catch a huge fish that many people would never dare to think of in their lives. This was also very upsetting for him. At this time his phone rang. Lu Demao picked it up and looked at it. Ouch, old acquaintance ah. Hey, what's the matter, don't bother me fishing ah, I'm 1,000 kilograms of giant fish will soon come up. And inside the cell phone came a middle-aged man's voice, his voice was a bit hoarse. You just blow it you, I heard you haven't even gotten on the fish this time. Older brother ah, times have changed, you don't know how ferocious the youngsters are nowadays, drones ah, and I'm still installing the tower crane behind me, it will be put into use tomorrow. The internet is all up in arms right now, saying that our traditional fishing methods are outdated, and I've been named to come and redeem myself, so I've come to ask how things are going. Then you'd better not come, I'm afraid you're late to the party, you haven't even cleaned up your 700 pounds of sea fishing incident yet. Don't worry, I'm prepared, I should be there tomorrow, and I've contacted a few friends. After a few more words of conversation the two hung up. The one who called was his old enemy rival. The fans amounted to more than 30 million. It was equivalent to the ones with the largest body of followers in the fishing world. Since he said he contacted a few friends, they must all be big shots in the fishing world. In this way, the place is buzzing with activity. And Lu Demao also guessed the purpose of this close friend of his coming here. Among them must also be the rumors of proving that his 700 pounds of sea fishing was faked. If he catches 700 pounds or bigger fish here, then even if he really faked that time, then the rumors will be scattered with the wind. Just as Lu Demao was thinking about all this, suddenly there was a shout in front of him. It's coming, it's coming. Only to see that fish on the surface of the water was turning over before it went underwater again. But from the little bit of body that was exposed, it was a sure thing that this fish was on the list. As for where it was on the list, it would have to be pulled up to find out. Lu Demao naturally saw this scene, and as soon as he put the rice in his hand, he went forward to join the tug-of-war team. He knew that the fish was coming up. The fish was at the end of its strength. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the fish was dragged to a place not far from the shore. And the fish revealed itself frequently. The muscular men didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, they all fought to stabilize themselves. Often the last moments required more care. In the next second, when the fish was once again not in the water, a huge force came. The muscular men almost stumbled. But luckily, they had experienced such a scene many times before, and stabilized themselves with a slight adjustment. The fishing line whistled again on the surface of the water, the ear-piercing sound stimulating everyone's nerves. Steady, this should be his last struggle. Lu Demao shouted from the back. Without him saying it, the others had long been as steady as old dogs. Sure enough, after the struggle, the fish finally subsided. It was effortlessly pulled to the shore. Like hungry wolves, the muscular men rushed towards the fish in the water. Many of the onlookers couldn't help themselves and rushed towards the huge fish that was about to land. The crowd went into the water and wet their clothes, all without a care in the world. Because this fish revealed the full picture. Look at this size, look at this length, maybe another record. It took a lot of effort to drag this fish to shore. Together, they protected the fish and put it on the scale. The crowd watched nervously as the numbers jumped on the scale. Until the numbers stopped jumping, the crowd fixed their eyes on it. A striking number appeared on it. 566 pounds. Wow! All of a sudden, the people around began to clamor. Shu Wei's number 1 hadn't even been warmed up yet, and now it was broken again. Holy, this grass carp is about to become a spirit. No, after the founding of the country, it's not allowed to become sperm. I feel like the first half of my life was wasted before I came to this reservoir. Traditional fishing is still great, those who use machines are simply insulting the fishing industry. Lu Demao was simply happy to see this fish. However, the next second he walked over to Li Baiguang and said, Li Baiguang, old brother, when we cooperated, we said that one person will get a reward once, right? You see how we're going to count it this time. Li Yabuang glanced at the giant fish on the ground with some reluctance in his heart. He knew what Lu Demao meant by letting him have it this time. Li Weiguang thought about it or opened his mouth. It's okay, we do not say good, this time is my brother's. Lu Demao was instantly happy. Good brother, next time definitely on a bigger one. Chapter 71, Master Deng prepares to enter, the duel has been made. However, in the end, how big a fish can be put on next time can only depend on God's will. After all, this is not playing a game to pass, one level is still more difficult than the other. At this time Shen Lang also came to the scene. When he landed this fish, he knew the situation through the system. Another million into the account. And this time it also gave him a card burst. Congratulations on obtaining an Endurance Plus card. Endurance Plus card can keep endurance at its peak for 2 hours. Another functional card. But to Shen Lang, these cards didn't seem to be of much use. Seems useful, but one doesn't have a girlfriend. 2 hours. The action movies of the small days didn't dare to act like this. Mr. Demao, your little apprentice but dragged the fish out to swim in the street, do you want to pull it out to swim too? Lu Demao saw that it was Shen Lang who came and also said with a smile. I'm not as vain as those youngsters. It's better to put it up there for everyone to appreciate. Shen Lang also laughed. Just waiting for your words. Shen Lang doing this display could be described as a twist. Shen Lang thinks I've gone through a lot of trouble to show everyone a better leaderboard. When everyone took a wave of photos, they transported this fish together inside the upper tank. It wasn't long before a few other fish skimming anglers also pulled the fish onto the shore. The fish didn't make it to the top of the list, though. After all, the lowest on the list now came to over 350 pounds. Now to be on the list, that is not simply a matter of strength. Timing and people, that can be said to be missing. People have almost left, the village people began to clean up the mess. With so many people, there's a problem. There's a lot of garbage. Look at those scenic spots, I don't know how much garbage is piled up under the cliffs, all thrown by tourists. You want to make the people of this country have quality? Forget it. It's not that everyone has no quality, but there are always some black sheep. Watching everyone cleaning up, Shen Lang thought about picking up the phone and called out. Hello, Captain Lu? I'm Shen Lang from Shirquan Reservoir. Can you set up a card at that intersection tomorrow like last time? Shen Lang had gotten a privilege through his communication with the county last time. Of course, normally Shen Lang didn't want to bother them. Now he was calling the captain of the county traffic brigade, hoping that they would set up a card there last time. Let those who come to play or do not come again, Shen Lang here really cannot receive down. Not long after this call, Shen Lang's phone rang again. Shen Lang actually is the governor of the Lord personally called. Shen Lang did not dare to be slow, and answered the phone. Hey, Xiaolang, I heard Captain Lu report that you want to set up a card on the road to your place, right? Hey, there is no need to do so, I know that in the morning you're stuck in traffic for half a day, you are afraid of affecting the game, is it? The prefect that was to dawn on him and reason with him. Hopefully Shen Lang will not do so. After all, if you don't let those people go in, after all gone, that can be a loss. But Shen Lang also had bitter feelings, so he also confided. Let's do it this way, I'll get a visitor center in the county tomorrow, use a bus, send all those people who want to come over to play, you those contestants or drive in by themselves, I'll help you pull 2 more cars of volunteers to help you clean up the garbage and maintain order. What else could Shen Lang say? The leader has given you such thoughtfulness. Shen Lang would be a bit ungrateful if he didn't agree anymore. Thank you, leader, why didn't I think of it? It's still the leader who thought of it. It took more than an hour to finally clean up the garbage around the reservoir. But it seemed that everyone was energized and didn't complain about anything. It was mainly the daily earnings that were a shot in the arm for them. The main proceeds now were the commissary and the kitchen. This part Shenlang was not taking a penny, it was all distributed by them. The commissary was originally said to be run by the second uncle, but then the second uncle took the initiative to give up and return it to the collective. After all, the second uncle knows that it will make people red. He was also Shenlang's second uncle, so if he hogged the kiosk, there would likely be problems in the future. After all, the human heart is a thing that is very difficult to measure. Why did Shenlang draw such a big pie and give everyone a share of the dividend? If Shenlang wants to run this reservoir well here, then he must gather the people in the village. Otherwise, when you do it yourself, it is not possible to say that someone will come up to make trouble. After all, the government agreed, he did not agree. This is the village's land. There's no telling if you get up the next day and you find all the fish and they're dead. That's not alarmist talk. And used well, you see now, they are all energetically doing things for Shenlang. Every time they see Shenlong, they greet him warmly and call him Little Brother Long. Because the cafeteria and the kiosk that they are doing now are things that they can immediately share the money. The commissary sells the most water, cigarettes, and snacks. Today's turnover reached tens of thousands. And the cafeteria had a turnover of over 300,000 today. Excluding the capital, just for today's day, more than $100,000 came in. Each person can get more than $1,000 a day. Moreover, Shenlang also gave them a separate paycheck. At this time, Yang Roland walked over with a computer. Brother Long, you lost a lot of money today. Shenlang was puzzled. Today back to the fish earned more than 800,000, and the hand of fishing money is only more than 500,000, the whole loss of more than 300,000, and not counting those who took the fish away, may be the overall loss in more than $1 million. Yang Roland had a sad face. He helped Shenlang manage the money, naturally he should do his best. It's fine, I'll raise the price tomorrow, $2,000 a person tomorrow. Shenlang said indifferently. Yang Roland's eyes lit up. Really? In that case, then you should be able to make it back tomorrow. I've already told you to raise the price, you just don't listen. Shenlang laughed. It was naturally impossible to lose money, the system's rebate directly allowed him to earn nearly 40 million plus today. However, he knew that there would be more places to use money later. Especially the upgrades of the system, the money used for that to the back, might be in tens of thousands for each upgrade. Compared to that, the development of the entire reservoir tourism ecology is still a small amount. This evening, a few bigwigs in the fishing circle posted videos and started to speak out, saying that they're going to come to the Rock Spring Reservoir to compete for the giant thing list and make those technological fishing methods disappear from the list. What was in the shadows is now being put directly out in the open. And the fish that Lu Demao caught in the end injected a dash of strength into the traditional fishing circle. There was also the irony that the second place Chu Wei was still taught by Lu Demao. In fact, many digger fishing drivers are also some shouting injustice, they are not lying at all. But everyone has a temper, since they have been pointed at the nose output, that can still endure. So many digger masters, crane masters, have summoned their peers, so that they come to support the scene. But Shenlang didn't look at them favorably. From these 2 days it can be seen that using machinery such as excavators still has a great disadvantage. The main thing is that it's not good to control the force, and it's easy to get off the hook. And these people were not fishing experts in the first place, and many people did not see a fish bite for a day. But the next call Shenlang received made this thing start to become interesting. Hey, Xiaolang tomorrow we are going to come and have some fun. The one who came to the phone was Lu Zhonghua. Uncle Lu came back from fishing sharks in Dubai? Any harvest? Shenlang coldly came with this sentence. Ahem. The harvest was not bad. Lu Zhonghua was obviously a little embarrassed. Shenlang asked curiously again. Uncle Lu, have you read the discussion on the internet? You should belong to the traditional fishing method or the mechanical fishing method. Lu Zhonghua laughed cheerfully. It should have been the traditional fishing method, but people are old and can't fish anymore. We all want to prepare for the mechanical fishing method. Shenlang was enlightened. Now the strength of the two sides could already be spelled out. As for who could have the last laugh in the end, that Shenlang did not know. Chapter 72. The fish is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. The next day, it was still a sunny day. For anglers, as long as they don't go under the knife, they can fight on the front line. Not to mention the temptation of such a huge fish. Shenlang still got up early and arrived at the reservoir at 6:30 a.m. But when he arrived, he realized that he still seemed to be the late one. The kitchen was already preparing the ingredients. Many fishing guys also came to the scene. After yesterday's communication with the county, there were no more social vehicles coming in, and the place seemed much cooler. But it's temporary. Almost 7 o'clock, the first bus came to the reservoir, from which came down a carload of volunteers. Shenlang see those are quite young, should be a school students. A young face reveals curiosity and yearning. Only these flowers of the motherland are the cheapest free labor. Although Shenlang was a bit spiteful, but the free laborers had arrived, so naturally he had to go and welcome them. Shenlang walked towards a beautiful woman who looked like a teacher. Hello, I'm the boss here, are you volunteers arranged to come here? That beauty looked at Shen Lang with some surprise. I didn't expect the boss here to be so young, but she knew that this time it was convened by the county committee urgently. It was the kind of special attention. Hello, I'm the teacher leading the team. My name is Wen Xingya. I don't know how to address the boss. Shen Lang said with a smile. Hello teacher Xingya, just call me Shen Lang, or boss Shen can also be called. Then I'll call you boss Shen. The above just called us over. Exactly what to do, listen to your side of the arrangement, but they are still students, can't do too dangerous things. Shen Lang again wanted to spit. You let me give arrangements for dangerous things, I don't dare. In fact, there is nothing too much to do. Help maintain order, do not let tourists litter, of course. See, the garbage can also pick up a bit, bold a bit, can help weigh the fish. The kitchen can also go to help a bit of help, as well as the cash register. Errands. When Xingya heard this cold sweat, this is his students as cattle and horses. At this time, another male teacher who was leading the group also came over. The male teacher's name was Jojo, and he also chatted with Shen Lang to understand the specific things. And those students were already marveling in front of those big bathtubs. Where had they seen such huge fish? A student wearing glasses couldn't help but recite loudly. The fish is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot, it needs 2 grills, secret little sauce, sweet and sour plus spicy. A tall classmate next to him said. This fish 2 grill cannot put, how also need to hold it 20 or 30, but you say, such a big fish, it is delicious? At this time, a girl next to him was not happy. Why are you all full of thought as to eat? This fish grows so big is not easy. I think it should be put back into the water, return their freedom. That's right, your minds are too cruel. The 2 male classmates rolled their eyes and directly replied back. Childish. Just the 2 of you, if you were put into any TV show, you wouldn't survive more than 2 episodes. You guys, humph. The 2 females were so angry that they stomped their feet. Right at this moment, the 2 teachers who led the group had already communicated with Shen Lang about the specifics. Students, come gather here for a moment, let's make some arrangements. You guys don't look, the boss just said that you can have a hot and sour iron pot fish stew for you guys at night. At least 300 pounds or more. The fees started to kick off at 7 o'clock sharp. Shen Lang thought that going up to $2,000 per day would dissuade some people. Unexpectedly, everyone expressed great understanding, and if the boss did not increase the price, they all asked for an increase. After all, everyone witnessed the scene yesterday. This kind of place, even if you charge $10,000, there are still many tycoons who come to fish. And for $2,000, as long as you get on a giant, you'll get your money back, and probably have 1 billion points to earn. Of course, the system's algorithm only allows Shen Lang to make a little bit of money on top of the fishing fee and the money collected from the fish. After all, there is at least a large part of the Air Force in a day, catching very few. But with the added weight of the tournament and the obsession with the giants, no fishing guy would back out of the tournament because of a reasonable price increase. Today the fees and entry were much more organized. After all, there weren't any of those loiterers, and there was a group of volunteers to help. Shen Lang couldn't help but praise these students. Motivated, courteous, hardworking, wherever you point. Simply the best cow horse in the boss's heart. Shen Lang decided, in the future, if you want to recruit people here, you have to find those interns just out of the campus, it is really too fragrant. What happens when the interns become old farts? Aren't there tens of millions of freshers every year? Just as the fishing guys are charging for admission. A group of people stood next to the leaderboard and pointed up at the top of the leaderboard. And in front of them, Lu Demao was saying something with his eyebrows raised. Shen Lang took a look, this should be on the fishing world's bigwigs came. And just when Shen Lang wanted to go up to welcome them, several luxury cars came from the distance and stopped not far from the leaderboard. Ouch! This time the top combatants had all arrived. Shen Lang was most optimistic about these 2 groups of people, perhaps the final champion would be produced among them. A few tycoons dressed in casual clothes also came to the bottom of the leaderboard. Wow! Isn't this Mr. Demao and Tian Yuan Xiaojiang? Old Ma? And this is? Lu Zhonghua turned her head and was a bit surprised to see the people next to her. This can be the fishing world's experts. There are a few of them are still in the hands of the champion title. Hello! Are you guys here to compete too? Lu Zhonghua and the other tycoons might be famous inside certain circles, but the average person would rarely recognize them. Although they tried their best to squeeze inside the fishing circles, and usually bragged about how many pounds and how long they had caught. But where do they have so much time to practice their skills? Fishing is also just a tool for them to socialize. Just like some rich people love to play golf. But Lu Zhonghua seemed to really love fishing, and his family's businesses were rarely cared about anymore. Come and have some fun, with you masters around, we can only be the accompaniment. Where, fishing here is not like our usual fishing. I heard that the second place is a white guy, using a drone for less than half an hour to pull up that huge thing. Deng Xiaojiang said. Just as they were chatting furiously, a voice from behind shouted. Uncle, why are you here? Didn't you say you were vacationing in Dubai? The crowd looked, only to see a young man with a pair of dark circles under his eyes a little disoriented, looking at this side in surprise. This person was none other than Xu Wei, who had rushed from T-City overnight. Chu Wei woke up in the middle of the night and felt uneasy in his heart. If he can't catch up with the fishing tomorrow, what should he do? So more than 4 o'clock climbed up and drove the car to this side. I slept late yesterday and got up so early in the morning. Rounding up is equivalent to no sleep. It's a wonder that he doesn't have dark circles under his eyes. I don't know how those anglers who accompanied him on the parade will feel when they see that the leader has disappeared in the morning and gone back to fishing by himself. Chapter 73 Lancheng Technical College applied to go to war. I'm out 66 diggers, you guys feel free. Chu Wei went up and greeted the others again. Uncle Mo, Uncle Lu, Uncle Yang. Good morning. Old Mo said smilingly. Little Wei, I heard you've been making a lot of noise these past 2 days. Why don't you lend me your drone for a couple days? Of course you can, Uncle Mo, take it as much as you want. I'll make a call and tell the master who operates it to get up right away. Chu Wei immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Old Mo's face darkened. Hopefully, your operating master hasn't even gotten up yet? If Old Mo knew that even if that operation master got up, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to come over from T-City, would his face be even darker? And the crowd of masters next to him froze. This young man is the legendary Chu Wei? One person's power on the daily list of 3 places. 100 tons of nesting to create a fishing circle nesting myth. Dronefly fishing hook fishing method, creating a new school of fishing. The main thing is, I heard that he's still a fishing white boy. And this group of middle-aged old northern noses, it looks like they are also using mechanical plug-ins just like him. They were the ones who posted a video saying that they wanted all those who utilized machines to fish to go down the list. Come Chu Wei, pay your respects to the masters of the fishing world. Lu Zhonghua greeted Chu Wei as he came before the masters. Hello masters, hee. Mr. Demao, you're here too. I heard that you were honored as the top of the list yesterday, but now that a few of my uncles are here, it's possible that you won't be able to hang on to the top of the list for much longer. With these words, the atmosphere became subtle. Of course, this wasn't acting in a TV show. These people were all dozens of years old foxes. Where could they mock Chu Wei to his face like he did yesterday? Chu Wei realized that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit off, so he added, I promised the boss yesterday that I would catch 2 bigger fish today, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Chu Wei directly buggered off. Or Lu Zhonghua came out to ease the atmosphere. Masters, it's our honor to be on the same stage as you, wishing you a flagrant victory. We'll see you on the leaderboard. Deng Xiaojiang also stepped forward and said, See you on the leaderboard. When the tycoons left, Old Ma said, These people are so arrogant, as if the leaderboards are theirs for the taking. Tang Xiaojiang gestured for them to look at the parking lot next to them. Look at their cars, and that rich second generation calling them uncle. Must be some people with special money. A rich second generation has made such a big commotion. It's normal for that rich generation to be arrogant. Lu Chang said, Everyone has to cheer up. Within 2 days, at least let the top 3 belong to us. Lu Demao stepped forward smilingly. In fact, using a machine is just a little more power. More people can be replaced just as well, and more flexible. With our experience, complete victory over them. Wait a moment, I contacted my Fierce Man Heavenly group. After saying that, Lu Demao dialed a phone. He came here for half a day, actually did not find the figure of Li Weiguang and the group of fierce men. After a while, the call was connected. Hey, I'm sorry Mr. Demao, I might not be able to work with you today. My 2 brothers want me to team up with them. And inside a car on a rugged mountain road sat 3 muscle-bound men. That's right, brother, we're going to remake the glory of the fitness world and throw away our nicknames. You said you didn't make another losing deal yesterday, didn't you? Air Force Wa was brainwashing Li Odds Light. They learned that their good brother was working for someone else, so naturally they wanted him to team up with them. That's, but I always feel embarrassed when I've promised people. Liu Digwang was still a bit torn holding the phone he had just hung up. Turbine Liang, who was driving in front of him, turned back and said, Our brothers are united, surely can be on the big fish, is not the brothers will still harm you? That is, phase do not believe brothers. Air Force Hua helped from the side. Of course we believe in brothers, then how do we share it when we catch it? Li Weiguang asked another sharp question. This was a matter of interest only. He had pulled up a huge object in one day in the past 2 days, but none of the autograph rights belonged to him. It could be said to be a loss to his grandmother's house. That's definitely not going to make you suffer. How about we take turns? It's impossible to get only 1 fish on for so many days. Air Force Hua said. When Li Weiguang heard it, this suggestion seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. This is not the way he and Lu Demao cooperated. Lu Demao had just caught 1 fish, and the right to the next one would have been his own. For the sake of brotherhood, he just gave up the right of ownership. And now you're doing it again? Then I want the first right of ownership, you said. It is impossible to catch only one. Who is first and who is second does not matter. Li Weiguang said. Air Force Hua and Turbulence Liang exchanged eyes. I have no problem with that. Alright then, the first fish goes to you. Is that good enough, bro? Deal, them over. Li Weiguang also revealed a happy smile. The vehicle continued to drive on the rugged mountain road, but not long after traveling, the speed of the vehicle suddenly dropped. Holy, why are there so many diggers? Turbine Liang, who was driving the car, said as he looked ahead. The two of them took a look. In front of them on the mountain road was to see the head of the trailer. Above the trailer dragged a digger traveling in front of them. And above the excavator there was an eye-catching logo. Lanxian Technical College. This scene really made them look a little silly. Inside the front trailer, a middle-aged man was talking on the phone. Principal, don't worry, I will make our Lanxian famous in the world again this time. First place? Bows. Just wait for my good news. The middle-aged man hung up the phone after blowing for a while. The driver master glanced twice at the middle-aged man with his eyes and said, Teacher Zhong, I heard that several big netizens in the fishing world are here this time. Are you sure? Teacher Zhong laughed. Bow. There's no certainty, but what if I succeed? The school has said that if I get the first place, not only will I not get the bonus for the leaderboard, but I will also be given a bonus. Taking the first place, this is much higher than the probability of winning the lottery, so why not gamble on it? The driver gave a thumbs up when he heard that. Fine-tuning, or teacher is great. Mr. Zhong is also a veteran angler, but belongs to the category of those who are great at theory but are in the Air Force once they fish. When he found out about this kind of competition, he applied to the top to fight. The school administration originally disagreed, but now that they see the heat is so great, they can't sit still any longer. So they arranged for 66 outstanding trainees and 66 brand new excavators to go out. And it had already booked a hot search on the online platform. When Lanxian goes on a journey, not an inch of grass will grow. When the 66 diggers pulled up to the dam, it was even more shocking than Chu Wei's 100 tons of corn appearing on the dam. When everyone saw that each excavator had the logo of Lanxian Technical School, it instantly brought back memories of the time when they were there. Where is the best place to learn excavator technology? Shandong, China, look for Lanxian. Now, this school has come out to work again? Xin Lang looked at the rows of excavators and the eye-catching logo. He was thinking, should he charge a little advertising fee? The intention of this coming over is also too obvious. But the rules that he had set didn't seem to say that he couldn't print logos. Just this wave of raw power to join, those few fishing industry big brother have to headache for a while. Originally, the reservoir's dredge fishing was only about 30 units. Now it's directly up to 100 or so. And still come in groups. The war power is not ordinary. Shen Lang thought it was right. Deng Xiaojiang, they saw the 66 diggers. Already excited to start calling. Hey, Lao Chui, come quickly, 66 diggers, we need fire support. Chapter 74 Blue Xian Technical School made a stunning entrance, but pulled the hump. Old Chui, who was thousands of miles away, was at a loss. Didn't you guys form a team and prepare to slaughter the list? What the hell is 66 diggers now? Is it a gift? He soon realized that this was pulling himself into the water. Old Chui immediately said that he would immediately set off to meet this giant of a reservoir. And online. With the video of 66 diggers entering the site hitting the web. The battle between traditional fishing methods and mechanical fishing methods has been officially accepted by the netizens. Originally, this is just some fishing guy's heart unconvinced, perhaps some netizens' first joke. The latter began to slowly ferment, and many people also began to argue about this matter. In fact, the overall number of participants in the competition, the use of machinery is less than 1/10. One can only blame Chu Wei for being too dazzling, making everyone feel that this force is very powerful. Until the 66 sets of Lanxian excavators officially entered, only officially from the surface have the scale of resistance. Therefore, the network began to quarrel. In the end, is the traditional fishing method can win, or mechanical fishing method can win. Of course, there was a lot of bickering on each side. The contestants are also going online, and one day they see these arguments and subconsciously start to take sides. As a result, this tournament went to a new level, the battle of the schools of fishing. Perhaps that's a bit of an exaggeration, many people do think so. After the vehicles loading the diggers had stopped, some young guys climbed onto the diggers. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but they started the diggers at the same time. Then one by one, as if they were militarily trained, they drove the excavator off the trailer with the same movements. It was a powerful sight to see. The diggers' arms flung right at the same time and reached for the ground at the same time. And at this time, a dozen buses came up behind. The tourists in the buses swarmed down and took out their cell phones to take pictures of the scene. Originally, they had some complaints about not being able to drive themselves in, but once they came to see such a good-looking show, that little bit of complaint had disappeared. With the arrival of this wave of tourists, the reservoir began to bustle again. Then every 10 minutes there was a wave of bus fleet arrival. Shenlang didn't even know where a small county came from so many buses. But it is considered to be too many tourists, vehicle road blockage problem solved. The diggers also drove to the reservoir one after another. Outside the good position is no longer, they can only to the innermost part of the reservoir to find their own position. It turns out that everyone thought that these diggers would immediately go into battle. Unexpectedly, after they parked the diggers, they gathered together. And the leading teacher actually took out the blackboard and started lecturing up there. Shen Lang originally thought that they would teach somewhat digger micro manipulation, how to use the smallest torque to maximize the roll and so on. Unexpectedly, walked over to take a look. Is teaching them how to match the bait, the hook's 5 kinds of bundling method. The basics. It's over. Look at this situation, these 66 diggers. Today is going to produce 66 Air Force contestants. I thought such a grand appearance would start fishing in a more grand way. I did not expect to hear directly pulled a big pile. Deng Xiaojiang and the others were a little amused when they heard the news. I thought that a batch of opponents had come, but I didn't expect a batch of duck egg players to come. Tell old Chui to return the airplane tickets, quite a waste of money. Here we have us to hold the fort, not much of a problem. It seems like we were overthinking it, giving them a pair of arms, but it's actually difficult to even stand up. Obviously, the strength of these Lanqiang Technical School, the genius is to let them false alarm. The fitness team, who were also newbies in whites, faced the same problem. They had chartered many fish ponds, but hadn't caught many fish by fishing. Now they were also stuck in the slow progress in the front preparation stage. Look at this bait instructions: 1-to-1 with water, mix well, come 1-to-1. Air Force Hua took out the giant bait he bought online and said, 1-to-1 is how much? 1 pound of bait and 1 pound of water. I don't know, add it first and try, if it doesn't work then add bait. Is it? Li Yimingguang looked at these 2 people working there, and he wondered if he had made a wrong decision. But he's still reminded. I see a lot of them are fishing with corn directly. I don't know if it works. It seems like there are also those who use screws. The 2 men looked up at him. You didn't say so earlier. We didn't prepare. Why don't you go borrow some? Don't you and Mr. Demao know each other? Li Weiguang glanced at Lu Demao in the distance and said, forget it, I think the special bait you bought is definitely stronger. Li Baiguang couldn't pull that face to go over and ask for something again. 1-to-1 water, come and stir it. Holy, why is it so thin? Put some more bait in. Don't move, the internet says it takes 5 minutes to ferment. It's too thin, we can't catch it later. It has to ferment, listen to the internet. Morning is the best time for fishing. The temperature hasn't risen yet, the anglers are comfortable and the fish are easy to eat. After yesterday's wave of feeding by Chu Wei, the fish in the reservoir were obviously a lot more. Just starting to fish, I already saw someone start pumping the rod to hit the fish. And after 2 days of familiarization, the basic traditional fishing has been formed into a small team one by one. Whenever someone hits a fish, the people next to them will come to help. But there are others who call out to their friends and family to help them pull in the fish. Most of the ones that set up a small table in the back with a small tea set or a small fondue pot are in this situation. But these are usually the ones that are close by. After all, they have an inherent geographical advantage. And not far away, Deng Xiaojiang had already started recording his own video. Hello everyone, today we've come to the recently hot Rock Spring Reservoir. I heard that the unit behind the fish here is 100 pounds, let's see if it's really that impressive. Of course we are mainly fishing for bighead carp this time, and to deal with this kind of giant, we are using a rebar keel plus a number 40 mainline. Deng Xiaojiang started rubbing the bait and fishing after some introduction. Today I'll show you guys how to pull up 700 pounds of giants with one hand. After saying that, he came up to the video and whispered, of course this is a joke. That was a bit of self-mockery to the internet questioning him. And the various masters who came along beside him were ready to start casting and fishing. They were naturally recognized by a lot of people as self-proclaimed super netizens. Naturally the crowd of onlookers had gathered around them. Master Tang, go for it, I'm watching you. Tang Xiaojiang looked over, only to see a strong young man shouting loudly. It's not good for you to shout cheer there. When the fish is hit later, you guys have to come and help me pull it. No problem, I'll be here today to watch you fish. Do you care about food? I'll help you if I care. Lu Chang, who was next to him, said. Not only do I care about food, but I also care about drinking water and getting full when I get pulled down. Chapter 75. Chu Wei, this kid, hasn't suffered any setbacks since he was a kid, take his drone. They were all experts here, naturally they were very confident that they could fish. So they could only mobilize the power of the masses to pull the fish for themselves. After all, one person's strength can't be as big as a few 100 pounds of giants. Originally, Lu Demao had the support of Li Yoguang's Muscleman group, but now, they went their separate ways. Other than that, he was still a bit reluctant. After all, the Muscleman group was actually really quite good. Hey, coming, I rely on this fish situation is also too good, right? Just at this moment, the old horse not much far from the side actually pulled the rod on the fish. The fish line was immediately straightened. The old horse was also pulled by this force to move toward the water's edge. Several people immediately put down their own fishing rods when they saw this and ran that way to walk. Not waiting for them to run 2 steps, the spectators next to Old Ma had already spontaneously surrounded them and helped Old Ma stabilize his stance. Ouch, there's something. Old Ma looked at the water that was close to him and was a bit scared. A carelessness almost overturned the boat in the gutter. But fortunately, he was just inviting the fans who were watching from the side to help him, so he didn't go into the water. Lu Chang, Deng Xiaojiang, and the others saw that old Ma had stabilized there and also returned to their own fishing spots. Come. 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 You guys get closer, sit next to me, let's natter. Deng Xiaojiang also hurriedly greeted the fans behind him to get closer to him. This was so that he could help him out in the first place. After all, when one reaches middle age, there are some things that one has to do. On the other side of the reservoir, Chu Wei was debugging the drone and the fish hook. Because he rushed over at night, he didn't call out to the other people, including of course the drone's control master. But the good thing was that he knew how to play it himself, so it didn't matter if he was a little slow alone. And just then a familiar voice rang in his ears. Little Wei, I heard that your cousin has assigned you a task? Chu Wei's heart trembled and he raised his head somewhat sheepishly. Uncle, aren't you going to go fishing? I still want to see you exert your virility. The person who came was none other than Lu Zhonghua. Don't change the topic, your cousin has already explained to me, letting you replace her to compete with me. Chu Wei also stopped pretending when he heard this, but he was still more modest. Uncle, where would I dare to compete with you? I will definitely let you have a little. I need you to let me? Joke, I'm just here to make sure with you, so that your cousin can lose convincingly. Halfway through Chu Wei's words, he saw Lu Zhonghua blowing his beard and eyes. This is what you said, then I'll show no mercy, Chu Wei was also hardened for a while. After all, those 2 years of pocket money was really quite a big temptation for him. In fact, also let me a bit also line, if you really catch up especially big kind, put a bit of water, uncle, to give you a month's pocket money. How? Lu Zhonghua suddenly made a turn, making Chu Wei almost flash his waist. But a month's pocket money? How about a month's pocket money? That, uncle, let's just race, after all, I've already promised my cousin. Why is it too little? 2 months is enough. Lu Zhonghua looked at Chu Wei like that, seemingly showing no signs of relenting. 3 months at the most, don't get carried away, uncle's pocket money isn't much either. How can I just simply want to fish, uncle, don't worry, I can't compare my skills with yours, I caught a few fish because you weren't there. Lu Zhonghua thought about it, he might have really overthought it. He actually bribed the child. Well, good fishing, in fact, I still think highly of you. Lu Zhonghua patted Chu Wei's shoulder and left. Chu Wei let out a sigh of relief. 3 months of pocket money and you want to buy me off, am I someone that easy to betray? I was born as my cousin's man, and I'll die as my cousin's ghost. Nothing can shake the status of those 2 years of pocket money in my heart. Seeing Lu Zhonghua leave, Chu Wei became more energetic. The sun slowly rises with time, although it is morning, but the sunlight spread on the skin still has some burning feeling. Looking down from the dam, the reservoir was bustling with activity. The tourists have reached yesterday's numbers after such a long conveyance. And the buses are still coming in behind us. It looks like it's going to be even busier than yesterday. It was probably because there were buses directly transporting people, so that those who originally did not want to come also had the idea of coming here to have a look. And Xin Lang also inquired about it. Each person was given a symbolic $2 for the road, which was many times cheaper than driving here. Shen Lang also wondered, when in the end will the country's style of this love of seeing the world change a little? Of course the cafeteria is preparing the ingredients of the masters, is painful and happy. Well, today's things may be prepared again less. Immediately go to purchase it. And so, little Wang, little Li, little Zhou, and little Tao, you and Uncle Shen go to the city to buy things, girls don't go, they can't lift it. Okay Uncle Shen, by the way Uncle Shen, why is there so much fish in the reservoir? Why don't we use fish for cooking at noon? This is a good question. I also want to ask those fishing guys, why don't they love fish? Don't you think it's a waste? In fact, he was also puzzled, he had done it once before, and it turned out that the number of people who ate fish was particularly low, causing that pot of fish to all be used to feed the pigs. Let's go, or we won't make it back in time. So a few volunteers were pulled into a minivan and drove towards the county town. Now Shen Lang was very idle. After all, everything was done by someone else. Especially since so many free laborers appeared today. That, classmate, come over here. Shen Lang said to a male student in front of him who was wearing a volunteer armband. Boss, what's the matter? The young male student walked over. You take the water hose to help add some water inside that fish tank. Look at all that water being beaten out by the fish. There are many water hoses inside that wooden house. If one person can't hold it, call 2 more. Okay Lo, then I'm going to call someone. After the male students left, Shen Lang stretched his waist comfortably. Yesterday, everyone was busy, and he had done this kind of small thing for a few hours. Boss, you're so free. When Xingya appeared next to Shen Lang with a small yellow flag in her hand. How can that be? I'm very busy, it's just that you happen to see that I'm idle right now. Shen Lang defended. By the way, are you guys still coming tomorrow? Come, but not necessarily this wave of students, after all, everyone wants to experience life. Wen Qingya said. Well, that doesn't matter, it's good to be able to come. In the center of the reservoir, on that luxury yacht that had been parked there for almost 2 days. Old Mo, didn't you say at the beginning that you wanted to have some fun with that Chu Wei kid's drone? Lu Zhonghua suddenly said to Old Mo in front of him. I was just kidding, how can I take a kid's stuff, and I don't know how? Old Mo laughed and said. Lu Zhonghua's eyes rolled. No, I think you're good enough to take it. Not. You should take it. Old Mo turned to look at Lu Zhonghua suspiciously. Lu Zhonghua continued. This kid Chu, he hasn't suffered any setbacks since he was a kid, this time too, we can't let him go too smooth, take the drone, doesn't he still have that fishing boat? It's good to keep a low profile. Old Mo saw Lu Zhonghua's concern for the child. So he said. Well, you're right, young people can't be too high profile, then I'll go talk to him. Old Mo finished speaking and walked towards the cockpit. Lu Zhonghua looked at the bank still concentrating on pounding the fish hook. Chu's heart was happy. Give you pocket money and you don't want it, I'll see what you use to catch a big fish now. Chapter 76 Will Tactics, there are many of them. Chu had already organized the fish hook and was ready to hang the bait. Only to see a small boat rowing over on the water. Old Mo jumped off the boat and came to Chu side. Little Wei got it done? Chu raised his head and had a bad feeling. Uncle Mo, what are you doing here? Old Mo said smilingly. Didn't I say in the morning that you lend me this drone to play with, have you forgotten? You usually are not so tease me, I thought you were joking? Chu was a little embarrassed, looking at his own fish hooks that were already almost ready, said. That's fine, you take it, look I've helped you hang all the bait. Old Mo took the string of fish hooks and said. Well, it's not bad, tell that drone controller master of yours to come quickly, you go and play with that fishing boat of mine, that one is quite good too. Chu handed the controller to Old Mo and said quietly. Uncle Mo, did my uncle ask you to come? Old Mo smiled and said. Your uncle is for your own good, well go play. After saying that, Old Mo took the remote control and prepared to leave. Chu hurriedly said. Uncle Mo, I'll use other tools to fish later, you won't come back to borrow them, right? Of course not, you kid, what do you take us for? Old Mo smiled again and said. I'll return it to you in a couple days when I'm tired of playing with it. After saying that, he took the manipulator and left straight away. Chu looked at Old Mo's back as he left and hummed. Then took out his cell phone and dialed out. Hey, cousin, can you arrange for the tower crane master to come over, already on standby in the county? That's good, thank you cousin. Chu hung up the phone and looked up at the dozens of meters long crane arm. He felt that his cousin was simply too powerful, preparing so many backstops. And next to the row of diggers, Teacher Zhang was still tirelessly talking about theoretical knowledge. Students, did you all understand? Teacher Zhang pointed to the densely drawn small blackboard and said. The students on the stage were silent. Obviously they didn't understand. Mr. Zhang was a bit tired, he was not simply from drift adjustment, to bait rolling, to nesting, to hanging bait, to how to find the right time to lift the rod. Why can't I understand such simple things? At this time, the audience next to me couldn't stand it any longer and said. This teacher, I also know how to fish, why don't you call a trainee, I'll help him do these basic things, he just need to drive the digger is it? A few onlookers beside him also said. Teacher you said these are too complicated, I will fishing or said by you blind, I also come to help you. I'll help you too. Just one can help you with a few. Mr. Zhang also came alive when he heard this. That's fine, thanks to a few brothers, is there anyone else who knows how to fish? We still need a lot of teaching assistants here. Me, I can. Just catch a fish and let me send it to my friends. I won't send it to my friends, just let me kiss it a few more times. All of a sudden, the most difficult technical problems have been solved by the Blue Sky Technical School. The excavator started, and after more than an hour from the time it came here, it finally started to get on track. With the help of passers-by, the fishing began to go smoothly. Many of those who come here are here to see the action. But there are still some that do fish, just not in the tournament for various reasons. For example, many poor play fishing anglers, their monthly salary is only so many thousands of dollars. Just to prepare so a fishing rod lifting hundreds of pounds of big things cannot afford to pay, not to mention now every day also 2,000 fishing fees. So, they are very happy to participate in the tournament in disguise. Old Ma has been walking the fish for a while. But it looks like this fish should not be on the list. It's probably just over 300 pounds. If it was for the sake of purely on the list, this fish must be directly cut off. But everyone fishes more for that kind of fun, so cutting the line is impossible. Next to Deng Xiaojiang and the others were still pumping the nest. Those who caught fish as soon as they started fishing like Old Ma were still a minority after all. One could only say that he was too lucky. Hey, it's coming! Teng Xiaojiang shouted as he looked at the sinking float. So the hand was lifted and instantly the rod was pulled into a bow. At the same time a huge force came. Deng Xiaojiang had never felt such a great force in all his years of fishing. Although he was prepared, he was still taken aback. Quick, help! Teng Xiaojiang said hurriedly. There was no need for him to say more, a few people beside him had been waiting for a long time. When they heard the shout he started with, they already got up to pull the pole. Only, the 4 fans next to him all eased their hands up and were still being dragged towards the surface. Apparently the 5 of them were totally inadequate. Closer people look at the situation directly through the hands of the things, a few steps up to grab the fishing rod together to pull back. But up a dozen people still did not stabilize. Everyone, use your strength, it's going down. At the forefront of the two looked at the water near the water, some panic. Good in. If you shout for help, the countrymen usually do not only come to a few, that is certainly swarming, let alone this kind of help. So while the first few had gone under, a group behind them had put their hands up. That's what stabilized the figure. Everyone together to pull back, only to drag the first few people out of the water. At this time, there were at least 30 people hanging in the back. The scene here directly attracted the eyes of the surroundings. Wow, there's definitely a big fish on here. This bunch of people, even an airplane can pull it. Can that be the same? Airplanes have wheels. I bet this fish can definitely make the list. And at this time, Deng Xiaojiang, who was squeezed in the center, was a bit confused. In all his years of fishing, he had never encountered such a situation at all. Everyone let go slowly, there are too many people, it doesn't need so many people. However, no one paid any attention to him. In desperation, he let go of his hand holding the rod and squeezed out. At this time, he saw that there was someone else beside him who wanted to join the fray. Deng Xiaojiang hurriedly stopped it. There's no need to get on people, that's enough, too many people are not good for maneuvering. Those few people only stopped when they heard this. But the gazes towards the crowd seemed a bit yearning. Come on, everyone hold steady, conserve your strength, when the fish is not exerting itself, everyone should not exert themselves. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze in, Deng Xiaojiang could only start directing from the side. This fish is definitely a big guy, it will fight for at least a few hours, make sure to conserve your strength. And at this time a young guy next to him shouted, Mr. Deng, conserve what stamina, there are so many of us out there. Right, there are so many people. The onlookers began to coax. Well then, let's use will tactics, wait everyone don't retreat, Deng Xiaojiang said. Chapter 77, the tower crane is also his? Chu Wei is as terrifying as he is. Lu De Mao saw this group of talents pulling that big fish. He couldn't help but miss the fierce man group a little. After all, as long as there are 10 or so fierce men group, they can directly pull nearly 600 pounds of big fish. Although he didn't know how many pounds it was underwater, he believed that a dozen or so fierce man groups would definitely be enough. Their individual fighting strength was definitely 1 to 2. If an ordinary person could theoretically pull objects more than 1.5 times their own weight, then those muscle men, at least, could pull 2 or 3 times more. After all, they usually practice this. When they pulled together, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After all, each person cannot use their own theoretical limit of strength, so many people pull together, can use 80% even very good. The more people can ride on the forces smaller, at most can use 50 to 60%. Therefore, if the fish underwater is 600 pounds, then his instant explosive force is at least 1,500 pounds. It would take an ordinary person at least nearly 20 people to stabilize it. And for those muscular groups of men, only half of them would be enough. This was also the reason why even the 10 or so people who had been on at the beginning hadn't pulled this fish yet. And by this time the muscleman's group had cast their first rod. I just started to say fermentation for a few minutes, you just don't listen, it took so long to get the bait right. It can't be blamed on me, who knew it would absorb water. People can't be self-righteous, more listen to the words of seniors is right. You're still a senior, come let's compare muscles. The first pole has already been thrown out for 10 minutes, and they are still bickering. Next to him, Li Yoguang couldn't stand it anymore and kindly reminded. I see that they have to draw a few rods in front of their fishing, why don't we try it too? Air Force Hua and the two of them looked at Li Weiguang. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Baiguang was speechless, he increasingly felt that his choice was incomparably wrong. The three of them pulled the rod up again and recupped the bait and threw it out. Is there anything else to pay attention to, or you can say it all together? Air Force Hua looked at Li Compensation Light and said. Where do I know, it's just to see you guys are too stupid to think about it. Li Weiguang was also helpless. Hey, we are stupid, do you want to reorganize your language, I don't know who worked for nothing for a few days. Just after Air Force Hua finished his words, Turbulence shouted. You guys stop arguing, the float is sinking, quickly pull. Air Force Hua, who was holding the fishing rod in his hand, took a look, and sure enough the float had started to sink. Without saying a word, he directly lifted the rod upwards. Ha, the glory of the gym starts from this first rod. Li Weiguang also got in the spirit, after all, this first rod was his own signature. The fishing rod had been pulled into a bow. And the group of muscular men watching from behind had come up to help. After all, they had been pulling fish for 2 days and were already considered well trained. Normally in this situation, the first person holding the rod would definitely be unable to pull it and then move towards the reservoir. And for the group of muscular men with rich combat experience, they would definitely not allow this to happen. Just the moment Air Force Hua pulled the pole, the muscle men behind him had already acted. Everyone rushed up and pulled the fishing rod together. And at this moment, the arc of the fishing rod had already bent to its limit. We had a deal, this first one is mine. Liu Digwang pulled the fishing rod toward the two brothers and said, "Is there this much trust between brothers? It must be you. With our speed of catching fish, we'll be able to dry a few today." The words just fell. Just heard a pop sound. The crowd only felt a looseness in their hands. Collectively, they fell backwards, and the people in front directly pressed on the bodies of the people behind them. A group of muscular men fell to the ground, forming a mountain of people. Oh, exempt. Exploding pole. Ah. Just here today? Don't know the rules here? The people next to them were also up in arms when they saw this scene. They were originally internet celebrities, and even if they weren't, so many muscular men would definitely attract a lot of onlookers. This exploding pole even more attracted the attention of everyone around. Li Yoguang climbed up, looked at the fishing rod that had been broken into an unknown number of sections and said, "You guys come to fish without looking at the strategy? It has to be at least rebar here." Air Force Hua also climbed up. "Why didn't you say so earlier? But I told the fishing gear boss that I want to catch big fish, it's obviously pitting me." Li Weiguang was already tired. He had never felt that this fishing thing would be so difficult. "So what's the deal now? We just bought this one fishing rod." Turbine Xinliang also stood up at this moment. "Why don't we just break up where we are?" On the dam, the leaderboard and the fish tank next to it remained the absolute center of attention. Almost everyone who came here would look at it for a while. Without fail, they were blown away by the giant thing. Seeing such a big fish, the most mentioned thing should be, how many people would have to eat such a big fish? This question, perhaps today, will be able to reveal. After all, Xinliang had promised those volunteers to stew a big fish at night. And at this time below the leaderboard, Zhu Wei was holding the phone and looking over to the parking lot. He had thought that it was only a little more than half an hour from the county. Wouldn't this time pass in a while? But when he waited up, he realized that it was like years. Look at the reservoir, from time to time came in the sound of fish. Zhu Wei felt as hard as many ants crawling in the heart. The last time it was so difficult, or study when Mom put his PS5 collection. He realized that he is really addicted to fishing. Or a very big kind. Originally just came to have fun, did not expect to not be able to return. "Xu Xiao, I am really sorry to keep you waiting." At this time a young man ran over from the parking lot side. "Alright, don't talk nonsense, take the walkie-talkie and start working." Zhu Wei handed that youth a walkie-talkie and led him inside. And at this time, another voice came from behind. Xu Xiao, when did you leave yesterday? Why didn't you call us?" Zhu Wei turned around and looked. Wasn't this the same people who paraded with him yesterday, as well as the team of drone manipulators? "Call you guys? Can you climb up?" Zhu Wei laughed. "Where's that Lucen kid? Didn't come with you guys?" A fishing guy said. Lu Xiao said he also wants to come to this tournament and went to prepare things. Zhu Wei realized that Lu Sun's family had more money than his own. And there were not a small amount of connections up there. Did he say to prepare anything yet? This we don't know. Zhu Wei didn't ask any more questions, he would know when the kid came. After pulling 2 more sentences, Zhu Wei left in a hurry. The tower crane master also started the routine of climbing the tower. After all, there wasn't that condition to install an elevator for them here. After another 10 minutes, the crane arm hanging above the reservoir finally began to move. This scene naturally caught the attention of many people. Holy, did this tycoon finally make a move? I wonder who is so rich. That yacht started moving today, it should be whichever big shot is in there. Well, it should be, but isn't it too much of a waste to use a tower crane? Don't you think? They think line is line. And at this moment Zhu Wei was commanding the tower crane master on the walkie-talkie by the reservoir. Move to the shore, I'll load the hooks first, wait for my command. Zhu Wei, as a big name in the reservoir, was recognized by many people. Everyone thought that he would definitely use the drone to fish again today. It was just that the people next to him heard Zhu Wei commanding the tower crane, and in an instant, they were not calm again. What? This tower crane is also Zhu Wei's? It didn't take long for this news to spread in the reservoir. Although this tower crane wasn't as expensive as a drone, it was definitely more shocking than a drone. Zhu Wei, terrifying as hell. Chapter 78, Xinliang's first time as an anchor, he wanted him to go live in the toilet. As the star player of the past 2 days, Zhu Wei's movements had been the target of everyone's attention. Having never seen the drone take off, they thought he wasn't coming today. It turns out that this is holding back a big move. But knowing that he was a rich kid, everyone was just surprised. Fishing is something that doesn't mean you'll definitely win if you have more money, luck also plays a big part. Zhu Wei got the hooks, hung up the bait and greeted the crane to pull it to the middle of the reservoir. Of course, he is still using the multi-hook fishing method. After all, this really is the probability of unhooked to some small. The bait is like water and the rest is just waiting. Zhu Wei today's luck seems to be the first 2 days used up. Before and after several times to change the bait, there is no sign of fish. And the tower crane is actually very bulky, too many hooks, change once need 1 or 2 minutes. Several times down an hour or 2 have passed. And was old Mo borrowed the drone early lift off, now have been on the fish. Just at the side of the command is not old Mo, but Lu Zhanghua. Old Mo originally felt that this is a little bit of bullying suspicion of small children, were willing to use the drone fishing. But Lu Zhanghua does not have this psychological burden, after all, this kind of thing he often do. So he went ashore to let the control master to take off the drone. Sure enough, the effect is still good, it did not take long to start fishing. But he was not as anxious as Chu Wei, he let the drone walk slowly, fishing needs patience, he is still very clear. Now it is already more than 10 o'clock in the morning. There are also some dozens of pounds of small fish were pulled up one after another. More people are struggling with giant things. There are too many to count. Those that are unhooked, those that the person next to them doesn't have time to pull into the water. Luckily it's summer now, if it were winter, there would have been many people in the water by now, and then they wouldn't be able to get out of the water and be frozen into ice sculptures. Here, it's just a matter of catching a fish, it's a matter of catching a fish. 10 o'clock, already very hot. Xin Lang was lying in the cabin, holding an ice cream in his hand and eating it. But it is still hot and sweaty. I don't know how the fishing guys down there endure this heat. Tomorrow, he had to urge them to install the air conditioner, otherwise he really couldn't stand it. Brother Wave, you're being lazy again. At this time a familiar voice rang out. Xin Lang raised his eyes and looked, who was it if not Yang Roland that tweed? What, not live today? Xin Lang asked rhetorically. Being live netizens are watching you? Xin Lang only then saw young Roland's cell phone is held in the hand. Xin Lang immediately sat up and greeted the netizens. Hello everyone, misunderstanding I'm not lazy, just my life routine. Yang Roland rolled her eyes. Everyone is busy, you're the only one lying here eating popsicles. It's not like I have anything to do, why don't you help me find something? Xin Lang finished and continued to lie flat and play with his cell phone. And the netizens in Yang Roland's live broadcast room flirted. Wow, is being a fish pond owner so leisurely? I also want to be. Boss, I'm a tourist, your toilet is full, go clean it up. The boss said he didn't hear me and said he'll take those things and feed them to the fish at night. Upstairs is so disgusting. The boss is so idle, either let the boss be the anchor. Yang Roland was also too hot and had planned to come to get a bottle of water to drink. She didn't expect to see Xin Lang here leisurely lying there with a cell phone in one hand and a popsicle in the other. This made her speechless. But he suddenly saw the comment below, let the boss come to be the anchor. This idea was good. Some netizens said that they want the boss to be the anchor, I don't know if everyone agrees. Immediately the screen began to swipe. I just can't stand to see others being idle, raise my hands and agree. Agreed. Boss go live, I'll brush you with little hearts. Yang Roland looked at the relatively small voice of opposition in the anchor room and looked at Xin Lang and said, Brother Long, everyone wants to see you live, should we fulfill everyone's needs? Xin Lang flipped a face. Can't broadcast a little. Yang Roland was that angry. Brother Long, uncle will be back today, see if I don't sue you. Xin Lang rolled over and got up, took the cell phone. Just one morning in the afternoon you broadcast yourself. Today Xin Lang's old man was arriving home. If he knew that everyone was so busy and he was slacking off here, he would definitely say so. Xin Lang was not afraid of saying it. It was mainly annoying. His old dad's character he knows best, that is really tenacious, recognizes the dead reason. In the past, when I was studying and came back from vacation, I wanted to have a good day of rest and sleep a little. I didn't expect to be told half a day. The family came to relatives, he was there to play with the phone, and was said for a long time. Xin Lang is also said to be afraid. But the good thing was that his old man only moved his mouth and not his hands, which only made Xin Lang stay at the level of being very annoyed with this behavior of his father. Yang Roland revealed a triumphant smile. She lay down where Xin Lang had just been and started eating popsicles as well. Xin Lang looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room. It was stabilized at more than 200,000 up and down. It was not bad, after all, today there were a few super netizens who came here to broadcast live, sharing a lot of traffic. Xin Lang was also not ambiguous, since he had accepted this task, he still had to do well. Hello everyone, I'm the boss here, what do you want to see? I'll take you there. What? Want to see the toilet? You guys have really heavy tastes. Don't think I don't know what's in your minds? I won't fall for it. Xin Lang said and walked out of the wooden house. A hot wind hit his face, making Xin Lang feel like he had entered the inside of a steamer. At this instant, he suddenly regretted a little bit for taking this live cell phone. Why don't I take you guys to see everyone's battle below the reservoir? What? You guys just finished watching? But I'm still not clear about it, so you guys just take me to understand it. In an instant, the live broadcast had a certain understanding of Xin Lang's live broadcast style. The main one didn't listen to advice, and the main one went against you guys. But this also made them feel quite interesting. After all, this kind of anchor was the first time they had seen it. Xin Lang walked towards the bottom of the reservoir. It is strange to say that the more you go down there, but you vaguely feel cooler. When he walked to the edge of the reservoir, it didn't feel so hot. Just everywhere is full of people, still feel a little stuffy, good thing most of them are surrounded by a place to watch the battle. It will not be like the scenic area also have to let people everywhere. Shen Lang walked to a place where there were a lot of onlookers and squeezed in. Inside, a group of people were tug of war with a giant. Looking at the number of people, this fish should not be small. Brothers in the live broadcast, how about we see them tug of war? Shen Lang said to the cell phone screen. Don't look, what's there to see, tug of war everywhere. Boss, find something new to broadcast. Either that or boss continue to give us myths and legends. Shen Lang looked at Two Eyes. In walking, this fish power is not big, should not be on the list, so also left. Chapter 79. Brother, I believe in you. I will first make a few dozen tons in the afternoon. For those who tell themselves to continue to make up myths. There are more stories out there than I can even think of full. To understand the myth of the reservoir, go to the internet to search for it. Shen Lang doesn't even know what those people's brains are thinking. Actually made up a complete story directly based on those few words of their own. It felt like it was enough to make a mythological serial, certainly the kind with a lot of water. Passing by the Muscle Man group. I didn't realize that they were walking the fish as well, but by the looks of it seemed like this fish wasn't very big. After all, there were only 2 people walking it, and the others were resting. Shen Lang was quite interested in them, so he walked over. Brothers in the live broadcast room, I'll take you to see something that makes people drool. Instantly the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room floated on the screen. What drooling stuff? Is it delicious? I feel like the anchor doesn't have a good heart. The one that can make me drool can't be found other than Lu Tianxian. Upstairs, my wife will not allow others to get their hands on her. Come out for a duel. Shen Lang ignored the live pop-ups and directly walked in. Before he even got close, he heard Air Force Hua say to Li Yoguang. This one is yours, wait for a while, it will be caught soon. Li Baiguang's face was a bit bitter. It's hard to get on one, I didn't expect it to be so small. Okay, originally the last one counted for you, you insisted on saying that it doesn't count, otherwise this one is Turbine Liang's. Shen Lang walked over and slapped at the muscles of several people. Brothers, I didn't lie, you see, this muscle let no one drool. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room had a vicious chill. I knew the boss was holding back his bad. This muscle appreciation doesn't come a little, let those beauties appreciate it. I'm the beauty, indicating that I can't appreciate it either. Wow. Brothers, the above is really beautiful, or spherical beauty. No. I went to see it, it's really spherical, fat as a ball. Shen Lang withdrew his hand that wanted to click in and secretly screamed that it was close. Boss, why are you free to come here? Li Weiguang looked at Shen Lang a little puzzled. This boss can't be seen twice a day, and this time he actually came out live. Bring my brothers from the live broadcast to see how your fishing is going. Shen Lang pointed at the 2 people in the tug of war and said. Hey, look, the fish is on, you can take the plunge net. Li Yoguang looked over there. Sure enough, that fish had already been pulled to the shore. But looking at that size, it was at most 50 or 60 pounds, so you could really get it up with a plunge net. Boss, I feel like in this reservoir of yours, using a plunge net is a derogatory term. Li Yoguang sighed and took the plunge net and went up to plunge the fish. Ha, laughed to death, using a plunge net is all a derogatory term. Li Weiguang, this luck is really too good, I heard that the worst batch in this reservoir is this weight. 50 pounds of fish, I am the existence of the king of fish and other fish ponds, here became the worst batch. It's also a miracle that this Muscle Man group hasn't disbanded yet. Another shower of pop-ups floated across Shen Lang's live broadcast. Shen Lang stayed here for a while and also learned. In the morning, they actually faced the dilemma of not having a fishing rod. In the back, it was still Li Yodong who pulled a face and went to other places to borrow one. Otherwise, they really could only disband in the middle of the day. After chatting a few more words, Shen Lang left. Shen Lang live broadcast also does not require to do any program effects, so he just wandered around. It also wandered to Deng Xiaojiang and their place. It is strange to say that it seems that the ones who were on the big fish yesterday are not very lucky today. Except for Lu Dimao, the people who came with them in the morning had already started walking their fish. And it looks like 2 of them aren't small and have the potential to hit the leaderboard. One of them was the one that Deng Xiaojiang was walking, and it was now taking more than 20 people to pull it out of the river. The other one was the one caught by Lu Chang, also with about 20 people in tug of war. Shen Lang is also not sure if it takes so many people to pull it, or if everyone goes up to join in the fun. Looking at it is quite a bluff. However, this level without a half a day is usually not walked up. Basically, if you want to get on the leaderboard in the future, you can only catch that one a day. Whether or not to get on it all depends on fate. This is also the reason why Shen Lang set the time at 15 days. If the time is too short, it all depends on luck. Longer time, luck and strength are to be seen a little bit. In fact, Shen Lang has a plan. If he determines to implement this plan, then whether or not he can get on the list, or what position he can get on the list, it really depends on fate. Shen Lang again walked past the place where Chu Wei was fishing. Originally, Shenlang didn't want to bother with this unlucky kid, but he didn't expect to actually be seen by him even in the crowd. "Brother, my own brother, why did you come?" Being seen, Shenlang did not hide and walked over. "Come on, brothers in the live broadcast room, look at our reservoir star player, Shu Wei, Shu Deshao." Shu Wei pointed the camera at Shu Wei and said, "Don't bury me, I haven't even gotten a single small shrimp on today," Shenlang said as he looked at the location where he was fishing under the tower crane. "Why don't you fish at the place where you nested yesterday? Maybe there are more fish there." Shu Wei was a little bitter. The position of the tower crane was not installed correctly, a difference of more than 10 meters, and it's too late to install it now. Shenlang was puzzled. "Then why don't you continue to nest? This is not like your style, ah? Burying me again. Last time, if I hadn't hit the underground river of the reservoir, maybe the whole reservoir wouldn't have been able to fish." Shu Wei looked like he had made it clear how stupid his behavior was that time. Shenlang pretended to be surprised. "Who said that? Don't you know how many pounds of fish are in here? How much do you have to eat in a day? 100 tons of corn, it won't take long to finish it." Shenlang patted Shu Wei's shoulder. "Even if 100 tons is more, don't you know to use 20 tons, 30 tons? Why don't you know how to be flexible? Have you forgotten what teacher De Mao taught you? To exchange corn for fish, you have to make more nests to exchange more?" Shu Wei willed the words to come back to him. "Right, look, you didn't nest today, is it that you can't catch even a single catty?" Shenlang continued. "You make a nest in the afternoon, come tomorrow morning, absolutely fish face do not believe me." Shu Wei's eyes gradually brightened. "Brother, I believe you, I'll make dozens of tons in the afternoon, and I'll definitely catch fish tomorrow, I'll call my cousin here." Shenlang looked at him with encouraging eyes. "Well, go on, cheer up, the first place on the leaderboard will be yours sooner or later." After saying this, Shenlang numbly flashed. At this moment, the live broadcast room was already laughing. "Emma, no way, boss, you are too able to fool. This rich second generation, is it so easy to fool? Didn't you see him call Shenlang brother? It's the people who hurt the closest who can hurt the most. Fish, is the court going to send disaster relief food again? I have not even finished digesting it?" Shenlang also casually said, did not expect this Shu Wei so good to fool. Hopefully, this child's foolishness will be blessed. Chapter 80 Xiaolang Ah, and to introduce you to a girlfriend, big as good birth. Finally Shenlang walked to the inside of the reservoir, where exactly the digger group existed. There are basically no ordinary fishing guys here, basically all diggers. Many of those diggers that came alone also ran here. Nearly hundreds of diggers here, that's seen. If people don't tell you that this is fishing, then they will definitely think that this is a large construction site. And the number of onlookers here is also the largest. After all, the village kids sometimes get to watch the diggers digging all day. Boys' speed bumps are not for nothing. But this place is also the noisiest, the sound of the machine is so noisy that it is impossible to hear anything else. Shenlang took the live broadcast equipment around and left. There are basically not many fish here. It was no wonder that the fishing guys stayed away from here. With so many machines operating, the sound frequency will definitely scare the fish, and it is strange that the fish will bite. At this rate, it's doubtful if they'll catch any fish, let alone make it to the top of the list. But it seems that they are still quite passionate, whether it is hanging bait on the side, or those digging machine masters. One by one, their voices are shouting loudly, afraid that others cannot hear. Shenlang circled around and felt uninterested, so he walked toward the dam. He found that he is not suitable for the job of anchor. To have content, there is always talking, but also always pay attention to the comments inside. There was also the need to thank people for sending gifts. Of course Shenlang was not thanked, loved to send or not. Leaving the digger area, he turned off the live broadcast, let Yang Roland go on air in the afternoon. This job he really cannot do. Coming to the wooden house, Shenlang pushed open the door. Wanted to return the cell phone to Yang Roland, but found that this niece was asleep. Shenlang did not wake her up and brought the door to the kitchen side. This period of time she was indeed very tired. In the past, many jobs were given to her and she was busy all day long. Now carrying the big business of live broadcasting during the day, and at night to go online to learn the skills of live broadcasting. Shenlang compared himself with Yang Roland. Realized that there was no comparison at all, he only knew how to loiter around all day, just like a waste. Well, but who called himself the boss? If you want the boss to work, then why do you need employees? Xiaolang Ah, when will the genius arrive home today? Shenlang just arrived at the kitchen side. A few ants asked Shenlang. 3 p.m. to the county town, I'll eat something and go pick him up. Shenlang's dad's name is really a little too bright. Shenlang sometimes hear others call his dad's name or a little wanna laugh. But it is also a rare name, better than the current Netflix name. I heard that in the kindergarten teacher called Zi Xian, the same pronunciation can pull out several. Agu, your dad must be very happy to be back this time, look at how successful you are now. Yeah, your dad really got the name genius right, the most genius thing is that he gave birth to you. That's right, Roland the child is also not bad, beautiful and capable. I do not know which family's young man will be cheaper in the future. Right, Xiaolang, found a girlfriend yet? Do you want me to help you introduce a few? The next village that Auntie Wang's family doll will soon be 18 years old. I see that the growth is also quite watery. I think it's okay, Xiaolang, as long as you promise. I'll ask them to send it over tomorrow to take a look. Aunts and uncles can't stop talking, especially love to ask if you have a girlfriend. Shenlang's forehead was on the verge of breaking out in cold sweat. Nima, not even 18 years old yet, and started to introduce me and send me over? I see that it's getting late. I'd better go inside the city and eat something randomly. You guys are so busy, so I won't bother you. Shenlang ran away like the wind. Hey, this child, how can a lifelong matter not be urgent? It's okay, his aunt, wait for genius. They came back, and they discuss this child just listened to his father. Well, indeed, I heard that his third uncle colleagues have a daughter, graduated from the university soon, or brand name universities, 911, to not let his third uncle pull a line. I think it's okay, just don't know if the S is big enough to give birth to a boy. Although the Wang family's child is not very old, the S is quite big. Shenlang drove a second-hand Wuling Hongguang traveling above the mountain road. He thought in his heart, in fact, waiting for a few more months to turn 18 doesn't seem to be unacceptable. What is one thinking? Sin. But now that he had money, it seemed like he could buy a mobility vehicle. No need for a luxury car, just a substitute vehicle. And in the countryside where you don't need to haul a little something, buy a pickup truck is quite good, the budget control in the 200,000 or so on the line. The main thing is that they are in addition to the system cashback money. The real money on the books is actually not much, suddenly more than $1 million luxury car, which is not easy to explain. It is the best choice to make a big fortune in a muffled voice. Arrived in the county, only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Time is still early. Shenlang found a beef noodle restaurant to go in and order a bowl of beef noodles. This is the oldest in the county. All this time, there are still a lot of people eating noodles. I heard that this noodle shop could sell $10,000 or $20,000 a day. In the past, Shenlang was envious. Thousands of dollars a day of pure profit, that is, Shenlang previously did not even dare to think of money. But now it seems that it is just like that, barely a fraction of his own. Not long after, a bowl of noodles was served. Taking a bite, it was still the same flavor as before. Shenlang was indeed a little hungry, and ate all the noodles in a few strokes. Even the soup was only a little bit left. The portion was somewhat insufficient. But Shenlang also did not order another one. This kind of thing that is all about spices is better to eat less. Because there was still more than an hour to go. Shenlang had nowhere to go and decided to find a place to blow off some air conditioning. Originally thought to go to the Auto Expo City to look at the car, but the past are more than 20 minutes, cannot see for a long time, so casually found a supermarket to shop. Shenlang did not expect this supermarket actually has a place specializing in selling fishing gear. Look at the back of that fresh sign, have not been peeled off. It seems to be just getting up. It should be to see their own reservoir is on fire, thinking of selling a little fishing gear. But what is all the stuff sold in here? This kind of garbage fishing rod, even the smallest kind of fish inside the reservoir cannot catch. It seems that do not understand the market, not lose money. Shenlang in fact has long planned to sell fishing rods in the reservoir kiosk these things. However, because the reservoir is special, has not been able to find a suitable fishing rod. There are some bosses to find him, want to cooperate with him, but Shenlang not inside the fish, the general fishing rod he cannot afford. Sold, that is not a pit? The most important thing is that all those fish behind himself must be the ultimate BOS level, and the fishing rods on the market may not be able to carry it. So, it's not black technology, it's better not to sell it. Chapter 81. If I can be so rich, let me again. Stupid twice I am willing. Just when Shenlang was strolling around the nominal supermarket and actually riding the cooler, suddenly heard the system popping up from time to time. Wang 1 caught 12 pounds 21 times equals 252 pounds. Big head carp, a big head carp. Congratulations on obtaining 211,680 huaxia coins. Luyan caught 14 catties 25 times equals 350 catties of grass carp. Congratulations on getting 350,000 Chinese coins. Shenlang knows that this side of the reservoir has finally begun to fish a big explosion. From the morning until now, it has also been 5 or 6 hours. If walked well, should also be on the fish. Of course, the vast majority are still off the hook. Too much force, too little quality hooks can bend you. So now the competition look lively. In fact, most of them are to accompany the running. At this time Shenlang's phone rang. Shenlang picked it up and looked at it. It was the second aunt who called. Shenlang pressed the answer button. Hey, second aunt, what is it? Instead, Yang Roland's voice came from the other side of the phone. Cousin, where's my cell phone? Where did you put my cell phone after the live broadcast? Shenlang froze and slapped his head. Oops, I brought it out and forgot about it. Why don't you use their cell phones to broadcast live first? Their cell phone configuration are not good, the camera is fuzzy, the live broadcast effect is not good, it is better not to live it. Shenlang took out Yang Roland's cell phone from his pocket. Vivo low-end machine, 2 or 3,000 cell phones are not much better. Then you will rest in the afternoon. This cousin did not remember, as a punishment to help you buy a new cell phone specifically for live broadcasting. Really? I want Xiaomi 15 Ultra, remember to buy a new card. Yang Ruolan's leaping voice came from the other side of the phone. Okay, waiting for me here. Okay, Xiaomi right, immediately go to buy for you, watch the reservoir I may be back today or scattered. Shen Lang urged. It is Millet 15 Ultra. Yang Ruolan immediately corrected. Got it. Shen Lang hung up the phone and walked towards the outside of the supermarket. It seems that he has to change a place to blow the air conditioning. Although there were some fish on this side of the reservoir, there was only one that could be ranked. A middle-aged uncle named Hu Yun caught a 398-pound giant. On the side of the Netflix Masters team, Deng Xiaojiang and Lu Chang were still skimming fish. Old Ma had already caught that fish, and sure enough, it was less than 300 pounds. Although it was a bit disappointing, 200 good dozens of pounds was an unattainable giant out there. He is still quite happy. Lu Demao also finally hit the fish, but today I do not know if it is his bad luck. This fish slipped more than an hour off the hook. Lu Demao thought to himself recently did not do anything bad Why so unlucky today? Is it because of the fooled Chu Wei that kid once? It is not so that kid is not what the son of God. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly a clamor came from the dam. A man shouted. The nesting immortal is here again. Lu Demao raised his eyes and saw that a dozen trucks had appeared on the dam again. Each truck tarpaulin had been opened and all of them were filled with golden corn. Lu Demao was puzzled in his mind. This is again which friend of the road has come. Come as you are, you don't know to make a sound? The next second, only to see the cranes boom directly to the dam, and then those people are constantly loading corn into it. Lu Demao froze. Isn't this tower crane being used by Chu Wei? This is Chu Wei again? This child how to start this again, I did not fool him this time And at this time the entire reservoir is concerned about the situation on the dam. Especially those who are new to the area, have long heard of the legend of nesting by the ton. Now it seems to be about to see. It didn't take long, only to see the boom reaching up. A bucket-like object could be seen underneath the boom, which contained what was supposed to be corn. The boom moved toward the center of the reservoir, and when it reached the farthest distance of the boom, suddenly the underside of the grapple loosened and a clattering sound came. Countless amounts of corn poured down towards the water. This tower crane was clearly fishing up a lot more weight in a single trip than the last drone load. The splash that was kicked up was much bigger. This bucket must have weighed at least a ton, and it only took a few seconds to launch it into the water. The tower crane finished carrying this bucket and pulled it back to the dam for the masters to continue loading corn. Is this the legendary nesting fairy? No, this is the ING nesting fairy. Where is this nesting fairy? This is stupid. If I could be so rich, I would be willing to be twice as stupid. Some tourists kept talking below. And Lu Zhanghua, who was directing the drone to slip the fish on the shore, looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. Who taught this? Is there such a nesting? This is not a nest, this is obviously feeding the fish. Lu Zhanghua gas is not a place to come, this unlucky child will not be again listening to who fooled it. No, I have to go up and take a look. Lu Zhanghua asked the drone operator to follow his own teaching of fish skating, and he went up to the dam. When Lu Zhanghua arrived at the dam, he saw Chu Wei excitedly directing the workers to carry the corn. The bags of corn were poured directly into the grapple. At this time, the grapple was almost full. The workers stopped carrying it, and the grapple immediately rose into the air, and then the boom slowly moved back to its starting position. Little Wei what are you doing? Lu Zhanghua came to Chu Wei's side. Uncle, you're here, I'm nesting, I've only shipped 50 tons this time, nothing will happen. When Lu Zhanghua heard this, he only shipped 50 tons? Only 50 tons is the word only to describe it? Who taught you to make a nest like this? Is there such a way to make a nest? Lu Zhanghua really hate the iron is not steel Chu Wei looked at his uncle and shook his head. Uncle, your thinking has to change a bit, now is a new era, those of your thoughts are already outdated, look at my nesting yesterday, catching up such a big fish. Chu Wei formed his hands into an encircling shape, comparing how big the fish was, and pointing to the people below the reservoir. They didn't give up so much, a few of them caught big fish. Lu Zhanghua gasped. Teach you to hit the nest that Lu Demao has not even caught a fish today, why don't you understand it? Chu Wei some helpless, his uncle some thought-curing Chu Wei shook his head and said, Uncle, you do not know Mr. Demao did not nest today? He caught the first place yesterday when he made a nest, and although I made 100 tons, they all went into the underground river. Chu Wei looked at Lu Zhanghua. That's why I got second place, I thought uncle used to be quite good at fishing, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Lu Zhanghua almost wanted to vomit blood. In the past, he only felt that this nephew of his was a bit naive in doing things, and he didn't see that he was so stupid. How did he become like this once he fished? Chapter 82 600 pounds of giant strong top of the list, digging crew self-doubt. The exit of the train station. Shenlang stood there waiting. This train had already arrived at the station, and the crowd poured out from the exit. When Shenlang was a child, there were still late trains, and in the past 2 years it seems that there have been very few late trains. Have to say that the current infrastructure is really bullish. Shenlang used his eyes to scan everyone coming out to make sure he didn't miss the familiar figure. It didn't take him long to see the target. Mom, Lao Han, this point. Shenlang waved at them and walked over. At the exit of the station, a middle-aged couple walked out. Shenlang's old man was a bit thin and most of his hair had turned gray, a stark contrast to the old mother next to him. Shenlang's old lady did not look particularly old, only the body is a little fat. Shenlang walked over to take the large bags of luggage. Shen just gave him a kind look and didn't say anything. Xiaolang, how did you get so much darker? Shenlang's old mom came over and touched Shenlang's face, saying with some heartache. Mom's name was Wang Xiuhua, very much in the style of naming in that era. Mom, it's okay, darker is healthier. Shenlang was exposed to the sun every day during this period of time, and indeed darkened a lot. However, compared to those fishing guys, Shenlang could be considered a little white man. Dad, Mom, are you hungry? Go eat something first. Not hungry, we ate 2 buckets of instant noodles on the train. Wang Xiuhua said. How can that be topped up? It's going to be a long time before we get home, let's go and eat a little on the side before we go. Shenlang ignored his parents' objections and walked directly to a restaurant across the street. While waiting for the meal to be served, Shen finally said his first words. Wave child, you now have a good fortune, we are very happy now come back can be regarded as enjoying happiness. Shen had long understood what happened through the townspeople. And he also thoroughly knew how powerful his son was now. That's right, Xingfu, you guys feel free to enjoy, as long as you don't talk about me one day like before. Shen glared with both eyes. Brat, how to speak it, that before say you which time is not for your good, on your former lazy like, not properly say you can have the achievements now. Look at you, earn a little money on the beginning of the drift, that to later earn a big money still have to, do people, cannot forget the roots ah. Shenlang listened to Shen chatter and sighed in relief. This is the old man he knows well, the beginning has not been talking, he thought he was sick. After dinner, Shenlang drove the second-hand Wuling Hongguang toward the village. And at this time this side of the reservoir is bustling with activity. Because a broadcast had just spread throughout the reservoir, making everyone excited. Congratulations to number 2835 Lu Chang for catching 596 pounds of grass carp, honoring the first place in the giant list. The tool he used was rebar plus carrier blocking rope. Congratulations to number 2835 Lu Chang for catching 596 pounds of grass carp 1, honored to be the first place in the giant thing list. The tool he used was rebar plus carrier blocking rope. The broadcast spread throughout the reservoir. As for the name of this big man, as long as the fishing guys basically all recognize it. Holy, the master is really a master. He directly rushed to the first place on the first day here today. Too powerful, I've been fishing for a few days now, every day is an Air Force, how on earth do they fish? Brother, is it possible that your fishing posture is not handsome enough? For Lu Chang to be on the list, everyone actually expected it. After all, they were all famous big anchors, they just didn't expect to catch such a big fish on their first day here. And they hadn't been shocked for long when another broadcast spread throughout the entire reservoir. Congratulations to number 2836 Deng Xiaojiang for catching a big head carp of 608 pounds, honoring him with the first place in the giant list. The tool he used was rebar with number 40 mainline. Congratulations to number 2836 Deng Xiaojiang for catching one big head carp of 608 pounds and being honored as the number 1 on the giant thing list. The tool he used was rebar plus number 40 mainline. At this instant, the entire reservoir was completely abuzz. There were voices of discussion everywhere. The reservoir completely turned into a honeycomb, and even the sound of the digger swarm was covered up. This is unscientific, could this be Big Brother's buff? I just want to ask if he fished one-handed. Is there a nuclear submarine under the water to help them hang the fish? Bro, jealousy has made you faceless. While on top of the yacht, old Mo and several tycoons sighed as they looked at the 2 big fish at their feet. I thought I could make the list today, I didn't expect them to be so fierce. It's fine, there's still a long time to go, just keep trying tomorrow. This fishing thing, the luck component is too big. Obviously, there were those who marveled, those who questioned, and those who were unconvinced. At this moment, the place where Deng Xiaojiang and his men were was surrounded by people in 30% and 30%. Everyone wanted to see what the 2 giants that had just been caught looked like. In the center of the crowd, 2 huge fish were lying there. Each one was more than 3 meters long. The big head carp even looked like a small car. Deng Xiaojiang was already smiling from the side. He himself didn't expect that the first one he came here to catch could be such a huge fish. It took him half a day to pull it up. During the period he was also scared, several times felt that the fish are going to be off the hook. But in the end, the fish was pulled up. At the moment, the people who helped pull the fish were lining up to take pictures with the 2 fish. This photo was enough to explode their circle of friends. Mr. Deng, come let's all take a picture together. Deng Xiaojiang also walked over and stood in the very center with Lu Chang, then compared it to a yeah. Old Deng today you are still a little bit lucky. Lu Chang looked at Deng Xiaojiang and said with some sighs. Hey, luck is also a part of strength, but recognizing the excellence of others does require courage. Lu Chang is speechless, you are floating a bit today. But half of the goal we came here for is already accomplished, let's pick up where we left off tomorrow. The top 3 on the dam's leaderboard had been changed to Teng Xiaojiang, Lu Chang, and Lu Demao. With 608, 596, and 566 pounds, respectively, they led the others by an absolute margin. Some anglers had lost their desire to fight when they saw this number. Especially those who have been in the Air Force for 3 days in a row. They haven't even caught a single pound, these big guys have already caught 600 pounds, how can they still play? And the bull batch that Deng Xiaojiang and the others came here to blow, also realized in advance, the top 3 have not had any mechanical shadow. Mr. Zhong on this side of the Lanxiang Technical School is in a deep daze. Today they just pulled up a few small fish of 100 or 10 pounds in the morning. Not a single one in the back. When he heard about the 600-pound giant, he had lost his expression management with envy. He began to reflect deeply on what had gone wrong. He couldn't report upwards on this first day's results. Just make up a few random reasons first. The weather was too hot, the water and soil were not suitable, the bank of the reservoir was too soft, the sun was too harsh, everyone just fished and needed time to get used to it. If we can't, let's just say that our opponents are too strong and completely limit our play. But these reasons seem a bit familiar. Whatever, let's get through this first. At this moment, one of the angler guys who was helping them roll the bait came over and said, Mr. Zhong, today's luck is not good, not a single fish was caught all day. Mr. Zhong forced himself to calm down. It's okay, it's too hot today, the fish don't eat, keep trying tomorrow. The fishing guy rubbed his ears that had been noisy all day and said, Is there a possibility that it's too noisy here and it's scaring the fish away? Mr. Zhong fell into deep thought as if he had been enlightened. Chapter 83 Cousin's Husband, it's right to help you, no need to thank you. It was already more than 5 o'clock when Shen Lang returned to the reservoir. He had long since learned of the change in the leaderboard through the system's prompts, so naturally he wasn't too surprised to see the 2 big fish inside the tank. But his parents were different. They knew that a fishing competition was being held here. They also knew that the fish being caught were big fish, the very big kind. But seeing those giants displayed inside the fish tank, their jaws also dropped in shock. Good boy, child's mother, are there such big fish inside our reservoir? Shinjinya sighed as he looked at the big fish in the fish tank. His father, how did this reservoir become so big too? Wang Xiuhua also marveled when she saw the water area of the reservoir. Shen Lang also did not speak out to explain, he did not know how to explain. Could it be to tell them about the legends of the Shen family ancestors? Saying how the Shen family ancestor was so valiant that he trapped a dragon under this reservoir? Shingenius would not spray him to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. No, according to Shingenius's style, at least half an hour of salt vapor must be sprayed. Uncle, aunt, you are back. At this moment, a silver bell-like voice came. Not far away, Yang Rulin was running this way. Egu, Rulin pretty again. Wang Xiuhua walked over and pulled Rulin's hand to climb up. Yang Rulin and Wang Xiuhua exchanged a few pleasantries before coming to Shen Lang's side. Brother Long, you're back too, I missed you after being gone for so long. Shen Lang looked at Nizi's affectionate energy a chill, this is only a few hours? So hastily took the cell phone out and said. Okay, you are a little rich woman yourself, still thinking of taking advantage of me, take it. Thank you brother Wave, love you so much. Yang Rulin received the cell phone with a happy face, unwrapped the cell phone package and started to play with it. At this time, a call came from the direction of the cafeteria. Big brother, sister-in-law, you're back, come on, tell you something. The second aunt shouted with a loud voice. Shen Lang's parents saw that the townspeople were there also walked over with joy. In no time, they were chatting furiously. Shen Lang also saw that they glanced at themselves from time to time and did not know what they were talking about, but it was definitely related to themselves. Today's tournament time was almost up, and many fishing guys had already closed their rods. Some drove away in disappointment, while others crowded around the anglers who were still walking their fish. Shuwei's nest was finished long ago, and now I don't know where it is. The tower crane has not started either, so it should not be fishing anymore. Below the reservoir, a group of people were watching the anglers' tug of war. And that drone is still hovering in the air, and underneath the line the drone is pulling, it's obvious that something huge is swimming. Today's battle for the leaderboard might be far from over. So far, Shen Lang's system earnings for today had been more than $20 million. This was still without using the doubling card. Looking at the situation below, there should still be a few more big loads. The gain is definitely much higher than yesterday. Shen Lang did not want to go inside the pile of uncles and aunts to listen to the gossip, but decided to go below the reservoir to sneak around. Yang Rulin also followed up upside down, taking pictures everywhere with the cell phone she just bought. From time to time, she also showed off the clarity of the photos and her photography skills to Shenlang. Shenlang was too lazy to pay attention to her and just casually perfunctory a few sentences. Shenlang wandered below for a while, and found that there may really be a few will come out of the big goods. And to Shenlang's surprise, one of them was an old acquaintance. It is also the oldest person in the reservoir. The first hard resistance to 100 pounds of giant wangpang. He is considered the first bull to appear in this reservoir. It's just that more and more people came behind him, and he drowned in the sea of people. And he was now working hard with a group of people to tug of war with the giant thing. From the words of the people next to him, it could be learned that the ownership of this giant thing was indeed his. From the number of people in the tug of war, it seems that it is not much worse than the one of Deng Xiaojiang and theirs. This kid Shenlang also remembers that he also asked for bait. It was just that when the system was upgraded later and started running competitions again, he didn't give it to him. I don't know how the most patriarchal Three Musketeers battle these days. I didn't hear any news about them being on the list, so they shouldn't have gotten a good result in the battle. It was also possible that they were directly confined by the mother tiger at home and not allowed to come. After all, after the first day he did not see them again. Shenlang's heart also firmly established his own standards for picking the other half. The fierce and vicious can never be married. After strolling for a while, Shenlang saw acquaintances again. Lu Zhonghua and Chu Wei. At this moment, the two were talking about something. Uncle, drone fishing is not fishing like you, you've been walking for half a day, I'm the one who pulled up long ago. Chu Wei is looking at Lu Zhonghua. That drone has been hovering in the air. Straight shake his head. Your uncle, I have been fishing for decades, but you do not know how to fish. This fish is not small, do not get away. Lu Zhonghua naturally has his own opinion. Uncle I feel that you still use the traditional fishing rod to go fishing. The new fishing method is not suitable for you. With mechanical assistance would have needed to use the absolute advantage of strength to win in one blow, like you might as well be tug of war with them. Chu Wei pointed at the drone and said, in my experience, the biggest advantage of the drone is flexibility. Slowly pulling it to the shore and pulling it up directly while it's not ready is the best method. Lu Zhonghua shook his head as he disagreed. In the moment that you send force, the risk of decoupling will reach more than 90%. You want to use your crooked theory to disturb my thoughts, to use it yourself tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Zhonghua no longer cared about Chu Wei. Chu Wei felt bored and ready to leave, turned around and saw Shenlang. Brother, you're here, I've listened to you and made the nest good, just watch me pull up big fish tomorrow. At this time, Lu Zhonghua turned his head to look at Shenlang, with scrutiny in his eyes. So it was you who fooled Chu Wei. Lu Zhonghua finally know Chu Wei this nesting culprit. Shenlang saw some weakness in Lu Zhonghua's eyes and said to Chu Wei in a calm manner. Well, then you do your best, I'm very optimistic about you. Shenlang looked at Lu Zhonghua again and said. Uncle Lu, today cooked a big fish of more than 300 pounds, want to go eat some together? Lu Zhonghua turned back and continued to direct walking the fish. The bigger the fish, the more firewood, not interested. Brother, I'm interested let's go eat. Although Chu Wei had eaten a lot of mountain delicacies, but more than 300 pounds of freshwater fish had not eaten pulling Shenlang wanted to leave. Shenlang now also do not want to stay with Lu Zhonghua, after all, pit other's nephew was found, or hide a little better. So when Chu Wei walked toward the dam. Coming to the kitchen, those volunteers had already gathered here. Everyone was looking expectantly at the oversized pots in front of them. After all, 300 pounds of fish can't be stewed in one pot. The fact that there was no dinner here for those fishing guys and tourists was also an agreement with the county, in order to promote consumption in the county. Shenlang is not bad for that meal, after all, the county did give a lot of convenience, and agreed. Xiaolang is here, this fish head is reserved for you later, remember to finish it later. Shenlang looked at that fish head, what a joke, that eyeball is the size of an egg. Uncle De, what are you kidding, that fish mouth can even stuff my head in. Shenlang also laughed. Hey, take the lead to get rich, figure a colorful, can't eat it all, at least eat a little. At this time Shen Genius came out to speak. Shenlang also nodded in agreement. That's good, I'll thank you all for the favor first. At this time, the second ant said happily. Xiaolang I discussed with your parents and helped you make a match, that side has agreed, do you want to meet tomorrow we'll bring you. Shenlang knew that at first they were definitely talking about themselves. But he still couldn't accept this similar matchmaking. He remembered that Shen Bishing used to be this kind of blind date, the Oldmore relatives gathered together to discuss, everyone put the two of them as monkeys. That wasn't embarrassing to the point of finding a crack in the ground. No. I don't need it, auntie. What do not need, you are not young, should find a first talk about it, and not want you to get married immediately. Second aunt said bitterly. Shenlang was speechless, suddenly he had a bright idea and said. In fact, I already have a girlfriend, there is a chance that I will bring back to show you guys. Shenlang regretted when he finished speaking, where would he go to find one to bring back? But dragging a day is a day, right? Which knows that Chu Wei next to him suddenly came. Cousin husband, haven't you and my cousin said anything to the family yet? Shenlang looked back and saw that Chu Wei was scowling at him as if to say. It's right to help you, there's no need to thank me. Chapter 84. His social circle is carp, grass carp, big head carp. Shen Lang was speechless. What are you coming out to mess up? Didn't you recognize me as your own brother? It seems that we are not very stable in this relationship, or we should go together to get a brother certificate. Have a girlfriend? Then you don't say earlier. What kind of work? Pretty how old? Have time to bring back to take a look chant. Chu Wei seems to also come to energy, walked up and said. My cousin is pretty, and still. Well. Shen Lang covered his mouth. Why don't you use shark fins to sew up your mouth? Bring it back sometime, definitely bring it back. Shen Lang covered Chu Wei's mouth and pulled towards the back. The second aunt looked at this perverse scene of theirs and said to Wang Xiuhua next to her. It feels like this girlfriend that Xiaolang said is a little unreliable and with that side have said yes, it's not too good to reject it right away. Shen Genius interjected from the side. It's okay, his second aunt, you tell her to come over and get to know her first, don't they have a saying in the fishing circle? Called, cast a wide net, gather more fish, choose the best and follow it. The folks next to him were surprised and looked at him. Yo, Genius, turning into a cultural person? Shen Genius raised his head and pretended to be awesome. That's. Learned it from inside Jitterbug. Shen Lang pulled Chu Wei to one side and properly discussed some brotherly love with him. Chu Wei also nodded his head repeatedly and promised that there would be no next time. Time passed, in a flash the sun was about to go down. The tourists and some fishing guys left the reservoir one after another. Below the reservoir only a few big fish are still walking, there are also some watching. Lu Zhanghua also pulled up that fish, but did not reach 400 pounds, almost on the list. Those few tycoons also left, and they did land 2 big fish. A 438, a 456, also rushed to the list, the threshold of the list once again pulled up a little higher. Now you don't even have to think about getting on the list without 400 pounds to hit the head. The days are longer in the summer, and it may be 7 or 8 before it gets dark. The tops of the 10 or so tables on the dam are filled with food. On the side are the leftovers from lunch, but also refried 2 vegetarian dishes. In the middle of the table is the star of the day, the 300+ pound fish. The village boys went inside the freezer and carried out boxes of beer, distributing them on every table. The older generation said that beer is not interesting, and then replaced with Bao Gui Yao. Shen Lang can only accompany them a cup, although he is the nominal boss, but also the younger generation, naturally have to accompany. Shen Lang ate a bite of fish, not as imagined so firewood, but eaten those small fish similar. It seems that the system did not use the growth of the way to become bigger, but directly let the original cells copy and divide. What Shen Lang didn't expect was that those students were only powerful when they drank. There are a few students who drink in a state that makes Shen Lang look a little scared, that a cup of 2 taels of white wine is really a mouthful of Drinking beer is also a mouthful of blowing a bottle. Shen Lang usually do not drink much, once also drank the most once only 6 or 7 2 or so. It's almost to Shen Lang's limit. Beer, not to mention, that thing rises stomach, drink 2 bottles down to hold out. I don't know what that person's stomach is made of. Shen Lang gently tea a mouthful of white wine in his hand, greeted everyone to eat food. However, everyone did not seem to want to let Shen Lang go. No matter if it was young people, the older generation, they all came to find him to drink. Even if Shen Lang came to each person a small tea, that circled down to a small half a caddy. Even those aunts and Borkas who usually don't drink much, also came up to join in the fun. Shen Lang also cannot be too thick, are all here. But all only a small microphone mouthful. Xiaolang on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank you for making such a good living for everyone. Come on everyone and Xiaolang drink a toast together. Finally the village chief came with a big summary, everyone in the village raised their glasses together. Everyone do a good job, only if there is a day that I, Shen Lang, will definitely let everyone live a good life. Shen Lang's head was already a little dizzy, half a kilogram of white wine was already almost at its limit. But he still knew what to say, the big cake must be drawn first. Good, whoever gives up Shen Bisheng, will be the first to make him feel bad. Brother Bisheng is right, no one is good enough. That's right, everyone do a good job. Perhaps there was some alcohol in the mix, everyone was enthusiastic and the atmosphere had reached a climax. Come on, everyone dry up, those who still want to drink continue to drink, but measure your strength, don't get drunk, tomorrow you still have to get up and work. Shen Lang finished and smothered the rest of the wine in one gulp. The spicy flavor of the wine made Shen Lang show his teeth for a while. The others also drank it all in one gulp, which could be heard everywhere. Hiss ha! The sound of. When Xingya said to the male teacher next to him, if it wasn't clear to me that this place was indeed doing serious business, I would have thought that some kind of a modest business was being done here. The male teacher laughed. A lot of mountainous areas are like this, especially those areas of ethnic minorities, and during the time of reform and opening up, a lot of villages were bandit dens. When Xingya seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, this place wasn't a bandit's den before, I heard that their ancestors were particularly powerful Taoist priests, and they even subdued evil dragons. You believe this too? Of course I don't believe it. The sky gradually began to darken, and there was still one table that hadn't been removed. Everyone was still drinking and bragging. The volunteers had already left by bus. The whole reservoir was a bit quiet, only the occasional slurring of loud noises coming from the dam. Of course, there was also the clamor of the fishing guys below the reservoir. During the time Shenlang and their meal, 2 fish came off the hook. There were also 2 fish on, but it was only more than 300 pounds, not on the list, also naturally did not attract attention. At this time, there are 2 places below that are still surrounded by people. One of the places is where Wang Peng is. Wang Peng has loved fishing since he was a child. When I was a kid, I didn't have the conditions to take a bamboo pole as a fishing rod to go fishing inside the small ditch. When I was studying, as soon as I was on vacation, I went to the river to fish. A fishing is a whole day. As long as his parents see him missing, to the river can certainly find him. Usually those memorization, homework are done in the process of fishing. His parents caught him back more than once and forbade him to go fishing again. But the more his parents controlled him, the more his heart yearned for fishing. By the time he went to college, he had completely let himself go. He had almost no social circle. His social circle was carp, grass carp, bighead carp. And in his sophomore year, his parents divorced and both sides quickly started new families. Wang Peng was left completely unattended. At the same time, he completely let himself go. He gave up his studies and went fishing everywhere. Sometimes set up a tent in a place to fish for a few months. Fishing friends who know him called him Fish Fairy, that if the world can become immortal. With his love of fishing, he can become immortal in situ. He swiped the video of Shenlang Reservoir when it first began to ferment on the internet. He also rushed over without stopping. Because he fishes all year round, he no longer has any savings on him. So the fish he caught he chose to sell and bought better rods instead. Originally, last time when he was on the giant list, he felt that he had finally found the fishing place of his dreams. Another place to fish and earn some living expenses. Unexpectedly, the owner turned his hand to this tournament and let his ranking fall out of the list on the first day. The new rod he bought last time blew up on the first day, and it took him a long time to borrow money from everywhere to buy the standard rebar plus carrier stopper here. After switching to the new gear, he hit a giant straight away today. Haven't pulled it out of the water yet though, and not sure if it will make the list. Chapter 85, Descending Fish 18, Fishing of a Fishing to Open the Door of Heaven. He was still quite eager for the prize money on that list. After all, as long as he won a top 3, then he wouldn't have to worry about money for a few years. If you can get on the first place, then save a little bit and don't have to worry for half your life. Just as he was fuming, the side boiled over. Wow, this fish is so beautiful, golden in color. This is the legendary koi carp, isn't it? It's so lucky. Quick, go down and pull it up, charge. Everyone together, don't let him get away. Wang Peng looked toward the reservoir. He only saw a golden-colored fish turning over on the surface of the water. He recognized the species of the fish at a glance. Carp, but it should be genetically mutated. The color became golden yellow, and this kind of fish was generally called koi. The size was also frighteningly large, with a visual estimate of at least 500 pounds. At this moment, the carp was already close to the shore. I didn't expect these fishing guys to be so excited to see this fish, and directly pounced into the water. But even if the fish has almost exhausted its strength, a random swing that is not ordinary people can withstand. Those who drag the giant up are waiting for these fish completely paralyzed on the shore before pushing up together. At that time, as long as the fish subconsciously swing 2 times, lift the fish tail side of the people have to fall back. And this fish wasn't on the bank yet, it was still just in the shallows. The 2 anglers in front of them had already gone into the water and came to the fish in a few steps. They were thinking of pushing the fish to shore when they saw the golden tail slap. A splash of water came towards them, while the waves from the fish's struggle also came, directly toppling the 2 of them into the water. This is only the waves. If this tail directly hit the body, then it shall not be bruised in purple. Quickly, don't go down, pull the line off. Because a few fishermen were too excited to let go of their rods to catch the fish. This struggle of the fish directly pulled the person who was still pulling the line forward a few steps. The fishing guys who hadn't gone into the water yet reacted and hurriedly came back to pull the fishing rod, which barely stabilized their bodies. Brothers, take it easy. Don't be in a hurry. It's been a few hours, it's not bad for a few minutes. Wang Peng shouted with some anxiety. After all, if this fish is now unhooked and runs away, then he must regret it for the rest of his life. Running out, a few fishing guys are also aware that they are a little excited. But the golden-colored carp, or such a big one, they could see it for the first time. After all, this kind of mutated carp is used by many people as ornamental fish. A dozen or so pounds of that better quality could be sold for tens of thousands of dollars, so this one couldn't be priceless? Thinking about it, some people can't help but look at Wang Peng. This kid is going to be rich, ah. And next to the onlookers of the fishing man kept discussing this fish. Their discussion in this somewhat quiet reservoir as if a large series of firecrackers, the sound spread out a long way. In the dam has been a little dizzy. Shenlang heard the sound below is also a little puzzled. The system did not prompt himself on the fish, ah. So Shenlang came to the side of the dam and looked down. The color of the sky has already hit the stubble, sea is not very real. Just see in that group of people in front of the water there is a golden colored object swimming. Shenlang came interested, greeted the people who were still drinking to go down to see. After all, Shenlang feels that now he is this dizziness level, a person may fall directly down or possible. So a group of people, you help me, I help you, toward the bottom. Not long after Shenlang they all arrived at the side of the group of people. At this time there were already many people who took out their flashlights and illuminated the entire water surface. Shenlang took a look. A golden-colored giant was swimming in the water, and the scales were shining under the flashlight. Holy! This fish is bullish, the whole body is golden yellow. If this were to be placed in ancient times, it would be considered auspicious. I'm afraid this isn't a dragonized one, Xiaolang, tell them not to fish. Xiaolang has said that our Shen family is the descendant of exorcist Taoist priests, and we are still afraid that this fish is a dragon? The villagers were also marveling at the sight of this fish. At this time, the fish had already been dragged to the shore, and those onlookers who were fishing couldn't stand it any longer and swarmed up to it. This time the fish no longer have a great struggle, in everyone's efforts to lift the bank. At the same time Shenlang's mind sounded a system prompt. Wang Peng caught 10 pounds and 50 times equals 500 pounds of koya fish. Reward calculation in progress. Due to the amount exceeding the upper limit of this stage, no reward will be given. As compensation, receive the following rewards. 1. Get a 0.01% off upgrade discount card. 2. Obtain a 10 times the amount doubling card. 3. Obtain a random permanent special card. Shenlang froze, this fish system actually really judged as a koi. If the cashback is calculated according to the system, the cashback shall not break through the sky. However, Shenlang did not expect the system to be so ungrateful, actually cancelled the reward. And send these things although it is okay, but in that sky-high cashback should be almost meaningless. But Shenlang can't do anything about it, who asked him to be the system father. Shenlang looked at the 3 rewards. The second is directly excluded, the third is too random, do not know what will appear, it seems that only the first is the most cost-effective. When Shenlang was about to choose, the system's beep came out again. Due to the second triggering of the limit multiplier for this stage, the reward is upgraded, you can choose one of the above rewards and the following rewards. 1. Randomly unlock some of the functions of the next stage, and at the same time obtain a random skill. 2. Obtain permanent strength +1, agility +1, endurance +1. 3. Obtain 1 copy of the top quality skill, you can choose one of the 3. Shenlang froze again. These 3 rewards, he felt a bit metaphysical. The secret book mentioned here should be something similar to the A18 styles that he got last time. The second reward Shenlang gave up after thinking about it for a while. With his current physique, even if he did add these 3 points, it would not be very useful. He started to get tangled up in 1 and 3. As for the first option above, it was naturally discarded. Money was something outside the body, and it was not worth mentioning in front of such a metaphysical option below. Shenlang pondered over it and finally decided to choose the first option. After all, he was really too interested in the next stage's features. And wasn't it also possible to obtain a random skill? What if he was lucky enough to open a high-level one? Shenlang no longer hesitated and chose one among the options. System, I choose one of the upgrade rewards. Host confirms choice, reward extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Rewards being issued. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the function, Cosmos. Cosmos, the skills acquired by the host can be put into the prize pool. People who come to the reservoir to fish can have the probability of comprehending the skills as long as they fish up the corresponding number of pounds. The number of pounds corresponding to different grades is different, and the minimum number of pounds to be comprehended is 1,000 pounds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level skill fragment. 1 fish opens the gate of heaven. Descending fish 18 fishing of 1 fishing opens heaven's gate. Top-level fishing method debris, although it is debris but each fishing of descending dragon 18 fishing can be counted as a separate skill, with a power that surpasses the general power of advanced skills. As Wang Peng triggered this upgrade, he gained skill comprehension once. Wang Peng has realized the primary skill, Away's 18 styles. Away's 18 styles, a fishing method created by a generation of fishing master Away when he was young, which is divided into 18 styles, and an ordinary person can be used infinitely by comprehending one style. And Wang Peng, who was giggling next to the golden-colored koi car, suddenly froze. Looking at Shenlang with an unbelievable look, at the same time uttered a sentence that made Shenlang's chrysanthemums tighten. The first of Away's 18 styles, the old man's wheelbarrow. Chapter 86. A pole opens the heavenly gate. Give it to me. Rise. The crowd looked at the duo with strange eyes. Shenlang cursed in his heart, sick you look at me to say why. If this makes others misunderstand something, how can I get a wife in the future? What 18 style, 17 style, you're not something to read too much to see a bad brain. Shenlang hurriedly split the relationship, this Nima if it is rumored, that's not good. Wang Peng looked at Shenlang's expression and seemed to understand something. What appeared in his mind made him feel fantastic. Is there really such a fantastic thing in the world? Wang Peng suddenly looked at the golden-colored koi carp next to him and seemed to be making a difficult decision in his heart. After a few seconds, Wang Peng suddenly picked up the fishing rod next to him and walked towards the golden koi. When Wang Peng was about to approach, he suddenly threw his rod. The fish hook fell directly into the golden koi's mouth and hooked inside. Only to see Wang Peng run forward 2 steps, then made a strange movement. In his mouth, he shouted, "Old man wheelbarrow." Only to see the fishing rod quickly tense up and bend into a bow. It seemed like a force was transmitted down the rod into the fish's mouth. The head of this giant fish was lifted up, and then there was no more. The crowd looked at this scene with some confusion. Even more puzzled, they looked at Wang Peng. This person can't be stupid. I also think, after all, such a fish, this lifetime will not have to worry. Do you think the boss let it leave with it? Not necessarily. At the beginning of their conversation, maybe they were communicating in some kind of coded language. After a few seconds, Wang Peng somewhat awkwardly put down his fishing rod, and the golden koi's head hung down. Everyone seemed to have failed to notice that the head of that 500-kilogram giant was pulled tens of centimeters off the ground by a tiny fishing line on land. This defiance of common sense and physics was ignored amidst everyone's jeers. "That boss, can you help put this fish back into the water?" The moment Wang Peng said this, the people around him completely boiled over. They had thought of the countless possibilities that would follow, but only this possibility had not occurred to them. To put this fish back? What kind of international joke was this? Am I hallucinating? What is he saying? Putting this fish back in the water? He doesn't want it? I'm really stupid. This is a great opportunity, a lifetime of wealth. Bro, why don't you sell it to me? I'll give you $1 million. You want to fart it, you add a 0 at the back almost. Shen Lang looked at Wang Peng also a little surprised. Are you sure you want to put this fish back? To know that his value may be higher than you dare to imagine. Wang Peng said. I know, but if I have that much money, then my heart for fishing won't be pure. Moreover, it is a veritable koi carp. He should bring good luck to more people. Shen Lang smiled. He understood Wang Peng's meaning. Villagers, help, send this fish back to the reservoir. These villagers next to Shen Lang had listened to Shen Lang's words, and heard that this one koi actually want to put back into the reservoir, where there is still hesitation. All went forward to help go. At this moment, the fishing man who was watching the show next to him was a little unsettled. Wait, this fish as we pull up, we should also have a share. At this moment, a fishing man stood out and stopped in front. The fishing fellows who had started to participate in pulling the fish saw that someone had stepped forward, and they all stepped forward as well. Right, we all participated, we should all have a share. Yeah, we can't let it go. Who are you to make decisions for everyone? Shen Lang was happy and looked at these people. It was true that if there were enough benefits, many people would not care about their faces and take risks. Are you guys sure you want to come and get a piece of the pie? Shen Lang said as he scanned these people. It's fine to share a piece of the pie, but this reservoir of mine will blacklist you guys and you will never be able to fish here. You guys have to think about it. The man who stood out at the beginning said disdainfully. If you don't fish here, you don't fish here. You think your place is really the land of the divine dragon? Shen Lang looked at him and asked. Very well, what's your name? My name is Lu Jipeng. What, want to retaliate against me? I'm not afraid of you. Shen Lang looked at Shin Bishing next to the giant fish and said. Brother Bishing, remember this name and looks. He is not allowed to fish here in the future. Shin Bishing promised and then looked at Lu Jipeng. He looked at him for a long time, as if he wanted to engrave this person deep in his mind. Lu Jipeng was a little hairy from the look, and his hands and feet became a little unnatural. He somewhat regretted his impulsiveness. At this time Shin Bishing finally spoke. Sorry, my head is a bit dizzy. I'm afraid I won't be able to remember it if I don't look at it for a while longer. The crowd almost vomited blood. Shen Lang then looked to the side at those who stood out and said. Are you guys sure too? My blacklist doesn't have an upper limit. The crowd, after thinking about it, it seemed that going down hard wouldn't be able to curry favor. Moreover, they were actually not in a position of reason, but they would get nothing if they went on like this. I don't want it, you guys go ahead and fight. A fishing guy retreated back. Another one led the way, and everyone seemed to have found a step and retreated as well. I don't want it either. Don't want it. Shen Lang said with an amiable smile. That's right, you guys are really stupid too. If you put this fish back today, doesn't it mean that you will have a chance to catch it in the future? Shen Lang shook his head again. Such a simple account cannot understand. I do not know which teacher taught elementary school math. The crowd did not get annoyed when they heard Shen Lang's trolling, but were overjoyed. Right, why didn't they think of it? He put the fish down, doesn't it mean he has a chance to catch it? And Lu Jipeng looked at Shen Lang dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. He didn't think of this step. Boss, is it too late for me to regret? Lu Jipeng said in tears. It's too late, otherwise how can I be this boss in the future? Shen Lang finished inside as he looked at the koi carp that was golden all over. Told you guys to put the fish back, all with so long, and then do not get back this fish or dying. Shen Lang somewhat staggered to Wang Peng's side and said, "Your fishing rod, lend me a moment." Wang Peng seemed to think of something, some expectantly handed the fishing rod to Shen Lang. At this time the hook was still hanging in the mouth of the fish. Shen Lang took the fishing rod and walked to the water's edge. His body swayed a little, obviously the alcohol was going to his head. The next second saw Shen Lang's body temperament changed, and his body was as upright as a pine tree. Then he violently raised the fishing rod. This ordinary fishing rod seems to be ambushed by the general emitting a red shimmering light. Shen Lang flicked the fishing rod forward and shouted under his breath, "One rod opens the gate of heaven. Give me. Rise." Only to see that the fishing rod drove the fishing line, then directly brought that golden yellow koi flying. This scene was unbelievable to everyone present. Also unbelievable was why the fish hook hung in that fish's mouth but didn't tear the fish's mouth apart. The golden koi flew directly over Shen Lang's head and flew toward the distance. The action was done in a single motion, so handsome that it could not be picked apart. Compared to Wang Peng's strange movements at the beginning, it was simply two extremes. However, no one knows that before Shen Lang did not power up, there was a voice that sounded in Shen Lang's mind, a voice that only Shen Lang could hear. Whether to use the top skill, a trial opportunity to fish open the gate of heaven, this opportunity is only once, please use with caution. Shen Lang recited silently in his mind. Yes. Chapter 87 Wang Peng, right, I am very optimistic about you. But it seemed that Shen Lang had killed the pig with a bull's knife, only to see the fish flying into the air with an extremely high parabola. Has been flying toward the middle of the reservoir. However, to the middle of the reservoir actually did not stop, has been flying to the other side of the reservoir before falling directly into the water. When the fish fell into the water, it directly exploded into a few meters high splash. However, because the sky was already dark, everyone couldn't see very well, and only knew that the fish flew far away. What did I see? This fish actually flew. How is this possible? This is obviously unscientific. Could it be that what the boss said before was true, that their Shen family is really the offspring of that legend? This fish, it won't fall to its death. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. This scene clearly exceeded the upper limit of their understanding. Wang Peng was even so excited that he clenched his hands. He started a small experiment and did not succeed in pulling the fish back. When Shen Lang wanted to borrow his fishing rod, he guessed something. He didn't expect the boss to be so powerful, and he became infinitely excited about what was in his head. And not far away, there was a group of people walking their fish. The onlookers beside them had long been attracted to the side and ran over. Now that they were attracted by the mold of gold and the loud sound of falling water, coupled with the exclamation from this side, it even more infinitely aroused their curiosity. "Brothers, you guys hold on, I'll go see what's going on." A fishing man couldn't stand it and ran over after saying this sentence. "I'll go take a look too." Another fishing guy also ran this way. "Me too." After a few consecutive walks, those guys could no longer pull in the fish. A few seconds later, with a few flops, the remaining few people were directly pulled into the water. Not long after, a young man stood up from the water, wiped a handful of water stains on his face and said indignantly, "I will not share the same fate with you." At this time a gust of wind blew by. Shen Lang's drowsy head cleared a few points. Holy, impulsive. Shen Lang was remorseful. Drinking can really be a mistake. It is better to drink less of this wine in the future. Learning a skill doesn't mean you can skillfully utilize it. Especially something as top-notch as this. Naturally, the system sent an opportunity to experience this skill to let Shen Lang experience the magic of this skill. Shen Lang had been drinking, and when you drink, you are prone to impulsiveness, and on impulse he just wasted this opportunity for nothing. Well, in fact, it is not a waste, at least it proves that this skill is really bull. Shen Lang looked at the surprised expressions of the people around him, was also a little fluttering. Hiding the chagrin in his heart, he raised his head and walked back, walking to Wang Peng's side. "Wang Peng, right, I am very optimistic about you, do well. The future fishing world must have a place for you." After saying this, Shen Lang walked towards the dam. Wang Peng felt his blood boiling when he heard Shen Lang's words. It was as if he saw the scene where he alone caught a huge fish of thousands of pounds. From now on, in this world, one person and one rod are all possible. He could not help but look at Shen Lang's back, which was the goal he was chasing. Just at this moment, only to see that back stumbled and fell directly to the ground. "Ouch, come and pull me, my leg knocked." Shen Lang shouted in pain. The night was also deep, and the reservoir finally returned to calm. The remaining two fish, one was thrown into the reservoir by Shen Lang, and one was released because everyone released the water. The crowd also left because there was no hilarity to watch. At this moment, there was a person standing on the edge of the reservoir, and he didn't say anything, just quietly looking at the water, seemingly thinking about something. This person was precisely Shen Lang. He was really satisfied with this function of the next stage unlocked by the system this time. But for now there were also many limitations. For example, there was no publicized method of obtaining other skills, and both of his were given by other people fishing for extreme fish species. It wasn't possible to catch the ultimate fish species every time. These 2 times, he didn't know what kind of luck he had gotten out of the highest multiplier and was caught by someone else. There was also the fact that it was impossible for anyone other than Wang Ping to have the skill right now. After all, the minimum would have to fish up to 1,000 pounds in order to have a probability of obtaining the skill. Now it was unknown if there was 1,000 pounds of fish inside the reservoir. And it was also unknown what the probability was. Now it was just him and Wang Peng who possessed the Beyond version, which was a rare item. Xin Lang went back inside the village with the villagers at that time, but at more than 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, he still didn't have any sleepiness. Heart all the time thinking about the feeling that Rod brought to himself. That kind of feeling as if there is no fish is not their own cannot catch up. Cannot really sleep. Xin Lang came to the reservoir alone. He wanted to try, no system of trial times, he cannot use that amazing of fishing. Xin Lang picked up the fishing rod and hung up the system's small fish bait. Throw it towards the reservoir. Just a short time of more than 10 seconds, Xin Lang saw that the float was falling downward. Xin Lang was happy, here it comes. So he learned the posture of the night trial that time. Throwing the fishing rod with force, the fishing rod crossed the top of his head. Xin Lang shouted loudly under his breath. One rod open. Halfway through shouting, the fishing line was taut, and a huge force made Xin Lang's fishing rod stop in the air. Open for me. Xin Lang used all his strength, but there was no effect. Instead, the force pulled Xin Lang back. With a stagger, Xin Lang almost fell down. At this moment, that huge force was still pulling Xin Lang to move towards the reservoir. To know, even a few pounds of small fish, if the multiplier is high, there may be 100 pounds of huge things. Xin Lang knew that he was encountering a big guy. Seeing that Xin Lang was about to be dragged into the water, Xin Lang looked at his just-bought fishing rod, some heartache. At this moment he suddenly thought, this kind of top-level skill is normal to not be able to use yourself, so it is impossible that the primary skills cannot be used. So Xin Lang immediately thought about the skill details of the 18 styles of awesome. However, only the movements and essentials of the first style appeared in his mind. It seemed that the later ones hadn't been unlocked yet. Xin Lang couldn't think too long and thought about the movements of that skill. Yugong Ishan. Xin Lang only felt a wave of power surging out from his body and transferring to every corner of his body. The next second Xin Lang stabilized his body. Xin Lang was happy in his heart, sure enough he could. But not more than a few seconds later he felt a weakness in his body, the force instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Xin Lang instantly flashed his waist and fell to the ground. The fishing rod also slipped from his hand and disappeared into the water. Xin Lang climbed up with some pain, still a little heartbroken about his new fishing rod. However, he seemed to have some understanding of the first style of this away 18 styles. Because there was no more fishing rod, Xin Lang got a small tree pole from the small slope next to him. Just like this, he started practicing. Yugong Ishan. Xin Lang shouted under his breath. At the same time, he made that strange movement. That power surged out again, but disappeared again in less than 10 seconds. Xin Lang was enlightened and continued to shout. This is not that Xin Lang intentionally wanted to shout, it is the use of skills will be involuntarily shouted out, Xin Lang cannot help it. Yugong Ishan. Yugong Ishan. And in the dam up in the wooden house, Xin Genius and Xin Bisheng got up from their beds. Today it was Xin Bisheng's turn to work the night shift, and Xin Genius volunteered to say that he wanted to feel what it was like to work the shift. Who is this shouting outside? Uncle, listening to the voice seems to be Xiao Lang. Xin Genius walked out of the wooden house to finally hear what Xin Lang was shouting. Yugong Ishan. Xin Genius was a little suspicious. This child of his own couldn't be out of something, right? Why did he keep shouting this thing? It seems that helping him with his lifelong matters is imminent. And within a certain compound in the county town, Wang Peng was also making strange movements. Yugong Ishan. After 10 minutes, the figure weakened. It still only lasts for 10 minutes, if only I could be as powerful as the boss. Wang Peng finished and continued to make that strange movement. Yugong Ishan. However, what he didn't know was that the awesome boss in his mouth was still struggling to break through 10 seconds at the moment. Chapter 88. Old man, collect the money, we want to fish. Early in the morning, the sky dawned. Xin Lang dragged his tired body to the dam. After practicing for more than 2 hours, he finally added the duration to more than 10 seconds. Xin Lang began to doubt the practicality of this skill. Obviously this primary skill bonus was not high, and it was only a few times the overall bonus. The main thing is that this 10 seconds can do. Xin Lang was a little discouraged, originally thought that he could usher in the highlight of his life later, now the road is still long. Xin Genius and Xin Bisheng had already gotten up. Seeing Xin Lang come up from below, looked at him with a very strange look. Wave boya, quickly go and take a rest, take good care of your body. Xin Genius said in a gentle tone. Xin Lang was too tired and didn't notice the difference in his old man's tone. He said hello and entered the cabin and fell down and lay down. Uncle Genius, is Xiao Lang alright? I don't know, something should have gone wrong. Recently we'd better not stimulate him. Got it, I'll notify everyone later. At this time, it was just after 5 o'clock. Shingenius and the two of them were washing up. Not far away there were already a few cars driving over. They stopped the car next to the leaderboard, and they couldn't wait to look towards the list. Let me see it first. Holy, it's real, golden koi. That kid is so damn stupid. This thing was put back too? It's only good if we put it back, don't we have a chance? Their gazes stayed fixed on the 5th position in the rankings. Wang Peng golden koi 500 pounds rebar plus carrier blocking cable. Just as they were discussing, a dozen cars drove up behind them. Everyone came to the side of the leaderboard at the first time and discussed it. After those some people went back last night, they spread this thing all over their circle of friends. At the same time there were also a few videos that started to explode on the internet. It was just that it was already dark at that time, and although there was everyone's flashlight, it wasn't very real to watch. The shocking hook of Shin Lang in the back was even more so that he could only see a blurry shadow. Naturally, everyone's most attention is still on that golden koi. As for Shin Lang's unorthodox hook at the back, most people selectively skipped it. Especially such a valuable fish that the person who caught it actually put it back. To know that if the hype is a little bit on the international auction house, there will be a lot of bigwigs come to snatch it. It is possible to auction a small target is not even a dream. The news for this fish is also spreading fast within the circle. And these fishing fellows inside the close-by counties even ran over early. Just to determine the authenticity of this news. Shingenius and the two of them looked at these excited people with a confused face. What are these people doing here so early today? At this time, a fishing man came over and asked, "Old man, is it true about that golden koi yesterday?" Shingenius suddenly realized, so they were talking about this thing You say this thing is true but has been put back, that is auspicious Before Shingenius finished his sentence, that person said excitedly to the group of people, "Brothers, things are surely true, let's do it." The man shouted towards the crowd. So everyone ran over ready to pay for fishing. "Old man, quickly collect the money, we want to fish. Hurry up, time waits for no one." Shingenius was a bit confused when he encountered such a situation for the first time. These people were a bit too exuberant. But now the time is not yet up. He and Shin Bishing looked at each other, a little indecisive. So the two of them called Shin Lang, who had just laid down, up again. Usually after a night without sleep, sometimes it was hard to fall asleep when you wanted to. Shin Lang was also in a dazed state, and after being called up he actually became much more awake again. Let them fish if they want to. Getting Shin Lang's approval, those people also paid money one after another to find a fishing spot. Shin Lang was indifferent. After all, this extra hour did not have any effect on the current match. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't safe at night, Shin Lang had decided to let them arrange their own time. As long as they don't die suddenly. And at this time, Shin Lang saw Wang Peng who caught the golden koi yesterday. He seemed to have not slept well yesterday either, and his body clearly felt tired. But that eye was a little hyperactive. Wang Peng walked over to Shin Lang and said, "Boss, can I use that skill to go fishing?" Shin Lang thought about what that skill could do for those 10 seconds or so. What could it conquer? So said, "Go, don't carry it hard, prepare more clothes." Shin Lang is afraid that he fell into the water. It is not good to be wet all the time. After all, although it is summer, the morning is still a little cool. If you catch a cold, it is not good. And in Wang Peng's ears, naturally he thought that the boss thought he was too weak. "Don't worry, boss, I will try my best." More and more people came to the reservoir at this time. Usually there were still very few people who came at this point. After all, even if they woke up early, they didn't wake up that early. Today everyone came smelling the smell. It didn't take long for the reservoir to start buzzing. Everyone was as enthusiastic as if they were playing chicken blood. Now everyone was not only for the fun of catching up that giant thing, for the reward of being on the ranking, but also the almost slim hypothesis of catching that koi. However, only Shin Lang knew that after that koi carp had entered the water, it was now unknown how many pounds it had become. After all, after such a long time of understanding the system, it should be that the multiplier would be reset every time it entered the reservoir. It is impossible to rush to 50 times again. And such a big reservoir trying to catch a freshly injured fish, that probability should be the same as winning the lottery. At this time, the villagers also arrived at the reservoir one after another and started to get busy. Aunts and uncles continued to prepare food. The others also went into their work. Shin Lang now feels that he is not so sleepy. After all, young people, stay up 1 or 2 all-nighters is still easy. At 7 o'clock, the volunteers once again appeared. This time really is not the same group of people yesterday. This time it wasn't the same group of people as yesterday, but the teachers leading the group were still the same too. I think they had already explained clearly in the car what they were going to do here, and as soon as they arrived at the reservoir, they started to put in the bullseye work. "Boss, I heard that someone caught a 500-pound koi yesterday and put it back into the reservoir?" When Xingya ran over and asked with some gossip. "This news has reached your ears? Then wouldn't the whole world know about it?" Shin Lang teased. We have a group, someone sent it inside the group, but is that person stupid? This kind of thing is also released? When Xingya expressed great incomprehension. Probably most of the people who just heard this news did not understand. But Shenlang seemed to understand some of it through his contact with Wang Peng. He was a pure person. A person who had detached himself from lowly tastes. Chapter 89. You didn't say that the coping net can only be used with a small one, it's reasonable for me to use a bigger one, right? Shenlang was about to flirt some more. Suddenly a prompt in the mind made Shenlang froze. Due to Wang Peng's introduction of the first style of the 18 styles of awesome, the host's first style has been upgraded to an introductory level, and the second style of Guanyin sprinkles has been unlocked at the same time. Yugonishan initiation, duration increased to 1 hour, all attributes increased by 10%. Shenlang was surprised. What? The initiation needed to be boosted to 1 hour. Then what was this dozen seconds of his own? Was the difference that big? Shenlang felt that if this was in the world of immortal cultivation, he was the kind of waste that had no spiritual roots. And this Wang Peng should be that kind of top cultivation genius. Completely not a latitude, right? Shenlang had been struck. But fortunately there is a system. It seems that as long as other people cultivate to a certain realm, he will automatically rise to that realm. This is simply a bug-level existence. Perhaps the system knows that he is a waste, so he can only give such a setting. Shenlang hurriedly walked to the edge of the reservoir to look for Wang Peng's figure. Shenlang just swept a glance and saw him. After all, he was still relatively conspicuous down there. Because at this moment, he was pulling the fishing rod in a strange position. The fishing rod was pulled and bent to the extreme, and the fishing line at the front end was moving to one side without stopping. Shenlang was also a little curious. So he walked towards the bottom. When he walked to the side of Wang Peng, he heard the murmurs of the people around him. This person is not lucky, look at this one person can pull it should be just a few dozen pounds. In fact, it's okay, it didn't take long to catch a fish, figure a good opening. But why is his posture of walking the fish so weird? Don't you guys feel that this guy looks a bit familiar? It seems like you've seen him somewhere? Shenlang didn't go up to disturb and just watched quietly from the side. Wang Peng kept that posture and stayed still. Even how that fish struggled, it seemed that it could not shake him in the slightest. But he also did not have other movements, and always maintained that strange posture. This posture had lasted for several minutes. The onlookers on the side all looked a bit bored. This person was pretending to be cool. Is the fish under the reservoir only a few pounds of shrimp? Just then, Wang Peng suddenly moved. Only to see him pull the fishing rod to the left, there seemed to be a violent force released from his body. At the same time, Wang Peng shouted under his breath. Guanyin sprinkles water. The fish in the water was also moved to the left by this power of his. And as that fish moved, a little bit of the outline of the fish appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A huge black shadow actually appeared underneath the water, and was swaying its body in a struggle. Just how it struggled, it kept being dragged forward by the fishing rod. That fish threw its tail, and the small half of its body was exposed to the surface of the water. The fish must be at least 2 meters long, judging from the size of the exposed body. Onlookers here have also seen the big goods, see this size also probably guessed the weight of the fish. At least in 300 pounds or more. Originally 300 pounds of fish in this reservoir is not how worthy of surprise. But pull this fish can be just a person. And he started to walk the fish with a posture, and now it is even pulling the fish out of the water. This was somewhat against common sense. The crowd all shifted their eyes to Wang Peng's body and said with some disbelief. Holy, no, how is this possible? Is this person open? I always feel that he is so familiar, isn't he the who pulled up that koi carp yesterday? How much power does he have? The crowd looked at Wang Peng with shock in their eyes. It was even more astonishing than hearing that he had released that koi into the reservoir yesterday. Just as they were surprised, the picture on the field changed suddenly. Only Wang Peng stumbled and his body seemed to soften. His mouth was also gasping for air, obviously consuming a bit too much. The fish threw its tail again, and sank directly towards the bottom of the reservoir. Wang Peng was also pulled and staggered towards the reservoir. He was about to be pulled into the water. Only to see Wang Peng quickly made the beginning of that posture, and then shouted. Yugo Nishan. In an instant, Wang Peng stabilized his stance, and the fishing line was once again straightened. Only in the next second, the fishing rod was loose and fell directly into the water. Wang Peng stumbled again and fell backward towards the ground. Fish. The fish was unhooked. The scene was silent for a moment, and they didn't know whether to express regret or marvel. They couldn't understand how an ordinary man could do this. Could it be because he shouted that strange slogan while fishing? The foolish lord removes mountains? Guanyin sprinkling water? And at this moment, Wang Peng seemed to have lost his entire body, lying powerlessly next to the reservoir. Even if one of his feet had already been submerged in the water, he was unaware of it. Wang Peng felt that he was too tired, he didn't sleep all night yesterday, and now he had used up all of his physical strength. This was not like practicing with a fishing rod yesterday, this was a real battle, and it took too much energy. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears. Can you still walk? Let's go up and talk. Wang Ping raised his eyes to see that Shenlang was standing next to him, looking at him with a kind of kingly eyes. Still okay, boss, I can do it. After saying this, Wang Ping struggled to stand up, packed up his fishing rod, and left with Shenlang. When Wang Ping and Shenlang walked away, the crowd came back to their senses. Is there a possibility that it was the koi he caught up yesterday that gave him this power, and that koi is the embodiment of a dragon? Are you saying that the koi is repaying the favor? I'm saying that the myths in this reservoir could be true. I remember at the end of that video I watched yesterday, the boss seemed to have pulled that koi up with a single stroke. Is the boss really the heir to the mythical Shin family? Sometimes without you having to explain anything, other people start brainstorming the full plot. And this plot, you convinced them even more than if you had told it to them with conviction. And once again the rumor spread through the reservoir. It's just that the onlookers didn't leave a video to testify, so the number of people who believed it was still relatively small. After all, how this thing sounds like a fake. A person pull 300 pounds of fish not move for nearly an hour? Those fishing novels do not dare to write so. Shenlang with Wang Ping just came to the dam, met Chu Wei who just came to the reservoir. Chu Wei yesterday ate 2 mouthfuls of fish and left early, probably because he felt that it was not very suitable for his appetite. Brother, morning you guess my buddy this time to bring what equipment, this first of our bag in the bag. In Chu Wei's side, it is the last time in his together that rich second generation name seems to be called Lu Sun. Oh? What equipment? Shenlang also some curiosity, actually can so firmly said that the first? Look at the back. Chu Wei somewhat proudly pointed behind him. Shenlang looked along with the direction of Chu Wei's finger, only to see that there were a few pieces of machinery there. And above one piece of machinery, there were 2 long mechanical arms. In the middle of the 2 mechanical arms was a huge net. Shenlang froze and said, reservoirs can only be fished with fishing rods, you can't use nets, don't you know? Chu Wei smiled mysteriously. Brother, I'm not a fishing net, I'm a plunge net. You didn't say that plunge nets can only be used with small ones, it's reasonable for me to use a bigger one. Shenlang was a little confused, he looked at Chu Wei as if he was looking at a stranger. How did you come up with this Nima genius idea? And you are here to give me a bug? Chapter 90. Well, it's good to work hard, but you have to take care of your body as well. However, it seems like he has a point. Your fish is so big, it's reasonable for me to have a bigger plunge net, isn't it? Well, very reasonable. Shenlang looked at Lu Sun behind Chu Wei. It must have been this kid who came up with it, otherwise with Shenlang's impression of Chu Wei he would never come up with this kind of idea. Very reasonable, but also very hateful. If this tool appeared on the scene, I can't imagine what kind of mentality those fishing guys would have. This thing, though, only seemed to shorten the time it took to catch a fish a bit. The impact was definitely there, but it wasn't as big as imagined. I've been the object of everyone's hatred since I was a kid, as I call it. Right, Lu Sun? Lu Sun in the back said. That's right, there are plenty of people who grew up hating on us 2 buddies, it's not as bad as this 1,000 or so. Okay, you guys are invincible. And it was only then that Lu Demao and the others arrived late. They also saw the giant net on that machine. They saw Shenlang and the others walking over as well. Boss, whose net is on that machine? It can't be that you want to use that as a plunge net, right? It was still the old fishing that was clear and understood the purpose at a glance. This is a bit exaggerated. Oh, who thought of the idea? Shenlang gestured with his head to Chu Wei next to him. Your half-disciple chanting, who else could it be? Lu Demao was also surprised to look at Chu Wei, this child is now so smart? And Teng Xiaojiang next to him said, Boss, is it reasonable to be so exaggerated? Shenlang could only smile bitterly. According to reason, it should be reasonable, after all, the fish are so big, ordinary plunge nets cannot be copied up as not it. Deng Xiaojiang looked at the huge plunge net and said, ouch, having this thing is a big advantage, it must save at least a quarter of the time. In fact, the time for fishing and skimming is still unavoidable, after all, you have to exhaust the fish's stamina to be able to copy it up. But with such a big net, it would also save a lot of time. After all, without a net, you can only wait until that fish is completely exhausted before you can lift it up with human labor. And after having a plunge net, as long as the fish surfaced, there would be a chance to directly plunge it up. Then you guys have to work hard, otherwise it will be more than worth it if you are accidentally stolen by this kid. Shenlang also said jokingly. Ha, just let him let his horse come over. Obviously they were still confident in their fishing skills. The small plunge net was easy to hold. Don't say you save a quarter of the time, even if you save 1/2 of the time, so what? Boss, I heard that you have a 500-kilogram golden koi carp in this reservoir? Lu Chang in the back looked at Shenlang and said. There is that one, but whether it's 500 pounds, I'm not sure. Shenlang said vaguely. Ah, what golden koi? Chu Wei said with some doubt, obviously this kid hadn't heard of it. It was also unknown if he had gone out to fool around again last night. Boss joking, it's all written clearly on your chart. 500 pounds of golden koi. Shen Lang laughed and didn't say anything, while Chu Wei and Lu Sun ran to the leaderboard and looked at it. 500 pounds of golden koi? Lu Sun, it can top your pocket money for a few years. Why don't we fish it up and earn some pocket money to use? Good idea, let's do it. Shen Lang heard these two conversations from a distance. Why did he want to beat them up so badly? This Nima, pocket money is the goal that others have been struggling for their whole life. This time was already the peak time for tourists to arrive. The buses are sending people over one after another. Slowly the reservoir began to bustle again. With yesterday's golden koi as a legend, the people who came to play today spent more time looking at the bottom of the leaderboard. All of them were pointing and saying something. So sometimes first place doesn't always get the most attention. It was the rarest, the oddest that would get the most attention. I heard that fish might be worth tens of millions? Who did you hear that from? What I heard was worth a small goal. Do you think this kid called Wang Peng is stupid, putting so much money straight back? Seems to be a little bit. Yesterday in the middle of the night someone saw him outside all the time making strange movements, and then shouting something in his mouth. Hey, young age, it's a pity. And the main character they were talking about, Wang Peng, was currently sitting face to face with Shen Lang inside the cabin. Shen Lang took out the billionaire that he had bought online for more than $10 and gave it to Wang Peng. Shen Lang himself also made a cup and took a small sip. There was some bitterness, and he wondered if he had bought a fake. Didn't sleep yesterday night? Shen Lang looked at the somewhat formal Wang Peng to break the calm. Well, couldn't sleep, so I went out and practiced all night. Shen Lang spat, you practiced all night and broke through 1 hour? Why is it that I still only have a dozen seconds a night? However, he still pretended to look calm. After all, in Wang Peng's heart he should be a high achiever, and that trial opportunity yesterday was not for nothing. Well, it's good to work hard, but you should also pay attention to your body. Shen Lang took another sip of tea. It was so bitter that some of his tongue was numb. This was definitely a fake. You withdraw from the race. Shen Lang spat out the dregs of tea and said again. Wang Peng raised his head violently and looked at Shen Lang doubtfully. There was incomprehension in his eyes. However, he still nodded and said, well, I listened to the boss, then can I still come fishing after the competition? Wang Peng was still very reluctant inwardly. After all, the fish conditions here were unique in the world. Shen Lang seemed to realize that he had spoken somewhat inaccurately. He actually didn't want Wang Peng to be so publicized. After all, you're the only special one, you'll become a target. When Shen Lang upgraded the system and unlocked the system functions, then he could let Wang Peng go and show off his skills. And if you are not trash, then Wang Peng is definitely a top-notch fishing talent. In the future, skill upgrades must not rely on these geniuses. Collect a little brother is not too much. So Shen Lang said. During this period of time you should not fish here first, hide your special first. Wang Peng immediately understood Shen Lang's meaning. I understand, I'll go back and close my eyes for 10 days. Shen Lang suddenly said with a flash of inspiration. In fact, you can go to other places to catch big fish and practice your skills, such as in those remote rivers with giant fish. As for the fish you catch, don't let it die, then sell it to me. Shen Lang didn't know whether there were big fish in the underground river or not, and whether that plan of his could succeed. Now there is free labor here, why not use a little? Let him go fishing giant to put in that 1,000 pounds or ho. You can't buy that kind of dozens of pounds of big fish on the market. With the strength that Wang Peng showed this morning, catching about 100 pounds of giants is as easy as drinking water. Wang Peng also did not ask Shen Lang here so many huge things, why still waddle outside the kind of small shrimp? After thinking about it, he still agreed in one bite. Yes, but boss, can you lend me some money, consider it an advance payment. Shen Lang froze, can you borrow money after half a day? This is not a small matter. For the current Shen Lang, things that could be solved with money were trivial. Chapter 91 You guys are matchmaking for my cousin, right? I'll transfer $100,000 to you first, then call me when you catch a fish. I'll call someone to drag the fish. Shen Lang finished taking out his cell phone and prepared to scan the code. Boss, 100,000 is too much, 1 or 2,000 will do, I'll just refuel and buy some food. Shen Lang sighed a little. That fish yesterday was worth at least tens of millions of dollars. And he was able to endure the pain and put it back. And now he was borrowing a couple thousand because he didn't have the money. What a simple child. That's not true. Yesterday that fish was thrown into the reservoir counting back to the fish. Everyone was so drunk yesterday, they didn't even think about it. And this stupid kid didn't even come to ask. But what price that fish back? This. Shen Lang was a little down for a while. This put Shen Lang in a difficult situation. This ornamental fish price is indeed a little too outrageous. The system directly does not give cash back, but compensation. The most expensive koi in reality was $2 million, or about 14 million renminbi. And that koi was only a few dozen kilograms. Maybe that one had good ornamental value, and was also an auction price that didn't count. But an ordinary one of a few kilograms would cost thousands of dollars. But this 500 kilograms of pure golden color, if the market price, Shenlang really cannot think out how much. Shenlang thought about it, or not to bully honest people. You're yesterday's fish, I don't know how to give you back fish, this 100,000 even if I give you in advance first. Wang Peng heard this and hurriedly said, Boss, know why I put that fish back? It's because if I had too much money, fishing wouldn't be pure. Wang Peng's tone was very firm. So, I don't want too much money, at least not right now. Shenlang was shocked by this kind of statement. There were people in this world who didn't love money? Well, as long as the current one in front of him was like this. Then I'll give you 5,000, it's enough for some. Shenlang could not bear to break his spirit of not loving money but only fishing. It was really too rare and precious. Shenlang also only saw it in those TV dramas of the ancients. That, or give me 100,000, I still have 100,000 or so credit cards that I haven't paid back and the banks are starting to call to collect. Wang Peng suddenly added. Shenlang almost sprayed out the mouthful of tea he just drank. Nima said that money is like dirt, how to be bent by this loan. In the end, Shenlang still gave Wang Peng transferred 150,000, the rest let him buy a little equipment. After chatting for a while more, Shenlang took out the bait he had hoarded in the system for the past 2 days and gave it to Wang Peng. Small fish bait to catch small fish, medium fish bait to catch medium fish, large fish bait to catch big fish, remember? Wang Peng did not realize the meaning of Shenlang's words for a while, but he still said, I remember. Shenlang patted his shoulder. Save it, these are the only packs I have. Wang Peng naturally recognized these packets of bait. It was the same half pack of the same bait that he got last time. He had seen the power of this kind of bait and could only say that it was very powerful. Thanks boss, I got it. Well, go ahead and remember to call me when you catch a fish. However, Wang Peng did not have the intention to get up, but said with some embarrassment. Boss, can I sleep here with you for a while? I'm really sleepy, this mountain road is not good, I'm afraid of accidentally falling down. Shenlang heard him say sleepy. He also felt a wave of sleepiness hit his heart. I didn't sleep last night either, I'm sleepy now, let's go in together and lie down, but there's only one bed, there's nothing to avoid if you're all men. Wang Peng was also fine with it. After all, he slept in the wild a lot of the time, now there is a bed can be. Shenlang and Wang Peng stopped talking, went into the inner room and lay down on the bed and went to sleep. The current reservoir can actually function normally without Shenlang's presence. After all, Shenlang usually did not do anything. It's just that Shenlang, as the mascot of the reservoir, still has to show up once in a while to stabilize the heart of the army. Yang Roland was explaining what happened yesterday next to the leaderboard of the reservoir. She couldn't help it, the pop-ups kept saying that they wanted to understand the whole process of that koi. Although Yang Roland left the reservoir early and went inside to learn about live streaming. But she was still the first to know the first-hand news. Yes, that's right, this fish is golden yellow all over, 500 pounds, I don't know which big brother knows how much it can be sold for. You guys say the boss knows spells? How can that be? I've watched him grow up, there's no way he can. What else do you big brothers want to know? I'll tell you everything. Yang Roland sewed for a long time, the sun has been vicious up and thirsty so walked towards the kiosk. Just after picking up a bottle of water and taking a few sips, she heard the voice of a middle-aged woman next to her. You're Roland right, I've long heard that you're smart, pretty, and capable, and now I see that you're even prettier than I imagined. Yang Roland put down her water and looked at the middle-aged woman next to her. The woman was wearing a red and purple cheongsam, her face was painted with some crappy makeup, looking a bit awkward. But next to her stood a girl. Pavilion Jade, like the little sister next door, generally clean and fresh, handsome, but the face can still be seen some childish. She stood somewhat timidly behind the middle-aged woman, looking a bit formal. You are? Yang Roland was sure she hadn't seen them before, so she asked. It's normal that you don't recognize me, just call me Aunt Wang, I made an appointment with your uncle and the others to come over today. Yang Roland was puzzled. Oh, Aunt Wang, hello, hello. Suddenly she thought of something and looked at the young girl next to her and said. You guys are matchmaking for my cousin, right? That Aunt Wang immediately laughed. Right, we agreed yesterday, I brought my family Xiao over to recognize the door, come Xiao, call Sister Roland. Wang Xiao said somewhat timidly. Sister Roland. Yang Roland hurriedly greeted the two of them as they entered the wooden house and sat down. You guys drink some water first, I'll go call my aunt and uncle and them. It's fine, you guys get busy first, we'll wait here for a while, look at how lively your place is, it's like a tourist attraction, you have to make a lot of money this day. It's okay, you wait for a while, I'll go and come. After saying that, Yang Roland ran out. And Yang Roland started to be in the live broadcast, so all of this was seen in the eyes of all the netizens in the live broadcast room. At this moment the live broadcast room had exploded. Holy, boss beast this girl looks so small, how do I look and I match Upstairs have to point the face not, but this kind of neighborhood sister, is my dish. Don't you guys feel sad? You're out on a blind date at such a young age. I'm also very neighborly, does any brother like it? Yang Rulin trotted towards the open-air kitchen side, not having any time to look at the anchor room. And inside the cabin, Aunt Wang looked at the reservoir outside where people were coming and going. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but hang a smile. "Mom, I want to pee," Wang Xiaoxiao said as she looked at the middle-aged woman who was still looking outside out of her mind. "I don't know where their toilet is, just look inside and see if there is one," Aunt Wang said as she pointed to the inner room of the wooden house. "Oh." Wang Xiaoxiao stood up, walked to the wooden door of the inner room and gently opened it. Only when she saw the scene inside she froze. Her face became odd. Only to see that on the bed inside the room, two men were lying on it, and one of the men had placed his thighs on the other's body, and his hand was also resting on it. The two men's heads were also next to each other. It looked incomparably intimate. Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly closed the door, but the image in her mind still could not dissipate. "Why not?" Aunt Wang asked. Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to see that there was indeed a toilet inside, but she didn't dare to go in. "Is there or is there not?" Just at this moment, two women came in from outside. It was Xinlang's second aunt and old mom. "Wang Fang, didn't say anything when you came, a phone call would do. We just came. I'll go call Xiaolang to get up, he's sleeping in the inner room, yesterday was too busy, he didn't sleep all night." The look on Wang Xiaoxiao's face when she heard that Xinlang was sleeping in the inner room became more and more odd. Chapter 92, 588 pounds, you pulled it up in 4 hours? When the second aunt opened the door, she was also stunned when she saw that scene. The picture was a bit beautiful, and she was a bit unable to disturb it. However, he didn't think much about it and walked over to pat Xinlang. Little long, get up, a guest is coming." Xinlang opened his eyes in a daze. "Second auntie, what is it? So sleepy, let me sleep some more." Xinlang closed his eyes again after saying that, while turning his body over again. The feet hitched up once again. Next to him, Wang Peng let out a seemingly dreaming about something. "Don't sleep, the blind date introduced to you has arrived, quickly pack up and come out." Xinlang picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was just over 11 o'clock, having slept for less than 2 hours. Xinlang thought back to the words of the second aunt, blind date? Object? Xinlang has a headache, not said not to use it. Didn't I tell you that I already have an imaginary girlfriend outside? Hurry up, don't let others wait long. The second aunt said and went out. Xinlang was helpless, but it was impossible not to go out. Out of politeness he also had to go out to meet. Just say it's inappropriate directly afterward. Xinlang climbed up and washed his face in the toilet to wake himself up a little, then opened the door and walked out. Only to see a middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa outside, and a young girl. The girl's looks were not bad. If the divine sister's face value was 8 points, this girl also had more than 6 points. But how did Xinlang look at this girl feel so small? It couldn't be the one that Auntie Tu said was still a few months away from turning 18, right? And at the same time Xinlang looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoxiao also looked at him. But there was weirdness and curiosity in her eyes. "Come Xiaolang, let me introduce you, this is Aunt Wang from the next village, this is her daughter, called Wang Xiaoxiao." Xinlang felt a bit awkward, but still politely greeted her. "Good day Aunt Wang, good day Xiaoxiao." Aunt Wang also praised Xinlang repeatedly when she saw him. "Egu, this young man is really handsome, and our Xiaoxiao that is a perfect match." "That's true, our Xiaolong, he's been handsome since he was a kid." "Really? Our Xiaoxiao has been pretty since she was a kid too." Xinlang was a bit bored beside him, and having only slept for 2 hours, he was still sleepy now. "Xiaolang, take Xiaoxiao out for a stroll, you guys get to know each other better." The second aunt seemed to see Xinlang's embarrassment and said, Right, you young people get to know each other better." Aunt Wang also said in a hurry. Xinlang had long wanted to escape from here, so he greeted and went out. And Wang Xiaoxiao was also signaled by Aunt Wang's eyes to walk out. But Xinlang looked at the poisonous sun outside and was a little embarrassed. Where the hell is he going to go? It's so hot. In order to avoid embarrassment, it is better to walk around, and in the meantime, talk to this little sister. At this moment, an umbrella blocked Xinlang's head. Xinlang took a look and it turned out to be Wang Xiaoxiao who took it out from inside her own small bag. "I don't need it." "Oh, then I don't need it either." After saying that, Wang Xiaoxiao collected the umbrella and put it back into her bag. Xinlang led Wang Xiaoxiao towards the bottom of the reservoir. After all, it was going to be cooler down there. "You haven't even reached adulthood yet, right? Why were you pulled out for a blind date?" Xinlang said as he walked. "I'm already 18, just graduated from high school." Wang Xiaoxiao said. "Then you don't go to college?" Xinlang was a bit puzzled. "My mom said that youth is money, now looking to find a good one, it doesn't matter if you go to college or not." Wang Xiaoxiao seems a bit helpless. "In fact, you also know that we are impossible." Xinlang still felt that it was good to open the door. "I know, I saw everything inside the house." Xinlang was puzzled. "Saw everything? Saw what?" Wang Xiaoxiao continued. "I heard inside the school that men and men are true love, and men and women are only there to reproduce offspring. I think people like you are the bravest." "Wait." Xinlang interrupted Wang Xiaoxiao. Did you misunderstand something? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Lang with an innocent face. Actually, you don't need to care about the world's eyes, just be brave and be yourself. Shen Lang was speechless. I do your sister in the end you think of what place to go. Shen Lang suddenly thought of Wang Pang, who was still sleeping inside the cabin, and suddenly understood something. Shen Lang suddenly did not want to talk. Brother Shen Lang, cheer up. Wang Xiaoxiao was still cheering for Shen Lang. At this time, a big muscular man walked on the face, and it was Li Baiguang. Li. Yo, boss, in love. Li Weiguang finished also gave a you-know-what look with his eyes. Shen Nima's male-to-male is true love, Shen Nima is in love. Shen Lang was already sleepy brain at the moment even more chaotic. But Shen Lang still slowly explained clearly. This does not explain clearly cannot in case this thing is chaotic spread out, how can he still see people? So Shen Lang explained the situation in detail and harshly criticized her nasty thoughts. At the same time, he also made it clear to Wang Xiaoxiao that the two of them were impossible. First of all, this age is too young to get off on it. If Shen Lang was 30 years old and she was 23 years old, then it was okay. You say that this other person has just reached adulthood and you come on a blind date, it's too much. Speaking openly, the two are not so formal. Wang Xiaoxiao of course is also reluctant, which 18-year-old is willing to blind date, they are thinking of having sweet love. She was all forced by her mom. Speaking clearly, Shen Lang felt that there was no need to wander further, so he took Wang Xiaoxiao and walked toward the dam. Coming to the wooden house, there was no one here anymore. Shen Lang looked toward the side of the outdoor kitchen, and sure enough, they were all over there to help go. After all, the reservoir manpower had actually always been sufficient. The kitchen side has always been the busiest. As for the money collection here, there was also only one village little sister, and there was only one radio room, which was also very short of people, and it was basically impossible for everyone to have a vacation for this kind of thing. Their village also had more men than women, and the women had basically all married off. After all, in their place, starting a family was basically very early. Why don't you sit inside the wooden hut for a bit and wait for the noon meal? Just at this time, an announcement came from the radio, causing Shen Lang to freeze. So fast? Congratulations to number 368, Xu Wei. Caught up 588 pounds of grass carp, honored 4th place in the ranking. The tool it used was a tower crane with a steel wire. Congratulations to number 368, Xu Wei. He's caught a 588-pound grass carp and is 4th on the leaderboard. He's using a crane and a wire. Congratulations to number 368, Xu Wei. It's only after 11 o'clock, even if they hit the fish as soon as they went down, it's only been 4 hours. 588 pounds and you pulled it up in 4 hours? Isn't that too much for a plunge net? Chapter 93. Oh son, you don't have any problems, do you? Shen Lang walked to the edge of the dam and looked down. Only to see that underneath the tower crane arm spread a fish was lying there, and there was also a large group of people surrounding it. Brother Wei, this method I thought of is not bad, right? Lu Sun was also happy looking at the big fish in front of him. It's not because I hit the nest well yesterday, if not for my 50 tons of corn, this fish wouldn't be able to come up so fast. That's right, Wei's nest is very good, why don't we fight dozens of tons more? Are you stupid? If those fish are fed, how will they eat the bait? Brother Wei is really a fishing expert, he knows everything. Xu Wei cracked a smile, he really was a genius at fishing. At this time Lu Sun added, Brother Wei, do you want to tie up the fish again tonight and go around the streets twice? Xu Wei waved his hand and said, there's no point, our goal is that golden koi, we'll have more money to dash around when we catch it. Lu Sun said, that's true, but I heard that your cousin asked you to defeat your uncle. Xu Wei said before Lu Sun could finish. My uncle is not worth mentioning, he plays what I play left over, and also stubborn thinking, it is impossible to be my opponent. Xu Wei finished and also looked at the drone in the distance. Xu Wei, they don't want to tie that fish to blow up the street, then this fish was naturally quickly pulled to the inside of the fish tank on the dam. These 10 or so fish tanks that Shen Lang had gotten, none of them were ever really full, there were always so many ranked fish absent for various reasons. But here is also just to correspond to the horror of the leaderboard next to it. If just a single get a leaderboard here. When you see the first place, 600 pounds. The average person does not have much of a concept of this 600 pounds, but when he saw the giant next to it, then no, holy, the original 600 pounds of fish so big. At first, people didn't care too much about Xu Wei catching a 500+ pound fish. After all, Xu Wei's name is really in this reservoir fishing circle, has been considered everyone knows the celebrity. But when they realized that he had caught the fish in just over 4 hours, everyone was a bit nonplussed. Even Deng Xiaojiang and the others, that 600 pounds of fish also used nearly a day's time. This was a direct having of time for him. But when they saw that huge plunge net, they were even more nonplussed. Is this not cheating? It's not? Then I'd like to have it too. But such a machine is not for ordinary people to own. And in the digger square, Mr. Zhong had a worried look on his face. Yesterday they had no harvest at all. Of course those few 110 pounds didn't count as fish in his eyes. But after summarizing their experience, they pulled the diggers to the maximum distance today. Almost to the innermost part of the reservoir. But today is still not optimistic. With 66 dredgers, there are only a dozen or so that are skimming the fish. The others are fine if the fish are off the hook, but the real situation is that half of them are still not on the fish. It's possible that yesterday scared those fish away and they haven't even run back yet. So, there were definitely less fish down here. Mr. Joan, you know that Chu Wei, right, the one who just broadcasted? A trainee ran over and said. I've heard of it, the celebrity of this reservoir. Teacher Joan thought for a moment and said. I heard that whenever he makes a nest it's dozens or hundreds of tons, and every time he makes a nest he catches a big fish. Do we want to learn it too? That trainee added. You also believe in that kind of thing, there is a skill in nesting, didn't I make it clear to you guys last night? Mr. Joan, as a fishing theory master, naturally disdained this kind of nesting method. But didn't your technique not catch any fish? That trainee's remark made Mr. Joan a little unsure of what to say. It made Mr. Joan doubt his past theories. Do you really need to make so many nests to catch the fish in this reservoir? Mr. Joan was in deep thought. Perhaps it was the fermentation of the flow of the golden carp from yesterday. There were significantly more fishing guys coming in today, and the people who came to play. It was almost noon now, and there were still people coming to the reservoir one after another. Of course, the first thing anyone who comes to the reservoir will be attracted to is the giant thing next to the leaderboard. This place had naturally become one of the must-hit points for all who came to the reservoir. What Xin Lang did not expect was that the second check-in point of the reservoir was actually a running water banquet. Because the flowing banquet here is good and cheap, it has been rumored on the internet. $30 a meal is actually not cheap, but cannot resist the good things inside. If according to a table of 10 people, a table will only charge you more than $300 only. This kind of is not feel very cheap. And the kitchen side is every day is a new challenge, more and more people make them a little overwhelmed. The dishes prepared in a day can be piled up into a small mountain. This is also the second aunt and Xin Lang's mom to the cabin side to come for a while and immediately go back to help go, is too busy. At noon, Xin Lang was also called me to serve the dishes. Xin Lang did not pay much attention to this side before, only know very busy. End of a noon plate to realize, basically is a moment of non-stop kind. Until more than 2 o'clock, the talent is a little less. Xiaolang your Aunt Wang will come to our kitchen tomorrow to help, let Xiao also come to your side to help. Xin Lang was shocked, this could not be allowed, it had to be made clear. That, Mom, I made it clear to Xiao, we're not right for each other. I know, just let her come to do a favor, summer job. Xin Lang looked at his mom with some surprise. Shouldn't it be imagined that they should have been persuaded all the time, and then let them get to know each other better and chat more? Don't need to look at me like that, your mom and I'm not confused, that Auntie Wang is that kind of snob at a glance, if you think it's not suitable, it's not suitable. Xin Lang gave his mom a nod. Xin Mother's next sentence made Xin Lang immediately retracted this nod. The daughter of your third uncle's co-worker side contacted, the girl is quite beautiful, the age is also appropriate, this year also just graduated from college, want to give you to ask for a WeChat? You guys chat. Xin Mother said also took out her cell phone and clicked on a photo. Xin Lang took a look at it, this look is a serious beauty filter. Mom, I beg you, don't look for it first, I'll work on myself, and I have a girlfriend. That's not good, where can you get in touch with girls when you're here all day? Do you want to wait until you're in your 30s to find one? It'll be too late then. Shen's mother continued her bitter words. Don't use your excuse of having a girlfriend, I've already confirmed with Roland, you just haven't been in love at all. Xin Lang somewhat gritted his teeth, this young Roland actually dared to betray me. Shen mother looked at Xin Lang with concerned eyes. Son, you don't have any problems, right? Chapter 94, where are you going to catch a big fish next? Take me there as well. Xin Lang was a bit speechless, he was not too old, so why did he have to be in such a hurry to find himself? He was somewhat regretting rushing his parents back. The previous days were quite cozy, and as soon as he came back, there were so many bad things. Xin Lang's heart is a little depressed, originally did not sleep last night, today slept for 2 hours and was called up again. The blind date has just been resolved, and this side has begun to open up again. Xin Lang returned to the wooden house with some distraction, looked at the lively scene outside, and became even more annoyed. Boss, sorry, overslept. At this moment Wang Peng's voice sounded from behind. Xin Lang turned around and looked, Wang Peng's eyes were narrowed, his hair was fluffy, and he looked like he hadn't woken up yet. It's okay, it's still early, it's only 2 or 3 o'clock, are you hungry? The kitchen should still have food. Boss so said really a little hungry. Go, I'll take you there. After saying that, Xin Lang brought Wang Peng to the outdoor kitchen, at the same time helped him get a sea bowl of soup and got a bowl full of rice. Wang Peng was also not polite, picked up chopsticks and ate. It looked like he was indeed hungry, and the speed of eating could be described as a pig stabbing for food. Xin Lang sat next to him and watched him eat so well, feeling a little puzzled, is it so delicious? How did he not feel out after just eating? Slow down, not enough there. Thank you boss, I've been to so many places, boss so good really not many. Shen Lang was speechless. This good man card is not Xing sent. Listen to your tone, you have been to many places? Wang Peng said as he took a few more mouthfuls of rice. Is quite a lot. At first like to go to some black pit, and then feel no fun, go to those tributaries that can be fished, some lakes. Boss, you are the kind of big fish, there are a lot, although not as big as the boss here. Shen Lang heard, this is an experienced expert. Shen Lang used to like fishing, but also run to the small river to fish a little small fish, and occasionally Air Force. Like Wang Peng, this generally can be called a great god. Wang Peng also gave Shen Lang said some interesting things about fishing, said Shen Lang yearning. Shen Lang fishing since the most enjoyable time or with that fishing boat pulled up that big fish. But after all, it was with the help of external forces, there are still some regrets. But now that you don't have the skills? Why not go out and have a good time? And also get some big fish back. According to the fish catching situation in so many days, 600 or 700 might be the limit inside the reservoir. Bigger fish will hardly appear again. After all, the probability of a high multiplier is really too low. Shen Lang at first also wanted to use this competition to attract experts to break the shackles of 1,000 pounds. But no matter how many experts come, if you don't have any fish inside the reservoir, isn't it all for nothing? Where are you going to fish for big fish next? Shen Lang asked. Just a tributary more than 100 kilometers away from the boss here. I fished there before I came over, and I heard that some people have been on 100 pounds of giants there. Oh. No. It's 100 pounds of small fish. Wang Peng thought for a moment and said. You take me there. The boss is going? Not looking at the reservoir? Wang Peng was a little surprised. The fish here were so big, how could the boss be interested in those small fish? Shen Lang actually felt that it didn't matter if he was here at the reservoir or not. There was nothing to do here himself, and the day was quite boring. Moreover, Mom and the others have been giving themselves blind dates all day. They should probably tell them about their attitude. You don't have to care about this, we'll leave after eating. Wang Peng didn't care, and with the boss as a great expert, what fish can't be caught? One could also learn from the boss. Okay, boss. Wang Peng said and accelerated the speed of picking up the rice again. Hey, slow down, there's no rush for a while. When Wang Peng finished eating, Shen Lang took his equipment and prepared to leave together. However, when he was leaving, he still explained the situation with his family. The reason was to go out and look for investment. Now that the reservoir is on track, it needs more money to carry out the next plan. For this reason, the people at home couldn't say anything. After all, they didn't understand it either. The car didn't drive out for long before Yang Rulin sent a message. Brother Long, I know the reason why you went out, don't worry, I will help you persuade your aunt and uncle. Shen Lang immediately replied back. Just help me manage the reservoir, but don't add to the chaos. Shen Lang had a headache. It wasn't you little ninny talking nonsense, revealing your cousin's old bottom cleanly. In fact, that was only a very small part of the reason. And Shen Lang felt that going out to catch 100 pounds of big fish, it won't take a few days, maybe tomorrow he will pull back. The car was traveling on the winding mountain road, and Shen Lang, who had only slept for more than 2 hours, fell into a deep sleep after chatting with Wang Peng for no more than 2 sentences. Their destination for this trip was not far away. It was only about 100 kilometers, where it was a tributary of a river. Although some watersheds have already implemented a fishing ban, but in some tributaries you can still fish. Just must abide by the basic principle of one person, one rod, one line, one hook. Like Shen Lang Reservoir in this kind of irregular fishing, that in the whole country is considered an alternative existence. When Shen Lang woke up again, the car was already on the highway. Shen Lang looked at the environment he was in, and was still a little confused, just like a computer going down. But in the next second, he reacted. He was leaving the reservoir and going out fishing with Wang Peng. Where is this? Shen Lang asked Wang Peng, who was driving. The boss is awake, almost off the highway, there are still 10 minutes to go. Shen Lang looked at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. In the future, you should not call me boss, it sounds awkward, call me Brother Long, I should be 2 years older than you. Okay, Brother Long. Shen Lang chatted with Wang Peng again without a word. Through chatting, Shen Lang also slowly understood some of Wang Peng's past. He suddenly realized that he had lived these 20 years in vain. Although Wang Peng is 2 years younger than himself, but his life is several times more exciting than his own. The places he had traveled to were countless. Shen Lang admired his love and dedication to fishing. Soon the car drove out of the highway, came to a small county. This county is slightly smaller than the county where Shen Lang is, and the facilities are also a little behind. But this was not a place that Shen Lang cared about. They casually found a hotel here to stay, and tomorrow they were ready to get up early to go to the fishing spot. Of course, this time it was 2 single rooms that were opened. After all, it's not like Shen Lang lacked money. In the morning that was only 1 room, wasn't it? After arranging his residence, Shen Lang lay on the bed and played with his cell phone. He hadn't properly watched the video of the young lady dancing for a long time. And now that Jitterbug pushed all the fishing videos to him, the percentage of Miss Sisters was also pitifully small. Now that Shenlang's reservoir is so hot, a large part of it is a video of Shenlang's reservoir, which makes Shenlang feel a little boring. Just at this time the door of the room was knocked. Shenlang opened the door and saw that it was Wang Peng. Brother Lon, I want to go to a remote place to practice my skills, are you going? Chapter 95 Fishing. Give these fishing guys a little shot today. What a diligent kid. It's good to be diligent, practice more, and you can enjoy the blessings when you break through. Go on, pay attention to safety, I'll treat you to a midnight snack tonight. Shenlang looked at Wang Peng with encouraging eyes. Wang Peng was charged up by this look. Brother Long, don't worry, I will work hard and won't let you down. Wang Peng was very flattered by the encouragement of an expert like Shenlang. And this time Shenlang could come fishing with him, he also wanted to learn more from Shenlang. Wang Peng drove to the outskirts of the countryside, found a remote place and started practicing. Yugong Ishan. He had just used this skill in the morning when he was fishing when he realized that the information of another skill appeared in his mind. The name of that skill was Guanyin Sprinkle Water. Wang Peng also knew that this skill should have 18 minor skills. After all, the name was called Awesome 18 Styles. Yugong Ishan is obviously a starting style that calls for power, and the second style, which I tried in the morning, is a skill that pulls fish. But as soon as the skill was changed, it quickly ran out of power, or maybe it was just getting started and not being familiar with it. Wang Peng had seen Shenlang's amazing fishing that day. Although it was night, Wang Peng could feel the power of that rod. If someone told him that that rod could pull up a whale in the sea, he would believe it. One still needs to work hard. Wang Peng put aside the distractions in his mind and continued practicing. At 10 p.m., Shenlang called Wang Peng's phone. Having said that he would treat someone to a midnight snack, naturally, he could not go back on his word. Moreover, Shenlang himself was hungry, but he had not eaten anything at night. Wang Peng also immediately rushed back when he received the call. After practicing for these few hours, he felt that the duration of his skill had increased by another half an hour. It seemed to have grown faster. The second skill also had a deep realization. It could be said to be a night full of rewards. At a barbecue stand not far from the hotel, Shenlang and Wang Peng sat down. Ordered a bunch of barbecue and served 2 bottles of cold beer. When the barbecue came up, the two began to eat and drink. A mouthful of barbecue, a mouthful of cold beer, the taste is simply not too good. Shenlang hadn't had such a refreshing feeling for a long time. That reservoir had brought himself the freedom of wealth, but it had also put a layer of shackles on him. This big half-month made Shenlang like a dream, with an extremely unreal feeling. And now here eating a few dozen dollars of barbecue, a mouthful of cold beer down, let Shenlang seem to find himself again. Come on, Peng, wish us a flagrant victory tomorrow, and directly burst nursing. Brother Lon, with you there is absolutely no problem. Shenlang just smiled, I actually count more on you to surprise me. The two of them ate and drank until after 11 o'clock and left. After all, tomorrow we'll have to get up early, and cannot drink too much wine. 2 bottles for one person is almost enough. Back to the hotel, Shenlang set an alarm clock of more than 4 o'clock and went to sleep. This night Shenlang slept very well and had a dream. In his dream, he was fishing inside an oversized reservoir. There are some familiar people beside him to worship him. There are those fishing masters, there is a little fanboy Wang Peng, there is a beautiful silhouette, just cannot see the face. Shenlang directly let out a shout. A pole opens the door to heaven. The next second a huge fish comparable to a large trailer was directly pulled into the air. Just when Shenlang was complacent, he suddenly felt a burst of urine. This urge to urinate caused Shenlang to directly break his power, and the giant fish directly smashed down on him. When Shenlang was about to be smashed to death, Shenlang woke up. It turned out to be a dream. At the same time, Shenlang felt that his bladder was suffocating. It's all because of this urine, I almost pulled that fish up perfectly myself. Shenlang directly ran to the toilet to solve his internal emergency. And while Shenlang was shushing, he was thinking about the scene in his dream. He suddenly felt that he had that hint of enlightenment about that pole. Just that feeling is very mysterious, want to catch, but also feel very distant. When this pee ended, Shenlang had completely and utterly failed to catch that feeling. Sighing, Shenlang shook twice with some regret. After washing his face and looking at the time, it was already almost 4 o'clock. Shenlang is not ready to continue to lie down, cleaned up a little to the next door and knocked on the door. I did not expect the door to be opened after knocking twice. Brother Long, so early. Wang Peng said vaguely with a toothbrush in his mouth. Yo, I was about to call you. Right away, wait for me. Wang Peng said and ran inside. No hurry, I haven't washed up yet either. Shenlang finished and went back to his room to start brushing his teeth and washing his face. Of course, for a character like Shenlang, brushing his teeth and washing his face would not take more than 3 minutes. Wang Peng was even more needless to say, after a minute had passed he was already waiting for Shenlang at his door. A few minutes later the two had appeared in the car. Starting the vehicle, the car drove directly towards the suburbs. The location Wang Peng found is still relatively remote, although not as remote as Shenlang's reservoir. But there were no more homes next to it. To Shin Lang's surprise, when they came to the place, they actually saw 2 or 3 anglers fishing. It looked like they should have been here all night. This river was very wide, but the current was not fast, and next to it were also high mountains, so the river should be relatively deep. And the place where they are is similar to a shallow place. The length of the shoal is also hundreds of meters away. Shin Lang walked not far away next to a fishing man and looked at it and asked, "Bro, did you get a big load today?" The fishing man looked at Shin Lang and said, "No big goods, small fish to have a few. You guys want to come to fish big goods?" "Yes, I heard that there is 100 pounds of huge things here. We want to come and try." Shin Lang looked at his fish care. There was indeed no big fish. "What are you guys doing here if you want to fish for giants? There's a reservoir in the next county where there are all hundreds of pounds of giants. Don't you know about it?" The fishing guy said. "No, of course I know, I am still the boss there." But Shin Lang did not reveal his identity and continued. "The fish there are too big, we just want to play with about 100 pounds, but brother, why don't you go to that reservoir to fish?" The fishing man sighed and said, "Although there are many giants there, but the boss is too asshole, actually let those machines go in to fish, make a mess, I'm not interested, of course, can't fish, just play around here." Shin Lang did not expect the outside world to think this way about his reservoir. However, he did not know how to explain. Think about it, seems to have some sense. Wasn't there also an argument between 2 factions on the internet? Maybe many fishing guys were disdainful of fishing with machines. The fishing guy seemed to be a bit suffocated after fishing all night with no one to talk to, so he spoke up again. "If I were that boss, with such a good resource, I would definitely make that place a pilgrimage for all the anglers, and now it's messed up, hee. Don't talk about it." Shin Lang was aroused by his words, so he asked, "How is it, now the fishing circle is disgusted with their antipathy is not so much, a lot of our circle want to go, but feel diaphragmatic, brother you are interested in going to see it." Shin Lang was speechless. This might just be his side of the story, but it also reflected the feelings of some fishing groups towards their own reservoirs. If not this time off for a walk, really do not know that the outside is this way to see themselves. Shin Lang chatted with him for a few more sentences and left. Coming to Wang Peng's side, Shin Lang asked, "Is there a bigger opinion outside about that reservoir of mine?" Wang Peng froze, looked at the fishing guy next to him, seemed to understand why Shin Lang asked. "Actually it's okay, maybe they are more acidic, brother Long don't have to care." Shin Lang smiled, patted Wang Peng's shoulder and said, "Fishing, give these fishing guys a little shock today." Chapter 96. Is this what it feels like to be with a genius? Shin Lang naturally didn't particularly care. It was impossible for him to satisfy everyone. But if the group was large, then it was necessary to pay a little attention to it. From the opening of the tournament until now, in fact, the number of fishing guys did not grow particularly much. With such a high level of heat, this was clearly not normal. However, if the system was upgraded, then all the problems would be solved. Shin Lang's main purpose of allowing fishing with machinery was to allow the fishing guys to catch bigger fish. On the one hand, it was more rebates for himself, and on the other hand, it was to break through every barrier of the system. The current 1,000 pounds is basically impossible to accomplish with human power. Don't look at the dozens of people pulling up hundreds of pounds of big fish in a tug of war right now. When this poundage went up another 200 or 300 pounds, then the situation would definitely be different. Have not waited for other people to help, may fishing that person has been pulled down. Even if the fishing has been a lot of people together to pull, it is difficult to force together, as long as to give 1,000 pounds of giant of a power opportunity. All have to get down. Shin Lang took out the new fishing rod he bought and measured the depth of the water first. The depth of the water is about 6 meters. Shin Lang is ready to fish the bottom and try the fish first. Wild fishing is very easy to catch protected species, so there is also a certain risk. Shin Lang, their target this time can only be bluegill, grass carp, bighead carp, and other large fish species that can be caught. If in some large lakes fishing grounds, those farmed is another story. And next to Wang Peng has already started to rub bait. Shin Lang took a look. He actually used the large fish bait he gave directly. Not buddy, so direct? Shin Lang had wanted to use ordinary bait to play first, this bait up still play ah. Wang Peng rubbed the bait and directly divided half of it and put it next to Shin Lang. Brother Long, it's time to show the real skill. Shin Lang is not good to say anything, get it all done, then directly open it. Adjusted the float, Shin Lang hung a little bait and directly threw it down. With this kind of black technology, naturally there is no need to nest. Nesting is an insult to the system. It was now almost 5 o'clock and the sky was bright. The unknown bugs were still chirping, and the quiet morning brought a hint of clamor. Wang Peng did not cast the rod, but watched from the side. He thought that he could learn the technique here in Shin Lang. But Shin Lang was a little nervous. He himself has a few pounds or two or clear, that skill or Wang Peng broke through himself to upgrade. Shin Lang looked at Wang Peng. You go fishing too, it's cooler in the morning, it's hot when the sun comes out. But as soon as his words fell, there was movement on the water surface. Only the float was seen plunging straight downward. Brother Long, it's coming. Wang Peng was thinking of stealing a lesson and was just about to return to his fishing position when Shenlang said so, when he saw the movement on the water surface and shouted out. Shenlang had no choice but to tough it out. Finding the right moment, Shenlang directly pumped the rod. The fishing rod was quickly pulled up and bent into a bow at once. At the same time, a huge force came from the top of the fishing rod. Shenlang was stunned. This Nemo large fish bait is so powerful, the strength of this fish is not small. Shenlang wanted to directly use his own strength to pull for a while, but did not expect this force to directly pull him toward the water. Shenlang felt that with his own strength he definitely could not pull it, so he made the action of Yugo Nishan and shouted, Yugo Nishan. Only saw Shenlang immediately stabilized his body, the fishing rod was bent to the limit, the fishing line was pulled by that huge thing to swing to one side also to no avail. And the fishing man who was not far away from them also turned his head to look over when he heard this shout from Shenlang. When he saw Shenlang fishing in this strange position, he was also stunned. But when he saw the fishing rod pulled into the amplitude, as well as the fishing line cutting the water surface, that Wu sound, is even more shocked. No way, these two people have just arrived. This is on the giant fish? Then what is this 365 days of fishing in this water? The fishing man put down his rod and came over. Holy man, what kind of luck did you guys have? But then he looked at it and felt that it wasn't right. Looking at the strength of the fish pulling the line, it should be a huge thing. How come this brother didn't move at all? Shouldn't common sense say that he should gnash his teeth and fight it with various postures? Shenlang naturally would not answer his question. He found that this set of primary skills had many drawbacks, and after launching the skills, he could not move at will, and he could not speak. Shenlang was someone who had used top-level skills and could naturally feel the gap. And this skill 18 skills are still only primary skills. And that descending fish 18 fishing each skill is only the power of advanced skills, but the combination can become a top skill. This one of them would be able to explain a great deal. Now that he could hold on for an hour and 10 seconds using this skill, he would definitely be deflated once the time passed. And there would be a period of weakness. Either that or articulate the next skill. Shenlang could only hold on for a while and then see how to solve the problem. While Wang Peng next to him was watching Shenlang's movements with rapt attention, the last time he was spinning skills when the time was up, then directly ran out of strength. He wanted to see how Shenlang, an expert, handled it. That fishing man saw that Shenlang did not pay attention to him and did not get annoyed, so he watched from the side. He had fished all night and had wanted to leave, but now that there was such a good show, he naturally wanted to stay and watch. Shenlang insisted for half an hour and felt that this would not work. Since this 18 fishing was a combination, there must be a coherent technique. There is only a risk to try it. Shenlang thought about the posture and power technique of the next fishing in his mind, and began to calculate in his mind. Suddenly Shenlang thought of a possibility. Just like the 7 Dragon Balls turtle Qigong, the very beginning is storing power, and only after a certain degree is the explosion. Shenlang thought about the articulation point of the two skills, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There. Guanyin sprinkle water. Shenlang shouted, at the same time took the next pose. At the same time Shenlang adjusted the power to directly transition over. Post-transition success, and Shenlang felt that the power did not dissipate, and also enhanced a little bit. Shenlang heart rejoiced, it's done. Shenlang swung his arms and pulled the fish toward the left. And at the same time, Shenlang's mind appeared the name of the next skill, the action, and the essentials. Poison dragon crossing the sea. Shenlang shouted once again. At the same time, he assumed another posture, and the fishing rod was raised upwards. Shenlang felt that his strength had strengthened a little bit more. However, the next skill did not appear in Shenlang's mind again. It was obvious that either Shenlang was very feeing not to comprehend it, or there was still a precondition. At the same time Shenlang lifted the fishing rod up, a huge force pulled the fish out of the water. Only to see that the fish had a long pointed kiss and a diamond-shaped bone plate on its back. Shenlang was so shocked that he didn't stabilize it for a moment and directly deflated. What comes from fear? Wow, brother hit the jackpot. Ah! The fishing guy watching the show next to him also saw it. For those who often fish in these watersheds, they naturally recognized it at once. Wang Peng, quick, help cut the line. Shenlang immediately called out to Wang Peng next to him. Wang Peng also realized the problem and immediately went up to cut the line. The fish flipped over and directly disappeared. Shenlang was relieved. He had anticipated this situation and used barbless hooks. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. The fishing guy shook his head and sighed. Shenlang was also helpless and could only shake his head and say, it's everyone's responsibility to protect rare fish species. The fishing man gave Shenlang a thumbs up and walked away. There is no hilarity to watch. He naturally packed up his things and went home. Shenlang and Wang Peng walked a few hundred meters directly upwards in order to avoid catching that fish again. Only then did they continue to start fishing. And at first Wang Peng saw Shenlang's string of actions and saw some of the way. After arriving at the place, he started fishing. Shenlang, because of the tightness of the chrysanthemums, ran to the far grass to solve the problem inside the bushes. After squatting for a while, Shenlang suddenly heard a series of system beeps, which made him almost give a hard scare back to the results that had been brewing halfway. Congratulations to Wang Peng for comprehending the skills Qin Tian E Finger, Zhong E Strike, E Yang Finger, Turtle Bundle Entanglement. Starchlight Blasphemous Dragon Turning Ultimate Fish Sucking Technique. The host has realized this skill at the same time. Do you want to play like this? You've just regained a bit of confidence yourself. Is this what it feels like to be with a genius? Chapter 97. Have brothers ever heard of the Rock Spring Reservoir? This kind of fish is just called small fish. Wang Peng felt soothed as he learned to use his skills the way Shenlang started. In an instant, he grasped the essentials. When finishing using a skill, the next skill immediately appeared in his mind. After using another skill, the next skill appeared in the mind again. And so on and so forth, in an endless succession. And every time he finished using a new skill, he felt that his power increased a bit. Wang Peng felt like life had never been so exhilarating. It was just that the fish he caught this time wasn't very big. It had already been pulled out of the water during the second skill. It looked like it should just be an ordinary big head fish. The body length was just a little more than a meter, and the weight should be like 70 to 80 pounds. Wang Peng had originally thought to keep coming out with new skills like this. But by the time he reached the 9th style, the power had almost doubled, and pulling up the fish was also light. Once the skill was pulled, a carelessness, that fish was directly pulled flying up. Wang Peng felt that it was a bit of a pity that he could have comprehended more skills if the fish wasn't so intolerant. Wang Peng also understood the correct way to use this skill. Just like stacking buffs, each skill would increase some power on top of the previous skill, roughly 10% of the base. It wasn't a lot each time, but it was still considerable when using the skill in a row. Based on this current trend, by the time the 18th style was done, it should be possible to stack at least 1.5 times extra power. The skill itself already had a 4x power bonus, plus an additional 1.5x, which meant that it could end up at 10 times the power. Wang Peng was thrilled at the thought, 10 times ah. What a terrifying power that is this something a human being can have? At this time Shenlang ran out from the distant grass with his pants. Mainly because it was a bit smelly, he wanted to quickly get away from that area. Quickly, get into the protection, stay energized, we still have to ship it back. Shenlang said as he ran. Wang Peng also reacted and immediately took out the enlarged fish guard, then put the fish in with Shenlang. Shenlang looked at the fish in the fish guard, his heart was happy. If this is put into the reservoir, and then a slightly higher multiplier, think about it, all feel horrible. Those fishing guys must not go crazy. Even if it is 20 times, then it must be 1,500 pounds, if it is 40 times or more, then it is 3,000 pounds, this weight belongs to the ocean bully. If you can single-handedly fight over 500 pounds of giants in the future, then go to the Amazon basin, or other giants in the area, to get a few of them. Then their own reservoir is really going to become a monster reservoir. Not to mention your drone, even a crane can give you a dry-over. Shenlang looked at Wang Peng again and said, "Why don't you follow me in the future, package you eat and drink in the future?" Wang Peng scratched his hair. "Brother Long, as long as you can teach me a few more tricks in the future," Shenlang said with a smile. "Don't worry, I still have a trick of fishing with one rod to open up the sky, but the current you are too weak, wait until you fully master the current skills." Shenlang began to draw a pie. Shenlang didn't know if the other fishing guys would have this kind of talent like Wang Peng, after all, only the two of them had this kind of skill now. Or maybe everyone had this kind of talent and then they themselves were the trash? No matter what, someone like Wang Peng was still worth taking as a junior. Wang Peng heard Shenlang say a fishing method to open the sky, and suddenly thought of Shenlang's amazing fishing that night. He could not help but say excitedly, "Thank you, boss, I will definitely work hard." All said, "Call Brother Long." "Okay, Brother Long." Shenlang made another call to Shin Bishing and asked him to find a car that could tow fish and drive it over immediately. If they were lucky, they could smoke it a dozen or so today. At night it could be released back into the reservoir. Shenlang greeted Wang Peng with anticipation and continued fishing. And at this time, the sun in the east had slowly risen. Not far away, there are already one after another fishing men. I think this should be the gathering place of fishing men in the neighborhood. There are thousands of anglers in the world, and the ones who go to Shenlang's place are only a very small part of them. Most of them are just fishing for leisure, even if they are in the Air Force every day, it doesn't matter. At this time, a fishing man saw Shenlang they were here also walked over. "Brother, have a mouth?" Shenlang raised his eyes and looked. This was a young man around 30 years old. With a somewhat tanned face and a sun hat, he was looking into Shenlang's and their fish guards. "We just came here too, but we lucked out and caught a small calamari," the dark man said. "This waters are loaded with big stuff. Last month a brother caught a 50 to 60 pound one, which made everyone envious." "That's quite enviable." While Shenlang was talking, he suddenly saw the fish drift down on the surface of the water. "Hey! Here it comes. Brother, your position is fine." The dark man also saw it and reminded Shenlang in a whisper. Shenlang immediately pulled the fishing rod up. The fishing rod was also immediately pulled into a bow. At the beginning, Wang Peng had just unlocked those skills behind him, and Shen Lang had naturally learned them, and now had some itchy hands, and didn't care how big this fish was. Just began to cast the skill. Yu Gong Ishan. Shen Lang let out a shout, and then posed accordingly. The fish had not even begun to exert force. Shen Lang let its range of motion be fixed. As Shen Lang shouted and assumed the posture, an abundant power filled Shen Lang's entire body. Goddess of mercy sprinkling water. As soon as this action was finished, Shen Lang directly began to transition to the next action. In an instant, Shen Lang felt that his power had increased by a trace. The dark old man next to him watched in awe. He had seen those who were directly pulled down as soon as they caught a fish, and he had also seen those who were kneeling and fishing, and those who were lying down. He had never seen such a sight shouting, while dancing fishing. This brother is a bit strange. At this time Shen Lang has entered the next skill. Poison Dragon Crossing the Sea. Qian Tiani Finger. Bell Strike. One Young Finger. With the use of one skill after another, Shen Lang also struck a strange pose. When the skill of a Young Finger was used, Shen Lang felt that the fish below was already very light. It took no effort at all to pull it. Turtle Beam Entanglement. With Shen Lang's last shout, the fish looked like it was bound, and it did not move there. Shen Lang pulled with force, only to see that the fish was pulled away from the water in a flash. It moved towards the shore at a fast speed. From the size of this fish is a little smaller than the one on Wang Peng, but it should also be about 50 pounds. And at this moment, the dark little brother next to him had already looked a bit dumbfounded. When the fish was pulled directly onto the bank, the little brother stammered a little. You just did this, then this, and finally this, and he was caught? Shen Lang looked at the dark little brother. Otherwise, it's just a small fish, it's not a giant. Shen Lang said lightly. This is still not called a giant thing? At least 50 or 60 pounds. The dark little brother had begun to doubt life. Has brother ever heard of the Shirquan Reservoir? There, this kind of fish is just called a small fish. Shen Lang looked into the distance and said indifferently. Chapter 98. Where did you guys learn this skill? Can you tell me about it? I also want to learn. Wang Peng was beside him listening to Shen Lang pretending, and was also infinitely longing. If only I could be as calm as the boss in the future. Wang Peng came over and helped Shen Lang weigh the fish, 61 pounds. Then he immediately put the fish into the fish guard. Only to see a crackling sound of water in the fish guard. The dark brother took a look inside. Inside there is a fish, then just put in that fish is even bigger. No dude, didn't you just say small caramels? This is also called a small kara rice? Yo, black little brother was once again skeptical. Shen Lang spent 5 or 6 minutes before and after catching this fish. The main thing is to change skills and stack power. The core elements of this skill Shen Lang also understood almost. The name of each skill is so bluff, and then each time to stack so 10% of the attributes. Dancing for half a day is only stacking a few times. It is still not as powerful as that fishing for the heavenly gate. That is really handsome, a pole directly draw fly. Sure enough, compared to ordinary skills and top-level skills, even dogs are not as good. At this point in time, the reservoir side is already starting to get people on it. Yesterday's record was mediocre, except for a few places at the back of the leaderboard that were replaced. The top 5 were untouched. So fishing is also a sport of gambling on luck. The first ones to come in, besides the fishing guys who couldn't sleep, were still the same loads of college student cows and horses. This time it was a new group of faces, still full of curiosity and longing for this place. The giant fish next to the leaderboard is still the place where everyone comes to watch and clock in. I've long heard from the people who came in front of me that the fish here is several hundred pounds. I didn't expect it to be this big. The size of the fish, can't it be stewed in one pot? Regular program at night, 300 pounds of giant fish feast, then you guys can see how many pots you have to use to stew it. Wow, classmate, you know so much. Do you come here often? No, I've only heard about it. Soon these students gathered and started another day of fun. In fact, Shen Lang's departure did not cause much concern, everything went on as usual. Only Yang Ruolin seemed to be running around to make sure everything was fine. Of course, except for those who were more familiar with Shen Lang. My brother hasn't come back today? Chu Wei did not see Shen Lang's figure, asked the little sister at the front desk. Next to the little sister, there was also someone who was busy. It was Wang Xiaoxiao who came to the blind date yesterday. The boss went out to talk about investment, it should take 2 more days. The front desk little sister said. Chu Wei was shocked to hear this. What do you say, my brother to find investment, but also go out to talk about what to how much is not his sentence thing? Even if I'm not enough, there is not my cousin. Although Chu Wei is often flirted with by others some stupid, but he feels that he is just as wise as stupid. For example, now Shen Lang to find investment that has certainly encountered the problem of money, then he is certainly to help and invest in my brother, a steady profit. So Chu Wei said this matter to his cousin. Cousin, I tell you a lucrative business, are you interested? My brother's reservoir is looking for investment? Who is my brother? Shen Lang, my own brother. Lu Muqing directly hung up the phone when she heard this. A reservoir is just a reservoir. How much money can it make? And there are too many uncertainties there, not to mention the amount of investment is too big. Seeing that his cousin was not interested, he found Lu Zhanghua again. But this time Chu Wei was much more subtle. Uncle, what do you think of this reservoir? Lu Zhanghua looked at his out-of-tune nephew and said, well, it's quite good, there are quite a lot of big fish. I heard that the boss is looking for investment, are you interested? Lu Zhanghua actually knew Shenlang's follow-up plan. Just investing over $1 billion in this tiny reservoir? I don't know if he was crazy, or the world was crazy. Xiaowei, uncle's living expenses for the past 2 years have been used for fishing, where is there money to invest? Play on the side. Chu Wei was more stricken, why can't they all see it? However, Chu Wei himself did not have much money, his usual money all spend days and drink to go. So, he needed to make money and then come and invest in my brother. First of all, one must win against his uncle, but this matter seems to be very simple. Then, the second target was the golden koi. In an instant Chu Wei found his target. Brother, let me save you. Chu Wei was filled with fighting spirit, pulling Lu Sun to continue his fishing endeavor. Of course, in addition to Chu Wei, and the teacher leading the team asked for news about Shenlang, basically no one cared whether Shenlang was here. Shenlang was almost like a small transparent existence. He was both successful and a failure as a boss. The success was that without his presence, this place could still run perfectly, and the failure was that even if he wasn't there anymore, not many people were concerned. And at the moment was looking at the fish in the fish guard and fretting. The fish guard they had brought with them was nearly full, and there were already 10 whole 40 to 70 plus pound giants down there. And their neighborhood is full of anglers. The anglers who just came in the morning haven't gone fishing yet, and all of them have come here to see the fun. They have been watching for the past 2 hours and have been amazed. Even those master divers on the internet would not dare to act like this. Smoking a giant fish is like smoking an ordinary small fish. And the speed of this fish is also too horrible. What's even more horrifying is that the two of them just dance around a little bit and then yell a few words that the fish will be pulled directly to the shore. It felt like those ancient times who danced like gods. Brothers, where did you guys learn this skill? Can you tell me about it? I also want to learn. One of the anglers really couldn't hold back and came up to ask. The other fishing guys also immediately gathered around and said that they also wanted to learn. Shenlang pondered for a moment and said, have you guys ever heard of Shirquan Reservoir? The crowd of fishing guys looked at each other. You mean that giant thing reservoir in the next county? Shenlang said in a mysterious manner. Then have you guys ever heard of the 500 catty koi carp? The crowd of fishing guys nodded again. Actually, our brothers were the lucky ones who caught that 500 pounds of koi carp, and then we learned this power. The crowd of fishing guys burst into a gasp of surprise. Wow, doesn't that mean that 500 pounds of koi is really auspicious? I think it's that evil dragon in the ground. According to the current information, whether the dragon is evil or good is still up for debate. I would say that Shin family is not a good person, especially this generation of the Shin family heir, using that dragon for profit. Yes, it must be that dragon using the auspiciousness to preach, and then let us come to save it. Those fishing guys had naturally heard of that legend. And it was the complete and refined version. Naturally, they had their own opinions. One of the sudden fishing guys looked at Shenlang and said, this brother, since you are the lucky one who obtained the inheritance, do you think that Shin family is a thing? Chapter 99. As long as you hang that golden yellow koi again, you will be able to obtain the inheritance. Shenlang was speechless for a while. Is it really good for you to say to me like this that I am not a thing? And isn't the focus of your discussion skewed? In order to continue to fool, Shenlang still said, let's not talk about the Shin family first, but from our inheritance information, we know that as long as we hang that golden yellow koi again, we can obtain the inheritance. The crowd then got excited. What you said is true. Shenlang said with a smile. Naturally, it's true, there's no benefit for us to lie to you. Brothers, what are you still fishing here? Go to Shirquan Reservoir. Such a big reservoir, it's like winning the lottery to be able to fish it. I don't know if it can be pumped, it would be easy if it could. But my mom wants to call me for dinner tonight. In just a few minutes of work, all these fishing guys ran away. Shenlang and Wang Peng had demonstrated in front of them for 2 hours of quickly pumping huge things. Which angler wouldn't want to have this kind of power? 60 to 70 pounds of huge things, a few minutes directly to the shore. Of course the process may not be so elegant, but who cares? Brother Long, is it true that catching that golden koi again will give you the same skills as me? Shenlang looked at him and said, true or false, it doesn't really matter, what matters is that they went fishing in my reservoir. Wang Peng understood in seconds, the boss was as shrewd as ever. Shenlang finished and dialed Shin Bishing's phone once again. Brother Bishing, where are we? Shin Bishing's voice came from the phone. Already on the highway, it might take another hour and a half. Shenlang replied. Then you slow down, pay attention to safety, we are not in a hurry. Shenlang hung up the phone after saying that. Shenlang told Shin Bishing to go to the boss who sold his fish last time and directly rented a car for loading fish. Now they fish protection inside the 10 giant things, nay that a car can only fit so much. Too much on the way of transportation may be harmed. Shenlang also didn't expect to come out with a goal that was accomplished before a morning was up. Xiao Pang ah. The next time we fish, can we not use the bait I sent first? Let's experience the fun of fishing first. Shenlang looked at Wang Peng and said. Wang Peng was a bit puzzled. Was it not fun to smoke fish like this? But he still said. I know, brother Long, then let's use corn to make a nest first next time, but I've been pumping giants for so long, I feel like my Yugong Ishan seems to last for more than 3 hours. Shenlang heard that pumping giant things was so effective. Then we'd better see what happens. For the sake of skills that could be upgraded quickly, fun and whatnot was actually irrelevant. After pumping skills for so long, Shenlang also had a new perception of skills. In fact, the core of this set of awesome 18 styles was the first style Yugong Ishan. Its duration determined the power of this set of skills. The later skills were just a slow amplification of the effect, and at the same time, each style could also be accompanied by a fish pumping skill. Only the effects were different again. For example, the second style, Quanine sprinkling water, is to exert force to the side, changing the direction of the fish's force. What is more special is the turtle bundle entanglement, which can actually stabilize the fish to a certain extent. It was really amazing. Only Wang Peng's Yugong Ishan now lasts for 3 hours, and there is still no hint of upgrading. So Shenlang is still only an hour and 20 seconds of dregs. If it wasn't for the fact that the fish here wasn't very big and didn't require more than an hour of fierce battle, then Shenlang's glorious image might not be maintained. At this moment in this piece of water, there were only Shenlang and Wang Peng. The packet of large fish bait opened in the morning had been used up. There was no place to put another pack even if they caught it. But Shen Bishing still had an hour and a half before he would arrive here. Was it really necessary to use ordinary bait to sit here for an hour and a half? Shenlang had a flash of light, and he seemed to have thought of another way to utilize his skills. So he said to Wang Peng next to him, Peng, open a pack of medium-sized fish bait and fish a little fry for fun. Wang Peng was happy as long as he could fish. So immediately went to roll the bait. 10 minutes later the bait woke up and Wang Peng put half of it in front of Shenlang again. Shenlang took the bait and started fishing. Shenlang actually the origin of the idea this time is that one rod to open the door to heaven. That kind of top-level skill single skill split out can be used. I don't know if that kind of low-level skill individually split out can be used. Shenlang put the bait into the water, and after a few dozen seconds he saw the fish drift downward. Shenlang directly pulled the rod, while shouting, Ultimate fish sucking technique. Only to see Shenlang fling the rod, a 24 pounds of fish fry was directly pulled up. Shenlang's heart was happy, actually really effective. However, the power was greatly reduced. It was probably only about half of what was stacked up. Fishing this kind of fish fry is okay, trying to catch big fish is a daydream. But Wang Peng next to him saw Shenlang's operation and lit up. The boss is really a high-level person, this skill can actually be used this way. Wang Peng realized that if he walked through each skill like before, the proficiency of his last skill never went up. This was also possible, so wouldn't it be possible to practice whichever skill he wanted? And so a strange picture appeared here. There were two people shouting strange words over and over all the time and then doing even stranger actions. Wang Peng, ultimate fish sucking technique. Shenlang, starchlight blasphemous dragon turn. Wang Peng, ultimate fish sucking technique. Shenlang, Yodeguang Dulong turn. During this time, people who wanted to come here to fish heard them from a distance. They saw their strange movements from a distance. They were turned off, thinking they were crazy. Then directly left the place. So in the hour and a half Shenlang they waited, actually here did not come again a fishing man. Until Shenlang's cell phone rang. Shenlang picked it up and saw that it was a call from Shen Bishing. Hey, brother Bishing, to us a little ahead, see, here. Shenlang turned around and waved his arm at a car on the side of the road. Not long after, Shen Bishing and 2 village boys came here. At the same time they were holding 2 fish traps with fish in them, and 2 large rods. So they started to carry the fish here in groups of 2. There were 5 people in total. Shenlang was naturally the one with more, he was responsible for refueling and cheering. These 10 small caramels, and the back of the many fish fry, after more than an hour finally all put to carry to the car. Then Shenlang and Wang Peng sat in his car to go behind, while Shen Bishing and the 2 people who came over, driving the car loaded with fish to go in front. Interestingly, when down the highway, in front of the car pulling fish actually highway free. But this is just a small episode. When Shenlang they returned to the small county was already almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the county simply ate something, spent half an hour, and then rushed to the reservoir. When arrived at the reservoir it was already more than 5 o'clock. The day's competition at the reservoir had also come to an end. And the first place on the leaderboard had clearly turned out to be Lu Zhonghua 680 pounds big head carp tower crane with steel cable. Chapter 100 Hush, I will only tell that thing to those who have a destiny, don't talk about it everywhere. Shenlang froze, wasn't this tower crane Chu Wei's? How was it taken and used by his uncle? Shenlang, the tip of the system can be turned off. In the past, he had turned off the reminder of the small fish on the fish and only hinted at a few £100 or more. Today, he has turned off all the reminders. After all, he was fishing outside and suddenly came to a few reminders rather annoying. Shenlang asked Shen Bishing to park the car loaded with fish in a place where the sun could not shine, and then walk toward the bottom of the reservoir. Do not release the fish now, wait for the people to go almost before releasing. After all, there are too many people now. If you run into some people who have a heart, it is inevitable that they will not think nonsense. Came to the bottom of the reservoir. Shenlang had not gone far before he was called to stop. Hey, brother, you also came? Shenlang took a look. This is not exactly one of the group of fishing guys in the morning? Bro, how's the fishing going? Shenlang looked around and realized that those other people who were with him in the morning were slipping fish not far away. Caught and now still slipping it. But brother, I asked the people next to them how they do not know that the koi can get the inheritance of things? If they know, that would be strange. This dam was originally my nonsense. However, Shenlang still pretended to be calm and said softly, the reason why a secret is because very few people know. If all know, that can still be called a secret? This matter you guys just know, don't tell anyone else. The man nodded his head, seemingly very much recognizing Shenlang's point of view. And just at this moment, a muscle man happened to come this way. Seeing Shenlang, muscle man smiled and came over to greet him. Boss, why don't I see you today? Did you go on a date with that beautiful woman yesterday? The fishing man, who started to be fooled by Shenlang, raised his head and looked at Shenlang suspiciously. Are you the boss? Shenlang realized that things might be exposed, but he still said calmly, hush, that thing I only tell people who have a destiny, don't talk about it everywhere. Shenlang said and walked towards the muscular man. Lia, how come I can run into you any day? What a coincidence. How was the fishing today? Li Baiguang said cheerfully. Today is not bad. Now is slipping a big fish. This certainly can be on the list. Now can say sure to be on the list. It is indeed a big fish, is not right? Shenlang asked again. I remember you guys are cooperating, right? This one is your belonging? Liad's light said. No. It's Air Force was. Shenlang was happy. Then why are you so happy? Today seems to be more fish than yesterday. Judging from the number of people slipping fish, it seemed like today was a day of explosion. Air Force Hua and their kind of people who couldn't fish were able to catch big fish. And Lu Zhonghua actually directly rebounded to become the first in line. Shenlang came all the way to the position below the tower crane boom. Imagine that Lu Zhonghua, who was number 1 on the rankings, was not here, but Chu Wei and Lu Sun. At this moment, they were using the walkie-talkie to command the master above the tower crane to slip the fish. Slowly sneak towards me, so side. Yes, stop its firing. Shenlang walked over and patted Chu Wei. What's the situation with that leaderboard? How did your uncle use the tower crane to get on the fish? Chu Wei turned around and realized it was Shenlang, threw the walkie-talkie to Lu Sun and said, brother, you're back? I heard that you went to look for investment? Shenlang froze. Did I say that? Shenlang thought carefully for a moment. It seems like he used this reason yesterday. Let's not talk about this first. What's the situation with that leaderboard? Chu Wei said with some depression. My uncle returned the drone to me and then said that he borrowed the tower crane to fish once, and I didn't expect to get on that big fish. Shenlang was speechless. That's it? Yes, I didn't expect the nest I fought yesterday became his graft just like that. Chu Wei sighed. He originally disdained his uncle, but he didn't expect that old boy to actually borrow a chicken to lay an egg. Shenlang couldn't say anything. He could only say that this thing, luck, was really mysterious. Brother, aren't you looking for investment? When I win to win my uncle, get the pocket money to invest in you, how about it? Shenlang did not expect his own casual excuse also really someone believe. Someone really took it seriously and wanted to invest in himself? But Shenlang was still very happy. This Chu Wei is usually a bit naive, but his character is still good. Then you cheer, must win your uncle. Shenlang also did not directly refuse, even if it gave Chu Wei a little motivation. For the current Shenlang, money was no longer the biggest problem. Every day there are at least tens of millions of dollars in the account, this kind of money-making speed that can be compared to some listed big companies. The money needed for this reservoir, he could raise enough in a month or so. But this period of time is because of the competition. People are particularly large, later may not be so many people. As for really letting Chu Wei to invest in this reservoir, that is of course impossible. Chu Wei may not have too much heart, but the people behind him may do not want to add a lot of trouble later. Shenlang left Chu Wei and them and continued to loiter. Shenlang now saw them walking fish. In fact, his hands were quite itchy. After all, he had learned those skills that had not been utilized to the limit. Those small fish in the river simply could not take advantage of the skills. Just now is not the best time to expose the skills. Shenlang can only endure. After strolling for a while, Shenlang felt bored and returned to the dam. Because night fishing is not allowed here, many people have already given up fishing and have gone to watch other people load up. Because we all know that this period of time at night is one of the fastest possible changes in the charts, many fishing guys at night. See the fish all come up before they leave. But not so for those who come here for fun. After all, the buses are limited and there are so many people that many of them are. 3 or 4 o'clock already went back. Shenlang actually also thought about how to solve this problem, or else in the future this place will be developed to organize any activity. The road is all jammed. If it is again like this time, to seal the place. If you used to let the bus pick up passengers, this will lose a lot of tourists. After all, the capacity of bus transportation is limited, and it takes more than an hour to get from here to the county seat, and there are only so many transportation caps in a day. To widen the road is definitely not realistic. To widen the road, that would have to open up the mountains, so the cost is too great. Then the most appropriate is to reopen a road to. Shenlang also looked at the map around. In the reservoir on the other side of the mountain there is a road. Although that is only a country road, but if that road is picked up, it will greatly reduce the pressure of transportation on this side. And it was only 1 or 2 kilometers at most to connect to that road. Originally Shenlang was going to invest in all the areas of the entire reservoir, so building a road was no big deal. Of course now it was just a thought. Waiting to finish this session, the design drawings came out, and then see how to plan the route. Chapter 101. But inside this reservoir, the small fish that are also tens and hundreds of pounds. Brother Long, if there is nothing else, I would like to continue to fish a little more. Just when Shenlang was thinking, Wang Peng suddenly appeared beside him. His car was already parked not far away, and it seemed that he was specifically waiting for Shenlang to come up and say goodbye to Shenlang. Wang Peng fished that morning today and simply gave himself a good time to the sky. Back to the reservoir here, Shenlang, and not for him to fish, he bear to see others fishing is really difficult. It's like having millions of ants biting at your body. Wang Peng stayed here is simply seconds like years. Shenlang suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "You go, call me when you catch a fish." Wang Peng got Shenlang's promise and his heart was happy. He was about to leave when Shenlang suddenly added, "Alas, it seems that I'm the only one fishing for the big fish in this reservoir at night. Originally, I wanted to ask you to come along. Since you want to go, then I won't keep you." Wang Peng's footsteps lurched, turning back to look at Shenlang with some grudges. "Alright, wait and eat first, then go and take a nap. Let's battle all night at night," Shenlang said with a smile. "Okay, brother Wave. There are big fish to catch." Wang Peng will naturally choose to fish big fish, those small karamia. It was no longer in the eyes of the law. For example, the fish that was caught in the morning, if there were 200 or 300 pounds, Wang Peng felt that he could still comprehend some skills. Stuck there without getting on it. It was too unbearable. As time passed, slowly there were already some fish being caught. Today seemed to be the day with the best overall performance in the past few days. In addition to the first place was broken, 5 after all be bloodwash again. Wang Peng caught that 500 pounds. Golden Koi had fallen to 10th place. In addition to Master Deng and the others being particularly lucky on the first day, there were a lot of them hoisted up in the past 2 days, but the weight didn't fulfill the conditions for being on the list. So to catch big fish, luck and strength went hand in hand. It was good that the time was still early. There are still 10 days or so. There was still time for everyone to keep working hard. The time came to 6 o'clock. Another fish feast of 300 pounds of big fish started. Shenlang here, 300 pounds of big fish is more than enough. He is not heartbroken. Basically every morning after that wave of pulling up, the fish that choose to return to the fish will pick one to send to the kitchen here. Some things don't stop when a precedent is set. For example, that box of beer is starting to lift out again. Shenlang is not likely to stop. After all, everyone is tired all day, as long as they do not drink too much, affecting tomorrow's work on the line. Shenlang in the afternoon in the county has eaten, now is not very hungry, but also casually eat a couple of mouthfuls. Wang Peng is a good eater. He ate 2 big bowls and didn't know how his stomach grew. "Brother Wave, this fish is so tender," Wang Peng said as he ate. Actually, Wang Peng didn't like eating fish very much. After all, he used to eat fish basically every day when he was in the wild, and he was already about to vomit. It was also the first time he had eaten such a big fish, so he wanted to taste it, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to stop. "Tender, you just eat more. Finish eating so we can go rest." Wang Xiaoxiao, who was still eating together at the same table, couldn't help but remember yesterday's scene when she heard this. Although Shenlang had already explained it very clearly to him, he still had some reverie when he heard these words. If Shenlang knew his thoughts, he would definitely also spit. How corrupt is this thought of yours? On the other hand, Yang Ruolin was opening the live broadcast to eat fish. Naturally, it was because he didn't want to break the live broadcast. And he was starving himself. So he did the eating broadcast. But the effect is surprisingly good. There were also many people asking, 300 pounds of fish, is it every day? They wanted to come over and eat it. After all, this kind of giant thing was originally a scarce resource. To be able to eat it was to earn it. Yang Ruolin turned her gaze to Shenlang. Shenlang nodded, and only then did Yang Ruolin chat with the water friends in the live broadcast again. Of course there is. Even if there are no ready-made ones, you guys can go fishing yourselves. Not only do we have 300 pounds here, we even have more than 600 pounds, as long as you can catch them. Shenlang silently gave her a nod. This wave of advertising was good. Yang Roland was already comfortable with live broadcasting. And he had also made a lot of money during this period of time. Although the big pie Shenlang drew for him to pick up some goods to sell didn't materialize, the gifts and traffic fees he usually received had turned him into a small rich woman. Not long after, Wang Peng was also full. Shenlang then took him toward his home inside. And the reservoir below was still noisy. There are still a dozen places where the fish have not been caught. But after these fish are caught up, someone will naturally deal with Shenlang. Shenlang staying here would not help. After all, he was almost transparent here. Shenlang brought Wang Peng to his home and arranged him in a separate room. Then wanted to let a simple wash and lay on the bed. Set an alarm for 12 o'clock. Shenlang then fell into a deep sleep. Because he got up too early in the morning and didn't rest much for the day. Just a little squint in the car. That little bit of time naturally didn't help, so Shenlang quickly fell asleep. At more than 12 p.m., Shenlang and Wang Peng came to the edge of the reservoir with a yawn. It had only been more than 4 hours of sleep. Totally not enough sleep. And it was woken up by the alarm when they were sleeping soundly. Shenlang thought, why did he come to suffer this crime? Is it not good to have a good sleep? But thinking about the cool feeling that fishing brought to him, Shenlang still climbed up with vigor. But they came above the dam, but found that the door in the cabin was still wide open today. The lights were also shining brightly. Usually 2 people would be arranged to be on duty here at night. Shenlang had thought that they had forgotten to close the door. But when he looked under the reservoir, he froze. There is actually a place under the reservoir walking fish. Shenlang took out his cell phone and looked at the time as 12 o'clock. The time is right. This point actually still in the fish? Originally Shenlang was thinking of this point first, put the car inside the fish down, but now so many people, not good operation. It seems that we can only wait a little longer, or first go down to see it. Shenlang and Wang Peng walked down and came to the side of the group of people. Surrounded by quite a few people, there are dozens of looks. Inside the tug of war is also more than 20 people. It looked like the fish should not be small. Brother Lon, why did you come? A voice sounded next to Shenlang. Shenlang took a look at the boy who was on duty today. What's the situation here? What time is it and still no fish? The guy said. It should be hooked at more than 4 p.m., and it should be very big, so it slipped until now. Well, it can't be helped. Shenlang looked for a while. This fish should take a little more time, so he pulled Wang Peng toward the inside of the reservoir. Walking to a flat place inside, Shenlang put down his things and started to prepare for fishing. This time he prepared to use small fish bait. Although the small fish caught were small fish. But inside this reservoir, the small fish that is also dozens of pounds and hundreds of pounds. And small fish bait also has the probability to attract medium-sized fish. Medium-sized fish are the mainstay of the reservoir. 300 to 6 or 700 giants. Shenlang also learned later that these baits attract the size before the multiplier increase. So those 20 or so pounds of fish that Shenlang used to put in the past can only be considered medium-sized fish. As for large fish, at least 50 pounds upwards is not capped. Chapter 102. Here comes this terrifyingly gifted monster. Not long after, in the depths of the reservoir, a burst of sound came. The foolish god removes mountains. The goddess of mercy sprinkles water. The poisoned dragon crosses the sea. The crowds of onlookers there were attracted by the sound and all looked deeper into the reservoir. What is this sound? It seems like someone reading? Someone reading in the middle of the night? And it's in the reservoir. Are you stupid? Is this place haunted? Nerve, let's go check it out. The night was already dark, and the wind in the mountains and forests was relatively strong, blowing the trees in the mountains and forests whimpering. Although Shenlang and the others shouted loudly, but when they were blown away by the wind, they couldn't hear it so truly. While talking, there were already a few people who couldn't help but walk inside. After all, humans themselves are full of adventurous spirits. In addition, the fishing man was already a frequent night fisherman, so naturally he was even more daring. A few of them rounded a big bend, and they saw fluorescent dots not far away. While the light hit the water, they could see 2 twisted shadows on the water. Those 2 shadows were making strange movements, which looked even more bizarre because of the swaying of the water waves. It can't really be a ghost, brothers. Don't go if you're chicken, I'll go myself. Then I won't go, you guys go. After saying that, a fishing guy ran in the direction of the crowd. A few others saw that someone had run away and followed suit. Only the person who started to say I'll go by myself stood there alone. He couldn't go in or out. Going forward, just by himself was quite scary, and going backward seemed disgraceful. After all, he had already said that sentence. Still, he felt that there could be no ghosts in this world. So he started humming a song and walked boldly toward the front. The closer he got, the clearer he heard those voices. Poisoned dragon crossing the sea. Dry sky 1 finger. Bell 1 strike. 1 young finger. Listening to this shouting, it seems like it's some kind of technique, right? One yang finger? And he could also vaguely see two figures making weird postures there. While flinging a fishing rod? That fishing guy let out a sigh of relief. So it was someone fishing. Let's just say that group of people are cowards, actually believing that there are ghosts in this world. The man accelerated his steps and walked that way. Shen Lang and Wang Peng smoked a lot. Because there is a system of bait to catch fish is very fast. It almost took at most 10 seconds to throw it down to catch a fish, so they started pumping fish almost endlessly. Most of these fish were only 50 to 100 pounds of fish as well. And the skills were used up to one sun finger to pull the fish up. This moment they had each pulled 4 or 5 each. Just then a voice rang out. Hey brother, can you fish this late at night? Shen Lang looked and saw that a man had arrived with a flashlight. No. Shen Lang replied. Then why are you fishing here? The man shot over with a flashlight, illuminating Shen Lang's eyes a little. Shen Lang blocked it with his hand and said, because I'm the boss. The man suddenly lurched his figure and then ran over with his ass in the air. At the same time, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and skillfully pulled out one and handed it to Shen Lang. Hey, look at this, boss. Why do you come fishing at night? Shen Lang waved his hand to indicate that he did not smoke. Night is the best time to fish, daytime is so hot surely let you fish. The fishing man froze when he heard Shen Lang say this. Boss, you are right, but why do I have an urge to hit you? Boss, then can I fish now? That fishing guy suddenly asked. No, but you can watch us fish. Shen Lang replied firmly. The fishing guy had a sentence in his heart that he didn't know whether to say it or not. But he didn't leave either and still watched here. Slowly the expression on the angler's face went from a strange face to a shocked face. He had found something. 70 to 80 pounds of big fish by the young man next to the boss. Just like that, this way, and then that way, the fish was pulled up. As he was shocked, he saw that the boss had also hit the fish. This way, and then that way, pulled the fish up again. The shock in the angler's heart had gone to the extreme. He gathered his courage and said again. Boss, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Shen Lang removed that fish, put it into the fish guard, then hung the bait and threw it into the water again before answering. If you don't know, don't ask, I won't say anyway. The fishing man thought for a moment and revealed a look like that. Boss, I know, I will keep your secret. Now Shen Lang was puzzled. What do you know? Help me keep what secret? Just at this moment, a great sound could be heard coming from the distance. Quickly, everyone lift up together. Holy, this has to be on the list again. Definitely, brother, this has to be a treat for a midnight snack. Please, everyone gets a share, let's go have a meal together. This is on the fish? Shen Lang forgot that his system tone was turned off. Otherwise, he would have known how big this fish was, and now that he was fishing, he was not in the mood to check the history. The fishing guy next to him heard the hustle and bustle over there, looked at it twice, and then left with his ass in the air. On his way out, he also said, Boss, don't worry, I will help you keep the secret. Shen Lang asked Wang Peng next to him with some doubts. Do you know what the secret he said is? Wang Peng thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but it should be related to you. Shen Lang was even more speechless. Not long after a shout came from over there. Holy, 620 pounds, brother, second place. Go, eat a snack to go, today I'm all inclusive. Is the heavenly room also covered? Not a bit. After a while, the voices faded away. Then a sound of a car starting, the reservoir gradually returned to calm. Shen Lang couldn't help but spit at the person who started it. If this matter was placed on Chu Wei, that kid, he definitely invited everyone to go to the heavenly world. But what is it like inside the heavenly world? Shen Lang was filled with curiosity. Peng, go release the fish. Shen Lang said to Wang Peng next to him after he made sure those people were gone. Okay, brother Long. Wang Peng was about to put away the rod when he felt a huge force coming from the rod. Wang Peng's heart was shocked. This is a big cargo? And at this time the fish had already launched, pulling Wang Peng to move inside the water. Wang Peng immediately launched the skill. Yugo Nishan. Shen Lang heard this sound and knew that Wang Peng was on the fish again. But it didn't matter, it was a matter of waiting for a few minutes. Goddess of mercy spilling water. Poison dragon crossing the sea. Dry sky one finger. Zhongyi strike. One young finger. Yodo's blasphemous dragon turning. Ultimate fish sucking technique. When Wang Peng used all his skills, Shen Lang knew that something was wrong. After all, the most he used at the beginning was Yodo dragon turn. Sure enough, the next second Wang Peng made another weird pose. At the same time a name came out of his mouth. One flower into meat. Shen Lang's heart swirled. Here it comes, this terrifyingly gifted monster. Sure enough, only to see that just after Wang Peng had set up this pose, he began to twist up and set up his next move. 6-6 flip. Chapter 103 Away 18 styles all used up. Shen Lang was massaged by the fish's back. And at this time, Wang Peng's heart was great. Just after using one skill, the next one appeared in his mind. One move after another was released. Every weird move made Wang Peng feel like he had added a point to his power. Invincible wind and fire wheel. With the next move unlocked, Wang Peng quickly took a few steps backward before pulling the fishing rod upwards. Water splashed in the reservoir. Obviously that fish had been pulled out of the water. But the sky was too dark. Although that fish was pulled out of the water, it was impossible to see the size. Only a dark shadow could be seen swimming there. Shen Lang did not disturb from the side and continued to watch Wang Peng's performance. Then one by one, the skills were made without a pause. Scissor kick. Ice and fire. Mandarin duck's leg. Soft bone entanglement. Jiankuan de Nuai. Flying dragon in the sky. No discount for the whole set. At this point, all the 18 styles of Awei have been used. At the same time, Shen Lang also got the system's prompt that he had learned all the skills behind. Wang Peng sighed in his heart. If there was such a big fish last time, he might have directly finished learning the skills. He was overjoyed in his heart. His current strength was already about 10 times that of the original. That is to say, if an ordinary person's Wang Peng's strength was 100 pounds, then he now had 1,000 pounds of strength inside him. Seeing that he had finished learning his skills, Wang Peng no longer stopped and directly exerted his strength to pull the fish towards the shore. The surface of the water crackled with the sound of struggle, but it seemed to be more than a little bit worse than Wang Peng, who was already full of buff. The fish was directly pulled to the shore. Shen Lang saw this scene, also ran over to help. Shen Lang approached through the light of the flashlight to see the size of the fish. This is a warbler, the length of more than 1.5 meters. According to Shen Lang's experience, it is only 200 pounds, not to 300 pounds. After all, the small bait is just a small bait, and it cannot have too high requirements. And according to the amplitude ratio of this primary skill, Shen Lang does not think that this skill can pull up more than 1,000 pounds of fish. After all, the instantaneous explosive power of a fish also has 3 to 5 times its own weight. According to this data, this skill amplification of up to 10 times the strength, completely insufficient. Of course, theoretical data is not necessarily accurate, sometimes need to battle to see the truth. Shen Lang jumped into the water and picked up the fish and threw it to the shore. It is just that the fish caught by Wang Peng in this way is not like the kind of fish that has been slipping for a few hours. Slipping for a few hours is to completely drain the strength of the fish. And this kind is with brute force directly to the shore. If the power is enough to pull directly to the shore is good, how to jump on the shore of the fish will not help. But Shen Lang in the water is different. Only to see that the fish struggled for a while, and the body kept swinging. Snap! Snap! Shen Lang, who had just picked up the fish, was directly slapped twice, but fortunately it was only on his back, and Shen Lang only felt a fiery pain. Careless! But Shen Lang still endured the pain and threw the fish onto the bank by following the pull of Wang Peng's hook. The fish continued to bounce on the bank. Wang Peng immediately ran over and said, "Brother Long, is everything alright?" Obviously those two popping sounds, Wang Peng also heard it. Shen Lang walked up with his back arched and said, "Come on, help me take off my clothes and take a look." Wang Peng sniffed and immediately pulled Shen Lang's clothes up from behind. Hiss! Gently! Shen Lang couldn't help but scream out. Wang Peng took a look with the flashlight, only to see that his back was blood red. But it was good that there was no bleeding. "Brother Long, your back is all red from the slap, but it doesn't look like it's a big problem, it'll be fine in a few days." Shen Lang only felt a fiery pain in his skin, he didn't feel any pain elsewhere, it should only be a skin injury. As long as there was no bruising or swelling, it would be fine in a few days. Shen Lang looked at the warped mouth that was still bouncing there, and his fire was not in a place. "Peng, call those two brothers above to come over and carry the fish up, I'll stew it tomorrow to replenish the blood." Wang Peng promised to immediately head over to the reservoir dam. Not long after, the two boys on duty followed Wang Peng. It took the three of them a lot of effort to move the fish up above the dam. As for those small fish that were caught at the beginning, they were directly released. "Put it inside the water tank, don't let it die, it won't taste good if it dies," Shen Lang commanded from the side. So this fish was put into the tank that held the chart giants. This fish looked already very big, when put into the fish tank, and that 500 or 600 compared, instantly feel like a small fish. Shen Lang also called Wang Peng and the three of them to put the car inside the fish into the reservoir. Still put in the ditch where the fish were put last time. Although the current is not as big as before, but let the fish safely down into the reservoir is still possible. Dozens of pounds of fish entered the reservoir. Shen Lang didn't know how many times these fish could be doubled, but fish over 1,000 pounds were definitely there. Now it was up to the lucky one to catch it. Shen Lang watched them release the fish while taking out a bottle of ice water inside the refrigerator and putting it on his back to ice it up. Although the act of putting ice water on his back by himself was a bit of a bad operation, but Shen Lang was very brave to try. In less than half an hour, the carload of fish were put down. Wang Peng and the three of them again carried the 200 pounds of fish up and put down the fish for more than half an hour again. The three of them were so tired that they didn't want to move and sat down by the cabin. Brother Wave, this reservoir of yours is full of several hundred pounds of big fish. Why do you still need to release these tens of pounds of small fish? Wang Peng asked Shen Lang with some puzzlement. Shen Lang naturally could not tell the truth. Could I tell you that brother has a system that can make the fish bigger? But in the future, the fish is getting bigger and bigger, and it will definitely attract more attention. Everything pushes towards that legend is. This is a secret, just like the power you have now, you will naturally know later. Shen Lang continued to say with an icy compress. Wang Peng was puzzled. Shen Lang's current appearance was definitely not able to fish. It was definitely not safe to let Wang Peng fish alone either, in case he was super lucky to pull in this giant thing that had just been put in after doubling. That 1 or 2,000 pound giant would be able to pull Wang Peng down in a few seconds. Even if he possessed the skill, it wouldn't help. In case Wang Peng was accidentally slapped by the tail of that kind of thing again, it must not directly turn belly up in the water. So Shen Lang said to Wang Peng, "Let's go back to rest, not fishing today first." Wang Peng looked at the reservoir and said, "Brother Wave, in fact, I'm not sleepy, I've already slept so long at night." Shen Lang pointed to his back and said, "Not sleepy also cannot you look at my back, if you win was 2 times, which to save you?" Wang Peng knew that Shen Lang was worried about him and did not say anything else. However, he still had reluctance to look down to the reservoir. "Don't look at it, wait for me to get well, continue to accompany you to fish, look at me this ice pack, can't you don't know to help?" Oh. I'll help you Wave brother. Chapter 104, The Misery of Lanxiang Technical School, Teacher Zhong's Helplessness. Shen Lang and Wang Peng returned to the home below. Shen Lang lay on the bed and let Wang Peng help him apply ice to relieve the pain. Wang Peng helped Shen Lang compress the ice again for a long time, and the good thing is that there is really no bruising and blistering. Wang Peng applied the ice for so long that his hands were already sore. So he said, "Brother Long, is it done?" Only Shen Lang did not respond. Wang Peng called out again, "Brother Lang, is it ready?" But still no response. So Wang Peng turned to the other side of the bed to take a look. Shen Lang had already fallen asleep. Wang Peng sighed, put the ice pack to the side and also returned to his house. Wang Peng looked at the time, it was only after 2 o'clock, he really didn't feel sleepy after already sleeping all evening. So Wang Peng left the house and took the fishing rod to the road at the head of the village. Yugong Ishan. Guanyin sprinkles water. When you talk here, you can't be heard inside even if you speak loudly. Wang Peng continued practicing the always 18 styles he had just finished under the streetlight. Over and over again. It was already past 6 o'clock the next day when Shen Lang woke up. This had become Shen Lang's biological clock. Basically, he could wake up at this point every day now and did not need an alarm clock. The pain on his back lessened a little, but only a little, still a burst of terrible pain. Shen Lang got up and came downstairs. Everyone had already gotten up and had already washed up and was preparing to leave for the reservoir. "Little Wave is up? You hurt your back yesterday, are you better?" Shen Lang's mom saw Shen Lang come down and hurriedly walked over to look up. "It's fine, Mom, it will be fine in a couple of days. All red like this, still okay, don't go to the sun in such a hot day, rest well at home." Mother Shen looked at Shen Lang's back with some intolerance. "That's right, Brother Long, it's the same whether you're there or not anyway." Yang Ruolin joked on the side. "Che, I won't go even if you ask me to go." Shen Lang finished taking out the cool chair, found another pillow then plopped down on it. "Alright, I'll send breakfast down for you later, just lie down in peace." The second aunt also said, "No, I'll just eat a little by myself." Shen Lang wasn't unable to move, naturally he didn't need that special care. "You guys just get used to it, that little injury, he will come up and eat by himself later." At this time Shen Genius walked out and said, "In the past, I broke my leg but also walked to the market on my own, he has a good leg, how to walk will not be Shen Lang immediately said, Will, you guys go, I'll fix it myself later." A few people flirted a few more times, all walked towards the reservoir. Now the fishing guys were coming earlier and earlier. When a few people arrived at the reservoir, there were already some fishing veterans arriving. At this moment, they were looking at the leaderboards and talking about it. "Someone rushed the leaderboard again last night, this second place is 620 pounds. I couldn't stay up until 10 o'clock yesterday, so I went back, and I heard that it was only after 12 o'clock that I caught a fish. And I heard that the reservoir was haunted last night." "Don't talk nonsense, this is a deep forest." They were discussing vigorously when Yang Ruolin arrived. "Want a fish, you can pay now." A few people turned around. "Cousin Ruolin, so early today." "Cousin, isn't this early any day?" Yang Ruolin ignored their flirting. "It went up by 100 today, come over if you want a fish." The crowd of fishing guys froze, it went up another 100. In fact, the price of 2,000 a day was already a burden to many fishing guys. After all, not everyone was able to catch those hundreds of pounds of giants. There were already people who withdrew from the tournament yesterday. But they didn't leave, instead they acted as helpers on the side. But since a few people had come so early, they were definitely going to fish. So a few people paid their money and headed down to the reservoir. Soon the second wave of people arrived here at the reservoir, and it was actually the crowd from the Lansheng Technical School. They hadn't been able to produce any results in the past few days here. Teacher Zhong had already been scolded by the leaders above. You have to know that their 1 day's oil money, 1 day's fishing expenses, plus accommodation, food, and other expenses. 1 day is 120,000, a few days down a little decent results or not be scolded that are strange. So he thought hard, dry a morning field, must fish out some results. After paying the money, the crowd also came to the reservoir below. After the past few days of study, these students have long learned to roll their own bait. Mr. Zhong also repeatedly let them watch the first dredge fishing video to learn the skills of that slipping fish. Now these students are all full of theory, just short of catching a giant fish. And today Mr. Zhong decided to take the field himself. He had to give his classmates a head start, or else he wouldn't be able to do his job inside the school for a few more days like this. It was still early in the day, the sun hadn't come out yet, and the air was exceptionally cool. Mr. Zhong threw the bait into the reservoir and climbed up to the digger control room. He was rubbing the giant special bait this time, and the other various spices had been pulled full. He just couldn't believe that he wasn't catching fish yet. Mr. Zhong went up and down and continued to throw the bait a few more times. The sun also slowly rose, the reservoir slowly also lively. The army of anglers has basically been assembled. Just then, Mr. Zhong saw the float in the water drop violently downward for a moment. It was only for a moment and immediately returned to calm. Mr. Zhong wiped his eyes and wondered if he had been mistaken. That one moment was like being sucked into the mouth of some monster. Teacher Zhong shook his head, he must have stared for a long time and his eyes were blurred. Plus being scolded by the leader, the pressure was too much. But the next second, only to see that float directly sink into the water disappeared. Mr. Zhong was shocked. I really come? He immediately maneuvered the digger arm to lift it upwards. Just a moment, the wire line was pulled straight. Mr. Zhong's heart was happy. This is definitely a big cargo, and at least it is a big cargo that can be on the list. After staying up for so many days, it was finally the end of the suffering. As long as this fish was caught, then not only would he not be scolded again, he himself would also receive a commendation from the school. Now the internet is already spitting on their Lansheng Technical School. When they came here, the scenery was all over the place, and the battle looked like a military parade. And then, there's no more. Mr. Zhong was ready to step back a bit after pulling the robotic arm up. But the next moment he felt something was wrong. He had clearly pressed the gas pedal down, but there was no response. To his horror, he realized that the excavator was veering to one side. Mr. Zhong raised his eyes and found that the side of the digger next to the bank was sinking into the mud. It was also his bad luck. The diggers next to him were parked on top of the rocks, and in his position, there was just mud underneath. The first 2 days didn't produce many fish, and even when they did, they were only small ones. So he didn't care about this stuff either. Chapter 105 Everyone come and see the digger was pulled down by the fish. Quick, Lu Yang, drive over and help me. Teacher Zhong had to shout loudly at the digger next to him. And the trainee next to him called Lu Yang turned his head to look over when he heard Mr. Zhong's words. And by this time, Mr. Zhong's digger had already tilted so much. Lu Yang didn't care that he was still fishing and drove over immediately. Mr. Zhong also started to save himself by moving the digging bucket to the front. Only the fish in the water didn't seem to want him to have it so easy, and started to push harder. But the digger's strength is measured in tons, so how could a fish shake it? If it wasn't for the fact that the digger just happened to be parked on top of the soft soil, then even your biggest fish wouldn't be able to move a single bit. But things are so coincidental. Mr. Zhong had already extended the digger's arm into the water to support the weight of the digger. This move is really effective. All of a sudden the digger stopped sliding. And behind Lu Yang's rescue is already close at hand. Just at this time, Mr. Zhong felt the digger gently shaking. Then once again, it slowly fell downwards. At this time the track below had already had most of it gone into the water. Teacher Zhong was a bit flustered. Lu Yang, hurry the hell up, I'm going under. No need for him to yell. Lu Yang at the back had already pressed the digger arm on top of his fuselage. It didn't matter if he didn't press at this point, this press. Mr. Zhong's excavator directly accelerated and slid down into the water. Not long after half of the body fell into the water. But fortunately here is only a small shoal, the excavator slid down after the stop. Mr. Zhong opened the driver's door and swam up. At the trainee called Zhang Yang was cursing. Told you to rescue, what have you done? Who told you to push me? Lu Yang was a bit aggrieved. Teacher Zhong, I thought of holding him down. Teacher Zhong became even more angry. Then you pressed it, what did you push? Lu Yang was even more aggrieved. I was pressing. And the commotion on this side was also seen by the fishing guys on the side. Although one side of the fishing guys are far away from the digging machine, but such a big movement they naturally saw. So everyone ran over to see what was going on. Everyone come and see the digger was pulled down by the fish. I don't know who shouted so loudly, more people ran this way. Mr. Zhang was furious. What are you guys looking at? What's there to see? And at this time the radio was saying words of encouragement to everyone. It seems that it also received the news and started broadcasting. A new day wishes everyone to catch a big fish and be on the top of the list. Now interjecting a piece of news, the digger from Lanxiang Technical School was just pulled down by a fish of unknown size, so please pay attention to safety and wear life jackets even when you are fishing. From today onwards, we will irregularly broadcast interesting stories about the reservoir to you all at any time. I hope you like it. Teacher Zhong had already spit blood. You can broadcast if you want to, why just come to broadcast when I just went into the water? And at this time in the broadcasting room, Wang Xiaoxiao's voice with her mic turned off said to Yang Roland next to her. Sister Roland, is this okay? Yang Roland nodded and said, very good, when you went to school you were the school announcer, how come you didn't say it earlier? We are short of such talent here, and the proposal that you started that reservoir interesting story is very good. In the future have any ideas directly with me. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded happily and said, thank you Sister Roland, I will work hard. And at this time, the side of the digger that fell into the water was already surrounded by fishing guys. Everyone looked at the digger and said, holy, how big of a fish does it have to be to drag the digger down? Could there be a water monster inside this reservoir? And not a fish? I've studied physics, look at this, it should be sliding down, even if there's no fish below collapsing, he can still slide down. You said earlier, but I also studied physics, why can't I see it? Teacher Zhong scolded Liu Yang for a while, and finally his anger subsided a bit. He then remembered that he couldn't let the diggers stay inside the water for too long, or else it would really be over. So he greeted a few diggers to come over to connect up the digger with a wire and pull it upwards. It didn't take long for the digger in the water to be fixed. The two diggers exerted force together, and the underwater digger was pulled upward little by little. After a while the digger was pulled up. Just then a sharp-eyed angler shouted, look at that wire. The crowd looked, only to see that the wire hanging above the digger had broken. The break obviously had traces of stretching. And it looked like it should have been ripped off. At first you guys said that this digger was pulled down by a fish, right? There should have been fish pulled on that wire. I'm suddenly a bit convinced that the digger was pulled down by a fish. It was broken by the digger itself, wasn't it? How could a fish? I also believe it couldn't have been a fish, otherwise how big would it have to be? Mr. Zhong also looked at the broken wire. He suddenly felt some chills behind his back. This steel wire was not big, only 4 or 5 millimeters thick, but it was a steel wire. It could pull at least a ton of weight. What kind of fish could pull this steel wire right off? Could it be that there really was a monster inside this reservoir? Just at this moment, the radio's voice rang out again. Latest broadcast, the digger has been pulled up, but we found that the steel wire pulling the fish was pulled off by a mysterious force. Teacher Zhong from the Lanxiang Technical School suspects that there isn't some kind of monster underneath this water. Teacher Zhong gasped. How did you know I suspected the feed? And this news also made the whole reservoir more lively. At first, many of the uninteresting fishing guys also ran to this side to see the fun. And just at that moment, the first wave of tourists had already arrived. They had also just heard the broadcast. These tourists even filtered out the program of clocking in next to the giant think tank and ran directly to the bottom of the reservoir. In no time the side of Lanxiang Technical School was already surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Lanxiang Technical School has caught fire in another way. And what it has accomplished is the legend that there is a monster inside the reservoir that can pull the digger down. At the moment Shenlang lying on his back on top of the cooler on top of his own street along the can. Suddenly a voice rang in Shenlang's ears. How to go to Shirquan Reservoir? Shenlang turned around and looked. In front of him was a few foreigners, the leader of a hair white, skin bronze, the age should be 40 or 50 years old, a height of more than 1 meter 8. You have arrived here, do not know how to go to Shirquan Reservoir? Shenlang was a bit speechless, but is my reservoir so famous? The foreigners all came. The car in front of us ran too fast and didn't keep up. The foreigner who was in the lead said, go up from here, or you guys drive on that fork in the road on the way here and take another road. Shenlang pointed to the path not far away and said, what? That foreigner did not seem to understand, but it was normal. Shenlang listened to what he said, was also half guessing, half listening. Hey, forget it, I'll take you there. Shenlang climbed up and said, oh, thank you friend, introduce yourself, my name is Jeremy Wade. Shenlang was shocked. What's your name? Chapter 106. A fishing guy suspected to have caught a prehistoric giant, and he was hitting the water. Jeremy Wade is a giant monster fan and an internationally recognized angler. Naturally, he's best known for the documentary series River Monsters. His favorite thing to do is to track down giant freshwater fish and explore the secrets of giants all over the world. Shenlang had naturally heard of this name because he had also seen his series on Shake Shack. It was just that he didn't recognize it at first glance. And Wade had come this time just from the internet to learn that there was a place in this mysterious land that was bursting with videos of giant things one after another. And I heard that there was a giant thing challenge being held here. Oh god, how crazy is that? So he got on his horse and prepared everything to come here and finally got it all done yesterday. Once it was done, he flew non-stop and got here early this morning. Of course, getting lost was really an accident. The road into here is closed. They also showed documents, video and so on, before letting them in. That traffic police afraid they cannot find the road, so said follow the front of the car on the line. But I did not expect that the car in front of the Wuling Hongguang. Naturally, they can't even eat the tailpipe at the fork in the road did not go to the reservoir of the road, but drove directly to the village inside. Although there are road signs there. But they didn't recognize it. When they got to the village, they found no one there. It took half a day of searching to find Shen Lang who was lying there. Your name is Jeremy Wade? Shen Lang was surprised for half a day, and finally overlapped the figure of the person in front of him with that person. Yes, what did the friend call you? Jeremy looked at Shen Lang and said. Just call me Shen Lang. You guys come with me. I'll take you guys. Drive there or walk? Shen Lang asked. Let's walk, it's beautiful here. You don't mind if we shoot? Jeremy said as he pointed to the group behind him. Shen Lang naturally didn't care, and if this place was really on an internationally recognized documentary, it would definitely attract many foreign friends. Of course you can, everything here you can just shoot. After saying this, Shen Lang led the way towards the path. Oh. Shen Lang, your back seems to be injured. Jeremy noticed Shen Lang's unnaturalness as Shen Lang walked with his back somewhat hooked. Shen Lang said with a bitter smile. It was slapped by a fish tail when I was fishing last night. Jeremy also laughed and said. I was once slapped by a fish as well, and it was really unpleasant. Can you tell us about this reservoir? We are very interested. Shen Lang didn't push back. If this kind of opportunity to advertise was wasted, then he could hit the wall himself. Of course, there is a beautiful mythological legend here. Once there was a divine dragon in this world who fell in love with a girl from the Shen family. Shen Lang told the most outrageous one on the internet. Originally thought that Jeremy would find it very dogmatic, but I didn't expect him to listen to Jing Jing. While listening, he also asked questions inside the mythological story. Although Shen Lang was the first creator of this myth, but after so many versions, where did he know so much? Can only vaguely muddle through. Nearly reaching the reservoir, this story was finally finished. Oh, so the giant thing inside this water is a gift from the divine dragon, and that darn Shen family used the divine dragon for their benefit. Shen Lang nodded his head. Yes, Jeremy, the giant things here are gifts from the divine dragon, and it used its divine power to make these fish bigger to find the fated ones. Jeremy was already glowing with both eyes. Oh, Shen Lang, this story is so fascinating. The Shen family should be punished. At this time, a team member from the back came up and whispered in Jeremy's ear. Jeremy, the Shen of Shen Lang seems to be the Shen of the Shen family. Jeremy froze and looked at Shen Lang who was leading the way in front of him full of doubts. At this time had already reached the dam. In an instant they felt that the whole world started to bustle with people everywhere. Shen Lang stepped on top of the dam first and then said in his broken English. Welcome to China, welcome to Shirquan Reservoir. Jeremy and the others were attracted to the giant thing next to that leaderboard at first glance. Oh god, they really exist, it's a gift from the divine dragon. And thank you Shen Lang. Jeremy said to Shen Lang. Boss, you're here? At this time, Shen Lang's side sounded a familiar voice again. Shen Lang turned around and looked, who was it if it wasn't Li Weiguang? Geez, why can I run into you everywhere? Shen Lang was already speechless. Did you guys come up with that fish yesterday? How long pounds? Shen Lang suddenly remembered that they seemed to have caught a fish yesterday. Li Yimingguang said with a smile. No, off the hook. Shen Lang looked at Li Baiguang's smiling face a little puzzled. You're still so happy after taking off the hook? Li Weiguang smiled even more happily. Didn't the boss say yesterday, that fish is not my right of autograph, why am I not happy? Shen Lang held his forehead, you guys really love each other. Are you the boss here? When Li Weiguang left, Jeremy said in surprise. Of course, this place is mine. So you're the hateful Shen family in the story? Jeremy felt weird. It was kind of funny to see the man bad-mouthing his own family himself. Actually, I still have several versions of the story here, do you want to hear it? Shen Lang said with a smile. Forget it then, I think this story is quite perfect. Jeremy walked towards the first hit point of the reservoir, the giant thing fish tank. He looked at the giant thing inside the fish tank and then looked at the leaderboard next to it. Using the translation software for a bit he saw what was on it, but he was a bit puzzled by the tower crane with steel cables at the end. He looked at Shen Lang. Why does it say tower crane plus steel cable at the back? Shen Lang signaled him to look at the tower crane that was operating in mid-air with rows of diggers below it and said, Fishing here, there are not many rules, as long as you can catch anything. Jeremy was surprised once again, he was blown away by the craziness of the place. Oh boss, please allow me to join this match, I want to leave my name on this. Shen Lang was amused. Of course you can, but you'll have to pay the fishing fee yourself over there, it's $2,100 today. $2,100? Not bad for a bargain. No, it's 2,100 Chinese dollars. Boss, are you doing charity? Shenlang was speechless. How come there was another person who said I was doing charity? To know, Shenlang could earn millions of dollars in one day just fishing fees excluding the return of fish. Air Force old is a lot. Although the actual value of this fish hundreds of pounds may be higher, but Shenlang's low cost Just at this moment a voice spread throughout the reservoir again. Latest broadcast, a fishing guy suspected to have caught a prehistoric giant, he is hitting the water on the surface. As soon as this broadcast came out Shenlang heard a scream from the reservoir. Ah, help! Chapter 107 Second Uncle, remember to kill that warbler inside that tank, I want to eat it at night. Shenlang looked down and saw a fishing man dragging a fishing rod in his hand. And his body was moving quickly on the water surface. This was not the kind of slow movement that was dragged by Lu Muching last time. Instead, he was almost floating, and that moving speed was catching up with a speedboat. Jeremy and the others were even more shocked when they saw this scene. This speed, this pull, what kind of giant thing is under the water? Boss, no need to say anymore, I'm going fishing. Jeremy couldn't wait. Shenlang also didn't expect the fish that was released yesterday to be caught today? So there's nothing to eat in that river? Good luck. Shenlang only hoped that he wouldn't catch this kind of monster, or else he would end up in a similar situation. And that fishing guy in the reservoir below was also naive, actually didn't know to let go of his fishing rod just like Lu Muching. Oh ho, so cool. Help! Suddenly Shenlang felt wrung up. Nima, what the hell are those two words in front of your help? Shenlang next to an older woman who came to travel suddenly said. Hey, this reservoir also has a surfing program but unfortunately I'm too old to play. Another big mom next to him said. You are indeed old, your eyes are all blurry, you don't see that it's a fish dragging someone along. Ouch, how dangerous that is. But luckily after a while, the speed slowed down and the angler finally let go. And no one cared about him after a drone threw the life preserver over. You say it's exasperating, everyone was worried about him, and there he was having a blast flying. Shenlang stood here for a while, and the sun made his back hot and painful. So he came to the outdoor kitchen side to look for something to eat. Second uncle, remember to kill that warbler inside that water tank, I want to eat it at night. Shenlang saw second uncle cutting meat there and said. Don't worry, absolutely kill him by 1,000 cuts, your back is better, right? It seems that Shenlang's matter of being slapped on the back by the fish has been known by many people. Just at this time, a broadcast came over the radio that made Shenlang want to vomit blood. Latest broadcast, last night the owner of the reservoir was back rubbed by a fish of nearly 300 pounds, and today his back is still flaming red. To ask how much money was used for the back rub, just fish one yourselves to experience it. Shenlang face blackened up, who is this how is this voice so familiar? At this time, Aunt Wang next to him said. Egu, look at that girl, how to say everything to the outside wait I'll go and talk about him. And inside the broadcasting room. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Roland behind her and said. Sister Roland, will brother Shenlang come and skin me if I say that? Yang Roland was already on the verge of laughing. Don't worry, it won't, I know your brother Shenlang's character the best, if he wants to find you in trouble, just say that I told you to say it. Aha, thank you Sister Roland. Shenlang naturally wasn't that petty. Moreover, he also saw that niece Yang Roland come out from inside the broadcasting room from afar. Injustice has its head and debt has its owner, this revenge Shenlang would definitely keep it in his little book. At this time, a fishing man saw Shenlang and quickly walked a few steps over and said. Boss, I heard that you were snapped by a fish yesterday? Shenlang's face darkened, he was just snapped by a fish. It's not that you don't want to experience a day trip to the reservoir blacklist. Shenlang glared at the fishing guy. Excuse me. The fishing guy left with the wind. Shenlang stayed here for a while, and every now and then someone who knew him came over to say hello. The main thing is that you guys care about me as well, why are you all so mean? Am I usually so poorly liked? Shenlang's back injury naturally can't bask in the sun for too long, so he ate a little bit of breakfast, and then brought a copy to Wang Peng and went home. Recuperating was Shenlang's only task now. The main reason is that if he stays here, Shenlang will always encounter the care of the anglers. Shenlang decided to go out to catch a wave of giant fish after he recuperated, to give these fishing guys a surprise. Jeremy Wade, in the fishing circle is also considered a legend. A lot of fishing guys in China have never seen the real person, but they must have seen a lot on the internet. Originally, they just marveled that this reservoir actually came to the foreign fishing guy. But when someone recognized it, everyone went crazy. Guess who I saw? Jeremy Wade. What? A basketball player? Come here to fish? Ever seen Trolls in the River? It's the main character in that movie. No way, you're saying that bull came here to fish? So soon most of the people in the reservoir knew about the superstar's arrival. There was already a crowd gathered around him. And Jeremy was explaining something to the camera next to him. After a while he started his fishing. Naturally, everyone is very concerned about this kind of superstar level character. All were looking forward to what kind of performance he could have here. After all, this one was famous for catching giant fish. Jeremy had traveled to many countries and had searched for many giants in the water. But he was still stunned when he saw those fish above the reservoir. The fish, he knew, was a common species in this country, and it was reasonably unlikely that it would grow to such a large size. He had been to this country a few times before, and every time he came he was deeply shocked. This time in particular, he was beginning to see what was going on, a man being pulled by a fish moving across the surface of the water. And the people here didn't seem surprised at all? Did they even understand what that meant? It meant that the fish had the strength to drag at least one adult male with ease. If it was him, he certainly wouldn't have the slightest power to fight back if he encountered such a monster. But he was very excited. After all, this kind of monster was something he had never seen inland except in the sea. At the same time, Jeremy remembered the story that Shen Lang had told him. This invariably put another layer of mystery on this place. At this time his assistant came over and said, "Jeremy, there was a dredger pulled down over there at the beginning." When Jeremy heard this, he was shocked, then shook his head and said, "No, that's impossible, diggers are measured in tons, this reservoir wouldn't grow if there was a monster like that." Jeremy, of course, didn't believe it, but the assistant added, "But it's a fact that that wire was pulled, I saw it all." Jeremy's curiosity was also aroused, and he pulled the assistant and said, "Come on, lead the way, let's go take a look, the cameraman pay attention to the details, this material should be good." Teacher Zhong changed his clothes and inspected the digger. As a professional teacher, he naturally knew how to repair it. He had turned off the digger when it went into the water and fished it out in time, and there wasn't any damage. When this side is finished, pull back to repair it should not be a big problem. The beginning of the onlookers have dispersed, he is considered a big scandal this time. Their Lanxiang Technical School will definitely be famous on the internet this time. He could think of what the title party would name it. Amazing, digger pulled underwater by giant fish, Lanxiang Technical School teacher almost dies. Chapter 108. Is this the mysterious power of the East? Just then Teacher Zhong saw a group of people coming this way. At the head was a group of foreigners. And the one at the front, he looked somewhat familiar. Not long after, this group of people had already arrived at this side of the digger group. The foreigner at the head also came in front of the excavator that had just been pulled up. Oh, it's just incredible. Jeremy looked at the steep slope where the digger had started to slide down and walked over to touch the wire that had been pulled off. The digger should have slid down there unsteadily, and look at the wire that was indeed pulled off hard. Jeremy signaled the camera to pull in closer for a close-up. So there must be a monster beyond imagination in here. Maybe it very much started out as the one we saw at the dam, and our goal is to catch it and take the prize money for this contest at the same time. Mr. Chung finally recognized the gringo. He was very much amazed that he had come across this character here. But he was also very chagrined. After all, once again, they hadn't been exposed, and it looked like this was a documentary being filmed, and if this was broadcasted on the extranet, one's own disgrace would go abroad. But can one still go and stop others from filming? Really a slip of the tongue, ah. And at this moment the gringo actually walked towards him. "Hi there, are these diggers yours?" Mr. Zhong felt like he was going to die a social death. This was going to nail him to the pillar of shame. But he suddenly had a bright idea to walk up to him. "Hello? These excavators are our Lanxiang students in practical training operation. It come to Lanxiang to learn excavators, with a real machine operation, construction site with the same model, the teacher masters hand in hand to teach, from digging ditches, leveling to precise lifting, and now fishing. Practicing is the real skill." Mr. Zhong also pointed to the row of excavators that are fishing and said, "You see this operation, steady, right, 3 months of systematic training, graduated directly on the job, enterprises rush to want, good technology, monthly income of more than 10,000 is very common. Learning excavator to Lanxiang, package teaching package will be assigned." Jeremy was dumbfounded. Originally he was not very good at Chinese, and now the person in front of him said a whole lot he really did not understand. But the anglers watching from the back were really listening. This teacher's operation is really 666 if he really edited in this wave of advertising directly to the international up. If I were the principal of Lanxiang, I give him a promotion and a raise and assign it to his wife. The teacher is very dedicated, but the digger is also very handsome when it enters the water. Laughing doesn't live. You guys see Jeremy's expression. At the moment Jeremy couldn't understand the words of the people in front of him, but he said politely, "Oh, good." Mr. Bell said, Yeah, bluish good." The fishing guy next to him had passed out in the toilet laughing. Jeremy looked for some material here and then headed for his own fishing spot. After all, whether it was the mythology of the boss or these highlights of the dredge going into the water, there was already enough to sustain a documentary prelude. If he could really pull this monster up, then this trip to the east would be perfect. But it was refreshing for him to see over 2,000 fishing guys here competing in a tournament with countless machines he hadn't seen fishing before. Especially that crane tower overhead, the drone flying in the center of the reservoir. There was not just one drone now, but a whole 7. These were of course the tools of the rich guys. After all, they hadn't really had much to show for their 2 days of fishing on top of the yacht. We have to marvel at the technology of this what's his name big country. This kind of drone is something extremely rare even in our place, and here, they actually use it for fishing. Jeremy exclaimed as he walked. It didn't take long for Jeremy to return to his fishing spot, ready to start fishing officially. He also understood now that this reservoir was really full of giants to the point of numbness. The fishing guys here do not catch a few 100 pounds of fish, feel like they are fishing small shrimp. Jeremy took out his special rod and officially started the fishing journey. Shen Lang returned home and laid down there again. It didn't take long for Wang Peng to come down from upstairs. Looking at his drowsy eyes, Shen Lang knew that this kid must have gone out to practice again last night. Brought you breakfast, eat first. Shen Lang pointed to a large sea bowl next to him and said. Wang Peng's meal size was indeed amazing. Shen Lang was afraid that he didn't have enough to eat, so he filled a large sea bowl. Wang Peng was also not polite, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Brother Lon, can I go out fishing? Wang Peng said as he ate. Yes, no problem. Wang Peng's heart rejoiced when he heard this, and the movement of picking up his food was a few minutes faster. Do you think the fishing guy will follow the stars? Shen Lang added. Of course not, we only have fish in our eyes. Wang Peng said it without hesitation. Oh, then why that Jeremy? Once Wade came, a lot of those fishing guys surrounded him. Shen Lang's expression revealed incomprehension. Wang Peng's hand that was picking up the rice gave a beat. Boss, who did you say came? Shen Lang said with a smile. Just the one who fishes for giants, the British foreigner, seems to be quite famous, is now fishing in the reservoir. Wang Peng heard this and picked up the sea bowl and walked towards the path of the reservoir. While walking he also kept picking rice into his mouth. Brother Lon, I'll go to the reservoir to play a bit first. While picking up rice, he also turned back to bid farewell to Shen Lang. Shen Lang hooked up the corner of his mouth. Little bastard, still want to run out to fish by yourself? Shouldn't you wait for me to get better and ask me to go with you? Wang Peng naturally does not follow the stars, but Jeremy Wade is the goal that he has been chasing since he was a child fishing. The excitement of that giant thing made him deeply unable to extricate himself. Although Wang Peng knows that he has now learned the mysterious skills, absolutely more powerful than that old man. But the target from his childhood was going to appear in front of his eyes, making Wang Peng very excited. In no time Wang Peng ran to the dam, where he determined the location of his target, and he ran there. In his hand, he was still holding the sea bowl that he had just grilled a small half. The second uncle saw Wang Peng come to the dam with the sea bowl thinking that he didn't have enough to eat, so he shouted to him. Peng boy, come here, there is still plenty of rice. Wang Peng shouted as he ran. Enough is enough. Jeremy had been fishing for a while. He found it interesting to skate fish here, all with many people tug of war with the fish. Not to mention all the machinery, of course. He had seen very little of it as well. Just as his thoughts were drifting, he saw the float sink. He knew that the first fish was hooked. He stood up and lifted the fishing rod, the line was pulled straight. The fishing guy next to him saw this and watched expectantly to see if the old man could pull this fish up or not. As soon as Jeremy got on and pulled, he knew this fish was a big one. Sure enough, the next second, the fish was strong, and Jeremy tried to fight it, but the next second, he was pulled towards the water. The assistant next to him saw this and immediately went up to help, but the two of them still didn't seem to have enough strength. At this moment, the fishing buddies beside him swarmed up and tried to go up to help. But the fishing rod he used was the kind of sea fishing rod, very short, can only be held by one person. The back could only be pulled into a tractor, one holding one. Luckily, there were more people, and the situation was stabilized at once. Jeremy breathed a small sigh of relief. Just then, his assistant's hand slipped, and the group of people behind him fell directly backward due to inertia. And Jeremy lunged straight forward. Suddenly, he felt the fishing rod disappear into his hands. And there was a large sea bowl in his hand, with half of the rice and various dishes inside the bowl. It looked appetizing, I must say. And a voice rang out next to him. Yu Gong Ishan. Jeremy turned his head to look. Only to see a young guy doing a strange pose, just pulling this fish hard. Jeremy's heart was shaken. Was this the mysterious power of the East? Chapter 109 Splat. Another angler was slapped on the shore by the tail of a fish. Whoa! How is this possible? How did he do that? The anglers here were all people who were used to seeing fish being caught. The guy in front of him was just unbelievable. Jeremy's mind was even more agitated as he looked at the little guy in front of him. He had just been pulled down by this huge thing, and now he was just standing there, actually not moving at all. It was as if the giant fish didn't exist. And now on the surface of the water, that giant thing is still pulling the fishing line, is still sending out the whimpering sound of breaking air. And this person is Wang Peng. Wang Peng originally came to see his idol, but he didn't expect to see this scene just after squeezing in. He couldn't react in time and directly went forward to take the fishing rod and use the skill. However, it was obvious that he was feeling a bit overwhelmed, and even after he used his skills, he still felt signs of exhaustion. He had easily caught that 300-pound fish yesterday. Now pulling this fish felt like it was going to be pulled away soon. It was clearly not of the same order of magnitude. The goddess of mercy sprinkles water. Poison dragon crossing the sea. Wang Peng didn't dare to be careless and immediately began to cast other skills. Suddenly, Wang Peng felt a sinking in his hand. The fish was starting to power up again. Wang Peng was unsteady on his feet as he switched skills and was almost pulled out. Still, his feet began to rub against the ground, and little by little, he moved towards the surface of the water. Wang Peng could only continue to change skills to get that tiny power bonus. One by one, the skills were cast, but Wang Peng was still slowly moving towards the water. This was when the weakness of this skill was shown. If the fish was small, just use the first style to pull it up. If the fish is too big, it won't give you time to stack the layers at all. Therefore, the name of this skill is good, but the actual use is not very practical. But Wang Peng didn't have that many distractions in his mind. After all, he hadn't seen any other skills either. He only knew that he had to stack more power in order to stabilize his body. Bell 1 strike. By the time this skill was cast, Wang Peng had already been pulled to the shore. And the people watching the battle from the side looked dumbfounded. No one even thought of going up to help. Moreover, Wang Peng had been doing strange poses and shouting even stranger names. They didn't know how to help even if they wanted to. Wang Peng felt like he might be pulled down today. Since he gained the skill, he had only fished those small fish. The first time he fought with such a giant or to end up in defeat, Wang Peng definitely had some resentment in his heart. By this time 1 foot had already entered the water. Wang Peng still stubbornly made his next move. Yang finger. Wang Peng's legs transformed, and suddenly he was directly fixed there. His figure that was about to enter the water immediately stabilized again. And the onlookers beside him also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time became even more curious about this young man. At this time, Shen Lang, who was lying at home, suddenly sat up in shock. Because he just received a system prompt. Congratulations to Wang Peng. Away 18 styles lasting increased to 5 hours, the advancement was successful, the base value increased to 8 times, the host also received the same reward. Wang Peng, this kid went up this for a while. What did he do? This is a breakthrough. No, I have to go and see. Shen Lang again topped the big sun toward the dam above. And at this time, Wang Peng, a burst of joy in his heart. Just when he was about to despair, he suddenly felt that the power in his body had directly doubled. This made him immediately stabilize his stance. Wang Peng smiled gently and continued to cast the next skill. And with every skill he cast, he took a step back. Full set without discount. Wang Peng shouted out the last skill, and then pulled the fish hook toward to the back. Only to see a huge figure revealed on the surface of the water. It was a mackerel. Looked at least 3 meters long, huge body, in Wang Peng that 100 pounds of physical contrast down has a full impact. This fish, according to the anglers who have seen a lot of knowledge, at least 600 pounds or more. It was hard to imagine how he could pull such a huge thing by himself. Jeremy muttered under his breath. This is the power of the East, that legend must be true. Oh by Ka, what have I experienced? The fishing guys next to him felt even more incredulous. But it seemed like they had heard a legend 2 days ago, they just hadn't been willing to believe it. Now it seemed like that thing was true. Wang Peng had reached his strongest state after stacking his power. The base 8x power, plus the extra 1.5x from stacking. Now his power had reached as much as 20 times. This could be as much as twice as powerful as at the beginning. Wang Peng once again exerted his strength, directly pulling this fish and moving it towards the shore. No matter how much the fish struggled, it was useless. In just a few seconds, the fish had already reached the shore. At this moment, the side of the onlookers of the fishing man saw the fish to the shore are beginning to move up. After all, this kind of thing has become the common sense of this fishing ground. As long as the fish reaches the shore, then everyone has to help pull the fish up together. The fish here was so big that it really couldn't be pulled up without a few people going up. Brothers, help out. I don't know which fishing man shouted. Go on, lift the fish up. So a group of anglers ran towards the water's edge. Wang Peng was startled. The scene of Shen Lang being snapped by the fish yesterday was still fresh in his mind. And that fish yesterday was less than 300 pounds. Now this fish is bottoming out at 600 pounds. If this is snapped twice, these people must not directly fall to the ground. However, Wang Peng was not allowed to speak during the duration of the skill. If he exported a reminder, then surely the skill would be gone, and he himself might have to be pulled down as well. Wang Peng's current strength is 20 times, according to the normal human pull force of 70 kilograms to calculate, he now has 1,400 kilograms of pull force. And now this fish only how many pounds? It is completely easy to pull up, but this group of people and Wang Peng pull up the road to block. To pull directly must not be these people to injure. So Wang Peng could only watch them rush up. Jeremy and his team were still in shock. They looked at Wang Peng's figure as if they were looking at an alien. No, it was a superhero. Just when those fishing guys were just about to touch that mackerel, only to see that mackerel suddenly struggling violently. The one who ran the fastest had already run to the side of the mackerel. He just happened to be within the fish's struggling range as well. Slap! The fish's tail swung and slapped directly onto the back of that fishing man, only to see that fishing guy directly slapped to the ground. The other people also stopped in their tracks when they saw the fish so violently. And the one who was slapped had already collapsed in the water, not knowing what the situation was like. Quickly save the people first. The onlookers beside them naturally saw the whole thing clearly, and everyone quickly rushed up. In the face of this kind of situation, most of the countrymen were still very enthusiastic. Jeremy also reacted when he heard the shouts. He also probably knew the current situation when he saw the man collapsed next to the fish. Jeremy quickly walked over to Wang Peng and said, "Quickly, let go of the line and let the fish go back first." Wang Peng heard and immediately understood. He also forgot what to do in a moment of anxiety. Now the front is full of people, it is even more impossible to pull the fish up. So Wang Peng immediately began to let go of the line, and his body moved towards the water's edge. Chapter 110. I remember who he is, the lucky one who caught 500 pounds of golden koi. That fish got soothed, and with a flip, he zipped off into the depths of the reservoir. And the fishing guys, who were close by, immediately ran a few quick steps to the man's side and helped him up. Several people pulled him toward the shore at the same time. Is he alright? It looks like he's already unconscious. Quick, give him artificial respiration. I don't know how. The crowd chattered on and on. That's when Jeremy pulled away from the crowd and said, "Friends, let me do it, I know first aid." After saying that, Jeremy went up and squatted down, and did artificial respiration to the angler's mouth. At the same time, he pressed on the angler's chest in a standardized motion. Just 2 times, that fishing guy suddenly coughed twice. Then he woke up. When he woke up, he saw an old foreign man's head only a few dozen centimeters away from him. And he also felt a strange sensation on his lips. He immediately thought of something. An indescribable feeling surged into his heart. But in the next second, a sharp pain behind him interrupted his thoughts. Jeremy was also relieved to see him awake. At the same time, he flipped the angler guy over and jerked his shirt up, only to see the angler guy's back scarlet. It was purple in places. I don't know if it's hurt inside. If it's hurt inside, then it's a big problem. Oh, my friend, you might need to go to the hospital for that, Jeremy said. And at that moment, the staff inside the village had arrived, and after seeing this, they immediately got in touch with the broadcasting studio. Soon, a message floated above the reservoir. Urgent news, does anyone here have a doctor? There's a person who was injured by a fish slap, not sure if the injury is serious, need a doctor to confirm it. The location is. Urgent message, does anyone here have a doctor? A man has been injured by a fish slap, not sure if the injury is serious, need a doctor to confirm it. The location is. Urgent message, does anyone here have a doctor? A man has been injured by a fish slap, not sure if the injury is serious, need a doctor to confirm it. The location is. In fact, it's best not to touch this situation if you don't understand it, in case he really hurt his internal organs, or broke a bone. Then casually touching it may cause secondary injuries. There are at least 10,000 to 20,000 tourists here plus the fishing guys, the probability of there being a doctor in there is still very high. And on the dam of the reservoir, a middle-aged man stepped off the bus and froze when he heard the news, and said to the person next to him, "Did you just hear what the radio said? Injured by a fish slap? It's the first time I've heard that kind of joke in all my years as a doctor." Next to him was a young beauty, who said, "I came here on the internet to the fish boss up, it's normal to be slapped and injured, right? You're a doctor, don't you go and take a look?" The middle-aged man gently pulled up the beautiful woman's hand and said, "Shali it's not easy for us to come out to play a little, but don't be spoiled by this kind of nonsense." The beauty called Shali pointed at the big fish tank on the dam and said, "Calling you out is to come out to have a long look what would happen if you were slapped by that kind of fish." The middle-aged man looked towards where the pretty girl pointed. Good guy, a row of fish tanks were placed there, and inside each tank there was a big fish of 3 meters. If he was slapped by this fish, he would be bruised in purple. Urgent news, does anyone here have a doctor? There's a person who was injured by a fish slap, not sure if the injury is serious or not, need a doctor to confirm it. The location is. At this point the radio was still broadcasting non-stop. The middle-aged man also knew that it might be true, so he ran towards the bottom of the reservoir. Soon he found the location of the injured, after all, it was surrounded by people. The middle-aged man shouted, "I'm a doctor, give way, I'm a doctor," while squeezing his way inside. When the middle-aged man got inside, he examined the angler's injuries and said, "Shouldn't have hurt inside, superficial wound, but it's best to go take a picture." And at this time Shen Lang also arrived here. He saw this angler's back and suddenly had a feeling of empathy. This thing happened inside Shen Lang's reservoir, Shen Lang naturally had the responsibility. So he pulled over Shen Feng, who was next to him, and said, "Brother Feng, you drive him to the county hospital to have a look, all the expenses will be reimbursed by our reservoir." Shinfeng nodded and said, "No problem, I'll take him there now." So, a few people helped the fishing guy and walked towards the dam. Shenlang also saw Wang Peng, who was still stabilizing the fish next to him at this time, and remembered his own experience yesterday. Shenlang sighed and walked over. "Quickly pull up, go away, don't care about the fish." Wang Peng naturally saw the situation next to him, and he knew he was in trouble. When Shenlang said so, he immediately exerted himself. Just for a moment, only to see the fish surfacing again, being pulled towards the shore by Wang Peng with brute force. In front of Wang Peng, who had just upgraded and stacked up his strength, this fish didn't seem to have any power to fight back. However, this fish seemed to be dissatisfied with his fate and wanted to struggle a little more. Only to see him struggling to flap his tail, a piece of water was slapped into the air. The crowd, still preoccupied with the injured angler, was immediately drawn to him. At first, everyone was focusing on the injured angler, and Wang Peng was not moving there. So everyone almost forgot about his existence. In the present, everyone shifted their attention to this side again. And along with this wave, that huge thing directly rushed towards the shore. With Wang Peng's last push, the mackerel was directly dragged up to the shore by hitting the small rocks on the shore. Perhaps the force of the impact was too great, the scales of the fish fell off a lot. Scattered around, the fish looked a little miserable. At this time, the water drifting into the air fell down, hitting the body of the mackerel. The onlookers watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Everything was too fast, so fast that they had just turned their heads and it was all over. At first, they already found it unbelievable that the young man had pulled the fish alone and pulled the fish to the shore behind him. Unexpectedly, he had retained his strength and now pulled the fish straight to shore in such a brutal way. I still can't believe that one person can have so much strength. I doubt if I've traveled. Are you guys still skeptical about the myths and legends here? No, where's that little brother? While everyone was paying attention to the huge object, some people realized that the fishing rod had been thrown to the ground. And the man who had started pulling the fish in had disappeared. Jeremy had been fishing for decades and was also completely shocked by this scene. Everything here was so irrational, everything was like in a layer of fog, making it impossible to see through. He thought of asking the guy, "How did you do it?" But the guy was nowhere to be seen. Jeremy again happened to see Shenlang next to him, so he walked over with some excitement and said, "Boss, you must know the guy who started that, right? Please make sure you introduce me to him, it's very important to me." Shenlang shrugged his shoulders. "Don't know, I just came." And at this time a fishing guy next to him suddenly shouted, "I remember who he is, the lucky one who caught 500 pounds of golden koi." Chapter 111. Go and secretly investigate this reservoir, the owner of the reservoir. Wang Peng naturally got Shenlang's signal to sneak away. After all, this kind of thing can't be said directly. Need them to pick up their own little by little, and then find a good reason for such strange things to appear here by themselves. For example, it's good right now. This must be the mysterious oriental power. Boss, you must help me find that young guy. That's what Jeremy was saying at this point. And those fishing guys, naturally, more versions would appear. For example, those who were fooled by Shenlang to come over to fish by the river that day were even more convinced that they could get this power by catching up that golden koi. Many people believed that it was the underground divine dragons to get rid of the Shen family looking for rescuers. This was very much in line with the setting of adventure novels. Shenlang couldn't do anything about it. You guys want to learn instead of refueling to catch a huge thing of thousands of pounds. Fishing up, you will have the opportunity to learn it. Niji, you do not compete. But now the following 1,000 pounds or more giant is still too little. Shenlang felt that when he recuperated from his injury for 2 more days, he would go out and enter the goods once more. This time to get a few more too, so that the fishing guys become more likely to fish. Just whether it can be pulled up or not, this is another unknown. Just last morning that unlucky kid who hit the water must have caught a giant over 1,000 pounds, but before he could react, he was directly pulled into the water by that giant and hit the water. The fisherman was actually the same as Lu Muching, he wouldn't let go. At this time, the weight of the fish has already been weighed. 708 pounds. Directly on the list of first place, but also the reservoir for the first time to break the 700 pounds mark. And the onlookers were even more shocked. Shocked not the fish 700 pounds, but the guy actually directly single-handedly pulled up more than 700 pounds of huge things. Not far away from Deng Xiaojiang, no, after it is more marvelous. I have done things, finally someone has clarified. You see, single-handedly pull up 700 pounds, easy, is not it? It didn't take long for the entire reservoir to resound with the broadcast of Jeremy's honor of being number 1. Congratulations to Jeremy Wade. Jeremy Wade. He caught a 708-pound mackerel and was crowned the number 1 giant, so let's congratulate him. All of a sudden, there was an uproar from the far side of the reservoir. The news of Jeremy's arrival at the reservoir had long been spreading throughout the reservoir. And less than an hour after his arrival, he went straight to number 1 on the leaderboard. This made the fishing guys marvel at this legendary master's skills, and at the same time wonder how in the world he caught it. Of course, this was only in the minds of the anglers who didn't know the truth from afar. But Jeremy was not happy. After all, although this fish is he caught up, but not pulled up by himself. Shen Lang here in the sun for a while, feel the back hot. A sick person, do not go back to lie down properly, what is here to make a scene? So Shen Lang turned toward the road. Jeremy's desire to explore that mysterious power at this time has been greater than the desire to fish for giant things. He also does not fish. Seeing Shen Lang leaving, he directly followed. And in his hand he was again holding the big sea bowl that Wang Peng had half eaten. Boss, I'm interested in your other stories, can you tell me about them? By the way, let me meet the friend who started that. Jeremy started to see Shen Lang talking to Wang Peng, so he decided that Shen Lang must know him. Can I say I don't know him? Shen Lang said tentatively. Boss, you think you're funny? It seemed that it would not work. Shen Lang's head turned and said with a smile on his face. It's okay to see him, you also know that I have a big cargo in this reservoir, if you can catch it I'll let you see him, and at the same time, I'll let you know the secret of the mysterious power he obtained. Oh, boss, you have to keep your word. Jeremy felt that this boss was not very reliable. After all, since he came into contact with him, his words were very jumpy. Of course, what kind of person do you take me, Shen Lang, the customer is God. Shen Lang's words changed. But fishing like you're doing now definitely won't work, you have to learn from them. Shen Lang pointed to the tower crane overhead and said. Shen Lang left after saying that. Jeremy looked at the tower crane overhead and fell into deep thought. Not long after, Jeremy took out his phone and dialed a number. Oh, my friend, I need your help. Shen Lang didn't lie to him this time, after all, as long as he could catch the thousands of pounds of fish, perhaps he himself could even know the secret of this reservoir. And at this moment on the internet, it had started to go crazy. Too many people had captured videos of this time. Many of them have been transmitted to the internet. At the same time, some careful people found clues through some previous videos. For example, last time when Wang Peng caught 500 pounds of golden koi, Shen Lang's amazing fishing. At that time, many people ignored it, and some people saw something, but it didn't cause any waves. But this time, it was picked up by people who had the heart to do so, while making a video comparison. So many people came to a conclusion. The boss was also the one who possessed the secret. And underneath this video, people were also frantically discussing it. I say, are you guys stupid? Only now did you realize, didn't the boss say that he's an heir to the Shen family? At one time I thought the boss was a clown, only now do I realize I'm a clown. I still can't believe it, are there really dragons in this world? Looks like the confidentiality agreement signed in 1999 is going to be untenable. Brothers upstairs, did you go through it too? Looks like we'll be fighting side by side again. A bunch of psychopaths, this video is obviously P. Are you stupid? It's well known that videos can't be PD. There were still two conclusions about this matter. Many people believed and were shocked, more people held a skeptical attitude, after all, this made their previously exposed 3 views completely collapse. Regardless, the Rock Spring Reservoir was once again on fire. Originally, the heat here wasn't even normal, and with the addition of this matter, it directly became a real hot topic across the net. And in a certain room, a middle-aged man was looking at the video on his computer of Wang Peng catching a huge object. He glanced at the several hundred kilograms of mackerel and then at the young man who was as steady as an old dog, his eyes revealing astonishment. After a long time, the middle-aged man said to the person next to him, "Go and secretly investigate this reservoir, the owner of the reservoir, and this young man, come and report immediately after the investigation." The person next to him answered and left. And the middle-aged man still looked at the video and fell into deep thought. Shen Lang returned home and began to lie down again. Wang Peng came out from the inner room and said, "Brother Long, did I get into trouble this time?" Shen Lang looked at Wang Peng's somewhat aggrieved little expression and said, "It's fine, this is going to be exposed sooner or later anyway." Wang Peng froze, wasn't he the one who got that fishing guy injured? What the hell is exposure? Just then, the system's voice sounded once again. Warning! Danger detected. Please host upgrade to the next stage as soon as possible. Warning! Danger detected. Please upgrade to the next stage as soon as possible. This prompt from the system made Shen Lang freeze there. That lying down position was a bit unscented. Chapter 112 Go. Played around the giant thing pit boss. Shen Lang hurriedly asked. System, what is the danger? How long will the danger appear? Danger unknown, time unknown. Please upgrade to the next stage, the danger will be automatically lifted. Shen Lang was somewhat speechless, this system was really too unintelligent. But Shen Lang also guessed a generalization. Perhaps he was targeted by certain people. Maybe it was the relevant departments above, maybe it was some force underground. After all, this reservoir of his own was really too bizarre, and it was strange for Shen Lang to be targeted until now. He thought that the system solved itself. He didn't realize that it was those people who were too slow to react. In that case, one could not just sit back and wait for death. Hopefully, it would still be too late. Pang, pack up and let's go. Shun Lang stood up and said, "Ah, Brother Long, where are we departing to?" Shun Lang said, "Pan around the giant thing, pit boss." Wang Peng immediately came to the spirit when he heard this, "Pan boss, this thing he liked the most." So the two quickly packed up their equipment and put it on Wang Peng's car. Shen Lang also called Shen Bishing and asked him to borrow another car and set off with them. In fact, the surrounding counties are also a lot of fishing grounds, and there are also a lot of giant animal farms, although Shen Lang has not been there before, but he has heard about it. And Shen Lang's purpose this time is to catch a little more big fish back. Do not need 70 or 80 pounds, just the kind of 30 or 40 or 40 or 50 pounds. This can appear 1,000 pounds out of the probability will be much higher. Of course, when he encountered those bigger he also accepted all, once a purpose, as far as possible to get some big fish back. The purpose of course is to make the reservoirs jack fish base more, so that those fishing guys to catch 1,000 pounds of the probability of a greater number of things. As for whether the boss lets the plate or not, or lets the plate take away or not, this kind of thing will be said when we get to the place. Shen Lang did not know exactly when the danger that the system said came. But he guessed that it must be the beginning of Wang Peng's exposure of strength that made those people notice. Then it must still take a little time. One could only race against time. Hopefully, it would still be in time. Besides, he still had the ultimate killing move of the large fish bait. 10 minutes later, Shen Lang and Wang Peng drove away from the village and drove on the rugged mountain road. Shen Lang was still an injured man, and his back could not stand sitting on the seat. He could only put the back of the car upside down and lie down on it. But the bumps along the way still made it a little difficult for Shen Lang. Ouch, Peng, slow down. The mountain road was in disrepair, and a bumpy ride made Shen Lang a bit uncomfortable. Wang Peng looked at it and said, "Brother Long, bear with it, it's quick." Shen Lang changed his position to make his back more comfortable. "Alright, hurry up then." Shen Lang's first destination for them this time was a giant pond in this county. It was not far from the county, but it was in the opposite direction from this reservoir at Shen Lang's and theirs. It needed to go straight through the county. After an hour and a half of bumpy ride, Shen Lang they finally arrived at the edge of the county. Here Shen Lang stopped. It didn't take long to see yesterday's car loaded with fish coming from behind. Shen Lang beckoned, and the car stopped on the side of the road. Shen Bishing jumped down from the driver's seat. "Xiao Lang, your injury is still not healed, what are you doing out in such a hurry?" Shen Bishing said with some concern when he saw Shen Lang. Shen Lang did not bother to explain and said, "Brother Bishing, you first go to the last time we buy fish there to borrow another car, and then ask him if there are any big fish, 30 caddies or more are required, not limited to varieties, not limited to the price, all to me to buy." Shen Bishing heard the anxiety in Shen Lang's language and said without further question, "Okay, then I will go to contact now." After saying this, Shen Bishing drove away. And Shen Lang and Wang Peng continued to drive towards their destination. At this time it was already more than 10 o'clock. The reservoir was still bustling with activity. After the storm that started, the entire reservoir was shrouded in a weird atmosphere. Everyone was getting more and more curious about the reservoir. The boss and the forceful Wang Peng were even more puzzled. But this didn't affect their fishing. Especially Chu Wei, the kid who seemed to be missing a tendon. "Lu Sun, the first place is actually 700 pounds, we have to double our efforts." "Brother Wei, I heard that fish was pulled up by one person with one hand. Is pulling it up with one hand impressive? I don't even use my hands." Chu Wei even shook the remote control in his hand after he finished speaking. Now they were double dipping, the drone and the tower crane at the same time, double the fun. Lu Sun looked at his brother, who he had played with since he was a child, and was helpless. It would be good if he himself could be as carefree as him. Shen Lang and the others had already arrived at the giant pit. However, unlike the imagination of many people fishing, this place was cold and quiet. There were only a few people fishing sporadically. Shen Lang and Wang Peng came to a house, only to see a young man looking at the water and sighing from time to time. "Bro," asked, "where is the boss here?" The man heard someone calling him and came back to his senses. "I am, you guys have something?" Shen Lang said again. "Of course it's the pan boss. Did you come here to travel? That boss's face darkened when he heard this. "Not a small mouth, I'm all giants here." Wang Peng laughed out from the side. "Boss, have you ever heard of the Shirquan Reservoir? Compared to the fish there, what you have here can only be small shrimps." The boss obviously dimmed a few points in his eyes when he heard about the Shirquan Reservoir. "But don't talk about Shirquan Reservoir, since the fire there, no one comes to my place to fish, I want to dish out this fish pond." "That's not simple, we'll dish out all the big fish you have here today, that is," Shen Lang said with a smile. The boss gave him a blank look. He had opened the fish pond for so many years, he had never seen such a crazy person. "Okay, how much you can dish out is on you." This boss naturally did not believe how many fish Shen Lang and the others could catch. Although his place was not comparable to that Shirquan Reservoir, he also had many giant-level fish in it. In the past, he did not know how many people had been pulled down, and he did not know how many fishing rods had been broken in it. "However, we have to take away all the ones we caught." The boss naturally agreed with his mouth full. He didn't believe that these two could catch it at all. After all, the experts had all gone to that stone spring reservoir now. On the other hand, Shin Bishing had already arrived at the fish seller's boss. After explaining his intentions, the boss laughed. You mean, do not consider the price, do not consider the species, as long as the poundage to reach the line? Shin Bishing heard that this was a good idea and said, Yes, our boss wants to buy some, as long as you have it, we buy it. The boss said smilingly. That can be really coincidental, my friend just sent 2 fish, the poundage has more than 100 pounds, but this price, well, I do not shout the price, 100,000 a bar. Shin Bishing heard 100,000 a, what fish is so expensive? The boss saw his expression and knew that he did not know the goods, and said, This is from abroad, customs fees have to be a lot, in the country is a rare species. Shin Bishing couldn't decide, so he called Shin Lang. Shin Lang was preparing the bait at this time, heard that it was a foreign fish, and more than 100 pounds did not hesitate, said in passing. The price is not a problem, buy it, how many to buy it and put it directly inside the reservoir on the line. And Shin Bishing got the reply also has the bottom line, directly let the boss to load the car. Not long, Shin Bishing drove the car to the reservoir. An hour and a half later, Shin Bishing returned to the reservoir. He also complied with Shin Lang's instructions and backed the car up to the side of the ditch where the fish were often released. Then he opened the fish gate and the 2 giant fish flowed downstream along the ditch towards the reservoir. In no time, they entered the reservoir. And it didn't take long for the 2 fish that entered the reservoir to infinitely enlarge in size, reaching an unprecedented weight. Only to see these 2 giants' head like a crocodile, scales like iron, as if wearing a suit of armor. The next 200 or 300 pounds of fish were like small fish beside it. He seemed to be so hungry that he directly made a dash to smash that fish to pieces, then opened his huge mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Chapter 113 I usually like to read martial arts novels, and this friend of mine usually likes great healthcare. Shin Lang paid the money and then looked for a more spacious location with Wang Peng. Shin Lang has not experienced the feeling of paying money for fishing by himself for a long time. But this time they have a tight schedule and a heavy task, and they have to go to other places after disking this pond. The matter of rubbing bait is usually done by Wang Peng. Shin Lang at this moment found a cool place to lie down. At this moment, the boss also came over. After all, it was the first time he had seen someone with such a big mouth. What, haven't fished yet? Just get down? The boss also looked at Shin Lang jokingly. Shin Lang raised his head and said, The back was accidentally injured and appeared to be in the recuperation stage. The boss looked at Shin Lang. This appearance also does not look like pretending. You still want to fish after this appearance? Don't joke, oh brother. At this time, Wang Peng had already gotten the bait ready. This time, it was a medium-sized bait, specializing in catching this kind of dozens of pounds of fish. Brother Lone, it's ready. Shin Lang climbed up and walked to his fishing spot. The fish pond owner was watching from the side. He wanted to see how these 2 people could dish out all the giants inside his fish pond. Shin Lang slightly moved his shoulders, and there was some pain in his back. I don't know if I can use the skill. But try it and you will know. Shin Lang hung the bait on top of the fish hook and threw it down directly. With the system's bait in place, there was basically no need to adjust the fish hook much. After all, as soon as you put it in, not long after, you were bound to catch fish. Sure enough, after 10 seconds or so, I saw the buoy sinking. Shin Lang lifted it with force and directly shouted, Young finger. The power of the skill that has been advanced is not comparable to the previous kind. This pull directly pulled the fish up and flew toward the shore. Shin Lang's other hand had long held a plunge net and placed it at the location where the fish flew. Shin Lang's nets are specially enlarged, specially prepared for these fish. Only to see that the fish flew directly into the net and then fell to the ground. This fish is not very big, it looks like it should be about 40 pounds, just in line with the pounds that Shin Lang came out to fish this time. Shin Lang found that the pain in his back was only slightly aggravated a little bit, and was relieved that there was no other discomfort. Fish pond boss had watched absent-mindedly. After all, where there is a reason to hit the fish as soon as it comes up. Which fishing guy is not smoking half a day's nest to barely get on that one? And the next second his eyes widened. What did he see? Let's not talk about the fact that this hook was put down for more than 10 seconds to bite. Let's just say, what do you mean by catching a fish in a few seconds? Here is a giant pit, inside are more than 30 or 40 pounds of fish, 50 or 60 fish are also there. Do you think this is one of those black pits where you smoke small fish in tournaments? Before the fish pond owner could react from his shock, he heard the young man next to him shout out as well. No discount for the full set. Then all that was seen was a 50 or so pound fish flying up again. The fish pond owner rubbed his eyes. He wondered if he had been hallucinating recently because of the fish pond. How was this all so unreal? Before he could think clearly, Shin Lang over here spoke out again. One young finger. The fish pond owner was shocked. No way. He turned his head with some disbelief. What he saw when he raised his eyes was a fish of about 50 pounds flying towards the shore, once again flying into that huge plunge net. The fish pond owner pinched his arm hard. Ouch, pain, 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 pain. Shin Lang turned around and saw the boss's expression of having seen a ghost and said, "Boss, stay away yo, be careful of the fish knocking you over." The boss stammered a bit and said, Brother, I don't seem to have offended anyone recently, right, to be able to send out your two great gods to come." Shin Lang froze, knowing that this boss thought too much. "We are simply fishing, how about we buy the fish we caught from you at the market price?" The fish pond boss was relieved to hear Shin Lang say this. This fish pond of his originally wanted to be discharged, but the value of the fish inside was a bit high. Now that there is a Shirkwan reservoir in his county, basically the giant fishers won't come to him. No one will offer a price to take over his fish pond, which is about to be smashed in his hands. If these two gods could really fish away the fish in his place at market price, then he wouldn't lose much. "I thought you guys were starting to joke." The boss rubbed his head a little embarrassed. "No discount for the full set." At this time, Wang Peng's place had caught another fish. A big head carp of more than 40 pounds flew up. Into the net, then into the guard, the action was all in one go. If they didn't know that it was a 40 or 50 pound fish, the boss would have thought they were fishing for small shrimp. And a few people who were fishing here saw what was going on over here. At first, they were just looking at it from a distance. Gradually, they sensed something was wrong. So they ran over here one after another. "Holy, this is so unscientific. What the hell, are you guys sure that thing you caught is a fish? Mom, I'm going to kneel down." These fishing guys didn't know how to express their emotions for a moment as they watched the incredible operation in front of them. They could only stare at them as they pumped the huge 50-pound fishpole by pole. As long as the hook was in the water for a few to 10 seconds, a fish would definitely bite. As soon as the hook bites, it only takes 5 seconds for it to appear on the bank. This can no longer be described as outrageous. It's off the ING charts. After watching for a while, the boss finally voiced his question. "Why are you guys shouting slogans, and one of you is shouting one sun finger and the other is shouting all or nothing?" The few fishing guys next to them also looked at them suspiciously. "Oh, I usually like to read martial arts novels, and this friend of mine usually likes great healthcare. Shouting it out is something we're used to, so it's got to be strong," Shin Lang said while hanging bait on the hook. And next to him, Wang Peng looked at Shin Lang with some grudges. "Big brother, when did I like big healthcare? I haven't been there even once, okay?" "Oh, I see." The boss suddenly realized. In fact, the individual skills had the same effect when used, it was just that Shin Lang felt that there were only a few normal names for those skills. The other names were really intolerable to the eyes. It was also unknown what kind of mindset Wei, who created this skill, had in the end to come up with the name. As for why Wang Peng liked that last name, Shin Lang did not know, perhaps it was his yearning for that place. At this time, a fishing man next to him suddenly thought of something. He took out his cell phone and operated it, and then looked at the two Shin Lang while looking at his cell phone. Suddenly he shouted, "I know who the two of them are." The crowd looked at the fishing guy. One of the two of them is the owner of Shirkwan Reservoir, and the other is Wang Peng, who pulls up a 700-pound giant with one hand. The crowd was even more shocked. The boss of the Stone Spring Reservoir was okay. After all, the boss of the Bosspan boss was not unheard of. And what the hell is the one behind pulling up 700 pounds of giant things with one hand? Are you sure you are not reading a fantasy novel? Chapter 114. This is impossible. There can't be a giant bone-tongued fish this big. This incident happened in the morning, and these fishing guys and fish pond owners didn't look at their cell phones. Naturally, they didn't know what happened in the morning. If you don't believe me, look, there's a video here. So the crowd ran over to watch the video. There was no need for Shin Lang to care so much anymore, it was fine to be recognized. After all, the system had hinted that there was a crisis, and it must be an unimaginably big crisis. It was possible that it was related to one's life and death. Or the freedom of this lifetime. So Shin Lang only cared about catching his own fish, and then put the fish into the reservoir, so that those fishing guys could catch a giant of more than 1,000 pounds. This is the top priority now. In fact, with Wang Peng's strength now he should be able to catch a giant that was 1,000 pounds out. As long as he carried the first few waves of the giant's hair and stacked up his skills. Then pulling it up would not be a big problem. But the problem was that there might be 1,000-pound giants now, but they were too few. Just one or two at most. Catching up the two inside such a big reservoir is undoubtedly a bit too much to look at. So Shin Lang's aim now was to increase this number as much as possible. Those fishing guys gathered around and watched the video and then looked at Wang Peng incredulously. At first they already felt incredible, now it was already incredible max. That was pulling a 700-pound giant to shore with one hand. Is this surely something a human can do? And at this time the reservoir. A few tycoons were relaxing on top of the yacht, drinking red wine. They realized that the ranking was no longer meaningful. The moment they saw Wang Peng single-handedly catching a 700-pound giant, their minds were no longer on it. "Boss Lu, you're quite familiar with Shin Lang, ask how to obtain that kind of power." They had been discussing here for half a day. The conclusion reached was that Shin Lang must know how to obtain that power. I'm not that familiar with him. I used to want to introduce my daughter to him, but he didn't agree. Lu Zhonghua said. Why don't we find someone to secretly capture him and... One of the tycoons had a hint of ice in his eyes. Hey, this is a civilized society now, you still think it's the old days. Be polite before you fight, understand? Old brother Mo, what do you think? Old Mo said smilingly. We are here to say half a day is useless, wait for that kid to come back to ask, not just good, in case he directly said it. The rich and powerful nodded their heads. Right at this moment, a strange sound came out from somewhere unknown. Plop, plop. The sound was so loud that almost the entire reservoir could hear it. It was just that the shore was just too noisy, and the people on the shore wouldn't care even if they heard it. What's that sound? A rich man said with some uncertainty as he looked around. What sound? Another tycoon said. I think I heard it too. It's probably from a tower crane or some kind of machine, let's not make a fuss. Well, Boss Lu, give Shen Lang a call and see when he'll be back. The rich and powerful were still talking. What they didn't know was that underneath their yacht there was a huge shadow rapidly approaching. And just as this sound was made, Jeremy suddenly stood up. He too had heard the sound. He had been working with fish all his life, for decades. Naturally, he was familiar with every freshwater fish that made a sound. And this sound, he had heard it many times before. Because he had previously spent 6 long years before and after to catch such a fish, it made him remember this kind of fish very deeply. But he slowly sat down. How could there be that antique here? This wasn't the Amazon basin. Unless whoever put the fish inside the reservoir, and that kind of fish usually maxes out at 400 pounds or so, there is still a gap between it and the fish here. Just a moment after he sat down, there was a loud boom from the center of the reservoir. Jeremy raised his eyes and instantly froze in place. This is impossible, there can't be a giant bone-tongue fish this big. Only in the center of the reservoir, by the yacht, a huge splash of water flew up. A nearly 8-meter behemoth had disappeared into the water. Obviously, the yacht was attacked by this fish. Wow! The entire reservoir exploded in an instant. Many people saw that huge figure. All of them had their jaws dropped by that huge size. And some fishing guys even recognized this fish species through that glance. Giant bone-tongue fish. An extremely aggressive fish, mainly found in the tropical watersheds of South America. He is a living fossil of the fish world. With a huge bite, what makes him famous is his hard scales. Some people say, with one of its scales can be used as a knife. This shows the hardness of his scales. Of course it possesses the disadvantages of being a living fossil. It needs to surface every 10 or 20 minutes to breathe. And when it breathes it will emit. Plop, plop. The sound. Some fishermen will use his sound to find its location. But why is it so big now? And the unluckiest of all would have to be the rich men drinking wine and blowing bull on top of the yacht. The fish had hit the side of the boat, almost causing it to tip right over on its side. Although it didn't tip over, the angle of the tilt made the tycoons fall over. Fortunately, they were inside the boat blowing the air conditioner because it was too hot. Otherwise, this one stroke could have directly made them fall into the water and become a delicacy for the fish. What happened? We were attacked? This is a reservoir, what kind of attack can there be? Ah, my head, it's bleeding. Quick, tell them to get the boat and get out of here. No need for them to order, at this moment, the boat had already begun to move slowly. It just took time to accelerate. However, just then. What is that? A rich man looked out of the ship's window in horror. Only to see there a huge tail lapping towards the ship. The waves that were raised accompanied by that huge fish tail were getting closer and closer to them. The tycoons also saw this scene and their eyes widened in horror. This was actually a fish? Such a huge fish, other than those giants in the sea, had never been seen inside freshwater. What's more, that fish was now attacking their yacht. This yacht of theirs was only about 10 meters, and it wasn't much longer than this fish. Pa! With a loud bang, the yacht tilted once again, this time almost directly tipping the boat over on its side. The tycoons inside the hull collectively rolled to one side. This time, it directly caused them all to be more or less hung up. The pain in their bodies came through, causing them to wail non-stop. The people on the shore were even witnessing this atrocity. Chu Wei looked at the rocking hull and shouted as hard as he could. Uncle, my uncle is still up there. Chapter 115 Monster? Attacking a ship? Giant bone-tongued fish? What's all this? Chu Wei stomped his feet anxiously on the shore. What to do, my uncle is up there. At this time the small yacht was still rocking from side to side, and the giant bone-tongue fish had once again sunk under the reservoir. Wei, take it easy. Lu Sun beside him was afraid that he would jump directly into the reservoir to save his uncle in a moment of excitement. Not to mention, Chu Wei could really do it. Although Chu Wei is a bit naive, but as long as he is good to him, he is also especially good to others. Although his uncle was a bit worse than his cousin, he was also his closest relative. Quick, Lu Sun, you've been smart since you were a kid, think of something. Chu Wei pulled Lu Sun next to him with anxiety on his face. Lu Sun was also helpless. How can you let me think of a way in this situation now? Suddenly, he saw the grapple on the dam of the reservoir, which was used by Chu Wei to load corn and hit the nest. He also looked at the distance between the crane and that boat. Brother Wei, I've thought of a way. Lu Sun said, pointing at the upper grapple. Put that next to the boat with the tower crane, let them sit in it, and it can be transported over. Chu Wei glanced toward the dam. There, it was the very same grapple that he had used for nesting last time. Alright, hurry. At the same time, he commanded the tower crane master with his walkie-talkie. Ah Wei, quickly move the crane arm to the dam and use the grapple to save my uncle. If it works, I'll manage you for a year in heaven and earth. As soon as the words fell, the boom was already slowly moving towards the dam. And at this moment the water surface in the middle of the reservoir had calmed down. The surface of the water had regained its calmness, and the small yacht had stopped swaying, quietly floating in the middle of the reservoir. It was as if nothing had happened. The people around the reservoir also gradually quieted down. They seemed to feel that their noisy voices would enrage the giant thing under the water and make it attack again. Everyone was watching the movement of the water. They were both hoping to see the giant thing making waves again to stimulate their senses, but they were also afraid that it would come out again and slap that boat into the water. Only Chu Wei and Lu Sun desperately ran towards the top of the reservoir. But they are the second generation of rich people, usually do not exercise, and often fool around. The body has long been emptied, running to a small half already tired and panting. But they still panted and ran towards the top step by step. Lu Sun, quick, quick. I can't live without my uncle. Wei, I know. But we have to work out later. Fitness, definitely fitness, heaven and earth, fitness every day from now on. And inside the cabin of the yacht in the middle of the reservoir, several tycoons climbed up. Somewhat stunned, they looked out the window. The glass there was already broken, and shards of glass could be seen everywhere. Guys, what the hell is that thing? A rich man said as he rubbed his aching arm. Old Mo stood up and stumbled and sat down again. His foot had been knocked, and now it hurt so much that he ate some gnashing of his teeth. Looking at those scales, I'm reminded of a kind of fish, but obviously this is an enlarged version. Which fish inside this reservoir is not an enlarged version? Quickly say it. Old Mo cleared his throat and said. Giant bone-tongue fish, you guys should know it. The crowd was quiet for a while, seemingly searching for information about this fish in their minds. Doesn't this fish not actively attack? A rich man seemed to know about this fish. Hell knows, such a big giant bone-tongue fish, maybe it's already mutated. And at that moment, a voice once again reached the ears of the crowd. Put. Put. And at that moment, they saw the source of that sound. Only to see that not far from them, a fish head was exposed to the surface of the water and it stayed for a second, immediately disappearing from view again, leaving only ripples. At this moment, all the tycoons looked at each other in disbelief. The fish was still hovering around them, and could launch its next attack at any time. Why don't we continue to sail the boat and rush ashore? Never, there's a chance he'll attack moving objects. Then we'll just wait for death here? It's better to wait for death than to die. And just then, a cell phone rang. It scared everyone with a jolt. Lu Zhanghua felt his cell phone vibrating, so he pulled it out and said, My cell phone, don't be nervous. He looked at the screen, it was Chu Wei calling. Lu Zhanghua pressed the answer button, and a voice like asthma came from the microphone, obviously exhausted to the core. Hey, uncle, cough. You guys look at the sky, sit on that thing, cough. Although Lu Zhanghua didn't turn on the amplification, everyone in this quiet space heard it. The crowd looked towards the sky. Only to see the tower crane is hanging below a grapple slowly moving this way. Over there, Chu Wei had already hung up the phone. Immediately an unfamiliar number called. Without hesitation, Lu Zhanghua once again connected the phone. This time it was a young male's voice. Hey, Chairman Lu, this is Tower Crane Away, it's about to fall, direct it. And on the other side of the same county, Shenlang and Wang Peng were smoking fish, smoking high. This fishing small fish and fishing small fish fun. This fishing for giants has the passion of hanging giants. Fishing for small fish is like reading a cool article, the feeling of that one fish being caught, just 2 words. Cool. There was a group of people next to him in particular who were shocked. That feeling was not something that ordinary people could feel. And at this time Shen Lang's cell phone rang. Picked it up and saw that it was Shen Bishing calling. Shen Lang smoothly answered the call, while turning on the sound amplification. His own hand was still not idle, continuing to change the bait. Hey, Xiaolang, something big has happened. Hey, brother Bishing, what's the matter? You say slowly. Can't slow down, monsters have appeared inside the reservoir and are attacking the boat in the middle of the reservoir. Shen Lang's hand that had just thrown out the pole stalled. What did you say? Monster? Suddenly Shen Lang thought of something and hurriedly asked. Brother Bishing, what are the 2 fish you started to buy from the fish boss? I don't know, I don't recognize them either. After loading the car I transported them over and put them into the reservoir. Okay, I know, I'll be right back. Shen Lang hung up the phone and immediately called that boss who sold the fish. Let's figure out what kind of fish it was first. After ringing for a few seconds, the phone was picked up. Hey, boss Shana, how are those two giant bone-tongue fish, and there are eggs in the stomach, soon to give birth to the kind? You have made a lot of money this time. Shen Lang did not even speak, the boss has smiled and set up. Shen Lang almost did not swear. Earn your grandfather. Carelessness how they do not ask clear varieties I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I only thought of putting fish in it, I did not expect to really buy this kind of aggressive fish Normally giant bone-tongue fish wouldn't actively attack, but now that there were fish eggs in, they would definitely attack like crazy. Pang, go back with me. Because Shen Lang turned on the amplified sound, all the people next to him heard it. But the fishing guy and the fishery owner next to him were dumbfounded. Monster? Attacking the boat? Giant bone-tongue fish? What is all this? Boss, my fish loading truck is outside, wait and help move it, then figure out how much, someone will transfer it to you. Shen Lang spoke to the boss of the fishing ground, took the equipment and jogged away. Wang Ping couldn't think of anything else and also followed Shen Lang's back and left. He also knew that perhaps something really big had happened. Brother Long was usually very calm, but now he was so nervous. Chapter 116 No, that's the wrong size. There were two giant bone-tongue fish in the reservoir. Shen Lang was naturally anxious. If not, this is going to kill someone. To know that those two giant bone-tongue fish original are 100 good dozens of pounds. If the luck is a little better, the multiplier is a little lower, then 2 or 3,000 pounds is easy. But if the luck is a little bit bad, directly on the 40-50 multiplier, that is more than 5,000 pounds, more likely on 6,000 pounds. What is the concept of that? The adult great white shark is only 4 or 5 meters, 2,000 pounds or so. That small yacht, it would be knocked over in a few strokes. If so, he could go in and step on a sewing machine. And the object of the shipwreck is still those rich people, maybe his life is not guaranteed. It's unlikely that their families will hold a grudge against him, and then buy a murderer. Is this the crisis the system is talking about? Shen Lang is a little hesitant. But cannot think so much, first go back to say. So Shen Lang and Wang Peng drove non-stop in the direction of the reservoir. At this time this side of the reservoir. Grapple has slowly toward the small yacht. The people around to see the lively people have already begun to whisper. That fish looks so long, a tail almost overturned such a big boat, it's really too scary. I don't know if that fish will eat people if it eats people then will we be in danger here? Cannibalism is definitely not eaten, but the other fish in this reservoir may have to go extinct. I heard that there isn't one here that pulls up 700 pounds with one hand? Let him come and pull this fish to shore. You don't think that if he can pull 700 pounds with one hand, he can pull 1,400 pounds with both hands? As everyone saw the hope of those people inside being saved. So everyone relaxed a little bit as well. And that fish hadn't attacked for a long time. The tower crane in the sky had already put that grapple above the small yacht and was slowly lowering it down. It was already getting closer to the water. A few tycoons and the cockpit crew had already come out of the cabin and were waiting there for the funnel to land. And several people's eyes glanced to the water from time to time, fearing that the fish would come back with another swing and overturn the boat they were in. And at that moment the grapple had stopped in front of them. Why, go down a bit more, this thing is too high. The grapple had stopped on the surface of the water, but the upper opening was still more than one person high, it was impossible for them to flip over. Just as Lu Zhonghua finished speaking, the wire above the boom started to lower down again, and the grapple continued to slowly descend downwards. And the bottom of the grab has been deeply into the water. The grapple swayed, causing ripples in the water. When the grapple was about to be flush with the hull, Lu Zhonghua shouted. Good. The grapple immediately stopped there. A few tycoons had already waited impatiently, and one by one held their injured parts towards the grapple. Only they stopped again in front of the grapple. Although Lu Zhonghua was in command of the tower crane, he was the last one to arrive at the grapple. He was wondering why the people in front of him didn't go down, and when he walked over, he was also abashed. Just see, this grab depth has nearly 3 meters, they one by one are still injured state. If they jumped down, they would be bruised. Jump, it's better than facing that fish. After Lu Zhonghua finished speaking, he was ready to jump down. At this moment, there was a loud bang next to them. Only to see that not far from them, a giant fish flew out of the water. Visual estimate has more than 3 meters, should have 4 or 500 pounds. Only his posture out of the water was a bit special. It was rushing out of the water horizontally. If the fish came out of the water, it should be head up. Why did this fish come out of the water horizontally? Without waiting for them to think, they only saw a huge mouth exposed on the surface of the water. It opened its mouth, which was like a giant mouth of the abyss, and bit straight towards the fish. The huge impact directly caused the huge mouth to catch up with the big fish that leapt up in front of it. That mouth was actually so big that it directly swallowed the 3-meter-plus giant directly. Ka-ching! With just one bite, that fish had already fallen into the giant fish's mouth. That bite was as fast as lightning. Immediately afterward, a mist of blood sprayed out from behind its gills. It was unimaginable how powerful its bite was to turn the blood into mist. And at this moment, a small half of this fish's body had already been exposed to the water. If you don't look at the underwater picture, the giant bone-tongue fish on the water is like a giant dragon, shocking everyone in the reservoir with its unrivaled momentum. And the part that was exposed on the surface of the water was as much as 4 meters. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Some even thought about what would happen if the fish in its mouth was replaced with themselves. At this moment, the entire reservoir was once again in an uproar. The shock of this scene to them was just too great. It was just as shocking as when they had seen that scene of the Tsanglong leaping up in Jurassic Park before. Although this giant bone-tongue fish wasn't as shocking as the Tsanglong in the movie, but this was reality. He was alive in front of you. And Yang Rulan live streamed the whole thing. From the beginning to now, in just 10 minutes, the number of people in her live broadcast room directly soared from the usual 1 to 200,000 to more than 2 million. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room hadn't even stopped for a moment. Countless people were wondering, marveling, and worrying. Swipe. Swipe screen. What's going on? Jeremy muttered as he looked at the half-exposed body. No, that's the wrong size. The teamster next to him said. Jeremy, what's wrong? Jeremy said sharply. The one at the beginning was only 7 or 8 meters at most, now this one is at least 10 meters or more. There are 2 giant bone-tongue fish inside this reservoir. And at this moment, this giant bone-tongue fish had already fallen into the water. That huge body fell, lifting up several meters of waves. The waves slapped against that small yacht, causing it to sway. The crowd grabbed the edge of the boat before stabilizing their bodies. I'll jump first if you guys don't. Only the employee who was driving the boat was already scared. He couldn't stay here for a moment. Although the grapple was a bit high, but jumping down would only hurt his feet at most. If he fell into the water and was bitten by the fish, that directly can be pressed into blood mist. However, he had just raised his feet and was about to jump when he felt a shadow being cast over his head. The crowd turned around, only to see a huge tail falling from the sky. Splat! There was no chance for them to react. That tail had already hit the hull of the ship. Fortunately, they were prepared to get on the grapple and all ran to the other side. Otherwise, this tail could directly turn them into mush. The tremendous force once again caused the ship to tilt severely. Although this fish tail didn't hit the crowd, they were on the outside of the ship. The tilt of the hull directly caused everyone to fall towards the reservoir, while 2 people were close to the grapple and directly fell headfirst into it. The others were thrown into the water. The moment they entered the water, a fear that struck straight to the soul surged to their hearts. It seemed that the next second, that giant bone-tongue fish would open that incomparably huge abyssal mouth from under the water, swallowing them in one bite. Make them turn into a mist of blood and pull out into a pile of poop. Chapter 117, Danger lifted, everyone saved. Luckily, several people were able to swim. Under the weight of fear, they kept glaring at their feet and quickly swam towards the surface. Just as they emerged from the water, they breathed hard. However, the water splash that lifted up directly split their heads and poured down. It directly caused them to choke on several mouthfuls of water, almost causing them to suffocate. The physical trauma, plus the fear in their hearts, and now choking and almost suffocating, looking at the distant land, a despair spread in everyone's hearts. Those 2 rich men who fell into the grapple didn't know if they were alive or dead. But having fallen in such a position, I'm sure they were no better off. Perhaps the 2 of them were lucky that a lot of water seeped in through the cracks of the grapple, and not a lot of water flowed into it from the beginning of the giant thing slapping. This also gave them a lot of buffer, although the water is not deep, but it is better than nothing. This scene of thrill and excitement has let the shore onlookers again into silence. All the fishing guys had given up fishing. They were afraid of accidentally catching that big guy and pulling themselves down. Although everyone knew that those 2 were right in the middle of the water right now, and it was impossible for them to be caught. And the onlookers subconsciously moved away from the water. It seemed that any closer to the water would be dangerous. Chu Wei sat there staring blankly at the scene in front of him, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly he shook Lu Sun beside him like crazy. Quickly, Lu Sun, quickly help me think of a way. I know you are the smartest. Lu Sun was a bit sidetracked by his shaking and hurriedly said. Stop, I'm thinking, I'll think right away. Only then did Chu Wei stop shaking. He anxiously looked at that disaster scene again. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, excitedly picked up the walkie-talkie and said. Ah Wei, quickly put all the grapples into the water and let them swim in. Roger, Chu Shao. Ah Wei's somewhat nervous voice came from inside the walkie-talkie. His pressure was just as not small, not to mention their identities. Even if it was just a few ordinary people, it was still a few lives. In the next second, the grapple slowly continued to descend towards the water. And the few people at the surface of the water saw this scene and understood what was going on. They desperately swam towards the grapple as if they had grabbed the last straw. Originally, when they were on the boat, they were close to the grapple, and when they were thrown down, they were also scattered next to the grapple. Just a few dog crawls and they reached the side of the grapple one after another. At this time, the upper rock mouth of the grapple was already almost flat on the water surface. The next second, the grapple completely fell into the water. Reservoir water crazy along the upper mouth to pour inside. Several people were also directly rushed inside the grapple by this water current and fell directly to the bottom along the water current. The water current formed a reflux whirlpool under the water, churning several people. At the same time in the churning, occasionally will also hit a few times, there are people unlucky to hit the side of the iron wall. At this moment, the crowd was like being inside a washing machine, constantly spinning. In just a few seconds, the entire grapple was filled with water. While they were rotating, occasionally a head could be seen peeking out of the water and then frantically shouting something. And more people had already gone with the waves, without any struggling movement. It was thought that they had completely fainted. At this time seems to be sure that all the people are in the dugout inside. The tower crane also slowly rise up. The grapple slowly left the surface of the water, moving into the air. The people watching around the reservoir were relieved to see this scene. Out of the water, that grapple is so thick, it's impossible for that fish to nab it. Phew, it's just too thrilling, now they're finally saved. Yes, this is comparable to an epic disaster blockbuster. That's still a gap. In a normal disaster movie, there's definitely still danger occurring by this bridge. Just in the next second after that person finished speaking, only to see a black shadow rapidly zoom in below the grapple. Poof! Just when everyone thought it was safe, that giant bone-tongued fish rushed out of the water again. Its entire body leapt towards the grapple that hadn't completely pulled out of the water. At this moment, the dude who said that this bridge would normally still be dangerous was being angrily looked at by the people around him. Bro! Oh, reverse prophet, with your mouth turned on. The sun was shining at the moment. The scales of the giant bone-tongued fish gave off an intense, shifting metallic iridescent sheen in the sunlight. The colors were constantly flowing between fuchsia, green, gold, and purple, beautiful and dreamy. Combined with its already long body, it resembled a legendary divine dragon. Only, it represented mystery and death at the moment. In the next second, its head had already crossed over the top of the grapple, and at this moment it had reached the highest point of its power. It plummeted downwards again, but as it fell it realized tragically that its entire body was directly across the top of the grapple. Perhaps it was aiming for the people inside the grapple. It wanted to swallow them in one bite. But it didn't seem to know that the grapple was always stretching upwards. And it was stretching fast. So the giant bone-tongued fish got stuck up there. The few people who were still awake inside the grapple were already scared silly. It was as if they had seen the coming of the god of death when that giant fish fell from the sky. Still, they subconsciously dived down towards the bottom of the water. It was only when they saw the fish straddling the grapple that they were completely relieved. But this kind of fish was known for its strong explosive power. They only saw him slapping his tail hard, which slapped hard against the sidewall of the grapple. A sound similar to that of metal banging was emitted. Clang! The sound resounded throughout the reservoir. The giant bone-tongued fish continued to struggle hard, and its body retreated back a bit. Clang! There was another loud bang. And the grapple shook and swayed violently from the slap. But that didn't stop the grapple from continuing to rise. Seeing the grapple rising higher and higher, that giant bone-tongued fish seemed to be in a hurry, and its body twisted rapidly. Clang! 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 The sound kept echoing above the reservoir. Finally, under the violent struggle, the giant bone-tongued fish finally slid downwards. Splat! With a sound, the giant bone-tongued fish fell into the water and disappeared. Only then did the grapple stop rising, moving parallel to the direction of the dam. And at the edge of the grapple where the giant bone-tongued fish was struggling at the beginning, there was a piece of metallic luster swaying left and right as it fell towards the water. The piece slowly fell to the bottom, just catching on the inner edge of the grapple. Whoa! Saved! Thank God! Thank you, Jade Emperor! Queen Mother! The people around the reservoir completely relaxed at the sight. Everyone started cheering, like celebrating a victory in a battle. What they didn't know was that inside the grapple, at the bottom there, those few people were hanging around inside. Chapter 118. Don't worry, this kind of road usually 60 or 70 horses hit the bottom. Shenlang and Wang Peng are quickly coming this way. At this moment has been out of the county, driving on the national highway toward the reservoir. Shenlang was also holding his cell phone at the moment and watching Yang Roland's live feed. Seeing that grapple moving in the direction of the dam, he was also slightly relieved. But the situation was clearly not particularly optimistic. Wang Peng was speeding at the moment, because Shenlang had pushed him more urgently. The speed had now blown up to over 110. Fortunately, the current infrastructure was really impressive, and the national highway was now 4 lanes in both directions. And the vehicles here were still relatively few, and there wasn't much pressure to run. But the next second, only to see Wang Peng came to a sharp break. Shenlang, who was watching the live broadcast, lunged forward with an unsteady center of gravity. It's a good thing that Shen Lang wore a seatbelt, otherwise he would have to directly hit the top of the center console. However, the rebound after braking let Shen Lang instantly back hard against the backrest. Originally Shen Lang's back was still injured, this time the pain made him grimace. Aya, what are you doing? This emergency braking. Police, police. Wang Peng pointed to the front and said. Shen Lang looked ahead, there were indeed 2 police cars traveling in front. This is not the traffic police, not afraid of a hairline, and the traffic police do not need to be afraid, at most deduct points is. Shen Lang gave an angry laugh. Wang Peng froze and smiled. Sorry brother wave, some nervous. But in the next second, Shen Lang was revitalized. These police officers won't be going to my reservoir. Wang Peng was about to accelerate to overtake them when he heard Shen Lang say. Slow down, follow them first. However, Shen Lang thought about it, now that so many people, there was such a dangerous situation, it was very normal for someone to call the police. As long as those few tycoons didn't have any casualties, then things shouldn't be too serious. But now this situation, this competition might be yellow. Then what about one's 1,000-pound goal? How to solve their own danger? If Shen Lang's own fishing system could count, then he must have gone down himself. Shen Lang sighed and could only take one step at a time. This current location is actually not far from the mountain road that diverges into Shen Lang's village. After another 2 minutes, that fork in the road could already be seen. Shen Lang said to Wang Peng. Quickly overtake them. Wang Peng understood and overtook them with a single acceleration. Before turning into the small road, Wang Peng completed the overtaking and then turned directly into the small road. And the 2 police cars behind them similarly turned into the path. Shen Lang saw this scene in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, the probability was that they were heading towards the reservoir. Mountain road okay right, drive faster. Shen Lang looked at Wang Peng next to him and said. Don't worry, this kind of road I usually 60 or 70 horses to hit the bottom. Wang Peng finished with a foot of gas and rushed out. Wang Peng also did not brag, in addition to slowing down a little slower cornering, the rest of the road he is at least 60 horses or more, fast time can go up to 100. But this can suffer Shen Lang. Shen Lang's back has been rubbing against the seat and it hurts so much that he can only bow. One hand was holding onto the handle next to him in a death grip, and one hand was supporting the seat behind him. But in order to go back earlier, he could only hold on. And on this side of the reservoir, the grapple had already moved above the dam. Only heard. Wow! The lower part of the grapple opened up and water flowed in all directions. At the same time, the people inside fell to the ground, being washed everywhere by the water flow. And at this time, the people next to them also quickly rushed in, ready to save the people. Chu Wei quickly looked for his uncle inside the pile of people. Brother Wei, Uncle Lu is here. And at this moment, Lu Sun's voice rang out from the side. Lu Zhanghua had been swept to the other side by the water. Chu Wei hurriedly ran over. At this moment, Lu Zhanghua's eyes were closed and his expression was a bit withered. There was blood flowing out of his head, and his hands and feet had multiple abrasions, and he didn't know if there were any injuries elsewhere. However, this appearance did look miserable. The other people were no better. There were even more miserable ones. Either here bleeding, or their broken head. After all, they didn't know how many times they hit each other in that water. And there were a total of 8 people in there, and only 3 of them weren't unconscious. It's just that they were sitting there stunned and disoriented. It was as if what started was just a nightmare, but they were still in the dream and hadn't woken up. Chu Wei put down Lu Zhanghua. Then paused for a second. It seemed to be making a difficult decision. Then the head plunged toward the fall, apparently he wanted to do artificial respiration. But before he could get close. Slap! A slap directly hit his face, causing him to veer to the side. Brat, what do you want? Lu Zhanghua said somewhat weakly. Uncle, you're awake? I haven't been in a coma since. Then why did you close your eyes? I want to be quiet, can't I? Oh. Who is Jing Jing? Does Auntie know? Lu Zhanghua was choked speechless. He really wanted Jing Jing now. After a while, Lu Zhanghua said. Xiao Wei, this time Uncle owes you his life. Then, can Uncle give some pocket money? Scram! And on the side, others were giving aid to the unconscious tycoons. There was no lack of doctors and nurses with the right specialty here. For example, the doctor from the morning. At the moment, he was examining Old Mo's injuries. Old Mo should be the one who was more seriously injured, and there was Old Mo who fell from the ship to the inside of the grapple. Sprained ankle, multiple abrasions, and a bump on the head. We have to go to the hospital to take pictures to determine the injuries. The doctor examined the preliminary determination of the injuries. The others also woke up one after another. There were only 2 people with broken legs and 1 with a slight concussion. The others were more or less carrying injuries, and 1 tycoon had a long gash of more than 20 centimeters pulled directly out of his leg. It was still bleeding non-stop, and it did look a little scary. But this was also a blessing amongst misfortunes. Quickly, send them all to the hospital. Don't delay here. That doctor shouted. At the same time, he immediately ran to help beside the tycoon whose leg was pulled open. The one who was here was also a doctor, and was pressing down on the wound and using first aid to stop the bleeding. And the others were carried onto a bus one after another. This also has the convenience of the doctor on top to concentrate on observation, if they have other adverse reactions, or timely first aid. Not long after all the people were carried onto the bus, and the bus slowly started up. "Wei, are you sure you don't want to go take care of your uncle?" Lu Sun said as he looked at the frighteningly calm Chu Wei next to him. "I can't go, I want to help my uncle get revenge." Lu Sun was a bit surprised to hear this and looked at Chu Wei. There was no one who dared to cast a rod anymore, they were all afraid of catching that monster. There were no longer a few people to be seen below the reservoir, basically they all ran to the dam. And at this moment everyone is talking about today's things, after all, today the wonderful degree of this thing that is comparable to the movie. Chu Wei again looked to the chart next to the water tank inside, that slap injury Shenlang's warble mouth. "I'll borrow this fish from my brother for a bit, I don't think he'll blame me." "No, buddy, are you for real?" Chapter 119, Go block off that reservoir and bring the owner of that reservoir, immediately. "Are you helping me or not?" Chu Wei looked at Lu Sun. Lu Sun nodded firmly. "Help, must help." "Well then, we brothers will it up." "Good, just dry it up." After saying that, the duo commanded the tower crane to land that grapple. Just as the grapple was about to fall into place, a piece of something fell from above. It was about the size of a small basin, and made a clanging sound when it fell to the place. The thing fell next to the grapple and emitted colorful light under the sunlight. "Wei, stop." At those words, the grapple stopped there. Chu Wei forward a few steps and that thing next to squat down to pick up, not to mention quite heavy, there are several pounds of weight. "Wei, what is this?" Lu Sun also walked over and looked curiously at the thing in Chu Wei's hand. "It should be the scales of that fish," Chu Wei said as he looked at the thing in his hand. "Whoa, so big, at first I didn't feel it from a distance, this close up is as big as the biggest dinner plate in my house. This is a good sign, it proves that he is going to be taken down by us." After saying that, Chu Wei put that scale aside and continued to start the great cause of revenge. Chu Wei and Lu Sun put the grapple down and changed dozens of oversized fish hooks. Hang up Shenlang's almost 300 pounds of warbler, and moved a little bit towards the middle of the reservoir in that warbler's struggle. And at this time in an unknown office, a middle-aged man was looking at the report in his hand. Shenlang, male, 25 years old. A ridiculously detailed piece of information appeared in his hands. The top 3 generations to the next 3 generations, as well as Shenlang from elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and so on. The horrible thing was that even the people that Shenlang had recently contacted and what he had done were all recorded clearly. The middle-aged man looked at it for a long time. He picked up another piece of information next to him. And this one was Wang Peng's. Again, all the information was basically written clearly. And this time the middle-aged man just swept a few glances and put it down. "What do you think?" the middle-aged man said to the young man standing next to him. "I think things are very strange, the fish inside that reservoir have already broken through the growth limit of the creature." The middle-aged man gestured for him to continue. "And I've also gone to find out about that reservoir, it used to be abandoned because of the underground river, but now it has accumulated so much water in a short period of time, this is also clearly abnormal." The middle-aged man asked. "What about this reservoir owner and this young man called Wang Peng, the power they possess?" The young man shook his head after thinking about it. "I don't know, it might be related to this reservoir. The interesting thing is that there are many versions of the legends circulating about this reservoir." "Oh? What legends?" "A mythological legend, it's at the bottom of the document you're holding," the young man said as he stepped forward and took a dozen sheets of paper out from the bottom of the stack of papers. The middle-aged man flipped through this one mythological story, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. This Nima, it could all be made into a TV series. After casually looking at it for a few moments, he put it down. "You believe in this stuff too? If this really exists, then we should set up another special department." The youth seemed to hold this legend in high esteem. "I actually don't believe in it either, but if I don't, there's absolutely no way to explain what's here." "Alright, go ahead and invite those 2 lads over to talk, and as for what's inside that water, get a few of them to the research lab, I think they'll be interested." The young man was just about to reply when he heard his cell phone ring. He picked it up and glanced at it before his gaze went to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded before he answered the call. "Hey, head, that reservoir has discovered the unimaginably big guy, it's already injured several people, and almost even killed them." "Be more specific, don't be alarmed." The young man's eyes glanced at the middle-aged man and said sternly, "Oh, there's a video, you'll know when you see it, I'll pass it to you right away." So that side hung up the phone. Soon a video was passed over. The youth put the video in front of the middle-aged man and watched it with him. The video was exactly the video of those few tycoons being attacked. Looking at the perspective of Li Rulan's live broadcast. The youth watched it with great interest, while the middle-aged man frowned the more he watched it. The video was long, but they didn't fast forward it and kept just watching. It wasn't until those tycoons were put on the bus that the video finally ended. The middle-aged man's brows were tightly locked. A long time. Go block off that reservoir and bring the owner of that reservoir, immediately. The youth answered. Yes. And prepared to leave. Wait, catch those two fish somehow. If there's no way, kill them. Tomorrow I'll call the research team over, but don't make a mess. Don't worry, director, I promise to complete the task. The young man left the room. And the middle-aged man continued to look at Shenlang's information for a long time without words. For a long time. What exactly is the secret here? Shenlang finally came here to the reservoir. However, the injured had all left by the time he arrived. They also saw that bus on the road, but Shenlang and the others thought it was sending tourists, so they didn't bother. After all, behind that bus was a row of buses. Because there is that monster fishing in the water has been suspended, there is no good show to see. Many tourists have chosen to go back. But the fishing man left is relatively small. Although they do not dare to continue to fish, but most people are still not willing to leave. Especially when Chu Wei started to fish that huge thing of almost 300 pounds into the water. The fishing guys all knew what he was going to do. How could they miss such a good show? All of them found a high spot on the dam or on the side of the nearby mountains and forests and got together in groups of 3 or 2. All with their eyes on the middle of the reservoir. But there was also occasional chatting and expressing their opinions. Do you think we can catch that fish with the tower crane? It looks like that small one is at least 3,000 pounds. Bro! Tower cranes are usually measured in tons. I think as long as that giant bone-tongue fish dares to eat, then it won't be able to escape. You didn't see how many hooks that rich kid used to put together, dozens of that as long as it eats in, it won't be able to get out. This is going to really hang up, then this competition also do not need to engage in, directly announced the first. Shenlang could see that something was wrong here as soon as he got out of the car. Everyone scattered everywhere looked down at the reservoir. Shenlang took a closer look and understood the current situation. He also saw Chu Wei who was commanding over there. However, he didn't go to Chu Wei's place this time, but called Yang Rulan. Just as the phone was connected, he heard Yang Rulan's voice. Brother Long, have you arrived? We're inside the cabin. Shenlang also walked towards the cabin when he heard this. Chapter 120 Must fish, my life depends on you. Walking into the cabin, he saw Yang Rulan, his parents and second uncle and second aunt and some villagers inside the village. Everyone was here. But obviously the atmosphere here was a bit off. Wave child, that monster in the water is what is going on. I see that a few people are injured quite seriously. You will not have anything, right? Shenlang just entered the house. Shen Genius hurriedly walked over and asked. It's okay, those people will be fine after they get well, at most compensate a little money. Shenlang comforted them and said. I heard that those people are rich. Is it useful to lose money? They won't retaliate against us. It's a society of law now, what are you afraid of? That's right, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. As long as they dare to come, they won't be able to get out. In an instant, the whole house was in an uproar. Shenlang continued to pacify for a while, then pulled Yang Rulan out to a corner to ask about the injuries of those few tycoons. After all, this matter can be big or small. If they pursued, then with their power, this matter was a heavenly matter. If they could be taken care of, then it was a small matter. Shenlang also roughly understood their injuries from Yang Rulan's narration. There were 3 people who were more seriously injured. 2 legs were fractured and 1 calf was strained with a 20+ centimeter gash. The others were all bumps or bruises. I know, I'll call and communicate with them first. Shenlang took out his phone and dialed Lu Zhonghua's number. After all, the one he was most familiar with among them was still this uncle. Moreover, from what Yang Rulan said, his injuries were relatively minor. The phone was quickly picked up. Hey, Uncle Lu, how are you guys doing? Yo, busy man, you finally know to call us? See what you say, didn't I just find out? The situation maybe you also probably understand. I also do not talk nonsense with you. Those few old brothers can hold a grudge against this matter. Shenlang was silent. He asked tentatively. You see, communicate with them. This time I will fully cover the medical expenses, and an additional 5 million is spiritual compensation. How about it? Yo, kid so rich? But you see which one of us looks like the one who lacks your millions. Then I'll add a little more. Lu Zhonghua suddenly interrupted Shenlang and said. And don't beat around the bush with you, we want the kind of power you have with that young guy. We know you have a way. How about it? As long as the matter comes to fruition, this matter is over, and we are still your best friends. Shenlang's heart breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you have the conditions, and this condition they mention, when it is upgraded, it is all open to the public. But Shenlang naturally had to make a difficult face. Uncle Lu, it's not that I don't agree with you, this quota is limited, and it's also about talent. Lu Zhonghua seemed to be a little impatient. Just say yes or no. Shenlang deliberately pondered for a while and said. Okay, but I can't guarantee if I can learn it. It's fate if you can't learn it, as long as you promise. Uncle Lu, also need you to give the county to say hello. After all, this matter may alarm certain places. I am a small good citizen afraid of not having that energy. Don't worry, we'll arrange it for you. Shen Lang had just hung up the phone when he saw two police cars traveling over at the turn of the reservoir. It was the same two police cars that had been left behind by Shen Lang and the others at the beginning. Not long after the cars stopped not far from the cabin. From above walked down a few uncles. Shen Lang thought about it or took the initiative to walk over. The arrival of the uncle also attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at this place curiously. Some people even surrounded up. After all, watching the crowd was a gene engraved in the bones of this nation. Hello guys, may I ask what's the reason for coming here? Shen Lang asked. Are you the person in charge here? That uncle looked at Shen Lang eyes up and down twice. Yes, I am the boss here. Your name is Shen Lang? Yes, my name is Shen Lang. Alright then, come with us. After saying that uncle directly stepped aside and signaled Shen Lang to get on the car. Shen Lang was a little confused. How could this be? This process is not right. Why did they come and let themselves get on the car without asking anything? Could it be that Lu Zhonghua's side had not yet greeted, or greeted that side had not yet notified these uncles? That uncle, I and those few injured have already negotiated privately. Don't believe you and your director to make a phone call? This is an order from our director personally, no need to be sure anymore. Shen Lang said. Then can I make a call first? That uncle said. Get in the car first, you can call slowly when you get in the car. And at this time, the people in the village all saw the situation and walked out from inside the hut. Xiao Lang, what's going on? Second uncle came over and asked. Nothing, uncle said to ask me to go to the county. I make a phone call. That uncle seemed to be annoyed by Shen Lang's disobedient behavior. Told you to go to the car and play slowly, didn't you hear me? Said also took 2 steps toward Shen Lang, and his hand grabbed over. It looked like it was going to use force. Shen Lang did not have any action. The villagers next to him were not happy. A few young men who are full of blood and vigor have already walked to the front and blocked that uncle. And a few uncles on the side also walked over when they saw this situation. What do you guys want? What do you want? What do you want? Didn't Xiao Lang say to make a phone call? What are you doing? Are you going to use force? The uncle was unforgiving. We have orders from our superiors, please cooperate, or we'll be rude. Come on, let's see how ungracious you are. The people inside the village all came forward and started to resist. Those women inside the village had managed to see hope in their lives. Where could they let them take Shen Lang away? So one by one, they started to curse there. To know that some people that is cursing a day cannot stop. And those young guys on the heart is much simpler. Don't look at here as where, you uncle can do whatever you want? The beginning of a simple verbal dispute, the back began to push and shove up. Shen Lang immediately picked up his cell phone and prepared to give Lu Zhonghua a call over. But the phone rang, the name display is Lu Zhonghua. Shen Lang connected the phone, just wanted to ask if they have not greeted? Just heard Lu Zhonghua a sentence that made Shen Lang puzzled. Shen Lang, did you offend some big shot? Shen Lang froze, what big shot could he have offended? You guys are the biggest people I've offended recently. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? I called, and that side said that they told me not to ask, not to even inquire. Shen Lang was puzzled, what character could he have offended? Suddenly he thought of something, was the crisis the system was talking about this? Characters from above? And just at this moment, suddenly a loud bang resounded through the entire reservoir. Bang! In an instant screams rose in all directions. Shen Lang raised his eyes and saw that an uncle was pointing a gun to the sky. And that gun muzzle was still smoking. Obviously that loud bang came from there. All freeze. Anyone who dares to obstruct law enforcement again, don't blame the bullets for being blind. Shen Lang, get in the car. That uncle looked at Shen Lang and said sternly. Shen Lang knew that if it was an order from up there, then there was really no room for maneuver. He just put his hope on that last 1,000 pounds to upgrade the system. And at this moment, Zhu Wei and Lu Sun also ran over from the side. Obviously they saw the mess over here. Shen Lang looked at the tower crane that was still hanging in the air and walked towards Zhu Wei. Shen Lang, do you want to resist arrest? The uncle in the back shouted when he saw Shen Lang walking towards the back. Shen Lang took 2 steps to Zhu Wei, then quickly shoved his hand inside Zhu Wei's clothes. Be sure to catch it, my life depends on you. Chapter 121, Sprinting 1,000 Pounds of Giants, The Last Hope. Zhu Wei froze and felt something a little strange in the bulge of his clothes. He stole a glance. Immediately, there was a surge of exuberance in his heart. This thing he had used once, that was still fresh in his memory. The last time Shen Lang said there was no more, Zhu Wei never asked again. And this time, he took the initiative to send this thing to his arms. It seems that my brother is really in danger this time. Zhu Wei's heart was surging with passion. I'm going to help my uncle avenge himself and save my brother. I am simply a big hero. Zhu Wei looked at Shen Lang, filled with fighting spirit. Shen Lang turned around and walked backward when he finished speaking. When he walked next to the villagers, Shen Lang said, Don't worry, you guys, it's fine, they're just injured, I'll go and come. Shenlang could only choose to lie. After all, even if he told the truth, it wouldn't change anything, it would be better to let them worry a little less. After Shenlang finished speaking, he walked towards the police car. Xiaolang, pay attention to safety. Xiaolang, call if there's anything. The villagers didn't know what to say, they could only use words to show their concern. Shenlang waved his hand and walked towards the police car. Everyone watched this scene speechless. Only when the car disappeared around the corner did everyone start talking. What kind of offense did the boss commit? To be arrested straight back? I don't know, could it be that those few tycoons have used their power? I think so, otherwise it's impossible. Hey, it seems that this competition is completely yellow, everyone won't have to come tomorrow. Then do you think we can still fish here in the future? Let you fish, do you dare to fish? Everyone was discussing the matter of Shenlang being taken away by his uncle. All were speculating about the development of the things behind. And only Chu Wei took out his walkie-talkie and said to Ah Wei on the tower crane. Ah Wei, pull the fish up, I'll put on some fierce ingredients. Chu Wei took out the bait in his arms. Yo, it's still 2 packs. My brother is really good to me. Chu Wei took out the basin and started to roll the bait. Because Shenlang was taken away, the atmosphere of the scene got a little weird. Some people also chose to leave. But more people still wanted to see if that rich kid could pull that fish up or not. If it wasn't for this, probably most people would have left the place. After all, they didn't dare to fish again, and the boss had left, so what else could they do if they stayed here? So the fishing guys who didn't leave started to find a comfortable position again and started to watch Chu Wei's performance, waiting for the crane to pull the fish over. Chu Wei also had no intention of replacing the fish, but directly put the bait inside the fish's mouth. Chu Wei's goal was clear, he just wanted to dry up one of those 2 giant bone-tongue fish. As for the other fish, it was no longer within his consideration. Perhaps people who had already fallen into madness had a poorer perception of themselves. Getting the bait right, the tower crane slowly fished the fish to the middle of the reservoir again and released it. Chu Wei held his breath and looked at the water expectantly. He believed that this bait would soon bring him a surprise. And in the innermost corner of the reservoir, in an inconspicuous corner, a man came here. He took out his fishing rod and also took out a pack of bait from inside his own backpack. This pack of bait was exactly the same as the one Chu Wei used. This person was no other than Wang Peng. He still clearly remembered what Shenlang said to him in the car. Wait and get off the car, you go to the inside of the reservoir to fish, remember that you must catch more than 1,000 pounds, those that can't be pulled are cut immediately, and those that are too small are also cut immediately. Wang Peng still remembered Shenlang's look when he said this. Anxiety with a little bit of uneasiness. So Wang Peng came to the reservoir and took his equipment towards the innermost part of the reservoir. Wang Peng didn't know why Shenlang must catch 1,000 pounds of fish by himself. But it must be important. So he had to go all out. Wang Peng also began to roll up the bait, while the bait was soaking and fermenting. He took out a few more cards from his backpack and checked them out, which was also given to him by Shenlang at that time and taught him how to use them. This card did not know what material it was made of. But it was very exquisite, and on it were written a few words. Strength doubling card. Lasts for 1 hour. Power doubling card. Lasts half an hour. Endurance doubling card. Lasts 3 hours. Endurance doubling card. Lasts 1 hour. Although Wang Peng had learned the skill, he was still shocked for a moment when Shenlang told him what it did. This world, is it still a familiar world? Just then, a cheer came from the direction of the dam. Wow! Hit the fish! Bullseye! Wang Peng looked towards the middle of the reservoir. Sure enough, the wire was constantly moving. He could hear the buzzing sound that broke through the air. Unmoved, he picked up his fishing rod and walked towards the water's edge. Wei, pull upward a bit and see if it's that guy. Chu Wei was also excitedly shouting towards the walkie-talkie. Roger, Chu Xiao. Just after the words fell, he saw the tower crane start to operate, and that steel wire pulled upwards continuously. And the wire kept swaying, it was obvious that the guy underwater was struggling hard. The steel wire was pulled straight and the tower arm of the tower crane seemed to be trembling. I don't know whether it was the dozens of big fish hooks that had an effect, or what, under such a violent struggle, it still didn't come off the hook. Suddenly, the wire stopped shaking, and calm seemed to have returned before. Huh, is this off the hook? Kind of like, why did you pull straight up, first slowly slip off? Pity indeed, I wonder which fish bit the hook. Doesn't matter, it's off the hook anyway. Chu Wei also looked at the wire that was no longer moving, he wondered if he was indeed too hasty. Should have slipped for a while. But in case the catch wasn't one of those two, Chu Wei felt it was pointless. So he still wanted to make sure. Hey, if it doesn't work, then let's fish again. Chu Wei also knew that he was in a hurry, but his mood was still understandable. He was just about to pick up the walkie-talkie and ask Ah Wei to pull the tower crane over again. Just then. Look, what's underwater? A fishing guy yelled out. Before anyone could react. A shadow under the water grew bigger and bigger, then shot up into the sky. Poof! Only a huge body flew out of the water next to the tower arm wire. Its scales emitted a colorful glow under the sunlight. It was the giant bone-tongued fish that Chu Wei had been longing for. At this moment, a large part of the giant bone-tongued fish's body had already jumped out of the water. It swung its body and opened its mouth wide, obviously in great pain. And the big half of his body that was exposed to the surface was 6 or 7 meters long. Giant bone-tongued fish, it's really it. Holy, it's the big one, right? This luck is too good. How many pounds is this thing? It looks so scary. Why do I feel that this crane may not be able to pull up this fish? Brothers, want to hear what you are talking about? This tower crane can pull at least 20 or 30 tons of heavy objects. This fish only how many pounds? When the giant bone-tongued fish completely leaped out of the water. It seemed to have reached its highest point as well, and its body stopped going upwards. Instead, it rapidly fell towards the water. Even the steel wire in the mouth of the giant bone-tongued fish also followed the rapid fall, the speed of which made a buzzing roar in the air. Plop! A huge sound resounded in the reservoir. The waves caused by the giant fish falling into the water were more than 20 meters high. In the white waves, the fish's figure had disappeared. Chapter 122. It's so thrilling. I feel like this fish is going to kill the tower crane back. And that fishing wire was instantly taut. Clank! Only a violent clang could be heard from above the tower arm, and the crane arm shook a little. Why, what's the situation? At this moment inside the tower crane, Wei's heart trembled. At the beginning of that moment he thought the tower crane was going to collapse. It should be that the force of that fish falling is too much. I'll back the boom back a bit. Good, pay attention to safety. Now start slipping the fish. Don't give him too much excitement. We have plenty of time. Got it, Chu Shao. Anyone who has studied physics knows that the longer the boom is, the smaller the lever is, and the smaller the thing that can be pulled up. If the tower crane returned the boom to the inside, then it would be able to pull a heavier weight. And at that moment, the tower crane's boom was retracting to the inside. That fish had been swimming in one direction since it entered the water. In an instant the wire was also pulled down straight. Clang! There was another loud bang. The huge force made the tower crane shook violently, which shook with that huge magnitude visible to the fishing guys below. Inside the crane's control room, Wai's heartbeat stopped violently due to the shaking. Wei looked at that was pulled straight wire, feel the tower's non-stop shaking. The heart panicked a batch. Wei was afraid that the fish would pull the tower down, so he quickly released the wire to ease the pull of the giant. According to the size of the fish, it was at least 5,000 pounds or more. And the average fish's explosive power is 2 or 3 times the weight of the fish. That's got to be 6 or 7 tons. And there's still a little sideways pulling force when the fish pulls to the side. If that's too much force, the tower crane itself can't handle that kind of force. Wei was a bit flustered. They all seemed to have overestimated the power of the crane. Wei had been fishing here for so many days, and hadn't bothered to think about it. After all, the previous fish was only a few hundred pounds. There is no way that the tower crane's opponent, even if the side pull, cannot shake this behemoth. But at the moment when the tower crane shook violently, he realized that it seemed really possible. Chu Shao, I'm afraid that this tower crane won't be able to carry it and will fall. Wei said towards the inside of the intercom. At this moment, the steel wire of the tower crane was constantly letting go, and the fish was also swimming towards the distance with the steel wire. Slowly the crane and the fish in the water formed a slowly changing triangle. Anyone who has studied physics knows that. This is a simple principle of leverage. Just like if you want to pull down a tree, standing under the tree is impossible to pull down. The farther away from the tree, the smaller the angle, then the easier it is to pull down. Started to loosen the wire because he was nervous, and it could have been the worst decision he ever made in his life. If the length of the wire was pulled out, then that moment could be the moment the crane fell. But Wei now cannot dare to stop immediately, because stop may be the next second to collapse. And at this time many of the onlookers saw that something was wrong. Hey brother, how's your physics? Can you really pull it like this? I feel like this fish is going to backfire. It's not that you feel, it's definitely going to backfire. Is there any know how to tell me the principle? I graduated from elementary school. Chu Wei heard Wei's words and looked at the situation at the moment. He found that things were a bit out of control, so he hurriedly said, Wei, come down quickly, safety first. There was no need for him to say. Inside the tower crane control room, Wei had long since climbed out. Climbing down the tower crane stairs quickly. I bet he's never been this fast in his life. And at the moment the fish dragged the tower crane's wire and continued to swim to one side. Tower cranes are usually reserved for wires that are still very long, at least tens or hundreds of meters. At this point the angle is already more than 45 degrees, that fish seems to be more and more energetic, has been to that direction to rush. The crowd is for that tower crane master pinched a sweat. If the wire immediately straightened, the tower crane really cannot withstand the force. That in dozens of meters of tower crane master shall not fall. Fall down shall not green piece of purple And these days the tower crane master climbed up spent more than 20 minutes, this down again fast also have to more than 10 minutes. This time is definitely too late. The crowd watched the fish keep pulling the wire forward while watching the master's movements. Everyone's heart was in their throat. This day was probably the richest day they had ever experienced. First, they saw the giant fish knock over the small cruise ship, and those few tycoons escaped in shock. And now they saw this giant thing about to kill the tower crane back. And the protagonists are all those two giant bony tongue fish. They're telling these anglers that this is their turf with their absolute kingship. And in the innermost part of the reservoir, Wang Peng has prepared all the things before starting fishing. Now he was ready to officially fish. He naturally saw the situation over there. But he could only act as a spectator. That fish would have no possibility of resisting if he was the one who caught it. It was definitely an existence that was killed in seconds. After all, the drawback of this skill was such that it might be strong when stacked up. But the front was too weak. As long as you can carry the first wave of power in front, then when the skills are stacked up, you will have the power to fight. Wang Peng hung up the bait and threw it out directly. He was ready to launch his skills at any time. Because of Shenlang's bait, it never took more than 20 seconds to catch a fish. Sure enough, after 7 or 8 seconds, he saw the float violently falling downward. Wang Peng pulled violently, and at the same time, he cast the skill. Wang Peng was fixed in a strange position. The fishing line was pulled straight by the huge force, as if it would not be able to withstand the next second to break directly. The fish line was rapidly moving towards the center of the reservoir with the sound of buzzing in the air. At the same time, Wang Peng's body is also moving toward the water surface. Obviously, the fish below was not something that the current Wang Peng could fight against. After all, Wang Peng's initial was only 8 times, and the average value of a person's pull was only between 1.5 and 2 of their body weight. And the pull of a fish inside the water was between 2-3 times its weight. So Wang Peng now basically couldn't carry it as long as he encountered more than 1,200 pounds or more. And now Wang Peng was just slowly moving towards the reservoir, proving that the weight of this fish had exceeded the limit of what he could pull up, but not by much. So without hesitation, Wang Peng took out a card out from inside his pocket. On this card was clearly written Power Doubling Card. Wang Peng pinched it with force, and suddenly the card turned into fluorescent dots and disappeared into Wang Peng's body. Wang Peng instantly felt his power growing rapidly. In just a moment, Wang Peng felt as if he had infinite power. He stabilized his body with a gentle pull. Guanyin sprinkle. But he felt it was better to stack his skills to stabilize. So he quickly cast all the skills of the 18 styles of awesome. And at this moment, Tower Crane Master Away had already climbed a quarter of the distance. He was gasping for air, his feet were a bit sore from going downward non-stop. But he didn't dare to stop. He knew that as long as the steel wire reached the end, then the tower crane would most likely be unable to withstand that huge tension and collapse. He looked at the length of the wire. In his heart, he secretly said that he was finished. Because there was not much wire left. A sense of powerlessness hit him, and in an instant, it was as if Wei had lost all his strength. He slid down to the resting platform below and lay down, closing his eyes. Silently waiting for death to come. But the imagined heavenly shaking did not come. Instead, there were earth-shattering cheers from the fishing guys below. Away climbed up and looked down, only to see that the wire is no longer straight in state, but has become an arc. And this arc is constantly changing. Away breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling of coming back from the dead was too exciting. Away looked out over this reservoir. He felt that this place was like the forbidden land in the legend, full of unknown dangers. And just then, he actually saw a fishing guy fishing? There was still a fishing guy who dared to fish in this situation? And it seemed to have caught a fish. Looking at that posture, he remembered someone. The man of the hour who could pull up a 700-pound monster with one hand. He had watched the whole process from the top of the tower crane. I wonder if he has a fighting chance against that monster. Chapter 123, Away's 18 styles showed their might. All the fishing fellows marveled. The anglers who had been watching the show from below saw the wire getting longer and longer, and were so nervous that they didn't dare to blink their eyes. It could be said that according to the current situation, this tower crane was afraid that it would be very difficult to save. But that giant bone-tongued fish actually came to a sharp break at the critical time. As long as it insisted on swimming for another dozen meters, it might have actually achieved a comeback. However, there were no ifs and buts. It chose to swim back, then it gave Tower Crane Master Away a chance to escape. Away was sure that he was safe for the time being, and somehow felt a surge of strength in his body. He immediately stood up and continued to climb downwards. But this time he slowed down his pace and didn't desperately descend the stairs like he did at the beginning. Conserving his physical strength was the best option, charging downward again so desperately. Maybe if the giant bone-tongued fish didn't pull the tower crane down, he himself would lose his footing and fall. Chu Wei looked at the tower crane that stopped in mid-air with some disappointment. He really didn't expect that this kind of heavy machinery would actually have this kind of drawback. Although his dozens of oversized fishhooks were still in the mouth of that giant tongue bonefish. but there was no way to continue slipping the fish. If he wanted to continue into the battlefield, then he might only have to go and call up that kind of large crane. And Shu Wei wasn't sure if that kind of machine had the same similar hardness. For example, this giant bone-tongue fish made a sideways dash and directly pulled off the crane's boom. Am I Shu Wei doomed to fail? Shu Wei's heart is 10,000 times more unconvinced. He still has to avenge his uncle and save his brother. Lu Sun, do you have any other methods? Shu Wei looked at Lu Sun beside him again. After all, within their circle of friends, Lu Sun generally had the most ghost ideas. Lu Sun shook his head. What method could he have? This summer, what else can be done? Unless you don't need you to fish in winter, he might be finished on his own. After all, this is a tropical fish. Shu Wei froze. You said this thing is afraid of the cold? Lu Sun continued. One of my uncle's family has one, and it still needs to heat the water in winter. Lu Sun suddenly froze. You mean, turn the water temperature cold? Lu Sun took another look at the current size of this reservoir and shook his head. This is obviously impossible. Shu Wei shook his head and said, can we not administer an anesthetic? Lu Sun sighed. Brother Wei, I know you're discouraged, but that's a giant bone-tongue fish, there's nothing a needle can get into it, and it's still in the water. Shu Wei looked at the wire below the reservoir that was still bobbing around in the water. He was still a bit unwilling. But not willing in what can be done. And at this time the tower crane master has gone down to the ground. Everyone was relieved for him. Some even began to applaud. With the first applauding, there are countless people applauding together. Clapping and cheering resounded over the dam. Everyone thought he would come over to meet the applause and cheers of everyone and to meet his new life. Instead, he ran toward the inside of the reservoir. The anglers were very puzzled. What's he going in there for? Couldn't be that he peed and didn't dare to come out to meet people, right? It's also possible that he can't hold it in. Be a man. The fishing guys were actually fanning out around the dam and the surrounding hills. Now everyone's eyes were on the tower crane master. Then at the same time, they also looked to the innermost part of the reservoir. And the fishing guys on the hills to one side could just about see the inside of the reservoir. At first, they had focused on the tower crane here, and had not looked closely. Now that they had a look, a few of the anglers stood up and shouted. There's a man fishing in there. Holy, there really is so not afraid of death? He seems to be slipping the fish. Why is that posture so familiar? It can't be Wang Peng, right? Let's go and take a look. Those few fishing guys ran down from the hill. The people on the dam also heard them and all of them looked inside. But there was a mountain in the way, so they couldn't see inside the reservoir. Driven by curiosity, all of them started to go down to the reservoir while heading inside. If one dares to fish in such a situation, he must be a warrior, and if he can do pulling with the fish, he belongs to the heroes. So the vast sea of people walked towards the inside of the reservoir. At this time the tower crane master Wei has arrived at the place where Wang Peng is fishing. And Wang Peng is changing strange postures at this moment. At the same time, he was saying elusive slogans under his breath. Wei sat down on the lawn that was off to the side of the mountain. He didn't bother. It was there that he quietly watched Wang Peng fish. He had survived the robbery, and now that he was able to watch someone else fish in peace and quiet here, he already felt very happy. But the quiet time would not last long. In just a few short minutes, one after another people ran here. The anglers consciously found a most comfortable position, either sitting, squatting or standing, quietly watching Wang Peng fishing. Everyone seemed to have such a tacit understanding not to disturb. Just a moment's time, the back of the hill are standing full of people. The people who finally rushed here could only walk towards the top of the mountain so that they could see a little shadow. But there were still some fishing guys whispering. Holy, it's really Wang Peng, it looks like he should have landed a big fish. Last time he single-handedly caught a 700-pound giant. How many pounds do you think he'll pull up this time? I don't know, but looking at his relaxed face, it shouldn't be very big. Wang Peng was naturally aware of their arrival. However, he didn't pay any attention to it. Besides, they didn't come to disturb themselves. He continued to perform every movement earnestly, shouting out every slogan loudly. If there were some sociopaths, shouting out that one name with some hints of that in front of so many people might have to burrow into the ground. But Wang Peng, after so many times of big scenes, has been accustomed to. And fishing it, how can be distracted? And so another strange phenomenon appeared in the reservoir. Hundreds of people were watching a man writhing around on the edge of the reservoir. And watching with great interest. Every now and then there were people commenting on it. Yo, that's a nice pose, have you used it yet? Hey, wanna use it, why shy? That's what you can't teach the right place. All day out fishing, where is the time to tempering, compared to fishing is still important. Well, that's true. Brother, look at your tone, well trained No, I'm already divorced because of fishing. Every time Wang Peng used a maneuver, he would pull the fish in a different direction once. And when it was used to ice and fire. With a big fling, that fish finally revealed itself on the surface of the water. This fish was a big-headed fish. All the big head fish they had seen were more than a circle larger. That huge head couldn't help but cause a gasp as soon as it was revealed in the water. Chapter 120. For the tower crane was countered. Chu Wei raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, pulling the fish together, dry or not." The diameter of that head was all of a meter or more. The mouth was open like a large millstone. At least 2 people could fit in that one bite. Although the giant bone-tongue fish had already given them a lot of shock. But when the head of this fish was pulled up, everyone was still shocked. After all, admiring it so close up was different from the senses of that giant bone-tongue fish from a distance. Wow! With an exclamation, this area began to buzz. This bite shall not eat a big fat man. This looks like it has to be over 1,000 pounds. According to the scale, it should be 1,000 several hundred. He seems to have become powerful again. He can pull up such a heavy weight. This mysterious power is so desirable. Wang Peng still made the next move. Each move pulled the fish out of the water. Each pull out of the water would always cause a gasp of surprise. The atmosphere of the scene became more and more enthusiastic. Some fishing guys even invited the fishing guys next to them. "Do you want to go fishing together? What's the fear of that giant bone-tongue fish? It's not certain that we'll catch it. Even if we do catch it, at most we'll throw a set of fishing rods. Then we have to invite more people. Fewer people won't be enough. Hey brothers over there, let's go fishing." Sometimes, when you see others are great, you yourself will have an illusion that you can do it too. For example, you're brushing Jitterbug, and you see a blogger king using Luna 5 consecutive absolute. Then your hands start to itch. And so, Timmy. But after 10 minutes or so, you shut down the game, cursed Nini for shutting down the game, and continue to brush Jitterbug. And that's the state these fishing guys are in right now. And the number of people with this state continues to grow. The atmosphere at this moment had dispersed the fear of those 2 giants within them. And at this moment, Wang Peng had already stacked all his skills. No longer doing any other actions, he began to sneak up on the fish. Wang Peng didn't want to take any risks either. Although he hadn't had any fish off the hook since he gained the skill. But in order to be cautious, he still chose to slowly sneak the fish. After all, this fish was not like that 700 pounds one, this fish was at least twice as big as that one. If you don't run out of energy, you can't get it up even if you pull it to the shore. The scene of the fish slapping the fish unconscious still echoed in Wang Peng's mind. He was not sure that he could pull it up at once, so he could only exhaust the energy of this fish. That way, he could still use the sea of people tactic to pull this fish up. Otherwise, the risk of unhooking would be infinitely magnified. Stable was the center idea of Wang Peng's heart now. Some fishermen could not sit still when they saw Wang Peng start the long process of slipping fish. So dozens and dozens and dozens of people are ready to fish together. Of course, before fishing, we have to get together to discuss how to assign tasks. For example, who is the main fishing, how to pull, how to rotate, and other details. This set of procedures they have been very skillful, after all, so long everyone is so over. So several teams were there to discuss. After a while, everyone had pretty much discussed it. So they prepared to get up and leave. And at this moment a loud bang once again resounded through the entire reservoir. Clang! Z! The sound came from above. The crowd looked up, only to see that the tower crane seemed to have been pulled off by something. It snapped open directly in the center and fell towards the direction of the dam. And that steel wire was still pulled straight at the moment. The crowd immediately understood. This was the giant tongue bonefish that had again exerted its power over there. This time the force directly pulled the tower crane from the center to break. The crowd's suspicion still came true. The tower crane really couldn't carry the pull of that giant thing. After all, the connection of the tower crane is only a flange plus screws only. Even if the connection is resisted, the steel frame itself may not be able to carry. At this time, the upper part of the tower crane directly twisted down. With a rumble loud noise. The tower crane then fell to the ground. The small trees below the path were directly crushed. And that control room was also fell into a big cake, glass broken all over the place. If someone inside, that will not be possible to survive. Tower crane master away cold sweat immediately emerged. If he was still on top of the time by such a pull, he absolutely become a mess of mud. He was glad that the god of death spared his life. And the cockpit landed just above the dam on the side of the road. Wei had already moved the boom as far back as he could when he started in the control room. So the boom wasn't far from there, and the wire that connected the giant bone-tongue fish was lying so far from there that it extended into the reservoir. Everyone was also startled by this scene. If at first they were still over there to watch, then the place where it fell down started to have a lot of people over there to watch. It's really been pulled off. The giant bone-tongue fish has succeeded in its comeback. Never mind the rest, let's go fishing. Right, nothing can stop us from fishing. And so those fishing guys walked towards the side in groups again. And at this moment, Chu Wei looked at the long steel wire, and looked at the enthusiastic fishing guys. Suddenly a crazy idea formed in his mind. He suddenly shouted, "Brothers, wait a moment." Chu Wei shouted and immediately jumped onto a big rock next to him again. I have an idea, a crazy idea that requires everyone to work together in order to realize it. I don't know if you brothers are interested. As Chu Wei's voice fell, everyone stopped and looked at Chu Wei. Everyone was familiar with the red man of this reservoir. I heard that he was a very rich second generation. Many of the famous scenes in the reservoir these days were related to him. At the beginning, he even let everyone watch a good show of a tower crane fighting against a giant bone-tongue fish. Chu Wei saw everyone's eyes looking over, so he continued. Everyone look there. Chu Wei pointed to the steel wire whose other end was still in the mouth of the giant bone-tongue fish and said, "That fish hasn't come off the hook yet. There's still hope for us. As long as we work together, we might be able to pull it up." Chu Wei hissed hard, his voice was already a bit hoarse from too much effort. "We can get on 50 people, 50 can't work 100, 200, we have almost 500 brothers here, I don't believe we can't pull up that fish." The crowd all looked to the wire, and then to the part of the wire that was still bobbing in the water. They looked again at Chu Wei, who came up with this crazy idea. It seemed as if this fool who had used 100 tons of corn to hit the nest became hot-blooded at this moment. "Brothers, do it or not!" Chu Wei shouted out with his last strength. The shout tore his heart and lungs, making people move. Chu Wei didn't want to lose, he didn't care about winning or losing before, but at this moment he wanted to dry up that fish. Originally there was no hope, but at this moment he seemed to see hope. Chu Wei looked at the fishing guys who were here, his eyes filled with desire. The fishing guys looked at me and I looked at you. In the eye contact, a decision seemed to have been made. I'm dry. I'll do it too. Count me in. The anglers were so excited that fishing became like going to war. Chapter 125. If I pull this fish up, I'll cover the evening's entertainment. Passion is contagious. Amidst shouts of him, everyone stepped forward. They decided to have a real manly fight with the giant tonguefish. Although a few hundred against one was a bit of a bully. But with the size of the giant tongue bonefish, how could it be considered bullying the small? So both sides got even. Good, all the brothers are so appreciative. No matter if this fish comes up or not, today's dinner and snacks I Chu Wei all inclusive. If it comes up, I'll also cover the entertainment for the night. At this time a fishing man suddenly shouted. "Chu Shao, heavenly room?" Chu Wei glanced at the man, he looked a bit familiar, as if he was the one who drove the giant fish fleet together last time. "No problem, heavenly room." Chu Wei was not ambiguous and agreed in one breath. After saying that, Chu Wei shouted loudly, "Charge our brothers." With Chu Wei's shout, the fishing guys all ran in the direction of that steel wire. In fact, to get so many people to pull the wire together was also a not so small challenge. After all, this wasn't a flat land, there couldn't possibly be that much space to cast. If 400 or 500 people were to pull this steel wire together, then the straight line distance must be more than 100 meters in length. Although there were places underneath this reservoir where the distance was still large, it was also impossible to have such a large exertion space. Obviously this was unrealistic. If everyone on flat ground was able to use their full strength, roughly half of the people would be enough, but this place showed that the geographical location was not very ideal. But with good coordination, so many people would be enough to pull off a destructive force, a small giant bone-tongue fish notwithstanding. It was only a few minutes everyone left the area and came to where the crane had collapsed. Everyone was discussing how to pull it. How to get it. Either that or just drive and pull. This side is still connected to the tower crane, it's not easy to get it by pulling it directly. Brother, don't rush, you can't even lift this wire alone. Although we are very passionate, but there is no unity of opinion, they are all talking about their own. Chu Wei looked at the chaotic crowd, really couldn't help it. Wei, find a tool to saw off the connecting wire. Chu Wei said to Wei, who was watching the show there. No problem, I'll take care of it. Wei received the order and immediately ran towards the dam. His car was full of tools, there were several hacksaws that could saw off the steel wire. Brothers, first find a location with better terrain as our main battlefield. Chu Wei looked at the clamoring crowd and said. The rowdy crowd quieted down. Alright, let's look around. Many fishing guys said. No need to look around, I often fish there. The location is especially wide, although it is a bit slanted, and there is an especially large tree above the slope, we can tie the wire to that. At this point one of the fishing guys said. Brother, wait to get it done, you lead the way, we pull the fish over and make the main battlefield there. Chu Wei pointed at the fishing guy and shouted. No problem, it's not that far, just turn a small corner and we're there. That fishing guy was very excited, as if it was a great honor for him to be able to find that location to contribute to the group. Chu Wei started shouting again. Does everyone have gloves? Take them out, don't get hurt. I have a whole pack of them there, I'll go get them. I have them too. Lu Sun looked at Chu Wei, who was commanding the big picture there. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. That Chu Wei who was usually a bit foolish was gone, and the Chu Wei in front of him was smart, wise, brave, and especially righteous. When does a person grow up? No one can tell you. Only when you won't ask this question, you will suddenly have an epiphany. Just like Chu Wei now, he seems to be starting to become different. The fishing guys were busy in their own ways, preparing for the big battle to come. No one knew if they could win or not. But so what? If they won, they made a bloody profit. If they lost, they would be sorry at best. Why? And one of the anglers were already sawing at the wire. And the anglers in front of them are already lined up. Gloves were limited, so many of the fishing guys just took off their clothes and went naked, tying the clothes to their hands. This won't hurt your hands, and it also increases the friction. Positions are limited, and there are now up to 100 or so people standing. The plan is to pull the wire to the side first, pull up the wire under the water first, and wait until a wider position before exerting force. This position is only a few dozen meters away from where the angler said he would be. If you are lucky, you may be able to pull the length directly to that side. If you are not lucky, then you will have to start fighting from here. The wire is broken, you can pull it. Shu Wei immediately shouted when he saw that the wire had broken. The back one turns that way first, keep an eye out for him to power up. The crowd of fishing guys started to lift the wire in the designated direction like ants lifting food. Shu Wei's throat hurt a little, he knew he was too excited today. A lot of the time it was shouting through his throat. But there was no way, you can't hear it if you don't. Just then, a microphone was handed to him. At the same time a voice rang in his ears. Shouting mute, right, this is not particularly far from the broadcasting studio, it still works. Shu Wei looked to the side and the person who came was none other than Yang Roland. Sister Roland, aren't you broadcasting live today? Shu Wei said as he took the microphone. Not live, it's already messy enough here, if you guys want to, you can live on your own. Shu Wei waved her hand and said, I'm not interested in Yang Ming, I just want to pull this fish up. Revenge for your uncle, want to save your brother, right? Yang Roland said flirtatiously. Sister Roland knows all about it? Shu Wei was a little embarrassed. Young man, I think highly of you, go for it. Yang Roland said and left like the wind. For those in the village, they were all still in a low mood right now. Uncle, if I say the beginning should not retreat, they can really shoot to kill us not, even if the fight, but also killed me counting beg. Count the ball, kill you have a ball. Okay, it's useless for us to talk about this here, if only we knew someone to inquire about it. We can't know anyone in the countryside, the most promising person in the village is Xiao Lang, his third uncle is a teacher. At this time, Yang Roland walked in after delivering the microphone. Seeing everyone's sad face, she also comforted. Alright, everyone just don't think too much, we don't know anyone, but Brother Long does. Yang Roland said as she pointed outside. The person who is talking right now is the personal nephew of one of those few tycoons. When he catches that fish and is happy, you can ask him to go and say something about it, or poke around a bit. When the crowd heard this, they instantly felt it was feasible. It's still Roland who's great, worthy of being a college student. Then Roland, I'll leave this matter to you. Chapter 126. The first head-on confrontation between the angler and the giant bone-tongue fish began. Shu Wei's voice came from the reservoir's radio. Follow behind, pay attention to safety, don't be too hasty, don't mess up the rhythm. At this point in time below the reservoir, the crowd had already wire pulled to the beginning of the predetermined location of the mouth. The wire was also pulled out a few dozen meters. The giant thing hadn't resisted yet, and it seemed that there was still some left over. As soon as the wire was pulled up, someone filled in the position, ready to pull. And right at this moment, the crowd suddenly felt the wire tighten and a huge force came from underwater. It's coming, hold steady. The crowd felt this huge force and knew that it was the wire reaching its limit and had been straightened. Only once it was straightened, that fish would definitely feel the pain and would swim around. Then that's when the tug of war would officially begin. Come on, everyone, push. Come on, guys. With a few shouts, everyone started pulling back hard. But everyone didn't have a bottom in their hearts. After all, the tower crane was such a powerful piece of machinery that it was directly ed over. Could they really pull it by human power? The wire was already taut, and the imagined tumbling of the people did not come. The crowd felt the power in their hands. It seemed that the fish was not as strong as imagined. Brothers? Is it exerting itself? Why can't I feel it? It used it, there are too many of us for it to pull, haha. I thought this fish was so powerful. Steady, steady. Just as the anglers were bragging loudly. Only to see the giant thing floating its head out of the water to take a breath of fresh air, and then headfirst into the water. Shu Wei had been watching the water from a high place, and when he saw the scene he secretly said it was not good. He's only starting to power up now, everyone be careful. As soon as Shu Wei's words fell, he saw the wire rapidly moving inside the reservoir. Originally, the location where they started was not enough, ready to pull to the side of the depth of entry is relatively large place to pull. And now although the tail is past, but there is still a part of the reservoir bank is next to the bank, that is, most of the water bank is vertical, while there is a section is horizontal next to the water bank. If the fish was swimming to the right, then they and the fish just happened to be in a tug of war. And this time the direction of this fish's force just happened to be the opposite direction of their force. Only to see the giant bone-tongue fish pulling the wire to the left began to move. And the people standing in front of the bank were directly tripped by the force. Tripping was just the beginning, the giant force kept pulling the wire to move. The people in the back who were pulling the horizontal side were pulled down one after another, and then they couldn't hold on to the wire and took it off. Even if there were a few who didn't want to take off their hands, they were still being pulled and dragged towards the water, forcing them to take off their hands. For a while, dozens of people fell to the ground. And they did not stop. After falling to the ground, immediately stood up and chased that way. And at this time the wire was also pulled into a straight line, and the fish was still swimming to the left. Chu Wei anxiously shouted, "Brothers, follow the movement, or you will trip." The crowd also knew this, so the fishing guys in front of them also adjusted their direction following the direction of the fish swimming. But there were still some people who couldn't keep up and tripped. The duel with the giant bone-tongue fish had just begun, and it could be said that the angler guy's side was finished. Luckily, it was only moving horizontally and didn't swim to the far side, or else it might have been a total loss in one round. Chu Wei got a little anxious. "Ah Wei, have you found the U-type carabiner yet? Hurry up." At the beginning, when discussing the plan, it was planned to tie the wire to that big tree. Want to use the grip of the big tree to counteract the impact of this fish a little bit, plus the person in front of the pole, there is still a chance to take it. But the wire want to tie up directly, that is impossible, can only use the U-shaped carabiner. Wei said he remembered that he had it inside the box, so he ran to look for it. Find now has not returned. Chu Xiao, coming, found it. Just then, Ah Wei shouted from the reservoir dam. Throw it down directly, that brother go pick it up. In order to save time, Chu Wei directly told Ah Wei to throw the carabiner down. At the same time, he told one person to pick it up, which would save a lot of time. Ah Wei also immediately threw it down towards a conspicuous place. Several fishing guys immediately ran over to look for it. In a matter of seconds, they ran over this way with those carabiners. At this moment, the wire was seen moving in a different direction. The fishing guys in front of them didn't react for a moment, and a large number of them fell down again. But as soon as someone fell, someone immediately took over. The length isn't enough, pull it back a bit. The back had already started tying the wire towards the tree. But it had to go around the tree at least once, and it was obvious that the length at the back was not enough. Brothers, there's enough length at the back, let's all pull a little to the back. I'll shout the slogan. 1.2, pull, 1.2, pull. At the moment there were almost 200 people pulling the wire. Everyone listened to the slogan and pulled to the back together. Every time you pull, you move a little bit to the back. Seeing that the length of the big tree there is looking almost. Only to see at this time the giant bone-tongue fish head surfaced again, breathed a mouthful. Then with a turn it zipped down again. Chu Wei had been observing the situation on the surface of the water, and seeing this scene again, he knew that this fish was going to launch again. Pay attention, it's about to power up. Before the words were finished, he saw that the steel wire violently popped straight, and those steel wires that were underwater directly popped out of the water. And the crowd that was pulling the wire stumbled. A terrifying huge force pulled them forward. This time, the direction of this giant bone-tongue fish's force was definitely the opposite direction of the crowd. After pulling for so long, the first head-on confrontation between the angler and the giant bone-tongue fish begins. However, angler seemed to collapse at the first touch. "I can't take it, it's too powerful. Come and help, are you guys watching the show? Can't pull the wire puller, pull it in." The fishing guys kept sliding towards the front. A sliding deep pit had appeared under their feet. Several of the fishing guys in front of them were already in the water. But they were still pulling so hard that the veins were coming out. The fishing guys who were watching the show because they couldn't squeeze in heard this and immediately rushed up. Some directly holding and pulling the wire that fishing guy's waist, some directly pulling the arm, and some directly pulling the pants. "Hey, brother, pants off, don't pull." But in this noisy environment no one can hear clearly. After everyone rushed up to pull, finally stabilized the situation. And so the situation began to stalemate like this. "Brothers, please pull my pants up for a bit." The angler who had just started to pull off his pants grabbed the wire and pulled back hard, not letting go even after his pants fell off. At the same time, he was talking to the brother who had started to pull up his pants and was now holding his waist. "These pants do not pull up, feel quite uncomfortable." The guy let go of his hold on his waist and lifted his pants up. The fishing guy asked with a sigh of relief, "Brother, where?" The fishing guy continued to hold his waist and said, "I'm from Chengdu." The fishing guy felt his asshole tighten and goosebumps all over his body. Turning his head to look at the fishing guy, and then looked at his hands that were encircling his waist and said, "Why don't you let go of me first? I have every right to suspect that you started out on purpose, and you're doing it now." Chapter 127. All personnel drop their fishing gear and leave the area immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. Shen Lang had expected these uncles to take him to the interrogation room. Then shining a strong light in his eyes, he said viciously, "Shen Lang, I advise you to give an honest account of everything." But the truth was diametrically opposite. There were no handcuffs, no interrogation, and he didn't even go inside the bureau. Uncle just sent him to a courtyard and let him stay there. Shen Lang wanted to ask a clear question. But they kept their mouths shut and just told him, "You will know tomorrow." Shenlang had no choice but to stay here. He also began to think about the events of the past 2 days, hoping to determine the answer. But according to the current situation, the probability was that it had been noticed by the people above. But the system's determination of a crisis proved that it certainly couldn't be anything good. Either research slicing or imprisonment for life. System, is there any other solution? Please ask the host to upgrade to the next stage, and the crisis will naturally be resolved. Shenlang was somewhat speechless. This system of his own was a bit weak, and the functions were too few. Which of the other systems is not blowing up the sky, changing the world setting as soon as it comes up? To himself, he was still shut down. But Shenlang can only hope for a miracle inside the reservoir. I don't know if Wang Peng and Chu Wei can catch more than 1,000 pounds of fish or not. Be sure to refuel. And at this time inside the reservoir, in a relatively flat place, hundreds of anglers were pulling the steel wire hard, dueling with the giant tongue fish inside the water. From the looks of the anglers, they weren't taking it easy at all. And Chu Wei, who started to hold the microphone at the side, also joined the queue. One more person, a little more power. Just a little more and we can buckle up. Ah Wei, who was tying the wire at the back, shouted loudly. Cheer up. 1, 2 pull. I don't know who started shouting the slogan. Following this slogan, the anglers autonomously started to power up together. 1, 2 pull. 1, 2 pull. With several times of force, everyone felt a slight loosening in their hands. This powering up of the giant bone-tongue fish was over. Quickly, tie it to the tree. Taking advantage of this opening, Wei and the others quickly fastened the wire to the big tree behind them. After several U-shaped buckles were installed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this tree as a backing, it was considered halfway stable this time. And the diameter of this tree is 40 to 50 centimeters. Even if there is no one else, it will take a lot of effort for the fish to pull the tree. Not to mention there were so many people. Brothers, victory is just ahead, we'll be able to win if we pull for another day or two. I don't know which fishing guy shouted. The crowd suddenly realized that if they really wanted to pull this fish to its full strength, 1 or 2 days might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it definitely wouldn't be dry by tomorrow morning. But for the fishing guy, if you can really pull this fish up. If they could pull this fish up, they would be happy to do it for a week or a month, not to mention a day or two. From this moment on, the long tug of war between the anglers and the giant bony tonguefish began. With the tree behind them, no matter how hard the giant bone-tongue fish tried, it was useless. It doesn't matter if it goes left, right, or forward, or dives deep underwater to the top and then jumps out of the water to continue its dive. The large tree behind it had held firm. Though the wire had worn a huge strangle mark on it that had gone right into the wood. And that was with 200 or so people in front of it to add to the strength. The wire's current length couldn't possibly allow 400 or 500 people to pull it together. With half of the people pulling and half of the people still left to rotate, this number of people was just right. Time slipped by without realizing it. In a flash it was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Everyone is taking turns to come and eat, it's still a long time, only when you're full will you have the strength to continue fighting. Chu Wei's voice came over the radio. The dinner he promised was sort of done, only there was no big meal outside. But the food in the reservoir cafeteria was still considered good. Chu Wei found Yang Roland after stabilizing the situation, hoping to provide a dinner for these people, as well as a midnight snack. After all, dinner was not provided here at the reservoir in the past. Yang Roland discussed with the people inside the village and naturally agreed without hesitation. After all, it wasn't like they weren't going to pay. And there was also the hope that Chu Wei could give a little snooping around. Hearing the broadcast, the fishing men below also split into 2 teams and took turns coming up to eat. Of course the meals were also done in a flowing banquet style. After all, this was also a major specialty of this place. After this wave of people finished eating, they rotated to the next wave to start eating. The time had already come to 6:30. The golden-colored sunset was already about to disappear into the mountains. The sunlight was spreading on the faces of the anglers who were tug-of-war below. They were sweating profusely, but seemed to know no fatigue. Above the dam, more than 20 tables were filled with people. Everyone was feasting on the delicacies above the tables. Shingenius looked at the giant bone-tongue fish that occasionally emerged from the water surface of the reservoir and remained worried. He actually really wished that Shenlang had not organized this fishing ground. He had been back for so long, looking at this lively scene, not a single day had been solid, and now well, something had really happened. Child's mom, Shenlang will be alright. Don't worry, it will be fine. Shen mother uttered these words, but her gaze was filled with worry. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound appeared in the sky. The crowd looked up. They only saw 2 small dots appear in the distance, and they were slowly enlarging. The crowd was puzzled when they saw those 2 dots. What's this? A helicopter, right? Holy, armed forces. Are there military maneuvers nearby? No, they're flying this way. Amidst the crowd's confusion and astonishment, the helicopters flew straight this way. In just over a minute, the helicopter changed from small to large and flew over the crowd. The loud sound made everyone's ears feel a little bad. And what made everyone feel even worse was the huge wind flow brought by the propeller. The wind blew the soup and vegetables on the table all over the place, and some of them even reached the angler's face. One helicopter slowly landed down towards the empty space on the dam, while the other flew above the reservoir. The crowd was wondering why these two armed forces helicopters were here. The helicopter that was above the reservoir suddenly sounded a loud voice. Attention all! According to Article 7 of the National Emergency Law, this area is under immediate military control. All personnel put down their fishing gear and leave this area immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. Resistance is considered to be jeopardizing national security. Attention all! According to Article 7 of the National Emergency Law, this area is under immediate military control. All personnel put down their fishing gear and leave the area immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. Resistance is considered a threat to national security. Chapter 128. This means that we will be opening a new era. An icy voice hovered over the reservoir. The crowd froze. No, it's just fishing. How is it jeopardizing national security? It doesn't need to be so exaggerated. However, the anglers who were tug of war with the giant bone-tongue fish naturally wouldn't let them give up just because of this broadcast. They were still pulling hard on the wire. The helicopter shouted several times in the sky and saw no effect, but also did not stop, flew to the dam and stopped. Another gust of wind whipped by. But the anglers, all of whom had stopped eating, stood up and gathered around. They had a million questions in their minds as to what the hell was going on. At that moment, a few people came down from the transport drone that had started to stop. A youth in civilian clothes, an old man, and two heavily armed soldiers. When the crowd saw the two heavily armed soldiers, their hearts burst. This is a real game? And what made the crowd even more shocked came. Only to see the turn of the reservoir, several armored vehicles and military trucks appeared in the field of vision. After the vehicle stopped, rows of soldiers appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. They are heavily armed, well organized. As soon as they came down, they collected their guns and stood to the side waiting for orders. This scene made some of the anglers who were a bit grumpy and wanted to go up and ask what the situation was shrink their necks. This is too much. Not only did the fishing guy think it was exaggerated, the young man in civilian clothes looked at the old man and said somewhat cautiously, "Elder Lou, isn't it a bit too much for you to use such a big battle? Just call the local police force directly." Only that old man said with both eyes crossed. Exaggerated? I don't think that's enough. I say you guys too, why didn't you find out about such an important matter earlier, and now the whole country knows about it? The youth was somewhat disdainful from the side. Lu Lao looked at him with this expression and continued. I've read the information, only the possibility of isometric amplification will result in such a large fish. Do you know what it would mean if we mastered this technology? There is also the power that those two lads possess, if we can control it with precision. Do you know what that means? Lu Lao looked towards the reservoir with deep eyes. It means that we will open a new era. The youth was a bit flabbergasted when he heard what Elder Lu said. Have you said it so exaggeratedly? However, he no longer retorted. Although he was not afraid of him, it was always bad to offend. Drive all these fishing guys back and clean up all that messy information on the internet as well. Got it, Elder Lu. The youth sniffed and also went down to convey the order. In an instant, those soldiers began to move. However, their main role was still deterrence, standing there and asking if you're afraid. Attention all! According to Article 7 of the National Emergency Law, this area is under immediate military control. All personnel put down their fishing gear and leave the area immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. Resistance is considered a threat to national security. That radio sounded again, and the scene hit every fishing old man's mind. At the soldier's gesture, the fishing guys also knew that this was for real. So they began to pack up and prepare to leave the place. And the fishing guys who were pulling the wire below were also confused when they saw that one soldier coming down. Listening to the radio again, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. Although everyone was very reluctant, but still let go of their hands, one by one sternly looked at the direction of that wire connection. If it hadn't come to this, maybe this fish could really be pulled up by them. It was enough to blow a few lifetimes. Unfortunately, there was no if. Just as they all left the wire, the water surface suddenly flooded again. The anglers know that it's the giant bone-tongue fish coming out for a change of air. Then it would definitely strike again next. Sure enough, the next second the wire was straightened. The wire in the water was once again pulled out of the water. The huge force made the wire emit a buzz. A crunching sound. The tree was also shaken violently by the force. Creak, creak. In front of everyone's eyes, a creaking sound came from the direction of the tree. The trees also tilted towards the reservoir side. Run, the tree is going to fall. Most of the anglers hadn't gone far and saw the scene and ran wildly. The big tree didn't escape the fate of collapsing after all. The roots were directly lifted up and collapsed towards the direction of the reservoir. and it was dragged into the water after it collapsed. Until it was covered by water and could not be seen. The fishing guys, watching this scene, were silent. Especially Chu Wei, an unspeakable loss in his heart. Inside the reservoir, Wang Peng naturally knows the situation here. But he remained unmoved and hid his body a little bit inwards. As long as he was given a little more time, he believed that this fish would soon be pulled up by himself. But the voice from behind him made his heart go cold. "You're Wang Peng, aren't you? I saw you here in the helicopter, why are you still hiding?" Wang Peng turned his head to look, only to see a youth appear not far behind him. There were also 2 soldiers behind him. Wang Peng didn't say anything, after all, he couldn't speak now either. The youth walked over and sized up Wang Peng. "Seeing that you are also similar to an ordinary person, how did you come to possess such a strong power?" Wang Peng remained speechless. The youth also felt bored when he saw that Wang Peng kept ignoring himself. "Alright, stop fishing for now, Elder Lu wants to see you." Wang Peng still ignored him. The youth was a bit annoyed and walked over and grabbed Wang Peng's arm and pulled it towards the back. Only, Wang Peng didn't move at all. It was as if the youth's strength did not exist. He seemed to have realized what Elder Lu had said, that this kind of power really seemed to be able to change this world and bring it into a new era. Just as he was surprised, Wang Peng suddenly moved. He only saw him pulling the lever with one hand and pulling back hard. A ripple suddenly rose inside the water, and the fish was pulled out of the water again. The youth was startled by Wang Peng's action. At the same time, he was attracted by the sound on the surface of the water. When he looked clearly at the fish on the surface of the water, he also sucked in a breath of cold air. This Nima, such a big fish? He pulled it alone? However, he was annoyed by Wang Peng's ignorance and hid the surprise in his heart and shouted angrily. "Wang Peng, this place has been designated as a restricted area, all the fish here belong to the state, who allowed you to fish?" Wang Peng remained silent, not even looking at him with his eyes. His eyes were dead set on the fish that floated up. He knew that this was his last chance, if he didn't pull it up now, then the fish would definitely be gone. So he put his best foot forward. The youth had become very annoyed and signaled to the 2 soldiers behind him. The 2 men quickly stepped forward, wanting to capture Wang Peng. Wang Peng didn't care and still pulled backward. The fish moved quickly towards the shore. The 2 soldiers had already grabbed Wang Peng's arm and were ready to use a tackle to bring him down to the ground. However, they were surprised to find out. Both of them were unable to shake Wang Peng in the slightest. The youth was even more surprised in his eyes. These people were well-trained special forces, not those ordinary soldiers. How could they actually still not be able to shake him in the slightest? Chapter 129. Congratulations to the host for officially activating this system. It's only activated, are you messing with me? Stop pulling him, cut that fishing line for me, I'll see how he fishes. The youth shouted. The 2 soldiers also gave up on putting down Wang Peng when they heard this and took out their sabers and headed towards the fishing line in front of Wang Peng. Wang Peng was startled. Looking at the huge object that was already not far from the shore, he was a bit reluctant. So he pulled the fishing rod and quickly ran a few steps to the back, and then threw the rod with force. The fish was pulled directly out of the water by this force and glided towards the shore. At the same time, those 2 soldiers had already swung their swords and slashed down at the fishing line. The knife fell. The line broke. Wang Peng stumbled and fell to the ground. The power in his body dissipated. He sighed, he was that close. However, when he looked at the water, he was pleasantly surprised. Only to see that the fish had already glided to the shore, and with its remaining strength unabated, it was still rushing up towards the shore. It didn't stop until its body had rushed to the shore. Wang Peng let out a sigh of relief. "Brother Wave, I lived up to my expectations and finally did it." And inside the small courtyard in the county town, Shenlang suddenly froze in place, then his face revealed ecstasy. Because he finally heard the system's beep. Congratulations to Wang Peng for catching a big head carp of 68 catties 23 times 1564 catties. Congratulations to the host for reaching the system opening preconditions. Congratulations to the host for officially activating the system. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the official version of the content, please check the specific content by yourself. Shenlang froze? Formally activating the system, are you messing with me? System, are you serious? It's only now that you formally activate the system? The hell knows, just a 1,000 pounds of preconditions you need to be so completed, in other worlds this is a newbie benefit. Shenlang was speechless. What do you mean by other worlds, is that our world is very weak? But Shenlang did not want to talk to him about other things, so he asked. Now that you've upgraded, what's the current crisis situation, and what's your solution? Because the host activated the system for too long, so it failed to change the thinking of this world, so it caused the current situation. At present the system gives the host 4 solutions, the host chooses by itself. Shenlang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally came. Solution 1, the host can cooperate with the official of the world in which it is located, and there will be no more crises with the protection of the system. This will quickly upgrade this system and also quickly upgrade this world. Xinlang froze. This program seemed to be okay. If the above knew the function of this system, they would definitely allocate a large sum of money to upgrade the system. Option 2. The system can help the host to stray from this world. The host will not be sanctioned. This program feels fierce. Isn't this something that can make oneself an extra legal fanatic in this world? Option 3. The system can erase everyone's memories of this period of time on the reservoir, while slowly changing the mindset of this world. This option is equivalent to starting over, but that would be losing everything. Option 4. The system can disengage from the binding with the Shirquan reservoir and rebind to a new watershed, while it will also slowly change the thinking pattern of this world. Xinlang fell into deep thought after listening to the 4 options given by the system. The first option was actually the best. This way he himself had the support of the country and the protection of the system, and would become a national treasure. But Xinlang's heart was incomparably averse to this option. After all, he would lose his privacy and freedom this way. The second option was already out of the norm. One would ignore many things in this world, but one would also become lonely. And he finally aimed for the third and fourth options. Both of these would slowly change the mindset of this world. That is, it would not appear later, the way it was now. In the future, slowly within the cognition of the people of this world, it would be acceptable for fish to become very large, and it would be acceptable for people to have extraordinary powers. It's just that the direction of the 2 programs is different. One was to erase everyone's memories and start over at the same place, just keeping the multiples of the reservoir and the fish inside. And the other is to find a new place to start over. Equivalent to being a fresh start, one could find more suitable waters to bind. So Xinlang was in a tangle. Doesn't the system have a better program? Xinlang said. Why don't you combine all the programs? Host, please don't joke. Each option will consume a lot of resources, only one can be chosen. Then either we each give up one step, I'll say one option, you see if it works. Host, you name it, as long as it's within the energy range, try to make it happen. Actually, if you just speed up the acceptance of this world, isn't the entire crisis lifted? This would have been your part of things. As a system, you actually this thing are not good. Xinlang is also angry. Ordinary world appears surreal, things will certainly go wrong, as a system actually not programmed to solve. The host's request exceeds the system's energy range, but the system thought of another program through the host's feedback. Option 5. Change the thinking patterns of important people, while slowly changing the thinking of the entire world. Changing important people? Xinlang thought about it. This seemed to change the current crisis. After all, as long as the above did not pursue this matter, then it would be considered to have gotten through this difficult time. Alright then, let's use this option. Host determines program 5, program in execution. Execution successful. And at the edge of the reservoir. An old man looked at the reservoir and fell into deep thought. What am I doing here? Why am I here? It's just a few fish, what's the point of making a big deal out of running here to drink the northwest wind by yourself? And at that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button, and an equally old voice rang out. Elder Lu, what are you doing running to that piss-poor place when you're not doing your experiments? Come back quickly, we can't carry it here. Got it, be right back. Lu Lao patted his somewhat confused head. He always felt that he had come here with something important related to the country, but how could he not think of it now? And below the reservoir. The youth felt a chaos in his head, while in front of his eyes 2 soldiers pressed Wang Peng to the ground. But Wang Peng's eyes were all smiles, and he didn't have the same sense of panic that he felt when he was caught. Wait, what are you guys grabbing him for? Isn't he just fishing? The 2 soldiers were baffled. Didn't you tell us to catch him? What are we here for? Let's go and close the line. The youth finished walking towards the dam of the reservoir. The 2 soldiers also put down Wang Peng and followed the youth to leave. Wang Peng looked at the backs of the 3, and then looked at the huge thing that was caught. He was in a bit of a trance. He hadn't fished it up for a long time, and the attitude of these people had undergone a 180-degree change. He also remembered that Xinlang had told him to make sure he caught a huge thing of 1,000 pounds. Could there be some inevitable connection? Chapter 130 Chu Xiao, we've continued to with you. Wang Peng couldn't come up with a solution even after thinking for a long time. However, something that made him even more puzzled appeared. Only to see that on the dam, those 2 helicopters suddenly started up, then flew directly into the sky, heading in the direction they came from. That's gone? And the fishing guys had all died and were ready to drive their cars away from this place. Then they heard that youth yell out. Close the line. Then, like a time flashback, within a few short minutes, everyone disappeared without a trace. Holy, what's going on? Are they here to play with us? Why do I feel so unreal? What have I been through this day? No, our fish. The crowd of fishing guys just reacted. Everyone came to the side of the dam and looked at the calm water filled with resignation. If those soldiers hadn't come to intervene, they might have really pulled this fish up. Shu Wei's face was even more agonized, all of it. Just so ruined. But what can be done? Can you go after those soldiers? His family was a little bit rich, but in front of this kind of state machine, it was simply not worth mentioning. but Chu Wei immediately adjusted his mood. Failure is not the most terrible thing, what is terrible is to be disillusioned after failure. So Chu Wei walked towards the inside of the broadcasting room of the wooden house. Not long after, Chu Wei's voice spread throughout the entire reservoir. Brothers, we did not fail, the fact proves that our program can be successful, everyone has no interest to continue to him tomorrow. Today's midnight snack I, Chu Wei, have wrapped it up, tomorrow morning we will continue. After saying that, Chu Wei was seen walking out from inside the broadcasting room. There was also a microphone in his hand. Brothers, dry or not? At this moment, everyone's lost dissatisfaction seemed to have disappeared, and their hearts were filled with passion and fighting spirit again. Him. Chu Xiao, will continue to with you. Previously I thought you were a pussy, but now I think you're a real man. Let's do it. There were only a few hundred people above the reservoir now, but they shouted out the momentum of a few thousand people. Okay, back to the city. Chu Wei shouted and walked towards his car. Soon, a car also left the place. The villagers, seeing that the people had all left, packed up and went back inside the village as well. Soon the reservoir was calm again. Only occasionally the water surface came. Plop, plop. The sound of. Shen Lang was still studying the subsequent changes in the system when he heard someone calling him. Shen Lang, you can go now. Shen Lang froze and looked back. He only saw an uncle standing in front of the gate with a cell phone in his hand. It looked like he had just received a notification from above. Shen Lang knew that this was probably the system's program working. Shen Lang did not hesitate, said a thank you to the uncle and left the place. Coming to the road, he thought for a moment about where he was going now. But just after passing his head for a moment, Shen Lang chose where to go. Now those few rich people were still inside the county hospital, how they were injured inside their reservoir. Although Shen Lang now felt that all these people were not necessarily good people. But it is still necessary to go and take a look. So Shen Lang casually bought a little fruit on the side of the road, and bought a few gift boxes. Then he took a taxi and walked towards the county hospital. It is possible that those rich people cannot even look at these things. However, others cannot look at it, you cannot not bring it. Soon, Shen Lang arrived at the county hospital. Calling to determine the location of the hospitalization where Lu Zhonghua was, Shen Lang walked inside. Not long after, Shen Lang, in accordance with the floor and ward number, defined Lu Zhonghua's ward. Shen Lang went in to take a look. Good guy, VIP, independent bathroom, TV, refrigerator, sofa bed. Can be much more advanced than those ordinary wards. And beside Lu Zhonghua's bed, there was a beautiful figure sitting. Shen Lang also recognized it. It was Lu Muqing, who had not been seen for a long time. Shen Lang knocked on the door and walked in. Uncle Lu, I'm really sorry for making you all suffer such a shock. Lu Zhonghua also greeted Shen Lang when he saw him come and sat down. Come sit. Then Lu Zhonghua asked curiously. I'm curious, how on earth did you come out? According to common sense, this kind of situation you can't come out so quickly, right? Shen Lang sweated. Together you don't want me to come out, right? They just got it wrong. Where are the others? Lu Zhonghua saw that Shen Lang did not want to say, also did not pursue the question. Those 3 serious ones went to the big hospital, the other 2 are beside them. They're not serious, right? Still, as long as you can let us get that kind of power, anything can be disregarded. Well, Shen Lang had wanted to talk about a little friendship. Since this was the case, then forget it. No problem, then you tell them that they can come anytime when they are healed. Shen Lang finished speaking and was ready to get up and leave. He came here originally just to take a look at them, showing that he had come was all. Then I'll go next door to take a look. Uncle Lu, you take care of your injuries. And next to him, Lu Muqing kept a cold face and didn't say a word more. Shen Lang went to exchange pleasantries with the rich man next to him again and left. Shen Lang was not a talkative person, chatting for 2 sentences belonged to awkward chatting, might as well find an excuse to leave quickly. Arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Shen Lang was about to take a taxi to leave and someone called out to him. Brother, why are you here? You're okay. Shen Lang turned around and looked. Chu Wei was walking with fruits and gift boxes. But Shen Lang was casually bought on the side of the road. Chu Wei, that thing, at a glance, is worth a lot. You went to see your uncle? Yes, I still want to go and let my uncle ask how you are doing, now it seems unnecessary. After saying that, Chu Wei threw the fruits and gift box to the side of the garbage can and then said, Brother, let's go. Today's big gathering of fishing guys, we're discussing how to pull up those 2 giant bone-tongue fish tomorrow. Shen Lang heard, this is quite interesting. And he could also find out what happened after he left. That's fine, let's go. Great, if they know you're going, they'll be very happy. So Chu Wei pulled Shen Lang and went to the parking lot, got into his own car and left. But in the car, Shen Lang still couldn't help but ask. You're at the door of the hospital, why don't you go see your uncle? Chu Wei shook his head and said, Hey, look at him like that, it's just a scratch, I've already seen it at the reservoir, if it wasn't for asking about you, I wouldn't have gone. Shen Lang was a little touched. However, I saw your cousin there. Shen Lang suddenly said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Wei was suddenly startled, then made a sharp U-turn and drove towards the hospital that was not a few steps away. Arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Chu Wei hurriedly got out of the car, then threw the car keys to Shen Lang and said, "Brother, wait for me here, I'll go and come." Said Chu Wei picked up in the trash can next to the high-end fruit and gift boxes went to the hospital. Shen Lang was in a daze here. Are you afraid of your cousin, or do you miss your cousin? Chapter 131. Hey, it seems that brother is also in the same boat. Shen Lang waited here for about 10 minutes before Chu Wei ran out from inside the hospital again. From the expression on his face, he should be quite happy. This kid wouldn't have a sister fetish. Shen Lang shook his head. What are you thinking? Your thoughts are too dirty. Brother, long time waiting, let's go. Chu Wei brought Shen Lang to the top of an oversized square, and beside the square many barbecue stalls were grilling all kinds of food. Next to them were all kinds of snacks, all of which were the specialties of this county. And on the square, it was densely packed with people, far more than the 400 or 500 people that Chu Wei said. Brothers, look who's here. Chu Wei shouted. Countless pairs of eyes looked over. Holy, isn't this the boss? Boss, out so soon? What are you saying? Where is the boss fast? Boss, come have a drink. Those who knew Shen Lang all started to flirt. Of course there were also many people who did not recognize Shen Lang. After all, Shen Lang was behind all the tool people, it was normal not to recognize him. Shen Lang was not polite, picked up a bottle of beer and said to the crowd. Today there are some things I'm sorry everyone, but it has been resolved, our match will still continue. After saying this, Shen Lang tilted his neck to the beer and started drinking. Good, boss is cool. For this vigor of the boss, I'll accompany a bottle. I also accompany a bottle. How can I be left out? So the fishing guys all went and opened a new bottle, took a bite with their teeth, and started blowing into their mouths. And it was getting more and more, gradually affecting half of the square. Many people were uncertain, saw everyone blowing into the bottle, and did not care about anything else, picked up and began to blow. Shen Lang had originally thought to mean something. He was not very good at drinking in the first place. But looking at everyone began to blow, he was racked there cannot get off the stage. He could only force himself to pour into his mouth. Brother, bravado, I'll accompany you with a bottle too. Only to see Chu Wei also opened a bottle of beer, and then pinched the mouth of the bottle so turned twice. Put it in his mouth and gulped it down. And the beer inside his bottle was still spinning, in just a few seconds it entered Chu Wei's stomach. Shen Lang watched as his eyes popped out. This Nima, it's true that those who often mix with nightclubs, this way of drinking beer is different. Finally, Shen Lang poured this bottle of beer in. He only felt that his stomach was propped up. Hiccup. Involuntarily, Shen Lang burped. Thank you all for the honor, everyone eat well and drink well. Good. Boss, one more. Boss, come sit with us. Shen Lang waved his hand at everyone and pulled Chu Wei to sit on an empty seat right next to him. Is this a night market? Why don't I have any impression? Shen Lang said to Chu Wei as he looked at the wide array of food around him. You're talking about this I've pulled over all the ones who make night snacks in the whole city and told them to just make them, and tonight's consumption will be paid for by me, Mr. Chu. Shen Lang could only silently give a thumbs up. Bull batch. Perhaps these bosses had never dreamed of receiving such a big bill. And as soon as the news of Duke Chu buying the bill spread, most of the fishing guys in the county came running. There were also some cheeky passers-by who just ate anyway and didn't need the money. Shen Lang also scavenged for snacks everywhere and set up his own table full of them. After all, he hadn't even eaten dinner yet. Now that Duke Chu was paying the bill, why not eat to death? As Shen Lang ate, he asked Chu Wei about what happened after he left. As soon as Chu Wei heard that Shen Lang wanted to hear this, he was instantly energized. So colorful talk about how he saved the day, how to organize the 400 or 500 people ready to do battle with that giant bone-tongue fish. Shen Lang listened to a blank stare. Damn, it's good that Wang Ping fought and caught a 1,000-pound fish. Otherwise I would have been sliced up I don't know how many times by the time you saved me. Why did you have to fight that fish to the death? Wouldn't it be good for you to just catch a fish of 1,000 pounds or more? But it's also Shen Lang's fault. At that time, he only cared about getting the bait. It did not say that as long as he caught a fish of more than 1,000 pounds, it would be fine. But Shen Lang felt that even if he had said it, it wouldn't help. This stupid kid would definitely fight that fish to the end. Aren't all the people gathered here for tomorrow's conquest of that giant bone-tongue fish? If a banner could be pulled up next to it, it would surely read, Fish Slaughter Conference. However, when he heard that the army actually appeared in the back, Shen Lang was also startled. It seems that the degree of importance attached to this matter from above is not generally high. Actually, all use this kind of power. After hearing this, Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system had indeed roughly solved this matter, and when everyone was subconsciously changed after a period of time, then he was completely safe. Boss, Chu Xiao, come have a drink. A fishing man walked over somewhat shaking his head. This had already happened for an unknown number of times. One man was the organizer of this party, and one man was the owner of the reservoir, both being the central figures here. Every now and then, someone would come over to offer a toast. Shenlang started to take a sip, but now he just sips it gently. It is really unable to suffer awe. So much so that after Shenlang had his fill, he quietly fled the scene. Even if he sips a mouthful, counting it, he has already drank 5 or 6 bottles, which has far exceeded Shenlang's alcohol consumption. The main thing was that the blockage was just too much to hold up. Brother, do you want me to arrange accommodation for you? Chu Wei also followed out, although he was very able to drink, but also could not suffer such a drinking method. Mainly come to a person he is that a cup of a mouthful of bored. This stupid kid. Ghost knows how much he drank. The heavenly room? Shenlang said doubtfully. He, it seems that brother is also in the same boat. Chu Wei looks a little drunk, talking a little scoop. I'm in the same boat with you, you hang around heaven and earth all day long, I know your routine. I'd better find a random place to sleep, you go? Chu Wei immediately got serious. I don't go, I said 2 days ago, I want to exercise in the future, I won't go to heavenly world. Okay. Let's go to the hotel next to it. Thus, Shenlang and Chu Wei walked towards the nearest hotel. However, the sad thing was that there were no remaining rooms. Shenlang asked a few in a row all in the same situation. Only then did Shenlang slap his forehead. With so many people pouring into this small county, how could there still be empty rooms? Xiao Chu, brother Wei. What are we going to do now? Going to sleep on the streets. Chu Wei said with a smile. I have a room right there. Chu Wei said as he pointed at the hotel they first entered. Shenlang was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Wei had begun to slur his words. Brother, didn't you say, take me to the hotel, I won't live there. Shenlang held his forehead. Come on, this was drunk to the point of delirium.